What does one gain by transforming into an elf? An exceptional appearance, an enviable physique, remarkable magical abilities, and an evil sword immortal system? In her previous life, Yuanyuan dedicated herself tirelessly to her company, shouldering the workload of an entire team while barely scraping by with meager wages. Ultimately, she gloriously perished, collapsing at her desk. The grievances of a weary worker activated the evil Sword Immortal System. Upon awakening, she embarked on a new existence, determined to purify the immense resentment absorbed by the system by opening a milk tea shop. In this life, she would be her own boss, no longer subjected to the drudgery of labor, not really. The Green Elves suddenly discovered a wondrous new establishment in the city, where the delightful beverage known as milk tea not only tantalized the taste buds, but also possessed effects comparable to legendary potions. Magic academies, dragon clans, merfolk, and vampires all fell under the enchanting allure of the elf's milk tea shop. A steady stream of elves clamored for the drinks, while outsiders sought various means to purchase them, even harboring thoughts of abducting Yuanyuan. The Elven King could not remain idle. This is our kin, who dares to harm her? Chapter 1. Triggering the evil Sword Immortal System. Every day, overtime. Overtime. No extra pay, just a single day off. I'll die at this position sooner or later. Before the screen, a charming young woman typed furiously at her computer, fingers flying across the keys. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her heart, and her body began to slide off the chair, breaths growing increasingly labored. In a forgotten corner, her life slowly ebbed away. The Kaya forest was the domain of the Green Elves, lush and expansive. On the grassy edge of the forest lay a brown-haired, pointed-eared elf. Yuanyuan cried out as a sharp pain struck her forehead. A pine cone, the size of a fist, had fallen from the tree, accidentally dropped by a little squirrel. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the boundless greenery surrounding her, the grass beneath her feet, and the clear blue sky above. How long had it been since she had seen such a beautiful sky? Since graduating and starting her job, the endless overtime, dreadful colleagues, and a supervisor. Each aspect suffocating. She cautiously raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight, noticing her slender, fair hand with perfectly manicured pink nails. This wasn't her hand. What had happened to the bold red manicure she had painstakingly done? Yuanyuan silently raged within. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the evil Sword Immortal System. A mechanical, icy voice echoed in her mind. Who are you? Where am I? What is this evil Sword Immortal? You are my host. I am the evil Sword Immortal System, designed to absorb the resentment of workers. It has detected that your resentment exceeds normal levels, binding you to me. Your physical body in the current world has perished. This is another realm, and your current identity is that of a green elf. The system spoke in a calm tone. I died. Indeed, host, please accept my condolences. Your relentless overtime, late nights, and early morning workouts to maintain your figure made your demise inevitable. How can you speak such cold words with a temperature of 37 degrees? Yuanyuan retorted. This company exploits its employees daily, and I hadn't even begun to take my revenge before dying. How rash. Please recognize your circumstances. Aside from verbal skills, you possess no ability to inflict real harm on the company. The evil Sword Immortal System has come to this other world because of you, and you must purify the resentment I absorb. How do I purify it? Analysis indicates that sweet treats stimulate the release of dopamine and adrenaline, creating feelings of pleasure. It is recommended that the host open a milk tea shop to earn pleasure points for purifying resentment. Here, Yuanyuan looked around at the dense foliage. Where would customers come from in this desolate place? The system has expended considerable energy transporting the host to this other world and shaping your body. It cannot relocate again. Please establish your shop here. Please name your shop. A transparent system panel appeared before Yuanyuan. After a moment of contemplation, she typed in Elf Milk Tea Shop. Name successfully registered. Would you like to place your shop here? Yes, no. Yuanyuan clicked yes, and a spectral image of a green shop suddenly appeared above the grass. She extended her hand to guide the shop into a slightly more open area and set it down. The phantom of the milk tea shop gradually solidified on the ground. It was a two-story establishment, its exterior adorned with climbing vines, the white walls harmonizing with the green foliage, while colorful flowers bloomed in delightful disarray. The first floor featured merely a cash register, with machines behind it, the entire room empty of ingredients. Yuanyuan ascended to the second floor, which was a simple studio apartment, equally barren, lacking even the most basic necessities like sheets and pillows. System, what is the meaning of this? How can I run a shop with nothing but bare walls? The energy expenditure is significant. The initial supplies must be provided by the host. Yuanyuan found herself at a loss. Tip. The host may explore the forest to trigger tasks and obtain rewards. After a moment of reflection, Yuanyuan realized this resembled a game where she would gather materials to build her home, with the system indicating that those materials should be found in the forest. I never consumed milk tea or indulged in snacks to maintain my figure in this life, and I certainly don't know how to make milk tea. Yuanyuan said cautiously. Will the system provide relevant guidance? The system will automatically generate recipes based on the materials collected by the host. Feeling relieved, Yuanyuan thought that as long as she received the recipes, she wouldn't be left in confusion later. The forest was eerily silent. Was it too quiet? This is the border between the Kaya forest and the Dragon Clan territory, where the Green Elves have established a protective barrier. Aside from a few patrolling Green Elf guards, there are rarely any signs of activity from other races. The shop's location seemed quite remote, making it difficult to attract customers. Yuanyuan silently complained as she began to walk around. The area surrounding her shop was densely populated with towering pine trees, their canopies blocking out the sun, with numerous pine cones hanging from their branches and the occasional sight of a squirrel scurrying about. Yuanyuan bent down and casually picked up a completely shattered pine cone from the ground, and a transparent panel appeared above the fruit. Pine cone, a fruit hollowed out by squirrels. It may be crafted into decorative items. Add to inventory, yes, no. Yuanyuan selected yes, and picked up several beautifully shaped pine cones from the ground. With limited resources at the start of her shop, she decided to collect anything she could find. Acquired 15 pine cones. Yuanyuan looked up at the tall pine trees, stepped back a few paces, and took a running leap to climb the trunk. Her suspicions were confirmed. The elf's body was far superior to her previous one, possessing physical capabilities akin to a small superhero without the use of magic. A little squirrel jumped toward her, its fluffy tail and round eyes fixed on her. So friendly? Not friendly, but rather naturally inclined towards elves. You are now a green elf, and the beings of the forest have an inherent fondness for you. The little squirrel looked at Yuanyuan and quickly dashed away, only to return moments later, clutching a handful of pine nuts and presenting them to her. Yuanyuan stared in astonishment at the squirrel offering her food. Was the buff of being an elf really this powerful? This is the squirrel that lost the pine cone. It was that very pine cone that woke you. It is likely trying to apologize to you. System, why are you so humanized? Yuanyuan silently pondered. The evil Sword Immortal System is a high-level system otherwise. Absorbing the resentment of all you laborers day in and day out would surely drive me to madness eventually. Yuanyuan accepted the pine nuts offered by the little squirrel and gently patted its fluffy little head. Pine nuts, the beloved treasure of squirrels, are not easily given away and are one of the ingredients used in desserts. Seeing her accept the pine nuts, the squirrel blinked its big eyes with a charming smile and swiftly scampered away. Indeed. Yuanyuan placed the pine nuts into her backpack and surveyed her surroundings. If pine nuts and cones were deemed useful, what about pine needles? Chapter 2. Collecting supplies for the store. Yuanyuan carefully climbed the branches of the pine tree to gather some pine needles. Pine needles, a bountiful harvest at the edge of Kaya Forest, is actually the secret ingredient for making Sprite. Add to backpack, yes, no. Yuanyuan rejoiced the pine needles were indeed one of the materials for crafting Sprite. She quickly harvested the pine needles while supporting herself against the trunk. Acquired 50 pine needles bundled. Acquired 3 types of materials. Unlocking the catalog shop. The materials catalog that has been illuminated can be directly purchased from the shop by the host. Unlocked catalog, pine cone. Unlocked catalog, pine nut. Unlocked catalog, pine needle. Unlocked crafting secret. Upon acquiring the corresponding ingredients, the corresponding drink crafting secrets can be unlocked. Illuminated crafting secrets can be viewed by the host free of charge. Yuanyuan clicked to view the crafting secret for Sprite. Sprite, rich in bubbles, with a unique flavor, best enjoyed chilled. Effect, bubble magic comprehension increases by 5 probability triggered. Crafting materials, pine needles, sugar. Suggested selling price, 1 silver coin. Sugar? Yuanyuan sighed. Where am I supposed to find sugar? The goblin is the finest merchant on the continent. You can find him anywhere. They sell everything you could possibly think of, including sugar. Isn't this the territory of the Green Elves? Can goblins even enter a protected territory? Yuanyuan gracefully leapt down from the pine tree, gazing at the enormous light green magical protective shield above the forest, then looked down at the ground beneath her feet. Could they have dug a tunnel to get in? Goblins can go wherever they please. The elven race is in decline, and with constant friction between dragons and humans, the protective shields established by the elves hold little significance against powerful outsiders. Does that mean my store being here is quite dangerous? Indeed, please make an effort to enhance your magical abilities to ensure the safety of your shop. At present, I cannot use magic at all. She had realized this while climbing the pine tree with her new body. Although her physique was superior, she was incapable of wielding magic. She brought up the system panel to check her character data. Name, Yuanyuan. Race, Green Elf. Natural magic, level 0. What's the deal with this magic? The improvement of magical levels requires the host to explore on their own. Great. Starting off completely broke in this fantasy world, and I don't even have any magical abilities for the time being. So, how do I find the goblins? Please explore on your own. Are you telling me to wander aimlessly in the forest, hoping to stumble upon a goblin? Yuanyuan stomped her feet in frustration. What use are you? Ouch. A cry of pain emanated from the ground, prompting Yuanyuan to step back a few paces. It seemed something beneath the grass was stirring, and suddenly, a small creature with green skin and pointed ears emerged from the earth. Unlocked race catalog. Goblin, green skin, pointed ears, diminutive stature, cunning personality, beware of being swindled, bold, a traitor roaming the continent. He has everything you desire. Esteemed elf miss, why did you strike Pinot's head so fiercely? The goblin Pinot wailed, clutching the barely visible bump on his head, then flopped onto the ground. Pinot's head hurts so much. Pinot cannot move. Pinot needs healing. Is this a scam? Yuanyuan paused, clutching her left foot and shouting loudly. Ah, my left foot. Why? Why can't I feel your presence? My foot hurts so much. Am I dying? I need a doctor. She too flopped onto the ground, shedding a few tears and crying convincingly. Little rascal, trying to scam her. She would show this goblin what the human heart is treacherous really means. The goblin was taken aback, witnessing the elf child wailing on the ground, utterly devoid of dignity, in stark contrast to the noble and graceful demeanor of the elven race. Elves are affluent, and Pinot had originally intended to ruthlessly plunder this innocent elf child's meager savings, but unexpectedly encountered a tough opponent. Oh dear, Pinot's head feels better. The goblin hastily scrambled to his feet. Pinot is fine now. Get up, get up. Goblins and elves are good friends. Pinot forgives you, esteemed elf miss. Elves protect their young. Should a patrolling elf discover that he bullied an elf child, he would surely be blasted into oblivion by magic. Wonderful. It's great that Mr. Pinot is all right, but I fear my foot is shattered beyond repair. I need healing. Healing. Yuanyuan sobbed while clutching her left foot. What a joke. She wouldn't let this opportunity slip away without a fight. With no wealth to her name, not even enough to fund her store, she wouldn't turn down a gift that fell into her lap. What should I do? Pinot doesn't possess healing magic. The goblin merchant was thoroughly panicked. Yuanyuan was acting so convincingly that he believed the child was genuinely injured. Pinot rummaged through his satchel and produced a bag of coins. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, esteemed elf miss. The goblin merchant placed the coins beside Yuanyuan and hurriedly fled, terrified that Yuanyuan's cries would attract the patrolling elves. Pinot, being new to the trade, did not wish to be pursued by the elven race right at the beginning of his merchant career. Is he just leaving like that? Yuanyuan picked up the bag of coins and weighed it in her hands. Acquired coins, 1 gold coin, 50 silver coins, 69 copper coins. Who would have thought my first funding for the store would come from a scam? Yuanyuan pondered while staring at the bag of coins. The system had intended to console her arriving in a new world only to be scammed, and before even opening her store, she had already experienced the harshness of reality. Indeed, capable individuals shine wherever they go, Yuanyuan exclaimed, her right fist clenched in a spirited manner. Well, it seems she was enjoying herself. The exchange rate for coins on the continent: 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The host can use coins to draw from the lottery pool, unlock catalogs, and purchase supplies. Ordinary lottery pool, 10 silver coins per draw. Rare lottery pool, 50 silver coins per draw. Legendary lottery pool, 1 gold coin per draw. Are you sure about this pricing? Yuanyuan winced at the lottery pool prices displayed on the panel. Isn't this a bit too expensive? The elven territory is rich in resources, and the elves are generally affluent. Thus, the store's pricing must align with that of the elven race. Fine, you're the boss. Yuanyuan resignedly accepted that her newfound wealth would likely not last long. 10 draws from the ordinary lottery. Acquired shell 1, unlock catalog shell. Acquired daisy 1, unlock catalog, Daisy. Acquired Pillow 1, unlock catalog, Pillow. Acquired Ice Block 1, unlock catalog, Ice Block. Acquired Sugar 1, unlocked catalog, Sugar. Although the system's lottery pool prices were steep, it was still fair, as Yuanyuan successfully obtained the sugar and ice blocks she needed. Now, it was time to begin crafting Sprite. What benefits come from transforming into an elf? Outstanding beauty, an enviable physique, remarkable magical prowess, and a sinister Sword Immortal System? In her previous life, Yuanyuan dedicated herself tirelessly to her company, shouldering the workload of an entire team while earning a meager salary. Ultimately, she met an untimely demise at her workstation, her resentment as a worker activating the sinister Sword Immortal System. Upon reopening her eyes, she was reborn. To purify the vast resentment absorbed by the system, she opened a bubble tea shop, embarking on a journey of entrepreneurship where she would no longer be treated like a beast of burden. Not really. The Green Elves soon discovered a wondrous new establishment within the city, offering a beverage known as bubble tea that was not only delicious, but also possessed extraordinary effects comparable to legendary potions. Magic academies, dragon clans, merfolk, and vampires all fell under the enchanting allure of the Elves' bubble tea shop. Elves flocked to purchase the drinks, while outsiders sought various means to acquire them, even attempting to kidnap Yuanyuan. The Elf King could no longer remain idle. This was his kin who dared to harm her. Chapter 1. The activation of the sinister Sword Immortal System. Every day, overtime. With no extra pay and only one day off, he'll eventually collapse at this job. Before the screen sat a charming young woman, furiously typing away at her computer. Suddenly, an excruciating pain gripped her heart, and her body slowly slipped from the chair, her breath growing shallow. In an unnoticed corner, she gradually ceased to exist. Kaya Forest was the domain of the Green Elves, lush and boundless. On the grassy edge of the forest lay a brown-haired, pointed-eared elf. Yuanyuan exclaimed as a sharp pain struck her forehead, eliciting a scream. A pinecone, the size of a fist, had fallen from above, accidentally dropped by a squirrel. She slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings, greeted by an endless expanse of green, the ground beneath her a carpet of grass, and above her, a clear blue sky. How long had it been since she had seen such a beautiful sky? Since graduating and entering the workforce, endless overtime, dreadful colleagues, and a tyrannical boss, each element suffocating in its own right. She cautiously raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight. Her hand was slender and fair, with rosy, rounded nails. This was not her hand. What about the striking red nails she had intentionally styled like a ghost? Yuanyuan raged internally. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the sinister Sword Immortal System. A mechanical, cold voice echoed in her mind. Who are you? Where am I? What is this sinister Sword Immortal System? You are my host. I am the sinister Sword Immortal System that absorbs the resentment of workers. It has detected that your resentment is above normal levels and is bound to you. Your physical body in the current world has perished. This is another realm, and your current identity is that of a green elf. The system spoke in a calm tone. Am dead. Yes, host, please accept my condolences. Your overtime and late-night endeavors, coupled with your attempts to maintain your figure through midnight workouts, made your sudden death inevitable. How can you speak such cold words with a temperature of 37 degrees? Yuanyuan retorted. This wretched company exploits its employees daily, and before I could even begin my revenge, I die. How reckless. Please recognize your own limitations. Aside from your verbal prowess, you possess no ability to inflict tangible harm on the company. The sinister Sword Immortal System arrived in this world because of you. You must purify the resentment I have absorbed from workers. How do I purify it? After analyzing the situation, it appears that sweets can induce the secretion of dopamine and adrenaline, leading to feelings of pleasure. It is recommended that the host open a bubble tea shop to earn pleasure points to purify the resentment. Here, Yuanyuan looked around at the verdant surroundings. In this desolate place, where would customers come from? The system has expended a significant amount of energy to bring the host to this world and shape your body, thus cannot relocate you again. Please open your shop here. Please name your establishment. A transparent system panel appeared before Yuanyuan. After pondering for a moment, she typed in Elf Bubble Tea Shop. Name successfully registered. Would you like to place your shop here? Yes, no. Yuanyuan clicked yes, and a translucent image of a green shop suddenly appeared above the grass. She extended her right hand to manipulate the shop's position, gently placing it in a slightly more open area. The image of the bubble tea shop gradually solidified on the ground. It was a two-story establishment, its exterior adorned with climbing vines. The white walls complemented the green foliage, and a riot of colorful flowers bloomed in delightful disorder. The first floor featured merely a cash register, with machines positioned behind it, the entire room empty of ingredients. Yuanyuan ascended to the second floor, which was a simple studio apartment, equally barren, lacking even essential items like sheets and pillows. System, what is going on? How can I open a shop with nothing? The initial startup materials require the host to prepare due to excessive energy consumption. Yuanyuan found herself at a loss. Hint: the host may explore the forest to trigger tasks and receive rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Yuanyuan realized this was akin to Minecraft, gathering materials to build a home, with the system indicating that the materials should be found within the forest. I've never drunk bubble tea or eaten sweets to maintain my figure in my previous life, and I certainly don't know how to make bubble tea, Yuanyuan said cautiously. Will the system provide relevant hints? Based on the materials collected by the host, the system will automatically generate crafting recipes. Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief with crafting recipes. She need not worry about being completely lost. The forest was eerily silent. Was it too quiet? This is the border between Kaya Forest and the Dragon Clan territory. The Green Elves have established a protective barrier here, and aside from a few patrolling Green Elf guards, there are rarely signs of activity from other races. The shop was situated in such a remote location that it would likely be difficult to attract customers. Yuanyuan internally grumbled as she stepped further into her surroundings. The area surrounding her shop was teeming with towering pine trees that blocked out the sun, many adorned with pine cones, while the occasional squirrel flitted about. Yuanyuan bent down and casually picked up a completely burst-open pine cone, and a transparent panel appeared above the fruit. Pine cone, a fruit emptied by squirrels, perhaps suitable for crafting decorations. Add to backpack, yes, no. Yuanyuan selected yes, and picked up several beautifully shaped pine cones from the ground. With limited resources for starting her shop, she figured it best to collect whatever she could. Acquired 15 pine cones. Yuanyuan looked up at the towering pine trees, stepped back a few paces, and then dashed forward, leaping onto the trunk. As she suspected, the elf's physique far surpassed her own in the previous life. Even without magic, her physical abilities were akin to a little superhero. A small squirrel jumped over to her, its bushy tail and round eyes fixated on her. So friendly? Not friendly, but rather, as an elf, you have a natural affinity with the woodland creatures. They instinctively feel drawn to you. The squirrel glanced at Yuanyuan, then scurried away, returning shortly with a handful of pine nuts, which it presented to her. Yuanyuan stared in astonishment at the little squirrel offering her food. Was the buff of an elf really this strong? This is the squirrel that lost the pine cone. It is likely apologizing for waking you up with it. System, how are you so humanized? Yuanyuan silently questioned in her heart. The malevolent Sword Immortal System is indeed a high-level system. Otherwise, absorbing the grievances of the working class daily would surely drive me to madness. Yuanyuan accepted the pine nuts handed to her by the little squirrel and gently patted its fluffy head. Pine nuts are a squirrel's favorite and are generally not given away lightly. They are one of the ingredients for making desserts. Upon seeing her accept the pine nuts, the squirrel blinked its large eyes in a charming manner and quickly scurried away. Indeed, Yuanyuan placed the pine nuts into her backpack and surveyed her surroundings. If pine nuts and cones are deemed useful, what about pine needles? Chapter 2. Collecting materials for the shop. Yuanyuan carefully climbed the branches of the pine tree to gather some pine needles. Pine needles, a handful at the edge of Kaya Forest, is actually the secret to making Sprite. Add to backpack, yes, no. Yuanyuan was elated. Pine needles are, indeed, one of the ingredients for making Sprite. She quickly harvested the pine needles while supporting herself against the tree trunk. Acquired 50 pine needles bundles. Acquired 3 types of materials, unlocking the catalog shop. Materials in the catalog that have been illuminated can be purchased directly from the shop. Unlocked catalog, pine cone. Unlocked catalog, pine nut. Unlocked catalog, pine needle. Unlocked crafting secrets. Upon acquiring the corresponding ingredients, users can unlock the corresponding drink crafting secrets, which can be accessed for free once illuminated. Yuanyuan clicked to view the crafting secret for Sprite. Sprite, rich in bubbles, with a unique taste. Its flavor is enhanced when chilled. Effect, increases bubble magic comprehension by 5 trigger probability. Crafting materials, pine needle, sugar. Suggested price, 1 silver coin. Sugar? Yuanyuan sighed. Where am I supposed to find sugar? The goblins are the most exceptional merchants on the continent. You can find their presence anywhere. They sell everything you can imagine, including sugar. Isn't this the territory of the elves? Can goblins still enter a protected area? Yuanyuan gracefully leaped down from the pine tree, gazing at the vast, light green magical protective dome above the forest and then at the ground beneath her feet. They wouldn't be digging tunnels to get in, would they? Goblins can go wherever they please. The elven race is dwindling, and tensions between dragons and humans are rampant. The protective dome established by the elves is insignificant against foreign powers. Then isn't it quite dangerous for me to open my shop here? Indeed, please strive to enhance your magical abilities to ensure the safety of your shop. I currently cannot use magic at all. Earlier, when she climbed the pine tree using her new body, she realized that while her physique was superior, she was utterly incapable of utilizing magic. She accessed the system panel to check her character data. Name, Yuanyuan. Race, Green Elf. Natural magic, level 0. What is the deal with this magic? Advancement in magic levels requires the host to explore independently. Wonderful. Starting off with nothing is one thing, but to have no magical abilities in a fantasy world is quite another. Then how about the goblins? How can I find them? Please explore independently. You're not expecting me to wander aimlessly through the forest in hopes of stumbling upon a goblin, are you? Yuanyuan exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. What good are you? Ouch. A cry of pain echoed from the ground, prompting Yuanyuan to step back. Something seemed to be stirring beneath the foliage, and suddenly, a small green-skinned creature with pointed ears emerged from the earth. Unlocked race catalog. Goblins, green-skinned, pointed-eared, diminutive in stature, and cunning in nature. Beware of being swindled of your wealth. They are itinerant merchants across the continent, and they have whatever you desire. Dear elf miss, why did you strike Pinocchio's head so hard? The goblin Pinocchio lamented, clutching the barely visible bump on his head, then dramatically collapsed onto the ground. Pinocchio's head hurts so much he cannot move, he needs medical attention. Is this a scam? Yuanyuan hesitated, then clutched her left foot and cried out, "Ah, my left foot. Why can I not feel your presence? It hurts so much. Am I dying? I need a doctor." She fell to the ground in a dramatic swoon, squeezing out a few tears and crying convincingly. Little rascal, if he wants to scam her, let this goblin experience the treachery of humanity. The goblin froze, taken aback by the sight of the elven child wailing inconsolably on the ground, a stark contrast to the noble and elegant demeanor typically associated with the elven race. Elves are affluent, and Pinocchio had initially intended to ruthlessly plunder the innocent elven child's meager savings, but he had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. Oh dear, Pinocchio's head seems to be fine now. The goblin hastily scrambled to his feet. Pinocchio is fine. Get up, get up. Goblins and elves are good friends. Pinocchio forgives the elf miss. Elves protect their young. If a patrolling elf discovered that he had bullied an elven child, he would surely be reduced to mere dust by magic. That's wonderful. I am glad that Mr. Pinocchio is all right, but I fear my foot has suffered a catastrophic fracture. I need medical attention, medical attention. Yuanyuan wept profusely while cradling her left foot. What a joke, having failed to scam. A reconciliation is out of the question. Now, with nothing to her name, not even the funds to open a shop, she wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. What should we do? Pinocchio cannot use healing magic. The goblin merchant was now thoroughly panicked. Yuanyuan was acting so convincingly that he believed the child was genuinely injured. Pinocchio rummaged through his satchel and produced a bag of coins. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, elf miss. The goblin merchant hastily placed the coins beside Yuanyuan and scurried away in a hurry, fearing that her cries would attract the patrolling elves. Being a novice merchant, Pinocchio did not wish to be hunted down by the elves right at the start of his trading career. Is he just leaving like that? Yuanyuan picked up the bag of coins and weighed it in her hands. Acquired currency, 1 gold coin, 50 silver coins, 69 copper coins. Who would have thought that my first capital for opening a shop would come from a scam? Yuanyuan pondered as she stared at the bag of coins. The system initially wished to offer her some consolation. Having been scammed upon arriving in a new world, she had already experienced the treachery of existence before even opening her shop. Indeed, capable individuals shine wherever they go, Yuanyuan declared, her right fist clenched in determination. Well, it seems she has found joy in the experience. The currency exchange rate on the continent is as follows: 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The host may use currency to draw from the lottery pool, unlock catalogs, and purchase supplies. Ordinary lottery pool, 10 silver coins per draw. Rare lottery pool, 50 silver coins per draw. Legendary lottery pool, 1 gold coin per draw. Are you sure about these price settings? Yuanyuan winced at the prices displayed on the panel for the lottery pools. This is exorbitantly expensive. The resources within the Elven territory are abundant, and the Elves are generally affluent since the shop is located within their domain. The pricing naturally aligns with the Elves' economic status. Very well, you are the authority here. Yuanyuan conceded, realizing that her newly acquired currency was unlikely to last long. 10 draws from the ordinary lottery, please. Acquired shell, 1, unlocked catalog, shell. Acquired daisy, 1, unlocked catalog, daisy. Acquired pillow, 1, unlocked catalog, pillow. Acquired ice block, 1, unlocked catalog, ice block. Acquired sugar, 1, unlocked catalog, sugar. Although the lottery pool's prices are steep, it proved to be worthwhile, as Yuanyuan successfully obtained the sugar, ice blocks, and other materials she needed. Now, it was time to begin crafting Sprite. Chapter 3. Unveiling new functions. Yuanyuan returned to the shop, placing the pine needles, ice cubes, and sugar she had collected from her backpack onto the countertop. She then accessed the system panel to review the detailed steps of the recipe. First, she took the freshly picked pine needles, washed them thoroughly, and placed them into the crafting machine. Next, she added the sugar obtained from the lottery pool. As she prepared to incorporate purified water, Yuanyuan glanced at the system's instructions and lamented, "There are neither rivers nor lakes in sight. Where am I to find water?" The host may acquire the endless water tap through the lottery pool. Friendly reminder, the endless water tap is a high-grade item, with chances of being drawn only from rare and legendary lottery pools. This system is surely designed to drain my funds, Yuanyuan thought. Having already utilized the ordinary lottery pool 10 times to obtain sugar, she was left with merely 50 silver coins and 69 copper coins. Should she use the rare lottery pool, she would be reduced to just 69 copper coins. Is it possible to defer payment? Yuanyuan inquired cautiously. No. Is there truly no alternative? If I do not draw the endless water tap, would I not revert to square one? The endless water tap not only produces unlimited water, but also generates boundless milk and honey, essential materials for crafting beverages. With these, she would no longer have to toil endlessly to gather materials, illuminate her compendium, and spend her hard-earned coins. Yuanyuan took a deep breath and decided to try her luck with a rare lottery. As the system panel began to spin, her heart raced in anticipation. The spinning slowed, finally halting on Master Craftsman. Master Craftsman, a rare skill item. When equipped, crafted items will be of master quality. Requires a 24-hour cooldown after each use. Name, Yuanyuan. Race, Green Elf. Nature Magic. Level 0. Item, Master Craftsman. With a cascade of colorful fireworks erupting on the system panel, the announcement rang out. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Master Craftsman item. This is utterly disappointing, Yuanyuan thought, gazing at the item that bore no resemblance to her desired endless water tap. I wanted the endless water tap, yet this is what I received? Items drawn from the lottery pool are entirely random. No specifications, wishes, or objections are accepted, and most importantly, no regrets are allowed. Fine, Yuanyuan grumbled, suppressing her frustration. My funds have been depleted, and I haven't obtained the needed item. Without the soda, the shop cannot open. What do you suggest I do? Please resolve this matter independently. Having never placed much faith in the system, Yuanyuan's resolve solidified. This was a land of swords and magic, brimming with potential. She could not rely solely on the system. After all, it would not accompany her for a lifetime. Ultimately, after completing her quests, she would have to navigate this unfamiliar realm on her own. In her previous existence, she had managed alone. Now, in this new place, it would be no different. Yuanyuan's heart simmered with indignation. After her mood settled, she retrieved daisies, pine cones, and shells from her backpack. Aside from the pine cones, the ordinary lottery pool yielded an abundance of materials suitable for crafting. Yuanyuan surmised that the ordinary lottery pool was designed for common crafting materials, while the rare lottery pool was intended for advanced or rare items. Consequently, the legendary lottery pool likely contained legendary-grade items, perhaps even artifacts long extinct on the continent. She activated the Master Artisan skill on her panel, and upon donning the skill item, the materials before her seemed to come alive. Using the vine she acquired from the lottery pool, she wove several small flower baskets, arranging the daisies and other small blooms into bouquets within them. She transformed the fully open pine cones, accompanied by fruits and small branches of cedar, into a miniature Christmas tree, crafted tiny wreaths from small pine cones and vines. and finally strung the beautiful shells into a wind chime. Master Artisan has been used and is now in cooldown 240,000 seconds. Yuanyuan presented her crafted items for system appraisal. Daisy Basket, master level quality. When placed appropriately, it can evoke feelings of joy. Pinecone Christmas Tree, master level quality. A charming ornament with an eye-catching design, suitable for sale. Pinecone Christmas Wreath, master level quality. An impressive design, a beautiful decoration, suitable for sale. Shell Wind Chime, master level quality. Beautiful shells are a rare find in the forest, producing melodious sounds that may attract customers, suitable for sale. Activating Surrounding Cottage function. The surrounding cottage can display items unrelated to the main business, assisting in generating funds and joy value. The eligibility for displayed items is determined by the system. What is joy value? Yuanyuan inquired while dragging the newly unlocked surrounding cottage next to her milk tea shop. Joy value is derived from the pleasant emotions of customers after consuming milk tea and purchasing shop items, which can offset the grievances of workers. The surrounding cottage resembles a mushroom, and inside, it resembles a small supermarket with several wooden shelves. Yuanyuan placed the items deemed sellable by the system, Pinecone Christmas Tree, Pinecone Christmas Wreath, and Shell Wind Chime, on display. Why can some items be sold while others cannot? Upon appraisal, the Daisy Basket is overly common among fairies. It is recommended that the host retains it as a decorative piece. It turned out that the eligibility for sale depended on the rarity of the surrounding items. Yuanyuan retrieved several Daisy Baskets and arranged them in suitable spots around the milk tea shop. She also hung the Shell Wind Chime, which she had deliberately saved, at the entrance of a shop. As the gentle breeze passed, the wind chime tinkled melodiously, creating a delightful sound. Currently, she had to forego the sprite creation as it was not possible. She ascended to the second floor of the milk tea shop, unpacking daily necessities such as pillows and quilts from her backpack. Once organized, she lay back on the bed in a star shape. Merely a day had passed since Mingming arrived in this otherworldly realm, yet it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. The life she once knew seemed but a fleeting dream, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The plight of her shop weighed heavily on her mind, causing Yuanyuan considerable distress. Even in a different world, the struggles of a laborer remained arduous. Currently, her establishment offered no beverages for sale, and while there were goods in the nearby cottages, the question lingered. Who would purchase them? Resigned, Yuanyuan consoled herself, believing that solutions would present themselves in due time, perhaps even upon awakening. Chapter 4. The Blue Dragon Abigail. The Kaya forest embraced the night as the cool breeze swept through the trees, creating a melodious chime from the bells. The wind carried this sound, echoing through the forest and the Ashen Valley. In the heart of the valley, the lake, which should have been tranquil, began to ripple, and a pair of dark, soulful eyes emerged at its center. As the ripples multiplied, she gradually made her way to the shore. Under the moonlight, her scales shimmered with an enchanting azure hue. She bore majestic wings, for limbs, a long tail, and an innocent demeanor. What a delightful sound! The little blue dragon Abigail lifted her head, straining to listen intently. Was it from the Kaya forest? She adored it. A surge of blue magic swirled within her throat, and she parted her lips slightly, conjuring a bubble crafted from water magic. Abigail cherished this sound and yearned to capture it. She recorded the melody within the magical bubble, leaping lightly to propel it upwards into the sky, where it soared away. Abigail gazed intently at the direction in which the bubble floated, her heart alight with joy as she ventured back toward the center of the lake. Yuanyuan was roused from her slumber by the raucous calls of birds. Irritated, she rolled over in bed before abruptly rising and striding toward the window. How infuriating! Not even the weekend allows for a proper rest. After exclaiming this, her mind began to clear, and she murmured to herself, "I am no longer in Blue Star." At that moment, a bubble, shimmering with flowing blue magic, drifted toward her. Yuanyuan stared at the large bubble with uncertainty. System, what on earth is happening? Presently, she found herself destitute and defenseless, with the system being her sole reliance. Detection complete. This magic is a Dragon Clan communication spell, Communication Bubble. It possesses no offensive capabilities. The host may examine it without concern. Upon hearing the system's response, Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Since it posed no threat, she extended her hand to cradle the bubble, which surprisingly did not burst. She was filled with excitement at witnessing a magical creation for the first time. System, will I be able to wield such powers in the future? Was the most captivating aspect of this fantastical realm. Surely, it was the allure of swords and sorcery, elegant swordplay, radiant spells, and wondrous creatures, all of which were realms beyond the imagination of someone who had once lived a life of toil. Dragon Clan magic cannot be learned by the host. In other words, this is not a matter concerning the Kaya Forest, although it is somewhat regrettable that I cannot learn this form of magic. Yuanyuan swiftly grasped the essence from the system's explanation. This was transmitted from the neighboring Dragon Clan. Indeed, you previously mentioned this as a sound bubble. How might I discern its content? Concentrate and place your palm upon the sound bubble, the system instructed. Following its guidance, Yuanyuan gently cupped her hands and placed them on the bubble, focusing intently on the bubble's content. Suddenly, the bubble burst beneath her hand, transforming into a cascade of blue light that enveloped her, accompanied by the sound of a childish voice echoing around her. Dinkling, Dinkling, what is this sound? Abigail adores this sound. Abigail desires. Dinkling, what on earth is this? Yuanyuan was utterly perplexed. System, what do you think? Please explore on your own. Host, Yuanyuan merely asked out of formality, not expecting the system to provide a precise answer. The system had just indicated that this was a sound bubble from the Dragon Clan, and perhaps Abigail was the name of the dragon that sent the bubble. Could it be that the ding-a-ling was the sound of shell wind chime? This dragon must be fond of the melodious sound of wind chimes and wishes for one. Descending to the first floor, Yuanyuan opened the door to gaze at the wind chime hanging above. However, how could she deliver the wind chime to the sender? She currently lacked the ability to wield magic. Ding! A foreign order has been detected for the host, unlocking the delivery feature. The order can be delivered to the customer through a courier. What a timely blessing. Yuanyuan hurriedly examined the new feature page, which displayed an order awaiting acceptance. She clicked on it. Abigail's order. The blue dragon Abigail is enamored with all things novel. The night breeze carries the chime's melody to her ears. Abigail desires a shell wind chime that emits a pleasing sound. Completing this order will grant a reward of 5 joy points and currency to be paid by the customer. A warm reminder. There is a certain probability of receiving additional rewards upon completing this order. Would you like to accept it? System, what is this additional reward? The triggering of extra rewards is uncertain, and this system cannot provide information. Understood. The bonus accompanying the order largely depends on luck. After accepting the order, Yuanyuan turned her attention to the courier page, which presented the couriers in a card format. Currently, she possessed only one courier provided by the system, which was still in an unactivated gray state, merely a vague silhouette. Very well, you shall be the one. Yuanyuan clicked to activate the courier in the card world, revealing a lively and adorable kangaroo on screen. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations on successfully activating your first shop employee. Please name your first employee. Yuanyuan gazed at the kangaroo brother, flexing its muscular form on the system panel, and thought to herself, is there really a kangaroo in this fantasy realm? The employees extracted by the system are inherently linked to the host. Could it be that the reason behind the appearance of the emblematic kangaroo from a certain group is due to my own habit of ordering takeout instead of cooking due to work? With this thought in mind, Yuanyuan clicked on the naming box and promptly typed in Berry Group. Naming successful. Your new employee is hastily on their way. Go and greet them. The kangaroo on the system page vanished, and a notification popped up. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Surprised by the speed, Yuanyuan hurried to open it, revealing a kangaroo of similar stature to her, waving amicably. Hello, please come in. I am your boss, Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan stepped aside to allow the kangaroo brother to enter the small shop. Although it was a system configuration, this was her first employee, and a formal introduction was in order. The kangaroo extended its right hand, and Yuanyuan reciprocated with a handshake, after which the kangaroo confidently began to showcase its athletic physique. Chapter 5. Exploring the new map. Does this brother have an obsession with his physique? I just received an order that requires you to deliver it. Yuanyuan interrupted Berry Group's immersive display. The kangaroo's ears perked up, and it gazed at her with eager eyes. That familiar look reminded her of the first time she was assigned a task. With the roles reversed now, being the boss certainly had its perks. Yuanyuan handed the already packed parcel to Berry Group, patting the kangaroo on the shoulder. If you work hard, you will become a veteran in this shop promotions and raises are not just dreams. Utilizing her skill of painting grand visions, Berry Group placed its paws on its head and bowed to Yuanyuan, then swiftly tucked the parcel into its pocket and dashed out the door with a whoosh. Beep. The rider has accepted the order and is currently delivering it. The system page displayed the order progress details. Yuanyuan estimated that it would take about half a day for the order to reach Abigail. So she ascended upstairs to prepare for a further exploration of the forest today. Previously, she had explored the vicinity of the shop, unlocking the map feature of the system. Albeit only a small section, most of the area remained shrouded in darkness. This small section represented the places Yuanyuan had already explored. Once Abigail's order was unlocked, the map updated to reveal additional segments. The system had previously informed her that the milk tea shop was situated at the intersection of Kaya Forest and the Dragon Tribe territory, the area near the protective shield. Home to the Green Elves, housed a milk tea shop amid the pine woods, while the Dragon Tribe was close to a valley known as the Ashen Vale. According to the delivery order, Berry Group's destination was indeed the Ashen Vale. Delivering this order would also illuminate the foreign territory, adding an extra reward. Yuanyuan opened the map, contemplating the few illuminated sections before deciding to embark on her second exploration towards the south of the pine woods. Fortune favors the bold. Merely waiting idly would not suffice for a venture. Resolutely, Yuanyuan set forth, heading southward. System, the shop's door is unlocked. Will that pose any issues? The shop is equipped with protective mechanisms. The host need not worry. Does that imply that as long as I remain within the premises, I shall be shielded from harm? The system bears a protective duty towards the host. Indeed, without me, how would you accrue pleasure points to alleviate the grievances of the labors you absorb? Yuanyuan mused inwardly. It seemed her new body possessed extraordinary potential. Even devoid of magical abilities, her physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. She sprinted swiftly, occasionally leaping onto branches, weaving through the forest with the agility of a monkey, though her palms bore the brunt of the rough bark. Gradually, the towering pine trees gave way to low shrubs, and, as she advanced, her surroundings opened up to reveal a magnificent cluster of shimmering lakes, where creatures occasionally appeared to quench their thirst. Ding! A powerful surge of natural magic has been detected. Where? In the water. Yuanyuan peered ahead, and as she drew closer, she realized the lakes stretched far and wide, one after another, their deep blue waters occasionally interconnected by streams. The lush greenery along the banks was particularly vibrant, resembling sapphires linked by emerald ribbons from a distance. Goodness, how spectacular! Yuanyuan exclaimed, irresistibly drawn towards the lakes. In her eagerness, she stumbled and turned back to see what had tripped her, a rusted arrow. She exerted effort to extract it from the earth, examining the intricate runes etched upon it. Could it be a weapon of the elven race? What was it doing here? As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that the grass was littered with remnants of weaponry, all appearing somewhat aged, yet retaining their sharpness. Some were still quite lethal. It seemed the elven forging techniques were commendable, for even neglected weapons could still inflict harm. With so many scattered weapons, why had no elves come to reclaim them? How peculiar. System, you mentioned a powerful magical surge in the water. Which lake is it? Yuanyuan inquired, setting the arrow aside. The strongest magical fluctuation emanates from the largest lake. Upon hearing this, Yuanyuan made her way toward the most expansive lake in the cluster. Curiously, she had been in this world for several days, and aside from the goblin Pino and an unfamiliar dragon, she had yet to encounter a single elf within the elven territory. Surveying her surroundings, all she saw were flora and small animals, with no signs or activities of elves. This was not an inhospitable environment, so why were there no elves to be found? As she pondered, she drew ever closer to the largest lake, its formidable magical energy causing the surrounding moisture to coalesce. Yuanyuan felt her breath becoming increasingly light, her limbs infused with newfound strength, as an inexplicable urge compelled her to plunge into the lake. System, is the source of magic located within the lake? Yes. Could it be that she must leap into the waters? Yet, having previously declared her resolve, retreating now would be utterly disgraceful. System, I cannot swim. Gazing at the ethereal blue lake before her, fear gripped her heart as she mentally prepared herself. You will protect me, right? Indeed, then I shall jump. Do remember to shield me. With that, Yuanyuan inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and leaped into the depths. The surface erupted in a tumult of water, and the sensation of being submerged was rather disconcerting. Danger detected. Activating protective shield. A transparent barrier enveloped her, cocooning her like a chrysalis. Upon hearing the system initiate the protective shield, Yuanyuan tentatively opened her eyes and found herself discomfort-free. Curious, she began to paddle her limbs, discovering that her body, which should have felt heavy in the water, was now astonishingly buoyant. Gradually, however, she was struck by a wave of asphyxiation, a desperate need for air creeping in. Did you not promise to protect me? Why do I feel as though I am suffocating? She fumed internally. Because you have been holding your breath. The system's voice echoed hauntingly in her mind. Chapter 6. Isana crystal silence spread like a shroud. Yuanyuan relaxed her body, no longer consciously holding her breath, and finally experienced the relief of unimpeded respiration. I was merely too tense, she hastily justified. Steeling herself, she swam toward the lake's bottom, where darkness enveloped her. Fortunately, the system's map function prevented her from aimlessly wandering. As she descended deeper, the lake floor revealed only occasional small fish, the aquatic sounds muffled, creating an entirely separate realm. System, how much further? Almost there. Very well, she thought, quickening her pace. With the protective shield in place, Yuanyuan glided effortlessly, propelling herself toward the depths. Gradually, a faint green light emerged before her, illuminating her path. Drawn to the source of the green luminescence, she swam toward it. It was a vibrant green crystal, embedded in the lake bed, its verdant glow pulsating and radiating through the depths, nurturing the aquatic life and sustaining the lake's ecosystem. Captivated by the crystal, Yuanyuan extended her hands to extract it. The moment her fingers brushed against its surface, a powerful surge of magic coursed through her body. Magic flow detected. Danger imminent. Host body is under threat of destruction. Transmuting, overwhelmed by the torrent of magic, Yuanyuan succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke again, every muscle ached, and she found herself still at the lake's bottom, though now significantly distanced from the green crystal. System, what is happening? The host body is not yet strong enough to withstand the crystal's magic. Therefore, this system has converted a portion of the magical energy to nourish the host body and severed the magical link to ensure the host's safety. Then how'd I end up here? Didn't I already grasp the crystal? Was knocked back. So that's how it is. Without the system assisting in the conversion of the crystal's magic, I would likely have been overwhelmed by its power. Thank you, system. Without you, I would probably have met my end here. Yuanyuan, feeling a lingering fear, pondered, what exactly is this? Isana crystal, which contains immense natural power, is an exceptional material for weapon crafting. It is a rare and formidable magical material. The magical currents I sensed at the lake's bottom must have emanated from this crystal, which is deeply embedded in the lake bed and cannot be extracted. System, is it impossible to retrieve this crystal? The crystal's magic is connected to the lake and is firmly embedded in the lake bed. Given the host's current abilities, it is inadvisable to attempt to remove it. Indeed, I currently lack magical abilities. Had it not been for the system's protection, I would have perished upon first contact with the crystal. It seems this splendid magical material is beyond my reach. Let us depart. Today's exploration ends here. The Kangaroo brothers are likely nearing the completion of their order. Yuanyuan contemplated for a moment before deciding to forego extracting the crystal, as the current task was of greater significance. She swam slowly toward the lake's surface and soon emerged. Why do I feel invigorated? The system mentioned it converted some magic for me. Could it be? Yuanyuan's curiosity grew, and she eagerly opened her personal page. Name, Yuanyuan. Race, green elf, level. Apprentice mage, level 11. I leveled up. Is the Isana crystal truly that powerful? Is there still time to retrieve it? Yuanyuan reveled in the joy of her newfound level. No, calm down. Even if I have reached level 11, I still cannot extract the crystal. What a pity to waste such a fine magical material. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, Yuanyuan climbed ashore and walked determinedly toward the pine forest. Not looking back, no one knew the extent of her willpower that allowed her to maintain control. System, could that crystal be of legendary status? Touching it propelled me directly from level 0 to level 11. This system cannot ascertain that. The host must seek the answer independently. And what about the levels? Could you enlighten me on the classification of levels across the continent? The classification of magic levels on the continent is as follows. Magic Apprentice, level 110. Novice Mage, level 120. Junior Mage, level 130. Intermediate Mage, level 140. Senior Mage, level 150. Great Mage, level 160. Magus, level 170. Grand Magus, level 180. Holy Magus, level 190. And Sage, level above 90. Isn't it exceedingly difficult? Yuanyuan gazed at the magic level classification chart, nearly brought to tears. Not only does she need to run her shop, but she must also focus on leveling up. It is truly overwhelming. Please persevere, host, and strive to become a sage as soon as possible, the system encouraged. Wait a moment. Aren't we running a management system? This isn't a leveling path. What purpose is there in becoming a sage? Yuanyuan inquired, puzzled. The system offered no response. Previously, the system had mentioned the decline of the elf race and the ongoing strife between the dragon race and humans. Was the system implying that she should work diligently to level up and fight for the elves? If the system had an inner voice at this moment, it would likely be one of overthinking. It was merely casual talk. Ding! Your delivery order has been completed. An employee Meituan is on the way back. Would you like to check the income from this order? The system interface presented Yuanyuan with the eagerly awaited delivery order information, to which she selected yes. This order rewards you with 5 joy points and 1 gold coin. Abigail is quite satisfied with your craftsmanship, and Meituan's service has won the hearts of the dragons. You have received an additional reward of 1 dragon reputation. Oh, an additional reward in the form of reputation. System, what is the significance of reputation? The higher your reputation, the greater your friendliness with the corresponding domain, which will facilitate your tasks in that area. In Yuanyuan's recollection, the dragon race had always been affluent, making it essential to cultivate a good relationship with them. She opened her personal page, and indeed, the information had been updated. Name, Yuanyuan, race, green elf. Level, novice mage, level 11. Crafting mastery. Item artisan, assets, 1 gold coin and 69 copper coins. Joy points, 51,000,000. Reputation, dragon 1100. With 1,000,000 joy points. Yuanyuan felt like crying. How many milk teas and desserts would she have to sell? Currently, lacking the necessary tools for production, she found herself with no means to conduct business. The road ahead was long. Wait. The Kangaroo brothers not only brought back joy points and reputation, but also an income of 1 gold coin, which meant she could activate the lottery pool again. This time, she was determined to hit the jackpot. A flame of competitive spirit ignited within Yuanyuan. Chapter 7. Sprite, Cereal, and Grand Loaf with renewed confidence. She accessed the lottery pool page, but hesitated before proceeding. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, pressed them against her forehead, and fervently implored, "Dear system, I beg of you. The success or failure hinges on this moment. Please bestow upon me the advanced item, Endless Water Faucet." Upon concluding her words, she took a deep breath and hastily closed her eyes after pressing the lottery button. The lottery pool page spun rapidly, finally settling on the endless faucet after a few seconds of oscillation. The system released celebratory fireworks, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced item, Endless Faucet." Yuanyuan gazed in disbelief at the page, her heart racing. Finally, the day had arrived. The acquisition of the Endless Faucet signified that she could commence the creation of her first beverage. The Endless Faucet has been successfully installed within the shop. Please check, host. All right, time to head home. Yuanyuan accelerated her pace back to the milk tea shop. With her level up, she experienced a remarkable enhancement in her physical abilities, enabling her return journey to be more than twice as swift. It seemed that while managing the shop, she also needed to refine her magical capabilities. Possessing formidable skills certainly expedited her tasks. When Yuanyuan returned to the milk tea store, the Kangaroo brothers had already been waiting inside for quite some time. "Thank you for your hard work today. Just in time, I need to prepare some beverages. Would you assist me in testing them?" Yuanyuan invited, observing the energetic Kangaroo brothers before her. Meituan nodded in agreement to Yuanyuan's invitation. By the way, how come Meituan appears even more spirited after delivering a takeout order? Employee profile name, Meituan species, Kangaroo details, an energetic workaholic with robust physique, characterized by loyalty and an unwavering commitment to the boss's orders. Truly a chosen laborer. Note, while the Kangaroo brothers are incredibly useful, they also require rest. Exceeding 10 orders per day may lead to physiological and psychological issues for the employee. Ah, the chosen laborer. I remember describing myself in such a manner before. It now evokes a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. However, as the boss, I am utterly elated. Ha ha, Yuanyuan chuckled inwardly. Where does Meituan reside? The shop only has one room, which is my own. Employees configured by the system do not require accommodation. The host can summon them directly when needed. That's splendid. Having a celestial employee who requires no lodging and no salary is simply marvelous. Note, employees configured by the system will charge a service fee of 30 of the order total. The system will automatically deduct this amount from the transaction as employee wages post-order completion. Yuanyuan's dreams were shattered. She had not anticipated the 30 service fee. She hurriedly opened her personal page to investigate. Name, Yuanyuan race, green elf, level, apprentice mage, level 11, crafting master of items, infinite water tap, assets, 20 silver coins and 69 copper coins, buildings, elf milk tea shop X1, surrounding cottages X1, joy value, 51,000,000, reputation, dragon clan, 1100. Previously, she utilized 50 silver coins on a rare lottery draw, after which the system automatically deducted a 30 service charge, leaving Yuanyuan with 20 silver coins and 69 copper coins. Fortunately, she believed that once her business officially commenced, she would undoubtedly earn a substantial profit. Regaining her composure, she approached the preparation station and activated the infinite water tap, filling a cup with pure water and pouring it into the production machine. Once the water level surpassed the pine needle section, she sealed the lid, and the machine's panel displayed a fermentation countdown of 1 hour. It didn't seem like a long wait, but one beverage felt rather insufficient. She needed to unlock more drinks. While waiting for the Sprite to be made, she accessed the lottery page once more, using her remaining 20 silver coins to initiate a standard draw. The lottery page began to spin, and soon items appeared. You have obtained 1 oatmeal, unlocking the oatmeal illustration. You have obtained 1 large bread, unlocking the large bread illustration. The items drawn this time were all food. After so much activity, Yuanyuan felt a pang of hunger upon seeing the food. She had been so preoccupied with embracing new experiences and gathering supplies for her shop that she had deliberately ignored her hunger. With ready-made food before her, she decided it was best to enjoy a hearty meal first. She retrieved the oatmeal from the system and placed it in a bowl, then went to the infinite water tap to pour a cup of rich, fragrant milk, combining the two into a delightful bowl of milk oatmeal. Milk oatmeal, a revitalizing breakfast, quick and convenient. The creamy milk and crunchy oatmeal are simply irresistible, ready for sale. This was promising. Did it imply that Yuanyuan could also sell her creations? Hastily, she took out the large bread, sliced 2 pieces, spread honey on one, and topped it with the other slice. Honey toast, sweet honey paired with the chewy texture of large bread toast slices. Well worth trying, ready for sale. Unexpectedly, her simple yet satisfying meal could be put up for sale, a delightful surprise indeed. Amid her joy, Yuanyuan did not forget to prepare a portion for the Kangaroo brothers. Before long, the large bread and oatmeal were entirely consumed. Ding! Your Sprite has been completed. Following the system's notification of completion, Yuanyuan eagerly opened the Sprite production machine. She observed that the pine needles had fully fermented, bubbles frothing within. She retrieved ice cubes from the system and added them, recalling the system's note that chilling would enhance the flavor. She wondered if the taste would be akin to the original. Yuanyuan then activated the small switch at the bottom of the machine and filled a cup with Sprite, bringing it to her lips. At the entrance, a refreshing chill accompanied by the effervescent, tingling sensation blossomed in the mouth, while the presence of sugar imparted a delightful sweetness, rendering the flavor quite exquisite. The effervescence of Sprite is abundant, with a unique taste that is further enhanced when chilled. Effect: Bubble magic increases comprehension by 5, trigger probability. Suggested selling price: 1 silver coin. Finally, the first beverage has been prepared. Yuanyuan filled a large cup for the Kangaroo brothers as well. After taking a sip, Meituan's eyes sparkled, and she gulped down the remaining drink. It seemed the Kangaroo brothers were equally fond of this product. Please, host, create a menu and actively prepare the dishes for opening the shop. Following the system notification, several green leaves appeared on the wooden table within the shop. Yuanyuan picked up the leaves, inspecting them closely and discovering that these system-generated leaves resembled paper. allowing for free handwriting. They were indeed perfect materials for crafting the menu. Chapter 8. Amy Yuanyuan utilized a specially designed pen provided by the system to meticulously list all the items deemed suitable for sale, along with the suggested prices. Initially, she contemplated marking the prices higher, considering her efforts in sourcing materials over the past few days, aiming to make a substantial profit. However, as she wrote, the ink vanished, with the system indicating that she must adhere to the suggested prices. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, given that the large loaves of bread and cereal had nearly been consumed by herself and the Kangaroo brothers. Yuanyuan opened the system's illustrated catalog mall to procure a batch of food items. The system had set relatively low prices for the goods. With only 69 copper coins remaining, she opted to purchase 3 large loaves of bread and 5 packets of cereal, using the remainder of her coins to acquire crafting materials. After this round of procurement, she found herself utterly penniless. Upon completing her purchases, Yuanyuan washed several bundles of fresh pine needles and crafted a new batch of chilled Sprite soda. Utilizing the assorted materials she acquired to create numerous small accessories using the Master Craftsman tool. Gem brooch, crafted from rosewood inlaid with rare, fragmented gems. This exquisite item showcases the unique craftsmanship of the Elven race and is a rare find, suitable for sale. Effect: reduces magical damage by 8. Suggested selling price: 20 silver coins. Silver arrowhead, sourced from ancient weapon remnants. Retaining its original marks, it adds a substantial weighty texture, suitable for sale. Effect: increases weapon damage by 9. Suggested selling price: 22 silver coins. Vinewood bracelet, made from exceptionally resilient vinewood, intricately carved with the unique floral patterns of the Elven race. It exudes a natural aura, suitable for sale. Effect: enhances nature magic by 10. Suggested selling price: 23 silver coins. What is happening, system? Yuanyuan inquired in astonishment, gazing at the results determined by the system. The materials used by the host are of high quality, combined with the enhancement of the Master Craftsman, resulting in products that not only score high, but also possess special effects. The impact of crafting materials on the finished product is indeed paramount. Ordinary materials, when enhanced by the expertise of a master artisan, may at best transform into aesthetically pleasing handicrafts, perhaps possessing slight efficacy. However, the utilization of superior materials significantly increases the likelihood of the final product becoming a magical artifact with unforeseen abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Yuanyuan expanded upon her response to the system. Indeed, she murmured, reflecting on how she had previously underestimated the value of the Master Artisan tool. This new batch of merchandise comprised a small portion of materials sourced from the system's catalog mall, while the majority came from the remnants of old weapons Yuanyuan scavenged from the group lake. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, she carefully selected weapon fragments that were relatively intact, unexpectedly yielding delightful surprises. However, what had transpired in that place? Why were there so many high-grade weapons scattered about? And why had the Elven clan not dispatched anyone to clear them? The system was unlikely to divulge such information, but Yuanyuan trusted that as she matured, these secrets would gradually unveil themselves. Having listed these magical artifacts in her boutique, Yuanyuan concluded her tasks as twilight descended. The exploration of new maps and the crafting of magical items had drained her considerably. Although the system provided support, the initiative lay firmly in her hands. Were it not for her recent level up, her factory-standard body would have succumbed to exhaustion. Closing the door to her milk tea shop and flipping the sign to read "Closed for Rest," Yuanyuan ascended to the second floor to cleanse and rejuvenate herself. Run! Run! Amy chanted in her mind, utterly fatigued. The darkness of the forest obscured her path, and anxiety gripped her heart. What should I do? Suddenly, arrows whizzed past her, and she dodged frantically, aware that stopping would mean being ensnared and facing an endless abyss. How dare she disrupt my business? I shall make her regret ever stepping into this world. A rotund merchant bellowed at the guards. Whoever captures her will be rewarded with 10 silver coins. The allure of wealth ignited the guards into a frenzy of attacks against Amy. Stop! Stop, you fools! I want to live! The merchant shouted in exasperation. Under the relentless assault, Amy felt her vitality waning. She sustained numerous injuries, yet her legs refused to relent. Survive! Survive! Echoed her mother's voice in her memory. urging her to escape. She was determined to live. The conviction to survive took root in her mind. Despite her bloodied face, her eyes remained bright and resolute, a faint silver halo radiating within them. Her speed intensified, faster and faster. "What is wrong with you useless fools? She's getting away. Chase her quickly." The guards fell further behind, losing ground as Amy surged ahead. Ahead, a vast expanse of pine forest emerged in her vision, guided by a voice in her mind that seemed to beckon her towards the sanctuary of the trees. Before the adults lay the forbidden territory of the Green Elf clan. "And we cannot proceed any further," declared the soldier in pursuit. "Though the elf race has waned, the Green Elf clan's strength remains formidable. It is not worth the risk for a mere commodity. However, allowing her to escape unscathed is far too lenient. Attack her with magic." A fireball struck Amy in the back, the force of the magic causing her to tumble to the ground. She glanced back at the merchant Libby, her fierce gaze sending a shiver down his spine. Enraged yet powerless, he realized that attacking further would only alert the elf clan's guards, leading to dire consequences for him. Even if she enters the forbidden land of the elves, it will be a dead end for her. "It is a pity she did not perish by my hand," the soldiers remarked as they swiftly retreated to human territory under the merchant's guidance. Amy quickly rose and, without looking back, sprinted towards the forbidden land Libby had mentioned. The pine forest, fraught with peril for humans, became her sanctuary. She cautiously navigated through the protective barrier established by the elves, the night air filled with a delicate mist. Directionless, she followed the faint instincts within her, moving deeper into the woods. Pain and hunger gnawed at her, and the untreated wounds bled profusely. The flora gradually blurred before her eyes until she could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. The sound of bells jingled. "Is someone there? Please, save me." Chapter 9. Healing in a tea shop, Yuanyuan was lost in a deep slumber. The intermittent cries for help infiltrated her dreams, awakening her from her peaceful state. What is happening? The echoes of distress had disrupted her previously blissful visions of prosperity, leaving her startled. Alone in the tea shop, she noted the lush trees surrounding her. "I did say this place was ill-suited for a shop. It has become a hot spot for supernatural occurrences." Calming herself, Yuanyuan listened intently. Aside from the wind chimes clinking in the breeze, there were no other sounds. Could it truly have been just a dream? Yet, why did I dream of such a thing? Perplexed, she intended to return to bed and reclaim her dreams when a scratching sound at the door interrupted her. The drawbacks of her enhanced physique, being disturbed by various noises during sleep. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed a nearby wooden stool. Although she was now an apprentice magician, she had not formally studied magic. Aside from her improved physical and mental state, she could not wield any magical skills. If a nefarious creature lurked outside, she would have to resort to physical means. Crouching low, she approached the door cautiously, placing her hand on the doorknob. Turning it slowly, she swung the door open and swiftly raised the wooden stool in a defensive posture. As the door swung open, a squirrel immediately appeared, anxiously chattering at her, occasionally gesturing towards the woods. Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief. It was merely a squirrel. What could it want from her? The squirrel approached and tugged at the hem of her pants, then turned and took a few steps into the woods, calling out again when it noticed Yuanyuan had not followed. Was the squirrel attempting to lead her somewhere? Yuanyuan tentatively followed the little creature, which, upon realizing she had complied, hastened its pace, darting swiftly towards a particular direction within the pine forest. Observing this, Yuanyuan quickened her steps as well. The pine forest at night was often shrouded in a light mist, but fortunately, the night elves possessed keen night vision, rendering the fog inconsequential. Before long, the squirrel guided Yuanyuan to a figure lying injured on the ground. "So this was the purpose of your summons. You wish for me to save this person?" The squirrel nodded in affirmation. Yuanyuan examined the individual's wounds closely, noting numerous injuries inflicted by weapons. The lack of treatment had resulted in significant blood loss, and a potent metallic scent saturated the air, likely the reason the squirrel had detected her presence. In addition to the multitude of fresh wounds, the person bore several old scars, remnants of previous injuries that had healed, leaving behind a tapestry of scar tissue. Alongside the weapon-inflicted wounds, there were signs of magical damage, particularly a large area on the back scorched by flames, which had become festering and swollen, surrounded by blisters of varying sizes. Aside from the face, the rest of the body was marred with injuries. Yuanyuan felt a pang of sorrow. The cruelty of the assault was appalling. Judging by the figure, she appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, at an age when one should be cherished and indulged by their parents. With great care, she brushed aside the girl's disheveled hair and was startled to discover that the girl's ears, like her own, were pointed. A half-elf, an offspring born of the union between elves and humans, possessing subtle yet discernible elven traits, typically exhibiting great beauty. It was no wonder her pointed ears were smaller and distinct from Yuanyuan's. Once she had gently cradled the half-elf girl in her arms, Yuanyuan turned to the squirrel and assured, "I shall take good care of her. You need not worry." After receiving her promise, the squirrel's form gradually became transparent, its silhouette slowly fading into the woods. Why? Why did it just disappear? Yuanyuan stammered, bewildered. Soul entity, a creature or essence forged under immense spiritual power. This little squirrel was a soul entity? But whose soul entity was it? Why had it guided her to save this half-elf girl? Yuanyuan's mind swirled with questions, but she shook her head, reminding herself that tending to the half-elf girl's wounds was of utmost urgency. The girl's injuries were grave, and the jostling on the way back could exacerbate her condition. Thus, Yuanyuan could only carefully carry the half-elf girl back to the milk tea shop at a measured pace. Upon returning to the quaint tea shop, she gently laid the girl upon the bed, contemplating the necessity of tending to the girl's wounds. Yet, a trepidation lingered within her, for she feared that her efforts might exacerbate the injuries. After all, she was no healer and lacked the expertise required for such delicate care. Anxiously, Yuanyuan inquired of the system, "Can I learn healing magic?" Healing magic is classified as advanced sorcery. The host's current magical proficiency allows only a mere glimpse into its realm, enabling her to utilize it with great difficulty. What shall I do then? I cannot simply watch her perish. I wish to attempt it. Please impart the method to me. Ding! Healing magic has been transferred to the host's inventory. A gentle reminder. Given the host's present magical capacity, she can only harness a mere 30% of the healing magic's potential. It is advisable for the host to act within her limits. Yuanyuan accepted the healing magic from her inventory, concentrating her thoughts as she chanted, "O great goddess of life, grant me the power to heal. Let life blossom anew, and let pain swiftly depart." A verdant glow emanated from her hands, and gradually, the wounds on the half-elf girl began to mend. Joy swelled within Yuanyuan. It appeared effective. She hastened the flow of her magical energy, feeling her strength rapidly deplete. The system's warning rang true. Healing magic demanded an immense amount of mana, and her scant reserves were but a drop in the ocean for the half-elf girl. Were there a blue mana bar to observe, it would reveal that hers had been diminished by over half. After a brief respite, she endeavored once more to wield healing magic. The system shop offered no potions for purchase, and her own funds were depleted due to her stock for the shop. In the pine grove, she was alone, bereft of other elves, healers, or remedies. Thus, Yuanyuan had no choice but to repeatedly draw upon her own magical reserves to heal the half-elf girl. Host, excessive use of mana may lead to self-harm. It is advisable to act within your limits. I understand, but I have made a promise to this spirit entity, and I shall fulfill it. As Yuanyuan tirelessly cast healing magic, the half-elf girl's condition finally stabilized. Chapter 10. The half-elf race Amy gradually awoke, surprisingly free from pain. Instead, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her. Her left hand seemed to be held by something. Turning her head, she beheld a figure with chestnut hair, pointed ears, and a slender form, a genuine elf. Had she not entered forbidden grounds? Why was there an elf dwelling within this sacred place? Doubt and curiosity swirled within Amy's mind. Yuanyuan, restless in her slumber, felt utterly drained from a night filled with magical exertion. Her essence felt as though it had been completely siphoned away. After the repeated application of healing magic, the half-elf girl had finally evaded the clutches of peril, yet Yuanyuan succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. As she turned her head, she slightly opened her eyes to find the half-elf girl gazing at her with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Yuanyuan's mind sharpened in that moment as she brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen upon her face and earnestly asked, "Are you all right? How do you feel? Is it better? Are you still in pain? Do you wish to drink some water?" A barrage of questions left the half-elf girl feeling utterly disoriented. Instinctively, she uttered, "I am quite hungry," and immediately afterward, her stomach let out a loud growl. "Very well, I shall fetch you something to eat," Yuanyuan exclaimed, springing up from her wooden stool, only to falter and tumble down again, her body still not fully recovered. The half-elf girl instinctively reached out to assist her. But Yuanyuan waved her off, assuring her, "It's nothing, just a bit of numbness from sitting too long." With that, she steadied herself against the bedside and cautiously rose, making her way down the stairs. "Yet your complexion is so pale, resembling someone who has overexerted their magical energy," the half-elf girl observed. Yuanyuan, enduring the piercing pain that coursed through her body, descended the stairs slowly, each step akin to walking on a razor's edge. "System, how long will it take for me to recover?" Yuanyuan inquired. Detection indicates that the host has overexerted their magical energy and is currently in a state of backlash. Recovery is expected to commence after 1 week. Yuanyuan accessed her character panel. Name, Yuanyuan. Status, backlash. Countdown, 7 days. Race, green elf level. Apprentice mage, level 11. Items, master of handicrafts, infinite water faucet assets. 0 buildings. Elf milk tea shop. 1. Surrounding cottage. 1 employees. Berry tart joy value. 51,000,000 reputation. Dragon clan 1100. Indeed, the character panel confirmed that she was in a state of backlash. However, her own situation was merely one of backlash. It was uncertain whether the half-elf girl would survive without timely aid. Yuanyuan made her way to the kitchen on the first floor. She retrieved 2 bowls of cereal, pouring milk into one. Uncertain if the half-elf girl would be accustomed to milk with her cereal, she poured a separate glass of milk for her, then took out a fresh loaf of bread. Slicing several pieces of toast and spreading honey upon them, she arranged the food on a tray. The half-elf girl would be her first guest. And although the ingredients were simple, the sense of ritual must not be overlooked. Yuanyuan gingerly carried the tray upstairs, setting a small table by the bed and carefully placing the tray upon it. The half-elf girl gazed curiously at the small table, but her attention was swiftly captured by the food. Currently, the ingredients in the shop are rather limited, but the taste is pleasant enough to satisfy your hunger. "I hope you do not mind," Yuanyuan said with a touch of embarrassment. "Not at all." The half-elf girl quickly shook her head. "Having food is more than enough. I'm truly grateful for your kindness." After handing the spoon and cereal to the half-elf girl, Yuanyuan remarked, "This is cereal. It's crunchy and quite delicious. Please do have a taste." The half-elf girl accepted the bowl of cereal, swallowing hard in restraint before setting it back down. Yuanyuan watched as the half-elf girl closed her eyes tightly, reverently forming a symbol with her hands before murmuring a few words. Then, she picked up the spoon and began to eat heartily. "Are you a believer?" Yuanyuan had encountered individuals of this nature on the Blue Star. Personally, she held no particular faith, but if compelled to choose, it would be the god of wealth. She picked up the bowl of milk-soaked cereal, savoring the delightful combination of the soft exterior and the crunchy interior, complemented by the rich aroma of milk. The half-elf girl, observing Yuanyuan's method of consumption, curiously attempted to replicate it by pouring half the milk into her cereal. Eagerly, she took a spoonful, and indeed, it was delectable. This novel approach dazzled her senses. After just a few bites, the cereal was nearly finished. She then reached for the honey toast on her plate, carefully taking a bite, though devoid of meat and vegetables. The sweetness of the honey and the chewy texture of the bread thoroughly satisfied her appetite. Ultimately, she lifted the remaining milk and drank it down in one gulp, the creamy essence spreading in her mouth, prompting tears to well up in her eyes. "Thank you for preparing this breakfast," the half-elf girl said, bowing towards Yuanyuan as she rose from her seat. "Oh, there's no need for that." Yuanyuan hastily gestured, wishing to help the half-elf girl to her feet. "It was merely breakfast. I haven't had such a splendid breakfast in ages," the half-elf girl cried. "My name is Amy. I'm a half-elf. I was imprisoned by a half-elf trader named Libby for 5 years. I used the last of my strength to escape into the Forbidden Land. Had I not encountered a kind elf lady, I might have perished, having been imprisoned for 5 years. It was no wonder that her body bore scars and was so frail, as if merely skin and bones." Yuanyuan had previously learned from the system that half-elves, being a hybrid of elves and humans, faced numerous societal challenges. Humans often looked down upon the half-elf race, believing that those not of their kind harbored ill intentions. As someone who once belonged to humanity, Yuanyuan was acutely aware of its inherent flaws. The decline of the elven race left them unable to extend protection to half-elves, who lived in dire conditions across the continent. Due to their elven lineage, half-elves typically possessed exquisite features, making them desirable commodities among human nobility. Where there is a market, there are those eager to profit. Thus, the half-elf trader Libby was emblematic of such exploitation. They captured beautiful half-elves and transported them to various black markets for sale, predominantly targeting the youth, leaving these half-elves with no means of resistance, destined to be sold and tormented. Yuanyuan approached Amy, helping her to her feet and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. You're safe now. Chapter 11. The new employee. You mentioned the Forbidden Land. Are you referring to the Pine Forest? Yes. Amy wiped her tears. My mother once told me that the Pine Forest is sacred to the Green Elves. No living creature can survive within. Then what about me? Am I no longer classified as a living being? Yuanyuan questioned, pondering the vibrant life teeming within the Pine Forest and its surrounding lakes, aside from the absence of elves. That I do not know. Perhaps my mother was unaware or simply did not have a chance to inform me. Is your mother an elf? Indeed, my mother is a true frost elf. She has imparted to me that the goddess of life protects each devout follower among her people. I pray day and night, and at last, I have been saved. As Amy spoke of her mother and her faith, her face radiated with a lively glow. Awaken, dear sister. It is I who rescued you. Yuanyuan silently lamented. Esteemed elf maiden, might you share a name with me? I am Yuanyuan, a green elf, she replied, still somewhat unaccustomed to her elven identity. Amy gently placed her right hand on her left shoulder, her head slightly bowed. I am grateful for the healing and the delightful sustenance you have provided. If your humble establishment requires assistance, I am willing to serve you. This statement left Yuanyuan momentarily flustered. Her pockets were entirely empty, and she lacked the means to hire help. Ding! A biological entity has initiated a contract invitation to the host. The contract feature is now activated, allowing the host to form contracts with other beings, thereby expanding the workforce to serve the establishment. Do you accept? Amy clearly expressed her sincere desire to stay and lend a hand, yet the financial situation of the little shop was far from optimistic. Indeed, it seemed perpetually bleak. This realization deepened Yuanyuan's sorrow. Where else could Amy go after leaving the Pine Forest? Remaining in her shop would at least provide her with bread to eat. With a resolute heart, Yuanyuan chose to accept. Congratulations. You have successfully entered into a contract with the half-elf, Amy. Employee profile name, Amy. Race, half-elf, with a trace of frost elf lineage. Details, a girl possessing a small amount of frost elf blood, brave and strong, kind and loyal, devoutly believing in the goddess of life. Friendly reminder, this employee is a worshiper of the goddess of life. Please refrain from any disrespectful actions regarding the goddess in her presence, as this may lead to discord between the employee and the host. Thankfully, Yuanyuan had not acted in a manner that belittled the goddess. Otherwise, the half-elf she had worked so hard to rescue might very well turn against her. Speaking of which, the incantations of healing magic indeed included the name of the goddess of life. It appeared that both the elves and half-elves shared their devotion to her. As a non-believer, would she seem too out of place? Perhaps she should feign belief. Amy sensed an emerging bond of restraint within her, drawing her closer to Yuanyuan. Was this what signing a contract felt like? It seemed that human nobility employed contract scrolls for such purposes. Manager, how may I assist you? Please, do not call me Manager Gu. That feels too formal. Simply refer to me as Yuanyuan. By the way, how old are you? Yuanyuan inquired, feeling a bit shy. I am 15 years old. Do not let my youth deceive you. I often aided my mother with tasks at home. Though Amy was 15, she appeared no older than 11 or 12, suggesting that her body had suffered greatly during her years of captivity. Yuanyuan felt an unsettling sense of guilt at the thought of asking her to work. I am 22. From now on, you may call me Sister Yuanyuan. Are there many half-elves like you captured under Libby's command? Libby is one of the merchants in the underground black market of Trace City, perpetually seeking half-elves for sale. Amy spoke of Libby with indignation, revealing that the underground market of Trace City is rife with individuals like herself who have been captured. The attractive ones are sold off, while those who resist face brutal whippings, and those deemed useless are disposed of by Libby, most likely eliminated. Amy bore numerous old scars, suggesting she had fiercely resisted. Throughout her 5 years of captivity, she never submitted. Instead, her will grew ever more resolute. Over these years, Amy honed herself into a sharp blade, and Libby's torment could not extinguish her brilliance. Sister Yuanyuan, I thought once I fled into the forbidden area, my death was inevitable, yet you rescued me. Why do you wish to open a shop in the pine forest? There are hardly any people here. Gu Yuanyuan replied, if I had a choice, I would not open a shop here. Is all tears. She couldn't very well say it was because the system lacked energy and had stalled. Suddenly, an idea struck her. It is the goddess of life who guided me to build this shop here. She bestowed upon me the wondrous tool system and directed me to bring food and sweetness to those in distress. Gu Yuanyuan declared passionately. Amy, the half-elf, was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yuanyuan's words, believing her to be truly favored by the divine, and she fervently prayed several times. Life is arduous, and it all hinges on performance. You shall sleep with me tonight. The shop currently has no extra rooms. For the next few days, you can help with cleaning. With that, Gu Yuanyuan settled Amy in and proceeded downstairs to prepare takeout orders. There was no other option. Looking at Amy's frail body, she felt unable to assign her any heavy tasks. Moreover, aside from exploring new maps, there was little else to do. During their conversation, she received an order from the dragon tribe. Abigail's order. Abigail adores glittering gems and wishes to purchase some from you to adorn her lair. Completing this order will yield a reward of 5 joy points and currency to be covered by the customer. A gentle reminder. There is a certain probability of receiving additional rewards upon completing this order. Will you accept? Gu Yuanyuan accepted the order. While exploring the lake clusters, she had collected not only weapon remnants, but also numerous gems, some used for crafting magical items, while many were kept for her own collection. Those gems were simply too exquisite. Given enough time, she would happily fill a large sack with all she could carry. Gu Yuanyuan retrieved several gems from her backpack, gazing at them longingly before resolutely placing them in the package box. She summoned Meituan and quickly stuffed the package into his hands, performing the series of actions swiftly, fearful of regret. Chapter 12. In the midst of the storm wait, Gu Yuanyuan suddenly called out to Meituan, who was about to set off. She retrieved a glass soda bottle exchanged from the system's catalog, filled it with Sprite from the Sprite-making machine, sealed it, and handed it to Meituan. Make sure to deliver this as well. She is the only customer at the store so far. How can we overlook her share with a new stock arriving? Meituan nodded, accepting the several bottles of Sprite that Gu Yuanyuan had offered, placing them into her package. After ensuring her equipment was ready, she set off with the parcel. Notification. The rider has accepted the order and is currently delivering it. The system's delivery page promptly displayed the notification. In a state of backlash, Gu Yuanyuan felt drained and perpetually fatigued. Fortunately, apart from Abigail's order, there was no other business for the store at the moment, allowing her a brief respite. As she prepared to ascend to the second floor, the sound of rain began to patter against the window. Dark clouds loomed, and the sky gradually dimmed, with the rain intensifying. Amy hurriedly closed the store's doors and windows, calling out to Gu Yuanyuan, who was on the second floor resting. Meanwhile, Amy dashed outside to bring in the exhibited items from a nearby small shed, shutting its door tightly. Just as she was about to return to the store, a notification suddenly appeared on the system. Due to adverse weather conditions, the delivery time for this order will be delayed, and the system will impose an additional 10 service fee to compensate the staff. Gu Yuanyuan felt she finally understood the meaning of when it rains, it pours. As she was about to head back to the store, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated the entire pine forest as if under a massive incandescent bulb. It was lightning. Moments later, a series of thunderous roars erupted in the sky. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, it seemed as though the protective barrier enveloping the forest trembled slightly. Gu Yuanyuan concentrated and looked more closely, noticing that the barrier appeared intact. Surely, she must have been mistaken. According to the system, this protective barrier had existed for many years. Such a monumental project concerning racial security could not possibly have flaws. Could it? With the lightning flashing and thunder booming in her ears, fierce winds swirled, and the dark clouds loomed ominously, making the entire pine forest feel like the end of the world. Raindrops hit the ground, creating a steamy mist, and the visibility within the forest began to diminish. Gu Yuanyuan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Yuanyuan, hurry back. Amy's voice snapped Yuanyuan out her thoughts. She rushed towards a small store, but unexpectedly tripped over something, falling to the ground. Mud and rainwater splattered across her face, and her clothes became soiled. Anger flared within her as she turned to see a green, bald head emerging from the ground. Not you again. How could it be you again? Both Yuanyuan and the earth spirit Pino exclaimed in unison. Pino quickly emerged from the soil, preparing to flee. Yuanyuan seized his hand and questioned, "What do you think you're sneaking off to in the Kaya forest, Miss Fairy? As for the previous incident, Pino has already compensated you, so do let me be." She scoffed. "If it weren't for my cleverness last time, you would have swindled me out of all my coins. And now, are you daring to sneak into the fairy territory once more? What nefarious deeds do you intend to commit?" Yuanyuan constrained Pino, her voice laced with suspicion. "No, absolutely not. I am merely a merchant. Just a merchant," Pino hastily retorted. "Is that so?" Yuanyuan remained skeptical, for the system had portrayed the goblin clan as treacherous, even advising her to be wary of being swindled, bolded. "In such heavy rain, it isn't safe for a goblin like you to hide underground. Why not come to my little shop for a respite? My store offers excellent value, and I assure you, there is no deception here." The goblin Pino appeared reluctant, his eyes darting around, muttering, but there's no room for but. Yuanyuan tugged Pino toward the shop. This goblin, frequently seen in the Kaya forest, surely harbored ill intentions, especially during this downpour. Pino felt uneasy, being on someone else's turf. He couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he sensed that this young sprite possessed considerable strength. Reluctantly, Pino was ushered in the quaint shop, where Amy promptly handed Yuanyuan a towel. "Miss Half-Elf, might I trouble you for a towel for Pino as well?" Pino scrutinized Amy's pointed ears before asking. "Sister Yuanyuan." Amy glanced at her, testing the waters, having observed the tension between Yuanyuan and the goblin. "Of course, our esteemed goblin guest deserves nothing less," Yuanyuan replied with a bright smile, placing emphasis on the word esteemed. "Amy, do fetch one, and bring the menu as well, so Mr. Pino can select at his leisure." The way she emphasized select sounded more like a veiled compulsion to Pino's ears. "Very well, please hold on a moment," Amy said as she headed to the kitchen. "Mr. Pino, may I excuse myself to change upstairs?" Yuanyuan continued to smile sweetly. Of course," Pino hurriedly responded, internally lamenting his predicament. Why had the sprite's demeanor changed so strangely? He felt akin to a mouse caught by its tail, left only to squeak in despair while awaiting his fate. Yuanyuan was unperturbed by Pino's inner turmoil. She was already preparing to graciously entertain this guest, while subtly extracting information from him. She had a hunch that Pino harbored secrets, for goblins traversed the continent and were known to be well-informed. After all, this very goblin had once generously sponsored her shop's opening funds. Thus he could indeed be considered a valued patron. Once again, he found himself in a peculiar predicament. In the vast expanse of the pine forest, it was rather unfortunate, or rather fortunate, that he encountered himself repeatedly. Chapter 13. The strange little shop seizing the opportunity while Yuanyuan ascended the stairs to change her attire. Pino meandered around the first floor of the bubble tea shop. To his astonishment, this little establishment, run by the elfin offspring, was surprisingly well equipped. With his keen eye, he discerned that all the equipment was of exquisite alchemical craftsmanship. "Sir, here is the menu. Please take your time to peruse it," said Amy, approaching the goblin Pino and presenting him with a meticulously crafted menu. "Thank you," Pino replied, taking the menu and examining it closely. The texture was delightful, but wait, wasn't this made of sonnetree leaves? A splendid material for crafting magical armor. And yet here it was, repurposed for a menu. Such a waste of resources. Concealing his surprise, Pino offered a friendly smile to Amy, who was observing him intently. As Yuanyuan ascended, she had quietly instructed Amy to keep a vigilant eye on Pino to prevent any mischievous antics. Amy soon realized that this goblin patron was indeed peculiar. He wandered the shop, exclaiming in astonishment and sighing frequently, often reaching out to touch various items. Amy concurred with Yuanyuan's assessment. This customer was undeniably strange. He even attempted to burrow into the ground. Had it not been for Amy's quick reflexes to stop him, the goblin would have already vanished into the earth. The menu offered a limited selection, and Pino quickly scanned through it. "Miss Half-Elf," he addressed Amy, pointing at several dishes on the menu. "Might I inquire what Sprite is, and what about this cereal loaf?" These names were entirely unfamiliar to him, even after traversing the entire continent. That is a specialty of the shop, crafted by Sister Yuanyuan. Amy beamed with pride. Sister Yuanyuan described Sprite as a carbonated beverage that is sweet and effervescent, while the cereal loaf is a crunchy delicacy that pairs exquisitely with milk. Then I shall have one of each, please, Miss Half-Elf. My name is Amy, she replied. Certainly, sir, please hold on. Amy retrieved the menu and made her way to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Given the simplicity of the current offerings, she eagerly volunteered to take charge. Despite Yuanyuan's initial intention for her to rest for a few days before resuming work. However, unable to resist Amy's persistent requests, Yuanyuan relented. Her complexion appeared significantly paler than Amy's, who harbored feelings of guilt for her injuries sustained at her rescue attempt. Thus she was eager to alleviate the burdens of running the shop. The goblin Pino had been intently observing Amy's figure. If he was not mistaken, this half-elf child had likely suffered abuse in the past. Her frail physique and the scars visible on her arms were telltale signs of severe mistreatment. The elven race, known for their reverence towards their progeny, would never resort to violence against even half-elves. This situation reminded him of what he had witnessed among half-elf traffickers. Curiously, he had initially thought that the small shop run by the elven child was merely a playful endeavor with her parents, as elves are notoriously indulgent towards their young. To his surprise, the child was genuinely dedicated to managing her shop. Over the years, green elves had offered assistance to half-elves, yet they seemed oblivious to the elven child living in their midst, allowing her to operate her shop in a forbidden place. How peculiar. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and Pino turned his gaze to the dark clouds, sensing a colossal entity shifting within them. He pondered how long this chaotic battle would endure. Mister. Pino appears quite knowledgeable about this impending storm. Just then, Yuanyuan, having changed her attire, descended the stairs and overheard Pino's murmured thoughts. She found herself brimming with questions, wondering if Mr. Pino would be willing to enlighten her. Pino, realizing the potential for trouble, wished he had kept his mouth shut. At that moment, Amy approached with a tray holding prepared Sprite, milk cereal, and hearty bread. No hurry, Pino thought, eager to delay the inevitable, hoping to make a discreet escape while the elven child was distracted. It's best for Mr. Pino to sample the shop's specialties as we dine and converse. I apologize for the limited menu. We have only just opened. Does she think she can't see through my intention to stall? Amy thought, keeping her gaze fixed on Pino, determined to extract information from him. Pino first took a sip of the Sprite, which was said to burst with bubbles upon contact with the tongue. The effervescence filled his mouth, offering a sweet sensation, refreshing with the addition of ice. He finished the drink in one go and then moved on to the crispy cereal, which, after absorbing the milk, presented a richer flavor and aroma. Nodding in approval, he finally picked up the honeyed bread, which was delightfully chewy on the outside, yet soft within, and the sticky honey made each bite a joyous experience. The food crafted by the elven maiden was both novel and delectable. Was this a new creation of the elven race? Pino found it hard to believe that such culinary delights could originate from the child before him, for elves traditionally favored simplicity in their meals, preferring unprocessed fruits and vegetables. Rarely did they delve into the intricacies of cooking, believing that the natural state of food was the best. There is no need to keep calling me Miss Elf. My full name is Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan observed Pino devour the food on the table, clearly satisfied with the gobliness appetite. This food was prepared by me. If you find it insufficient, Mr. Pino, feel free to order more. Only she possessed the system that produced the food, which was publicly attributed to her own efforts. No need for that. Miss Yuanyuan is aware that I am a traveling merchant across the continent. I wonder if I might procure some provisions from you? Of course, this is a significant transaction. How much does Mr. Pino require? As per customary practice, I would need to acquire some goods in advance to assess the market. The goblin Pino twirled the emerald ring on his right hand. Then I shall require 300 bottles of Sprite, 150 loaves of rye bread, and some cereal. 300 bottles of Sprite, 150 loaves of rye bread, and cereal. Those are manageable. Miss Yuanyuan can directly exchange for them in the system's catalog. However, the Sprite necessitates gathering materials for production. The machine produces only 30 bottles at a time, and crafting 300 bottles would take approximately 10 hours. Chapter 14. The transaction, is there a problem? Pino inquired, observing Yuanyuan's silence. Indeed, there lies a significant issue. I do not possess sufficient stock. When I seek to profit, there are no customers, and when a substantial order arrives, I cannot fulfill it. It is challenging, exceedingly so. We have no issue supplying the rye bread and cereal, but for the Sprite, we can presently offer only 60 bottles. Additionally, our shop traditionally requires a deposit before delivery. I wonder if Mr. Pino could accept this? After a moment of contemplation, Yuanyuan replied, "Let us secure the deposit first. Thereafter, we can directly exchange for rye bread and cereal from the system's marketplace. As for the Sprite, it is constrained by objective factors. 60 bottles is far too few. How long would it take Miss Yuanyuan to produce 300 bottles of Sprite?" Pino inquired, having high hopes for the product named Sprite. He envisioned its splendid success in his hands, at which point he would no longer be the novice goblin in others' eyes, but rather the esteemed merchant, Pino. The 300 bottles had already become a lowered expectation for his supply. If the materials are ample, it would take approximately a day. However, we are currently experiencing a storm, and the materials for Sprite are insufficient. At present, I can only provide an additional 30 bottles. Due to a shortage of production materials and the torrential downpour preventing any collection efforts, Yuanyuan had only some pine needles in her backpack, enough to craft another 30 bottles. Perhaps Mr. Pino could wait a few days? I fear I cannot afford to wait any longer. I have a batch of goods that needs to be sold urgently, and furthermore, we are within the territory of the Elves. I cannot linger. Miss Yuanyuan, you are aware that we are indeed in Elven territory, yet you persist in burrowing into their domain. This is the deposit. I believe it should sufficiently cover my goods. The remainder shall serve as a gesture of friendship with Miss Yuanyuan. The goblin waved his right hand, revealing 10 gleaming gold coins on the table. Yuanyuan has struck it rich. Remain composed. We have yet to extract further information. Very well, I shall accept this for now. Yuanyuan, composed and unhurried, moved her fingers, and the 10 coins automatically settled into her backpack. The gemstone ring adorning the opponent's right hand is likely a spatial magical artifact. Such an advanced magical item indicates that the individual possesses a modicum of strength. Although Yuanyuan lacks spatial tools, she is fortunate to have a system backpack, which prevents her from losing face. Amy, please head to the kitchen and pack 90 bottles of Sprite, along with 150 servings of large rye bread and cereal. Yuanyuan had discreetly exchanged a sufficient quantity of the rye bread and cereal from the system all and placed the remaining ingredients for creating Sprite in the kitchen for Amy to manage with ease. Understood, Sister Yuanyuan, Amy replied from the kitchen. Now, let us return to the original topic. What constitutes a melee? As a partner, Mr. Pino should not conceal anything from me regarding this matter, should he? Of course, even if I were to remain silent. It is likely that the elders of the elf clan would inform Miss Yuanyuan, would it not? Pino inquired cautiously, eager to discern whether she was alone or had some backing. If she was solitary, you might divulge some information to Yuanyuan, for despite her reclusive nature, her displayed capabilities and the sustenance she provided suggested immense commercial potential. Open communication would facilitate deeper collaboration. Conversely, if she had support, it would complicate matters, as he would not merely be conversing with Yuanyuan, but with the elders of the elf clan behind her, thus risking the exposure of his true intentions in this forbidden land. To be candid, in the pine forest, I am the sole elf, Yuanyuan replied, evidently comprehending the underlying meaning in Pino's words. Mr. Pino can rest assured that our conversation today will remain between us, with no third party privy to our discourse. While conducting trade during my passage through Tress City, I learned that the lord of the city is planning a dragon hunt. Dragon hunt? The mere mention of this phrase stirred a tempest within Yuanyuan. After she rescued Amy, the system's map function illuminated this segment, revealing that Tress City is the southern stronghold of the human empire, bordering the territories of the Green Elf clan and the Dragon clan. The convergence of various races has rendered it a city rife with underground trade. Despite the historical discord between humans and dragons, both sides typically adhere to their agreements, engaging only in verbal skirmishes. It is shocking that a city lord would dare to breach such an agreement and formally wage war against the Dragon clan. This time is different, Pino remarked. The dragons initiated the provocation. Humans tend to engage in covert actions against the dragons, as they struggle to penetrate even the dragon scales in direct confrontations. Notably, the dragons have exhibited a more restrained temperament in recent years, rarely seeking to provoke humans. This time, it was a thunder dragon they call Albrecht who wreaked havoc in the city. He attacked anyone clad in silver armor and white robes, instilling panic among the populace. As countless individuals became casualties caught in the crossfire, I narrowly escaped Tress City using the unique methods of the goblins. Arriving here, Pino recounted, his voice tinged with trepidation. In the face of impending war, status and wealth hold little value. Power is the true measure of all. What do the silver armor and white robes signify in the system? Yuanyuan quietly inquired of the system in her heart. The noble knights of the human empire donned golden armor, while the common knights wore silver. Most humans worshipped the god of light, and within the city, many edifices were dedicated to the Church of Light, where the attire of the faithful was characterized by white robes adorned with golden sun patterns. As I slipped away, I faintly heard Albrecht uttering words about returning Irina to him. This was the entirety of my knowledge regarding the chaotic skirmish. Pino earnestly remarked, and suddenly, as if recalling something, he inquired, Miss Yuanyuan, earlier outside, I spotted a quaint mushroom cottage. Was that also constructed by you? Indeed. That is a small shop dedicated to selling magical artifacts, she replied. After exchanging a few words, the conversation naturally gravitated back to the matter of trade, which aligned perfectly with Yuanyuan's intentions, for amassing wealth was her ultimate goal. Miss Yuanyuan is surprisingly skilled in crafting magical artifacts. Creating such items requires a certain talent, a rarity among the masses. Magical artifacts hold significant value for both powerful and less adept magic users. The gemstone ring Pino possessed was a spatial magical artifact, a considerable investment he procured from the black market, which justified his astonishment. Chapter 15. New Milk Tea. These are merely low-tier magical artifacts, crafted during my leisure hours, and my stock is limited. If Mr. Pino is interested, he may purchase a few. Yuanyuan could not mass-produce magical artifacts due to a lack of materials and her current state of rebound, which rendered her unable to utilize the craftsman master tools. As the system had informed her, then I shall take a few home. Here is a deposit for the magical artifacts. Pino presented 10 gold coins. It was indeed noteworthy that the elven novice, despite being merely an apprentice magician, could independently craft low-tier magical artifacts and offer such an array of curious items for sale, making him eager to establish a deeper rapport. Very well. Yuanyuan felt a surge of joy within. Another substantial order was secured. Keeping her expression neutral, she waved her hand, and an assortment of magical artifacts appeared on the dining table. These are the goods, Mr. Pino. Please take a moment to inspect them. The inventory of the small shop was managed entirely by the system, allowing Yuanyuan to access items at will. Pino examined the magical artifacts crafted by Yuanyuan. Although they were of low tier, their craftsmanship was exquisite, indicating they were of superior quality among low-tier artifacts. Miss Yuanyuan's skills are indeed remarkable. Pino stored the magical artifact from the table into his spatial ring. At that moment, Amy also completed the preparation of the goods and presented them before Pino. Here are 90 bottles of Sprite, 150 portions of large rye bread, and some cereals. Please count them, Mr. Pino, Amy stated. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Amy. Pino glanced at the items, confirming their accuracy before also placing them into his ring. He then stood, adjusting his tie with a semblance of formality. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. I hope that next time, Miss Yuanyuan will bring me even more surprises. I look forward to our next meeting, Yuanyuan politely responded. After Pinocchio nodded and was about to slip away, he suddenly paused, his green ears twitching ever so slightly. It seemed that Miss Yuanyuan was experiencing a prosperous day, with another wave of customers en route. Pinocchio emphasized the phrase "another wave" with a noticeable inflection. Another wave of customers, she announced, declaring today to be her day of joy. After so many days of operation, she finally had a substantial influx of patrons. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Pinocchio. Please, take care. Seeing that Yuanyuan understood his intent, Pinocchio hastily departed, determined that no matter the race of the second batch of customers, he must not allow them to witness his presence in the territory of the elves. He needed to make a swift exit. Amy, come with me to the kitchen to prepare the food. Yuanyuan smiled as she bid farewell to Pinocchio, then immediately turned to Amy. Pinocchio had indicated that the next customers would be a group, suggesting more than one person. However, most of her food had already been taken by Pinocchio, necessitating her to begin preparations anew to welcome the guests. First, Yuanyuan replenished her stock with some large loaves, cereals, and pine needle from the system's marketplace. After handing the loaves and cereals to Amy for handling, She proceeded to create a new batch of Sprite. During the interval of making the Sprite, she opened the lottery pool. It was time to expand her shop's menu once again, emboldened by the funds in her pocket. With a grand gesture, she declared, 20 ordinary draws. The system's lottery interface began to spin rapidly. You have obtained Black Sugar Pearls 1 pack, unlocking the Black Sugar Pearls illustration. You have obtained Syrup 1 bottle, unlocking the Syrup illustration. You have obtained Black Tea 1 bottle, unlocking the Black Tea illustration. You have obtained Pudding 1, unlocking the Pudding illustration. You have obtained Red Beans 1 pack, unlocking the Red Beans illustration. You have obtained Oreos 1 pack, unlocking the Oreos illustration. You have obtained Chocolate 1, unlocking the Chocolate illustration. This round of lottery cost Yuanyuan a total of 2 gold coins, yet the rewards were plentiful, allowing her to once again diversify the beverages in her little shop. She planned to introduce 3 new milk tea flavors, primarily due to her current lack of energy, which hindered her ability to produce drinks for extended periods. She also decided not to send Amy away. Firstly, once the milk tea shop was operational, one person alone would be insufficient to manage production. Secondly, Amy had already signed a contract with her, and Yuanyuan had faith in the system's contract. Thus, she instructed Amy to learn diligently from her. Ever since the girl had heard that she was sent by the goddess of life to run the shop, she had firmly believed it, which caused Yuanyuan some concern. Only she knew the truth was fabricated, and she pondered what would happen if the deception were ever uncovered. Yet, overthinking was futile. She resolved to focus on the tasks at hand. Yuanyuan retrieved a glass from the system and adorned its inner walls with the luscious black sugar syrup. She then added 2 spoonfuls of black pearls. After brewing the red tea with boiling water, she infused it with milk and granulated sugar, stirring it until the sugar dissolved. Once the milk tea was perfectly blended, she poured it into the glass, finishing off the creation with a few ice cubes. This marked her inaugural cup of milk tea, crafted according to the system's artisanal recipe. Eagerly, she took a sip. The sweet, fragrant milk tea tasted just like the one from Blue Star. Next, she fetched another pristine glass. It must be noted that the system was truly considerate, as the kitchen tools were thoroughly equipped, saving Yuanyuan the trouble of preparation and considerably shortening her time. She placed a modest amount of syrup into the glass, followed by 2 spoonfuls of sweet red beans. After brewing the red tea, she poured an appropriate amount into a mixture of milk and granulated sugar, stirring until the sugar dissolved. She then added the prepared milk tea into the glass and topped it with ice cubes, creating a delightful cup of red bean milk tea. She presented this cup to Amy, who watched with eager eyes. After gratefully accepting the red bean milk tea from Yuanyuan, Amy hastily took a sip, becoming enraptured by the sweet and rich flavor of the beverage. Sister Yuanyuan, what is this? It's absolutely delicious. This cup you are enjoying is called red bean milk tea. The one I just had was black sugar pearl milk tea. Next, we will craft a drink known as pudding milk tea. How marvelous! I never imagined I could indulge in such a noble beverage as tea. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan. Amy expressed, visibly moved. Yuanyuan smiled gently. The preparation of pudding milk tea was quite similar to that of the previous black sugar pearl and red bean milk teas, with the only difference being the substitution of pudding for the ingredients. Following the recipe with ease, she skillfully completed the drink. Black sugar pearl milk tea, a classic milk tea featuring plump, sweet pearls combined with rich milk tea, a must-have this spring. Effect: increase comprehension of fire magic by 10, probability of activation. Ingredients: black sugar pearls, syrup, red tea, milk, ice cubes, granulated sugar. Suggested selling price: 5 silver coins. Red bean milk tea, a classic milk tea that incorporates soft, sweet red beans, capturing the hearts of many girls. Effect: increase comprehension of water magic by 8, probability of activation. Ingredients: red beans, syrup, red tea, milk, ice cubes, granulated sugar. Suggested selling price: 5 silver coins. Pudding milk tea, a delightful combination of sweet, smooth pudding and milk tea, sure to win hearts with its simplicity. Effect: increase comprehension of healing magic by 6, probability of activation. Ingredients: pudding, syrup, red tea, milk, ice cubes, granulated sugar. Suggested selling price: 5 silver coins. The system provided evaluations for the 3 milk teas, and Yuanyuan diligently recorded each one onto the menu. Chapter 16, Uriel, Part 1, Lumina, Hurry Up. The rain is growing heavier, called out the boy clad in a deep blue magical robe, clutching his staff, as he urged the girl behind him, who was struggling to manage her long skirt. Do not rush me. It is your fault, dear brother. Had you not persistently urged me, I would not have sneaked out with you, the golden-haired maiden retorted aloud, her long skirt sullied by muddy water, her meticulously chosen shoes now equally besmirched. With much seeping inside, Lumina felt both dirty and uncomfortable. Professor Uriel, how much further is it? She inquired softly, glancing at the slender figure ahead. Adorned with a sheathed sword, her voice laced with shyness. Soon, Uriel replied, his gaze fixed on the shadowy pine forest that loomed in the darkness, his expression growing increasingly grave. The breach in the elven protective barrier. Could it be attributed to Albrecht? This mad dragon? Uriel's cool, magnetic voice echoed in her mind, prompting Lumina to discreetly clutch her heart. The handsome voice was truly enchanting. Lumina, stop daydreaming and hurry, scolded Kale. Kale, it is quite rude to openly expose a girl's feelings. No wonder no girls wish to approach you, Lumina retorted, quickening her pace while bantering with the fourth member of their group. Professor, just ahead lies the territory of the Green Elves. Shall we proceed? Leon inquired, observing the encroaching pine woods. The elves seldom interacted with humans. However, this did not imply the absence of conflict. On the contrary, due to the mistreatment of half-elves by human nobles, relations have become increasingly delicate. Why not? The situation in Tress City is dire. Our only choice now is to seek refuge there. It appears that humans have touched Albrecht's sore spot. Humans, as ever, are repugnant. Uriel pondered, knowing he must remain incognito. Tress City was alarmingly close to the forbidden ground, and should Albrecht lose control, he might breach the protective barrier, endangering the elves. As for these youths, let them consider it a favor to the Ding family. As Uriel contemplated, the elven protective barrier came into view. Professor, allow me to cleave it open, Kale proposed, raising his heavy sword as if to strike the barrier before him. Do you think this is your family's watermelon? This is the elven protective barrier, not something one can simply slice through. Lumina rolled her eyes at Kale, confident that Uriel would find a solution. Lumina, you should address me as Professor, Uriel chided, casting a glance at her. Everyone step back. I shall open it. Lumina thought Uriel looked quite handsome when he was stern. Hee, she giggled. Kale, Lumina, and Leon all took a few steps back. Uriel theatrically brandished his sword near the barrier, and suddenly, a small opening appeared. He feigned effort and shouted to the three behind him, quickly, enter. The trio hastily slipped through the small gap in the barrier, followed closely by Uriel. The pine forest was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their view. Uriel conjured a glowing orb, guiding the three deeper into the woods. The pine forest appeared as usual, save for the faint cracks on the protective canopy above, which eased Yuri's anxious heart slightly. Professor, there's light over there, Leon suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward a direction within the pine grove. Following Leon's indication, Yuri indeed spotted a glimmer of light seeping from one side of the forest. Revealing that they were not alone, others were traversing the woods. Let us investigate, Yuri suggested, his heart sinking anew. The pine forest and the surrounding lakes were the hallowed resting grounds of the former Green Elf tribe's Saint, Seraphiana, and were considered forbidden territory. Due to the perennial mist safeguarding the area and the need to preserve the former saint's repose, the patrolling elves deliberately avoided this locale. Yet now, it seemed that intruders had breached this sacred space. Only tribe members were permitted entry. It was troubling to think that a thoughtless kin might disturb the saint's eternal peace. It appeared that he would need to take the time to educate his people. In stark contrast to Yuri's somber demeanor, Lumina and her companions were visibly exhilarated. Although the trio were students of the Magic Academy, they had never encountered true elves before. The human nobility's penchant for trading half-elves stemmed from their beauty. Thus, the allure of authentic elves was even more tantalizing. With such thoughts igniting their excitement, they stealthily approached Yuanyuan's milk tea shop. Upon entering the source of the light, they discovered it was indeed a shop, one they had never heard of, a milk tea establishment. Professor, Leon whispered, should we go in? Let us proceed, Yuri replied coldly, eager to ascertain which elf dared to operate a shop in the sacred resting place of the saint. Yuri ascended the shop's steps and gently rang the bell hanging on the door. The craftsmanship was commendable, though he pondered where the shells had been sourced. It seemed this elf not only dared to stir trouble in the resting place of the former saint, but had also ventured to windward port. Yuri slowly narrowed his eyes, realizing the distance traveled. Meanwhile, inside the shop, Yuanyuan remained blissfully unaware of Yuri's inner thoughts. She was busy preparing dishes with Amy when a sudden chime announced the arrival of a visitor, accompanied by a cool, resonant voice. "May we come in to take shelter from the rain?" "Amy, I leave the kitchen to you." Yuanyuan swiftly removed her apron and instructed Amy. "Of course, Yuanyuan. Please. Come in." Yuanyuan turned the doorknob, welcoming the voice's owner inside. Yuri, bathed in the warm glow of the shop, gradually revealed his figure. Yuanyuan. What a handsome gentleman, she mused. Yuri, with his silver hair and form-fitting robe accentuating his tall stature, exuded the elegance of a skilled swordsman. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a silver longsword sheathed at his side. "Greetings, Miss Elf," he said, lifting his gaze to meet Yuanyuan's eyes. In a deep, measured tone, he continued, "Is pouring outside. May we seek refuge in your establishment?" His eyes sparkled like cold stars, and his striking features stood in tranquil poise, reminiscent of a solitary, proud moon. "Hello, please come in," Yuanyuan said, staring blankly at Yuliel's face until he greeted her, which brought her back to her senses. She stepped aside to open the door. In fact, Yuliel had also been in a state of shock since Yuanyuan had opened the door. It was astonishing to discover a young green sprite. The census among the green sprite population was conducted meticulously, with every newborn carefully documented by professionals, including details such as birth time, name, and parents. While Yuliel could not possibly know the specifics of every young sprite, one thing was certain: the parents of this particular sprite must have encountered some issues. The sprite community took great care of each youngling, ensuring that none were left to fend for themselves before reaching adulthood, let alone being abandoned in a forbidden area to manage a shop alone. Such behavior reflected poorly on negligent parents. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Yuliel quietly observed Yuanyuan. "I am Yuliel," he began, but before he could finish, Lumina eagerly stepped forward, grasping Yuanyuan's hand. "Greetings, beautiful and charming sprite. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lumina, and this is my brother, along with my classmate." "How rude of you, human," Yuliel interjected. "Are we unworthy of names, Leon and Keller?" From the moment Lumina had laid eyes on Yuanyuan, her heart had been aflame with excitement, for Yuanyuan was irresistibly adorable. Lumina possessed many plush dolls sent by her mother, as a member of the human aristocracy. Such delightful toys were never in short supply. Yet, there was one doll she particularly adored, for Yuanyuan bore a striking resemblance to it. Both had wavy brown hair, slender figures, exquisite features, and fair skin. What captivated most were Yuanyuan's amber eyes, warm and enchanting. Like a playful, fluffy kitten, a mere gaze exchanged with her could leave one entranced. Lumina felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The handsome Yuliel, the enchanting sprite, and her own alluring self. Was this truly a paradise for beauties? Ahem, Leon coughed, noticing his sister's familiar exuberance. "Lumina, do not offend sprite." Lumina found her brother rather tiresome, especially with the intrusion of two unsightly individuals. She discreetly rolled her eyes at Leon and gently withdrew her hand from Yuanyuan, noting how soft and smooth the sprite's skin was. Yuanyuan had been taken aback when the golden-haired girl, claiming to be Lumina, had touched her so freely. Lumina had embraced her, cuddled her, and kissed her, as if she wished to carry her away. The key point was that Lumina's figure was undeniably striking, and Yuanyuan had felt the undeniable allure of her presence. It was indeed Leon's cough that saved her from the awkward encounter, and she silently breathed a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance toward him. "Hello, I am Lumina's brother, Leon Dean, the eldest son of the Dean family. My sister has just been somewhat rude. I apologize on her behalf." Leon was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Lumina's antics. Seemingly unaware of the name of this enchanting young lady. "I am Yuanyuan," she hastily declared. Yuanyuan, a rather peculiar name, surely indicative of unreliable parents, thought Yuliel. "Very well," Leon smiled. "I extend my apologies to Miss Yuanyuan on behalf of Lumina." "Oh, no need, no need," Yuanyuan quickly waved her hand. "It is nothing at all. Miss Lumina is quite warm-hearted, as long as Miss Yuanyuan doesn't mind. This is our friend and classmate, Keller." Leon gestured toward the knight standing at the rear, sword in hand, who was also an exemplary student of Sigwat's Magic Academy. So, you all seem to have forgotten about me. I suppose I shall have to catch up on my assignments, Yuliel remarked. What is Sigwat's? Surely not Hogwarts? Ah, so you are students of Sigwat's Magic Academy. Welcome, welcome. It is a great honor, Yuanyuan replied. It sounds quite impressive, indeed, she added, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Please, take a seat. Yuanyuan guided the group of 4 to their places. Amy, please bring over a few menus. All right, Sister Yuanyuan, Amy responded. Emerging from the kitchen, Amy held several freshly prepared menus, newly adorned with delightful dishes. Everyone, here are the menus. Please take your time to peruse them, she said as she distributed the menus among the 4. Half-elf Yuliel lifted his gaze to Amy, finding her intriguing. An unattended elven infant, a young half-elf. How peculiar this establishment was. Having been away from the elven realm for some time, he was astonished at the multitude of changes that had transpired. Under Yuliel's scrutinizing gaze, Amy stepped back, feeling somewhat intimidated. Excuse me, esteemed guest, is there a problem? Amy summoned her courage to inquire. Not all, Yuliel replied, shifting his gaze. Is this shop your own endeavor? Yes, it belongs to Sister Yuanyuan, Amy said, feeling relieved at no longer facing Yuliel's intense stare. This customer is quite formidable, she thought, trembling internally. You have indeed established this yourself? Yuliel raised an eyebrow, impressed by the young one's capabilities. Are all these dishes, which I have never encountered before, also created by your boss? Yes, yes. Amy nodded eagerly. Yuliel reclined in the wooden chair, exuding an air of elegance and languor as he leisurely perused the menu. The chair transforming into a throne, imbued with an overwhelming presence. Help, Amy silently pleaded. Why do I feel like a prisoner under interrogation? Then let us have one of each, Yuliel declared after finishing the menu. Let us sample the young one's culinary skills. We shall have the same, Lumina quickly added. One of everything to taste the lovely young one's craft. Very well, please wait a moment. Amy hurriedly gathered the menus and retreated to the kitchen. Chapter 18, Yuliel, Part 2, Terrifying. I must take my leave. Amy, clutching the menu, made her way to the kitchen to relay the orders from Yuliel and his companions to Yuanyuan. All orders have been placed, Yuanyuan remarked, astonished. Indeed, it seems I have yet another opportunity for profit. Delegating the simpler dishes to Amy, Yuanyuan began preparing milk tea. She first boiled a kettle of water to steep 4 bags of black tea. Once the tea was brewed, she added milk and white sugar, stirring gently until the sugar completely dissolved. Setting this mixture aside, she retrieved brown sugar syrup in glass cups, coating the insides of the cups with syrup before adding 2 spoonfuls of black pearls. Finally, she poured in the milk tea and added ice cubes, completing 4 cups of brown sugar pearl milk tea. Next, Yuanyuan proceeded to prepare 4 servings each of honey red bean milk tea and pudding milk tea. After crafting 12 cups of milk tea in succession, she felt utterly drained. It is well known that milk tea is a sugary beverage. Consuming 3 cups would surely be overwhelming, if not excessively sweet. Yuanyuan and Amy emerged from the kitchen, presenting the prepared dishes. Here are 3 varieties of milk tea, Yuanyuan announced as she placed the drinks on the table. They're brown sugar pearl milk tea, honey red bean milk tea, and pudding milk tea. In Amy's hands were Sprite, milk cereal, and honey-laden toast. Enjoy your meal, Yuanyuan said before departing the table alongside Amy. Isn't milk tea a luxury reserved for us nobles? Lumina inquired, carefully inspecting a cup of honey red bean milk tea. The green elves excel in nature magic and far surpass outsiders in plant cultivation. Therefore, most of the tea we use is supplied by the green elf clan. Leon explained to his sister as he gazed at the milk tea before him. It's delightful. As they conversed, Kaler had already downed his pudding milk tea in 1 gulp. Kaler, you ought to be mindful of your demeanor. With no room for improvement in your appearance, your crude behavior is hardly elegant. Lumina regarded Kaler with disdain as he drank so voraciously. And you, elegant? Who was it that, in an attempt to woo Professor Yuliel, proclaimed their feelings throughout the entire Swordsman Academy using a loudspeaker, declaring that love should be expressed loudly, only to have the professor completely disregard you? Kaler loudly recounted Lumina's embarrassing moment, expecting her to be incensed. To his surprise, Lumina calmly sipped her milk tea, using a small handkerchief she produced from seemingly nowhere to dab at the corner of her mouth. This milk tea is quite pleasant. It must be made with black tea. The rich aroma of the tea blends harmoniously with the creaminess of the milk, and the sugar is just the right amount. A taste worth savoring, Lumina remarked in a soft voice. As for my confession to Professor Yuliel, I have no regrets. The pursuit of beauty is my lifelong ambition. Something an unappealing man like you could never comprehend. Keller felt a twinge of irritation at Lumina's mockery of unattractive men. However, upon reflection, he realized that in the presence of these individuals, he indeed appeared somewhat less appealing, and perhaps there was merit in their words. Do you all treat me as though I do not exist? Uriel, holding a glass of Sprite, slowly lifted his gaze towards the trio. At his words, they fell silent immediately. Professor, for some inexplicable reason, I feel as though my body has changed after drinking this cup of milk tea, Leon remarked, holding an empty glass. That is good news for you, Uriel replied, scrutinizing Leon for a moment. You will know in due time. Yuanyuan, who had been listening to the quartet's conversation from the front desk, found herself increasingly curious about Uriel. System, what is the significance of the Sigworth Academy of Magic? She inquired mentally. The Sigworth Academy of Magic is the foremost magical institution on the continent, a public academy that values ability over lineage. Each year, it supplies numerous talents to various wizard towers and factions, making it a force to be reckoned with. It is recommended that the host actively build their reputation within the academy. There's no rush. One must take their time. Yuanyuan mused. This Professor Uriel gives off a rather peculiar vibe. Pretending to be engaged in work, she discreetly observed Uriel, only to be caught in the act when he glanced her way. Startled, she awkwardly forced a smile. Here we go again, she thought. It seemed Uriel was particularly interested in her, and she constantly felt as if he were scrutinizing her. Yet, whenever she attempted to observe him in return, he would catch her, making it appear as though she was the one secretly watching him. Just as Yuanyuan suspected, Uriel had indeed been observing her. He noted that she was unlike any typical elven youngling. While others of her age were preoccupied with eating, sleeping, and playing, she handled herself with remarkable poise and possessed a wealth of knowledge. The beverages she offered were unlike anything he had ever encountered among the elven kin. She resembled a mature elf who had developed the capacity to face life's challenges alone, forced to abandon her innocent youth and embrace adulthood prematurely. Uriel felt a pang of sympathy for this youngling. Thank you. I have indeed been educated by life. Otherwise, I would not have come here, Yuanyuan lamented. Before long, the four had finished all the dishes. Miss Yuanyuan, thank you very much for your hospitality, Luminous said, approaching her with graceful strides. I would like to take some back to savor later. Would that be permissible? Of course. What would you like to pack? Lumina looked at Yuanyuan in confusion. It's simply a term we use here to refer to taking the food to go, Yuanyuan clarified, introducing her unique vernacular. Then, I would like one of everything, please. It is thanks to Professor Uriel and the others that we were able to enter the elven territory. Who knows when we shall have the chance to return. Very well. Please hold on a moment. Yuanyuan proceeded to the kitchen to assist Amy in packing the meals required by the four. These are all the dishes, she announced upon bringing the prepared food to the table. Here are the expenses for today's meal and takeaway, including the professor's share. Leon retrieved some coins from the spatial props and handed them to Yuanyuan, concerned that Lumina and Keller often acted thoughtlessly. He sincerely hoped the professor was not truly angry, as he was quite worried about his credits in the swordsman course. Chapter 19. The gift the little shop was equipped with a takeaway function, welcoming patrons to reorder if they found the dishes delightful. Oh, Miss Yuanyuan, your takeaway service is truly astonishing. Not only can you craft miraculous beverages, but you have also invented a novel mode of service. Uriel spoke slowly. Might I inquire how to utilize the takeaway feature? Leon asked earnestly. Simply send a message to the shop detailing your request. And we have dedicated personnel to handle orders and deliveries. Yuanyuan elaborated meticulously. Thankfully, the takeaway service was available, as outsiders generally could not enter the territory of the elven race. Now, with the delivery service, the ground-dwelling goblin Pino could accept orders from other races, thus expanding the clientele and market. The ingenuity of the elven race was indeed remarkable. Leon marveled, feeling honored to savor Miss Yuanyuan's culinary skills today, and he hoped for another opportunity to meet. Absolutely, absolutely, Lumina exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to embrace Yuanyuan, who was conversing with Leon. I'm so pleased to meet you today. You are so adorable, and your skin feels so smooth. Apologies, Leon gasped, swiftly pulling Lumina back and covering her mouth with one hand. It's getting late. We must hurry back to the academy. Until next time, what close call. Leon sighed in relief, realizing Lumina had acted up again, but fortunately, he was quick on his feet. While keeping Lumina at a distance from Yuanyuan, he gestured to Keller to gather all the dishes. Professor, should and tea we be leaving? Leon quietly inquired, glancing at Uriel, who remained motionless on the wooden bench. You may go ahead, Uriel replied, still holding the half-full cup of Sprite, elegantly swaying it as he relaxed. Leon hesitated. Without Professor Uriel, he truly would not dare navigate the Elven territory alone with the unreliable Lumina and Keller. What are you still doing here? Uriel prompted. Yes. Leon dared not defy the youngest professor in the history of the Magic Academy, leading the unreliable Lumina and Keller away first. Once the trio departed, Uriel leisurely rose and walked toward Yuanyuan. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Yuanyuan asked, Is there anything else I can assist you with, sir? Without a word, Uriel's gaze remained fixed on Yuanyuan, as if she were the sole inhabitant of his world. Gathering her courage, Yuanyuan met Uriel's eyes. Defeated, but not disheartened, Uriel chuckled softly at the sight of the little one bravely puffing out her chest to meet his gaze. It is time to return and manage the affairs of our clan. This little one has endured much. Suddenly, a hand rested upon Yuanyuan's head. It was Uriel. He gently raised his right hand and caressed Yuanyuan's head. I have long been acquainted with the Elven King, and I never expected to meet a green sprite cub today. It evokes a sense of nostalgia. Consider this a token of our first meeting, little cub. Do your utmost to thrive. As Uriel's words faded, Yuanyuan felt something descend upon her head. At that moment, she was too astonished by Uriel's reference to a cub to investigate the object that had landed on her. Cub? Is he referring to me? She pondered, though she dismissed the thought of revealing her ignorance in front of someone so enigmatic. Thank you for your gift. It suits you well, Uriel remarked, glancing at Yuanyuan with a hope that it would protect her as she matured. Why did he sound so parental? Once again, I appreciate your blessings and gift. You're always welcome to visit again. With one last glance at Yuanyuan, Uriel swiftly departed the little shop as many matters awaited his attention. Finally, it was over. Today was Yuanyuan's most exhausting day, entertaining guests, creating new products, and then entertaining more guests. The second batch of visitors had their own unique quirks. She gently patted her back and then reached up to remove the gift Uriel had bestowed upon her. She tugged at it vigorously, only to discover that it would not budge. What is happening with the system? Why can't I take it off? Yuanyuan asked anxiously. Laurel crown, crafted from laurel leaves. A high-grade magical defensive gear that grants immunity to mental attacks from archmages and reflects them. Note, once bound, if the bearer's level is below that of the archmage, it cannot be removed. It was an item that could recognize its master. However, she couldn't possibly wear a crown indefinitely. Yuanyuan lamented. What will I do when I sleep? The laurel crown can conceal the bearer's form at will. The bearer may attempt to concentrate and control the crown. Taking a deep breath, Yuanyuan closed her eyes and repeatedly whispered, Conceal the crown, conceal the crown. After several seconds, she slowly opened her eyes and touched her head. Indeed, the crown had vanished. During her transaction with the Goblin Pinot, she had observed that magical items were quite rare on the continent, particularly high-grade defensive gear, so it was astonishing that such a valuable item was so casually gifted. Uriel truly was affluent. He had mentioned his old friendship with the Elven King. If he were to inform the king of a peculiar sprite cub like herself, how would she respond? After all, she was fundamentally human at heart. Yuanyuan sighed deeply, realizing that she could only take each step as it came. With renewed determination, Yuanyuan accessed her system panel to review her earnings for the day. Chapter 20. Employee Dormitory. 5 customers were successfully attended to today. Due to the host utilizing the lottery pool feature, 2 gold coins were deducted, resulting in a total revenue of 19 gold coins for silver coins and 16 points of joy. The students from the Academy of Magic were utterly amazed by your culinary creations, and as a result, you have been awarded an additional 4 prestige points from the Sigworth Academy of Magic. This clientele is affluent, particularly the Goblin Pinot, who is generous with his resources. It is inevitable that in the future, I shall leverage his influence to extend the reach of my shop's beverages. Thus, it seems prudent to strengthen our collaborative relationship. Yuanyuan accessed her character panel to observe the changes in her data. Name, Yuanyuan, rebound in progress, race, green elf level, apprentice magician, level 11. Item, Master Artisan Endless Water Tap Weapon. Laurel Crown Wealth. 19 gold coins. 4 silver coins building. Elf Milk Tea Shop. 1. Surrounding cottages. 1. Employees. Meituan. Amy Joy Value. 211,000,000 prestige. Dragon Clan 1100. Sigworth Academy of Magic 4100. After a meticulous examination of the data, Yuanyuan concluded that prestige was the most attainable goal at present. If she could win over the patrons' palates, the prestige would surely reach the required threshold swiftly. Ding! Your takeaway order has been completed. Employee Meituan is on the way back. Would you like to check the income from this order? Almost forgetting about the dispatched Meituan, Yuanyuan clicked to view the takeaway revenue. This order rewards 5 joy points and 1 gold coin. Abigail is highly satisfied with your culinary skills, and Meituan's service has won the hearts of the dragons. You receive an additional 1 prestige point with the Dragon Clan. Your employee, Amy, lacks adequate housing. Ensuring the basic needs of every employee is an essential quality of a successful proprietor. Would you like to construct an employee dormitory? Suddenly, a notification popped up, jolting Yuanyuan from her reverie during what was perhaps the wealthiest moment of her life. You dare to say that ensuring the basic needs of employees is essential for a successful boss? I survived on sheer willpower during my initial days on this continent. She retorted passionately, recalling her struggles. At that time, you showed no concern for me. The system and the host are in a cooperative relationship. This system is not your employer. Then what is this employee dormitory about? Wasn't it stated that accommodation was not necessary? The employees assigned to the host do not require lodging. However, considering Amy has signed on as a local employee, the system recommends constructing an employee dormitory for the long-term development of the shop. Fine, just when I thought I was beginning to accumulate wealth. It will soon be spent again. Yuanyuan chose to trust the system's judgment, acknowledging the connection to the shop's growth. Without further hesitation, she pressed the construction option. The system displayed a quaint employee cabin, and Yuanyuan dragged it to an appropriate location. The interior was reminiscent of a university dormitory setup, accommodating 4 individuals. Once the employee dormitory was completed, Yuanyuan pondered for a moment before slowly approaching Amy in the kitchen. Amy, today you need not reside with me any longer. Since you have now become my employee, it is my obligation to provide you with formal accommodation. I have utilized the magical artifacts bestowed upon me by the Goddess of Life to construct a staff dormitory, which shall henceforth be your dwelling. You seem rather fond of invoking the name of the Goddess of Life, do you not? Amy, a devout follower of the goddess, readily accepted this sudden creation of a residence as an appropriate excuse. As anticipated, she was oblivious to any ulterior motives and eagerly urged me to show her the new place. With no other choice, I guided her to the entrance of the newly built staff dormitory. The space may be somewhat limited, and you might have to share it with other employees in the future. Before opening the door, I decided to give Amy a gentle warning, uncertain if she would be able to accept it. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned the handle and opened the door to the dormitory. The interior was immaculate, adorned with decor Amy had never encountered before. She excitedly explored every corner, marveling at the features. Is the bed located up there? Do I climb this ladder? Oh, a wardrobe. I have my own wardrobe now, and a mirror, Amy exclaimed, her thoughts spilling forth in unrestrained delight. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. I had struggled to adapt to university life, feeling a lack of personal privacy. Yet, for Amy, who had been imprisoned for 5 long years, a clean and bright space must surely feel like a haven. Are you satisfied? I inquired. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan. I love it. It's so clean, and everything is so complete, plus there are many convenient alchemical items. Amy referred to the system-provided amenities such as the toilet, sink, and desk lamp, mystifying objects that function normally in this realm. For the ordinary inhabitants of this continent, such items were unattainable treasures of alchemy. I'm glad you like it. In a while, I'll help you move your belongings here, and you can rest well. Suddenly, Amy fell silent, gazing intently at me, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why are you crying again? I wondered aloud. In a swift motion, Amy rushed towards me and enveloped me in a tight embrace. Sister Yuanyuan, thank you. I'm truly grateful. With that, she broke into tears, clinging to me. Unaccustomed to handling such moments, I could only return her embrace, gently soothing her frail frame with my hand. During my earlier efforts to heal Amy, I had briefly gleaned some understanding of the continent's dynamics through the system. Here, the realms of sword and sorcery were reserved for the gifted and the affluent, while ordinary folk rarely encountered magic or alchemical items. It was as if commoners and nobles inhabited two entirely different worlds, all the more poignant considering that Amy had been imprisoned for 5 years by the dregs of humanity. Had it not been for those 5 years of hardship, Amy, being a half-elf, might have joyfully thrived alongside her parents, indulging in carefree whims, awakening her magical talents, and perhaps even becoming a student at the prestigious Magic Academy. Yet, in her current state, merely being provided with basic shelter as an employee filled her with overwhelming gratitude. Reflecting on this, Yuanyuan felt a pang of discomfort. Indeed, her mother was right. Those who worship the goddess of life seldom face misfortune. It was the goddess who brought the two of them together, and it was she who bestowed upon Yuanyuan magical artifacts. Or were they called again? Yuanyuan resolved to offer heartfelt prayers, expressing gratitude for the great benevolence of the goddess of life. With an exasperated sigh, Yuanyuan rubbed her temples. Amy's unwavering faith was maddening. Alas, Amy was perfect in every way except for her excessive piety towards the goddess of life, often seizing every opportunity to drag Yuanyuan in a prayer. Unable to reveal her own lack of faith, Yuanyuan typically sought excuses to escape, though the frequency of her evasions aroused Amy's suspicions. Consequently, she occasionally feigned participation in prayer for Amy's sake. However, the sheer volume of the goddess's sacred scriptures was overwhelming. Each prayer left Yuanyuan parched and dizzy. Amy insisted that she should memorize them all, but that tome was thicker than an English dictionary. How terrifyingly demanding Amy could be. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Rest well tonight, Yuanyuan said, gently patting Amy's head and ushering her into the dormitory. If this continued, Amy would certainly insist on dragging her into prayer on the spot. It was time to slip away. Chapter 21. Rescue. After leaving the milk tea shop, Yuliel first saw off Leon and his companions, then returned to Tri-City under the pretense of needing to do so. Tri-City lay in disarray, marked by signs of destruction. The human side had suffered grave casualties, while the Thunder Dragon Albrecht, despite being somewhat out of sorts, had sustained no significant injuries. The two factions were currently embroiled in a tense stalemate. Yuliel concealed himself, swiftly navigating through the city under the cover of night. Unlike other towns in the human empire, Tri-City thrived on underground trade, where one could procure anything desired, including living beings. His eyes glimmered with a faint green hue in the darkness, capturing every movement in the city. Suddenly, a small squad in the eastern part of the city caught his attention. Found you. A smirk crept across Yuliel's lips. You worthless beings cannot even withstand the breath of a mad dragon. Prepare yourselves to serve me in this life, the next, and the one after that. Forever deprived of your freedom. Libby watched the soldiers beside him, cursing relentlessly. Albrecht's attack had obliterated his stronghold in the underground market, forcing him to flee hastily. The swordsmen and mages he had nurtured were utterly ineffectual against the Thunder Dragon, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. If I cannot safely withdraw from Tri-City, you shall bear the consequences. The knights and mages around him wore expressions of discontent, yet for certain reasons, they remained silent. Evacuation is not an option at this moment. I require your assistance. A melodious voice echoed from the mouth of the alley. Who dares to obstruct me? Libby bellowed, as the guards stood ready. The atmosphere thick with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The sound of footsteps resonated, tap, tap, against the cobblestones. It was a domain, a realm only the sorcerers could conjure. Libby was drenched in cold sweat, nervously swallowing hard. Just as he prepared to plead for mercy, he realized his voice had abandoned him. He attempted to signal the guards to attack, only to discover that they had already succumbed to the ground. There are too many of them. This is troublesome. Yuliel sauntered towards Libby, commanding, lead me to the underground market. And no, that's impossible, Libby stammered, finding his voice again. It has been buried. Enough of your nonsense. Yuliel, wielding his staff, delivered a forceful strike towards Libby. The staff was far more effective than a sword. Libby's body crashed against the wall. He felt as if his very insides were being shattered. With a gasp, he expelled a torrent of blood. Lead the way. Yuliel urged impatiently. Yes, yes, I shall guide you immediately. Libby hastily scrambled to his feet, dragging his weary frame to take Yuliel to the entrance. Before long, they arrived at a concealed passageway. This is the entrance to the underground market, Libby stuttered before suddenly kneeling. Please, spare me. Do you require money? I possess wealth beyond measure, and I will offer it all if you let me go. I implore you. Yuliel regarded the groveling Libby with revulsion. You have outlived your usefulness. With a flick of his wrist, a spell engulfed Libby in fierce flames. Oh! Libby shrieked in agony. Silence! Yuliel commanded, and immediately, Libby fell mute, rolling on the ground in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames. Yuliel coldly observed as Libby gradually succumbed to the inferno, and with a gust of wind, he erased the last vestiges of Libby's existence from the world. Having completed this grim task, Yuliel turned to the collapsed underground market. I wonder how many will remain alive. Dust and debris were swept away by an unknown force, revealing a clear entrance before him. Yuliel stepped inside, finding the underground market utterly devastated. Those who had not escaped lay lifeless beneath the merciless ruins, the entire area steeped in an eerie silence. Focusing his magical energy in his eyes, Yuliel suddenly detected a surge of power emanating from a completely collapsed corner. He hastened towards the rubble, and with a surge of force, he lifted the stones that concealed life beneath. A grand tree emerged into his view, a gnarled, lifeless trunk, and on its stoutest branch, a visage of a human face was etched. The treant, a being of rare interaction with outsiders, became indistinguishable when fully transformed into a tree. This condition signified that it had perished before regaining its original form. A heaviness settled in Uriel's heart as he gently shifted the lifeless trunk of the treant. Through the crevices of its body, he glimpsed the half-elves, securely sheltered within. The eldest among them appeared to be no more than 20, while the youngest were merely 5 or 6 years of age, huddled together, gazing timidly at Uriel. Uriel sighed softly, retreating a step. The half-elves, paralyzed by fear, could only withdraw a few paces in unison. With a firm grip, Uriel parted the trent's branches, creating an opening through which sunlight streamed, casting radiant beams that danced in the air. Dust motes fluttered in the golden glow that illuminated Uriel's countenance. He turned his gaze towards the eldest half-elf boy, embodying the grace of a savior. Are you here to rescue us? Gary inquired, summoning courage despite his trembling voice. Indeed, Uriel replied, noting the boy's quaking form. A pang of sympathy struck him. He feared that his current guise would fail to inspire trust among the half-elves. Closing his eyes momentarily, he enveloped himself in emerald magic, and his shape began to transform. Uriel's silver hair shifted to a soft shade of brown, his eyes deepened to a rich green, and his ordinary human ears morphed into the distinctive pointed ears of the elves. You're Wood Elf, Gary exclaimed, his initial wariness gradually dissipating. Being a wood elf has its advantages, Uriel remarked. This place is unsafe. We must evacuate immediately. He guided the imprisoned half-elves swiftly out of the confined space crafted by the treant. Are there any others? Uriel asked Gary, who evidently held a leadership role among the group. No, we few are among the last surviving half-elves. Chapter 22. Albrecht and his beloved the underground market had collapsed, and Libby, along with his guards, had fled early on. During his escape, Gary's emotions surged as he recalled the chaos, revealing that Libby had ordered the mages to set fire to eliminate them, fearing their escape would result in his ruin. He would rather see us perish than face defeat. Gary lamented. Gru saved us, enduring the flames, yet he perished in the inferno. Tears streaming down his face, Gary beseeched, Please, will you take Gru's body away? He does not wish to remain in the dark dungeon. Please take him with you. Uriel, unable to bear the boy's desperate plea, compassionately stored the remains of the treant. Gru, within his spatial ring. All right, everyone, we must gather our spirits and escape immediately. The battle is not yet over, and the risk of a secondary collapse looms over us. Gary, accompany me as we escort the half-elves to the open area. Gary, trusting without doubt, promptly heeded Uriel's command and organized the remaining half-elves for a swift retreat from the underground market. Albrecht, without your Irina here, if you wish to avoid igniting a war between our races, I suggest you return to your Dragon Island. Upon the city walls, a knight clad in silver armor and wielding a sharp sword bellowed, flanked by soldiers at the ready and mages and priests wielding staffs. Yet, the expressions on these combatants' faces were marred by fear, as innumerable corpses lay at their feet, blood staining their bodies. unclear whether it was their own or that of their comrades. In stark contrast, Albrecht appeared deranged, surrounded by crackling lightning that not only left him unharmed, but seemed to amplify his magical power. Knight Commander, what shall we do? Our warriors have suffered over 80% casualties. A knight behind Kieran spoke, his voice trembling as he glanced fearfully at the Thunder Dragon. Kieran, propping himself up with his long sword, found himself and the remaining warriors to be but a shadow of their former might. In mere moments, they could succumb to Albrecht's dragon breath, yet he could not fathom why the Dragonkin and humanity had never truly clashed in war. There was something deeply perplexing about the current situation. He gazed at the fallen warriors around him, so many vibrant lives, and vowed they must not perish in an unclear conflict. Bring the Lord to me, he instructed one of the surviving knights. Yes. Hey, Albrecht, Kieran exclaimed as he cast aside his longsword. I will not fight any longer. I truly do not know who Irina is or where she is located, but there is someone who does. I can lead you to him, but you must spare me and my warriors. Albrecht, in his frenzied state, tilted his head and repeated, Spare Irina? Kieran shouted back, Spare me and my warriors, and you shall learn Irina's whereabouts. It seemed Albrecht grasped Kieran's words, as the dragon breath he had been conjuring began to dissipate. I had no desire to be your enemy, but alas, I am a knight commander. I suspect this is yet another scheme hatched by those treacherous nobles. I will deliver the Lord to you. I can no longer bear this title of knight commander. Kieran raged against Albrecht, every day serving the nobles, and when calamity strikes, it is us and our subordinates who suffer. Whoever desires this wretched task may have it. If this continues, we shall face total annihilation. You, lowly knight, dare to betray the empire and bind me. Such a grave offense. I shall see you hanged. The knight hoisted the bound lord upon the city walls, enduring a barrage of vicious curses and maledictions from the lord throughout the journey. With a resounding thud, the knight carelessly cast the lord to the ground. The lord's incessant vitriol had long since chilled his heart. Memories of his brothers, who perished defending the city of Tress, surged within him, igniting a profound sense of rage and grief. Kieran, are you betraying the kingdom? The lord questioned, his voice laden with accusation. Betrayal? Kieran scoffed. I merely wish to provide an explanation for my fallen brothers. You, the parasites of the empire, how dare you demand our blood and sacrifice? I intend to put an end to this war. He kicked the bound figure at his feet, proclaiming, Here is the man I have brought you, Albrecht. Dispose of him as you see fit, but we must be allowed to retreat first. Begone. Albrecht's breath grew heavy the moment he laid eyes on the Lord. A voice echoed in his mind, affirming that this was indeed the one. Retreat, Kieran commanded, as the remaining knights, priests, and mages hastily withdrew from the ramparts, leaving the consequences of their actions to be borne by themselves. In midair, Albrecht gradually resumed human form, teleporting directly before the Lord, clad in armor crackling with lightning. His eyes aflame with a manic frenzy, yet eerily lucid. Where's my Irina? He demanded, gripping the Lord's head tightly and leaning in closer. I know where your Irina is. Just let me go. The Lord screamed, agony etched across his features. Human deceiver. Albrecht tightened his grasp, an unrelenting force pouring into the Lord's mind. The Lord's body convulsed violently as Albrecht delved into his memories, causing him to froth at the mouth. Scenes of dragon egg theft and Irina's demise replayed endlessly in Albrecht's mind, culminating in a harrowing image of the blue dragon skull displayed among the Lord's collection. No, Irina. Albrecht's psyche shattered, and in a moment of uncontrollable fury, he crushed the Lord's skull. Transformed once more into a lightning dragon, he soared over the walls, his powerful wings stirring up a tempest, leaving ruin in his wake. At last, he arrived at the Lord's estate. In a daze, Albrecht staggered toward the display case filled with the Lord's grotesque trophies, remnants from various races, including orcs, merfolk, and elves. Slowly, he approached the final exhibit, where his beloved Irina lay. I have come for you, Irina. With a surge of magic, he shattered the case's protective enchantments and delicately retrieved his beloved's head, kissing her forehead tenderly. I was wrong, Irina, I was wrong. A mournful howl erupted from within the estate as a lightning dragon burst forth, carrying storms and shadows into the distance. Albrecht, with his beloved in his arms, returned to Dragon Isle. Chapter 23. returned to the elven clan Uriel, accompanied by the half-elves. Escaped from the collapsed underground market. After Albrecht's long howl faded into the distance, they traversed the ruins of the Lord's mansion and arrived at the western part of the city, an area less affected by the war and the only place where the teleportation circle might remain intact. Big brother, over there. Gary pointed to a section of the ground adorned with damaged runes. Uriel hurried to the spot Gary indicated, where potent magical energy enveloped the massive stones. With a flourish of his staff, Uriel cleared the debris from the teleportation circle. It's somewhat damaged, yet functional. The journey may be a bit turbulent, so everyone, hold on to me tightly, Uriel instructed as he gathered the half-elves to secure their grip. He then retrieved 6 high-purity mana crystals from his spatial ring. The teleportation circle, though operational, had long lost its energy source during the chaos of the city's upheaval. Uriel forcefully embedded the mana crystals into the circle, fully activating it. The runes on the array radiated a brilliant golden light, and a violent jolt surged through them. Hold on tight, Uriel called out to the half-elves positioned behind him. Gary felt as if he'd been hurled into a rapidly spinning tunnel. His body was entirely beyond his control. The companions he had been gripping before the teleportation were now flung apart amidst the turbulence, their screams echoing through the tunnel as they were tossed about. Is this merely a bit bumpy? This is an overwhelmingly tumultuous ride. On a serene morning, the early rising Evander was in high spirits as he brewed himself a cup of red tea, savoring the fragrant aroma wafting from the porcelain cup. He strolled contentedly to the window. A joyful day begins with a cup of tea. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Elder, are you awake? Evander's previously uplifted smile instantly faltered. He wished to remain silent. Elder, you must attend to the affairs of state today. If you delay any longer, the municipal work in the various cities will be impacted. Do you hear me? Are you awake? The persistent inquiries continued from outside. I'm not here. Evander blurted out in frustration, immediately regretting his words. He pressed his right hand against his forehead, silently lamenting that what must come will inevitably arrive. The door swung open, and Lilith entered, carrying a hefty stack of documents. I knew you were awake. Here is your work for today. Lilith neatly arranged the papers on Evander's desk. I haven't had breakfast yet. Evander attempted to make an excuse to slip away, but Lilith instantly teleported to the door, her gaze icy as she regarded him. This is the 15th time this month you've used that excuse. Do you think I will fall for it again? Lilith spun Evander around and pushed him toward the desk. There can be no further delays. The king entrusted the state affairs to you because he trusts you. You cannot betray his expectations. Randrick entrusted governance to himself entirely because he had no desire to engage in such matters. Thus he fled to the esteemed Sigwart's Academy of Magic. Having been absent for an extended period, his return remains elusive. Ivan, burdened by the weight of his years, inwardly lamented about having to rise early once more. Yet, as the elder of the Green Elf clan, his thoughts were ever devoted to the welfare of his kin. I understand. Your incessant murmurs have become as numerous as the excuses I have concocted, Ivan remarked, taking the documents from his desk and resignedly commencing his review. This month, he had indulged in considerable idleness, resulting in an overwhelming accumulation of paperwork by the month's end. Lilith sent a message to Randrick inquiring about his return. This old body of mine is weary of the strain. In his youth, brimming with vigor and aspirations to shine within his clan, Ivan had exerted himself in training and political affairs. Now, having realized the dreams of his youth, he yearned for rest, yet found himself compelled to continue exerting his influence. Ivan felt increasingly overwhelmed. The Majesty has his own considerations. He will return when the time is ripe, Lilith remarked casually as she organized the documents. You seem to have faith in him, but I perceive that lad simply wishes to revel in leisure, leaving us to shoulder these burdens, Ivan retorted, gesturing at the mountain of paperwork before him. I too long for respite. Ivan, the elder, was indeed becoming increasingly juvenile in his demeanor, prompting a quiet shake of the head and a sigh from Lilith. At that moment, a sudden surge of potent magical energy reverberated from outside the window. Ivan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he summoned his staff, teleporting from his wooden chair to the window's edge. A teleportation array, Lilith exclaimed, astonished by the arcane symbols etched in the air. Golden runes danced in the atmosphere, and a formidable force stirred the air, causing trees to sway violently and leaves on the ground to whirl around the teleportation circle. Elder, I shall promptly inform the guards, Lilith reacted quickly, preparing to dash out the door. There is no time. Ivan grasped her arm just as she was about to teleport, his expression grave. No time? But you are the same mage. Lilith's thoughts were interrupted by the commotion in the air. Help! I feel nauseous. Oh no, please don't let it be on me. The teleportation array expelled several figures, accompanied by a cacophony of voices, until the last figure landed. Lilith's gaze sharpened as she drew a silver bow from her spatial artifact. If this day were to mark a misfortune for the Green Elf clan, she would fight until the very last moment. That lad has finally returned. I am free at last. Ivan's boisterous laughter resonated beside Lilith. Elder, Lilith was taken aback. Yet Evander pointed towards the final silhouette and inquired, "Do you see who that is?" Lilith focused her gaze on the individual Evander indicated, brown-haired, with pointed ears and emerald green eyes. "It is His Majesty. His Majesty has returned. Is it not? The individual in the teleportation array is indeed him. You sensed His Majesty's magic in advance, which is why you prevented me from notifying the guards." Lilith exclaimed with elation as she confirmed with Evander. "Humph, a fairy of my caliber is a rare match on this continent, even if it is not Landricker." "I alone am sufficient," Evander declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor radiant. "Now that Landricker has returned, I am finally free." "Ha ha ha! Why did you deliberately deceive me? You frightened me." Lilith, a skilled archer, responded. Suddenly, Evander turned, his expression serious as he regarded Lilith, prompting her to adopt a more solemn demeanor. "It is time to get a pair of glasses, Lilith," he stated. Chapter 24. Conversation. I knew that the whimsical elder Evander would utter nothing of substance, Lilith thought, her irritation rising. However, she acknowledged that she indeed needed to get her vision checked, as things had become increasingly blurred. "You all, how long will you continue to disregard me?" Uriel's thoughts coalesced, and he instantly appeared before Evander and Lilith. We were just thinking of His Majesty, and lo and behold, he has returned." Evander's eyes flickered as his mind raced to formulate a response. Lilith cast her peculiar gaze between Landricker, Uriel, and Elder Evander, realizing that the Elder harbored a fear of the king. It was no wonder that His Majesty had been absent from the capital for so long. Although the Elder often complained and occasionally slacked off, he always managed to finalize administrative affairs at the last moment. "Your Majesty." Lilith placed her right hand gently on her left shoulder, respectfully greeting Landricker with a bow. "During my absence, you have diligently assisted Elder Evander, managing the affairs of the capital admirably." Landricker acknowledged with a nod, his tone appreciative. "This is the duty entrusted to me. I would not dare to show the slightest negligence," Lilith replied, her words laden with meaning. Evander's gaze drifted, feeling uneasy. What was going on with Lilith? He had merely jested with her, oblivious to Lilith's subtle thoughts. Landricker turned his attention to the several half-elves outside the window, who appeared lost. These children are half-elves who were imprisoned and tortured in the underground market of Trey City. During the chaos of battle in Trey City, I seized the opportunity to rescue them. Lilith, I am organizing personnel to ensure these half-elves are settled and to try to contact their families, Landricker instructed. Additionally, in the ongoing turmoil of Trey City, the humans and dragons will undoubtedly not yield. Pay close attention to the developments of this battle and report back to me once there are results. Understood. Lilith accepted the task assigned by Landricker with enthusiasm. Your Majesty has returned with great difficulty, and upon arrival, has entrusted herself with significant responsibilities, a testament to her capabilities. Lilith, brimming with enthusiasm, exited the chamber of Evander, eagerly anticipating the commencement of her duties. Evander gazed at the proud and spirited figure of Lilith, sighing inwardly. She reminded him so much of his youthful self. Has Her Majesty dismissed Lilith to discuss something confidential with me? It is not exactly a secret. It pertains to the offspring of the Green Elves. Landrico leisurely retrieved a wooden chair from the ether and seated himself comfortably. After dismissing Lilith, he felt no need to maintain the facade of the Elven King before Evander. How relaxed he appears, Evander mused. Youth certainly has its advantages. With a flourish of his right hand, Evander summoned a chair to glide behind him, along with 2 porcelain cups filled with steaming hot tea, which floated gently to their respective places before him and Landrico. Landrico raised an eyebrow, noting the elder's penchant for enjoyment. Age does afford one the luxury of time. He accepted the cup of tea offered by the elder and savored it, finding the flavor acceptable, though not quite as delightful as the youngling-esque concoction of Sprite. Ivander scrutinized Landrico's expression, sensing that the tea did not meet the elder's expectations. "Then you shall brew it yourself," Ivander replied. "Your Majesty, please do not keep me in suspense. Matters concerning the offspring of the elven race are of great importance. Since it is significant, it warrants attention. Your Majesty is aware of what she knows and can inquire about anything she wishes. Elder, during my prolonged absence, has there been any report of lost elven offspring within our clan in recent years?" "Impossible." Ivander's demeanor turned serious. "The birth rate of the Green Elves has notably diminished in recent years, and we have all been vigilant regarding reproductive matters. This aspect is meticulously monitored. Any offspring born are promptly recorded by those responsible for reproduction, and subsidies are duly allocated. To date, there have been no instances of oversight or inaccuracies in our records. Although the elder may appear frivolous at times, he is uncompromising when it comes to serious matters." Landrico, well aware of this, found it curious that a green elf offspring had suddenly emerged in the Forbidden Zone and opened an unusual establishment. Elder, being well-read, "Are you familiar with something called milk tea?" Landrico inquired tentatively. The elder, during his youth, had witnessed the elven race in its prime and had traveled extensively with the previous elven queen across many lands, so he might possess some knowledge regarding milk tea. "Ming de," Ivander replied, looking perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "ISNTT, the very crop we, the Green Elves, are most adept at cultivating. It is highly sought after both within and beyond the continent, and the human nobility is quite fond of it. As for milk, we elves rarely consume cow-s milk. However, humans do seem to experiment with it. Could this be something concocted by humans? It appears that the elder is also uninformed about the details of milk tea. It seems that the youngling's creation of Sprite is likely an unheard-of beverage on the continent. Elder, has there been any lapse in the routine inspections within our clan recently?" Landrico asked once more. "The inspection work proceeds as usual, with the guardian spirit reporting weekly on the absence of any suspicious individuals. However," Landrico cast a glance at the furrowed brow of Ivander, "the chaos in Trey City has notably affected the protective barrier of the clan. This barrier, having aged considerably, relies on the magical essence of the previous elven queen. The recent damage necessitates a reconstruction of the barrier using your magic from within, as an additional layer of security is always prudent." Landrico nodded, acknowledging the need for an upgrade. "Your Majesty has shared so much with me about the younglings, the milk tea, and the security duties of the patrol spirits that I find myself utterly bewildered. As an old soul, I increasingly struggle to keep pace with the thoughts of you youthful elves." Ivander feigned frailty, patting his back and casting a sly glance at Landrico. "The elven race is known for its longevity, despite being a veteran assisting 3 elven monarchs. Ivander's profound cultivation keeps him from appearing aged." Landrico found this amusing, recognizing that the elder was merely playing. Thus, he decided to be forthright. The matter of a youngling would inevitably come to light, so it was better for the elven clan to safeguard her first. "In the Forbidden Area, I discovered a green elf juvenile who has opened a shop selling milk tea." "What?" Ivander exclaimed, astonishment washing over him. The absurdity of the situation struck him. "Are you suggesting that we overlooked an elf juvenile in the Forbidden Area, who, in order to survive, started a shop selling milk tea?" His voice quivered, and images of the helpless youngling filled his mind, abandoned and unprotected, endeavoring to survive in an unfamiliar land, invoking deep sympathy. Landrico responded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is my implication. However, through our previous conversation, it is evident that she is not one we have neglected. Is she still in the Forbidden Area?" "Yes, I spent some time with her, and she does not give the impression of an innocent juvenile. Rather, she embodies the essence of an adult elf. The milk tea I mentioned is indeed crafted by her hand, and it is quite delightful. Should you have the opportunity, I wholeheartedly recommend you taste it." "Why would she appear in the Forbidden Area?" Ivander pondered, taking a measured sip of red tea from his porcelain cup. "The Forbidden Area marks the resting place of the previous elven saintess, whose body transformed into a pine forest, and whose staff became a lake, perpetually guarding the Green Elf clan. To avoid disturbing the saintess, patrol spirits typically circumvent this region, even in the absence of guarding spirits. The lingering consciousness of the saintess drives away those with malicious intent who might pose a threat to the clan. The fact that this juvenile can operate a shop there suggests the Saintess's tacit approval. Your Majesty, should we bring her back? No need. She is not like the other younglings within our clan. Since the Saintess has granted her implicit permission, we ought not to forcibly bring her back. Rather, we should respect her wishes. The little cub known as Yuanyuan must have her own reasons for opening a shop in the forbidden area. Whether she wishes to return to her clan is of little significance. As long as she is a part of the elven race, I will certainly protect her. His Majesty has spent some time at that so-called Watts Magic Academy, and the transformation has indeed been remarkable. So, will he return there again after this? Ivander inquired tentatively. The matter is still under investigation, and I cannot leave just yet. I must continue to trouble the Grand Elder with clan affairs. Ivander knew that this young man had no intention of returning to formally take over the governance. Go on, he sighed. Though you have now succeeded to the elven throne, to me, you remain merely a newly matured child. While you're still young, seize the opportunity to explore and seek out your desires. Follow your heart, for once you formally assume control of the elven race, you will find yourself encumbered by many constraints, which is something I wish to avoid. The Grand Elder, Randrico, appeared somewhat moved. He had watched Ivander grow up, and although Ivander had been away for years, the Grand Elder had never truly pressured him to return despite his words of encouragement. Do not overthink it. I promised the Queen to take good care of you. I am merely fulfilling my promise, not out of pity, Ivander insisted stubbornly. Randrico's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved an object from his spatial ring and presented it to Ivander. This is the heart of the Treant. When I went to rescue the trapped half-elves, it shielded them with its own body from harm. I have brought back its remains, and, through my natural magic, it has transformed into this heart of the Treant. Ivander accepted the heart of the Treant, turning it over in his hands. The Treants, known for their reclusive nature, were not spared even by the underground market. The heart of the Treant is a magical material that can only be condensed by a Treant of sincere character, emerging from death into life. If those greedy humans were to discover it, it would likely fetch an astonishing price. You intend to give it to me? Rather than a magical material, I prefer to call it a seed of rebirth. The beginning of a new life for the Treant grew. As the Grand Elder possesses profound cultivation, he is more suited to nurture it. Upon hearing Randrico's intention to gift it to him, Ivander maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly he was elated, for this was a cherished junior of his. Indeed, when it comes to strength, none in the entire elven race is more suited than I. Ivander waved his hand dismissively. Go and do what you must. I will ensure the elven clan is well taken care of. Thank you, Grand Elder, Randrico said, gazing steadily at Ivander. Ivander blinked in surprise. There is no need for such words. I will also find a way to reach out to that little cub selling milk tea. Randrico felt a sense of relief, and, after bidding farewell to Ivander, hurried back to the Magic Academy. Since hosting the last 2 batches of customers, Yuanyuan had accumulated some savings. She also won several materials for making milk tea from the lottery pool and introduced a series of new flavors, including original milk tea, coconut jelly milk tea, and taro ball milk tea. Sister Yuanyuan, a mole is looking for you. Yuanyuan, who was in the kitchen concocting beverages, felt a wave of confusion. Following the sound, she stepped out of the shop and ventured into the woods, where she discovered Amy engaged in cheerful conversation with a stout mole approximately 10 centimeters in length. Upon noticing Yuanyuan's presence, Amy eagerly waved, Sister Yuanyuan, over here. As Yuanyuan approached, she observed that the mole was holding a rectangular object inscribed with runes in its robust forepaws. The mole, having acknowledged her arrival, turned and bowed respectfully, addressing her, Greetings. You must be Miss Yuanyuan, am I correct? Yuanyuan was taken aback. The mole was capable of speech. I am Yuanyuan. And you are? She inquired. My master is the gnome Pino. He has sent me to deliver this communication stone to you. The mole presented the rectangular object to Yuanyuan. Upon receiving it, she examined it closely. One side bore a coin symbol, while the other was blank. This is used for transmitting messages, the mole explained. Indeed, the communication stone is a device crafted by the dwarves through alchemical techniques and magic. The symbols inscribed on either side correspond to the parties communicating. My master has already etched the gnome's symbol upon it. He wishes to convey to you the results of the market tests regarding the transaction, as well as plans for subsequent cooperation, which he will discuss with you in detail via the communication stone. Isn't this simply a rudimentary version of a mobile phone? Yuanyuan mused inwardly, and it can only store one number. Very well, I understand. Did you also come through a tunnel? She asked, noting the fresh dirt clinging to the mole's paws, reminiscent of its master. Yes, the elven protective barrier prevents outsiders from entering normally. We can only breach it from underground. I hope you can forgive us, Miss Yuanyuan, the mole replied, scratching its head in embarrassment. I understand, Yuanyuan reassured him. Just remember to fill in the hole when you leave. Otherwise, if you come through several times, there will be pits all around my shop. Chapter 26. Mushrooms. The mole nodded vigorously and rummaged through a small satchel at its waist, producing a tiny jar and presenting it to Yuanyuan. What is this? She inquired, gently twisting the lid open, revealing a white, creamy substance accompanied by a faint, pleasant aroma. No, this is not a fragrant salve. The mole shook its head. This is a scar-removing ointment from the merfolk. My master believed Miss Amy might find it useful. The merfolk are a beauty-loving race, and their scar ointment is renowned for its efficacy, highly favored by many noble ladies among humans. Yuanyuan felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing the mole's words. She had not anticipated that the gnome would take notice of Amy's scars. While she could treat Amy's wounds, the old scars were beyond her ability to erase. I will accept this gift on behalf of Amy. Please convey my gratitude to Pino. I shall remember this kindness. No, Miss Yuanyuan. My master's intention is that this serves as a deposit for the next shipment of goods. Are you suggesting that this ointment is meant to reserve the next batch of goods? Yuanyuan asked, raising the jar in her right hand, her lips twitching slightly in disbelief. She found the situation both amusing and somewhat exasperating, and upon reflecting on the inherent traits of the goblin race, it seemed to make a peculiar sort of sense. Amid this blend of emotions, her expression became rather difficult to articulate. Please, do not be angry. The mole hastily waved its paws, explaining, the merfolk generally do not engage in trade with outsiders, and given that their goods are of exceptional quality, the market price often hovers around 1,000 gold pieces, especially for beauty products. The cosmetics industry is notoriously lucrative, and with the Merfolk S brand combined with their superior quality and the Goblin S marketing, such a price is not out of the question. Goblins truly excel at making money. In light of this, Pinocchio's sincerity was quite evident. All right, I understand his earnestness. I will require your assistance in delivering the goods. Dear Mole, this is indeed the task entrusted to me by my master. The mole polished its front paws, having conveyed the message, and prepared to depart. After bidding farewell to Yuanyuan, it turned and burrowed back into its hole, taking care to fill in not only its own pit, but also the one left by Goblin Pinocchio when he sneaked into the pine forest. Pinocchio's pet was indeed well trained. It not only delivered goods, but also cleaned up the mess left behind. Yuanyuan felt a twinge of envy. In her previous life as a corporate worker, she had no time for pets and could only enjoy virtual pet ownership through videos, never experiencing the genuine joy of having a pet. How unfortunate. Yuanyuan. Amy interrupted Yuanyuan's reverie about pet ownership. I have gathered some mushrooms. We can have mushroom soup for lunch. Ever since the torrential rain, the pine forest seemed to have flipped a switch, causing mushrooms to proliferate overnight, now threatening to become a veritable plague. Early that morning, Amy had set out to gather mushrooms and, while conversing with the mole, had secretly returned with a basket full. Are you certain the mushrooms you gathered are not poisonous? Yuanyuan asked, eyeing the bright red-capped mushrooms in Amy's basket with skepticism. Of course, Amy replied confidently. My mother taught me how to identify mushrooms. The ones I collected are absolutely safe. After a few days of consuming milk tea and bread, Yuanyuan had grown weary of the taste and craved the savory delight of mushroom soup. The two then proceeded to gather many more mushrooms using Amy's Mother-S method. Meanwhile, Ivander felt a headache coming on as he contemplated how to approach the elven cub, as mentioned by Landry. Should we just bring her back and find her elf adoptive parents? No, Your Majesty. We must respect the cub's wishes and cannot force her. But the cub has opened a shop. We could simply take her there to boost her sales. That would not do. If she has never encountered elves, we might frighten her away. Let someone go observe the cub's situation first. Then we can devise a plan. That seems feasible. Elder, are you all right? Lilith inquired upon entering Ivander's room, where she found him nodding and shaking his head at a pot containing nothing but soil. Evander gently set down the potted plant and turned to face Lilith. Who shall we send? He inquired, No, this matter pertains to the forbidden grounds, and that peculiar little creature is rather strange. His Majesty has shown considerable protection towards her. I may not handle it appropriately. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. I am perfectly fine, Lilith reassured him. I am merely contemplating how to make the seeds I planted germinate. The green sprites are favored by nature. Causing seeds to sprout is merely a matter of a growth spell. Lilith gazed at Evander with an odd expression. Why not just cast the growth spell directly? Besides, as long as the seeds are healthy and planted under suitable conditions, it would be difficult for them not to sprout. With the green sprite's presence, even if the seeds were to perish, there is a good chance they could be revived. This seed is quite extraordinary. Even I cannot guarantee its successful growth, Evander replied. Lilith thought to herself, how peculiar. I have business to attend to in the forbidden grounds. Please take good care of the seeds, Evander said, patting Lilith on the shoulder before exiting the room. Yuanyuan stared at the bubbling cream mushroom soup in the pot, unable to suppress her salivation. This mushroom smells divine. In her previous life, she had consumed mushrooms. Yet she found the ones from the pine forest exceptionally fragrant, making her crave multiple bowls. Sister Yuanyuan, is it ready? Amy urged impatiently. Almost. Yuanyuan replied, noticing the mushrooms had cooked through. She swiftly took the bowl from Amy's hands and ladled out the mushrooms. The pure white, thick soup paired with the vibrant red mushrooms, though the color was somewhat strange, was aromatic enough to promise deliciousness. Amy could hardly wait and began to scoop the soup in her mouth. Yuanyuan took a spoonful of mushroom and tasted it. The tender, fragrant mushroom combined with the rich milk was nothing short of divine. Within a short time, both Yuanyuan and Amy had finished the entire pot. So delicious! Amy exclaimed, patting her round belly. Sister Yuanyuan, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. That is all thanks to the mushrooms you foraged, Yuanyuan replied, feeling so full that she could barely speak. She struggled to stand up, intending to wash the bowls and dishes, when she suddenly noticed Amy on the floor, sliding around on her hands and knees, muttering, I'm a little fish swimming about. Amy, what is wrong? Yuanyuan rushed to help the fallen Amy. But as she took a few steps, her vision began to blur, and to her astonishment, Amy appeared to have grown a fish head in her eyes. Chapter 27. Discovery. Yuanyuan shook her head, attempting to regain clarity, but no matter what she did, Amy had transformed into a bizarre creature with a fish head and a human body, continuously swimming towards her with a gaping mouth. Help! Yuanyuan cried out, evading Amy's grasp as they chased each other around the shop. On his way to the forbidden grounds, Evander had adequately prepared himself mentally. He was determined to leave a kind and friendly impression on the juvenile creature. As he stepped into the shop, he was startled by the cries of a helpless creature. Raising his staff, he forcefully burst open the shop door, ready to engage in battle, only to discover that the one pursuing the elfin cub was a petite half-elf girl. What on earth is happening? Ivander pondered. His sudden intrusion had transformed into a monstrous attack in Yuanyuan's eyes. Oh, Godzilla, save me! She screamed, running about the small shop. Her perception warped. The store morphed into a spider's lair, Amy into a fish-headed beast, and a Godzilla seemed poised to devour her. Meanwhile, Amy fancied herself a mermaid, gliding through the ocean's depths. Ivander surveyed the bewildering scene before him, casting a spell that plunged Yuanyuan and Amy into slumber. Once they were thoroughly unconscious, he examined the cub's condition. It bore no injuries or curses. Suddenly, a delicious, enticing aroma wafted through the air. Ivander glanced quizzically at the pot before him, which still contained remnants of mushroom soup, its savory scent invading his senses. This aroma seemed vaguely familiar. As he scoured the shop, he discovered several baskets of mushrooms. With a resigned sigh, Ivander realized that the culprit was indeed the hallucinogenic mushrooms. However, every elf knew that such mushrooms were not to be consumed. It was peculiar that this cub was unaware of such a fundamental truth. When Yuanyuan next opened her eyes, she found herself in her own bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She had been drinking creamy mushroom soup with Amy. And then, oh dear, both of them had succumbed to hallucinations, fleeing in terror. You're awake, a strange voice called from beside her. Turning her head, she saw a brown-haired figure with pointed ears, an elf. To her astonishment, she was in the presence of an actual elf, the first she had encountered aside from herself. How are you feeling? The elf asked, smiling as he leaned closer. I'm all right, Yuanyuan replied hesitantly. May I ask who you are? My name is Ivander, a patrolling elf of the Kaya forest. His eyes flickered momentarily as he decided to weave a small lie, approaching the cub gently. Revealing his true identity as the elder might frighten her. A patrolling elf has appeared, she thought, recalling her long-held fears. What has happened to me? Let us take a moment to calm her before addressing the elves, he resolved. You and that half-elf girl inadvertently ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms. The dosage was substantial, which is why you've only just awakened. Evander controlled his facial expressions, striving to leave a favorable impression on the cub. Are you saying you saved us? Thank you so much. Yuanyuan exclaimed as she rose to express her earnest gratitude. It is my duty, Evander replied. There is something I believe you should know. His voice grew a bit sheepish as he rubbed his nose. I accidentally broke your door. As Yuanyuan was patrolling, she heard a cry for help. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully swung open the door. The description provided by Evander stirred memories within her. It was as if she were being pursued by Amy, and the shop's door had been violently flung open. She seemed to recall calling someone Godzilla at that moment. Everything is fine. Yuanyuan quickly waved her hand. You saved us, and I haven't even had the chance to thank you. How could I possibly blame you? Yuanyuan, another bowl, please, Amy chimed in from the side. She had consumed too much and was still unable to awaken. Evander looked at the slumbering Amy on the bed and explained. How could you young ones be found in a forbidden area? Forbidden area? Yuanyuan questioned, recalling that Amy had mentioned this place was off limits, though she hadn't paid it much mind at the time. After all, wasn't this merely an ordinary pine forest? This is the resting place of the former Green Elf tribe's Saintess, Sephiena. Out of respect for the Saintess, the Green Elf tribe typically refrains from disturbing her eternal slumber in this forest. Over time, it has come to be regarded as a forbidden area. A tempest of realization surged within Yuanyuan. She had wondered why, after so many days of running her shop, she had yet to encounter a single Green Elf, and why Amy had referred to this place as forbidden. It dawned on her that her establishment had been built atop the grave of the former Saintess. System, Yuanyuan inwardly roared. Was this your intention all along? All actions taken by this system are reasonable and justifiable. There is no intent to deceive. I had suspected the lack of customers was due to the shop being situated on a grave. Now, the spirits have come to seek retribution. What am I to do? The host's concerns fall outside the system's purview. Please resolve them independently. Hey, don't disconnect. Yuanyuan anxiously shouted in her mind. What is wrong? Evander asked, observing the young one's face shifting from pale to flushed. I can't recall. It was time to employ the universal method of feigned amnesia. Upon awakening, I found myself in this pine forest, and all that pertains to this shop has been etched into my mind. Amy, a half-elf guided by a squirrel, had once been imprisoned by a human merchant named Libby. Seeing she had nowhere to go, I took her in. The young one blinked her large eyes at Evander. The elf tribe has always been indulgent towards the young, and faced with such a Yuanyuan, Elder Evander found it difficult to speak harshly. Frowning, the squirrel Evander remarked, the forbidden area is devoid of living beings. What you witnessed should be a spiritual entity. The system had previously mentioned encountering a spiritual entity, but in her eagerness to save someone, she had not delved deeper into the matter. A spiritual entity? Evander continued. The forbidden area still harbors Sephiena's consciousness. The spiritual entity you encountered may very well be the manifestation of the Saintess's essence. Her awareness can discern good from evil. He glanced at Amy, still resting on the bed. The bond between the half-elf and the elf was profound, and it was not difficult to understand that the Saintess could feel compassion. Furthermore, if he was not mistaken, she likely possessed the bloodline of the Frost Elf. What the Frost Elf's bloodline? Yuanyuan inquired, somewhat puzzled. The bloodline of the Frost Elf is rather unique. You will come to understand in due time. Evander gently patted Yuanyuan's head, refraining from directly addressing her inquiry. Chapter 28. Acknowledgement as it happens. What does this shop sell? Evander rose and strolled around, observing the exquisite alchemical items within the establishment. Upon entering, he had noticed a peculiar liquid bubbling in a pot, which, upon closer inspection, emitted a delightful aroma. Evander pondered. Could this be the delectable milk tea that Landrico spoke of? It appeared somewhat akin to flavored mud water. That is a product sold here, known as milk tea. Yuanyuan excitedly stood up to explain. Here it comes. The shop is about to welcome its first elven customer, and winning his favor would be my first step towards fame among the elven clan. Then, would you be willing to prepare for me to taste? Of course. Gu Yuanyuan readily agreed. Please follow me downstairs. We have a menu there, from which you may choose freely. Evander sauntered down the stairs alongside Gu Yuanyuan, all the while observing the quaint establishment crafted by the young creature. In terms of style, it was quite similar to other shops within the city, yet it harmoniously blended into the realm of the green elves. According to the young one's description, the shop was not constructed by her, but had seemingly appeared out of thin air, offering beverages that were previously unknown on the continent, a tantalizing mystery indeed. Upon reaching the first floor, Gu Yuanyuan presented the menu for Evander's perusal. He picked it up, noting that the material from which it was made was rather fine. Do you have any recommendations? Evander inquired, gazing at the menu that left him utterly indecisive. I would like to try your most popular item, he requested. Landrico had expressed disdain for the red tea he brewed, and now Evander was curious to see if this young creature's skill was truly remarkable. You may try the classic original milk tea or the pearl milk tea. Pearls? Evander questioned. Aren't those the tears of mermaids? Can they be consumed? In all his years, he had never encountered anyone so audacious as to eat pearls raw, though he had heard that certain human nobles enjoyed consuming ground pearls. Oh no, these are not mermaid pearls. They are small balls made from tapioca starch, added to the milk tea for texture. You should give it a try, Gu Yuanyuan earnestly recommended. Then I shall have a cup of the pearl milk tea you mentioned. Gu Yuanyuan proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the pearl milk tea. The method of preparation was quite simple. She took a tea bag and the pearls to begin brewing. Upon awakening, Gu Yuanyuan felt invigorated, likely due to the benevolent patrolling elf who had treated her. Although her origins were shrouded in mystery, he had rushed to her aid upon hearing her cry for help. The elven race was indeed kind-hearted, despite him having inadvertently damaged the shop's entrance. System, how much will it cost to repair the door? Detected level 1 damage to the shop's entrance. According to system calculations, repairing the door will require 1 gold coin. Would you like to proceed with the repairs? Isn't that a bit excessive? Just to fix a door, you demand 1 gold coin? This is blatant extortion. The cost of repairing items within the shop corresponds to the extent of damage, quantity, and size. A level 1 damage door necessitates 1 gold coin. There is no price gouging involved. Should we repair it now? Gu Yuanyuan chose to decline. Making repairs under someone's watchful gaze felt too risky, especially with her uncertain identity. It would be wiser to wait until they had departed before mending the grand door. While conversing with the system, Gu Yuanyuan busied herself, pouring the freshly prepared milk tea into a cup. She turned to the figure seated on the wooden chair, Evander, and inquired, Would you like some ice? Ice? Evander replied, puzzled. He had never tried adding ice to a drink before. Would it taste better? It offers a different flavor. I highly recommend trying it. Gu Yuanyuan responded with a smile. Then let us add it, Evander said, eager to experience it. Gu Yuanyuan presented the meticulously crafted pearl milk tea before Evander. He hesitated, eyeing the light brown liquid with faint black particles swirling within. As he stirred the transparent straw within the cup, the ice and black pearls began to dance together. Can this be consumed? It looks rather peculiar, he remarked. This is a straw. Place one end in your mouth, and with a gentle sip, the beverage will flow into your mouth, Gu Yuanyuan explained patiently, noticing Evander's reluctance to take a sip. Is this how drinks are commonly consumed now? Evander mused inwardly. Having only managed administrative duties for less than 2 centuries, he felt out of touch with the rapidly evolving world outside. He sighed softly, perceiving the youthful Gu Yuanyuan explaining things to him with the tenderness reserved for the elderly, despite his own youthful and handsome appearance as a patrolling sprite. Following Gu Yuanyuan's guidance, he took a sip from the straw, and the smooth, rich liquid glided into his mouth. Evander raised an eyebrow in surprise at the delightful taste. He then sampled a few of the pearls, finding them chewy and pleasantly sweet. The icy presence added a refreshing chill to the milk tea. It was spring in the continent, and the Kaya forest, located centrally, was lush and comfortably warm. However, Evander, accustomed to hot tea, found this cold beverage surprisingly pleasant. How is it? Gu Yuanyuan anxiously asked, her heart racing. Although Amy adored her milk tea, she was not a true elf. Being the first elven customer Gu Yuanyuan had hosted, Evander's opinion held significant weight. What if the elven race could not accept milk tea? Gu Yuanyuan could not shake off this thought. It's quite delicious, Evander affirmed, providing Gu Yuanyuan with a reassuring response. Randrico had not deceived him, although he still preferred his own brewed black tea. Hearing Evander's approval, Gu Yuanyuan felt elated. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gazed intently at Ivander. "What is it?" Ivander asked, slightly bewildered. Yuanyuan burst into the kitchen, swiftly preparing one of each dish from a menu. Without the burden of any adverse effects, her energy was boundless. She placed all the completed dishes before Ivander, stating, "These are all the offerings currently available at our humble establishment. Please indulge in a complimentary tasting. Your genuine feedback will be immensely valuable to me. I beg of you." Ivander had already been in a state of astonishment as Yuanyuan triumphantly presented an entire platter of milk tea. Upon hearing her intent to have him sample every variety, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, his voice trembling as he asked, "Do I have to drink all of this?" "Of course not. You need only take a few sips," Yuanyuan reassured him. Relieved, Ivander thought, "If I finish these, I might burst." Yet, gazing into the eager eyes of the young one, he found himself unable to refuse. Resigned, he began to drink the milk tea, one cup after another. Chapter 29. Household registration. This one, called pudding, is quite delightful, he remarked. "Is this coconut jelly? Its texture is reminiscent of tapioca pearls, an intriguing experience, yet palatable. This cup, however, with added brown sugar, is excessively sweet." After each sip, Ivander pondered briefly before offering his critique. "Were those colorful little balls?" he inquired, pointing at the vibrant spheres within the milk tea. "Those are taro balls, made from tapioca starch. The flavor differs slightly from pearls, but they're quite enjoyable," she replied. Ivander burped, feeling slightly full. After drinking all of this, how could one not feel satiated? Yuanyuan mentally quipped. "Thank you for your feedback. Truly, you need not finish every drop," she said while tidying the table. Ivander was aware that he need not consume it all. It was a creation of the young one, after all. In their kin, a child of Yuanyuan's age would typically be seen frolicking and causing mischief. Furthermore, she was a cherished young one of the monarch. Leaving a favorable impression was of utmost importance. "If I am not mistaken, your beverages serve a purpose beyond mere enjoyment, do they not?" Ivander discerned a unique effect within one of the milk teas, seemingly enhancing his comprehension. Such a capability was not typical for an ordinary elven child. While there were beverages with special effects across the continent, one that directly augmented magical comprehension was exceedingly rare. The level of comprehension was closely tied to the mastery of magical skills. An elf with high comprehension might grasp an advanced magical skill in 3 days or less, whereas one with lower comprehension could take about a month to achieve even a rudimentary understanding. For those with diminished comprehension, this concoction, known as milk tea, felt akin to cheating. It was evident that Landrico had also perceived the extraordinary nature of the young one, which explained his insistence on respecting her wishes. Had he forcefully dragged her back to the elven clan from the outset, her fondness for their kind might have plummeted. Indeed, there is a certain probability that tasting the beverages here will trigger an enhancement in magical comprehension. So it was a matter of chance, he mused, realizing that despite consuming numerous cups, he had only felt a difference with one. "And your parents? Do you not remember them?" Ivan put down the empty milk tea cup in his hand. "Typically, elves of your age still rely on their parents." Yuanyuan nodded. Previously, Yuliel, who claimed to be an old friend of the elven king, referred to himself as a cub, and Ivan treated himself as one as well. "So, at what age do elves reach maturity?" Yuanyuan, who understands the plight of a working soul reborn as a cub, was unaware of the forbidden land or that hallucinogenic mushrooms were not to be consumed. Lacking the common knowledge expected of an elf, this cub nonetheless managed a remarkable shop, indeed displaying a demeanor akin to that of an adult elf, as Landrico had suggested. "Miss Yuanyuan," Ivan said earnestly, "the nearest city to the Forbidden Land is called Misty City. Given your circumstances, I recommend that you register as a missing elf. This would aid in locating your parents." Her body was created by the system. How could she possibly have parents? Yuanyuan felt a surge of panic. She was currently undocumented. If discovered, how could she explain her existence as a wild elf emerging from stone? How could the system resolve her identity issue? "Please resolve it yourself," came the cold voice of the system echoing in her mind. "How can I resolve this? My body was manufactured by you. My soul is foreign. From top to bottom, inside and out, I have no connection to the Green Elf clan. Please resolve it yourself," the system reiterated. The chilling tone suggested that it had no intention of assisting her. "Do you have any concerns?" Ivan inquired, noticing her hesitation. "Is it possible that I am a wild elf, parentless?" Ivan pondered for a moment and replied, I think that is unlikely. The elves, apart from the original batch created by the goddess of life, have always procreated through normal heterosexual unions. Observing the young elf cub lost in thought after his explanation, Ivan was now certain that Yuanyuan was not from the Kaya forest. Her reluctance to accept his advice might stem from her lack of registration with the Green Elf clan. Nevertheless, her lineage was indisputable. The elves would not allow their kin to be lost in the world, especially since she was indeed just a cub. If you're worried about being arrested due to your lack of registration, you're overthinking it, Ivan chuckled. Your identity as a green elf is the best proof. Registration is merely for the convenience of managing the elven population. After hearing Ivan's words, Yuanyuan felt a significant relief. She had genuinely feared being treated as a special case by the Green Elf clan due to her undocumented status. How long will it take to reach Misty City from here? The Kaya forest is vast, and typically, there are teleportation arrays between cities for the convenience of residents. However, due to historical reasons and the absence of green elves residing in the Forbidden Land, coupled with its distance from the main urban area, there is no quick teleportation array available. Then does that mean we must walk? Not all. With a mysterious smile, Ivander assured that a wondrous companion would come to assist us. The enchanting partner, Yuanyuan, pondered whether the elven folk affectionately referred to their means of transport as companions. Ivander stepped out of the shop and whistled into the expansive forest. A ripple of shimmering light manifested in the pine grove, and a magnificent, snow-white unicorn gracefully emerged. Greetings, Beecher, my friend. It is a pleasure to see you again, Ivander exclaimed with palpable excitement, extending his arms in an attempt to embrace the unicorn. Beecher, however, impatiently pawed the ground and tilted its head, evading Ivander's embrace to nuzzle Yuanyuan's cheek gently. Ivander, is this your unicorn? Yuanyuan inquired while caressing Beecher's flowing mane, marveling at its beauty. What is the matter with Beecher? Ivander mused, perplexed. He had cared for it alone during Randrako's absence from the City of Life, yet it had rebuffed his embrace. Was it truly that even his unicorn favored this young one? Indeed, Ivander affirmed with conviction. It is my unicorn, at least for now. Beecher snorted in acknowledgement and turned its rear towards him. Chapter 30, Emerald Mist City, Part 1. Ivander sighed as he observed the close bond between Beecher and Yuanyuan. Lamenting, it seems I cannot win its affection. Could you please wait a moment? I need to leave a note for Amy. She will worry if she wakes to find me gone. Of course, Yuanyuan replied, turning to return inside the shop. Beecher, thinking she was about to depart, gently tugged at the hem of her garment. Beecher, no. Ivander interjected, preventing the unicorn's playful antics and rescuing Yuanyuan's clothing from its mouth. Thank you. Yuanyuan smiled gratefully at Ivander before dashing back into the shop. On the second floor, Amy remained in a deep slumber. Yuanyuan retrieved the scar ointment that Pino had given her and penned a note detailing the circumstances. After placing both items by Amy's pillow, she quietly descended the stairs. Let's be off. Yuanyuan called to Ivander, who was scolding Beecher. This little one is quite fond of you. If I hadn't restrained it, it would have dashed inside to find you, Ivander remarked, just as Beecher approached Yuanyuan with a soft whinny. Ivander is truly hopeless, he thought. We cannot afford to linger. With a swift motion, Ivander lifted Yuanyuan and placed her upon the unicorn's back before mounting himself. Beecher's horn, as pure as jade, shimmered with swirling azure magic as it raised its forelegs and began to gallop. How fast? Yuanyuan exclaimed, marveling at the rapidly shifting scenery around her, yet feeling no jolt. The unicorn was a wind elemental beast, known for its unparalleled speed across the continent, as Ivander explained while conjuring a protective shield with his magic. The benefits of the patrol sprite are truly remarkable, as it allows one to work alongside such splendid companions. Yuanyuan expressed her admiration, contrasting her own role, politely attending to a fitness-obsessed muscular kangaroo, while ensuring the well-being of employees to prevent any signs of lethargy. The disparity is rather significant. The patrol sprite certainly does not possess a companion of a unicorn-esque caliber, Ivander quietly lamented, as he himself lacked such a partner. As the two conversed, Beecher had already arrived at the outskirts of the verdant mist city. This city, teeming with greenery, painted a perfect picture with its ubiquitous flowers and the smiles adorning the faces of the sprites. We have arrived. This is verdant mist city. Ivander dismounted from Beecher, extending his right hand to signal Yuanyuan to jump down. Is Beecher not allowed inside? She inquired. The regulations within Verdant Mist City prohibit the riding of magical beasts, as it may disturb the resident sprites, he explained. Certainly not. The moment a unicorn enters, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. Yuanyuan nodded in understanding, grasping Ivanda's hand as she leaped down for Bikair's back. Thank you. She approached and gently stroked Bikair's mane, affectionately rubbing her forehead against its horn. Bikair, in turn, excitedly began to circle around her, prompting a change in Ivanda's demeanor as he swiftly produced a scroll, causing Bikair's form to vanish into thin air. Never impulsively touch the forehead against any unfamiliar magical beast, Ivanda cautioned. This is an exclusive gesture reserved for those it holds dear. If you have not gained its approval, the consequences could be dire. What would happen? Yuanyuan asked in confusion, having performed the action instinctively without much thought. You might be kicked away, Ivanda replied nonchalantly. A close-range strike from a magical beast can be quite damaging for a mage unless you can swiftly evade or withstand it head-on. I would not advise casually approaching them in such a manner. Thank you, Yuanyuan said, feeling a sense of trepidation. She was utterly ignorant of the common knowledge pertaining to the continent, relieved that Bikair had a gentle temperament. Otherwise, the outcome could have been disastrous. A gentle temperament? Ivanda's expression turned peculiar. That merely signifies it has taken a liking to you. If it were me, I would likely have been kicked away. You seem quite experienced in this matter. How could that be? I have never been kicked away. So how could I possibly have experience? Ivanda hastily denied, regretting his words as soon as they left his mouth, inadvertently revealing his own history. Yuanyuan stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Let us proceed inside. Embarrassed, Ivanda averted his gaze, hastily leading her into Verdant Mist City. Also known as the Flower City, it is the town among the 5 cities with the most flora, boasting a pleasant climate. Many retirees among the aging sprites choose to purchase properties here to savor their retirement. I never imagined this place to be a haven for retirees. Yuanyuan carefully observed the elves who brushed past her. Most of them were clad in casual attire, moving at a leisurely pace, and when their gazes met hers, they would respond with warm smiles. Judging solely by their appearances, they resembled individuals in their 40s or 50s from Blue Star. You mentioned 5 cities. Which 5 are you referring to? Yuanyuan inquired, pursuing Evander. Despite knowing she was an undocumented individual, Evander was still willing to assist her with her identity registration, indicating his willingness to trust her. Thus, there is no need for her to be overly cautious. Acquiring more knowledge about the elven race was undoubtedly beneficial. The 5 cities of the Green Elves consist of the Eastern Misty City, which is the very place they currently occupied, the Western Windward Port, the Northern Watcher's Land, the Southern Twilight City, and, finally, the capital, the City of Life. With his hands clasped behind his back, Evander remarked, I assume your next question pertains to the age of the elves, am I correct? Yuanyuan nodded shyly. In truth, she was also curious about the specifics of retirement. After all, which worker does not yearn for that day? The average lifespan of an elf ranges from 600 to over 800 years, with adulthood commencing around the age of 50. At this point, Evander squinted at Yuanyuan and added, Thus, in my eyes, you appear as a mere youngling. However, your half-elf companion is quite different. The age of half-elves is calculated according to the normal human lifespan. To think that elves reach adulthood at around 50. They truly are long-lived, Yuanyuan mused. The elven race is indeed a long-lived species, and with the enhancement of magical prowess, their lifespans extend even further, resulting in many aged elves, such as myself. And what of the retirement age? Yuanyuan finally posed the question that had lingered in her mind. With a heavy sigh, Evander responded, The birth rate of younglings among the elven race has seen a decline in recent years, leading to an increasing aging population. To maintain normal societal operations, the retirement age has been postponed by 30 years. Under typical circumstances, an elf's retirement age is calculated by subtracting 200 years from the day of their demise. Then, does that mean the longer one lives, the longer they must work? Yuanyuan was taken aback. Do you think I still run around at my age for no reason? Chapter 31, Misty City, Part 2. How terrifying. Upon hearing Evander's explanation regarding the retirement age of elves, Yuanyuan's expression grew increasingly dazed, and her steps became unsteady. System. I hope I'm not bound to work under the elven regulations as well. This system and the host share a cooperative relationship. Yuanyuan scoffed inwardly. Although the system emphasized their partnership, she always felt like a hapless wage slave, forced to serve it. After all, she had not sought to bind herself to the system. Host, I can hear your true thoughts. Yuanyuan was startled. So, you're aware of my private criticisms? Is there no need for any trigger words? Like with a voice assistant? The system is not an artificial intelligence voice interaction engine. It does not require keywords for activation. The host may sever ties with this system upon accruing sufficient pleasure points to retire. Yuanyuan's heart, once heavy with anxiety, finally found solace. She calculated roughly that if she were to remain unambitious and her magical level failed to ascend, her lifespan would likely reach around 600 years. Excluding the protective period of infancy and the duration spent studying at a formal magical academy, according to elven customs, she would need to work for approximately 200 years. For someone accustomed to the temporal rhythms of human society, this was nothing short of a calamity. We have arrived. Ivan's voice interrupted Yuanyuan's reverie. This is the municipal hall. Yuanyuan gazed at the ornate script adorning the towering structure. The system had long implanted the common language of the continent in her mind, so she experienced no difficulty in face-to-face communication or written expression. Indeed, this is the municipal hall of Misty Green City. You must first obtain identification to live normally within the elven city. Ivan elucidated as he guided Yuanyuan into the hall. Inside, individuals performed their respective roles, both men and women clad in the sleek, efficient garb of the elven folk. The sounds of conversation filled the air, and occasionally, hurried elves bearing documents brushed past Yuanyuan, stirring a breeze that contrasted sharply with the leisurely atmosphere outside, as if she had stepped between two worlds. Familiar sense. Do elves also lead such hectic lives? Yuanyuan mused. Misty Green City, aside from Windward Port, was the most habitable and picturesque city, particularly in spring, when flowers bloomed exuberantly and the elven populace was bustling with activity. Everyone seems quite busy, Ivan remarked, observing Yuanyuan's astonishment. Follow me. Ivan led Yuanyuan through the various office areas marked by their distinct functions until they reached the identity registration section. My date of birth and parental information are unrecorded. Can I still register normally? She inquired. Of course, Ivan replied, turning with a cheerful smile directed at Yuanyuan. Just remember to cooperate with me when the time comes. All right, she responded, albeit hesitantly, noticing an odd quality to Ivan's smile as she followed him, her perspective allowing her to catch the upward curve of his lips. What was he so pleased about? Hello, we wish to register for identification. Ivan addressed the diligent elf engrossed in paperwork, then beckoned Yuanyuan forward. Complying with his instructions, she stepped up. Name, age, parental information, address, the elf recited mechanically, listing the necessary details. Yuanyuan, 22 years old. As for my parents, Yuanyuan hesitated, perplexed by the question. She turned to Ivan for assistance. Ivan Goodrich. He smoothly interjected, seamlessly adopting the role she had left vacant. Both the registration elf and Yuanyuan responded in unison. Confusion etched on her face as she looked at Ivan. Was he really claiming to be her father? Ivan met her gaze with a reassuring look and turned back to the registration elf, inquiring, is there a problem? The diligent elf glanced uncertainly at the unfamiliar figure before her, who bore the same name as the esteemed elder of the elf clan. Indeed, every elf's name in their lineage was unique, thus confirming that this was truly Elder Ivan. Ivan cast a sidelong glance at the diligent elf, cleared his throat gently, and urged, this is my offspring. You may proceed with the registration. But you have never had a partner. How could there be an offspring? The diligent elf felt a wave of despair wash over her. Yuanyuan. Ivan turned to the astonished Yuanyuan. I need to discuss matters further with the diligent elf to ensure your identity is duly verified. Please amuse yourself outside for a while. All right. Yuanyuan stammered in response, bewildered by Ivan's affectionate demeanor and his inexplicable actions. As Ivan watched Yuanyuan exit the municipal hall, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. This offspring is a special case. She was overlooked. You shall record her under my name. Overlooked? The protection of offspring within the elf clan was exceedingly strict, and there had never been a case of an overlooked child before. Without precedent, there was no established protocol for such an occurrence. By placing the child under his name, the elder was merely facilitating his own affairs. The diligent elf, understanding the implications, swiftly completed the necessary identification for Yuanyuan and handed it over to Ivan. Once outside the municipal hall, Yuanyuan remained in a state of shock, grappling with the bewildering reality of being inexplicably recognized as someone's child. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, so she decided to focus on what she could control. System. Can the shop's address be modified? Yes. Really? Yuanyuan felt a surge of excitement at the system's affirmative response. She hastily brought up the system map, eager to select a favorable city for the shop's new location. The system map vividly displayed the 5 major cities of the Green Elf clan. The life tree was a symbol of the Green Elf clan's sovereignty. Windward Port connected with the Atlantic Sea and served as the trade hub of the Green Elves. Watcher's Land was a military stronghold. Twilight City bordered the territory of the Blood Clan. And finally, there was her current locale, Misty Emerald City, a favored destination for tourism and habitation within the Elf clan. Contemplating these 5 cities, Yuanyuan pondered, what does the system require for relocating the shop's address? Based on the housing prices and distance to the new location, the host must pay the corresponding currency. The farther the destination, the higher the housing price, and thus, the greater the amount the host must pay. Housing prices? Yuanyuan had not anticipated that even in this new world, she would be subjected to such economic pressures. Chapter 32. Relocating the shop. The outcome was becoming increasingly clear in terms of distance. There is no city closer than Misty Emerald City for relocation. With a high influx of elves, moving the shop there would alleviate concerns regarding clientele, leaving only the issue of housing costs. System. Yuanyuan hesitated. If I were to relocate the shop to Misty Emerald City, will I be able to afford it with my current savings? Yes. Delight surged within Yuanyuan as she exclaimed with joy. Immediately, she accessed the system panel to initiate the migration of her store. Just then, a query window unexpectedly popped up. Would you like to repair the store's entrance? Please select yes or no. Without hesitation, Yuanyuan selected yes. Although there were no other sprites in the Forbidden Zone, the multitude of sprites within Misty Fog City posed a concern. If the store's entrance remained damaged after the migration, it would hinder normal operations. Host. To operate the store address migration and repair the damaged entrance, a payment of 20 gold coins is required. Note, the store address migration can only be executed once. Please choose wisely. 20 gold coins. This would wipe out over 90% of her assets. Nevertheless, Yuanyuan closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, pressing the payment option. I shall migrate. Payment successful. The store address migration is in progress. The damaged entrance is under repair. Repair complete. The store is currently intact. Migration successful. New store address, Misty Fog City. Go and explore your new location. The system interface displayed a flurry of recent notifications. With a heart full of trepidation, Yuanyuan gingerly clicked on her personal page. Name, Yuanyuan race, green sprite level, apprentice mage, level 11. Item, crafting master endless water tap weapon. Laurel crown assets, for silver coins building, sprite milk tea shop, 1 surrounding cabins, 1 employee dormitory, 1 employees, strawberry. Amy Joy value, 261,000,000 reputation. Dragon Clan, 2100, Sigwart's Magic Academy, 4100. Indeed, her funds had dwindled significantly. System, have you noticed? Yuanyuan inquired, her tone devoid of enthusiasm. What? Every time I manage to earn a bit of money, you swiftly seize it. I suspect it's intentional. You should not be called the evil Sword Immortal System. You ought to be named the I Adore Money System. All actions of this system are entirely reasonable. Every amount collected has been agreed upon by the host, and there are no intentional acts involved. This was indeed true. Prior to each payment, the system would require her confirmation, leaving Yuanyuan unable to find fault with it. Miss Yuanyuan called Ivander as he exited the municipal hall, presenting her with the completed identification. Here is your identification. Please keep it safe. Yuanyuan accepted the leaf-shaped card from Ivander, which clearly displayed her personal information, with Ivander Goodrich listed as her guardian. So, he wasn't intending to adopt her after all. At that moment, she had feared that Ivander would claim her as his own. What a relief it was to discover it was merely a misunderstanding. You were startled, weren't you? Ivander chuckled lightly. Due to the absence of details regarding your parents, it was impossible to process your identification normally. Thus, I applied to be your guardian, and I hope you do not mind. Not at all. Yuanyuan quickly waved her hand, expressing her gratitude. You have been immensely helpful to me, and I am truly thankful. Furthermore, considering that you currently lack a place to reside, I have also secured a residence for you, with a specific address documented on your identification. The prospect of receiving a house illuminated Yuanyuan's expression. This journey not only resolved her identity issues and the relocation of her shop, but also granted her a home. She promptly checked the address Ivander had mentioned, discovering it to be a property located in the capital of life. Furrowing her brow, Yuanyuan mused, shouldn't it be a house in the Misty City? Ivander explained, it is a significant oversight on the part of the Green Elves to have left you, as a young one, in the Forbidden Land. Thus, compensation must be of the highest quality. The capital of life is the royal city of the Green Elves, where you will receive the finest education and enhanced safety. The residence Ivander referred to was, in fact, his own property, as he had assumed the role of guardian for the little one. Gifting her a house was entirely reasonable. Would you like to take a look? Ivander inquired. No, it's too late. Yuanyuan declined his invitation. I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. I believe I should head back. Very well. I shall have Beecher escort you home, Ivander said, curling his pinky to summon the unicorn Beecher. No, that is unnecessary. Yuanyuan hastily waved off Ivander's kindness. My shop has successfully relocated within the Misty City, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself. Ivander pondered. I recall your milk tea shop was situated in the Forbidden Land, which is somewhat distant from the Misty City. Transferring a shop directly to another location from afar is not something an apprentice magician could accomplish. The shop has already been relocated. You are welcome to visit again in the future. Yuanyuan did not directly explain how the shop could instantaneously move from the Forbidden Land to the Misty City, as she herself could not elucidate it. Ivander gazed intently at the smiling young one before him, sensing that perhaps more extraordinary occurrences were destined to unfold in Yuanyuan's presence. For the elven race, this may not be a misfortune. At the very least, the milk tea she concocted significantly contributed to enhancing their magical abilities. Never mind, Ivander sighed inwardly. Let these matters be handled by Landrico. I already have enough on my plate managing the affairs of this little one, which is exhausting for us elves. Very well, I shall certainly return when time permits. Ivander assured her. Yuanyuan exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Ivander did not press her regarding the shop's address change. Had he insisted on seeking clarity, she would have surely found herself at a loss for words. When Amy awoke once more, it was already evening, and the sweet aroma of milk tea filled her nostrils. She propped herself up to sniff more closely. Sister Yuanyuan, is that red bean milk tea? Indeed. Come quickly, you have been sleeping for most of the day. Yuanyuan replied from the kitchen on the first floor, as she prepared the milk tea. As Amy prepared to rise, she noticed a small jar beside her pillow. She casually picked up the jar and made her way downstairs. Sister Yuanyuan, what is this? Yuanyuan leaned in to take a look, discovering it was the scar-removing ointment she had left for Amy. This is the scar ointment I prepared for you. Remember to apply it to your scars regularly. Amy was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Are you saying my scars can be healed? Of course. Yuanyuan nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Sister Yuanyuan. Amy rushed forward and embraced Yuanyuan tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. During her days at the milk tea shop, Amy had tried desperately to convince herself to ignore the unsightly scars, as they reminded her of her tortured past. She never expected Yuanyuan would bring her a scar treatment. Overwhelmed by this kindness, she could only repeatedly express her gratitude. Yuanyuan returned the embrace. You are now my employee. If you encounter difficulties, I am more than willing to assist you. If you wish to express your gratitude, then work hard. There will be some changes in the shop, so be mentally prepared. Amy wondered, why has the topic shifted so quickly? Chapter 33. The milk tea shop at the central square. The morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on the wooden floor. Luna awoke gently to the sound of birds chirping. With great effort, she opened her heavy eyelids, her lifeless gaze surveying the room. Another busy day awaits, she thought. Luna got up to freshen herself, retrieving a ripe honeydew fruit from the cupboard and brewing a cup of black tea. The honeydew, sweet and juicy, was a favorite among the elven folk. After finishing the fruit, she felt a slight sense of satisfaction regarding her appetite and tidied up, preparing to commence her workday. Luna was a female elven tour guide, responsible for leading tourists visiting the city of Misty Vale. It was springtime in Misty Vale, and the influx of visitors kept her busier than ever, causing her to lose considerable weight. As usual, Luna made her way to the central square to greet her tourists. She traversed every road in Misty Vale, passing numerous shops, yet her sweet tooth remained unsatisfied. She had yet to find her dream store. The Jenny's Tailor Shop. The potion shop with its no-cure, no-pay policy, the boutique wand shop, and finally the Elven milk tea shop. The Elven milk tea shop. Luna suddenly halted, gazing at a shop she had never encountered in her memories. The brown exterior walls were adorned with climbing vines, embellished with small flowers, and the wind chimes at the entrance danced gently in the breeze, producing a melodious, soft, and elegant sound that delighted the elven spirit. Beside the milk tea shop stood a mushroom house, with the words surrounding cottages elegantly inscribed above. Judging by the style of the shop, it certainly aligned with what the elven folk favored. However, Luna's keen senses detected a hint of sweetness wafting from within the establishment, igniting a spark of excitement within her. A strong intuition told her that this was the shop she had been searching for all along. She approached the milk tea shop and pushed open the door marked with a small wooden sign, reading open. The verdant green walls complemented the wooden furnishings beautifully, and Luna noticed an array of uniquely crafted handicrafts scattered throughout the shop. Greetings, and welcome to the Elven milk tea shop. Amy greeted with a characteristic smile, inviting the guests to take a seat. Ever since Yuanyuan informed her yesterday about the scar removal ointment and the shop's relocation, Amy had been in a state of exhilaration. The city of Misty Green was indeed a true elven realm, a place she had longed to visit. Over the past few days, she had learned the ropes quite adeptly under Yuanyuan's guidance, who watched with a sense of nostalgia as Amy confidently and graciously attended to the customers. Here is the menu. What would you like to drink? Amy inquired, presenting the menu to Luna. Luna was somewhat taken aback to find herself being served by a half-elf with frost bloodlines. Though half-elves were not uncommon among the elven kin, it had been quite some time since she had encountered one bearing the frost lineage. Were these? Luna asked, gazing at the menu with a perplexed expression. Milk tea and Sprite, Amy explained enthusiastically. These are the shop's signature drinks, crafted with great care by the owner, utilizing high-quality tea leaves and milk. Each cup is meticulously blended and brewed, ensuring a delightful, smooth taste that will enchant you with its first sip. Yuanyuan marveled inwardly at Amy's potential in sales. She was quite impressive. Captivated by Amy's description, Luna resolved to try the ultra-sweet brown sugar pearl milk tea that Amy recommended. All right, please hold on a moment. Seated comfortably, Luna observed as Yuanyuan skillfully prepared her milk tea in the back kitchen. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air, and she watched as the milk tea transformed in thickness and color. Eventually, Amy approached her with a meticulously crafted drink. Before her sat an intriguing beverage. Luna picked up the straw and poked at the transparent ice cubes and the round pearls within. The ice cubes, added at Amy's suggestion, lent a refreshing chill. With a sip, she was enveloped by the rich flavors of the tea and the creaminess of the milk. The brown sugar intensified the sweetness of the milk tea, and the ice imparted a delightful coolness. Luna's eyes sparkled with delight. This milk tea was truly exquisite. The chewy pearls danced in her mouth, and as she savored the last sip, she thought to herself that this was precisely the indulgence a sweet-toothed elf ought to relish. At the checkout, Luna confidently placed 5 silver coins upon the table. This drink had thoroughly satisfied her hunger. She now brimmed with energy, eager to dive into her work. Take care, Amy said as she began to tidy up the table, and we look forward to your next visit. Nearby, a couple of newly arrived elven lovers observed Luna's contented expression, piqued by curiosity about the newly opened establishment. Good day to you both. Here is our menu. Feel free to peruse and decide what you would like to drink. Amy offered, presenting 2 menus to the elven couple. What does this mean? The female elf asked, pointing at the thumbs-up symbol next to the names of certain milk teas with a puzzled expression. This indicates our recommendations, beverages that have received positive feedback from our guests. Amy replied, My dear, the female elf gazed lovingly at her handsome male companion, blushing as she suggested, Shall we try the honey red bean milk tea? Of course. The male elf replied warmly, 1 red bean milk tea and 1 Sprite. Certainly, please hold on. Amy, clutching the menu, made her way directly to the kitchen. It was quite nauseating. To the eyes of the elven couple, it seemed as if only they existed in each other's world, their gazes almost stretching with affection. Yuanyuan smiled at Amy's bashful demeanor. After all, Amy was still young, unlike herself, who had never tasted pork yet had seen pigs run. She had grown accustomed to the endearing antics of young couples during her university days when her roommate would engage in nightly video calls with her long-distance boyfriend, exchanging sweet nothings. Yet, she pondered when she would find her true counterpart. Oh, but no, she was still a juvenile in the Elven clan. How did you return? Ivan looked at Randrick, who was impeccably dressed and propped his chin on one hand while perusing administrative matters. Lilith's abilities are commendable. She has successfully settled the half-elves. As for the young ones you're concerned about, I have personally facilitated the issuance of their identification. All is currently well within the clan. He even provided her with a residence. Ivan mused inwardly. Chapter 34. Past events. The council is about to convene, Randrick remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, I have repaired the protective barrier. Following the demise of Lord Albrecht, the cavalry regiment had defected under Knight Commander Kieran's leadership, and Albrecht's whereabouts were now unknown. How surprising. Ivan slowly raised an eyebrow. Oh, Randrick inquired, puzzled. Is it due to the Lord's death? He commanded a multitude of knights, mages, and priests, equipped with countless magical artifacts for self-preservation. Given his cowardly nature, he should have hidden far away. It is indeed astonishing that the mindless Albrecht managed to kill him. No, Ivan replied, gazing out at the oak trees. It was Kieran. His voice drifted into reminiscence. Kieran was a protege of my friend, the wandering knight Andre. He harbored profound sentiments for the human empire, and I never expected he would willingly surrender the lordship of Trey City to Albrecht and then defect. The wandering knight Randrick's voice held a hint of eagerness. With Ivan's magical prowess, the individuals he befriends must be exceptional. Might I have the opportunity to learn a few techniques from him? Your Majesty, Ivan responded, somewhat exasperated. You are a mage. And what of it? Randrick stood. My swordsmanship is inherited from the former queen of the Elves, Seraphina. Ivan gazed at the proud, young elven king. Randrick, somewhat entranced. The former queen of the Green Elves, Seraphina, was a remarkable prodigy, possessing unparalleled swordsmanship and being one of the few master swordsmen among the elves. Her sister was the elven saint Sephiana, a powerful follower of nature magic. The queen and the saint were rare twin elves within the clan, bound by a profound emotional connection. Faced with the escalating decline of the elven race, the queen ardently pursued reforms and demonstrated a spirit of enterprise. In her negotiations with the Frost and Shadow Elves, she advocated for an active competition with humanity and the Dragonkin. However, the Frost Elves steadfastly adhered to their peaceful philosophy of being the guardians of nature, opting for a secluded existence in the Northern Realms. Meanwhile, the Shadow Elves fell prey to a surprise attack by the Blood Clan, and the Green Elves, preoccupied with the plight of their vanishing kin, found themselves ensnared in the current predicament. The young successor, inheriting the Queen's will, brought Ivan their sense of solace. Alas, he has passed away. Ivan there sighed, recalling that you should know him, or rather, his alternate name, Baron, the Golden Knight Baron. Landrico paused, contemplating that the human empire boasted 3 formidable battalions of Golden Knights, each led by a general. Baron had once held the esteemed position of a general within the empire. How could one of such high stature fall to a life of wandering? Ivan there, noticing Landrico's puzzled expression, inquired about his thoughts. Landrico nodded slowly, recognizing the tragic fate of a fallen hero. Perhaps Ivan there lamented he was weary, or perhaps he was lost in confusion. Weariness and confusion seem incompatible with the indomitable lion of the empire. Yet, Ivan there's demeanor revealed his reluctance to elaborate further, prompting Landrico to refrain from pressing the issue. Although this meeting pertained to Tress City, with the primary conflict involving humanity and the Dragonkin, the Green Elves also found themselves affected. Ivan there smirked, narrowing his eyes, remarking on the young Elven King's significant resources expended to repair the shattered protective barrier from the recent war. Surely, they ought to make a show of support. Indeed, Landrico chuckled. Although he considered the barrier repairs a trivial task, it was evident that the elder was unwilling to let such matters pass lightly. Thus, he resolved to heed the elder's words. The council often glossed over elven affairs, and this time, they must be made to pay dearly. Shall we send Lilith? Ivan there inquired. The council had initially intended to invite elder-level figures, yet Ivan there found the prospect tedious. The thought of listening to a multitude of trivialities for several days drained him. At his advanced age, He preferred to delegate such burdens to the younger generation. Lilith currently has her own tasks, and her disposition is not suited for such endeavors. Landrico pondered. Let us send Lucien instead. Landrico laughed, acknowledging him as a suitable choice. However, I recall he seems to be on vacation. Then let him work overtime. Ivan there chuckled, reveling in Lucien's misfortune, as his vacation would be forfeited. Achoo! Lucien, holding the menu, let out a resounding sneeze. Sir, Amy said, observing the elven customer who had perused the menu for a full hour, may I assist you with anything? It's fine. I'll take a moment longer. Lucien declined Amy's kind offer. However, Amy found herself in a bit of a quandary. You have taken too long to decide, and the guests behind you are growing impatient. Lucien glanced outside the milk tea shop, and indeed, a long line of customers was casting longing glances in his direction. I will choose quickly. Lucien managed to smile weakly amidst the pressure. Very well, Amy replied, having no choice but to acquiesce. Once you have made your selection, you may inform me directly. With that, she stepped away from Lucien to guide other patrons. Lucien sighed. Today marked the first day of his annual leave. Usually preoccupied with financial affairs, he finally had some time to unwind. With the vibrant blossoms of Tsuewu City in full bloom, he had made his way there with his suitcase in tow. Embracing the philosophy of enjoying experiences without expenditure, he had surreptitiously joined a tour group to listen to the enchanting explanations of the Elven Guide. The female Elven Guide had highly recommended the newly opened milk tea shop in the central square, asserting that it was a must-visit spot in Tsuewu City. Having never heard of milk tea before, Lucien entered the shop with a spirit of adventure, but his enthusiasm waned the moment he opened the menu. It's exorbitantly priced. Far too expensive, he lamented, realizing that the cost of a single cup of milk tea was equivalent to a meal. He promptly set down the menu, intending to leave, but the Elven Guide had already formed a long queue with her tour group outside the shop, subtly blocking the entrance the moment she spotted him. Lucien thought to himself, had I known, I wouldn't have indulged in the free explanations. Luna teased, caught in the act of freeloading, are we? Chapter 35. Lucien and Luna, such tenacity. Lucien felt intimidated by Luna's commanding presence, too apprehensive to budge from his seat. Good day, sir. Yuanyuan greeted him with a smile. Our Sprite is also a popular choice worth trying. If you prefer not to sample the milk tea, you might consider the Sprite. Yuanyuan had observed the hesitant male elf with a menu from the kitchen. Typically, any elf who entered the milk tea shop would be eager to try the milk tea, yet this customer seemed ready to retreat upon seeing the prices. Had it not been for the earlier female elf customer, he would have likely exited the shop by now. Noticing the subtle tension between the two elves, Yuanyuan quickly intervened, aware that any discord in her establishment could adversely affect both her patrons and her business. Then I shall have a Sprite, Lucien conceded, taking the opportunity presented by Yuanyuan. There was no escaping now. Given the demeanor of the Elven Guide, he was compelled to enjoy a drink today. Hello. Here is your Sprite. Amy carefully placed a glass filled with chilled Sprite on Lucien's table. This is Sprite? Lucien gazed at the transparent glass filled with effervescent liquid, puzzled. Isn't it merely a cup of fizzy water? He picked up the straw and took a vigorous sip, the bubbles rushing up his nose, prompting him to cough several times. Laughter, youthful and light-hearted, filled the air around him. Lucien glanced back and saw a newly born Sprite smiling at him, while its mother was blissfully savoring a beverage known as milk tea. Was it truly that delightful? This Sprite was quite overwhelming. Sir, Amy approached Lucien, gently reminding him, Sprite is a carbonated drink. You must be cautious while consuming it. Carbonated water. No wonder it was filled with bubbles. Heeding Amy's advice, Lucien took a careful sip this time, and indeed, he was no longer choked. The effervescent foam burst upon his tongue, followed by a sweet flavor and a refreshing chill brought about by the ice. It was delightful. One sip banished the heat he had accumulated during his journey. It was no wonder that customers flowed in and out of the shop, with a long queue forming outside. Lucien finished the remaining Sprite, aware that the Sprites outside had been eyeing him for quite some time. He needed to make a swift exit. Time to settle the bill, Lucien said as he approached the front desk. Certainly, Amy replied, her handling of the cash register somewhat clumsy, as it posed a challenge for her, requiring time to adapt. Let me check your bill. It totals 1 silver coin. Lucien retrieved his wallet, extracting a silver coin and placing it next to the unfamiliar alchemical item. Thank you, Amy beamed. We appreciate your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. Lu Xin mused. Not only did the establishment serve delightful beverages, but it also offered a plethora of unseen alchemical curiosities, a cash register, beautifully designed glowing lamps overhead. And even the glasses were exquisite and rare. He felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that one could not solely immerse oneself in work. Occasionally, one must venture out and explore, lest one become lost in unfamiliar terminology like that which the female sprite tour guide had mentioned, such as checking in. With a light heart, Lu Xin exited the milk tea shop. Yuanyuan was somewhat overwhelmed, as the business was thriving exceedingly well. To recount the events from the morning, after serving a female sprite customer and a couple, no further patrons had arrived. Yuanyuan had mentally prepared for an early closure that day, considering that the items sold in her shop were entirely novel to the sprite community. And competition in the central square was fierce. For instance, there was a flower shop bustling with tourists, offering bouquets and various styles of wreaths and bracelets, which made Yuanyuan yearn to indulge in some purchases herself. Yet, whenever the thought of buying a wreath crossed her mind, a tightness would grip her head. System, what on earth is happening? Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. Why does my head feel so constricted? It is feeling possessive. Huh? Who is feeling possessive? Yuanyuan inquired, perplexed. The laurel wreath has a strong sense of possessiveness over your mind. It has detected your desire to purchase a wreath and is feeling jealous. Yuanyuan. How strange, she remarked. Are you certain there is no error in your analysis? Affirmative. Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat speechless, retracted her shopping intentions. The transformation began in the afternoon, when Yuanyuan had little expectation of serving more customers. However, the shop was soon inundated with waves of tourists eager to check in. Upon closer inquiry, Amy discovered that this group of visitors had come to the milk tea shop on a recommendation of a female elven guide named Luna. At that moment, Yuanyuan realized that Luna was indeed one of the few patrons from the morning. As the influx of customers continued, she kept a vigilant eye, but regrettably, did not spot Luna among the crowd of elves. It wasn't until the arrival of Lu Xin that matters grew complicated. Lu Xin proved to be a rather challenging customer for Yuanyuan. This male elven patron was quite the conundrum, deliberating over the menu for a full hour. During this time, several customers expressed their frustration due to the shop being full, while Lu Xin merely occupied a seat without placing an order. Yuanyuan found herself at an impasse. With both sides being equally important, she could not directly ask Lu Xin to leave, especially since he had not committed any wrongdoing. Finally, when she spotted Luna and sensed a subtle tension brewing between Luna and Lu Xin, she promptly extended an olive branch to Lu Xin, swiftly diffusing the invisible conflict. Hello, Yuanyuan approached Luna. Are you the elven lady who dined at the shop this morning? Indeed, Luna replied, her demeanor changing instantly upon Yuanyuan's arrival. After all, she was now fond of the new proprietor of her favorite establishment. Thank you for promoting my shop. Yuanyuan smiled in acknowledgement. Your shop truly deserves it. Luna replied earnestly. The elven tribe values simplicity in food, favoring raw or minimally processed fruits and vegetables. Few elves invest significant effort in culinary arts. And your invention of milk tea and Sprite represents a monumental shift in our culinary landscape. Luna's expression was serious, her tone fervent. One might mistake her words for praise of a great figure. Transformation, Yuanyuan replied, her expression slightly awkward. Surely, such a term was an overstatement. It was merely milk tea, after all, and not an invention of her own. I greatly appreciate your admiration, but the notion of a grand transformation is quite beyond this humble establishment. Do not underestimate yourself, Luna reassured her, giving Yuanyuan's shoulder a gentle pat. The elven race, particularly the green elves, indeed harbored a mild inclination toward sweetness, as evidenced by the popularity of the sweet and juicy Moreau fruit among them. Luna was a devoted advocate of the Moreau fruit before the advent of milk tea. Chapter 36. Advertising the shop. The green elves are abundant in fruits and vegetables. Before discovering your shop, my diet consisted solely of various fruits. Luna gestured with her hands, her expression devoid of enthusiasm, along with mushrooms. Do fruits and mushrooms not constitute a staple diet? Yuanyuan inquired, puzzled. The milk cereal and large loaves of bread your shop sells are quite popular as well. Due to my role as a guide, I often interact with tourists from different cities. Many green elves actually believe that our cuisine is rather monotonous. I've heard that human cuisine is far more diverse. Luna suddenly became exhilarated as she spoke of human cuisine. During a previous tour group I hosted, one member, a longtime resident of Windwhisper Harbor, shared tales of an intriguing mermaid friend. The mermaid, Yuanyuan, was astonished to learn that one could encounter merfolk in the city of the Green Elves. The merfolk have resided in the waters of Atlantis for generations, and Windwhisper Harbor is adjacent to these seas. Luna elaborated, however, that merfolk are known for their peculiar dispositions, making genuine connections with them quite rare among elves. The tourist recounted how his mermaid friend had been disoriented by a maritime storm and washed ashore in a small human kingdom, where the prince rescued her and treated her to exquisite delicacies, including oysters and fish roasted with unique spices, along with an array of grilled meats and soft white bread. It seemed this mermaid was quite the Epicurean. And what happened next? Yuanyuan inquired. Did she live happily ever after with the prince? Certainly not, Luna replied, casting a peculiar glance at Yuanyuan. It was a male mermaid. He later wept many pearls, purchasing an abundance of human food to take back to Atlantis. As it was immensely popular, he now specializes in importing food for other merfolk from that small kingdom. I see. So he became a personal shopper, Yuanyuan mused. The Windwhisper Harbor tourist had indeed tasted the delicacies brought back by the mermaid gentleman, and he described them as remarkably different and delightful. At this point, Luna could not conceal her envy. The elves held an enduring conflict with humans, and apart from necessary trade, there was little culinary exchange. She lamented that she would never savor the delectable dishes the tourist had described. Upon hearing Luna's narrative, Yuanyuan realized that perhaps most green elves did not solely pursue the essence of ingredients. They could also embrace human food, and many appeared to anticipate new culinary experiences. Nevertheless, the green elves still harbored their own dietary preferences, and in this regard, she could certainly implement some changes. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your recommendations and shared experiences, Yuanyuan said earnestly. You shall have the opportunity to taste our new offerings free of charge. As a guide, Luna possessed an excellent chance for promotion. Yuanyuan initially considered hiring her to advertise the shop, but then thought better of it. Given Luna's passion for gourmet delights, offering her complimentary tastings seemed far more genuine. Really? Luna exclaimed with excitement. I have always enjoyed sharing my favorite establishments with tourists. If you're sincere, I shall surely sing your praises. What an honor. Thus, advertising for the shop was accomplished. Lu Sun strolled contentedly toward the inn, his heart light at the prospect of several days free from work. He had booked a stay at the finest inn in Misty Vale, having splurged significantly. Rumor had it that the inn boasted a botanical garden, an enchanting environment, and perhaps even a chance for a romantic encounter. After completing the check-in process at the front desk, he eagerly made his way to his room, his heart racing as he opened the door with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. A sharp pain suddenly pierced through Lu Sun's head, causing the world to spin before his eyes. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. You didn't go too hard on him, did you? A sprite clad in a specialized guard uniform inquired from behind Lu Sun. Of course not, another sprite replied confidently. I am a professional. The two sprites swiftly carried the unconscious Lu Sun away from the inn. In the City of Life, within the Royal Council chamber, Lu Sun was unceremoniously tossed onto the floor. Your Majesty, the Minister of Finance has been brought in, a voice announced. What have you done to him? Landrico exclaimed, pointing at the motionless Lu Sun. You've injured him. Your Majesty, Minister Lu Sun is notoriously stubborn. Without a direct approach, he would not cooperate with our return to the capital, the guard sprite explained. I can attest to that. Ivander chimed in, reveling in the situation. This fellow is not only miserly, but also unwavering in his convictions. He descended from his seat and approached Lu Sun. Inspecting him with care, he not dead, just temporarily incapacitated. He still usable. Grand Elder, Landrico sighed. We need to discuss serious matters next. Ivander pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed. He gestured for the guard's sprites to awaken Lu Sun. The guards understood and promptly fetched a basin of cold water, which they splashed onto Lu Sun. The icy water jolted Lu Sun awake, and upon regaining consciousness, the two guards bowed to Landrico and exited the council chamber. You see, Ivander signaled to Landrico, indicating the revived Lu Sun. I told you he would be fine. Lu Sun blinked heavily, wiping the water from his face. Just as he was about to express his anger, he lifted his gaze to see the long-absent Elf King. Your Majesty. He quickly rose to offer his respects. Landrico nodded lightly, conjuring a wooden chair to appear behind Lucien. Rubbing the prominent bump on his head, Lucien approached the chair and seated himself. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss, Your Majesty? He instinctively guessed that the bump was the handiwork of the guards, and only the king before him had the authority to command them. The Magic Council will convene shortly, Landrico stated, taking a few sips from a bottle of Sprite he had procured. You are to attend, but only elders are typically allowed in the council, Lucien protested. Cough, cough. Ivan interrupted. This time the main conflict concerns the humans and the dragon race. They will not scrutinize these details. That sounds appealing, but the thought of mingling among a group of elders as merely the Minister of Finance was daunting. Your Majesty, Lucien attempted to negotiate further. I am inexperienced and unqualified to represent the Green Elf clan. Perhaps it will be better if, thus it is decided, Landrico gently placed down his cup. The Grand Elder will inform you of the specifics. As the words fell, the figure of Landrico gradually faded from the throne. The Grand Elder, Lucien, was at a loss, his face a mask of despair as he pointed towards the direction in which Landrico had departed. It was a blatant affront to the elves, offering him no chance to choose his own fate. Enough, Ivan said coolly. Since His Majesty has made his decision, you should prepare accordingly. Are you aware of the situation in Tress City? I have heard some whispers, Lucien replied. The council seems intent on mediating the conflict between humans and dragons. As for our Green Elf clan, Ivan stroked his chin, reflecting on the misfortunes that had befallen the Green Elves. Their protective shield had been shattered, and the young Elven king had suffered greatly in his efforts to mend it. The rest, as they say, lies in your expertise. Are you implying that? Lucien's eyes flickered, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Ivan, both fully understanding one another. Ivan nodded in satisfaction and departed the council chamber, ascending to the pinnacle of the city's grand clock tower. Your Majesty, Ivan addressed the young monarch, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, having conveyed his message clearly. What is the situation with the guard and Lucien? Truth be told, it is nothing of great consequence, Ivan explained. A few months ago, the guard sought permission to feed their elk with superior quality grass, but Minister Lucien vehemently opposed it, leading to some heated exchanges before they parted ways on poor terms. And the rationale behind his opposition? Lucien argued that the funding allotted for elk feed was approaching the same amount as that for military supplies, and thus should be curtailed. Ivan replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The elk served as mounts for the guard, and valuing them was tantamount to valuing the guard's combat effectiveness. Yet Lucien's reasoning held some merit. However, the trouble lay in a particular remark Lucien made. What remark? Landrico inquired, intrigued. He stated that no matter how well a deer is fed, it remains a deer, not an elf. Most elves in the guard regard the elk as their companions, and this incited their ire, prompting them to seize the opportunity to retaliate. Most elves harbor unique sentiments towards the magical beasts that accompany them in life and battle. For instance, the unicorn is to Landrico what the elk is to the guard, a companion with whom they share life and death. Lucien, in his insensitivity, was thus deserving of the backlash he faced. Nonetheless, his reasoning was not without foundation. Devoid of emotional ties, one might approach matters with greater objectivity. I do not wish to witness such occurrences again. Indeed, Ivan acknowledged, placing his right hand upon his left shoulder in a gesture of respect. It was evident that Landrico sought to prevent any further private skirmishes among his subordinates. He would need to intervene once more to admonish both parties. Unbeknownst to them, Yuanyuan remained entirely ignorant of the happenings within the royal city. She was currently preoccupied with tallying the earnings from the past few days. The new store had opened to abundant profits, and as the shop closed its doors, she eagerly examined the system panel. This time, a total of 50 customers were successfully served. After deducting raw material costs of 5 silver coins, the total earnings amounted to 2 gold coins and 45 silver coins, along with 160 points of satisfaction. Her personal page was subsequently updated with the new information. Name, Yuanyuan race, Green Elf level, Apprentice Mage, level 11, profession, Master Artisan items, Endless Water Faucet, weapon, Laurel Crown assets, 2 gold coins, 45 silver coins properties, Life City property, 1 building, Elf Milk Tea Shop, 1 surrounding cottage, 1 employee dormitory, 1 staff, Meituan, AI Me Pleasure Value, 1 861,000, 000 reputation. Dragon Clan, 2100. Sigworth School of Magic, 4100. The pleasure value this time was quite fruitful. However, it paled in comparison to the overall progress bar. Yuanyuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, she realized that today marked her true inaugural day of operating the shop, and this achievement was commendable. She believed that with her relentless efforts, the day would come when she could honorably complete her mission and retire successfully. Just the thought of retirement invigorated her spirit. She entrusted the remaining cleaning tasks to AI Me and set her sights on concocting new beverages. She initiated the system's lottery function, and the system page began to scroll. You have obtained Strawberry Jam X1, unlocking the entry, Strawberry Jam. You have obtained Crunchy Boba X1, unlocking the entry, Crunchy Boba. You have obtained Strawberry X1. Unlocking the entry, Strawberry. You have obtained Iced Black Tea X1, unlocking the entry, Iced Black Tea. To her delight, Yuanyuan had drawn the ingredients she desired in one fell swoop, raising an eyebrow at her good fortune. She began by taking several plump strawberries, crushing them in a shaker to extract their juice, followed by adding a few spoonfuls of strawberry jam, ice cubes, and honey. Finally, she poured an appropriate amount of iced black tea and the Paisida, Assistance, Crunchy Boba. After shaking the mixture gently, she poured the beautiful deep red liquid into a prepared glass, completing a cup of strawberry boba. Yuanyuan filled 2 glasses with the finished strawberry boba and retrieved Oreos and a tea bag from her bag. She brewed a cup of red tea for later use, then took another shaker, added ice cubes, and sequentially incorporated the brewed tea and fresh whole milk, followed by syrup to enhance sweetness, mixing the liquid thoroughly. She then took another cup, crushed several Oreo cookies, added ice cubes, and poured the previously prepared milk tea, thus creating a cup of Oreo milk tea. Yuanyuan promptly submitted the finished beverages for system appraisal. Strawberry boba. The sweet and juicy strawberries combined with the uniquely textured crunchy boba create an irresistibly sweet and tangy flavor that easily captivates the palate of a green elf. One sip, and it becomes impossible to refuse. Effect: increases natural magic comprehension by 13, trigger probability. Ingredients: strawberry jam, crunchy boba, ice black tea, ice cubes, honey. Suggested selling price: 10 silver coins. Oreo milk tea. The crispy Oreo cookie combined with the rich milk tea creates a delightful layer of textures that surprises the palate. Effect: increases magical defense comprehension by 8, probability trigger. Materials: Oreo, black tea, ice, milk, syrup. Suggested price: 5 silver coins. The system provided identification results for both beverages. However, Yuanyuan discovered that the suggested price for the strawberry boba was twice that of the Oreo milk tea. The details particularly emphasized its ability to easily captivate the appetites of the green elves. Most importantly, its effects surpassed those of typical milk tea offerings. After conversing with Luna, Yuanyuan subtly sensed that the green elf tribe favored fruit and vegetable ingredients, although the green elves displayed a certain enthusiasm for other food types. It was evident that they held a particular affection for fruits and vegetables. The system's identification results further confirmed Yuanyuan's thoughts. Indeed, the green elves preferred fruit tea beverages. Chapter 38. Errands of Landrico. Amy, come try my newly crafted beverage. Yuanyuan called to Amy, who was busy at the front desk. Amy was in high spirits all day, multitasking as the cashier, waitress, and cleaner. Her dedication was commendable, with Amy managing the shop. Yuanyuan could confidently prepare meals and create new offerings in the kitchen. Are these 2 new drinks? Amy asked as she received the strawberry boba and Oreo milk tea from Yuanyuan. Sister Yuanyuan, you are incredibly talented. Creating a unique beverage for the continent only requires a spark of inspiration. That is not merely my innate talent. It's the system's comprehensive crafting guide that encompasses various ingredient combinations. I simply follow the template, Yuanyuan thought, but she could not share this with Amy. Go ahead and try it, Yuanyuan smiled, pointing at the Oreo milk tea. Start with this one. Amy was somewhat perplexed. Do I need to taste these in a specific order? She took a sip of the Oreo milk tea, and the rich tea blended with the crispy cookie created a multitude of delightful sensations in her mouth. What is that crunchy part? Amy asked excitedly, stirring the Oreo cookie crumbs in her cup. That crunchy part is a cookie called Oreo. Is it delicious? It's delicious, Amy exclaimed with a smile. Sister Yuanyuan's creations are always delightful. The name of the cookie is quite peculiar, she noted. Then let us try this one, Yuanyuan suggested, gesturing towards the remaining strawberry boba. She anticipated Amy's reaction, as the difference in texture between fruit tea and milk tea was quite significant. Is this also milk tea? It seems quite different from the other varieties in the shop, Amy inquired, lifting a cup filled with deep red liquid. This is fruit tea. It typically does in tea contain milk, primarily made from fruits. The main ingredient in your strawberry boba is strawberry. While strawberries in milk tea were unfamiliar to Amy, she trusted that Yuanyuan would never lead her astray. Curiously, she took a large sip of the strawberry boba, the refreshing, icy fruit juice, combined with the sweet and sour strawberry pulp and the chewy, delightful boba, created a delightful experience. The sensation was entirely different from that of milk tea, and Amy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "The flavor of strawberry is simply delightful." Yuanyuan, contentedly observing Amy's elation, mused that the allure of fruit tea was no less captivating than that of milk tea. "The remainder is all yours," she said, handing her portion to Amy, before retrieving the menu to inscribe her order for new beverages. In the bustling center square of Emerald Mist City, Corey strolled along the main thoroughfare, his gaze wandering to the surrounding shops. A few hours prior, the captain of the guard had reprimanded him sternly for assaulting a colleague. Since Minister Lucien had not sustained serious injuries, the elder had opted for a mild reprimand, imposing upon Corey the task of fetching milk tea for His Majesty, an indefinite assignment. Sighing, Corey lamented, "Where on earth is this milk tea shop?" The central square, situated within the commercial hub of the city, was teeming with numerous establishments. Corey, who typically trained and worked in the city of life, had little interest or familiarity with such places. The endless task of running errands for His Majesty to procure milk tea was indeed a significant punishment. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a shop with an exceptionally long queue. Curiously, he approached, where a black wooden sign displayed two peculiar drinks illustrated in vibrant colors, alongside a note announcing new arrivals: strawberry boba and Oreo milk tea, specifically crafted for the constitution of elven children. Such an odd sentence. He could decipher each character individually. Yet when combined, they left him perplexed. "Excuse me, sir, but you cannot cut in line," a voice interrupted. Corey was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly advanced to the front of the queue, as a nearby elf cast a reproachful glare in his direction. My apologies. Corey replied with a smile, "I shall step back." The small wooden sign had clearly indicated that this was the milk tea shop designated by His Majesty, prompting Corey to hurriedly join the end of the line. Despite the brief disruption, order was swiftly restored. After a lengthy wait and a glacial pace of movement, Corey finally reached the counter. "Good day, what would you like to order?" Amy inquired with practiced ease. "A Sprite, please," Corey responded. "I'm sorry, but we are out of Sprite for today," Amy regretfully informed him after checking the remaining beverages. Corey felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His Majesty had specifically requested Sprite, yet it was now sold out. Would his inaugural errand end in failure? How long will it take to prepare the next batch of Sprite? He inquired, unwilling to give up. "I'm afraid, dear customer, that our daily supply of ingredients is limited and sold-out beverages will only be available tomorrow." Corey, feeling a headache coming on, covered his forehead. "What shall I do now?" The captain had discreetly advised him to take this punishment seriously, as His Majesty despised insincerity. He had hoped to excel in this task to reduce his penalty. "I recommend trying our new arrival, strawberry boba." Amy pointed at the small sign, remarking that this beverage had received an enthusiastic response, and perhaps it would be to your liking. Strawberry boba, such an unusual name, reminiscent of Sprite. One wonders if His Majesty would enjoy it. "Very well. Let us treat this dead horse as a live one. I shall have a cup of strawberry boba. May I inquire if you will be consuming it here?" "No." Corey shook his head. "I need it to go immediately." "All right. The strawberry boba costs 10 silver coins, and for expedited service, there is an additional charge of 50 copper coins, along with a packaging fee of 50 copper coins, totaling 11 silver coins." Amy quickly recited the final amount. 11 silver coins? How exorbitant! Corey lamented as he fished out his wallet. The price of confronting Lucien was indeed steep. "Very well." Amy took the order slip and headed to the kitchen. "Please hold on. Your drink will be ready shortly." Corey sat in the bustling shop, waiting for his strawberry boba, observing the lively patrons who were animatedly sipping their milk teas. It was indeed a popular establishment, he noted. In the kitchen, Gu Yuanyuan was busily crafting cup after cup of milk tea, resembling a relentless tea-making machine. Amy, the expedited strawberry boba, is ready. Gu Yuanyuan announced as she handed the prepared drink and order slip to Amy. Sir, Amy approached Corey with the beverage and order slip. This is your strawberry boba. Chapter 39, Daily Life at the Shop. Thank you. Corey swiftly accepted the drink from Amy, expressing his gratitude before hastily exiting the shop. He had already spent a considerable amount of time searching for the establishment, and now precious moments were slipping away. After a moment of contemplation, Corey summoned his elk and, mounting the steed, swiftly made his way to the teleportation array in Emerald Mist City. The central plaza erupted into chaos due to the appearance of a magical beast, with elves hastily retreating from the large creature. Witnessing the commotion, Corey could only offer a silent apology. Time was truly of the essence. What is happening? Gu Yuanyuan, hearing the uproar from outside the shop, hurried out to investigate. Yuanyuan. Amy stammered, still shaken. The previous customer had summoned a magical beast, startling everyone. A magical beast? Gu Yuanyuan questioned, puzzled. Aren't mounts prohibited within the city? Which elf would dare to act so brazenly? It's a great elk. Amy gestured, so imposing. All right. Let's focus on the business at hand. Due to this unexpected incident, a significant portion of the customers could not contain their curiosity and rushed to the door to observe. The Kaya forest was meticulously managed by the Green Elves, making large magical beasts exceedingly rare. Thus, after the initial shock, the patrons were filled with intrigue. Amy dutifully guided the customers, attempting to calm their frayed nerves. Hello. A gentle voice floated from beside her. Gu Yuanyuan turned to see the owner of the voice, a refined-looking elven maiden. Is there something you require? Gu Yuanyuan's tones softened involuntarily. The presence of such a beautiful elven sister brightened her mood. May I inquire if there is any pudding milk tea remaining in the store? Regrettably, the pudding milk tea has just sold out, Amy responded as she approached the customer's inquiry. I sincerely apologize. We have been quite overwhelmed with patrons today, and many varieties of milk tea have nearly vanished from our inventory. Gu Yuanyuan checked the remaining ingredients and noted that today's newly introduced strawberry baba and Oreo milk tea still had sufficient stock to prepare a few more cups. Would you like some? I see. The elven maiden hesitated slightly. Do you have any concerns? Gu Yuanyuan inquired attentively. You may share your thoughts with me. I will do my utmost to alleviate any worries within my capacity. Well, the elven maiden took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. I have discovered the secret of the milk tea. What secret could the milk tea possibly hold that I am unaware of? Seeing the puzzled expression on Gu Yuanyuan's face, the elven maiden pulled her aside and whispered, if I am not mistaken. The milk tea you sell is actually a potent elixir that enhances magical abilities, correct? At this, Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the customer perceived the milk tea as a cleverly disguised magical potion. This realization indicated that the elven maiden had indeed activated the milk tea's ability to enhance magical comprehension. All beverages sold in our shop possess a certain probability of triggering an enhancement effect for various magical insights, Gu Yuanyuan elucidated. You must have activated the milk tea's special property, but enhancing comprehension does not directly augment magical prowess, and a milk tea is not a magical potion. I see. The elven maiden's eyes brightened with understanding. So, different drinks enhance comprehension in distinct ways? Is there a milk tea that enhances natural magical insight? Could you sell all of them to me? Suddenly, she became quite animated, gripping Gu Yuanyuan's arm, eager to obtain the milk tea she desired. Please calm down. Gu Yuanyuan gently extricated her arm from the elven maiden's grasp. Currently, aside from the pudding milk tea, the only other drink available that has a chance to enhance natural magical comprehension is the newly introduced strawberry baba. I need it. The elven maiden exclaimed eagerly. I will take the remaining strawberry baba. Very well, please hold on a moment. Gu Yuanyuan guided the elven maiden to a seat and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the final milk tea of the day. Your milk tea is truly popular. The elven maiden marveled. If everyone discovers the special properties of your milk tea, it will soon become a rare commodity. She sincerely expressed. Such a delightful beverage with magical effects is bound to create a stir among the Green Elf clan. The probability of triggering such special effects is quite low, Gu Yuanyuan remarked as she approached the elven maiden with the freshly prepared strawberry baba. In fact, you're the only customer who has inquired about it in recent days. Moreover, once the effect is triggered and comprehension is enhanced, the opportunity to activate the same effect again is lost. This means that after you have experienced the enhancement from the natural magical insight milk tea once, consuming more strawberry baba will not trigger it again. The elven maiden expressed a hint of regret. Yet upon reflection, she realized that such beverages were akin to an act of cheating. If their effects could be infinitely compounded, wouldn't every elf become a prodigious sorcerer? This is your beverage, 5 cups in total, amounting to 50 silver coins, Yuanyuan stated, handing the packaged strawberry drink to the elven maiden. Please take care of it. The efficacy of the drink was remarkably advantageous considering its price. She inquired earnestly, "Are you truly not concerned about incurring a loss?" This was indeed the first instance in which an elf had questioned Yuanyuan about potential losses. Although the system had indicated that the suggested retail price was aligned with the standards of the Green Elf tribe, some elves still deemed the shop's offerings excessively priced. In response, Yuanyuan could only assert that the quality of her milk tea was genuine and thus warranted its price. "Rest assured," she assured her, "we shall not suffer losses nor face closure." Amused by Yuanyuan's earnest demeanor, the elven maiden accepted the fruit tea, nodded in acknowledgement, and departed the shop. As the day's business began to wind down, Amy and Yuanyuan, both weary, commenced cleaning the premises. The shop often exuded a sweet aroma due to the milk tea preparation, alongside various fruit scraps and other kitchen waste. Yuanyuan, ever vigilant, insisted on a thorough cleaning before concluding the day's operations. It was well known that restaurants were prone to attracting rodents and cockroaches. Having confirmed the existence of such creatures in this world with the system, her apprehension heightened. Following the cleaning, she meticulously inspected the area multiple times, striving to eliminate any possibility for rodents or cockroaches to thrive. Under Yuanyuan's diligent guidance, Amy also took the cleanliness of the restaurant particularly seriously. Chapter 40. A call from Pino. A goblin named Pino is attempting to communicate with you. Would you like to connect? A sudden system notification appeared before Yuanyuan. After receiving the communication stone from the mole, she had placed it in her system backpack, and many days had elapsed without a word from Pino. Almost forgetting about the matter, she was taken aback by the unexpected notification. "Amy, I leave the remaining tasks to you," Yuanyuan instructed, organizing Amy's workload before ascending to the second floor of the shop. With a mere thought, she retrieved the communication stone from her backpack, noticing it pulsating with light as if urging her to connect immediately. "How does one operate this thing?" Yuanyuan pondered, examining the stone from all angles. It lacked buttons or a touch screen, appearing no different from an ordinary brick aside from its illumination. "System, how do I use this communication stone?" The communication stone requires the representation symbols of both parties to facilitate mutual communication. Representation symbols? Yuanyuan felt a twinge of frustration, contemplating what could symbolize her. As she was currently a green elf, perhaps a green leaf would suffice. "System, are there any requirements for this representative symbol?" This is the first generation of communication stones crafted by the dwarves to ensure a seamless and rapid connection between the communicators. The choice of representative symbols must be uniquely personal and irreplaceable. Yuanyuan pondered the reference standards provided by the system when suddenly inspiration struck her. She promptly engraved a familiar 18-digit number onto the communication stone, her identification number. What could be more precise and uniquely identifiable than an ID number? This should suffice. Yuanyuan held the communication stone aloft, showcasing the 18 digits with a smug expression, for indeed, she was a genius. "Very well," came the reply. "Hello, Miss Yuanyuan." The communication stone ceased its shimmering, and a voice emerged from within. Yuanyuan listened intently. It was Pino. How advanced this communication stone was, capable of voice calls. "Hello." Yuanyuan placed the stone to her ear. "Mr. Pino, it is a pleasure to receive your call. No, rather, your message. How fortunate I am to have not misspoken." She patted her chest, her heart still racing. "Miss Yuanyuan, I apologize for contacting you so late," Pino began, expressing his regrets. "Following the incident in Tri-City, my shop within the city suffered catastrophic damage. Managing the aftermath, relocating goods and personnel has consumed considerable time. I hope for your understanding. The aftermath of the Tri-City incident left many, from the nobility to common folk, in dire straits, save for Albrecht's faction. After Yuanyuan relocated her shop to Misty City, News gradually circulated. Many patrons dining at her establishment often mentioned Tri-City, Albrecht, Kieran, and a magical council in their casual conversations. Even without probing, she gathered a fair bit of information. Of course, both the green elves and the goblins were innocent victims of the Tri-City affair. She overheard the beautiful female elves discussing that, due to the repercussions of the Great War, a breach had formed in the green elves' protective barrier. The young elven king, in an effort to mend the barrier, was beset by a backlash of magic that jeopardized his very existence. The royal court had summoned elves proficient in advanced healing magic and adept at concocting magical potions to remain on standby, with even the Grand Elder forsaking administrative duties to guard the elven king, fearful of any misstep. Randrico, the tale seemed to grow ever more exaggerated. Lucian, that is precisely the effect desired. I wonder if the sales of goods will be impacted. Thank you for your understanding. Goblins possess shops throughout the continent. Tri-City is merely one among many, so Miss Yuanyuan need not worry about future sales. Upon hearing this, Yuanyuan raised her eyebrows, realizing it was a chain brand, which confirmed her decision to collaborate was indeed fortuitous. The previous shipment had sold out completely, with Sprite receiving the most exceptional market feedback. Both the dragon and merfolk races exhibited considerable enthusiasm for this product, while students from the Sigworth Magic Academy expressed their fondness for it and hoped to procure it in substantial quantities. The cereals and large rye bread garnered the best responses among civilian customers, particularly the latter, as many remarked on its deliciousness and satiating qualities, far surpassing that of black bread. Pinot presented a series of results from market tests. The dragon race, merfolk, the widely dispersed civilians, and the Sigworth Magic Academy. Truly, he was a merchant of the entire continent. Yuanyuan was astounded that such a modest quantity of goods could be sold across nearly half the continent. It was indeed impressive. According to the goblins' established regulations, a deposit was required to secure goods, after which 20% of the sales revenue would be allocated to the supplier. 20% seems rather insufficient, she mused. However, as Miss Yuanyuan was someone with whom Pinot wished to engage in a deep and long-term partnership, the goblin side was willing to offer an additional 10% discount. What do you think, Miss Yuanyuan? Pinot had been quite straightforward during their initial collaboration, with the deposit far exceeding the actual amount. Goblin store operations incurred costs beyond imagination, including personnel coordination and transportation fees. Yuanyuan, possessing a system that required minimal expenditure, was not oblivious to the situation. A 30% profit was still quite agreeable. Nevertheless, based on the system's layout, once she amassed enough reputation with various factions, she might unlock different functionalities, potentially impacting her own business with the goblin store. Thus, she needed to impose certain restrictions on Pinot's selection of goods. Not an issue, Yuanyuan replied thoughtfully. Now, what are Mr. Pinot's thoughts on this collaboration? Does Miss Yuanyuan have any new beverages to introduce? The last magical items sold remarkably well, particularly due to their strong elven characteristics, which resonated well in the market. Milk tea and fruit tea were the core offerings of her shop. While Sprite was also popular, its effects were quite specific. Yuanyuan had inquired with the system, which indicated that the so-called bubble magic was a branch of water magic and rather trivial, with few races pursuing its study unless for aesthetic reasons or sheer boredom. Thus, milk tea and fruit tea could not be exported in bulk from Pinot's inventory. Sprite, however, could. As for the magical items, those sold by nearby shops had fared poorly compared to milk tea, and Yuanyuan was preparing to dispose of this unsuccessful batch when Pinot unexpectedly provided her with a promising alternative. Chapter 41. The embarrassment of Corey. I will do my utmost to provide Sprite, cereals, large rye bread, and magical items. As for the others, there are a few items that Mr. Pinot may find intriguing. What are they? Buns and compressed biscuits. Previously, Pinot noted that the great rye bread was immensely popular among the common folk. Yuanyuan realized that the market among ordinary citizens was vast. Considering the current situation, various races were merely striving to maintain a superficial peace. The king of the Green Elves was dutifully fulfilling his responsibilities, whereas the human rulers were less commendable. Trellis City had suffered extensively, yet there had been no reports of the nobility donating any supplies to the innocent victims. The steamed buns from the Flower Kingdom were not only filling, but also quite delicious, while compressed biscuits offer convenience and expedience. It was believed that these two items would certainly see remarkable sales. Pinot, perplexed, inquired about the purpose of these two items. Yuanyuan elaborated that steamed buns were akin to a type of bread, far more delectable and nutritious than dark bread. She explained that compressed biscuits were a convenient food source, requiring only a small piece to satisfy the energy needs of an adult. On the other end of the communication stone, Pinot fell silent. Yuanyuan's intent in presenting these two items was not difficult to decipher. Magical beings and human nobility did not require such convenient sustenance, and they might even disdain the coarseness of the food. However, for the powerless commoners, these items were indeed essential for survival. This also indicated that a vast market among the common populace could be tapped into. Miss Yuanyuan, how much stock can you provide? Approximately 50 magical items, and for the others, I can only supply 300 units of each. Yuanyuan found herself in a predicament. Although the system offered low procurement prices, her current assets were meager. After supplying the goblins, she needed to reserve a portion of her funds to maintain her shop's daily expenses. All right, that is fine, Pinot readily agreed. I will dispatch a mole to deliver the last income to you, and at that time, I will require your cooperation in handing over the shipment to him. There is something you should be aware of. What is it? Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, my shop has relocated to Misty City. Thus, the little mole may need to dig a bit further to reach it. Pinot thought to himself, family who understands. The seller has changed addresses, and as her sole partner, I'm the last to know. Understood. Pinot felt somewhat helpless. Misty City was one of the 5 cities of the Green Elves, filled with elves. Unlike the sparsely populated pine woods, the mole would have to dig quite a distance, which was indeed a source of concern. Yuanyuan was about to remind Pinot further when the communication stone emitted a series of beeps. What is wrong with this communication stone? The use of alchemical items requires energy support from magic crystals. Are you implying that this communication stone is out of power? That is a fair interpretation. Why does it feel both advanced and antiquated? Yuanyuan mused while toying with the communication stone, reminiscent of the long-forgotten days when mobile phones required batteries. Yuanyuan first purchased the items needed by Pinot from the system's marketplace and placed them in her backpack, then addressed the system. Please finalize today's earnings. Today, we successfully attended to 80 customers. After deducting the cost of raw materials amounting to 10 silver coins and the expenditure of 20 silver coins in the system marketplace, we achieved a total profit of 3 gold coins and 20 silver coins, along with 210 points of joy. Your partner has successfully sold goods to the Mermaid Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Human Empire, and the Sigworth Academy of Magic, and you have received additional rewards. 16 prestige from the Mermaid Clan, 16 prestige from the Dragon Clan, 22 prestige from the Human Empire, and 24 prestige from the Sigworth Academy of Magic. Collaborating with the goblins has indeed proven to be a wise decision, resulting in a remarkable harvest of prestige. Name, Yuanyuan race, Green Elf level, Apprentice Mage, level 11, Craftsmanship, Master of Props Endless Water Tap Weapon, Laurel Crown Assets, 5 gold coins and 65 silver coins property in the City of Life, 1 building, Elf Milk Tea Shop, 1 surrounding cottages, 1 employee dormitory, 1 staff, Meituan, AI Me Joy Points, 3, 961,000,000 prestige. Dragon Clan, 18, 100. Mermaid Clan, 16, 100. Human Empire, 22, 100. Sigworth Academy of Magic, 28, 100. Yuanyuan was reveling in the day's accomplishments, while on the other side, Corey was hastily making his way to the royal capital. Corey's recent fortunes had been quite dismal. After leaving the milk tea shop, he opted to summon a moose directly to the teleportation array, but unfortunately encountered the evening rush hour. At that moment, the elves working in Misty City were gathering at the teleportation array, awaiting transportation to their respective homes. By the time Corey arrived, a significant number of elves were still queued. He attempted to convince himself that perhaps being a little late would not matter, and took his place at the back of the line. After a prolonged wait, when it was finally Corey's turn, a patrolling elf apprehended him, citing his disturbance of public order and endangerment of public safety, leading to his detention in Misty City. Be honest, the patrolling elf pressed down on Corey's shoulder. What do you think you're going riding a large magical beast within the city? Brother, please let me explain, Corey hurriedly replied. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I had no choice but to resort to this. Do not try to make excuses, regardless of your reasons. The fact remains that you disrupted public order and endangered public safety. The patrolling elf dutifully escorted Corey to the Public Safety Management Department. "I am your colleague," Corey exclaimed in despair. "I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Please let me go, or I will be too late." The patrolling elf remained unfazed, ignoring Corey's desperate cries and refusing to release him. "Ah, Luzin, I harbor a deep disdain for you." At this moment, the beleaguered Luzin, engrossed in his nocturnal labors, was interrupted by a sudden sneeze. Rising to secure the window, he proceeded to organize materials concerning the attendees of the council meeting. Yet, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, as if some unseen entity were casting curses upon him. Luzin, somewhat exasperated, reflected on his position as the Minister of Finance. His temperament had rendered him rather unwelcomed by the elves. However, this was the first time he had experienced such an eerie sensation. Who could possibly harbor such animosity toward him? Alas, the following day, Ivander awoke early, in alignment with the dire condition of the Elven King's health. He had been residing beside Landrico, enduring an overwhelming discomfort. "Elder, here is today's report." A maid presented the latest edition of the Elven Daily. "Very well," Ivander replied, accepting the paper. As he unfolded it, his gaze fell upon the visage of Corey, prominently featured on the front page. The newspaper depicted Corey wailing as he clung to the leg of a patrolling elf, while another patrol elf tugged at him. Visibly displeased as Corey's contorted face pressed against his thigh, Ivander sighed. "I've awoken too abruptly. I think I shall return to slumber." Chapter 42. The unfortunate Corey and Luzin with a heavy heart, Ivander lamented, collapsing into the chair behind him. How did this foolish Corey manage to pass through the guard's scrutiny? "Summon the captain of the guards." Swiftly, he commanded. "Yes," the maid responded, bowing hastily before departing. Meanwhile, the freshly printed Elven Daily had reached subscribers in major cities, Corey's escapades spreading throughout the entire green elf community within the span of an hour. "Did you hear? Last night, an elf was apprehended for causing a ruckus in the streets, allegedly for riding a large magical beast within the city." I know. That elf was shouting Luzin's name while being arrested. It seems he shares an extraordinary connection with our Minister of Finance. I was present at the scene. I witnessed it all. He even harassed the patrol elf. Is that true? How utterly bizarre. With a resounding thud, Landrico slammed the newspaper onto his desk, his silence heavy as he glared at the captain of the guards. "Austin, I demand an explanation." "Your Majesty," the captain replied with a respectful bow, his usually resolute demeanor momentarily shaken. "I have dispatched individuals to address the situation. The newspaper will be replaced shortly." Before Ivander had contacted him, Austin had already initiated efforts to rectify the matter. "Has a reason for his arrest been determined?" Landrico inquired, his expression slightly easing. "It has been established. It aligns perfectly with what was reported in the Daily. As a member of the Guard, I feel my honor has been tarnished. However, Corey has refrained from disclosing his true identity and intentions since his arrest, which should provide your Majesty with some reassurance. Do you believe this will lead me to regard Corey as possessing some semblance of integrity?" Landrico's eyes narrowed dangerously, causing Austin to feel an immediate surge of pressure. "No," he declared, "I shall temporarily relieve him of his duties. Should his recklessness and ignorance persist, I shall personally expel him." Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment as Austin nervously swallowed, awaiting Landry's judgment. "Go," came the affirmative reply, and Austin finally exhaled in relief, departing the assembly hall with utmost respect. "I thought your Majesty would not acquiesce," Ivander remarked, considering that Corey had erred twice already. "I place my trust in Austin, not in him." Austin stood as the youngest and most distinguished captain of the guard, requiring growth just as he did. Corey's situation served as a poignant reminder for Austin, urging him to take his subordinates seriously, which ultimately would benefit both him and the elven race. Ivander then produced a cup of deep crimson liquid from his spatial ring, presenting it to Landry. "Corey asked me to deliver this to you. He expressed his regret for not acquiring the sprite you favor. This is a new offering from the milk tea shop, and he hopes you will enjoy it." Landry gazed at the fruit tea before him, puzzled. Why would he procure milk tea for me? Well, that is of little consequence. Ivander coughed into his fist, feigning a slight cough, and stammered, "At least, the boy is quite earnest." Earnest? Or foolish? At this point, Landry had discerned much of the unfolding narrative. The Navi Corey had been duped by the Grand Elder into running errands, encountering a series of misfortunes on his way back, all of which had been reported extensively. The Grand Elder has been rather idle lately, Ivander exclaimed, taken aback. I rise at 5 each morning to manage your affairs, sacrificing my own comfort. I merely thought, since you enjoy the beverages crafted by that young cub, it would be fortuitous to have someone readily available for errands. Truly a win-win situation. It is merely a matter of novelty. I wouldn't say I particularly relish it. Ivander's eyes sparkled with mischief. If you do not relish it, then hand it over to me. Let it not go to waste. I have heard that the milk tea shop opened by the young cub is quite the sensation in Misty Grove, with Corey having queued for quite a while to procure it. Landry smiled wryly. Grand Elder, you needn't continue to speak in circles on Corey's behalf. As long as he can amend his impulsive nature, I shall not pursue the matter further. Had you said so earlier, I shall take my leave now. I have truly toiled as an old bone to cooperate with Lucian's plans of late. With his objectives achieved, Ivander left the assembly hall with alacrity. Landry watched Ivander's departure, then picked up the cup purported to be a new delicacy. The deep red liquid revealed flecks of fruit within. During his stay in the capital, he had heard whispers of a newly opened milk tea shop in Misty Grove. It was said that the beverages offered were both novel and delectable, leading many elves traveling to Misty Grove to rave about the establishment, sparking a fervor for milk tea throughout the city. Despite merely being an apprentice sorcerer, the ability to relocate an entire shop to Misty City from a distance, coupled with a skill in crafting milk tea rivaling that of a master alchemist, rendered this little cub increasingly enigmatic. Landry contemplated all matters concerning Yuanyuan, casually inserting a straw into his fruit tea and savoring its sweet and tangy flavor, accompanied by the delightful crunch of bubbles. A refreshing contrast to the taste of milk tea, not inferior to that of Sprite. Perhaps Evander was correct. Corey truly was an excellent choice for a courier, Landry mused. Luzin had been exceedingly busy lately. Ever since Landry entrusted him with the significant responsibility of representing Elder Evander at the Magical Council, he had been diligently gathering information regarding the attendees. However, just at this moment, a mishap occurred with the Dark Elves attending the council, leaving Luzin overwhelmed. Individuals had vanished upon entering the territory of the Green Elves, and it seemed certain forces could hardly await to witness discord within our elven kin. The Sovereign and the Elder conveyed their intent that he prepare to attend the council, albeit as a representative of the entire elven race. Luzin, you look rather disheveled, Lilith remarked, observing his tousled hair. What of Luzin's breakdown? Does anyone recall that I am merely a finance minister? He retorted, Fear not. For the guard will assign elves to ensure your safety, Lilith reassured him. The Sovereign recognizes your capabilities, hence this task is bestowed upon you, in human terms. Consider it a stroke of fortune. Fortune? Luzin questioned, his inorganic gaze fixed upon the determined visage of Lilith. Would you care to take this fortune for yourself? Chapter 43. The weekend, of course, representing the entire elven race at the council, was an extremely honorable endeavor, destined to be recorded in the annals of elven history. Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly enthusiastic about attending the council. Alas, Luzin sighed, realizing he had forgotten that Lilith was a workaholic, eager to seize the opportunity to participate in the magical council in his stead. I recall that the Dark Elves are sending their little princess to the council, correct? He inquired. Indeed, Lilith replied with a resigned shrug. That is indeed the case. Luzin felt utterly despondent. His comrades were proving to be rather unhelpful. You need not worry about this matter. The guards and patrolling elves have already mobilized to search for her. Furthermore, as you know, even if we manage to locate this little princess, her assistance may not be forthcoming. Lilith paused, solemnly patting Luzin on the shoulder. From here on, it's entirely up to you. Luzin thought to himself, I wish I could just disappear. Does anyone understand? Big Sister Yuanyuan, are we not opening for business today? Amy, who had risen early in anticipation of a busy day at the shop, was taken aback to find the store still firmly closed upon her arrival. Meanwhile, Yuanyuan had only just awakened and was preparing breakfast for herself, intending to indulge in it. Today is the weekend, Yuanyuan explained. Weekends are for rest. We shall not be opening today. I forgot to inform you yesterday. Would you care for some breakfast? What shall we do if we do not work? Amy inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. In Trace City, all those employed by the nobility, be they knights, mages, or clerics, are perpetually on call, tirelessly devoted throughout the year. Only when one has utterly lost their worth can they finally rest in eternal slumber. My dear, Yuanyuan said, gently stroking Amy's head. Life is not solely about work. There are also poetry and distant horizons. She handed Amy her breakfast. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan, Amy replied, accepting the meal. Will we do this in the future? Not working on weekends? Indeed, weekends belong to the laborers, Yuanyuan affirmed, retrieving 10 silver coins from her bag. This is your salary. No, Amy quickly protested, waving her hands. That is far too much. Just 1 coin will suffice. According to the average wage standard for the Green Elves, this is what you rightfully deserve. It is not excessive in the least, Yuanyuan insisted, firmly placing the coins into Amy's hands. You have assisted me greatly during this time, and I must compensate you adequately. But there are no buts. If you refuse to accept it, you will disrupt the labor market. Amy gazed blankly at Yuanyuan, bewildered. What is this labor market? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply know that you are entirely worthy of this wage, Yuanyuan explained. Aware that the concept of a labor market was a term unique to the Blue Star, one she could not elucidate to Amy. Now that you have a salary in your own time, you can pursue the things you wish to do. Pursue the things I wish to do, Amy echoed, lost in thought. The moments spent living with her mother were among the few truly carefree days she had known. Later, imprisoned in the underground black market by Libby, her only desire was for freedom. She often gazed at the sky beyond her cage, imagining herself as a bird soaring through the vast expanse, returning home. Now, she was free, surrounded by caring relatives, and had a job that could sustain her. What else could she desire? Were you not always eager to visit the weapon shop? Yuanyuan reminded her, observing Amy's dazed expression. Amy blinked, realizing, yes, I've always wanted to visit the weapon shop across the street, but I never had the money, and the shop was always too busy. In the future, on weekends, you can engage in what you truly wish to do, without needing to assist at the shop. This time is yours alone. And what about you, Sister Yuanyuan? Amy asked, watching as Yuanyuan quickly donned her attire after finishing breakfast. I too shall pursue what I wish to do. Of course, I shall go out to have some fun. Having been with the Green Elves for so long, I have mostly remained in the Forbidden Zone. After the shop relocated and business flourished, I still had no time to thoroughly explore the city of the Green Elves. This weekend, I intend to make the most of my time. Remember to close the door when you leave, Yuanyuan advised, patting Amy's head before eagerly departing the tea shop. In the enchanting city of Misty Green, renowned as the floral gem among the 5 cities of the Green Elves, vibrant and exotic blossoms adorn every corner, even embellishing the storefronts along the bustling streets. Yuanyuan retrieved the map she had acquired from Luna, searching for the location of the teleportation array. Indeed, Misty Green was a sight to behold, yet the allure of the mermaids captivated her even more. After all, they were mermaids. This time, she intended to utilize the teleportation array to travel to Windward Harbor, a city bordering the Atlantic Sea, to witness the legendary mermaids. The intricate network of roads within Misty Green was extensive, without the extraordinarily detailed map from Luna. Yuanyuan might have struggled to find her way to the teleportation array leading to Windward Harbor. According to the map, the teleportation array was situated to the west of Misty Green. Following the designated path, Yuanyuan navigated through the throngs of people until she arrived at the long queue beside the teleportation array. Excuse me, miss. There is a fee of 1 silver coin to use the teleportation array, said the kind elven attendant, gazing warmly at Yuanyuan. All right, she replied, quickly retrieving a silver coin from her backpack. How inexpensive. That is because you are still a young one, the elven lady explained, observing the endearing Yuanyuan. Thus, you qualify for a Child S ticket. Please steady yourself. The elven attendant gently adjusted Yuanyuan as the teleportation array was about to activate. Dear travelers, please pay attention to your safety, and we wish you a pleasant journey. Wait, I am heading to Windward Harbor, not Twilight City. Yuanyuan exclaimed just as the teleportation array emitted a dazzling golden light. The world around her began to whirl rapidly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloping her, and moments later, the golden radiance faded, restoring her to normalcy. Welcome to Twilight City. Chapter 44, Twilight City. Before Yuanyuan could move, a throng of people swept her away from the teleportation array. She looked around, utterly dismayed by the scene that bore no resemblance to her envisioned coastal city. How can this be Twilight City? She furrowed her brows in distress, unfurling the map. I clearly followed the directions. You have taken the wrong direction. The teleportation array to Windward Harbor is located to the west of Misty Green, but you traveled south. System, Yuanyuan, put away the map. You should have informed me sooner. Now that I'm already in Twilight City, what use is that reminder? It is recommended that the host utilize the system map, which features the latest navigation function to ensure that the host does not lose their way again. All right. I concede. Let us use your map, Yuanyuan responded, activating the system map feature to locate the teleportation array to Windward Harbor. There is currently only one teleportation array in Twilight City leading to Windward Harbor, situated 2 meters from the host. 2 meters? Yuanyuan gazed at the teleportation array before her. Isn't that the one right in front of me? Are you certain there's only this one? The system has completed a comprehensive search within Twilight City. There is indeed only this single array. Considering it is one of the main cities, the infrastructure is surprisingly lacking, Yuanyuan remarked in astonishment. She returned to the teleportation array, preparing to pay the fee, only to have the elven attendant shake her head. Apologies, miss. The teleportation array in Twilight City requires 3 hours of maintenance and will be operational again afterward. Please return in 3 hours. 3 hours? The teleportation array in Twilight City is not only scarce, but also appears to be of subpar quality. May I inquire as to the reason? I just utilized it. How could it possibly malfunction so swiftly? Yuanyuan questioned in bewilderment, contemplating the dire consequences should it break down mid-transport, leaving her utterly stranded. Are you unaware? The elven maiden replied, her eyes wide with surprise. Due to the peculiarities of Twilight City, there is a significant elemental turbulence as dusk approaches, rendering all magical artifacts inoperable and severely limiting the casting of spells. Yuanyuan listened, utterly confounded. She had not received formal magical instruction, and even her spell casting was hastily learned from the system. System, she mused. What does she mean by elemental turbulence? Elements are the fundamental factors that compose magic. Typically, one can sense what elements they are attuned to and possess an innate talent for learning corresponding spells. The elevation of magical proficiency is also reliant on elemental factors, and the casting of spells requires the assistance of these elements. Thus, elemental factors are of paramount importance to magical beings and artifacts, and the elemental turbulence in Twilight City imposes restrictions on the use of the teleportation array. Precisely, she confirmed. What misfortune! How dreadfully unfortunate it is that she must remain here for 3 hours. While Twilight City may lack the sanctity of the royal capital, the prosperity of Windward Harbor, the scenic beauty of Emerald Mist City, and the military presence of the Watcheress land, it does possess its own merits, the elven maiden proclaimed with pride. Noticing Yuanyuan's discontented expression, raising an eyebrow, Yuanyuan quipped, so, this place has nothing to offer? Do not doubt it, the elven maiden insisted earnestly. If I simply divulged everything, it would be rather dull. You may explore on your own, and then you shall see. Thank you. Though Yuanyuan remained indifferent to Twilight City, she appreciated the earnestness of the elven maiden, who had been quite diligent. After expressing her gratitude, she departed from the teleportation array. True to its name, Twilight City exuded a sense of antiquity and solidity, with its architecture predominantly in shades of gray. The ambience contrasted starkly with her previous experience along the avenues of Emerald Mist City. Here, the elven presence was markedly diminished. Yet the atmosphere was imbued with a more vibrant life. Yuanyuan surveyed the surrounding structures, nodding occasionally, noting the distinct style that diverged entirely from that of Emerald Mist City. Excuse me, fair elven lady, might you step aside? A gentle voice called from behind her. She promptly turned to yield. Of course. As she glanced back, her eyes fell upon 8 furry black pillars towering before her, and she felt a warm, vaporous presence swirling overhead. A sense of foreboding washed over Yuanyuan. Beads of cold sweat formed at her brow as she cautiously raised her gaze upward. 2 pitch-black, inorganic eyes and a pair of large, sharp mandibles. It was a spider, a colossal creature indeed. Yuanyuan felt her breath quicken in terror as she stumbled back several steps. Her body pressed against the wall, trembling in fear. Are you all right? Came a concerned voice from above the spider. She looked up to see an elderly elf, his hair streaked with gray. What an unusual combination. An elf riding a giant spider. Wasn't it forbidden to ride magical beasts within the city? Panic overwhelmed Yuanyuan. The imposing spider before her robbed her of all rational thought, leaving her utterly speechless. Noticing her distress, the elf swiftly recalled the beast. Did I frighten you? He asked, steadying her trembling form. This is my magical beast, the weaver spider. It has a gentle disposition and has never harmed an elf. You can rest assured. Rest assured? Yuanyuan's pallid face betrayed her anxiety as she regarded the elf's unwavering confidence. How could she feel at ease with such a massive spider? Wasn't it stated that riding magical beasts within the city was prohibited? The elf explained, that is a regulation in the other 3 cities. Here in Twilight City, magical beasts roam freely. We consider them family. Was this truly the so-called virtue of Twilight City? Shouldn't an elf's contracted magical beast be pure and beautiful? How could it be a giant spider? That is a stereotype, the elf replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. Who decreed that elves must only contract with sacred and beautiful beasts? I believe the weaver spider is the most adorable and lovely creature on the continent. Yuanyuan managed a weak chuckle at the elf's earnestness. What could she say? In the presence of a magical beast enthusiast, her words felt futile. This is your first visit to Twilight City? Isn't it? The elf assessed her from head to toe. To be so frightened by a magical beast. You must not have done your homework before coming here. Nodding in response, Yuanyuan thought to herself that it would likely be her last visit. Who knew what other daunting magical beasts might appear along the way? Once the 3 hours were up, she would hastily make her exit. That is correct. Most elves who arrive in Twilight City initially struggle to accept its distinct characteristics compared to the other 3 cities. Admit it, the uniqueness of Twilight City lies in the casual coexistence with large magical beasts. Indeed, Yuanyuan agreed. The atmosphere here is rather wild. Don't be too quick to dismiss it. Twilight City has long faced issues with elemental disturbances, which have proven difficult to resolve, the elf replied with a hint of resignation. However, it is precisely because of these disturbances that the magical beast industry here is exceptionally developed. The magical beast industry? Yuanyuan wondered. Was it too late for her to escape now? In the city of Twilight, where beasts of war are kept as pets, one might wonder why, despite its harsh environment, there are elves willing to settle or visit this place. However, she felt no curiosity, only a longing to leave, tears of despair welling in Yuanyuan's heart. For they had taken a wrong turn. Tentatively, she inquired, how could it be that Twilight City has only one teleportation array? How can the elf be so foolish? The male elf, incredulous, replied, moreover, we, the green elves, are the darlings of nature. How could we get lost? That must be disappointing for you. I sincerely apologize. Yuanyuan responded. Twilight City is the sole city among the 5 that possesses the specialized qualification to rear magical beasts, a privilege granted directly by His Majesty. The male elf beamed with pride, proclaiming, here, you can find any magical beast you wish to contract. And this is precisely why many elves from afar come to Twilight City. And you, are you also here in search of a suitable magical beast? Of course not. Yuanyuan replied. Typically, any magical beast shop within Twilight City could meet your needs. Yet the male elf leaned closer and whispered, if you desire something a bit different, do let me know. I can assist in your search. This hinted at a custom service. Clearing his throat and adjusting his collar, the male elf confessed. I happen to be the owner of a magical beast shop. That is rather inconspicuous, Yuanyuan thought to herself. Indeed, you seem quite successful, she complimented. I believe I shall continue exploring on my own, so as not to intrude. Intrude? The male elf grasped Yuanyuan's arm, insisting, seeing your keen interest. Why not visit my little shop? Such familiar words felt like a blatant attempt at coercion. No need for that. Yuanyuan was about to decline when the male elf firmly pulled her in a particular direction. Do not be shy. The people of Twilight City are known for their warmth and simplicity. My pet, Gigi, startled you earlier. As compensation, I offer you a 20% discount on everything in the store. However, she had no desire to keep a magical beast. Furthermore, the enormous spider named Gigi felt decidedly out of place. Yuanyuan struggled to free herself, but the seemingly elderly elf possessed surprising strength, making it impossible for her to escape. Here we are, he announced, having brought her to a small shop. It was an unremarkable establishment, appearing somewhat dilapidated compared to the surrounding shops. This is the shop I just rented. I haven't had the chance to renovate it yet, the male elf admitted, somewhat embarrassed. However, the magical beasts are what truly matter. I assure you, once you enter my little shop, you will be astonished. She was already quite taken aback. Was she truly the first unsuspecting customer of this newly opened store? I think. Yuanyuan had yet to finish her sentence when the male elf had already ushered her inside. The interior of a shop stands in stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, featuring warm brown wooden floors, bright yellow walls, and inviting lighting that creates a cozy atmosphere. This is especially true if one disregards the peculiar creatures confined within their cages. The male elf guided Yuanyuan through a brief tour of the establishment, proclaiming, "Are you not astonished that my shop harbors nearly every category of magical beast? I assure you, it will cater to your every desire." Objectively speaking, he was indeed correct. The diversity was impressive, even revealing a creature resembling a small cockroach. It would be rather grotesque to consider such a creature as a pet. Do you fancy any of these? The fuzzy slimes have recently gained significant popularity. The male elf casually remarked, presenting a long-haired, spherical entity to Yuanyuan. "Isn't this merely a mop?" She thought, puzzled. The male elf shook the so-called slime, parting its fur to reveal two black, bean-sized eyes. A mop with eyes? How terrifying. "Do you have anything more conventional?" Yuanyuan inquired, her expression reflecting her discomfort. She was merely an ordinary elf and felt ill-equipped to handle such peculiarities. The male elf scrutinized the fluffy slime in his hand. "Is this not normal? Who would desire to keep a mop head without a handle?" After assessing her, he said, "I understand. Please wait a moment." He strode purposefully to a corner of the shop, searching diligently. Suddenly, his demeanor brightened as he approached Yuanyuan, holding a white, fluffy creature aloft. "What about this one?" he proclaimed proudly, showcasing the rare magical beast. "Had I not startled you today, I would not typically display such a specimen to an average elf." Yuanyuan gazed speechlessly at the white creature in his grasp. With long ears, a short tail, a three-part mouth, and red eyes, it resembled nothing more than an ordinary rabbit. Moonlit rabbit, a rare wind-type magical creature that roams at night. Its appearance closely resembles that of a common rabbit, making it seldom captured. It can transform into a giant rabbit form, boasting incredible speed and powerful jumping abilities, and can be contracted as a mount. Imagining a giant rabbit carrying her through the forest, Yuanyuan mused that it might not be such a bad idea after all. "What do you think? Are you not tempted?" the male elf urged fervently. "This magical beast is a rare find. Today, for merely 10 gold coins, it could be yours." 2 coins? Yuanyuan calmly stated, presenting her anticipated price. Two coins? The male elf was taken aback. "That is far too little. Make it 5. Just 2 coins. If not, I shall take my leave," Yuanyuan threatened, preparing to depart. All right, the male elf relented. 2 coins it is. After all, who is conducting business here? Your bargaining is quite fierce. Had I not frightened you earlier, I would not have sold it to someone so juvenile. He grumbled as he handed the moonlit rabbit to Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan took the fluffy moonlit bunny into her hands, stroking its slick, glossy fur. A satisfied smile gracing her face as she retrieved 2 gold coins from her backpack and handed them to the male elf. "Good sir, did you not claim that your collection of magical beasts is comprehensive? Do you possess a unicorn?" The male elf was taken aback, exclaiming, "A unicorn? That is a symbol of royal power. How could I possibly have one?" In chapter 46, she stumbled upon another elf. The symbol of royal power. Wasn't Ivander merely an ordinary patrol elf? Yuanyuan's heart brimmed with doubt. When Ivander had escorted her to Misty City, he had summoned a unicorn, stirring envy within her for the patrol elves who could ride such majestic beasts, so potent and full of spirit. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a ruse, a facade of identity. Yet, he had indeed resolved her identity dilemma and gifted her a house. Why had he gone to such lengths? The symbol of royal power referred to. Yuanyuan gazed quizzically at the male elf. Could it be as she feared? Of course, it pertains to His Majesty King Landric. The male elf replied, his eyes gleaming with admiration. His Majesty is a prodigy of our green elf clan, having governed for merely 50 years. Yet our clan has flourished under his reign. How old is the elven king? Yuanyuan pondered, noting Ivander's youthful and handsome visage. Surely, such a politically astute figure must be of considerable age. 150 years. Otherwise, how could he be deemed a genius? At his age, I was still preoccupied with thoughts of romance. The male elf chattered on, reminiscing about his own 150 years, seemingly unable to contain his words. Thus, Ivander was indeed King Landric. Yuanyuan was taken aback by her own conclusion. Why had Landrick assumed the guise of Ivander to approach her? And why had he aided her so generously? Most pressing was how he had uncovered her true identity. In a flash, Yuanyuan recalled Uriel, who had claimed a prior acquaintance with the Elven King. Had Uriel informed King Landrick of her? Was his identity truly as simple as being an old acquaintance of the king? Suddenly, her mind swirled with myriad speculations, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is something amiss? The male elf waved his hand before her. Due to elemental disturbances in Twilight City, magic is unreliable here. Everyone has adapted to living alongside magical beasts. You must be feeling disoriented from the elemental fluctuations since your arrival. Once the teleportation array is repaired, you should depart swiftly. Thank you for your concern. Yuanyuan replied weakly. The beast shop owner assumed her silence stemmed from the elemental disruptions, while in truth, it was her confusion over the hidden identities surrounding her. One certainty remained. At the very least, Ivander and Uriel bore no ill will toward her. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to assist her. Indeed, the moonlit rabbit possesses an inherent aversion to confinement. Thus, it is advisable to refrain from enclosing it. Furthermore, it is a creature of extraordinary sensitivity towards its master's emotions, necessitating meticulous and patient care. One must never resort to shouting. After all, who is the true master here? It seems as though she has summoned an ancestral spirit. All right, Yuanyuan interjected, interrupting the incessant chatter of the male elf. I will be mindful of that. I must take my leave now. With that, she swiftly departed the bee shop, cradling the rabbit in her arms. If you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I can offer you a 20% discount. The male elf called out after her retreating figure. System. Activate the navigation for the return teleportation array. Understood. Navigation has been initiated. A transparent map panel unfolded before Yuanyuan. As she prepared to follow the indicated route, the moonlit rabbit suddenly wriggled free from her grasp, leaping to the ground in an instant. Yuanyuan reached out to catch it, but the rabbit's hind legs charged with emerald magic, and with a nimble leap, it vanished from her sight. My rabbit, she shouted, springing into pursuit. System. Lock onto its location. Affirmative, the whereabouts of your mount, moonlit rabbit, have been secured. Yuanyuan dashed in the direction indicated by the system. After all, those were her 2 gold coins at stake. She could not allow this rabbit to escape. A fervent determination ignited within her as she sprinted down the avenue of Twilight City. This rabbit truly is remarkable. After a prolonged chase, she felt utterly exhausted. I cannot go on, she gasped, leaning against her waist and trudging slowly. Indeed, a novice elf cannot compete with a magical beast. System, is it far from us now? Yuanyuan asked despondently, lamenting the potential loss of her 2 gold coins. Moonlit rabbit is detected to be approaching the host. The rabbit is coming back. Before Yuanyuan could fully process the statement, a colossal red-eyed rabbit bounded swiftly towards her. The immense moonlit rabbit appeared as a frenzied beast, a stark contrast to the docile creature she had cradled moments before. With a sudden flash, the giant moonlit rabbit materialized before Yuanyuan, tilting its head and shaking its body. A figure tumbled from its back, and with a burst of azure light, the giant rabbit shrank in an instant, returning to her embrace. Yuanyuan cautiously received the moonlit rabbit. You little ancestor, you know how to return. The rabbit, sensing her slight irritation, promptly turned and gazed at her with its moist eyes, nuzzling its small head against her neck. All right, Yuanyuan relented, her annoyance dissipating. You must not do that again next time. She feigned seriousness, and the moonlit rabbit obediently nodded. What have you brought back? Yuanyuan inquired curiously, examining the creature the rabbit had returned with. It was an elf with pointed ears akin to her own, albeit with completely black hair. The Shadow Elves, a sub-race of the elven lineage, reside perpetually in the Dusk Valley and are adept in the art of dark magic. It is no wonder that the system appears to be shrouded in darkness. How many branches does the elven race possess? The last time I encountered Amy, the system identified her as possessing a trace of frost elf blood. Now, with the emergence of the Shadow Elves, I wonder if other elven races will make their appearance. 3 branches, you say? Does that mean she has now gathered all the branches of the elven race? Yuanyuan approached the shadow elf on the ground, her delicate features and youthful visage reminiscent of her own age. Rabbit, why did you bring her back? Gu Yuanyuan lifted the moonlight rabbit in her arms and shook it. I can't possibly care for so many elves, with Amy and herself, along with a moonlight rabbit that requires careful tending. How could she possibly find the time to nurture yet another elf amidst the hustle of running the shop? The moonlight rabbit jumped from Gu Yuanyuan's embrace and began gesturing with its little paws on the ground. With a furrowed brow, Gu Yuanyuan observed closely and realized that the rabbit seemed to be indicating that the shadow elf had saved it. Are you suggesting that she rescued you? Gu Yuanyuan inquired, pointing at the shadow elf on the ground. The little rabbit nodded affirmatively. Well then, it seems I have no justification for not saving her. Chapter 47. The burrowing mole. Very well, Gu Yuanyuan thought. Having one more elf shouldn't pose much of a problem. You must be responsible for carrying her back. She instructed the moonlight rabbit before her. The rabbit eagerly nodded, its body expanding gradually. It grasped the unconscious shadow elf and effortlessly tossed her onto its back, catching her securely. Oh, the little rabbit's movements are quite impressive, Gu Yuanyuan remarked. The moonlight rabbit tilted its head towards Gu Yuanyuan, signaling for her to join it on its back. With a running leap, she easily climbed onto the rabbit's back. Let us head to the teleportation array. At Gu Yuanyuan's command, the moonlight rabbit dashed towards the direction of the array with lightning speed. Moments later, Gu Yuanyuan arrived at the teleportation array's location riding the moonlight rabbit. May I inquire if the teleportation array is available for use now? She asked the female elf responsible for its operation. It has been repaired and is ready for use, the female elf replied, scrutinizing the magical beast and the shadow elf accompanying Gu Yuanyuan. You will need to pay a total of 3 silver coins. Shouldn't it be 2? Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed in surprise. After all, it was just her and the unconscious shadow elf who needed to pay, wasn't it? The magical beast also requires payment, the female elf explained. Gu Yuanyuan sighed in resignation. Not only had this misadventure cost her a considerable fare, but she had also brought back 2 additional beings that would incur extra expenses. It seemed she would need to work harder to earn money, or else the shop would soon find itself in financial straits. After settling the fees, Gu Yuanyuan and her companions finally passed through the teleportation array and returned to Misty Green City. Within the city, riding magical beasts was prohibited. Gu Yuanyuan dismounted from the moonlight rabbit and, shouldering the unconscious shadow elf, made her way towards the shop. After Yuanyuan departed, Amy finally mustered the courage to step into the weapon shop. The shopkeeper greeted her with warmth, introducing her to a remarkably compatible dagger. Overjoyed, Amy accepted the dagger, feeling her blood surge with exhilaration as it emitted a faint tremor in her grasp. This weapon had been bestowed upon me many years ago by a frost elf warrior during my travels in the northern realms. The shopkeeper reminisced as he gazed at the dagger in Amy's hand, pleased that it had found a new owner. I shall cherish it dearly, Amy murmured, gripping the dagger tightly. No, the shopkeeper chuckled, do not cast it aside. Wield it to protect what you hold dear, for that is its true purpose. Thank you, Amy said, bowing to the shopkeeper. May I inquire as to the price of this dagger? A wave of anxiety washed over her. She sensed the weapon's potent magic, realizing it must be a rare, high-tier artifact, and she wondered if she could afford it. You need not worry about payment, the shopkeeper replied. This weapon has chosen you. Just as wands sometimes select their masters, this dagger has deemed you worthy, so no payment is required. You have acquired a high-tier magical weapon without spending a single coin. Listening to Amy recount her experience in the weapon shop, Gu Yuanyuan could not suppress her envy. Her own outing had cost her a considerable sum and yielded 2 creatures that would continuously drain her resources. You, Gu Yuanyuan huffed, cradling the moonlit rabbit. From this moment forth, your name shall be Fortune. The moonlit rabbit, unaware of the deeper implications, merely thought its owner had given a name and nuzzled affectionately against Gu Yuanyuan. Sighing internally, Gu Yuanyuan stroked the rabbit's ears. Despite the expense, the magical beast was indeed impressive. In its normal form, it was an adorable companion, and when enlarged, it served as a steed. Sister Yuanyuan, what is this? Amy asked, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the moonlit rabbit in Gu Yuanyuan's hands. It is a magical beast I purchased, Gu Yuanyuan proudly displayed the moonlit rabbit. And what of the other one? Amy inquired, pointing at the unconscious shadow elf on the ground. That one is not mine, Gu Yuanyuan replied, a hint of frustration in her voice as she rubbed her temples. I found her. Let her stay with you for now. We shall address the rest once she awakens. The information Gu Yuanyuan had gathered about the shadow elf was scant, She had once saved fortune, yet her name, the reason for her unconsciousness in Twilight City, and the 2 puncture wounds on her neck remained mysteries. She decided it best to wait until the elf regained consciousness to make further plans. "All right," Amy said, noticing Gu Yuanyuan's weariness. "I will take her to the staff quarters for now." Gu Yuanyuan nodded slightly. Over the past few days, Amy had grown taller, effortlessly lifting a sprite of comparable size. "System, why is this sprite unconscious?" "Excessive blood loss." "Excessive blood loss?" No wonder her complexion was pallid. Wait. Combined with the 2 bloody punctures on her neck, the answer seemed to be emerging. Could it be that she was drained of blood? Gu Yuanyuan speculated. "Please explore on your own." In truth, without the system's response, Gu Yuanyuan was nearly certain. It was indeed as she had surmised. This situation appeared somewhat troublesome. If it involved another race, perhaps she ought to inform Evander. "Miss Yuanyuan, Mr. Mole is looking for you." The returning Amy brought the mole before Gu Yuanyuan. The mole's swiftness was impressive. Emerald Mist City was the main district of the Green Sprite clan, and she had initially believed it would take some time for the mole to arrive, yet it had acted so quickly. "Miss Yuanyuan, here is your share from the last shipment." The mole extracted 9 gold coins from its bag and handed them to Gu Yuanyuan. 9 coins, quite a substantial amount. Gu Yuanyuan accepted the gold with delight and retrieved the goods she had prepared in her system backpack. "These are all the items from this collaboration. Feel free to count them." "No need," the mole said, stowing the goods in its bag. "My master trusts you, Miss Yuanyuan, and so do I." It then produced a gleaming electric drill from its bag. "I shall take my leave now." The mole moved to an open area and immediately began to drill a passageway, its figure vanishing from sight. Gu Yuanyuan watched in astonishment as the mole skillfully operated the drill. It seemed the goblins and dwarves had a deep collaboration, she mused. They had even developed such tools. Chapter 48. Tomato and egg fruit tea, fruit sandwiches. After toiling for most of the day, Gu Yuanyuan felt utterly exhausted. Just as she had received a sum of income, she decided to prepare some unique dishes for herself. "System, you must do your best. Grant your host some rare ingredients." Gu Yuanyuan clenched her fists and mentally prayed to the system. 10 ordinary draws. The system's lottery pool began to spin, and the page gradually revealed the ingredients Gu Yuanyuan had drawn. "You have obtained 1 pineapple, unlocking the recipe." "Pineapple, you have obtained 1 watermelon, unlocking the recipe." "Watermelon, you have obtained 1 green tea, unlocking the recipe." "Green tea, you have obtained 4 toasts, unlocking the recipe." "Toast, you have obtained 1 green grape, unlocking the recipe." "Green grape, you have obtained 1 light cream, unlocking the recipe." "Light cream, all fruits." Gu Yuanyuan complained somewhat discontentedly. How could merely consuming fruits satisfy her appetite? After all, she was fundamentally human at heart. "Pineapple, watermelon, whipped cream, and toast." Gu Yuanyuan gazed at the ingredients she had drawn, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps she could cleverly manipulate the combination. She swiftly prepared the pineapple, dicing it with precision, and peeled the watermelon, cutting it into cubes as well. Taking a shaker, she placed both fruits inside and began to mash them together. "Sister Yuanyuan, are you concocting a new creation?" The rhythmic thumping of the pestle drew Amy's attention. "What is it this time?" "That's a secret," Gu Yuanyuan replied enigmatically. "You'll find out once it's finished." Once the 2 fruits were thoroughly blended, she added green tea, syrup, and ice, capping the shaker and giving it a vigorous shake. After ensuring the mixture was well combined, she retrieved several clear cups and poured the fruit tea into each one. "Is this also fruit tea?" Amy inquired, inspecting a cup with curiosity, noting its appealing hues of red and yellow. "Indeed, this is also fruit tea, and I have named it tomato and egg." "Tomato and egg?" Amy questioned, raising her cup, "but there are no eggs in it." "It's a metaphor," Gu Yuanyuan chuckled. "The red fruit is watermelon, and the yellow fruit is pineapple. The colors remind me of a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hence the name." The name Tomato and Egg was also a nod to her beloved hometown dish. Yet she refrained from elaborating further, knowing that explanations could spiral endlessly. "How impressive!" Amy exclaimed. "Sister Yuanyuan, your naming sense is quite unique." "I think the name Zhaotsai sounds lovely too." Upon hearing her name, the moonlit rabbit, who had been frolicking with Amy, perked up its ears. "Look, Zhaokai also likes it." Gu Yuanyuan sighed. "Well, some things truly need no explanation." She chose not to respond to Amy, allowing her and the moonlit rabbit to continue their playful banter. Gu Yuanyuan retrieved the 4 slices of toast and deftly trimmed the crusts away. She then washed the strawberries and green grapes, draining them carefully before removing the strawberry stems and slicing both fruits in half for later use. "Zhao Kai," Yuanyuan softly called. The moonlit rabbit, hearing her summons, promptly hopped onto the kitchen counter. "Here, these are for you," she said, offering the trimmed crusts and strawberry tops. "This way nothing goes to waste. And I can feed the magical beast 2 birds with 1 stone. Sister Yuanyuan, can I have some too?" Amy asked eagerly. "You can't have this," Yuanyuan firmly denied. "This is exclusively for Zhao Kai." "All right," Amy replied, somewhat dejected. Yuanyuan sighed, looking skyward. "It's merely kitchen scraps." She then took a large bowl, measuring the appropriate ratio of whipped cream and sugar, and began to whip it until it reached a consistency of soft peaks, transforming it into a solid cream. Finally, she filled a piping bag with the cream and snipped off a small opening. Taking a slice of pre-cut toast, she generously spread a layer of cream upon it, followed by a layer of green grapes. Another layer of cream was then applied atop the grapes, and the final slice of toast was placed over it, completing the green grape cream sandwich. With the remaining toast, she created a luscious strawberry cream sandwich, using sliced strawberries and more cream. Tomato egg fruit tea, a captivating name, striking colors, and an astonishing flavor that effortlessly captures the hearts of every fairy. Effect: increases concentration by 30, guaranteed trigger. Ingredients: pineapple, watermelon, green tea, syrup, ice cubes. Suggested price: 15 silver coins. Green grape cream sandwich. The crisp sweetness of green grapes combined with the rich aroma of cream creates a delightful surprise with every bite. Strawberry cream sandwich. Juicy, sweet strawberries paired with creamy richness are simply irresistible to any fairy. Is it only beverages that can trigger special effects? Yuanyuan inquired, gazing at the system's assessment results. Indeed, previously, the milk cereal and honey toast she crafted could be sold, yet did not mention any special effects. Yuanyuan initially believed it was due to the ingredients being too ordinary or the preparation being overly simple. However, fruit sandwiches were different. She had hoped that the snacks might trigger special effects akin to those of milk tea, but it appeared her expectations were in vain. It was astonishing that this time, the special effect had a 100 trigger rate. Why was it that only beverages could trigger such effects, with some having a 100 chance, while others had a significantly lower probability? The probability of triggering effects is related to the category of the effect. In other words, the rarer the category of the triggered effect, the lower the probability, Yuanyuan speculated. Exactly. Sister Yuanyuan, Amy was eager. Can we drink it now? She had been eyeing the delicacies Yuanyuan prepared for quite some time. Go ahead, Yuanyuan chuckled. She sliced the fruit sandwich in half, saving a few pieces and a cup of fruit tea for the still drowsy shadow fairy. Eagerly, Amy began to sip from the cup of special fruit tea. Sister Yuanyuan, Amy mumbled through a mouthful of fruit. This drink is bound to be a bestseller tomorrow. Then I shall be quite exhausted, Yuanyuan replied, handing Amy the sandwich. Now do try this. Amy took a big bite of the green grape sandwich, and the sweet, crisp grapes mingled with the rich cream exploded in her mouth. This is absolutely delicious, she exclaimed, gazing at the fruit sandwich in her hand. Sister Yuanyuan, what is that delightful white sweet cream? The flavor is exquisite. It's cream, Yuanyuan laughed, observing Amy's astonished expression. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of cream. Chapter 49. A new product grand success. How delightful. Amy marveled at the sandwich in her hands. I have a feeling we will be very busy tomorrow. The reputation of the milk tea shop was gradually spreading throughout Misty Fog City. Beyond Luna's promotional efforts, the shop's beverages were both delicious and unique, proving to be a hit throughout the entire Kaya Forest. Since the grand opening of the shop in Misty City, it has been bustling with patrons every day, leaving Amy and Yuanyuan utterly overwhelmed. Perhaps this is the sweet burden of success, Yuanyuan mused. The mischievous creature, Fortune, incessantly clamored at the counter, pawing at Yuanyuan, eager to snatch a bite of the sandwich in her hand. No, she quickly tucked the sandwich away. Rabbits must not consume cream. Fortune lamented, but I'm a magical beast. Sniffles, Your Highness, Princess Cece has yet to be located. In the council chamber of the royal city, Austin respectfully reported to Landrico. He was the principal elf responsible for the search of the missing Princess Cece from the Shadow Elf tribe, whose absence weighed heavily upon him, especially after his subordinate, Corey, had faltered in their duties, causing the progress of his own responsibilities to lag. What is the status of the search? Landrico inquired, resting his chin on his hand in a feigned slumber. Princess Cece had lost contact upon entering Twilight City, and the guard brigade had conducted a thorough search throughout the city, uncovering no suspicious beings or traces of the princess. After Austin finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the chamber. He continued, "Indeed, the guard brigade has interrogated the elves at key transport points within the city. The elf in charge of the teleportation array reported that at dusk, a young elf rode through the array on a moonlight rabbit, accompanied by an unconscious shadow elf, heading to another city. Have you traced the destination of that young elf?" The child went to Misty City. Landrico pondered. He recalled that the elder had mentioned Yuanyuan's milk tea shop was located in Misty City. Could there be a connection? It seemed he must embark on a personal visit. The following day, Yuanyuan dutifully noted the tomato egg fruit tea and fruit sandwich on the small blackboard, accompanied by an enticing advertisement. After days of diligent operation, the milk tea shop had garnered a loyal following in Misty City. This group of elves often chose to wait at the door when the shop opened, eager to be the first to purchase their beloved milk tea. There was no alternative. Once the peak business hours arrived, the lines of elves would swell, making it challenging for them to secure their desired beverages. Paul, one of the elves who arrived early to wait at the milk tea shop, worked at the city hall of Misty City. Ever since he had tasted the milk tea recommended by a colleague, he had become irresistibly enamored with this marvelous drink. "Miss Amy, I would like 3 servings of the new products," Paul said, his eyes heavy with dark circles, yet brimming with enthusiasm. "Certainly. Would you like them packaged?" "Yes. I need them to take to work." "Very well. That will be 30 silver coins." Amy skillfully stated the price. Paul winced as he fished out 30 silver coins from his wallet, regretting not checking the unit price beforehand. He had not anticipated it would be so costly this time. "Today's new offerings will not disappoint, particularly the fruit sandwich," Amy sincerely recommended, noticing Paul's hesitation. Amy's words further solidified Paul's resolve to make the purchase. With a firm closure of his eyes, he handed over the coins. "Please hold on for a moment. It will be ready shortly." Amy accepted Paul's coins and, clutching the order slip, made her way to the kitchen. "Sister Yuanyuan, I told you that the new product would be a tremendous success." Yuanyuan gazed at the myriad of new orders plastered on the kitchen wall. "At this pace, we can wrap up today's business by noon." The daily stock was limited, and the beverages produced were finite. Should the prepared ingredients run out prematurely, Yuanyuan would also conclude operations ahead of schedule. Squeak. The moonlit bunny trailed behind Yuanyuan, persistently vocalizing its hunger. "Sister Yuanyuan, why not feed it a little?" Amy suggested, observing the moonlit bunny's pitiful antics. "I've already fed it," Yuanyuan replied with exasperation. "Its stomach seems like a bottomless pit. It devours sandwiches one after another and drinks milk tea by the cupful without ever seeming satisfied." "Take it to the front desk," Yuanyuan said, lifting the moonlit bunny and placing it into Amy's arms. "Stay here. My ingredients will be devoured by it." Amy first placed the moonlit bunny at the front desk, cautioning it not to wander, before hurriedly packaging the finished beverages for the customers. "I apologize for the wait," Amy said, handing the fruit tea and sandwich to Paul. Paul nodded in acknowledgement as he accepted the milk tea and exited the shop. In the royal city, within the office of Ivan, Landrico found the elder indulging in leisure. "Elder, you seem quite relaxed," Landrico remarked, suddenly appearing behind Ivan, startling him considerably. "What brings you here?" Ivan complained while rubbing his chest. "Why did you scare me like that?" Landrico gazed playfully at Ivan's antics. An elder of such stature would undoubtedly possess a robust heart, impervious to fright. "The last time, you mentioned that the little cub has opened a shop in Misty City. Is it true that His Majesty intends to personally purchase milk tea?" Ivan asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "I must inquire, what guise did you adopt to approach her? Given the elder's character, it certainly would not have been under your true identity. You mentioned respecting her, right? If I had approached her as the elder of the Green Elf clan, the little cub would have been terrified. I adopted the guise of a patrolling elf to approach her, thanks to my acting skills. She holds a very favorable impression of me," Ivan recalled with pride, stroking his chin. "You need not use that identity any longer," Landrico stated. "Why?" Ivan inquired, puzzled. "Because, from now on, I shall be that patrolling elf." Ivan exclaimed, "You dare to usurp my guise." Without further ado, Landrico left the elder's office and made his way directly to the teleportation array. "Greetings. May I inquire what you would like to order?" Landrico arrived at Yuanyuan's milk tea shop, donning the shell of a patrolling spirit. The establishment had undergone significant transformation. Once a desolate venue within the Forbidden Zone, it now boasted a long queue, and a moonlit rabbit was incessantly gesturing with its paws at the front counter. It appeared that, indeed, the little creature had taken away that shadow spirit, as she seemed quite fond of collecting spirits. Yuanyuan, stop talking nonsense, I did not. Chapter 50, Inquisition. The wind-type magical beast, the moonlit rabbit, though not as rare or powerful as a unicorn, was still a remarkable sight. The little creature had quite an eye for quality. I would like a Sprite, Landrico requested. My apologies, Amy replied, pointing to a wooden board on the wall. Sprite is currently out of stock. You might try one of our other beverages. Today's new flavors are quite delightful, and I highly recommend you give them a try. The wall of the milk tea shop displayed a board filled with the drinks available for purchase, all inscribed with a magical pen, the lines vibrant and eye-catching. Items that had sold out were clearly marked, making it easy for spirits to discern. Landrico gazed with interest at the beverages listed on the board. Compared to before, the selection had expanded significantly. The previous elder had once persuaded Kelly to fetch Sprite for Landrico, resulting in a purchase of a drink called strawberry boba, which, though different, was quite delicious. Currently, the shop offered 3 series: the milk tea series, the fruit tea series, and the snack series. Noticing Landrico's prolonged silence as he scrutinized the board, Amy enthusiastically began to explain. Is there any distinction? Landrico pondered, having sampled few drinks from the milk tea shop, and now faced with an abundance of new options, he felt uncertain about his choice. The milk tea series is crafted by blending milk and tea, enhanced with additions such as pearls, puddings, and coconut jelly to elevate the drinking experience. The fruit tea series does not contain milk and primarily consists of fruit blends, such as the wildly popular strawberry boba launched recently, and today's new tomato egg variant. The fruit teas are fragrant and refreshing, and many spirits adore them. Amy elaborated further. The snack series is also among our bestsellers, with today's introduction of fruit sandwiches made with cream receiving excellent feedback. It was surprising to see how the once frail and timid half-elf girl had grown to be so self-sufficient, truly earning the admiration of the spirits. I'll take your recommendations. I would like one of each new item. Very well. Amy swiftly began to prepare the orders, guiding Landrico to a seat within the establishment. Please hold on for a moment. The dishes will be served shortly. As Amy walked towards the kitchen with a batch of order slips, Landrico keenly noticed Yuanyuan's figure in the back. Leaning against a wooden chair, he observed the bustling shop, although it was not yet peak dining hours. The place was already filled with spirits, and a considerable number were waiting in line at the front, a clear indication of thriving business. With such prosperity, could the little creature manage to prepare all the dishes alone? Here are your fruit tea and sandwiches, Amy said as she placed the meticulously prepared dishes on the Landrico dining table. Please enjoy. Landrico gazed at the food before him, undoubtedly crafted from ingredients unknown even to the Kaya forest and the continent at large. He picked up a beautifully sliced fruit sandwich, recalling the half-elf maiden's earlier remark about the addition of cream, and he found himself intrigued by the flavor of this so-called cream. Taking a bite of the sandwich, he was met with the sweet, crisp juice of green grapes mingling with the rich, velvety cream that enveloped his palate. The soft toast complemented the flavors harmoniously, creating a delightful culinary experience. Before long, he had finished all the food. How was it? Yuanyuan asked cheerfully as she approached Landrico, having noticed his arrival while in the kitchen. Your culinary skills have always been exceptional. I must thank you for your previous praise regarding the drinks I prepared. Landrico raised an eyebrow at the revelation that the Grand Elder had sampled the milk tea made by the young apprentice. Did you come today solely for the milk tea? From Yuanyuan's perspective, she had only just brought back a mysterious shadow elf the day before, and today, the patrolling elf Ivender had arrived at her shop. She found it hard to believe it was merely a coincidence. Besides, she had overheard from diners that the guard were searching for something in the Misty City. Landrico discreetly raised his hand, creating a barrier between himself, Yuanyuan, and the other elves in the shop, ensuring that to outsiders, they appear to be engaged in casual conversation. Princess Cece of the Shadow Elf clan has gone missing in Twilight City, and the guard discovered that it was a youngling riding a moonlit rabbit who took her away. Landrico informed Yuanyuan of the situation, adding, It seems I have located that youngling. Indeed, it was connected to the Shadow Elf, Yuanyuan thought. The youngling had taken her simply because she had once rescued Zhao Kai. and it now appeared that handing her over to the patrolling elf before her was a more prudent choice than keeping her in her shop. Yes, I took her, Yuanyuan admitted. She once saved my magical beast, and I could not allow her to be abandoned in Twilight City while unconscious, so I brought her back. Unconscious Landrico mused, realizing she had indeed encountered misfortune. When I found her, she was pale and cold, clearly having lost a significant amount of blood. Yuanyuan hesitated before continuing. There were 2 puncture wounds on her neck. Such distinct characteristics left no doubt in Landrico's mind as to which clan was responsible. Where's she now? In the staff dormitory, but she is yet to awaken. Amy had cared for her throughout the night. Yet the elf named Cece remained in a deep slumber. Please follow me. Yuanyuan guided Landrico to the staff dormitory. This structure is rather unique, Landrico observed, admiring the beds installed along the walls. The residences of the Green Elf clan predominantly utilize timber, with the entire structure primarily constructed from wood. Some elves prefer to dwell in tree houses, and whether in a conventional elven dwelling or a tree house, it is uncommon for beds to be affixed to the walls, which explains Landrico's surprise. Yuanyuan could only accompany him with a smile. After all, the university dormitories and launching were quite similar, given the communal living arrangements. Initially, Yuanyuan too found it rather inconvenient, as climbing up and down was indeed troublesome. She lay on the bed, an elf at that. Just as Yuanyuan was about to point out the unconscious shadow elf to Landrico, she was taken aback to find no trace of the elf on the bed. Upon hearing this, Landrico swiftly approached. There were signs that someone had lain there, yet the expected elf was conspicuously absent. A silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Landrico's ears twitched ever so slightly as a sound emanated from the adjacent room. Yuanyuan and Landrico exchanged glances. An elf. The 2 elves hastily made their way to the neighboring room, where they beheld a pale-skinned elven maiden ravenously devouring fruit sandwiches on the table. Who are you? Chapter 51. Please let me stay here, Princess Cece. Landrico approached the shadow elf. You must return with me to the royal capital. His Majesty has been awaiting your news. Upon hearing this, Cece, mid-bite, immediately looked up. Your Majesty? Which Majesty? Why, the Elven King, His Majesty Landrico. Landrico, donning the guise of a patrolling elf, slowly strode before Cece. Have you forgotten your mission this time? Landrico, Cece gasped, quickly clutching her fruit tea and sandwich. Retreating behind Yuanyuan, I won't go. Thank you for having once saved my beast, but this place is no longer suitable for you, Princess Cece, Yuanyuan said, observing the elf who was cowering behind her. I believe you should cooperate with the patrolling elf and return to the royal capital. This particular elf was not only a target sought by the guard, but also a princess, should she remain in the shop. Yuanyuan and Amy would not only have to cater to her whims, but would also be burdened with an additional royal. One ancestor was already enough. She had no desire to host another. I won't partake in that mission. I am merely a filler, and my presence makes no difference. Cece clung tightly to Yuanyuan. Besides, I dislike Landrico. Yuanyuan hastily attempted to cover Cece's mouth. Unbeknownst to Cece, she was acutely aware that the elf, suspected to be the Elven King himself, stood before them. Her words were undoubtedly a direct affront to the Elven King. Landrico chuckled at the sight of Yuanyuan, trying to silence Cece, pondering how, despite being of similar youth, such a disparity existed. And what do you intend to do? Landrico inquired, gesturing towards Cece's neck. Are you not going to clarify your injury? Upon hearing this, Cece hurriedly covered her neck. Flustered, this injury is of no consequence. There is no need to investigate. Landrico squinted his eyes, keenly sensing that Cece's demeanor was rather unusual. This matter involves external clans. It would be prudent for the princess to decide carefully. I don't need to. She exclaimed loudly, You're so annoying. At that moment, Yuanyuan, caught between the 2 elves, pondered, should I avoid this? Deciding to step back, she began to gently pry Shishi's hand from her clothing, preparing to exit the room. No way. Shishi immediately grasped Yuanyuan once more, shaking her hand insistently. If you leave, he'll come right over to grab me. You can't go. Noticing the patrol elf's friendly demeanor towards Yuanyuan, Shishi hoped to enlist her assistance. Princess. Yuanyuan hesitated. The milk tea shop is still open. I can't be away for too long. Please let me go. Ki ti poset. Her eyes lighting up as she lifted the tomato and egg fruit tea in her hand. Is this it? Did you make this? Yes. It was the fruit tea she had prepared the day before. She wondered if drinking overnight tea might cause an upset stomach. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed. "Your skills are remarkable. This milk tea, so vibrant in color, is delightfully tangy and sweet, and this fragrant treat is absolutely delicious." She rambled on about her culinary experience, leaving Yuanyuan astonished. "Princess, I really must leave now. Amy cannot handle all the work alone." She felt anxious as more customers continued to arrive. If she didn't hurry back to the kitchen, the orders would pile up. Princess Landrico, growing impatient, directly intervened. "Come with me. We must not keep His Majesty waiting." "No." She broke free from Landrico's hold, lunging forward to hug Yuanyuan's leg, declaring loudly, "I want to stay here." Yuanyuan responded, "What do you want to stay here for?" Landrico chuckled at Shishi's antics. "Can you also make milk tea?" "I cannot," Shishi said with a serious expression, "but I can learn. Please let me stay here, sister." Yuanyuan shivered at Shishi's request. The elf princess wished to learn how to make milk tea from her. What a magical world. She was about to refuse outright when Shishi interjected, "I'm willing to offer 50 gold coins." 50 gold coins? Yuanyuan was taken aback by Shishi's proclamation, swallowing the words she had yet to voice. The amount was indeed substantial, and she found herself contemplating. Seeing that Yuanyuan had not outright declined, Shishi looked triumphantly at Landrico. "See, sister has agreed." Landrico fell silent. As Shishi had stated, her presence at the council was merely a formality. Given the injury inflicted by the blood clan around her neck, it was likely the Shadow Elf clan would pursue the matter. Thus, her fate seemed inconsequential. "Since the princess has made her decision, I shall return to the capital to report." Go on. Shishi urged, eager for Landrico to leave, as she always found the elf rather bothersome. "Wait, is this really how it will be? You are leaving a princess in my shop?" Yuanyuan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events. "Since the princess has made her decision, I cannot interfere." Ranrik replied. "Why do you ask him?" Cici said, somewhat displeased. "I am a princess. How can a mere patrolling sprite influence my choices?" In truth, he indeed had that power. Yuanyuan chose not to respond to Cici and simply regarded Randalric before her. "We welcome your next visit." Randalric nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the tea shop. In the royal capital, within the council chamber, Ivan heard about Randalric's journey to the Misty City and said, "Are you suggesting that Cici is unwilling to return to the capital and instead wishes to make tea?" "Yes," Randalric replied with a hint of exasperation. "She remains as willful as ever." Ivan chuckled lightly. After all, she is still a youngling, and what is wrong with making tea? As Lilith would say, it is the next big trend. Her injuries are undoubtedly tied to the Blood Clan. Will you pursue this matter? Notify the Shadow Elf clan and allow them to resolve it themselves, Randalric retorted as he perused the documents, his patience wearing thin at the thought of sending Cici to the council meeting. Alas, Ivan sighed. The Shadow Elf clan has dwindled in talent. Perhaps the Queen has no other options. What is His Majesty examining? Randalric inquired. The records obtained from Sigworth Academy, he replied. The guard unit discovered an alarming trend of elemental disturbances spreading from Twilight City while searching for Cici. Ivan fell silent, eventually wandering to the window to gaze at the unchanged flower pot. Some matters cannot be rushed. Perhaps the turning point for the Elf clan will come at some future moment. Your Majesty should not feel overly burdened. Randalric inwardly sighed. How could one be a king of the elves without feeling pressure? Tell me, why has Gru not yet sprouted? The heavy atmosphere was suddenly shattered as Ivan shifted the topic, leaving Randalric both amused and exasperated. Gru will surely sprout one day, just as the elf tribe will eventually embrace renewal, he declared resolutely. Chapter 52. The Dragon Clan. Thus, Cici surveyed the staff dormitory and the half-elf girl before her. This will be my home, and she shall be my roommate. After a day's work, Yuanyuan returned to the staff dormitory with the princess, who insisted on staying to work at the tea shop. Upon awakening, Cici first devoured her meal and then recalled Randalric's intention to take her back to the capital, leaving her no time to truly observe her surroundings. Yes, Yuanyuan admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, she was a princess accustomed to the spacious and opulent palace. To have her reside in a four-person dormitory, despite its complete amenities, might be somewhat disheartening for Cici. If you dislike communal living, you could always. No, Cici interjected eagerly, I quite like it. Sister, please refrain from calling me princess. I am simply Cici now. You may address me by my name. just as you do with Amy. You do not mind the environment here, do you? Yuanyuan was somewhat astonished. Previously, when she witnessed Cece confronting Landrico, Cece had exhibited the demeanor of a proud princess, leading her to believe that Cece was quite spoiled and unable to accept the accommodation conditions. She thought that Cece's desire to remain in the milk tea shop was merely a momentary whim. To her surprise, Cece genuinely assisted both herself and Amy in managing the subsequent orders, albeit not significantly. What is there to mind? Cece inquired, puzzled. The conditions here are excellent. There are alchemical devices everywhere. I have already inquired with Amy, and everything regarding personal hygiene is quite convenient. Furthermore, Amy is kind-hearted and beautiful, much like you, sister. I am actually quite delighted to think that one could truly accept it. Well, Cece's tone wavered as she occasionally cast furtive glances at Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan smiled and asked, "Is there anything you need? I will do my utmost to accommodate you within my capabilities." Really? Cece exclaimed with excitement. Amy mentioned that you provide meals. Indeed, the staff at the milk tea shop are provided with food and lodging. But I tend to eat quite a bit. You won't find me bothersome, will you? Quite a bit. Yuanyuan après Xixies petite frame. After all, she was merely an ordinary young girl. How much could she eat? I shall not find you bothersome, Yuanyuan assured her. At Dragon Island, the chieftain thundered, Irina is my daughter. Albrecht must return her remains, or I shall not hesitate to annihilate him. His colossal blue dragon form roared, the sound echoing throughout the vast hall. Morgan, we can discuss Irina's matter amicably. Albrecht is to be the next elder of the Thunder Dragon clan. There's no need for anger over this issue, Marlon responded. There's no need? Morgan whirled around, glaring at the Thunder Dragon before him. Irina perished because of him. As her father, do I not even have the right to reclaim her remains? That is not what I meant. You, Morgan interrupted mercilessly, and your son are complicit in my daughter's demise. If you dare to obstruct me today, I shall invade your Thunder Dragon clan until Albrecht surrenders my daughter. And no, please calm down. Enough. A commanding voice resonated from the front of the hall. Marlon, you must provide the Blue Dragon clan with an explanation today. If Albrecht does not awaken, he shall no longer be considered for the position of the next elder of the Thunder Dragon clan. Yes, chieftain, Marlon replied respectfully. Morgan, the death of Irina has deeply saddened our clan. The council is imminent, and the Dragon clan will not yield on this matter. Chieftain, allow me to. Morgan stepped forward, his expression filled with rage, the air he exhaled thick with moisture. These humans are despicable and shameless. Allow me to. Osmina interjected, picking up where Morgan had left off. And in what? The war eruption. Morgan lowered his head. As Alina's father, he wished to recklessly storm into the human empire. However, as a senior elder of the Blue Dragon, he could not act so impulsively. The Grand Hall fell into a complete silence. Aware of his limitations, Osmina remarked calmly, next, we must select a representative to attend the council. Who shall it be? Morgan instinctively sought to volunteer, but Osmina shot him a glance, prompting him to promptly close his mouth. Sighing, Morgan conceded, I shall withdraw. My temper is too volatile. I fear I might end up killing the human representative at the meeting. At least he possessed some self-awareness. Osmina nodded. Morgan has stepped back. Who else? Chief. Malin spoke up, and Morgan, overhearing, let out a loud snort. Malin felt somewhat embarrassed. If you continue to make a fuss, you may as well leave, Osmina barked, striking the throne with her hand in frustration. Seeing that the chief was genuinely angered, Morgan swallowed his unsaid taunts and begrudgingly retreated to his seat. Osmina's irritation eased somewhat as she continued. Yes, Malin replied respectfully. The Thunder Dragon clan still has matters concerning Albrecht to address. Furthermore, I am not adept at negotiations, so I shall abstain from the council. Very well, Osmina acknowledged. Is there anyone else who wishes to volunteer? I do. A fire dragon suddenly leapt forth from the hall. I will go. Fisher, the fire dragon, wagged his tail excitedly, tongue lolling as he bounced around. Go away. Osmina waved her hand lightly, conjuring a gust of wind that sent Fisher flying across the hall. Embarrassing creature, if you attend the council. Those humans will think our dragon race consists solely of foolish creatures resembling pugs. Osmina scolded impatiently. Who else is willing to participate in the council? A golden dragon, caught off guard by the summons, stammered in response, dropping a saliva-coated gold nugget from his mouth. Forget it. Osmina sighed in exasperation. You may go play. Is there not a single normal dragon among us? She raged silently. Chief, I'm willing to go. A clear voice emerged from a corner of the hall as a pure white dragon stepped forward. Excellent, Osmina declared. It shall be you, Neve. Chapter 53. The Human Empire, this magical council. We shall reason, Osmina said disdainfully. It is well known that the city of Tress is a filthy place. Albrecht's destruction of it is for the best. I recall that the underground black market of Tress prominently deals in the trafficking of half-elves. What has been the reaction from the elf community? Though the elven race has waned, the green elf lineage retains a significant portion of its strength, particularly under the venerable leadership of Elder Ivander. It is rumored that the newly appointed elven king possesses exceptional talent. One wonders if this generation's sovereign can fulfill the monumental task of rejuvenating the elven kin, mused Osmina. The elven race did not partake in the recent conflict. However, it is said that the protective barrier of the Green Elf clan was compromised amidst the chaos of war, leaving the elven king severely drained in his efforts to restore it. Neve recalled recent tidings about the elves and responded with utmost reverence. At this moment, Fisher, flapping his wings, returned to the Grand Hall in disbelief. Was it not said that the current Green Elf King was a genius? Could he truly be incapable of mending a mere protective barrier? Chief! Fisher scampered over to Osmina, eager to demonstrate his prowess. My magic is formidable. I could repair 100 protective barriers. Allow me to attend the council. Begone. Osmina's fury erupted, veins bulging as she delivered a mighty punch that sent Fisher sprawling. With a mere gesture, transparent walls encircled the hall, transforming it into a sealed space. Who else dares to act foolishly? Osmina pointed towards the direction where Fisher had been sent flying. This shall be his fate. In the grand hall, silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Osmina's gaze fell upon Rid, who was mindlessly gnawing on a piece of gold. Especially you, Rid. Rid, feeling wronged, tucked away the remnants of gold in his mouth. Yes, Chief. However, I do not believe the rumors to be entirely accurate. Neve interjected, patiently awaiting Osmina's wrath to subside. Oh, Osmina regarded the stately sky dragon before her with keen interest, her admiration visible. Proceed. With that, Neve elaborated, explaining that the Sky Tribe had previously discovered that the Green Elf clan had returned some half-elves to other elven factions. It was surmised that these half-elves were likely part of the group imprisoned within the underground black market of Tress City. Thus, it appears that some elves took advantage of the turmoil to rescue those half-elves. Indeed, Neve continued, upon Albrecht's return to Dragon Island. The Sky Dragon tribe promptly investigated the latest developments in Tress City, only to find that, aside from the city lord, the most powerful half-elven trafficker, Libby, had also been slain. The lord met his demise at Albrecht's hands, yet there was no direct confrontation with Libby. His death is likely linked to the elven race. From this perspective, it seems the Green Elf clan's announcements are significantly misleading, Osmina analyzed. I cannot shake the feeling that the Green Elves are preparing for something grand. Regardless, this meeting primarily concerns the humans and our dragon kin, Osmina stated with solemnity. The dragon race must not yield. Indeed, Neve affirmed with resolute strength. Satisfied, Osmina nodded. This was the demeanor befitting the dragon race. In the human royal city of Grant, have you yet located Kieran? From his throne, Malachi casually swirled a porcelain cup in his right hand while caressing a beauty with his left, addressing the golden knight before him with indifference. I recall that Kieran was once the apprentice of Baron. Is that not correct? Indeed, the knight replied cautiously. Kieran is certainly a disciple taught by Balin. Pray tell, how could Kieran, the esteemed commander of the Southern City Knights, betray the Empire? Malachi suddenly erupted in fury, unceremoniously shoving aside the beauty in his arms. A bunch of useless fools. With a swift motion, he hurled a porcelain cup at the knight's feet, shattering it and sending shards that grazed his face, while the tea within doused him in its remnants. You, a knight of the Empire, Malachi descended from his throne, fixing his gaze intently upon the knight. Would you ever betray the Empire? Never. Malachi stepped closer, seizing the knight by his collar. Then why is it that Kieran cannot be found? Is it truly that he is missing, or have you concealed him? The knight, confronted by the wrathful emperor, understood that admitting he could not locate Kieran would signify a lack of ability. Yet to confess he had hidden Kieran would suggest treachery in the emperor's eyes. His silence only fueled Malachi's anger further. A bunch of worthless wretches. Do you all desire to betray the Empire? A mere silver knight cannot even be captured. What use are you? Your Majesty, the knight knelt. Pursuing Kieran's whereabouts is not our foremost task. Tress City has been devastated by war. Its residents are suffering greatly. The Empire must render aid swiftly. The knight spoke earnestly, gazing at the sovereign before him. Not our foremost task. Malachi narrowed his eyes dangerously, scrutinizing him. Do you consider the betrayal of the Empire insignificant? No. What I mean is that we ought not to focus solely on Kieran. Tress City is the Empire's southern stronghold and a vital trade hub. Its paralysis endangers the entire operation of the Empire. The knight hastily clarified, fear gripping his heart at the Emperor's suspicion. You make a valid point. Malachi pondered as he slowly returned to his throne, his expression unexpectedly softening. Bert, sit. I must have startled you just now, ha ha ha. The knight commander, Bert, wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly took his seat. Tress City is crucial to the Empire's operations. The Dragon Clan has deliberately dispatched Albrecht to wreak havoc. What could their intentions be? Your Majesty, perhaps we were at fault first, Bert said, braving Malachi's deathly glare. When the Knightly Order investigated Tress City, they discovered that the Lord had hoarded numerous remains of various races, including those of dragons. Tress City, while appearing prosperous in trade, has rampant underground dealings, an outcome the Empire's higher-ups have turned a blind eye to. However, this conduct has now been exposed, and the Empire can no longer ignore it completely. Are you suggesting the Empire should acknowledge its mistakes? Malachi regarded Bert with an inscrutable expression. No, I mean that perhaps the Empire needs to proactively seek reconciliation during this council. Impossible. Bert was abruptly interrupted before he could finish his thought. Chapter 54. The Cardinal, the Empire shall never bow to the Dragon Clan. A commanding voice resonated from beyond the royal palace. Cardinal Asicel. Bert immediately rose to pay his respects. Within the Empire, Cardinal Asicel held a stature second only to King Malachi. Even Bert, the Golden Knight commander, dared not show any negligence. With an air of disdain, Asicel walked straight to the center of the palace, casting a heavy huff as he passed Bert. Clearly displeased with him, Bert refrained from expressing any grievances regarding the Cardinal's disregard, opting instead to sit quietly at the side. Your Majesty, Asicel respectfully bowed to Malachi. The Empire must not concede in this council. What do you mean? Malachi queried impatiently, rubbing his temples. Albrecht provoked us first, destroying more than half the city's structures and causing grave casualties among the populace. The Dragon Clan must provide us with an explanation, Asicel articulated slowly. The actions of the Lord of Tress City are solely the result of his own madness, with no bearing on the Empire. Indeed, Malachi remarked, applauding Asicil's statement. That is precisely the case. However, there is no however. Malachi's gaze sharply swept towards Bert. Bert, do not forget your identity. Your loyalty lies with me, not with the Dragon Clan. Yes, Bert clenched his fists, struggling to swallow his unspoken words. Your Majesty, there is another matter worthy of attention. What is it? Following the Battle of Tress City, the Green Elves dispatched a batch of half-elves. Asicel stroked his beard, and the largest half-elf trader in Tress City, Libby, has vanished without a trace since the conflict. This war may not merely involve humans and dragons. I suspect the Elves have covertly participated. The Elves? Malachi scoffed. What fear should we have of a race that has lost a third of its population? I have also heard that the Green Elf King is struggling to maintain a protective barrier. Your Majesty, although the Elves have declined, the Green Elves should not be underestimated, particularly Elder Ivander. Ivander is one of the few holy sorcerers on the continent, having served 3 elven kings, and Asicel harbors a deep-seated apprehension towards him. It is likely he will represent the Green Elves at this council. Traditionally, each council is attended by representatives from various elders. Given the Green Elves' lack of talent over the past few centuries, Ivander remains a strong candidate to represent them. What does the Cardinal imply? Malachi asked, gazing curiously at the Cardinal below. Even if Ivander attends, what of it? I have the support of 3 Golden Knight orders and the Cardinals behind me. Ivander alone is unlikely to make a significant impact. Your Majesty, allow me to attend the council. Asicel suddenly bowed to Malachi. I shall return with glory that belongs to the Empire. Your Majesty, the council has always been attended in turn by the Golden Knight commanders. The Cardinal bears many responsibilities towards the Church. It may not be suitable to abandon such duties for the council. As Bert listened to his satchel, he hastily interjected. Sir Knight Bert, A satchel turned to the adjacent Bert. The parish is managed by its own bishop. As a cardinal, I understand the importance of delegating authority to my subordinates. However, it has been decided thus. Bert wished to continue his argument, but Malachi decisively interjected. Bert, your involvement in this matter is no longer required. You may leave. With an impatient wave of his hand, Malachi dismissed Bert. Understood. Bert bowed to Malachi, reluctantly departing the royal palace. Your Majesty, may I inquire where the upcoming council will convene? The elven race is still in turmoil, correct? Let us convene in the northern territories, Malachi smirked. Having rescued so many half-elves, let them experience the taste of their own embarrassment. Indeed, this grand gesture will surely astonish Ivander, as Satchel mused. At the tea shop, CC, rise and shine. Amy called to the slumbering CC. It's time for work. Half awake, CC mumbled. Who dares to summon me? I'm a princess. Amy, exasperated, scrambled onto CC's bed, vigorously shaking her. If you do not get up, there will be no breakfast. This revelation from the previous night lingered in her mind. CC had an insatiable appetite, consuming an astonishing quantity of food. Amy had been utterly astounded to witness CC devour nearly everything at the table, leaving mere remnants in her wake. After witnessing CC's remarkable consumption, Yuanyuan promptly examined her abdomen, discovering no signs of distension. The food consumed left no trace. An intriguing phenomenon. Breakfast? At the mere mention of the word, CC's eyes flew open, and she sat upright, staring at Amy. Yes, Amy replied helplessly. Sister Yuanyuan has already begun preparing breakfast. You must rise now. This tactic proved effective. Let us go, CC exclaimed, tugging at Amy as they prepared to leave. Wait, you haven't changed or washed up yet. Amy's voice drifted away in the wind as CC, with great strength, pulled her along until they reached the back kitchen of the shop. Yuanyuan turned to find 4 round eyes fixed upon her, one pair belonging to a creature with suspicious watermarks at the corners of its mouth. Yuanyuan jumped back in surprise. Must you behave this way? Sister, what are we having today? CC eagerly approached, grasping Yuanyuan's arm. I would love some fruit sandwiches. The mere thought of fruit sandwiches made Yuanyuan's head ache. The previous night, in celebration of the tea shop welcoming a new employee, she had prepared an abundance of food, only for CC, with her elven appetite, to consume 90% of it, leaving Yuanyuan utterly speechless. What was more alarming was CC's assertion that her stomach possessed an immense capacity, allowing her to eat as much as she desired, with the ability to stop only at her own discretion. At that moment, Yuanyuan thought that the 50 gold coins were likely just she's meal expenses for a while. Chapter 55, Ice Blue Butterfly Jasmine Chicken Sandwich. I won't be having fruit sandwiches today, Yuanyuan remarked, glancing at Shishi. Eating fruit all the time had begun to wear on her. Shishi's little face fell. Then what shall we eat? You'll see, Yuanyuan replied with a mysterious smile, leading Shishi and Amy to the dining table. Just wait a moment. Once I'm done, you'll know. From the previous customer reactions to the newly introduced tomato and egg fruit tea and fruit sandwiches, Yuanyuan gleaned an intriguing conclusion. The Green Fairy clan seemed to have a penchant for vibrant beverages. Several customers had remarked to Amy about the appealing color of the tomato and egg fruit tea, expressing a curiosity that made it irresistible to fairies. With that in mind, Yuanyuan resolved to craft a drink with a rare hue to delight her patrons. Before Amy and Shishi arrived in the kitchen, she had already extracted some desired ingredients through the system. She first took out a butterfly pea-flowered jasmine green tea bag from her backpack, placing it in a teapot filled with hot water to steep for 3 minutes. The butterfly pea flower quickly spread its blue hue in the teapot, blending with the delicate fragrance of jasmine, creating an indescribably beautiful concoction. While the butterfly pea flower jasmine green tea was steeping, Yuanyuan retrieved several empty cups, filling each with ice before adding the essential coconut water. Finally, she poured the brewed butterfly pea flower jasmine green tea into the cups, completing the ice blue butterfly jasmine drink. With the beverage prepared, Yuanyuan did not stop there. She took out some semi-finished chicken fillets that she had painstakingly acquired. During her time among the green fairies, she had noticed that these little beings seemed averse to meat. This simply would not do. Abstaining from meat did not imply the absence of its enjoyment. Yuanyuan was determined to fill this culinary gap. The chicken fillets were already prepped, requiring no further processing. She retrieved a small frying pan and placed the semi-finished chicken fillets inside. As the fillets met the hot surface of the pan, they sizzled, releasing the distinctive aroma of cooked meat. "Sister, it smells so good. Is this also milk tea?" Amy inquired, the unfamiliar fragrance wafting from the kitchen. "But this is not milk tea," Yuanyuan replied, carefully managing the chicken fillets in the pan. "You'll find out when it's ready." "Sister, we can't wait any longer," Shishi exclaimed, eagerly inhaling the enticing scent that filled the air, her eyes closing in contentment while her stomach grumbled audibly. Even a fairy princess had her days of hunger. "Just a little longer, it will be ready soon." Hearing Shishi's urging, Yuanyuan hastened her pace. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was less a shopkeeper and more a mother tending to two hungry children. It is rather peculiar. Once the chicken fillet was fried to perfection, she promptly set it aside and retrieved several slices of toast. She meticulously squeezed salad dressing onto each slice, layering them with fresh lettuce leaves and slices of tomato, before adding the freshly cooked, thick chicken fillet. Finally, she assembled the sandwiches in pairs, and thus the chicken sandwich was complete. The beverage, icy blue coconut jasmine, is imbued with melancholy. The butterfly pea flower grants it a rare blue hue, while coconut water bestows a distinctive flavor. However, the blue color may inadvertently suppress the customer's appetite. Effect: automatically triggers memories of sorrow upon consumption. 100 activation. Ingredients: butterfly pea flower jasmine green tea, ice, coconut water. Suggested price: 15 silver coins. The chicken sandwich, made with high-tech, semi-finished chicken fillets, requires no culinary skill from the host, yet it excels in the freshness of its ingredients. The delectable taste of the chicken is sure to entice every fairy to boldly try it. Yuanyuan, upon reviewing the system's assessment, pondered whether this drink might evoke negative emotions in her customers, potentially diminishing their loyalty. Life encompasses not only joy, but also the bittersweet experiences that enrich it. What are you saying? Why the sudden shift to melancholy? Yet, judging by the system's indication, there seem to be no significant issues. Perhaps a segment of customers would appreciate this flavor. Yuanyuan presented the prepared dishes on the dining table, and Cece and Amy could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly rushing to accept the food from her hands. It felt akin to caring for children. "Amy, you cannot drink this." Yuanyuan gently removed the icy blue coconut jasmine from in front of Amy, explaining, "This will make you feel unwell." Amy had endured a painful experience in the past, one she deliberately refrained from mentioning. Consuming the drink would be akin to reopening old wounds. "I want to drink it," Cece exclaimed, noticing Yuanyuan's action. The little princess, appearing carefree, should be fine, Yuanyuan thought as she confidently handed her drink to Cece along with Amy's. Amy, observing Yuanyuan's gesture, found it curious but said nothing. She gingerly took a bite of the steaming chicken sandwich, and an explosion of flavor enveloped her senses. The crispy coating of the chicken fillet and the marinated chicken within were bursting with taste, complemented perfectly by the fresh vegetables and the salad dressing that harmonized all the ingredients together, creating a delightful experience with every bite. "This is meat?" "Indeed." Yuanyuan smiled at Amy's reaction. "It's chicken. What do you think?" "It tastes wonderful, especially the crispy exterior paired with the sauce. It's entirely different from the fruit sandwich. I feel as though one bite is almost enough to satiate me." The chicken sandwich, unlike the fruit sandwich, serves as a substantial meal, although that may also depend on a fairy's taste preferences. Suddenly, Cece sobbing interrupted Yuanyuan's musings. "What has happened to you, Cece?" Yuanyuan inquired, glancing at Cece, who was surrounded by an array of empty cups, the icy blue coconut jasmine concoction completely consumed. "Why does he not love me? Woe is me." Yuanyuan and Amy exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback by Cece's lamentations. "Cece, are you all right?" Amy attempted to approach the sorrowful Cece, only to be evaded. "I possess such wealth, yet he merely seeks to drain me," Cece sobbed. "Why does he not desire my riches?" Yuanyuan sighed, exasperated, pondering the absurdity of the situation. This should never have been given to her. Chapter 56. The profound power of icy blue coconut jasmine caspapi. Why do you not love me? Tears streamed down Cece's face as she crouched, clutching the table leg in despair. "Sister Yuanyuan," Amy called out in a panic. "What shall we do? What can we do?" Yuanyuan shared her concern. She hastily inquired within her mind, "System, how long will this triggering of sad memories last?" 3 hours for a cup. 3 hours? Yuanyuan's head throbbed as she realized Cece, being a sprite, had consumed 3 cups. This state of hers would linger for the entire morning. How could she have allowed Cece to drink so much? Cece, you've had too much. Let us return and rest, Yuanyuan urged, attempting to lift Cece, who clung desperately to the table leg. I am so heartbroken, she wailed. What does a minor sprite know of love? What heartache could she possibly endure? Yuanyuan, feeling genuine concern, envisioned the forthcoming product launch, picturing everyone in the store weeping uncontrollably. It is because of Caspapi, Cece cried, tears streaming down her face. The moment he first drew my blood, I fell for him. Are you all right? He drains your blood, yet you harbor affection for him? The system provided a timely explanation. When a vampire feeds, they can induce a sensation of accelerated heartbeat in the victim. Thus, perhaps Cece's feelings were not genuine love for Caspapi, but an illusion created by the ecstasy of the experience. It is possible, Yuanyuan recalled when she first discovered Cece, abandoned in Twilight City. 2 puncture marks visible on her neck. Clearly, Caspapi viewed her merely as a vessel for blood, yet Cece mistook this act for love. Cece, Yuanyuan thoughtfully remarked, perhaps you are not enamored with Mr. Caspapi, but rather the thrill of that accelerated heartbeat has led you to this misapprehension. The notion of an illusion caused Cece to gradually cease her tears, her hand instinctively caressing her heart. But he is so handsome. The moment I see him, my heart feels as though it might soar away. Consequently, I offered him all my gold coins, hoping he would stay by my side. Yet he did not even glance my way. Oh dear, Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, contemplating the extent of beauty among the sprite race. None could be deemed unattractive. What must this Caspapi look like to leave such an impression? Moreover, how delightful it is to possess wealth. When the Blood Clan feasts, they simultaneously infuse their prey with a bewildering agent, diminishing any hostility the victims might harbor towards them. These are merely the side effects of being drained. Yuanyuan crouched down to observe Cece, pondering why, amidst the multitude of handsome male elves, one would choose a vampire who merely regards one as a mobile blood bag. Rest well, and by afternoon, you shall return to your normal self, she reassured. As she spoke, she discreetly signaled to Amy, and while Cece was momentarily dazed, the 2 elves swiftly lifted her and transported her back to the staff dormitory. Sister Yuanyuan, Amy said, leaning against the wall, a hint of trepidation in her voice. You are right. I cannot indulge. If Amy were to partake, her sorrow could drown her. Are we truly launching this new beverage? Observing Cece's reaction, it was evident that the drink's effects were pronounced, perhaps even excessively so. The 2 elves feared they would struggle to manage the ensuing chaos in the shop. Upon reflection, Yuanyuan stated after a moment of contemplation, we shall impose a limit of 1 cup per elf and must clearly disclose the drink's effects beforehand. With such a precautionary notice in place, those wishing to try it would be mentally prepared, while those who could not partake would be able to avoid it. Consequently, that morning, the blackboard outside the milk tea shop was updated. Today's special, iced blue coconut jasmine, 1 cup to evoke your sorrows, purchase with caution. Chicken sandwich, should they hurl chicken at me, I would request more. Indeed, the amusing advertisement, coupled with the shop's burgeoning reputation, swiftly ignited the curiosity of patrons. Particularly the iced blue coconut jasmine, marked with a cautionary note, became a must-try for nearly every customer. Yuanyuan had initially presumed that with the advance warning and purchase restrictions, patrons would gravitate towards the chicken sandwich. To her surprise, these measures backfired, drawing throngs of customers eager to buy, while the chicken sandwich was relegated to obscurity. Thus, a curious scene unfolded. Customers who purchased the iced blue coconut jasmine triggered memories of sorrow, and the shop was soon filled with wails of lamentation. This quarter's targets remain unmet. My wages shall be docked. Woe is me. I yearn for love. Where art thou, my beloved? Years of toil, unnoticed. And now my folly is the talk of the town. Loose in, I detest you. The above being the automatic translation of Yuanyuan's thoughts. Yuanyuan beheld the lamenting patrons within the shop, unable to suppress her laughter. Most of the green elves led comfortable lives, their grievances and worries revolving merely around matters of love and work, far from the point of despair. Those patrons who had not purchased the iced blue coconut jasmine found themselves unable to stifle their amusement at the scene before them, resulting in a peculiar tableau of laughter and tears within the milk tea shop. It was then that Lu Xian arrived at the establishment, visibly drained from the sleepless nights spent preparing for the upcoming review meeting. The dark circles under his eyes were such that Lilith, without her glasses, would be taken aback. Lu Xian heeded Lilith's advice to relax before the impending meeting, so he ventured into a bubble tea shop, only to find an unexpected scene. A group of patrons, clutching blue beverages, wept inconsolably, while another group observed their antics with amusement. "Excuse me, what is happening here?" Lu Xian inquired of Amy, pointing at the distraught customers. "These patrons are reacting to our new product, the iced blue coconut drink," Amy explained, following the instructions from the manager, Yuanyuan. "This beverage evokes memories of sorrowful moments, hence the tears." "How extraordinary! Is this a drink or a potion?" Lu Xian remarked, bemused by the spectacle before him. "How long does the effect last?" "The impact of 1 cup lasts for 3 hours," Amy responded. "Purchasing this drink is entirely voluntary, as you can see the aftermath. I advise caution in your purchase." She gestured toward the weeping customers. "However, if you choose to buy, rest assured that our drinks have no other side effects." "I'll have one of those, along with a chilled Sprite and a sandwich, please." "Certainly." Amy noted his order swiftly. "We have a new sandwich today. Would you prefer a fruit sandwich or a chicken fillet sandwich?" "What is a chicken fillet sandwich?" Lu Xian asked, puzzled. "A chicken fillet is a savory meat dish, coated in batter. It has a delightful, salty crispness. You might enjoy it." "Salty?" "The elves have a penchant for sweetness, and I rarely indulge in savory flavors." Lu Xian admitted, intrigued. "Then I'll opt for the chicken fillet sandwich. All to go." "Very well. Please hold on a moment." Amy dashed to the kitchen to prepare his order, and shortly returned with his packaged food. Lu Xian accepted the neatly wrapped items. A subtle smile gracing his lips as a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 57. The Magical Council 1 in the City of Life, the Assembly Hall. "Your Majesty, King Malachi of the Humans has selected the North as the venue for the council," Lilith reported to Landric, seated upon the throne. "The North," Landric paused, turning the pages of his book. "Malachi's intentions are now unmistakable," Ivan sighed. "They have likely discovered your annihilation of Libby and the rescue of the half-elf from the underground black market. Malachi is particularly concerned with the Empire's reputation. This is his attempt to intimidate the Elves. Provoking both the dragon and elven races is truly foolish," Lilith fumed. "This time, the Cardinal has insisted on representing the Golden Knights at the council. Do you think Lu Xian will falter?" "He will not," Landric replied coolly. "Ha ha ha." Ivander laughed heartily. "Lilith, do not underestimate Lu Xian. Am I the one underestimating him?" Lilith found herself perplexed. Lu Xian appeared to be overwhelmed and distressed these days. Yet both His Majesty and the Grand Elder spoke of him with unwavering confidence. Could it be that Lu Xian possessed extraordinary qualities? Despite her contemplations, Lilith could not arrive at a conclusion. His frugality, perhaps, was indeed remarkable. "Enough," Ivan interrupted Lilith's reverie. "You may leave now." "Yes," Lilith responded, bowing before departing the council chamber. "Your Majesty," Ivan turned to the unusually reticent Landrico. "Do you intend to?" "Yes," Landrico replied as he closed the tome. "Descending from the throne, I find myself somewhat stifled. I shall take a stroll." "You have used that excuse before." Ivan shook his head. "You employed it when you went to Sigworth Academy of Magic. I shall not impede your wishes, but please do not expose yourself." "Very well," Landrico murmured softly. The following day, in the Northern Realm, the hastily repaired council chamber welcomed the stalwarts of various races. "Why choose such a dilapidated and frigid place?" grumbled a thickly coated orc. "Isn't this chamber newly constructed? The previous council chamber has been reduced to ashes. There is nowhere else for you to sit," boasted a dwarf wielding a hammer. "Dwarven craftsmanship is always of the highest quality." "I concur," said Elder Bolo. "His skills are exceptional, and the Goblin clan has enjoyed fruitful collaboration with him." "You are all exceedingly noisy," remarked a pale-skinned vampire draped in a high-collared black cloak. "Please maintain silence." "You must have been up all night," the orc observed, noting the vampire's drowsy demeanor. "Such late nights will hasten your demise. Soon you shall be the first among us to depart." "Ha ha ha." The vampire shrugged helplessly. "We cannot concentrate during the day. Night is our time to thrive." The vampire's nocturnal nature rendered the daylight akin to night, inducing a state of lethargy. "Who do you suppose the dragonkin will send to the council?" Morgan the orc inquired. "Surely not him. Morgan's temperament is too volatile. For the greater good, Osmina would not permit his attendance." A melodious voice interjected. belonging to a striking woman with azure hair and a fish-like tail. This council concerns us not. The vampire crossed their arms. I shall take my leave for now. Do remember to wake me when it concludes. Pika, the goblins and elves share a deep camaraderie. Will you not assist them? The orc pressed. The goblin chuckled. The goblins maintain trade relations with most races. By that measure, I would have to aid each of you here. However, I have heard that the slain lord of Tress City had some rather peculiar predilections. The goblin's gaze fell. What do you make of that? What do you make of it? The orc's ire ignited. Had he still been alive, I would have dealt with him directly. Nevertheless, I have heard that Albrecht has already taken care of the matter. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, it seemed they had indeed incurred a debt to the dragon kin. For few other races would dare to confront the human empire as they had. In any case, I shall express myself freely. For it is well known that our orc tribe possesses a straightforward mindset, unencumbered by convoluted thoughts. The assembly exchanged knowing smiles, as the orcs, in their typical forthright manner, resonated with the sentiments voiced by their scruffy counterpart. Amidst the lively atmosphere, an ethereal voice echoed, heralding the descent of a resplendent sky dragon, its pure white form gracefully alighting. And I too shall partake in this gathering. The elder Nai-Fu, a mere folk, gazed upon the sky dragon, recognizing her as Nai-Fu. The council was convened to deliberate on matters concerning Albrecht and the city of Tress, and she had initially anticipated that Marlin would attend. The chieftain has entrusted me to represent. Nai-Fu observed the assembly, noting that both Morgan and Marlin were ill-suited for this occasion. Morgan was prone to volatility, while Marlin was ensnared in pressing affairs. As for Fisher and Reed, Nai-Fu recalled the chieftain's frustrated and resigned remarks. The two foolish dragons would only bring disgrace to our kin. Their arrival was still pending. Nai-Fu found it peculiar that while the humans often favored a grand entrance, even the elves had yet to arrive. Here they are, here they are. Nai-Fu's words were scarcely spoken when a voice emerged from the distance. The assembly turned to the source, revealing a green elf, unfamiliar to them, riding a majestic stag. "Good morning, everyone," exclaimed Lucen, perched atop the stag, warmly greeting the elders of various races. "Morning," grunted the scruffy orc instinctively. "Who are you?" "I am Lucen, the Minister of Finance for the Green Elf tribe, here as the representative for Elder Ivander at this council." Lucen dismounted from the stag, smiling and gesturing to the assembled elders. Could the rumors be true? Had the Green Elf King truly suffered from the repercussions of mending the damaged protective shield, leaving Elder Ivander to keep vigil through the night? Why then was only a Minister of Finance dispatched to this council? The scruffy orc and the other elders exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Is it so dire that the elf tribe can barely muster a suitable representative? Is your esteemed elder incapable? A disdainful scoff emanated from the high seat of the assembly, as the suddenly appearing Cardinal Asashel cast a derisive glance at Lucen. What merit does a mere Minister of Finance possess to stand among us in deliberation? Asashel's words were a blatant affront to the entire elf clan. Pika cast a worried look toward the inexperienced Lucen, contemplating whether to offer support. The scruffy orc, though concerned, found himself at a loss for words to counter Asashel's remarks, while the remaining elders regarded Lucen with a mix of apprehension and sympathy. Chapter 58. The Magical Council, Part 2. You are right, the elders murmured in unison. Lucen's features tightened, his voice trembling as he spoke. The king's efforts to restore the compromised shield have taken a toll on his very foundation. Our venerable elder is quite advanced in age and has been struggling to articulate his thoughts. I may indeed lack experience. Yet, given the current plight of the Green Elf tribe, I am the most fitting candidate. Does the esteemed cardinal truly wish to deny the younger generation an opportunity to participate? The elders fell into a prolonged silence, grappling with the stark reality of the elf tribe's dire circumstances. The empire, accustomed to its usual arrogance, could not tolerate the public humiliation of foreign races on such a momentous occasion destined to be etched in history. Those who had once benefited from the kindness of the elven race and maintained amicable relations were resolute in their disapproval. Thus, before Asashel could articulate his thoughts, he felt the collective gaze of the assembly fixated upon him. The eligibility of Lu, Sun, and Asashel to attend the council is determined by the Elven King, not by you, Neve stated sharply. The rugged orc slammed his fist on the table, retorting, "Why are you meddling? They have been summoned to attend. What concern is it of yours? Are you the Elven King?" Asashel furrowed his brow, directing a glance at the orc. The goblin, Pika, hastily tugged at the orc's robe, signaling him to temper his outburst. The orc fell silent, though he continued to exhale heated breaths, clearly still unsatisfied. Since everyone is in agreement, I shall refrain from further comment, Asashel remarked as he surveyed the assembly. Let's commence. With a commanding voice, Asashel summoned a dazzling golden magic circle to materialize on the ground, from which 8 ornate chairs floated, each adorned with the emblematic insignia of different races. At the center lay a grand circular table. The assembly took their seats, and, at that moment, Lu Sun interjected, expressing his regret at the absence of the esteemed elder from the council, to convey the elder's fondness for the various races. He had been entrusted with a unique elven beverage for all to savor. The orc chuckled heartily. Excellent. It's rather chilly here. A warm cup of tea would surely soothe our stomachs. Asashel, however, wore an inscrutable expression, pondering the absurdity of Ivan's longing. Lu Sun retrieved from a spatial ring the meticulously prepared butterfly peat jasmine green tea alongside a cup of icy blue coconut water. Upon learning of the properties of the blue coconut water yesterday, he had hastily arranged for 7 cups of the ordinary butterfly peat jasmine green tea and 1 cup of the special blue coconut water. Lu Sun deftly guided the beverages toward the various elders. Without hesitation, the orc grasped the butterfly peat tea, exclaiming, "Is this the new blue tea crafted by the elven race?" No, Lu Sun clarified, this beverage is known as butterfly peat jasmine green tea, a harmonious blend of jasmine fragrance and tea essence. Its color is merely for aesthetic appeal. Asashel raised his teacup, observing the cerulean liquid before him. Only the elven race would devote such effort to crafting these concoctions. I recall that among the teas exported by the elves, humans procure the most. The orc turned to Pika. Isn't that right, Elder Pika? Pika retorted, while you indulge in idle banter, must you drag me into it as well? Indeed, Asashel fired back, his ire directed at the orc. Does the Makabaka orc clan harbor animosity towards humanity? I have endured the folly of this dim-witted individual for far too long. After all these years, can he not withstand a mere jest? It is baffling that a revered cardinal possesses such a lack of composure. The orc retorted defiantly. Asahel, you see, the dwarf pointed to his own head. Makabaka is not particularly bright, so do refrain from your antics. The merfolk elder also expressed agreement. His mischief is clearly instigated by Makabaka, is it not? Asahel's anger flared, and he turned his gaze toward the blood clan, only to find them comfortably seated, arms crossed, sound asleep. Next to them, Neve emitted an enigmatic chuckle. Asahel's eyes blazed with fury, ready to erupt, when Lucen interjected to ease the tension. Everyone, let's not be angry. We can privately discuss the expansion of our trade concerning the tea of the elven race at another time. For now, we should focus on matters concerning the city of Tress. This was a more agreeable approach. Asahel cleared his throat and adjusted his robes. The southern capital of the human empire, Tress, is a bustling trade city. Albrecht demolished a significant portion of its structures, resulting in heavy casualties among the populace. The city lord was slain, and Sir Kieran, the knight commander, defected. Lucen elaborated, noting that Albrecht had returned to Dragon Island after the Great Battle and has since remained uncontacted. This is the information we currently possess. You, Asahel, have no authority to lead this discussion. Asahel pointed angrily at Lucen. Lucen feigned sudden realization. Then please enlighten us on the situation. What more is there to explain? Lucen had already articulated everything. It seems that Bishop Asahel has no need to speak further. Lucen turned to Neve, who successfully grasped his subtle cue. Regarding Albrecht's attack on Tress, the Dragon Clan had received no prior information. We are equally curious as to what could have driven the kind and innocent Albrecht to such a bare behavior. Consequently, our Sky Division of the Dragon Clan conducted a thorough investigation into Tress, discovering that the city lord had secretly harbored mage knights who hunted members of other races to collect their remains, fulfilling his twisted desires. Among these were members of my Dragon Clan. How does Bishop Asahel explain this? With a wave of her hand, Neve conjured numerous images in the air, showcasing the city lord's clandestine collection, one of which prominently displayed the severed head of a blue dragon. These images contained artifacts from nearly all races represented in the assembly, creating a peculiar atmosphere as all the elders turned their gazes toward Asahel. The elder of the Blood Clan had also awakened. Murder and dismemberment. This is sheer cruelty. You humans often label the Blood Clan as monstrous vampires. What does that make you? The Elder's crimson eyes fixed upon Asahel. Confronted with the inquiries of the assembly, Asahel remained unfazed. He casually sipped his tea, stating, "The Empire is entirely unaware of the city lord's actions. He has been stripped of his title and excommunicated by His Majesty. However, the damages inflicted by Albrecht have yet to receive any compensation from the Dragon Clan." Compensation? You dare mention compensation after slaughtering my kin? Asahel, have you grown senile? How can we prove the blue dragon was slain by us? These images serve as evidence, all meticulously recorded by the Lord's manor. Are you attempting to deny it? The orc exclaimed in fury. Chapter 59, The Magical Council 3. These artifacts could have been procured by him, or perhaps discovered. How can you assert that it was the Lord's command that led to the killings? Do you possess any evidence? Or did you witness it with your own eyes? The Lord had long since been slain by Albrecht, and thus there was no opportunity to pursue answers to these inquiries. What if I assert that someone indeed can? Lu Sun, poised and confident, gazed directly at Asariel. Someone can? Who? How did the elven race procure their witnesses? Lu Sun produced a rectangular object with his right hand. Asariel focused intently, recognizing it as a communication stone. This communication stone, developed by the dwarves, was linked to none other than Kieran, the former captain of the Knights of Tress City. Kieran? How could it be Kieran? Asariel's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the communication stone in Lu Sen's grasp. Lu Sen's revelation stirred a tempest of intrigue. All eyes fixated on the object he held. "Good morning, esteemed elders." Lu Sun pressed the button, and Kieran's voice emanated forth. "I am Kieran, the former captain of the Knights of Tress City." The moment Kieran's voice resonated, Asariel realized it was indeed him. He averted his gaze, his left hand conjuring a staff, intent on covertly sabotaging the communication stone. Neve, quick-witted, seized Asariel's left hand. "What are you doing? Surely you don't intend to commit an act of treachery?" "Not at all." Asariel chuckled. "My hand simply itches. I was merely scratching it." "Long time no see, Bishop," Kieran greeted from the other end of the communication stone. "Kieran, you have betrayed the Empire and conspired with foreign races. What are your intentions?" "What do you think?" Kieran retorted and continued. "The events concerning the Lord of Tress City were indeed orchestrated by me. The Empire is not oblivious to this. It has even condoned my actions. There are many wretches like the Lord within the human empire. It is the result of you, Asariel, and Malachi, turning a blind eye to the upper echelons of the Empire." Kieran's resonant voice echoed throughout the council chamber, plunging the assembly into silence once more. It was astonishing to realize that such individuals still existed within the Empire. How many of their kin had perished at the hands of the nobility? "Humph." The elder of the Blood Clan scoffed. "What a detestable race. Is a mere communication stone sufficient to prove this? Is the true identity of the other party genuinely Kieran? Who can attest that Lu Sun is indeed an elf? Everyone is aware of the relationship between the elven race and the human empire. It is entirely plausible that he is simply attempting to ensnare the Empire by fabricating evidence." Asariel was drenched in cold sweat, adamantly refusing to acknowledge the claims regarding the identity of Kieran on the other end of the communication stone. Upon hearing this, Lu Sen remained calm and composed. He had anticipated this scenario. To verify the true identity of the witness, the Elven clan had previously contacted the Dwarven clan to upgrade the communication stones. The communication stone in my possession is a modified version 20, crafted by Elder Bolo, which now includes video calling in addition to voice communication. At this moment, Elder Bolo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interrupted Lu Xian's speech, announcing that version 20 of the communication stone is now ready for mass production, with an initial price of merely $19.99. He urged potential buyers to act swiftly. After concluding his remarks, Lu Xian directed everyone's attention to him, stating that they would now connect with Kieran on the other end of the communication stone to ascertain whether he was indeed an imposter. Lu Xian raised the communication stone, and a luminous screen formed from white light emerged from it, revealing none other than the Silver Knight Kieran. "Hey, old fellow, do you believe me now?" Alas! Asahel slumped back in his chair, realizing he could no longer fabricate excuses. The figure on the other end was undoubtedly Kieran. What should I do? Asahel's mind raced with thoughts of escape, when suddenly an inexplicable sensation surged within him. evoking tears. Uncontrollable memories of sorrow flashed through his mind, each vividly painful, flooding his heart with anguish. Why am I crying? He lamented. What is happening to me? Makabaka pointed at the sobbing Asahel, exclaiming, Does this mean you are collapsing under pressure? The merfolk elder chuckled softly, covering her face. I sense an overwhelming sadness. The bishop seems to be grieving. Ugh, Neve said irritably, eyeing the weeping Asahel, whose face was twisted in despair. Now that the situation is clear, what response is the human empire prepared to offer us? Speak. Ugh, the glory of the empire shall never be infringed upon. I will not yield, Asahel cried, his defiance apparent even as he wept. Those present observed his unyielding demeanor and might have thought they were coercing him. What now? Neve gestured towards Asahel, noting his current state rendered him incapable of articulating anything clearly. Elder Neve, I am fully prepared, Lucienne responded, closing the communication stone and retrieving 7 meticulously prepared contract scrolls from his spatial ring, distributing them to the elders. Well done, Lucienne. This is exceptionally well written, Makabaka remarked, examining the contract scroll with keen interest. The scroll detailed the reparations required from the human empire and the remaining 7 races concerning the ongoing war, encompassing every minute detail without omission. You truly are the Minister of Finance, inquired the elder of the Blood Clan, intrigued. Only someone with extensive experience in financial matters could craft such thorough documents. Indeed, Lucienne replied with a smile. I am the Minister of Finance for the Green Elves. And what do you intend to do now? Asahel lamented. Given your current state, how can we ensure the council proceeds smoothly? We must be self-reliant. Naifu held the contract scroll in her left hand and pressed her right thumb onto his satchels, completing the pact. Satisfied, she gazed at the now effective contract scroll. The rest of the gathered individuals followed Naifu's example, amicably forging their own agreements with the satchel. Are you introducing yourself? Naifu inquired, astonished by a satchel's declaration of robber. Laughter erupted as Makabaka exclaimed, I didn't realize Naifu possessed a sense of humor. Everyone exchanged smiles. The council meeting had been a resounding success for all present, except for a satchel, who felt a mix of humiliation and rage. He attributed his embarrassment to the butterfly PT that had caused him to falter. The thought of the Elven clan weighed heavily on his mind as he struggled to accept the outcome of the negotiations. Be careful, Naifu suddenly warned. Seizing the moment of their distraction, a satchel unleashed his most potent attack. Despite the contract being established, he was determined to eliminate Lucienne that day. Chapter 60. Scandal spreads across the land. Everything seemed to slow down. Lucienne perceived the lethal strike hurtling towards him and the crowd's desperate attempts to intervene. Yet, he realized it was too late. It appeared that today would be his last. The clash of magic generated a shockwave that sent everyone flying. Naifu summoned a wall of wind around her, and amid the chaos, she discerned a tall figure behind Lucienne. The figure, seemingly aware of her gaze, slowly turned to face her. It was the emerald-eyed Elven King. Who dares to intrude upon the council? A satchel roared, rising from the ground, struggling to suppress his sorrow. The others regained their composure from the recent upheaval, with Lucienne gasping for breath, clutching his chest, unable to calm himself. He had nearly lost his life. What transpired? Who saved me? A satchel? You old fool. How dare you strike at my friend? Makabaka raced towards a satchel and delivered a powerful punch. A satchel was struck in the abdomen, sent sprawling into the air. Naifu transformed into her dragon form, soaring upward and delivering a sweeping blow that sent a satchel flying. Are you all right? Naifu descended and resumed her human shape, her concern directed towards Lucienne. I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head to clear his mind. Did you save me? Not I, Naifu teased, glancing at the Elven King behind Lucienne. I suspect it was perhaps your kin who rescued you. The clan member, Lucienne, was perplexed. It seemed that Lilith had mentioned that the guards would send elves to protect her. However, what level of elf would dare confront Cardinal Acicel? Nevertheless, it was reassuring to know that everything was fine. Makabaka swiftly helped Lucienne to his feet and patted his shoulder, expressing, I have great faith in you. The orcs are eager to establish a friendly cooperative relationship with the elven race. Lucienne, taken aback, responded, that is truly my honor. The elves are a race that cherishes peace. You are welcome to visit whenever you have the time. The merfolk elder observed Lucienne and remarked, with talents like you, the revival of the elven race is just around the corner. The merfolk also warmly welcomed the elven kin. Thank you, and I extend my welcome to all the elders visiting the City of Life. The atmosphere in the council hall lightened considerably with the absence of discordant elements. Neve glanced back at Lucien and realized that the elven king had already departed. Do you have something to say? Lucien looked quizzically at Elder Neve, who had been gazing at him intently. It's nothing, Neve smiled. It's getting late. I must return to Dragon Island to report. The kindness of the elven people shall never be forgotten by my dragonkin. You flatter me, Lucien replied, scratching his head awkwardly. I must also thank everyone for their cooperation. It is only through our collective efforts that the plans can proceed smoothly. I was initially concerned about how the elven race would respond to the human empire, but it appears my worries were unfounded. Indeed, I was contemplating simply giving that old fellow a good beating. He harbors nothing but malice. Lucien felt a surge of gratitude as he looked at the elders who supported the elven race. Despite the current decline of the elves, he did not expect such unwavering support from them. After the council concluded, Lucien returned to the Kaya forest without incident. Meanwhile, a daily report swiftly circulated across the continent. The headline of the report read, "Astonishing. The Cardinal of the Human Empire was embarrassed at the council meeting. Due to its bold and innovative title, as well as its relevance to current affairs, the report was fervently shared among various races, including the elves." Ha ha! Ivander laughed heartily as he held the freshly printed daily report, slamming his hand on the table. "Elder, you have been laughing for over an hour," Lilith observed, watching Ivander's unabated mirth. Ivander paused, wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes. "I never anticipated this fellow would falter at the end of his career. Ha ha!" Lilith, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Your Majesty, do you think this report might lead others to believe that it was our elven kin who orchestrated it?" The report began circulating immediately after the council's conclusion in various central cities of the races. It was easy to surmise that it must have been printed by a race that participated in the council and had a strained relationship with the human empire, either the dragons or the elves. "Not possible," Landrico replied earnestly as he perused the report. "The elven race currently lacks the strength to do so." Indeed, Lilith concurred deeply. Simultaneous distribution of reports across various central cities is beyond the capabilities of the elves at this time, unless it is a race capable of swiftly traversing different regions or one that wields spatial magic. For instance, in the realm of the Dragon Clan, the Sky Dragons and their leader, Osmina Landrico, gazed intently at the photograph revealed in the daily report. This image not only laid bare the grotesque visage of Asashiel, but, upon closer inspection, one could also discern the peculiar azure tea before him. Could it be that the young whelp is not a potion master? Landrico pondered. In the city of Emerald Mist, the elven milk tea shop continued its operations as usual. Cece had finally returned to normalcy upon awakening. She felt too embarrassed to converse with Yuanyuan. After much persuasion from Yuanyuan, Cece managed to set aside the awkward memories. "So, do you still believe you love Caspapi?" Yuanyuan inquired curiously. "Forget it," Cece scoffed. "That man only knows how to drain my life essence. Why should I foolishly offer myself up? Isn't my sister and Amy far more appealing?" What was said earlier is indeed correct, but what follows is perplexing. "So, what truly transpired that day?" Yuanyuan asked. "On the day I entered Twilight City, I happened to encounter elemental chaos within the city. What a stroke of bad luck." Cece recounted. "I was unable to use the teleportation array to reach the City of Life. While wandering nearby, I stumbled upon a vampire attempting to drain the blood of a fortunate creature. I seized my staff to intervene, only to have that vampire capture me instead. As for what happened next, you're already aware. If memory serves, Kaya Forest possesses a protective barrier. How then did a vampire appear in Twilight City? Are you not going to inform the Elven King and your mother? Such matters cannot remain concealed from them," Yuanyuan pressed. Cece shrugged nonchalantly. "They have likely been aware of this information for some time, perhaps even have investigated it thoroughly. That is why they allow me to work here with peace of mind." The feeling of having support behind her was indeed comforting, and Yuanyuan envied it. Being an orphan, she adapted swiftly to this otherworldly realm. After all, being alone felt the same no matter the place. "Sister," Cece waved her hand in front of Yuanyuan, who seemed lost in thought. "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Yuanyuan quickly responded, snapping back to reality, contemplating the discussions surrounding the recent council meeting. "I heard that the Cardinal from the Human Empire wept bitterly at the council. It sounds quite surreal." Chapter 61. You are about to shine. The old cardinal is quite detestable, Cece exclaimed, her face contorted with indignation. He harbors a strong dislike for both the elves and the dragons. The choice of the northern territory for this meeting is clearly intended to humiliate us. The north? Yuanyuan queried. Is it also a city of the Green Elves? Aren't there only 5 cities of the Green Elves? Not at all. The north is the domain of the Frost Elves, who have long since perished. Cece sighed, her expression sorrowful. The Frost Elves, extinct? Yuanyuan recalled that Amy possessed the bloodline of the Frost Elves. Then does that mean? Indeed, the Frost Elves have been extinguished, a familiar voice chimed in from behind. Yuanyuan turned to see Amy. Now, the only connection to the Frost Elves lies with half-elves like myself, Amy lamented. However, following the battle in Tracy City, few half-elves with the Frost bloodline remain. The atmosphere turned heavy, and Yuanyuan and Cece exchanged glances, both unsure of how to console Amy. Amy, Cece spoke up. You still have us. We are your eternal family. At these words, a smile graced Amy's face as she looked at Yuanyuan, who was gently patting her head, and Cece, who was offering her comfort. Thank you, she said sincerely. All right, Yuanyuan interjected, eager to shift the topic. We still have customers waiting for us. The 3 elves engaged in a brief chat, oblivious to the chaos that might be unfolding in the store. You need not worry about this. The customers are all discussing the daily news, Amy mentioned. The daily news? What daily news? Yuanyuan replied, perplexed, realizing she had missed some crucial information. She had only learned about the peculiarities regarding the elf daily from customers. Each time, she felt a pang of sorrow for not being at the forefront of the latest gossip. It's the Continental Daily, covering the recent council meeting. A hand holding a newspaper suddenly appeared before Yuanyuan. Turning around, she saw Luna. Oh, you're here, Yuanyuan exclaimed, surprised. Didn't you say you were busy today? Since Luna had verbally agreed to promote the shop, she frequently brought tour groups to the bubble tea store. However, with her recent work commitments, she and T visited for several days, and Yuanyuan had intended to bring her the new products. I heard the bubble tea shop launched an astonishingly effective drink, so I simply had to come and try it, Luna replied. The entire Kaya forest is abuzz. Everyone is delighted to see the humans falter during the council. It seemed that humanity in this world could be quite cruel. As a former human, Yuanyuan thought to herself, I must protect my elven identity. It must remain concealed. Come on, let me make you the new product, she urged, pulling Luna toward the kitchen while reminding Amy and Cece to assist in the store. Once in the back kitchen, Luna continued to peruse the daily news with great interest. Is it really that captivating? Is it more thrilling than the previous peculiarities? Yuanyuan asked while preparing a chicken sandwich. It's different, Luna replied mysteriously. Do you remember the male elf I encountered last time? The male elf you encountered? Yuanyuan asked, puzzled. The shop was perpetually bustling with customers, and her mind was refreshed daily with new faces, making it impossible to recall anyone specifically. The one who hesitated to order and finally settled on a Sprite, Luna clarified, her excitement palpable. Yuanyuan strained her memory, recalling a vague figure from the recesses of her mind. He is actually the finance minister of the Green Elf clan, Luna exclaimed, pointing to the male elf in the newspaper. Finance Minister Yuanyuan was somewhat astonished to discover that the advanced leader of the Green Elf clan was so unassuming in demeanor. It was quite inconceivable that such a parsimonious individual could be chosen to attend the council. Luna remarked that it was hard to believe he could present himself in such a manner, appearing so far removed from his previous exploits of opportunism. The term opportunism certainly applied, as there were matters of which she was unaware. This man, named Lucen, had previously taken advantage of her explanations, which was why she insisted he must make a purchase from her, compelling him to part with his money. Truly remarkable. To achieve the status of the foremost tour guide in Misty City, she noted. However, he indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. After the council concluded, there were rumors that various races would seek to deepen their interactions with the elves. Luna expressed her curiosity as to why a Satchel had wept so profusely during the council. Did the Daily News not mention it? Yuanyuan inquired, placing a meticulously prepared ice blue coconut jasmine sandwich before Luna. It did not, Luna replied, taking a hearty bite of the chicken sandwich. That fellow, along with their king Malachi, harbors a deep disdain for our elf kind and the dragon race. Truly a fitting name. He is nothing but rubbish. Yuanyuan chuckled heartily. That name indeed brings amusement. Luna was taken aback by the flavor of the chicken sandwich, exclaiming, "This is simply delightful. It contains chicken." Indeed, it features marinated and fried chicken, Yuanyuan confirmed. "You never cease to surprise me. I have a penchant for sweets. Yet I find this sandwich utterly delightful," Luna praised, setting aside the daily news to grasp the blue beverage that appeared somewhat familiar. "This is the extraordinary drink I mentioned," Yuanyuan elucidated. "Its effect is to evoke the drinker's innermost sorrowful memories, lasting for 3 hours. If you have any reservations, I would advise against trying it, as its impact is quite pronounced. Over the past few days, every elf who has ordered this drink has been profoundly moved, leaving behind cherished memories within the establishment." "Wait a moment," Luna interjected, suddenly picking up the daily news again. Before Sashel's table sat a beverage strikingly similar to the ice blue coconut drink. "What is it?" Yuanyuan asked, bewildered. Luna looked up, her expression vacant as she gazed at Yuanyuan. "You are about to become quite popular." "What?" Yuanyuan was taken aback by Luna's cryptic statement. Her establishment had always been quite bustling, after all. "Isn't the drink on this page identical to the one you prepared for me?" Luna questioned, pointing to the beverage before Sashel. Yuanyuan glanced down and indeed observed the likeness. Yet, she had no recollection of any sponsorship for the council's official water. "Wait a moment," she pondered, recalling that Lucien had approached her previously, requesting 7 cups of ordinary butterfly pea flower tea devoid of effects and 1 cup of ice blue coconut. She had found his taste peculiar at the time. Little did she know, Lucien had brought it directly to the council, employing it on the cardinal. She might truly be on the verge of fame, Yuanyuan thought. Chapter 62. Contracting the Spokesperson. As expected, after a period of reflection, the secret weapon of the finance minister to subdue the cardinal was the new iced blue coconut tea from the Emerald Mist City's Elven tea shop. And this news quickly spread. Meanwhile, in the security team, Corey, with a dazed expression, patted his reindeer and lamented, "Baby, you've really worked hard. Your master has been bullied by Lucien, and you've been caught in the crossfire. I'm so sorry for you, sob. Corey lay on the reindeer's back, weeping openly. Recently, Lucien needed a reindeer for transportation to the Northern Territory, but the number of reindeer in the Kaya forest was limited, each having its own owner. The elder suggested that whichever reindeer willingly chose Lucien should become his temporary mount. Coincidentally, Baby was the first to rush forward, thus becoming Lucien's selection. Corey felt deeply distressed, as both his master and the magical beast had fallen victim to Lucien. Baby nuzzled against Corey, making soft sounds to comfort him. "Babe, you are truly wonderful," Corey said, deeply moved, embracing Baby's neck. "With you by my side, I vow to resist Lucien to the end." Suddenly, a slap resounded on Corey's head. "You think you can resist? Even a magical beast understands better than you." Corey couldn't see who had approached, but heard a voice near his ear. "Who is it?" Corey looked around. Another slap followed. "Foolish one, who are you?" Corey clutched his head, questioning why he was being struck. The air fell silent for a few seconds, before a familiar figure appeared before Corey. "Captain, is that you?" Corey asked, staring blankly at Austin. Austin looked at Corey, who seemed foolishly lost, and lamented. Lucien represented the elven race at the council, successfully negotiating with the human empire and securing a substantial sum for our people. Meanwhile, you can only wallow in your sorrow at the tea shop. Corey remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Austin was right. Ever since he had been relieved of his duties, he had been mired in gloom, often seeking fleeting pleasure at the tea shop. "Is this true?" Corey asked incredulously. The Lucien he had always looked down upon actually possessed remarkable diplomatic skills, while his own grievances seemed trivial. "Your magical beast rushed forward first in an effort to mend the rift between you and Lucien," Austin observed, looking at the dazed Corey. "Now, you have 2 choices. Leave the security team or serve as a regular patrolling elf in the Watcher's realm. The choice is yours." Austin was greatly disappointed by Corey's behavior following his punishment. It was clear that he was no longer suited to remain in the security team. "Captain, I choose the second option," Corey said. "Send me to the Watcher's realm." Landrico looked puzzled. Austin had come early to report for duty and was seeking Landrico's approval to assign Corey to the Watcher's realm. "Your Majesty, it is apparent that Corey is no longer suited to remain in the guard. The Watchtower is the most fitting place for him, as he possesses a lineage of frost elves." Austin replied with deference. "A hybrid of green elves and frost elves? What a rare combination." Could it be that Corey's intellect has been muddled by this mix? Randrico pondered. He is your subordinate. The decision rests with you. He had no desire to squander any more time on this embarrassing elf. Very well. Austin received Randrico's message, bowed, and prepared to exit the council chamber. Wait. Randrico suddenly called out to Austin, who was about to step outside. Is there anything else, Your Majesty? Summon Lucian. Certainly. Randrico, seated upon the throne, closed the pages of his book and pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating how to broach the next matter. He gazed out toward the direction of Misty Glade and sighed. To be an elf with 3 identities is indeed exhausting. Before long, Lucian arrived at the council chamber. In recent days, he had been buoyed by joyful tidings, having skillfully outmaneuvered the human empire and simultaneously deepening collaborations with the other 6 races. He now carried himself with a proud demeanor, exuding confidence wherever he went. Lucian placed his right hand upon his left shoulder and performed a standard salute. Your Majesty, you summon me? Please, take a seat. Randrico gestured. How has your health been lately? Lucian was taken aback. What was this? The Majesty was inquiring about his well-being. Lilith mentioned that you have been overworking yourself for the council, suffering from insomnia for several consecutive days. Lilith, a good colleague among the elves. I have already adjusted. Lucian replied, patting himself. I am well now. From the moment he successfully completed his task, Lucian knew he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. If I am not mistaken, your clever scheme is related to the tea shop in Misty Glade, is it not? Randrico pulled out a daily report, pointing to the key information therein. Indeed, the success of this endeavor was largely due to a newly developed beverage from that tea shop, called Ice Blue Coconut Jasmine. Not only is it visually appealing, but its effects are particularly remarkable. Lucian began to enthusiastically elaborate on his winning formula. That's enough, Randrico interjected. Did you properly express your gratitude to the shopkeeper? Lucian laughed heartily. I took care of that long ago. I boosted the sales for the tea shop, and Lilith and her colleagues will have their share of the month-est beverages. Of course, the expenses are reimbursable. I wouldn't spend from my own pocket. Not enough. Not nearly enough. A month's worth of sales. The thought of reimbursement made his heart bleed, but thankfully, it was not his own money being spent. The tea shop's owner wishes to invite you to be their spokesperson and seeks your opinion on the matter. Randrico said nonchalantly. Spokesperson? Lucian was utterly bewildered. After all, he did not consider himself particularly handsome. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the store manager has managed to enlist the aid of the Elven King as a mediator. Could it be that this establishment is a covert state enterprise? I fear I may not be worthy. Lucian hesitated, recognizing that the manager of the milk tea shop possessed extraordinary skills, crafting beverages that surpassed even potions in potency. Surely, there must be the Elven King's influence behind this. He felt utterly inadequate. This is a contract scroll. Randrico casually tossed a scroll, indicating that it merely required a signature. No further negotiations? Lucian pondered, momentarily bewildered by the abruptness of the proposal. He discreetly raised his eyes to glance at Randrico upon the throne, only to find him fixated on him, causing Lucian to hurriedly inscribe his name with a quill, trembling in fear. The oppressive aura exuded by Randrico sent cold sweat down Lucian's forehead. He quaked as he stowed the quill, and when he lifted his gaze again, he had already exited the council chamber. Discarded after use. The monarch truly displayed a ruthless demeanor. Chapter 63. The Ambassador of Promotion. Lucian Randrico surveyed the completed contract scroll in his possession with satisfaction. Now, the young cub need no longer fret. However, he suspected that she had likely already deduced his true identity. After Yuanyuan realized that her creation, the ice blue coconut tea, played a pivotal role in the negotiations, a bold idea emerged. Perhaps she could invite Lucian to endorse this product. Though the milk tea shop had gained considerable acclaim in Misty Fog City, its promotion across the entirety of Kaya Forest remained woefully insufficient. Lucian, being the Minister of Finance for the Green Elves and having a significant connection to this product, was an exceedingly fitting candidate. Yet, considering Lucian's unique status as a civil servant of the Elven race, it was uncertain whether he could undertake external endorsements. Moreover, he seldom visited the milk tea shop, making it difficult for Yuanyuan to arrange a meeting with him. Contemplating these factors, she approached Randrico, the Elven King, who frequently patronized the establishment. Initially apprehensive about whether the Elven King would acquiesce to her somewhat audacious request, Yuanyuan was astonished when he merely pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It felt almost surreal, He was indeed the Elven King. Do you have any requests? Yuanyuan inquired. I shall endeavor to fulfill them within my capabilities. She was incredulous that the Elven King would offer unconditional assistance. After all, he had already aided her numerous times. Without him, she wouldn't even have been able to enter Misty Fog City. If he were to extend his help unconditionally once more, Yuanyuan would feel quite embarrassed. Let us consider it a debt for now, Randraker replied with a smile. After all, time is on our side. Time is indeed on our side. The tone and phrasing left Yuanyuan with an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. Sister Yuanyuan, what's the matter? Amy observed Yuanyuan lost in thought in the kitchen, pointing to a pile of order slips on the table, as customers had begun to urge for their orders. Abruptly awakened from her reverie, Yuanyuan hurriedly set about preparing the beverages. Since the news that Minister Lucin's beverage was sourced from the milk tea shop spread like wildfire, the foot traffic to the establishment has surged exponentially. The once modestly accommodating shop is now bustling with patrons, resembling a lively marketplace filled with chatter. Amy and Cece, alongside Yuanyuan, have been tirelessly working around the clock, utterly exhausted by the demands. Is this the power of a trending product? It is quite daunting. And I feel utterly drained, Cece lamented, sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position. Sister Yuanyuan, Amy said weakly, I believe we might be short-staffed. Not might be. We are indeed lacking personnel. However, Yuanyuan had previously attempted to recruit workers within the Misty City, only to be thwarted by the system, which declared that beings not recognized by it could not enter into employment contracts. System, you cannot do this, Yuanyuan pleaded. If we cannot find help, the three of us will be worked to death. Detected that the host has employable living beings. What? Who? Where? Is there a spirit or phantom lurking in the shop? Moonlit rabbit of fortune. Yuanyuan held up the adorable creature. It's just a rabbit. Are you not even going to spare it? The host may utilize the rabbit of fortune for delivery services. That makes sense. A rabbit delivery service. It should be named Extreme Rabbit. Dear Fortune, Yuanyuan gently cradled the rabbit. Tomorrow, I'm relying on you and Barry to make several deliveries. Ding. You have a new message. Would you like to check it? Please confirm. Yes or no. Don't bring any more shenanigans. Yuanyuan clicked yes, and a notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing an endorsement contract with the Spirit Lucin. Lucin has become the ambassador for the host beverage, Ice Blue Coconut Jasmine. Employee profile name, Lucin Race. Green Elf details. A penny-pinching finance minister of the Green Elf tribe, of average appearance and build, but possesses considerable intellect. Following the council, public opinion has shifted. He is a diligent worker endowed with talent. Caution. This elf is well-versed in the art of freeloading. Beware of being taken advantage of. Employee profile name, CC Race. Night Elf details. The primary heir of the Shadow Elf clan, endowed with beauty, wealth, and power. A connoisseur of fine food and handsome men, she is a beauty enthusiast. Clinging to her will not result in loss. Caution. The voracious girl. Beware of her depleting your stock. Ambassador Lucin is now effective, increasing the visibility and appeal of the Ice Blue Coconut Jasmine beverage by 50 across the elf realm. Please note, this employee possesses significant charisma to meet customer demand, ensure ample stock. This employee's worth is considerable, and a 30 commission will be deducted for related beverage profits. The barrage of notifications left Yuanyuan feeling dizzy, and after reading all the information, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Lucin's influence during this period is formidable, and tomorrow, it is likely that the other 4 cities will be stirred as well. She swiftly gathered Amy and Cece, along with Zhao Kai, for an urgent meeting. The situation was dire. Yuanyuan leaned forward, resting her hands on the table, and with a serious gaze declared, the milk tea shop has signed Minister Lucien as our beverage promotion ambassador. Cece eagerly raised her hand. May I ask, what is a promotion ambassador? The promotion ambassador essentially leverages Minister Lucien's popularity to enhance the allure of our products, thereby attracting more customers to sample our offerings, Yuanyuan emphasized. Tomorrow could potentially be the most bustling day since our grand opening. Amy immediately raised her right hand. What should we do if we are short-staffed? An excellent question, Yuanyuan replied, pacing back and forth. She bent down to place the moonlit rabbit on the table, pointing at the creature. We can rely on it. But it's just a rabbit. Both Cece and Amy exclaimed in confusion. No, Yuanyuan shook her finger. The shop has created a specific position for Zhao Kai, It will officially participate as a staff member in tomorrow's operations. Its responsibilities will align with those of Mate 1, primarily focusing on takeout, which will help alleviate some pressure. The remaining in-store dining will depend on us. Chapter 64. A phenomenal success. Lu Xian was currently riding a wave of popularity, and the advertisement for the milk tea shop featuring him immediately caused a sensation in the other 4 cities. Many spirits, motivated by their support for Minister Lu Xian, flocked to taste the beverage that was rumored to outshine the Cardinal Assashal. All right, Yuanyuan clapped her hands, her gaze satisfied as she looked at the small chalkboard before her. This was her newly established shop policy in anticipation of the influx of customers. First, sales would remain limited. Each spirit could purchase only 1 cup. Second, the beverage would be available only during the morning hours. Lastly, there would be an option for delivery services, allowing spirits who live far away and wish to try the drink to contact the shop for delivery. This time, Yuanyuan, along with Amy and Cece, had prepared a batch of finished products in advance, ensuring the shop's inventory was at its peak since opening, all in hopes of slightly easing the pressure during business hours. As usual, Luna rose early and arrived at Yuanyuan's milk tea shop, intending to order a full sugar drink. However, long before she reached the shop, she was taken aback by the scene in the central plaza. The once spacious square was now occupied by a queue that took up a third of the area, with the line continuing to grow. What was happening? Although the central plaza had always been bustling with tourists, it had never witnessed such a massive crowd waiting in line. Luna was perplexed. Of course it's for this. A hand rested on Luna's left shoulder, startling her and causing her to step aside. "It's me," came the voice of the weapon shop owner, tinged with emotion as he held up his drink. "They're waiting in line for this." Luna looked at the tearful owner and asked, "Are you all right?" The owner sorrowfully gazed up at the sky. "I'm fine, just reminiscing about some past events. This drink truly works wonders. Why does this cup look different from the ones I've seen before?" Luna inquired as she carefully examined the patterned cup before her. "Don't you know?" The owner replied, astonished. "Yesterday, the milk tea shop announced that we have signed an endorsement contract with Minister Lu Xian. He is now the ambassador for this beverage, and his image is printed on the cup." Upon closer inspection, Luna conceded that Minister Lu Xian was indeed handsome. No wonder he was the top diplomat of the elven race. Yet, with that appearance, he merely embodies the average visage of our kind. She silently scoffed. "Look here," the owner said, raising the cup before Luna and pointing at Lu Xian's image. His pose is quite peculiar indeed. On the cup, Lu Xian was depicted with his left hand raised above his head, supporting the lid, while his right hand, palm up, cradled the base of the cup, smiling with a perfect display of 8 teeth. Below, a caption read, "Enjoy the icy blue coconut milk and savor Lu Xian's life." Luna burst into laughter, her stomach aching, and asked which genius designed this. "That pose is utterly hilarious." The owner, growing impatient, stamped his foot. "How can this be funny? This pose is eye-catching. Just look at the throngs of elves queuing up to purchase today. It shows the minister's strong marketing prowess." "Who taught you all this?" The weapon shop owner, who usually immersed himself in elven history and paid little heed to trends, responded. "It was Yuanyuan who told me." He chuckled. "She said her shop has many customers and that the queues of elves might affect my business, so she specially sent this over." Indeed, only Yuanyuan would know such things that were utterly foreign to the elven community. It was rather strange. Despite being a mere elven cub, she seemed to possess knowledge surpassing that of many adults. "Would you like a drink?" "I have another cup here," the owner said, offering Luna a fresh cup. "But remember to return the cup after you finish." "Why not just discard it?" Luna asked. "No." Yuanyuan mentioned that there are a total of 6 different images for this collaboration with Minister Lu Xian, and they are random, so I want to collect all 6. The owner replied, cherishing the cup as he spoke. "Truly, Yuanyuan is remarkable," Luna thought, silently admiring her. If she ever declared her intention to expand the milk tea shop across the entire continent, Luna would not doubt her. "I'll pass." Luna graciously declined the owner's generous offer. She had no desire to collect what she deemed the minister's unflattering portraits, especially since she had her own connections. Navigating through the throng outside the milk tea shop, Luna squeezed her way into the bustling establishment, eliciting wide-eyed stares from the elves waiting in line, who wondered how she managed to cut in. Luna sheepishly smiled at them as she hurried toward the kitchen. "This is overwhelming," she thought, wiping the sweat from her brow, which had accumulated from her effort to push through the crowd. The line of elves could stretch across the entire square. "Luna, Just help yourself to a cup. Yuanyuan said briskly. I'm extremely busy right now and can't spare the time to make one for you. No need, Luna replied. I originally intended to stop by your shop for a cup of pearl milk tea on my way to work, but given the current chaos, it seems you'll be occupied all day. Luna gazed sorrowfully at the throngs of elves outside the store. Could it be that Lucian's ability to attract customers was truly that formidable? She had heard that even elves from the Watcher's Land had come to purchase. But weren't they typically unable to leave the city with such ease? The Watcher's Land was a military city, predominantly inhabited by an elven army, and without superior authorization. Exiting the city was no simple feat, of course. It was all facilitated through delivery. In unique places like the Watcher's Land and Twilight City, Yuanyuan managed to send beverages directly to customers via delivery services. What delivery? Luna pondered, perplexed by this novel concept that had somehow eluded her understanding. It seemed that after just a brief slumber, the operational dynamics of the elven realm had become utterly confounding to her. You will soon find out. Yuanyuan replied with a mysterious smile, her hands a flurry of activity. At that moment, a moonlight rabbit, sporting a small backpack, exuberantly hopped to Yuanyuan's feet. Yuanyuan knelt down, opening the backpack to place both the order and the goods inside, then affectionately patted the rabbit's head. I will rely on you now. Luna, incredulous, pointed at the rabbit, which barely reached her knees. You're sending a rabbit to deliver? This is no ordinary rabbit, Yuanyuan corrected. This is a moonlight rabbit, a high-tier wind-type magical beast, renowned for its swift speed, ensuring a quick and stable delivery, and it has been receiving continuous praise. The moonlight rabbit puffed its chest proudly at the compliment, adjusting its ears as magical energy flowed around it. In an instant, its petite figure darted through the crowd and vanished from sight. You are impressive, Luna conceded, recognizing the rabbit's capabilities. The influence of Minister Lucian was undeniably profound, with elves from various cities clamoring for the same products, and the moonlight rabbit was indeed a timely asset. However, could one single magical beast handle deliveries across 4 cities without becoming overwhelmed? Even the mightiest of magical creatures could exhaust their magical energy. It was clear that a single rabbit could not possibly manage all delivery tasks alone. Certainly, it is not just this one. Yuanyuan indicated toward a figure that had appeared behind Luna. We have another delivery personnel. Luna turned to see the yellow-furred creature behind her, astonished. This is Mate Juan, another delivery worker at our establishment. Yuanyuan stuffed the remaining orders into the pouch of the kangaroo brother, and after inspecting the goods, Mate Juan nodded in acknowledgement before bouncing off to make the deliveries. Chapter 65. Ice Americano, the booming success of the milk tea shop, had even caught the attention of the upper echelons of the City of Life. This was partly due to Lucian's daily distribution of milk tea to his colleagues, a gesture that had, over the course of a month, led to his co-workers collectively gaining weight. Ironically, Lucian's reputation took a nosedive as a result. Isn't it amusing? Evander chuckled. This fellow, in his attempt to do good, ended up being criticized. He truly lacks rapport with his colleagues. After painstakingly cultivating his image, it has swiftly unraveled, and now everyone seems to despise him again. Elder, have you not noticed? Landricker set down the book in his hands and regarded Evander earnestly. Notice what? Evander asked, his expression one of confusion. You have gained weight as well. Evander glanced down and indeed noticed an additional layer of flesh upon his abdomen. He numbly set aside his milk tea, realizing that perhaps he ought to refrain from indulging too much. Landrico chuckled softly. Has the elder too succumbed to the temptation of queuing for milk tea? How could that be? I've heard that those waiting in line are capable of traversing the entire central plaza. I received this from a magical beast. Courtesy of a delivery service, Evander declared proudly, shaking his milk tea, reveling in his cleverness while others lost their sanity in line for their drinks. Delivered by a magical beast? Landrico inquired. Indeed, the little one has a wind element magical beast. I recall her mentioning the delivery service back in the Forbidden Land. She promised that if students from a magic academy wished to order beverages, they could simply call for delivery. It seems even the moonlit rabbits have been enlisted now. Business must be booming. It is indeed a moonlit rabbit, clever and sprightly, much like the little one. Evander rambled on. However, Landrico fell into silence. It had been a considerable time since he departed from the magic academy. It was high time to return. Elder. Landrico's sudden interjection interrupted Evander's incessant chatter. I need to return to the Magic Academy. The matters concerning the green elf tribe have been largely resolved. Go ahead, it matters not to me, Evander shrugged nonchalantly. Lilith and I will handle the political affairs. Landrico noted the elder's peculiar demeanor. It was unusual for him to appear so indifferent at the prospect of his departure, as he had always seemed reluctant before. I have him now, Evander said with a mysterious smile. No sooner had he spoken than a small green, vine-like hand tugged at his sleeve, and a tiny treant peeked out from the foliage above. Gru. The treant greeted, its round, glistening eyes locking onto Landrico. Oh my, what a dear. You shouldn't be out here. Hurry back inside. There are unsavory individuals about. Evander gently nudged the little treant back into his sleeve. Landrico, this is Gru. Just sprouted from the earth. ISN, he adorable? Evander beamed foolishly. Landrico sighed softly, offering a perfunctory hum. In the city of Emerald Mist, at the milk tea shop, after the morning rush, the number of elves clamoring for their drinks had diminished significantly. Once the shop supplies were exhausted, Yuanyuan decided to close the shop for a well-deserved rest. So much had transpired in recent days that she had yet to properly assess her earnings. She promptly opened her character panel. Name, Yuanyuan, race, green elf, level, apprentice mage, level 11, proficiency, master craftsman, infinite water tap, weapon, laurel crown, mount, moonlit rabbit, also an employee, assets, 85 gold coins, 65 silver coins, properties, life city, 1 building, elf milk tea shop, 1 surrounding cottages, 1 employee dormitory, 1 staff, strawberry, Amy, CC, Lucienne, ambassador for ice blue coconut jasmine, joy value, 2, 558, 631, 000, reputation, dragon clan, 55, 100, mermaid clan, 49, 100, human empire, 68, 100, Sigwardt's magic academy, 86, 100. To one's astonishment, her wealth had accumulated to a staggering amount without her even realizing it. The progress bar for her joy value had finally reached a quarter of its total, and the most delightful surprise was the rapid increase in her reputation. With that of the Magic Academy nearing 100, she had taken another step closer to a successful retirement. Ding! You have a delivery order. Please check it. Another order? Yuanyuan sighed as she gazed at the sky. Her shop was already closed for the day, and she had no desire to work overtime. Just as she contemplated rejecting the order, the system spontaneously displayed the order details. Order from Leon. Leon purchased a substantial quantity of milk tea shop products, including Sprite and snacks from the goblins. Due to recent events involving Cardinal Acicel and Lucienne, he has developed a keen interest in ice blue coconut. Completing this order will yield a reward of 5 joy value, with the currency to be paid by the customer. A gentle reminder. There is a chance of receiving additional rewards upon completion of this order. Would you like to accept it? To her surprise, it was an order from the Magic Academy. What a serendipitous stroke of luck. Yuanyuan had been pondering how to accumulate the remaining reputation with the Academy. Suddenly filled with motivation, she promptly purchased some ingredients from the system and set to work. Before long, a cup of ice blue coconut was ready. Just as she was about to package the delivery, a flash of inspiration struck her. If she recalled correctly, Leon was not only the heir of his family, but also an esteemed student at the Magic Academy, meaning he must expend considerable energy managing both his family's affairs and his magical studies. With this thought, Yuanyuan immediately activated the lottery pool several times and, after a few disappointments, finally acquired the coveted ingredient, concentrated coffee liquid. She retrieved an empty cup, filled it with ice to nearly full, then added 150 milliliters of cold water and 20 milliliters of concentrated coffee liquid. A refreshing iced Americano was born. 1 iced Americano, please. A remedy for the weary worker. Your life is not as burdensome with it. Effects: eliminates fatigue, restores energy, and adjusts the body to a state of full vitality. 100 activation. Ingredients: cold water, ice cubes, concentrated coffee liquid. Suggested selling price: 15 silver coins. In the realm of intense study, one cannot overlook the necessity of an iced Americano. Yuanyuan carefully packaged 2 cups of the beverage and handed them over to Meituan, confident that Leon would undoubtedly appreciate the allure of the iced Americano. Just as she was delightfully preparing to ascend the stairs for a well-deserved rest, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 66. Did you skip school? What is going on today? Despite the shop being closed, customers continued to arrive. Yuanyuan pondered this as she descended to open the shop's main door. I apologize, but the shop has closed for the day, she began, only to be interrupted by Landerker's voice. I am here to see you. Please come in. Yuanyuan quickly ushered Landerker to a clean wooden chair inside, for he was indeed her benefactor, and she could not afford to be negligent. What brings you to me? Yuanyuan inquired with curiosity. Upon entering the shop, Landerker was met with an unusual scent that prompted him to furrow his brow. What is that smell? Is something spoiled? Yuanyuan was taken aback. Her establishment prided itself on cleanliness, and there was no way anything could have gone unnoticed. She hurried to investigate the direction Landerker was observing, only to find several open containers of concentrated coffee liquid on the table. It's the coffee liquid, Yuanyuan informed him, holding up an empty container. The aroma may not be to everyone's liking. Landerker examined the peculiar ingredients with great interest. In your remarkable technique, you claim to only sell milk tea. Yet I doubt any elf would believe that. What is this for? He inquired. This is for making iced Americano, Yuanyuan replied, retrieving a prepared iced Americano from the kitchen. Would you care to try it? Landerker accepted the offered drink, scrutinizing the deep brown liquid that exuded a distinctive fragrance. Drinking this one tea embarrass me, will it? Yuanyuan chuckled. Certainly not. The effects of this beverage are entirely different from those of the iced blue coconut, and will be quite beneficial for you. Skeptically, Landerker took a sip of the iced Americano. The bitter acidity of the coffee washed over him, causing him to furrow his brow as he struggled to swallow the liquid. It seems you are not entirely accustomed to this flavor, Yuanyuan observed, amusement dancing in her eyes at the Elf King's expressive reaction. Since uncovering his true identity, her respect for Landerker had only deepened. Within the verdant mist city, his vivid expressions had become increasingly rare. He had been so amiable and warm-hearted in the Forbidden Zone, yet his contrasting demeanor now seemed almost unrecognizable. However, this disparity mattered little. She held a strong intuition that the elf before her was indeed Landerker, the Elf King. The effects of this concoction truly manifest with remarkable immediacy. After Landrico took a small sip of coffee, he instantly felt invigorated and refreshed. He recalled that the beverages crafted by the little cubs had a certain probability of bestowing special effects. Could it be that today he was particularly fortunate? This drink was designed to alleviate fatigue and restore energy, making it quite suitable for him. Yuanyuan inquired if there was something urgent that brought him to her. Landrico set down his iced Americano and surveyed Yuanyuan. Under her puzzled gaze, he spoke. You are currently an apprentice mage? Yes. Have you not attended the Tower of Nature to study magic? The Tower of Nature? What is that? The Tower of Nature is the mage tower of the Green Elf clan, a place where the Green Elves learn magic, located in the capital of life. Most Green Elves enter to cultivate their studies, the system explained. So, it is the school of the Green Elf clan. How does one enroll? Only those chosen by the mage tower may enter to study. In other words, she had not been selected. I have not yet been chosen. Landrico, puzzled, replied, impossible. There has never been a green elf who was not selected by the mage tower. Your talent is evident. Perhaps the timing simply has not arrived. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. In truth, Yuanyuan had no desire to be chosen by any mage tower. She merely wished to complete her task and retire. Attending school was not part of her plans. There is one matter I must ask you to relay to Princess Cece. His Majesty has identified the blood clan that attacked her and has contacted the Shadow Elf Queen to address the situation. So, this was the message to convey today? Very well. I shall certainly inform Cece, Yuanyuan replied. Additionally, if you receive an invitation from the Magic Academy and encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from Professor Yuliel. Why was he so certain that she would receive an invitation from the Magic Academy? Yuanyuan felt perplexed but concealed it. I shall remember. Thank you. Sigwart's Magic Academy. Mage Institute. Leon was awakened early in the morning by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was handed an unfamiliar package by a yellow-skinned creature. What is this? Leon asked, bewildered, as he stared at the tightly sealed box. This is the beverage you ordered, dear. The yellow-skinned creature suddenly spoke, startling Leon. Who are you? I am a delivery person from the milk tea shop. You may call me Barry. I have received the package, Leon managed, feeling overwhelmed by Barry's sugary tone. Your task is complete. With that, he attempted to close the door, but Barry swiftly blocked it. Remember to leave a good review. Dear, he added, winking at Leon. Who could imagine the sensation of conversing with a muscular male creature who spoke in such a sweet voice and flirted? Disturbed, Leon hurriedly shut the door, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, the yellow-skinned creature would continue indefinitely. He swept aside the books piled on the table and placed the package on it, slowly unwrapping it to reveal 2 intact beverages. The journey from the Kaya Forest to the Magic Academy was quite lengthy, and even high-level magical beasts could not prevent the inevitable bumps along the way. The fact that these 2 drinks arrived unscathed indeed spoke volumes about the capabilities of the creature known as Berry Ball. However, did he not only order a cup of ice blue coconut? With a puzzled expression, Leon picked up the other cup containing a brown drink, which bore a small note stating complimentary iced Americano. Leon had purchased the ice blue coconut not for his own consumption, but as an ingredient for his potion-making class. This iced Americano intrigued him even more. He cautiously took a sip of the coffee, immediately grimacing at the bitter taste. Was this meant for human consumption? Were not the beverages from tea shops always sweet with a hint of tea fragrance? Was this cup spoiled? A flurry of questions flashed through his mind, but the next moment left him speechless in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. He could easily tackle 3 consecutive all-nighters for his thesis. Chapter 67, A Dragon in Love, Yet Not Bound. What a marvelous beverage. Professor Uriel was not mistaken. The brown sugar pearl milk tea he had savored at the tea shop had indeed aided him significantly. Upon returning to the Magic Academy, he had broken through the bottleneck that had long shackled his fire magic skills, elevating his prowess to new heights. However, both Lumina and Keller, who had also tasted milk tea, felt nothing extraordinary, which was rather peculiar. After tidying up, Leon took the 2 cups and headed to his potion class, determined to redeem himself from the disgrace of Dragon Island. Osmina sat regally upon the throne, her impatience palpable as she regarded Marlin, the Thunder Dragon. Have you summoned him? Chief, Albrecht has yet to provide us with any information regarding Irina, Marlin replied, lowering his head in shame. You mean to say that after all these days, you have obtained nothing? A loud, gulping sound interrupted the conversation. Indeed, Marlin admitted, feeling the weight of his failure. Chief, Morgan interjected, stepping forward, Albrecht is my son. I cannot bear to see him suffer. Allow me to confront him. I shall extract all the information about Irina from him. Marlin hastily replied, Chief, the punishment has already been enacted. Albrecht has fallen into a state of madness due to Irina's death. Further punishment will only exacerbate his condition. What then? Are we to let him remain in this madness? Shall we do nothing and simply wait? Morgan shouted at Marlin. Another gulp echoed in the chamber. Enough, Osmina commanded, her voice cutting through the tension. Look at what you have all become. As elders of the Dragon Clan, you have caused a ruckus over this for years. The mess Albrecht has created is being handled by Naif. Were it not for the assistance of the Elven clan, we would have struggled to secure compensation from the human empire. Furthermore, Osmina, exasperated, pointed angrily at the golden dragon, lied, who incessantly made drinking noises below. Take your sprite and leave at once. Each day is nothing but feasting and slumber. Where is the semblance of an elder? Lyde shrank his neck and hastily grabbed several crates of Sprite before soaring out of the Grand Hall. It is my failure to care for Irina. The fault lies with me. A fragmented voice drifted from the entrance of the Grand Hall as Albrecht staggered in, cradling a gem-encrusted box. His complexion was pallid, and his eyes were bloodshot, yet they held clarity, indicating he had regained his senses. What did you mean by what you just said? Osmina inquired. I was in love with Irina, but the elders of the Blue Dragon and Thunder Dragon clans have always been at odds. Our unique statuses made our union even more precarious. Albrecht tenderly caressed the box. She feared that our love would be obstructed by both factions if it were to be revealed. Thus, I vowed to ascend to the elder position within a decade, to personally demonstrate my sincerity to the Blue Dragon clan. That day, after we parted, I lost all contact with her. I searched and searched for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Gradually, I lost my sanity and became consumed by madness, until one day, while soaring above Tress City, I caught a whiff of her scent. So, you're unaware of the circumstances surrounding Irina's demise? No, I am aware. Albrecht's grip on the box tightened, his expression filled with sorrow and rage. I accessed the memories of the Lord of Tress City. Irina was with our dragon egg. A dragon egg? The dragons gasped in astonishment, while Morgan, barely able to contain himself, yearned for Albrecht to reveal the memories, yet restrained himself under Osmina's imposing presence. A smile graced Albrecht's lips. It was a blue dragon egg. Irina cherished it. It was a source of joy and surprise, which she named Abigail. The human scum discovered her. Albrecht seethed. The Lord of Tress City plotted to steal the dragon egg. Irina fought valiantly to protect it. But nurturing the egg drained her of too much magic, and ultimately Albrecht did not finish a sentence. Yet the other dragons understood all too well. Osmina turned to Morgan. Do you have anything to say? Irina indeed had a fondness for that young man. Morgan sighed, tears welling in his eyes. She once hinted at it, yet I did not support her choice. After she vanished, he too disappeared without a trace. I dispatched dragons multiple times to search for her, but alas, to no avail. I thought she had eloped with him, only to discover that upon our reunion, he was the sole survivor. Morgan could utter no more. His daughter and her beloved had gone missing, and now only her beloved remained, while his daughter left no remains, not even the unborn dragon egg. Morgan's heart ached, filled with self-reproach, not only blaming Albrecht, but himself as well. Why hadn't he supported her decision? Why hadn't he searched Tress City? Yet, no amount of regret could bring Irina back to life. Since Irina loved you, then remain by her side eternally. Upon uttering these words, Morgan appeared to age several centuries. He gazed at the jewel box in Albrecht's hands, lamenting, "It is my fault that you are star-crossed lovers, and even the vendetta she harbors has been avenged by you." Do you know the whereabouts of the dragon egg? Osmina inquired, looking down at Albrecht. From the Lord's perspective, the fierce battle with Irina transpired in a location abundant with water, where the dragon egg may have also been lost. In the bustling tea shop of Misty Green City, the system notification chimed, "Ding. Your delivery order has been completed, and the employee Meituan is on the way back. Would you like to check the income from this order?" Yuanyuan selected yes. This order rewards you with 5 joy points and 1 gold coin. Customer feedback. Although the delivery person's voice is rather unpleasant, the service was swift and the items were intact. You receive an additional reward of 2 prestige at Sigworth Magic Academy. Unpleasant voice? She recalled that Meituan was not supposed to speak. System, what have you done? To better serve customers, the system has provided employee Meituan with a voice pack feature. Then what voice pack is Meituan currently using? Cute, lowly voice. No wonder it was deemed unpleasant, Yuanyuan thought, as she swiftly prepared a new iced Americano. Unlike the cautiously consumed iced blue coconut, the effects of the iced Americano were irresistible to nearly every sprite, with a guaranteed 100 activation rate. Upon its release, it surged in popularity, rivaling the beloved pearl milk tea and iced blue coconut. However, many sprites were enchanted by the delicious filter of the tea shop's offerings, and thus, upon drinking the iced Americano without hesitation, one could invariably hear retching sounds throughout the shop. After all, the sweet-toothed sprite race had a low tolerance for sour and bitter flavors, yet the allure of the iced Americano was simply too tempting. Despite its bitterness, many sprites still chose to grimace and swallow it down. Consequently, a peculiar scene unfolded where most of the sprites in the shop grimaced, pinching their noses, while continuously slurping their cups of coffee. Yuanyuan, I've noticed your beverage development trend is becoming increasingly peculiar, Luna remarked, her head aching from the coffee's bitterness. Is it bitter? Bitter is just right. That's the flavor we're aiming for, Yuanyuan declared boldly, draining her iced Americano and showing the empty cup to Luna. Luna raised her thumb in admiration. You are impressive. Chapter 68. Who stole my fried chicken? Do you remember when I said your food would bring about a tremendous transformation for the sprite race? Luna mused, bringing the iced Americano close to her eyes. I remember, Yuanyuan reflected. At that time, her shop had just relocated to Misty Green City, and the number of customers was nowhere near what it is today. Luna's impassioned speech had not been taken to heart, yet it had come to fruition in such a short time. I believe that what you bring to the sprite race may extend far beyond mere culinary changes. Luna gazed dreamily at the beverage before her. A cherished patron of the milk tea shop since its inception, she was the first to experience the unique qualities of its drinks. Prolonged consumption of milk tea imbued with special properties had allowed her healing magic to transcend boundaries. The advanced healing skills that eluded her during her graduation from the Tower of Nature she could now wield with flawless precision. She leaned closer to Yuanyuan and whispered, Are you truly not an apothecary? Yuanyuan sighed, pondering why every sprite felt compelled to pose that question. Was the answer not self-evident? No, she replied. In the City of Life, the office of Ivender, the elders stated. According to statistics, the qualifications of the new sprites entering the Tower of Nature have increased by 15 compared to last year, Lilith remarked, holding a report. Ivender was taken aback by this unusual development. What could be the reason? He inquired. Upon investigation, we discovered that this increase in qualifications correlates with the milk tea shop. Those young ones with exceptional comprehension skills are indeed the most frequent visitors. How intriguing. Ivender chuckled. I never anticipated such a pleasant surprise. Though he appreciated milk tea, its effects were not markedly perceptible to him due to his elevated status. Nevertheless, the emergence of the new generation of sprites, subtly transformed by the unique properties within the beverages, was certainly compelling. And you? Ivender gestured toward Austin. Do you have a report? Recently, Corey has embarked on a journey to the Watcher's Land and commenced his work there. He has sent back a work log, describing a high acceptance of milk tea among the sprites, particularly the newly released iced Americano, which, after testing, proved to be more effective than military potions. However, the regulations in the Watcher's Land prohibit leaving the city freely, and he seeks your approval to procure a batch of iced Americanos as military supplies for that city. Remarkable. That lad has shown considerable growth after a few months of confusion, Ivender mused. However, this matter requires coordination across various fronts, and I must confer further with the relevant departments. Ivender had not anticipated Corey's development. He was well aware of Lucien's talents, having worked under him for many years. Corey was a member of Austin's guard, and Ivender had initially been puzzled by Austin's insistence on his inclusion, only to realize he was a gem in the rough. Indeed, Austin respectfully affirmed. The Green Sprite clan was the only one among the 3 Sprite factions to retain its strength relatively well. While the Shadow Sprite clan still had a majority of its members, their prowess had dwindled to that of a minor nation. The incident caused by Lucien at the last council meeting had underscored the Sprite clan's unwavering stance against compromise. External threats persisted, and the Green Sprites prioritized military investment, prompting Ivender to promptly contact King Landric and Finance Minister Lucien. Your Majesty, this is the situation. Ivender addressed the ethereal projection of the sprite king emanating from the communication stone. He has fully conveyed the idea from the department to Landrico and Lucien. This concept is splendid, Landrico nodded. Lucien, you are to directly engage with Yuanyuan, the proprietor of the milk tea shop, to finalize this order. Elder, you shall be responsible for managing the logistics of the supplies. However, Your Majesty, how can you be certain she will acquiesce? Lucien inquired, perplexed, as the monarch's tone suggested an unwavering confidence in the cooperation of the other party. I shall handle the communication. You need not worry. Ivan and Lucien exchanged glances, pondering whether the situation truly warranted the intervention of the Elven King. Do not overthink it, Landrico remarked, casting a glance at the 2 elves' furtive gestures. Focus on your own tasks. Understood. Meanwhile, in the milk tea shop, Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the impending large order. She was intently watching the chicken pieces frying in the oil, a delightful product drawn from the lottery pool. Unable to contain her excitement upon receiving it, she immediately set the fryer in motion. For who could resist the allure of fried chicken? The savory aroma wafted from the kitchen, enticing patrons to glance back repeatedly. Sister, what are you making? Cece inquired as she ventured into the kitchen, approaching the fryer. Step back. Be careful of the hot oil splattering on your face. Yuanyuan gently nudged Cece's head away, explaining, This is fried chicken, a snack akin to chicken fillets. Customers in the shop have been inquiring if this will be available. The chicken fillet sandwich has garnered a certain appeal among elves. Its sales, while not as high as the milk tea and fruit tea, are still commendable. Of course, we shall sell it. It will be foolish to forego profit. Yuanyuan promptly exchanged a substantial quantity of chicken pieces from the system's marketplace and commenced frying. Moments latte. Golden and crispy chicken pieces were ready to emerge from the fryer. Yuanyuan retrieved several square plates to serve the chicken. Cece, unable to contain her anticipation, speared a piece with a fork and popped it in her mouth, only to wince as the freshly fried morsel burned her tongue. Why did you eat it so quickly? It's too hot. Spit it out quickly. Yuanyuan urged, signaling for Cece to expel the chicken. Yet, Cece swallowed it whole, exclaiming how delicious it was. Yuanyuan helplessly asked, Wasn't it too hot? Though it was hot, it was worth it. Yuanyuan shook her head, unable to comprehend Cece's enthusiasm. She then retrieved several jars of colorful sauces from her backpack, squeezing them into a dipping dish. What is this? Can we eat it? Cece leaned in closer. This is a sauce meant for dipping the fried chicken, Yuanyuan explained, dipping a piece of chicken into the vibrant red ketchup before savoring it. Like this. Sister, let me try. Cece exclaimed eagerly. This plate is all yours, Yuanyuan replied, handing over the arranged plate to Cece, noting that the remaining chicken was reserved for sale and not for consumption. Cece, with her prodigious appetite, would likely devour all the remaining fried chicken if Yuanyuan did not preemptively clarify, as she was about to deliver the remaining fried chicken pieces to the customer. Yuanyuan turned around to find the countertop utterly bare. Where's my fried chicken? Who has stolen my fried chicken? Chapter 69. I choose to sell my body. Come out. Yuanyuan shouted in fury, her voice resonating throughout the establishment. The fried chicken she had eagerly anticipated, after laboring over it for so long, had simply vanished. Yuanyuan, seething, took deep breaths, her chest rising and falling visibly. Sister Yuan, what's wrong? Amy, stationed at the front desk, hurried into the kitchen upon hearing Yuanyuan's roar. What happened? The fried chicken my sister made is gone, Cece exclaimed, having just devoured all the chicken pieces from the plate, which had vanished in a flash before their eyes. Was it you who ate it? Amy inquired, observing Cece's voracious swallowing. It wasn't her, Yuanyuan interjected, furrowing her brow. It was another thief. He stole my freshly fried, golden, crispy, and aromatic chicken. Amy and Cece, witnessing Yuanyuan's ire, fell silent. The elven race was renowned for their high standards. The existence of thieves was inconceivable within the city, and even if one were to appear, the patrolling elves would apprehend him immediately. Excuse me, is this your magical beast? A stranger's voice shattered the kitchen's stillness. Yuanyuan turned to see a male elf, unfamiliar to her, holding a plump owl with suspicious red liquid at the corners of its beak. I saw it trying to fly, but failing. Its beak is bloodied. It has been lingering at the entrance of the milk tea shop, so I brought it in. The male elf explained, extending the struggling owl towards Yuanyuan. It seems injured. Are you its owner? Yes, we are its owners, Yuanyuan interrupted, grasping the writhing owl firmly by its wings. Thank you for your help. Amy, this guest bill will be discounted by 50%. All right. Amy glanced at Yuanyuan, who appeared unusually agitated, and escorted the male elf to the front desk for payment. Wait, sister, I thought you only had one magical beast, the wealth-bringing one. When did you acquire another? Cece asked, puzzled. Huh? Yuanyuan scoffed, holding the owl aloft. She wiped the red liquid from its beak with her left hand and presented it to Cece. Smell this, whose blood has the scent of tomato sauce. Cece sniffed and confirmed, indeed, it smells like tomato sauce. So it is? Yes, Yuanyuan replied. I'm not its owner. I am its enemy. Now, tell me why you dared to steal my fried chicken, Yuanyuan demanded, shaking the owl in her hand. Please stop shaking me, the owl pleaded. If you shake me any more, I will be sick. I'm a messenger sent by His Majesty Landrico. A messenger? Yuanyuan was taken aback. The elven King Landrico, known for his noble demeanor, would never harbor a beast of thievery. She instinctively sensed that the owl was lying. Zhao Kai summoned the moonlit rabbit with a swift motion, unleashing the deadly rabbit fist. Zhao Kai sprang forth, her agile form darting from side to side as she launched a flurry of punches at the owl. Caught off guard by Zhao Cai's rapid and fierce assault, the owl found itself shedding feathers in disarray. I was wrong. I shouldn't have pilfered your fried chicken. Please forgive me. I am merely a messenger of His Majesty, here to deliver a missive. The owl wept, its tears flowing profusely. Zhao Kai paused, while Yuanyuan crouched down to observe the owl, which was now cradling its head in despair. You claim to be a messenger, but where is the letter? She inquired. It's in my stomach. The owl hastily rose, opening its beak to regurgitate a letter into Yuanyuan's palm. Ugh, Yuanyuan grimaced, using her fingertips to lift the greasy envelope, casting an angry glare at the owl. My sincerest apologies. The oil from the fried chicken soiled the letter. The owl quickly bowed in apology. At that moment, Yuanyuan still found it hard to believe. Wasn't Landrico within the Green Elf tribe? If there was a matter at hand, why not come directly to her? Why go through the trouble of writing a letter? And this owl, which had indulged in thievery, hardly seemed like one nurtured by the Elf King. Upon inspecting the envelope closely, she indeed found Landrico's name inscribed upon it. She carefully opened the letter and read its contents, which pertained to a favor Yuanyuan owed him. Landrico mentioned the need for her to provide a consistent supply of iced Americanos to the elves of the watchtower as military provisions, hoping she would acquiesce. The specifics would be handled with the assistance of Lucian and Elder Ivander. It dawned on her that Ivander was the name of the elder of the Green Elf tribe. Had the Elf King inadvertently revealed his true identity? Yuanyuan was taken aback as she continued reading. The letter concluded with an apology for concealing his identity and a hope for her forgiveness. To be honest, Yuanyuan had nearly surmised it herself. It was difficult to believe that such a drastically changed elf could be the same individual, and Landrico and the elder had hardly attempted to disguise their identities. After all, even the unicorn had been openly acknowledged. Return to your master and inform him that I have acquiesced to his request. Additionally, Yuanyuan added, remind him to cover the cost of the fried chicken you pilfered in the shop. The owl shrank back in apprehension and swiftly took flight. At Sigwart's Academy of Magic, Landrico, now back in his Uriel form, was grading the accumulated assignments of his students. The sound of flapping wings resonated by the window. You're back, Landrico remarked without turning. What did she say? He inquired. She said she agreed to your request, and also she said you need to pay for my meal. The owl replied in a pitiful tone. Landrico furrowed his brow. Pay? What for? As he lifted his gaze to the owl's dismal appearance, he fell silent. You went and stole again? The owl nodded in affirmation. Professor Field of Potions class was lacking materials to create dusters. Landrico stood up and picked up a feather that had fluttered to the ground. I believe you're quite capable of handling this task. What do you think? Landrico cast a disapproving glance at the owl, Gugu, who was notorious for his thieving habits. Are you repaying your debts through your own efforts? Or shall I assist you in that regard? Gugu, filled with trepidation, took a few steps back, covering his nearly featherless belly with his wings. I choose to sell my body. That day, the students in Potions class witnessed an owl, its body almost devoid of feathers except for its wings. Fleeing from the professor's chamber, lamenting, there's nothing left, truly nothing left, I cannot give any more. The usually composed Professor Field chased after the owl, exclaiming, your feathers are of such high quality, why not sell them all to me? Chapter 70, The Complete Guide to Potion Making, From Novice to Grave Leon. What is it you are holding? As everyone was momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene before them, a red-haired girl beside, Leon inquired. Leon held a thick tome in his left arm, while his right hand cradled a cup containing a rare blue beverage. Lumina, upon catching a glimpse of the drink, immediately recalled the latest trending event. Is that? Indeed, Leon replied with a mysterious smile. This is my secret weapon. Please keep it to yourself. Such secrecy. The red-haired girl pouted, visibly displeased, and walked away. Alice is upset, Lumina observed, arching an eyebrow at the flustered figure of her red-haired companion. Aren't you going to explain? Leon replied nonchalantly. What is there to explain? She and I are merely classmates. Brother, you are bound to break the hearts of those who harbor feelings for you, Lumina remarked, puzzled at why the boys around her were all so oblivious. Leon was always serious, showing no interest in girls beyond family and magic. Kalayer carried a heavy sword all day, leading a rather dull existence. Even the handsome Professor Yuliel was similarly cold and indifferent. His demeanor remained unchanged regardless of who stood before him, including Lumina herself. Sigh, Lumina, you ought to focus more on your studies rather than daydreaming about handsome boys and beautiful girls, Leon admonished earnestly. All right, Lumina raised both hands in surrender. I promise to study diligently. Upon seeing his sister's expression, Leon realized she had not absorbed his words at all. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Professor Field, adorned with feathers sticking out from his hair, approached the front of the classroom. Everyone, Professor Field quickly tidied up the feathers atop his head and adjusted his collar. The potions class is now in session. Today, we shall concoct a memory potion. With a gentle flick of his wand, a bottle of azure potion appeared on the lectern. He skillfully maneuvered the potion to float towards the students, who eagerly waved their hands in anticipation of capturing this rare concoction. Not so fast. Professor Field raised a finger to shake his head. This is merely a teaching tool. The potion circled around the classroom before returning to his grasp. Upon consuming this vial of potion, you shall recollect every event since your birth, be it sorrowful, joyful, or painful. Most importantly, he uncorked the bottle and inhaled its intoxicating aroma, reminiscent of roses. Thus, What materials are required to concoct such a miraculous elixir? Field set the potion aside and retrieved the hefty tome titled The Comprehensive Guide to Potion Making, from Novice to Expert, flipping to page 66, which detailed the essential ingredients and intricate steps for potion creation. A hint: the most crucial component in crafting a memory potion is a singular core ingredient, one that must possess the power to facilitate the recall of memories. The rest can simply follow the instructions in the book. Ah, Professor, once again, you instruct us merely to adhere to the text. But the issue lies in the fact that despite my diligent efforts, the results remain utterly dissimilar. Might we request a demonstration from Professor Field? Please, I implore you. Is this truly a class? Professor Field seems utterly disengaged, and murmurs of discontent ripple through the room. Enough, Field declared, instantly silencing the class. Since there is such a strong demand, I shall elaborate further, he continued with gravity. Potion making largely hinges upon innate talent. My authored work, The Comprehensive Guide to Potion Making, from Novice to Expert, is regarded as one of the most authoritative texts on the continent. If you follow the instructions, but still fail to produce a satisfactory memory potion, it merely indicates a lack of aptitude for potion crafting. Should repeated attempts yield no success, I advise you to abandon this pursuit. To toil in a fruitless endeavor only squanders your time and mine. Do you understand? Field cast a warning glance at the dissatisfied students below. Understood. The professor is correct. If one lacks talent, one ought to return home to sell sweet potatoes rather than pursue potion making, they murmured. May Professor Field bless me with the ability to create a potion that does not explode. Field nodded in satisfaction. This group of students displayed some sense. Professor Field remains unchanged, sighed Lumina, watching him nonchalantly exit the classroom. The book merely states appropriate amounts, leaving us with vague references for ratios. If even one ingredient is miscalculated, the potion may simply fail. He relies on his published work, yet in every class, he merely instructs us to read. He might as well sell his books instead. Crafting potions is a meticulous art that necessitates a clear explanation of the details involved. Otherwise, like Bob, any endeavor could culminate in an explosive disaster, resulting in utter annihilation. Lumina's frustration boiled over as she heard her peers' dismissive responses. You did it adequately, they remarked. Lumina stared in disbelief at the azure potion before her, astonished. You completed it? Have you prepared all the necessary ingredients? I recall you were still missing a few. Moreover, the book does not specify precise quantities. You have actually succeeded, Lumina exclaimed, cradling the potion in her hands, her voice escalating with excitement. The students, previously engrossed in their own thoughts, lifted their heads in curiosity. Who is it that has accomplished this feat? Which genius has managed to complete it? I haven't even finished reading the instructions, yet someone has already succeeded. Why was I not included in this evolution? Leon, with a sigh of resignation, interjected, Lumina, please lower your voice. What do you think will happen if our classmates find out? Before he could finish his sentence, a throng of students, drawn by the commotion, surrounded him. Leon sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the inevitable. Leon, Bob placed his hands on Leon's shoulders, gazing at him with eager eyes. You understand, don't you? All right, Leon replied. I will share the knowledge with everyone. He stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and began to explain the intricate process of crafting the memory potion. First, you do this, then that, and finally, it is complete. What kind of explanation is this? Someone shouted in discontent. Isn't this just Professor Field's method? Leon even omitted the names of the materials. How can he be so dismissive towards us? Let us confront him. Everyone, please remain calm, Leon urged, attempting to stabilize the rising tension among his peers. He produced a half-full cup of ice blue coconut jasmine. If there is any secret to this potion, it surely lies within this drink. Chapter 71. The Third Path to Potion Crafting. Through milk tea, what is ice blue coconut jasmine? The classroom buzzed with chaotic discussions. ISNT, it the legendary weapon capable of defeating Cardinal Asashel? I heard only the Elven race can concoct this. How did Leon acquire it? Leon, here's your chance. Tell us how you obtained this, or else, Bob said, cracking his knuckles, you might just have to endure the affections of your old classmates. Leon felt a flush of embarrassment. This cup of ice blue coconut jasmine comes from a shop called Elven Milk Tea. They offer delivery services, so if anyone is interested, you can place an order. What is this about milk tea delivery? Is the outside world so fascinating? Why doesn't our Magic Academy have such establishments? Let me share a secret, Leon continued. You can purchase some elven milk tea products at the Goblin grocery store next to the Magic Academy. I highly recommend the Sprite. It's incredibly refreshing when chilled. Yes, indeed, the Goblins have a partnership with the tea shop, and while some products are available, only the tea shop sells drinks with such potent effects. Leon lifted the ice blue coconut jasmine. The effect of this beverage is to evoke the most sorrowful memories from the drinker's depths. While crafting it, I re-extracted certain materials and added some components like grumble beast droppings and owl feathers, as mentioned in the texts. By a stroke of luck, I succeeded. The professor stated that the core materials must possess the ability to recall memories, and ice blue coconut jasmine contains such component. However, I believe you need not be overly fixated on this specific material. Other substances with similar effects can also be experimented with. With a resounding explosion, Bob's cauldron shattered, splattering him with a dark, unidentifiable substance. Coughing, Bob, with his smoking hairdo, expelled a cloud of black smoke from his mouth, his gaze vacant as he pondered, why? Why can I not successfully concoct the memory potion with the materials recommended in the book? Are you all right? Alice inquired anxiously. I'm fine, Bob replied, flashing a bright smile. The professor is right. Nothing is insurmountable if one is willing to surrender their doubts. Recently, the students enrolled in potions class were beset by anxiety, often whispering among themselves, drawing the curiosity of students from the Magical Academy who leaned in to overhear. Did you receive it? Not yet. Why hasn't it arrived? I don't know. The success of Leon, who had managed to concoct the memory potion using ingredients from a bubble tea shop, ignited a fervor among his classmates. He was the first to independently create a finished potion in class. It is well known that potion making is a mysterious art. The professors merely provide texts, while students must rely on both talent and luck to successfully brew potions and earn credits. This was a fact well understood by those studying potions. Yet Leon had discovered a third path to success through bubble tea. Yuanyuan, there are too many orders, Amy lamented, staring at the avalanche of orders sprawled before her. Why have the students from the Magical Academy suddenly developed a fondness for bubble tea? Sister's creations not only taste exquisite, but also possess unparalleled effects. These students must have uncovered the treasure trove that is my sister's shop, Cece mumbled, sipping on pudding milk tea and munching on fried chicken. Stop chatting. Amy, come help me make the drinks. Cece, once you finish eating, join us, Yuanyuan urged, bustling around the preparation counter, continuously stirring the ingredients in the milk tea. After completing Leon's orders, it wasn't long before Yuanyuan received another influx of orders from the Magical Academy, encompassing nearly all varieties of milk tea and fruit tea, along with requests for tasty snacks beyond the specified ice blue coconut and green. Initially planning to enjoy a restful weekend, Yuanyuan was jolted awake by the orders early in the morning, rallying Amy and Cece to begin brewing bubble tea. You have received a new order. Please check promptly. Alice's order. Alice, having been unable to procure the desired items at the Goblin grocery store, felt a twinge of disappointment. She wished to purchase a large quantity of ice blue coconut and fiery snacks. Completing this order will yield a reward of 5 joy points, with payment to be made by the customer. A friendly reminder, there is a possibility of additional rewards upon completion of this order. Would you like to accept it? Is this ever going to end? Yuanyuan silently fumed. What was with all these Magical Academy students flooding in with orders today? Did they intend to exhaust her? Fiery snacks? She was selling bubble tea, not spicy duck necks. Perhaps her shop should be renamed a grocery store. Within the establishment, there existed no signature spicy dish, prompting Yuanyuan to resort to the lottery pool. After several attempts yielding only indestructible trash bags, she finally acquired the desired fiery food, spicy turkey noodles. The striking red and black palette, coupled with a fiery chick, immediately conveyed a sense of heat. Surely, this Miss Alice would be impressed. Together with Amy Cece, Yuanyuan diligently packed all the orders and handed them over to the delivery team. Zhao Kai, being a high-tier magical beast with commendable stamina, remained vibrant after several rounds, while Mate Wan appeared less lively, slumped in her chair with an air of exhaustion. Are you all right? Yuanyuan inquired. I'm fine, dear brother, Mate Wan replied, but perhaps we should switch to a different voice pack. Employee, Mate Wan, is in a fatigued state and unable to dispatch orders. Would you like to recharge? No need. Yuanyuan declined outright, retrieving an iced Americano from her bag and presenting it to Mate Yuan. Why recharge when you can simply enjoy a ready-made iced Americano? Mate Yuan finished the drink in one gulp, instantly revitalizing her energy to its peak. I feel invigorated again, dear. With this energy, let us get to work. Notification: Rider Zhao Kai has accepted the order and is currently delivering. Notification: Rider Mate Yuan has accepted the order and is currently delivering. At the Sigworth Magic Academy. In Alice's dormitory, Alice gazed at the cauldron bubbling with purple froth, sighing at her 200th failed attempt to concoct a memory potion. What could be the cause of her persistent failures? Frustrated, she flipped through the pages of her book, meticulously following Professor Field's instructions. Although she lacked ice blue coconut, she possessed the past grass capable of recalling memories, which the professor's notes indicated was more than sufficient for crafting the potion. Was she like Bob, devoid of any talent for potion making? A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Hello, I'm the delivery person from the Elven Milk Tea Shop. Your order has arrived. Please check. Alice's eyes brightened instantly, abandoning her hefty tones to rush towards the door. Hello, I've been waiting for you. Where are you? I'm right here, came a voice from below. Alice looked down to find a moonlit rabbit clutching a box. She knelt and regarded the rabbit. Are you the delivery person from the milk tea shop? Indeed, Zhao Kai affirmed, handing the package to Alice and standing upright. Delivery number 2 from the Elven Milk Tea Shop. Zhao Kai has delivered the package. Your positive feedback is appreciated. Thank you for your patronage. All right, thank you. Alice marveled at the moonlit rabbit. Do magical beasts outside speak now? Zhao Kai nodded and swiftly vanished from Alice's sight. With the box cradled in her arms, Alice hurried back into her dormitory, eagerly unwrapping the package. Inside, she found 2 items, and she grasped the blue beverage with anticipation. This is the enchanting ice blue coconut, truly a sight to behold. Regrettably, its effects are rather potent. Thus, Alice has no intention of sampling it. Instead, she places it beside the cauldron as mere material. A greater allure lies in another bagged item, which bears a small note affixed by the shopkeeper, stating, the spicy snack you desired, the fiery turkey noodles. Please consume according to the instructions and refrain from pairing with cold foods, lest you encounter regrettable consequences, such as an upset stomach. Cold food. Could this be a caution against consuming it alongside the ice blue coconut? Following the directions on the bag, Alice brings a pot of water to a boil, immersing the noodles until they are tender. After draining the water, she adds the accompanying sauce packet and seaweed sesame flakes. Observing the vibrant, sauce-coated noodles, Alice knows that this turkey noodle dish will not disappoint her. But where's the turkey in these turkey noodles? The spicy aroma invades her nostrils as Alice swiftly stirs the noodles, taking a generous bite. The fiery flavor ignites in her mouth like a burning fuse. Coughing, she instinctively reaches for the ice blue coconut, the cool, tea-scented coconut water instantly soothing the burn on her tongue. Alice exclaims in delight. And with just a few more bites, she has polished off the turkey noodles. Had she forgotten something? It matters not. She finally relishes a satisfying spicy meal and declares this shop her new favorite, Suewu City, the milk tea shop. Yuanyuan is currently discussing the 3rd collaboration with the Goblin Pinot. The Goblin's commercial empire spans the entire continent, with their general store amassing an array of everyday and rare items from various races, resembling a vast global supermarket. Yuanyuan, as one of their brand suppliers, channels her products through the Goblin's network, distributing them across the continent for profit. From the sales of the last shipment, the Magic Academy has emerged as your primary market, second only to the Kaya Forest. Pinot, seated in a luxuriously crafted golden chair, raises a glass of Sprite delivered by a mole. Although the beverage's effects are somewhat trivial, its taste is astonishing, and it becomes addictive over time, particularly favored by the students of the Magic Academy. Furthermore, the steamed buns and compressed biscuits you recommended have also gained popularity in the ordinary human residential areas. I have heard of the council incident. Truthfully, the goblins are quite intrigued by the beverages crafted by Miss Yuanyuan. Might Miss Yuanyuan consider a collaboration in the realm of beverages? The beverage sector is the cornerstone of Yuanyuan's milk tea shop, and the core competitive products must remain under her control. I apologize, Mr. Pinot, but the milk tea shop does not have plans to distribute beverages through other stores. Moreover, we must also terminate future collaborations regarding the sale of magical weapons and armor, Yuanyuan stated. Upon hearing her refusal, Pinot maintained a calm demeanor. So, does Miss Yuanyuan intend to sever all ties with the goblins? No. Yuanyuan shook her head. I will continue to collaborate with you in the future, but the products will be limited to snacks. The goblins are the architects of a commercial empire with centuries of deep-rooted experience in the local market. Yuanyuan is not foolish enough to challenge them head-on. Moreover, both parties are pursuing different paths. After all, she has no intention of opening supermarkets. Selling snacks produced by the system not only allows her to gradually build the reputation of her milk tea shop and accumulate potential customers, but it also taps into a promising future for the snack market. However, she lacks the energy to manage this aspect, so she entrusts it to the goblins, needing only to supply the products and enjoy her share of the profits. I can assure you that the snacks I provide are absolutely unmatched on the continent, and their appeal rivals that of Sprite, Yuanyuan declared emphatically. Pino fell silent for a moment, then rose to confer with other goblins outside the communication stone screen. Yuanyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Truth be told, Pino had previously fought for significant benefits on her behalf. Her current refusal to collaborate on the milk tea venture and the cessation of magical weapon and armor sales could be perceived as a betrayal towards Pino. After discussing with the elders, we have agreed to Miss Yuanyuan's request. However, Pino narrowed his eyes. The 10% discount we previously offered will need to be retracted. I wonder if you will accept this? Observing Pino's demeanor, Yuanyuan understood that this was the price she had to pay. Very well, she replied. Excellent. The subsequent arrangements will be similar to before. The moles will be responsible for collecting the goods and paying the corresponding advance deposit and sales share. No problem. Yuanyuan readily agreed, and soon the screen faded, ending the call. This transaction with the goblins could be deemed a success, despite some camaraderie with Pino. The goblin race would never allow themselves to be at a disadvantage. She had mentally prepared herself for the costs involved in the negotiation. Ding! Your delivery order has been completed, and the employee Kai is on the way back. Would you like to check the income from this order? The system page presented information regarding the delivery order to the Magical Academy, and Yuanyuan chose yes. This order rewards you with 5 joy points and 10 silver coins. Customer feedback. The delivery person is adorable, and the spicy turkey noodles are delicious. But the after effects are too intense. I've run to the restroom 5 times. 3 stars. You have received an additional reward of 2 reputation points at Sigworth Magical Academy. Is this a joke? Yuanyuan stared at the 3-star review in disbelief. She had already written on the note before packing it that the dish should not be consumed with cold food. Why should she be blamed for someone else's stomach issues? Chapter 73. Admission Notice. Sigworth Magical Academy Reputation Progress Completed. Host unlocks the mobile stall function. What is a mobile stall? The mobile stall is a storefront operated by the host within friendly factions. Once the reputation in the corresponding area is fully accumulated, it can be designated as a friendly faction. In other words, she can now set up a stall at the entrance of the Magic Academy. Yuanyuan felt a surge of excitement. The Magic Academy, with its students soaring through the air on broomsticks, the majestic and grand magic castle, and the noseless Voldemort. These were all things she had long yearned for while still on Blue Star. She promptly opened the system page, eager to select a window that was both visually appealing and captivating, only to discover that the window for the mobile stall was grayed out. System, what is happening? I have accumulated enough prestige. Why is the page still gray? Opening mobile stall requires a token from friendly faction. A token? She had never been to the Magic Academy. How could she possibly possess a token? How do I obtain a token? Please explore on your own. Great. Another perplexing conundrum. Yuanyuan, you might need to come down and take a look, Amy called as she ascended to the 2nd floor of the milk tea shop, where Yuanyuan resided. Is something wrong? Have customers been giving you trouble? At this point, Amy and Cece, the 2 fairies, were more than capable of handling a normal flow of customers. Amy, who had followed Yuanyuan from the very beginning, had developed a flawless sales technique, while Cece, a true food enthusiast, was well-versed in the creation of various milk teas and snacks. Yuanyuan had entrusted the shop to the 2 fairies while discussing collaboration with the goblins, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they might not be entirely proficient yet. No, it's that owl who keeps stealing fried chicken. It's back again. Amy gestured with her hands. It's carrying such a large basket. Yuanyuan speculated that the owl's return might be related to her request for it to pay for the stolen fried chicken. But why was it bringing such a large basket? In the midst of her thoughts, Yuanyuan and Amy had already descended to the 1st floor. There, on one of the dining tables, stood an owl, its chest wrapped in cloth, with hardly any feathers left except for its wings, proudly guarding a basket with its wings. Upon seeing Yuanyuan, the owl's eyes brightened with excitement as it hurriedly placed the basket at her feet. "Oh, good morning, esteemed Miss Yuanyuan." The owl cooed in a peculiar tone, extracting several silver coins from the basket. "This is the payment for the fried chicken I stole last time. My master has already reprimanded me. I beg for your forgiveness." Yuanyuan accepted the coins and scrutinized the pitiful-looking owl. Surely, it wasn't he resorting to selling itself? "Well, I have received the payment. If you wish for fried chicken, you can simply come to the shop to buy it. If I catch you again, your fate will be far worse." The owl recoiled a few steps back. "Thank you for your forgiveness. These are the admission notice and the magical beast egg from the Magic Academy. Please accept them." The owl nudged the basket toward Yuanyuan. "The admission notice?" Yuanyuan immediately crouched down to inspect it closely. The basket contained only 2 items, a letter addressed to Yuanyuan and a gleaming magical beast egg. Yuanyuan unfolded the letter, which was penned by Rosalind, the principal of the Wizarding Academy. The essence of the correspondence conveyed that Yuanyuan had been selected to attend the Sigworth's Wizarding Academy's Faculty of Sorcery. The magical beast egg presented by the school was a surprise gift, the outcome of which would depend entirely on her luck, along with an expression of eagerness for her upcoming enrollment. Indeed, Landrico had accurately predicted her selection. She had truly been chosen by the Magical Academy. Yuanyuan felt somewhat dazed, as if she were being remade anew. Ding! The item, Sigworth's Wizarding Academy enrollment notification, has been received. The friendly faction, Sigworth's Wizarding Academy's mobile stall, has officially been unlocked. With the system's notification, the mobile stall page transitioned from gray to its rightful colors. However, the appearance of this stall seemed oddly familiar. System, are we lacking in artistic design? This mobile stall looks identical to the surrounding cottage. After inspection, a distinction between the two has been noted. What difference? She queried. One is a red mushroom, the other a white mushroom. Wow, what a significant difference. Would this not strike the students as peculiar? In the elven realm, it could be overlooked, but the presence of a red mushroom stall within the academy felt jarringly out of place. "Excuse me, is there an issue?" Gugu inquired, observing Yuanyuan's prolonged silence. With a sigh, Yuanyuan resigned herself, stating that everything was fine and she had received her items, prompting Gugu to report back. All right. Upon hearing she could leave, Gugu hastily departed the milk tea shop. Was she a force of nature? Why the rush? Amy prodded the large white egg in the basket, asking, "What kind of magical beast egg is this?" "I have no idea," Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head. The gift for the new semester was bound to yield something unexpected. "I've heard of such magical beast eggs," Cece chimed in, drawing closer. "The Wizarding Academy gifts each new student a magical beast egg, and typically, the creature that hatches is a bird. However, there have been exceptions. I've heard of someone hatching a mouse." At the thought of potentially hatching a rodent-like beast, Yuanyuan's anticipation plummeted. "Sister, you're going to school. What will happen to the shop?" Cece excitedly leaned towards Yuanyuan. "Why are you so happy about that?" Yuanyuan mused. She had not contemplated this issue. Amy excelled in sales, while Cece was skilled in food preparation. Appointing one as the manager might incite discontent in the other, as they each had their unique strengths. "How about this? While I study at the Magical Academy, you both can take turns as the shop manager, 1 week at a time." Great, great. Cece immediately raised both hands in support. "Does the manager have the authority to invent new dishes?" "Unfortunately, that might not be allowed. You can only prepare dishes for yourselves. Since the food Cece created would not receive the system's approval, it could not be sold, only consumed personally." Chapter 74. New arrivals before departure next. Yuanyuan contemplated introducing several new milk tea and fruit tea varieties. The milk tea series served as the cornerstone of the establishment, while the fruit tea series had become a favorite among the elves. Currently, the available items were limited, and since signing Lu Xian as the spokesperson, the store had experienced a significant surge in traffic. Yuanyuan had not found the time to create new products for quite a while. Seizing the opportunity, with some time remaining before the commencement of her studies at the Magic Academy, she hurriedly enlisted Cece to join her in the kitchen for the creation process. Recalling customer feedback about the inadequacy of sampling just a single topping with a cup of milk tea, Yuanyuan decided to present all available milk tea toppings on the menu for customers to choose from, with no limits. Toppings could be selected without the purchase of milk tea. After the introduction of the fruit sandwich, many customers expressed their delight in the delectable cream within, prompting Yuanyuan to prepare 3 additional new products that would allow them to savor the rich cream. Her savings had grown significantly, and she no longer relied on luck. She opted to try her hand at the lottery a few times. After 30 rounds of drawing, she finally obtained the necessary ingredients. The first creation was a strawberry mochi milk puff topped with cream. She began by preparing the original cream topping, mixing cream powder and whole milk in a blender, then whipping it at high speed until fluffy. Once the cream topping was ready, it was set aside to chill. Next, Yuanyuan took an empty glass, placing strawberry milk jelly and rice mochi on the side. In a separate shaker, she added strawberry jam, thick cheese milk, bamboo sugar syrup, ice cubes, drinking water, and fragrant tea soup, mixing them thoroughly before pouring the concoction into the glass containing the strawberry milk jelly. Finally, she piped on the cream topping and sprinkled freeze-dried strawberry pieces for decoration, completing the strawberry mochi milk puff. The second creation was a cheese milk cap black tea. She began by boiling black tea in a pot, allowing it to steep for several minutes before filtering it for use. Softened cream cheese, light cream, sea salt, and granulated sugar were whipped together in specific proportions to create a yogurt-like consistency. In an empty glass, she first drizzled in some syrup, then poured in the brewed black tea and topped it with a cheese cap. This recipe was the simplest among the 3 new products, and the black tea could be substituted with green tea to suit personal preferences. Lastly, Yuanyuan eagerly anticipated the cream puffs, a dessert renowned for its ability to deliver a mouthful of cream. She prepared the dough using milk, butter, and low-gluten flour, placing it in a piping bag. After baking in the oven, the spiral dough would expand, creating hollow centers. Next came the cream preparation, where appropriately measured light cream and sugar were whipped into a smooth consistency and transferred into a piping bag. Once the puffs were baked, she poked holes in the bottoms and filled them with the whipped cream, completing the cream puffs. Strawberry mochi creamy milk tea, adorned with a luscious cream cap, harmonizes beautifully with a filling, rich milk tea base. Upon tasting, one is enveloped in the intense and decadent aroma of strawberry cream. The mochi enhances the tea's substantiality, while its chewy texture renders it utterly irresistible. Effect: increases comprehension of defensive magic by 18, probability of activation. Ingredients: strawberry jelly, rija mochi, strawberry jam, thick chisamil, shroop. Ice cubes, drinking water, tea broth, light cream, white sugar. Suggested price: 18 silver coins. Cheese milk cap black tea, with its savory cheese topping paired with the fragrant and ethereal black tea, offers a distinctly layered taste that provides customers with a novel experience. Effect: increases comprehension of growth magic by 18, probability of activation. Ingredients: cream cheese, light cream, sea salt, white sugar, black tea bags, syrup. Suggested price: 18 silver coins. Cream puff, with its soft shell and rich cream filling, is an irresistible delight for cream aficionados. Suggested price: 15 silver coins. The system presented an analysis of 3 new products, leaving Yuanyuan feeling somewhat fatigued. Have you learned it? Yuanyuan inquired, glancing at Cici. Cici's previously blank expression showed a flicker of response, though she hesitated, unsure if she had fully grasped the concepts. Yuanyuan pondered that she likely hadn't mastered it yet, considering that aside from the cheese milk cap black tea, the other recipes were relatively intricate. She promptly took out several green leaves and meticulously wrote down the methods, handing them to Cici. Here are the detailed instructions, with ample practice. You should be able to master them. All right, Cici replied, accepting the leaves. Sister, when will you set off? The Magic Academy is located on the western side of the continent, and it would take several days to reach from Suelu City. Yuanyuan was not concerned about the journey. The mobile stall's name signifies its ability to change locations at will. Should she desire, she could instantly arrive at the Magic Academy. However, considering there were still matters to finalize, she could not leave immediately. Perhaps tomorrow, Yuanyuan said. The next day, the milk tea shop operated as usual, presenting 3 new beverages and snacks that perfectly matched customer demands. Patrons began to stream in from morning onward. This time, Yuanyuan entrusted the management of the shop to Amy and Cici, allowing them to hone their entrepreneurial skills. So, you want to be at the milk tea shop anymore? Luna asked, popping small cream puffs in her mouth, her expression tinged with sadness. You're so capable and mature. I've long treated you like an adult elf. I didn't realize you've only just entered school. I suddenly feel so old. Luna felt as though her close friend, with whom she could share anything, was off to elementary school. Suddenly, Luna set down her fork, cupping Yuanyuan's cheeks and pulling them apart. Are you actually a prominent figure disguised as a young elf, here to experience the joys of life? Disappointingly, no, Yuanyuan replied, gently pulling Luna's hands away. I am genuinely 22 years old. Regardless of whether she was regarded as human or elf, she was indeed 22, and on that point, she spoke no falsehoods. Moreover, you are hardly old. Luna appears to be merely in her early 20s, completely unrelated to the notion of aging. This is a result of the exorbitant sum I spent on merfolk skincare products purchased from Goblin. Luna sighed, lamenting that the more she worked, the uglier she became. The uglier she felt, the more she needed skincare products, and the more she spent on them, the emptier her wallet became. An empty wallet necessitated relentless work, which in turn led to further decline in her appearance. What a vicious cycle. Chapter 75, Bob's Order. Poor Luna. This is but a reflection of another version of myself in this world. By the way, Luna suddenly looked up at Yuanyuan. Is your wand ready? What do you need a wand for? You are a mage. How can you wield magic without a wand? Luna replied, slightly exasperated. Looking at you, I suspect you haven't prepared anything, have you? I recall that the weapon shop in Tsuwu City sells wands. Specifically that elf who is fond of collecting cups adorned with images of Lucian. I know. I even gifted him 2 cups of ice blue coconut water. You could commission him to craft a wand for you. The proprietor of that shop traveled the continent in his youth, relishing the collection of peculiar materials and amusing anecdotes. His craftsmanship is among the finest in the entire elven community. Yuanyuan was taken aback, not realizing her neighbor was such a hidden powerhouse. Speaking of craftsmanship, she possessed the master artisan trait. The weapons she could create would not pale in comparison to those of the shopkeeper, yet she lacked suitable materials. The remnants of weapons she had collected from Coon Lake had been exhausted, leaving her in a predicament akin to that of a skilled artisan without ingredients. It seemed she truly needed to commission a wand of her own, she mused. Sigwart School of Magic, Montoro Street. Bob, sporting an explosive hairstyle, strode down the street. His destination, the shop reputed to possess the most comprehensive and rare materials, including dragon scales and unicorn horns. Not long ago, he had endured his 2,500th failure in crafting a memory potion. Undeterred by setbacks, he resolved to purchase another 250 sets of materials to attempt once more. He was determined to confront the memory potion head-on. Fuming, Bob walked along the street when suddenly his peripheral vision caught a flash of red light. He turned to see a colossal red mushroom walking by. Bob's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What was happening? Was the mushroom truly walking? Had his all-night experiments finally scrambled his brain? Without a second thought, he followed it. Arrived at Sigwart School of Magic, Montoro Street. Yuanyuan sat within a small stall, feeling as though the scenery outside was whirling past at an alarming rate. In no time, the system notified her that she had reached her destination. She had arrived far too early. In truth, there were still several days remaining until the new students commenced their studies. During this interim, she planned to drive her mushroom cart around, selling beverages and snacks to earn some money. Yuanyuan retrieved ingredients from her backpack, arranging them neatly. The red mushroom was also equipped with all the necessary tools for preparation, enabling her to craft milk tea on demand based on customer preferences. Initially, Yuanyuan was not particularly satisfied with the appearance of the mobile stall, yet its interior was remarkably spacious. It featured only a single window that could be opened, yet within, it was well equipped, even with a bed prepared. Since she would be working inside and would not be subjected to the garish exterior, she felt little need to dwell on its aesthetics. During Yuanyuan's tidying up, a figure stealthily approached the red mushroom structure. Bob tiptoed closer to the peculiar building adorned with a red canopy and white columns, which could only be described as a mushroom. Suddenly, the base of the mushroom was opened, and a pair of hands propped it up with a wooden pole. Bob stood astounded, witnessing this spectacle. Inside was a sprite. As Yuanyuan fully opened the window of the red mushroom, she encountered a person before her, mouth agape and utterly dazed. Hello, she ventured to greet. Hi. Bob numbly waved his hand. Are you all right? I'm fine. He mechanically shook his head. This person must be a fool. This is a mobile stall of a milk tea shop. May I ask what you would like to drink? A milk tea shop? A milk tea shop? Bob's expression finally shifted upon hearing those words, and he eagerly lunged towards the window. Is this really the milk tea shop, the one with the Sprite? More accurately, it is the mobile stall of the milk tea shop, Yuanyuan explained. Here, you can purchase any item from the shop. How wonderful! How wonderful! Bob excitedly grasped Yuanyuan's hand. My experiment is saved. Ha ha ha! Are you out of your mind? Yuanyuan quickly withdrew her hand, observing his wild hairstyle and dark complexion. Sir, are you sure you're all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. My mind is perfectly sound. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all functioning well. I would like to inquire, do you sell ice blue coconut green? Bob gestured to his own organs in a frenzied manner. Yes, we do. How many would you like? 250 servings. Bob exclaimed hastily. How much? Yuanyuan suspected she had misheard. 250. You're quite the fool. Are you certain you wish to drink that much? The effect of ice blue coconut green is to evoke the most painful and sorrowful memories in the drinker. A small sip is delightful, but excessive consumption is harmful. Bob promptly retrieved several gold coins from his spatial ring. Will this be sufficient? I want as many cups as you can provide. Yuanyuan observed his extravagant display of wealth and surmised that this customer must come from a well-off family, likely accustomed to indulgence. Therefore, she accepted the coins. Very well. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order. She began to swiftly concoct the beverages. Besides drinks, do you offer food at your stall? Bob, having pulled an all-nighter for his experiment, now felt his stomach grumbling. Yes, we do, Yuanyuan replied, taking the opportunity to hand him a menu. You may order anything from this list. Bob gazed at the menu adorned with leaf-like designs, discovering a plethora of dishes he had never encountered before. Are these delicacies unique to the elven race? One might interpret it as such. The items marked with a thumbs-up fist symbol signify those highly regarded by patrons. Following Yuanyuan's guidance, Bob scrutinized the menu, realizing that nearly every dish bore the recommendation mark. This indicated their delectable nature. He decided to sample all the appetizers, opting to order everything to spare himself from indecision. Very well, Yuanyuan said, handing over the pre-prepared ice blue coconut to the window while hastily commencing the preparation of the snacks. The semi-finished fried chicken pieces sizzled in the oil, releasing an enticing aroma that drew a diverse crowd around the red mushrooms. After fulfilling Bob's order, Yuanyuan plunged into another round of bustling activity. Chapter 76. The amnesiac potion. I have finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. On an ordinary morning, the sound of boisterous laughter erupted from a male dormitory within the Magic Academy. Instantly, a chorus of discontent echoed throughout the room. Who is upstairs? Are they insane? Do they not allow anyone to sleep? Who understands the pain of an 8 a.m. class? I simply wish for a good night's rest. What is there to laugh about? If you have the ability, go laugh at the Academy's entrance. Upon hearing the myriad complaints from below, Bob hastily fell silent and closed the window. Just moments ago, he had successfully concocted a light blue memory potion using the ice blue coconut he purchased from the red mushroom vendor. Cradling the only potion he had ever successfully brewed since taking the elective potion-making course, he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Leon had not misled anyone. The ice blue coconut was indeed the unparalleled choice for crafting memory potions. From this moment forth, he would be recorded in the annals of the Academy as the second student to successfully create a memory potion, his name destined to be celebrated by the charming junior students. Bob quickly tidied his room, grabbing his books and notes before rushing toward the potion classroom. He was eager to announce this joyous news to everyone. Bursting into the potion-making classroom, he exclaimed, "Classmates, envy me, be jealous, praise me. I, the brilliant Bob Franklin, am the second person, following Leon, to successfully create a memory potion." Silence met his declaration. Bob opened his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. Worthy applause and congratulations. Why did no one respond? Clearing his throat, he continued, "Perhaps you did not hear me clearly. I shall repeat. I, the genius Bob Field, the potion-making professor, interjected, you are blocking my view." Bob was taken aback, recognizing the voice of Professor Field behind him. His mind quickly registered the situation, and he instinctively turned to bow. "I sincerely apologize, Professor Field. I did not sleep well last night, and my mind is a bit muddled. Please forgive me." Field scrutinized Bob's vacant eyes and the dark circles beneath them, finally saying, "Never mind. You have always shown a profound enthusiasm for potion making. This time, I shall not deduct your points, so hurry back to your seat. Thank you, Professor, Bob exclaimed, visibly relieved, as he hurried toward his desk. Wait, Field called out, halting Bob in his tracks. What is it, Professor? Bob asked, perplexed. Field approached him slowly, retrieving a vial of pale blue potion from his embrace, inquiring, Is this potion your creation? Yes, Bob replied instantly, puffing out his chest with pride. This is the memory potion I crafted after failing 3,000 times. Unsurprisingly, I should be the second person to successfully create a memory potion. Field chuckled softly. Indeed, this is a potion, but it is not a memory potion. It is rather an amnesia potion. He hesitated momentarily, but the students in the hall quickly interjected, Professor Field, we have already completed the assignment. You are indeed the second, but the second to last. Bob's heart sank at the revelation. After enduring 3 sleepless nights and spending extravagantly on a plethora of ice blue coconut extracts for experimentation, he had not only erred, but was also the penultimate in his class. Did he truly possess no aptitude for potion making whatsoever? Do not despair, Field consoled, noticing the sorrow etched across Bob's face as he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. To inadvertently produce an amnesia potion could be considered a form of talent. Professor Field, may I inquire who came in last? Bob asked, seeking solace in knowing someone else fared even worse than he. I did, Alice weakly interjected, having fallen ill from bad food and thus not attempting the task. Lumina glanced at Alice's pale visage and offered clarification. Bob staggered back, realizing he was indeed the most talentless individual, wasn't he? All right, children, Professor Field clapped his hands, regaining the class's attention. I have been delighted to receive news over the past few days of many of you successfully creating memory potions. However, can anyone explain why all of you have coincidentally used a material called ice blue coconut extract in your formulas? I distinctly recall providing you with past grass as the core material reference. The students exchanged glances, none willing to step forward to elucidate. Professor, it is like this. Leon boldly stood up. By chance, I used the ice blue coconut extract from a tea shop to successfully create the memory potion. I then shared this discovery with everyone, prompting them to follow suit. Field raised an eyebrow, noting that the terms tea shop and ice blue coconut had recently echoed among the students, seemingly linked to Cardinal Asher. And you, Field directed his gaze at Bob. How did you concoct your amnesia potion? While the process for the amnesia potion was documented in Field's compendium of potion making, he doubted Bob's capability to independently create an unexplicated potion given his current aptitude. My potion was inadvertently concocted after utilizing the ice blue coconut. Bob sheepishly scratched his head in response. This is quite intriguing. It is rare for a material to serve as the core component for 2 potions with opposing effects. What is the true nature of this milk tea shop? I have heard that it is run by the Elven race, who are notoriously reclusive. How did you acquire the ice blue coconut? We procured it through the delivery service of the milk tea shop, Leon replied. Indeed, there were so many orders that I had to wait an entire day for it to arrive. The delivery was made by a rather effeminate male creature with a sweet voice, which was quite overwhelming. Mine was delivered by an adorably charming moonlight rabbit that even spoke. Do magical beasts possess the ability to converse? Typically, even the most advanced magical creatures do not speak. At best, they may establish emotional connections with their masters. This milk tea shop provides beverages as wondrous as potions, and the delivery is made by a talking magical beast, truly perplexing. At that moment, Bob timidly interjected, Are you not aware that the milk tea shop has opened on Montrose Street? Lumina immediately inquired with excitement. Did you see it with your own eyes? Of course. Bob nodded eagerly. I was there yesterday and bought ice blue coconut and some snacks. The shop has a rather peculiar design, shaped like a red mushroom, and is run by an exceptionally adorable elven maiden. Chapter 77. The Radiant Crane. Could it be that the enchanting elven maiden is the renowned Yuanyuan, who has arrived at the Magic Academy? Aside from her, no one else could rightfully claim the title of super adorable in Lumina's eyes. It seems a visit to Montrose Street is in order, Lumina thought. Not just Lumina, but the surrounding students were equally animated. I have never encountered an elf before. I have heard they are breathtakingly beautiful. I can hardly wait to meet an elven girl. Huh. Hey, wipe your drool. It's dripping onto my table. Field was equally astonished. It is indeed a rarity for an elf to venture out of the Kaya forest to engage in commerce with outsiders. At the Sigworth Magic Academy, Montrose Street, the subject of much discussion, Yuanyuan was staring at the magical beast egg in distress. Alas, system, how much longer must I shake this egg? Unknown. You are remarkably straightforward. This predicament dates back to last night, when, as Yuanyuan prepared for sleep, she inadvertently placed the magical beast egg in her bed. Consequently, in the dead of night, the egg began to shake violently, its movements comparable to that of a motor, continuing until this morning. Yuanyuan spent the entire night awake, vigilantly guarding the egg, fearing something might go awry. However, she was beginning to feel quite fatigued. She picked up her lucky charm and placed it next to the egg, saying, "You keep an eye on it while I take a quick nap." With that, she hurriedly nestled into her blankets, seeking some much-needed rest. The charm, obediently watching over the shaking magical beast egg, regarded its owner. In her drowsy state, Yuanyuan felt something poking her. "Don't move me. Let me sleep a little longer." She swung her hand behind her, intending to shoo away the disturbance that had interrupted her slumber. To her surprise, the object poked her again, accompanied by a fuzzy sensation near her ear. "Master, master," chirped Zhao Kai, perched beside her, "the great white egg has hatched. You must rise at once." At the mention of hatching, Yuanyuan was instantly awakened, throwing off her covers and leaping from her bed. Before her lay only fragments of the eggshell where the great white egg had once rested. And standing in the empty space of a room was an elegant and leisurely avian beast. Its head was adorned with a vivid red crown, its neck elongated gracefully, and the tips of its wings were black. This was a red-crowned crane, a high-tier light-type magical beast known for its proud disposition and affinity for dance, making it notoriously difficult to tame. It remained unbound, thus an agreement could not be forged. The system hinted that beasts in a weakened state were easier to subdue. Upon realizing this, Yuanyuan recalled that there had been no such requirement when she initially acquired Zhao Kai. "System," she protested when I bought Zhao Kai, "there is no mention of reducing it to a weakened state. This crane must surely be considered my property as well. Why must I subdue it again? The magical beasts sold in the shop are all those that have been tamed. The red-crowned crane is inherently aloof, disliking confinement. Without defeating it, the host cannot forge a bond. Then it seems I have no choice but to proceed." She commanded, "Zhao Kai, unleash your fury upon it." With a flash, Zhao Kai propelled itself like lightning, launching a punch towards the crane's face. The crane, however, executed a low dive, deftly evading the strike. Undeterred, Zhao Kai followed up with a leaping sidekick, and the two magical beasts became entwined in a fierce struggle. Yuanyuan crouched low, carefully maneuvering around to the back of the crane, while signaling Zhao Kai to coordinate with her. In an instant, they were in sync, intensifying their assault. As the crane's attention was fully captured by Zhao Kai, Yuanyuan seized a brick from her backpack and leapt, smashing onto the crane's head. The crane staggered from the impact, wobbling before collapsing onto the ground. Mission accomplished. Identifying red-crowned crane in a weakened state, contract available. Without hesitation, Yuanyuan opted to forge a contract, and the words red-crowned crane appeared in her mount section. Just then, a voice interrupted from the window. Turning to glance, she saw Lumina and Leon. The stall was in disarray, strewn with white feathers, and Yuanyuan herself was adorned with a multitude of down. Concern etched on Lumina's face. She exclaimed, "Yuanyuan, are you all right? I'm here to rescue you." She attempted to clamber through the window into the stall. I'm Fina. Yuanyuan quickly waved her hands. "I was merely taming a magical beast." Leon pulled his sister down, teasingly stating, "Does Miss Yuanyuan seem to be in distress to you?" Upon closer inspection, Lumina noted that Yuanyuan bore no signs of injury, indeed appearing quite the opposite of troubled. Embarrassed, she retreated back through the window. "Ahem, what were you saying about the magical beasts?" "This one." Yuanyuan exerted herself to drag the unconscious radiant crane from the side, pointing at it, "is the very creature I was attempting to tame just now." "What have you done to it?" Lumina trembled as she pointed at the fallen crane, her voice quivering with concern. "I merely knocked it out with a brick," Yuanyuan replied, somewhat bewildered. "Isn't it easier to form a contract this way?" "Well, that is indeed a valid approach," Lumina thought, her mind racing. The radiant crane was among the most coveted magical beasts of the Light faction, particularly adored by the Holy Church of the Human Empire. This was due to its graceful form and its ability to cast healing spells comparable to those of high priests. It was rumored that Archbishop Asashel had long sought to contract one. One could only imagine how furious he would be to witness Gu Yuanyuan's method of subduing the crane. Miss Yuanyuan is truly clever and brave, Leon complimented. It takes a remarkable elf to devise such a strategy against magical beasts. Too kind. Gu Yuanyuan blushed slightly, smiling shyly as she presented the menu to them. What would you like to drink? We have some new beverages and snacks that are quite delightful. I encourage you to try them. Leon didn't glance at the menu and directly said, I would like a cup of brown sugar pearl milk tea, please. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. Gu Yuanyuan replied, turning to fetch an empty cup from the cabinet to prepare the drink. Lumina gazed at the menu and exclaimed, Yuanyuan, it has been a few months since we last met, and your tea shop has introduced so many new items. Is this red mushroom tea from the branch at the Magic Academy? Sort of, but to be precise, it's a mobile stall. Gu Yuanyuan said as she handed the prepared milk tea to Leon. In the future, if you crave milk tea, feel free to come directly here, of course. Delivery is still available. Speaking of which, has the shop added a new delivery person? Lumina inquired, raising an eyebrow. Surely, it's not referring to the radiant crane? Lumina and Leon exchanged astonished glances, both somewhat shocked at the idea. Archbishop Asashel would undoubtedly be furious upon learning this. Chapter 78. 18 blend milk tea. What is this 18 blend milk tea? Lumina pointed at the new item on the menu. Her curiosity piqued. It allows you to add any toppings you desire to your milk tea, whether it be a double blend or a triple blend, Gu Yuanyuan explained, pausing for effect as she mischievously winked at Lumina. An 18 blend is also possible. In that instant, Lumina felt as if her heart had been struck, laughing joyously. All right, I'll have the 18 blend. Now, Gu Yuanyuan hesitated, but an 18 blend would likely resemble a porridge. Wouldn't it? Are you sure? If you're not particularly fond of toppings, a double or triple blend would suffice, Gu Yuanyuan advised. I'm certain, Lumina said, cupping her face and gazing at Gu Yuanyuan with a beaming smile. As long as you prepare it, I shall relish it. What on earth? Gu Yuanyuan was taken aback, staring at Lumina, who was grinning like a blooming flower, rendered speechless in her astonishment. Do not mind her, Leon remarked, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's just her nature. She enjoys teasing beautiful maidens. At his words, Gu Yuanyuan felt her cheeks flush crimson. The description of her as a beauty brought a sense of joy. Miss Yuanyuan arrived alone at the Magic Academy to engage in commerce, and to Leon's surprise, the elder of the elf tribe actually consented. Typically, members of the elf race are not permitted to traverse into foreign territories, unless under exceptional circumstances, such as participating in a national assembly. Indeed, Yuanyuan, Lumina said with concern in her eyes, did you sneak out? Will you be punished if you are caught? I won't be punished. The elders of the elf tribe are quite benevolent, Gu Yuanyuan replied while preparing a beverage for Lumina. I am here to study at the Magic Academy. Study abroad? Lumina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you implying that we will be classmates from now on? Yes. Gu Yuanyuan confirmed, struggling to present a platter of bubble tea porridge filled to the brim with toppings before Lumina. This is your 18 toppings bubble tea. Lumina's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment at the unexpected presentation. How am I supposed to eat this? Gu Yuanyuan retrieved a silver spoon from the cabinet and handed it to Lumina. Use this, go ahead and taste it. It was the first time anyone had dared to try all the toppings at once, and Gu Yuanyuan was equally curious about the flavor. Lumina chuckled awkwardly as she accepted the spoon, and under Gu Yuanyuan's eager gaze, she tearfully took spoonful after spoonful of the entire bowl into her mouth. Is it delicious? How does it taste? Gu Yuanyuan inquired. Leon, nearby, stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking in suppressed mirth. Lumina shot him a glare before sweetly addressing Gu Yuanyuan. It's really good. It was evident that Lumina was not only satisfied, but also quite full. By the way, do you know where I can find shops that sell rare weapon materials? Gu Yuanyuan asked. Stores that sell materials are typically located on Kent Street and East Avenue near the Magic Academy, while Montrose Street is more of a residential area with a higher concentration of students. It made sense that Gu Yuanyuan had not encountered many respectable shops on Montrose Street. It was indeed a residential district. Yuanyuan, why do you need weapon materials? Lumina inquired curiously. Can you craft magical weapons? Yes, Gu Yuanyuan replied shyly, nodding. I want to create some interesting weapons to sell, though I wonder if anyone would actually buy them. I will buy them, Lumina exclaimed, slapping the table with enthusiasm. As long as you make them, I will purchase them. Leon, with a resigned expression, placed 28 silver coins on the table. I won't disturb you any further, he said, pulling Lumina away. Brother, what are you doing? Lumina protested. I haven't finished talking to Yuanyuan yet. Is that all you want to do? You would take her home if you could, Leon replied, fully aware of his sister's character. If they continued this conversation, she could spend the entire day at the stall, so he needed to escort her away. They truly are an entertaining pair of siblings, Yuanyuan mused. Having gathered the information she sought, there was no reason to linger on Montrose Street any longer. She collected the silver coins from a window, tidied up her little shop, and promptly instructed the system, head to Kent Street. As the system's announcement echoed, Yuanyuan stepped out of the rear door of the Red Mushroom, reassured only after the window displayed the layout of the block. Kent Street bustled with shops and throngs of people, filled with youthful faces. As Yuanyuan strolled down the street, she observed beings of various races, each with distinct appearances. Yet none were subjected to discrimination or peculiar glances. Except for her, perhaps due to the Elves' prolonged absence from public life. Now, in her typical attire, she attracted the attention of every passerby, overhearing whispered discussions among the crowd. Look, an elf. I see her. You're pinching me. How can an elf be here? She's so adorable, truly an elf. Aren't male elves incredibly handsome? She asked, looking over here. Ah, she noticed me. Quick. Someone call the priest. My classmate has fainted. How exaggerated. Yuanyuan stood there, bemused, contemplating the impact she seemed to have. Despite her bewilderment, she swiftly donned a cloak from her backpack and navigated through the chaotic mass until she reached the entrance of a materials shop. Relieved, Yuanyuan finally felt secure upon arrival. She stepped into the store, a quaint two-story establishment resembling her own shop. A ladder stood beside it, leading to the second floor. The interior was dimly lit, with display cases and other furnishings showing signs of age. Dear customer, what would you like to purchase? A cool breeze brushed past Yuanyuan's ear, and someone spoke from behind her. She quickly turned to find a strikingly beautiful woman with two small black horns adorning her forehead, a fair complexion, and an alluring figure. Moreover, a black, arrow-tipped tail swayed behind her. Stunned, Yuanyuan felt the creature approach her. Succubus, a being of the demon race, possessing a captivating voice and an alluring form. Delicate and easily toppled, adorned with horns and a tail, skilled in enchantment. Beware, do not fall under her spell. A succubus, Yuanyuan involuntarily murmured, astonished that a demon race existed within the Magic Academy. Indeed, I am Alara, the succubus, she said, lifting Yuanyuan's hood with a graceful motion, her breath fragrant like orchids. And what is your name, dear elven customer? I am Yuanyuan, she blurted out, unable to resist the inquiry. Oh dear, system, help me. This sister is enchanting me. System, quickly shield me. Hey, what are you doing? Your partner is about to collapse. Yuanyuan recognized that she had fallen under the succubus's spell, yet her body was entirely unresponsive. At that moment, no matter how desperately she called upon the system in her mind, there was no reply. Wasn't it promised that she would be protected? At a critical moment, the unreliable system unexpectedly went offline. The obedient child, Alara, gently extended her right hand to stroke Yuanyuan's head. Tell me, she began, but suddenly, Alara cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Yuanyuan felt the reins of control return to her, and she hastily retreated several steps, grabbing two bricks from the system while warily watching the demoness rolling on the ground, clutching her head. I was wrong. I only wanted to tease you. Please cease your attack. Attack? What attack? Yuanyuan was utterly bewildered. If she had any means of attack, she would not have fallen for Alara's enchantment in the first place. Weapon activated. Laurel Crown. Host charm. Status has been cleared. System, what is going on? Yuanyuan inquired urgently. The host was just affected by the demoness charm. This is a form of mental attack. The Laurel Crown detected the harm to the host and initiated a mental counterattack. The demoness is now in a state of incapacitation. You may reclaim your ground now. So you didn't serve any purpose at all. Yuanyuan affectionately touched the radiant laurel crown atop her head. It was indeed a boon, unwavering in crucial moments. Unlike the system, which could only share in fortune but not in adversity. Host, the shield only mitigates physical attacks. The demoness mental assault is beyond its protective scope. All right, I understand. We shall discuss this later. Now is the moment for your grandmother Gu to shine. With a brick in each hand and the laurel crown glowing brightly above her, Gu Yuanyuan looked down at the disheveled demoness Ilara. Ilara, did you not enjoy toying with others? Do you dare throw me seductive glances now? Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed irritably, slamming a brick before Ilara. Wah wah. I shall never dare again. Please spare me, Miss Elf. There has never been an elf in the vicinity of the Magical Academy. I was merely curious and could not restrain myself. Please forgive me. The revelation that no elf had ever attended the Magical Academy astonished Gu Yuanyuan. Although she maintained a composed exterior, she addressed the weeping demoness sternly. Is this your hospitality? Using mental control on a guest out of mere curiosity? Do you not regard my elvenkin with respect? Truly, the demoness lived up to her title, despite her dusty face and disheveled appearance. She still wept like a delicate flower, evoking pity. Yet, Gu Yuanyuan, well accustomed to beauty, remained unmoved, fully aware that this beauty concealed a heart as treacherous as a serpent's, and she dared not lower her guard. How about this? I will offer you a discount of 20% off the entire selection, everything you desire at that rate. What do you think? Ilara gasped, negotiating breathlessly. 20%? Gu Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, shaking her head. Too little. Then, how about 30%? Still too little. 40%. Ilara's voice grew weaker. Sensing Gu Yuanyuan's expression darken. Are you testing me? Gu Yuanyuan, with a hint of impatience, declared 2 discounts. Upon hearing this, Ilara quickly interjected. 2 discounts are far too few. How about 5? What do you think of 5? Gu Yuanyuan, her expression cold, leaned closer to Ilara, pressing 2 bricks against her cheeks. 2 discounts or a broken bone. Choose one. Ilara, intimidated by Gu Yuanyuan's imposing presence, nervously swallowed and conceded, 2 discounts it is, all 2 discounts. Can we retract the mental assault for now? I promise I won't offend you again. Trust me. With her sparkling eyes, Ilara looked up at Gu Yuanyuan, hoping she would cease her mental onslaught. Gu Yuanyuan fell into contemplation, pondering whether Ilara's claims were true. The fact that Ilara, aware of her identity as a member of the elf race, dared to initiate mental control suggested either a reckless confidence, completely dismissive of the elves, or a lack of intelligence, acting without forethought. Gu Yuanyuan preferred to believe the former, unwilling to take a gamble. Zhaokai Dabai. Gu Yuanyuan summoned the moonlit rabbit and the sacred light crane, instructing, keep an eye on her. Understood, replied both beasts in unison. After taming the sacred light crane, Gu Yuanyuan equipped it with a voice pack, facilitating seamless communication. Zhaokai instantly enlarged and sat upon Ilara. Do not worry, master. I shall keep a close watch on this little mouse. Struggling to speak from beneath Zhaokai, Ilara managed, I am a succubus, not a mouse. Disregarding Ilara's protests, Gu Yuanyuan turned to the shelves to select materials. She showed no intention of halting the mental assault from the laurel crown. As she realized its light illuminated the dim surroundings perfectly, it would require Ilara to endure for a while longer, given her aversion to turning on lights and her initial act of mental control. System, please identify the most valuable and rare materials, Gu Yuanyuan inquired mentally. Scanning. The first display case on the 2nd floor, 2nd row, 3rd item, the 2nd display case, 1st row, 4th item, and the 2nd item in the 3rd row. The system meticulously reported the locations of the precious weapon materials, all on the 2nd floor. Indeed, Gu Yuanyuan promptly ascended to the 2nd floor, collecting all the materials indicated by the system. Zhaokai, release her. Gu Yuanyuan, returning from the 2nd floor laden with treasures, sauntered over to the exhausted Ilara. Miss Ilara, I have made my selections. Let us proceed to check out. Please stop the mental assault first. I am utterly drained, Ilara weakly protested. That simply won't do. Gu Yuanyuan firmly denied. I am so frail. If you were to break free from my control, what if you retaliated while my guard is down? I will simply calculate. You can lie on the ground and listen. Agreed? Why, you are a demon. Agreed. Chapter 80. Will your conscience not weigh heavy? Flamewood, floating branches, fine gold, mountain copper, mithril, and various gemstones. Gu Yuanyuan began to enumerate the rare weapon materials she had scavenged from the 2nd floor. With each item she listed, Ilara felt a pang of heartache. These treasures were all gathered by her charm from various regions of the mainland. Must it truly be this way? Irala, feeling utterly disheartened, pleaded, please leave me some of the treasures. What kind of statement is that? Gu Yuanyuan paused her enumeration of the treasures, retracting her satisfied smile, and solemnly replied, I am your customer. I do not take these things for free. I shall certainly pay. Indeed, payment. Irala, expressionless, lay back on the ground, reflecting that purchasing such an abundance of precious weapon materials for merely half the price was hardly different from obtaining them for nothing. Well then, the inventory is complete. Yuanyuan retrieved a handful of gold coins from her backpack and placed them in Irala's hand. Here is the payment for the materials. She then patted Irala's shoulder, expressing gratitude for her generosity. How ruthless! Is this the new generation of elves? Was it not said that the elven race is beautiful, graceful, and noble? Where's the elegance? Where's the nobility? Irala, having completely relinquished her resistance, cast a glance at the meager coins in her hand. This time, her reckless arrogance had led to her downfall. Yuanyuan donned her hood once more and, accompanied by Fortune and Big White, strode out of the material shop with an air of confidence. After Yuanyuan departed, Irala's mental affliction was finally lifted. She slowly rose from the ground, supporting her head, and hurriedly inspected the displays on both the first and second floors. Sighing in relief, Irala was grateful that, despite her considerable loss, the elf had shown at least a modicum of conscience and refrained from pilfering other materials. At Sigwart's Academy of Magic, in Professor Yuliel's office, Professor Yuliel was diligently writing something when Field quietly entered, leaning closer to Yuliel's desk to inquire, "Do you have some time recently?" Yuliel, engrossed in his work, paid no heed to Field. As a renowned master of potions across the continent, I believe you should be aware of the most basic etiquette, such as knocking before entering. Oh, that is merely a formality reserved for outsiders. What is our relationship that I need to adhere to such norms? Field, treating the situation as if they were close friends, draped his arm over Yuliel's shoulder. "I'm not your close friend," Yuliel retorted coldly, shaking off Field's arm. "What do you require of me this time? What a statement. Are we not colleagues and friends within the academy? Can I not express concern for you?" Field feigned indignation. In response, Yuliel scoffed, "Last week, you recklessly uprooted Professor Claire's firefly grass, claiming you wish to extract the luminescent agent to graft onto insects and create an entirely new species, the firefly. The extraction process went awry, igniting a fire that nearly consumed the entire potion laboratory. Not only did your experiment fail, but you also destroyed Professor Claire's firefly grass. That was merely an oversight. After all, how can experiments succeed on the first attempt? One must try multiple times," Field explained. "Moreover, I funded the renovation of the potion laboratory afterward, which can be seen as a form of amends. You have rectified the negligence that led to the fire in the potion laboratory. Yet it is I, Uriel, who must quell Professor Claire's wrath. You disclosed my schedule and frequent haunts to Claire, resulting in my entanglement with her for several days. Well, I had no choice." Field weakly defended himself. "Professor Claire holds you in high regard, and I only shared a few details about you. She cannot trouble you for long. By that logic, I should extend my gratitude to you," Uriel murmured, lowering his voice and casting a dangerously piercing glance at Field. "Gratitude is unnecessary," Field hastily gestured. "The situation with Professor Claire has been, shall we say, adequately resolved." "Resolved?" Uriel scoffed, proceeding to open every drawer beneath his desk. "The matter with Claire may be barely concluded, but what of these?" Field cautiously glanced into Uriel's drawers, discovering them stuffed with pink envelopes adorned with hearts. Some, dislodged by Uriel's actions, fluttered down to rest at Field's feet. Field picked up one of the pink envelopes, declaring, "I merely played the role of an unremarkable courier. These letters are not of my making. Had they been penned by you, I would be even more repulsed," Uriel retorted sharply. "I've heard that during those days, Professor Field amassed a substantial collection of rare potion ingredients. I wonder if your conscience pricks you for betraying a friend?" The envelopes in Uriel's drawers were crafted from a material known as naming paper. As its name suggests, once a recipient's name is inscribed upon it, the envelope will pursue the intended individual until it is opened. Due to its remarkable efficacy, this paper is favored by students at the Magical Academy for confessions of affection, as they inscribe the names of their beloveds and slip the envelopes into their drawers. The moment the envelope is discovered, it rushes toward the object of affection, and upon being opened, reveals a page filled with love letters. Upon returning from the Kaya Forest to the Magical Academy, Uriel found himself inexplicably entangled with Professor Claire for several days, only to be subsequently bombarded by the envelopes that filled his drawers. The envelopes would not relent until they were opened, compelling Uriel to cast dispelling charms on each one to subdue the flurry of envelopes surrounding him. After reciting the dispelling incantation for countless envelopes, Uriel was left in a state of exasperation. Those days were undeniably dismal for him. Meanwhile, Field, the trader, reveled in counting the precious potion ingredients for his experiments. "Field, do you possess any semblance of a conscience?" Uriel inquired. Field lowered his head slowly, remaining silent. "I will not assist you again. Seek someone else." If I hear another thud, the sound of Field's knees hitting the ground interrupted Uriel's words. In disbelief, Uriel stared at Field kneeling before him. "What are you doing?" Field, with resolute eyes, knelt earnestly and said, "I am here to apologize." "Are you out of your mind? I beseech you to forgive my transgressions. As your colleague and friend, I should never have disclosed your information to Professor Claire, subjecting you to her relentless pursuit. Furthermore, I should not have accepted the heartfelt confessions crafted by your admirers for my own gain, thus causing you unnecessary distress. All of this is my fault. I implore you to pardon me." Chapter 81. The Promise. Uriel gazed impassively at Field, who was kneeling before him. "It appears you possess neither conscience nor shame," he remarked. "Pray, what further assistance do you require from me?" Field, upon hearing these words, sprang to his feet with a grin. The fact that Uriel could utter such a statement indicated that he had forgiven him. As for conscience and shame, Field deemed them irrelevant, as they could not be utilized for experimentation. On Kent Street, there exists a materials shop brimming with all manner of peculiar items. Uriel cast a puzzled look at him. "Are you not affluent? Surely, you can simply purchase the materials you desire." Although Field often found ways to ensnare himself in trouble, it did not impede his reputation as a prolific author within the continent. Each of his works was a monumental treatise on potion making, with exorbitant royalties. In this regard, Uriel could not help but admire him, for this individual seemed to possess an inexhaustible passion for potion making, dedicating the majority of his life to writing. The remainder of his time was spent either conducting experiments or sourcing materials, while his attendance in class was merely perfunctory. Money is one aspect. If it were merely a matter of spending, I would gladly buy out the entire shop, Field declared. The crux of the matter is that the shopkeeper refuses to sell. Is there truly a shopkeeper who does not sell their wares? Uriel pondered, intrigued. Why will they not sell to you? Because I am unattractive. Unattractive? Uriel appraised Field from head to toe, nodding in reluctant agreement. Indeed, you are rather unappealing. The shopkeeper is a succubus, and she only sells her materials to those of pleasing appearance. My looks do not meet her standards, so I am shunned, Field said, inching closer to Uriel. That is precisely why I sought your assistance. Though there were countless attractive individuals within the entire magical academy, very few were willing to aid Field, primarily due to his irksome demeanor. Students harbored discontent toward his lackadaisical teaching methods, while professors had blacklisted him for persistently pilfering their materials. Field professed himself to be Uriel's best colleague and friend. In reality, he possessed but one acquaintance whose relationship had not yet soured: Uriel. Given that Uriel often navigated the halls of the Magical Academy in solitude, Field believed their bond to be profound, warranting the title of best. After all, they had no alternatives left. Succubi are scattered throughout the continent, lacking a cohesive power structure. Their actions are dictated solely by whim, and while not all are malevolent, they are not universally benevolent either. The notion of a shopkeeper selling only to the aesthetically pleasing resonates oddly well in the context of a succubus. Indeed, it is the succubus. Field nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, and she was extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps you might find her intriguing. Uriel sighed impatiently, expressing his disinterest in such matters. If you wish for my assistance, it will come at a cost. What do you desire? Field exclaimed excitedly. I can offer you anything I possess, as long as you help me. I am quite wealthy and possess numerous books that fetch a high price in the market. Just help me procure the potion ingredients I seek, and you may have as many as you desire. I require neither your wealth nor your tomes, but rather a promise from you, Uriel replied coolly. A promise? Field paused, perplexed. Soon, a special elven freshman will be enrolling at the Magic Academy, and I need you to teach her diligently and, if necessary, ensure her safety. No problem. However, Field, with an inquisitive expression, noted, I recall you have no ties to the elven race. Why are you so concerned about this elven newcomer? It is a well-known fact that Professor Uriel maintains a cold demeanor towards everyone and everything within the academy. The admission of an elf into the Magic Academy is indeed a rarity, yet Uriel's attitude piqued Field's curiosity even more. I am somewhat acquainted with the Elven King, and this task has been entrusted to me by him. After all, it is the first time an elf will attend the Magic Academy. The Elven King desires a safe learning environment for his offspring and a reliable teacher. Would you not agree, Professor Field? Uriel emphasized the words reliable teacher, and Field understood he was hinting at himself. Very well, I promise to teach her well, Field replied, retrieving a lengthy scroll from his spatial ring and handing it to Uriel. These are the materials I require. Uriel accepted the scroll without hesitation, assuring him, today, you shall receive what you seek. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. In Kent Street, at the succubus material shop, Ilera, having endured the torment of Yuanyuan, was preparing to close for the day. Upon raising her eyes, she noticed a handsome silver-haired swordsman approaching. She quickly adjusted her attire, spritzed herself with perfume, ensuring she was alluringly fragrant, and greeted him with a warm smile. How may I assist you, dear customer? Ilera leaned closer to Uriel, whispering, if you desire, I can personally introduce you to our offerings. Uriel unfurled the scroll and slapped it against Ilara's face, stating, I require all the ingredients listed here. Ilera, embarrassed, peeled the scroll from her face and, suppressing her irritation, retorted, Sir, your behavior is rather rude. Rude? Uriel countered. Is it not more impolite for the proprietor to enchant customers upon arrival? He then let out a cold snort, planting the end of his sword firmly on the ground. Casting a frigid gaze upon the succubus, Ilera, centered around his sword, Uriel's magical power swiftly expanded throughout the entire shop, establishing his domain. Ilera knelt on the ground, struggling against the overwhelming force of his domain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as the sound of her bones creaked under the immense pressure. What misfortune has befallen her today? The allure she exudes seems to have faltered, leaving her bewildered. How can these individuals disregard their boundless beauty, enchanting figures, and captivating voices? First, an elf clad in high-tier magical armor unleashed a mental assault upon her and plundered her shop entirely. Then, a figure of at least archmage caliber imposed a domain pressure upon her. Was it a crime to simply appreciate beauty? Please retract your domain, and I shall promptly procure the materials for you, Ilara respectfully implored, fearing that any further dissent might lead to her demise. Uriel withdrew his domain, casting a glance at the disheveled Ilara, and warned her against harboring any further thoughts. Understood, she replied with a wry smile. What further thoughts could she entertain? She had lost the desire to even run her shop. What was the matter with the beauties of the Magic Academy? Each one more fierce than the last. Reluctantly, Ilara began to gather all the materials as inscribed on the scroll. Truly, this was absurd, she cursed inwardly, as the elf had stripped her shop of precious weapon materials, and the silver-haired swordsman had nearly monopolized her stock of potion ingredients. Were these two in cahoots? Chapter 82. Banana Fan, here are all the materials you require, Ilara said with utmost deference, presenting the wooden box containing the potion ingredients to Uriel, her smile perfectly calibrated. The total is 30 gold coins. The potion materials sought by Field were rare commodities in the market, thus their value was considerable. Ilara had resolved that it mattered not if she was spurned by the beauty. She must earn her keep and at least avoid a loss. Consequently, she transformed from the alluring proprietress into a professional sales consultant, fervently hoping that this customer would not reignite past calamities. Uriel opened the wooden box and briefly scanned its contents, ensuring they matched the details outlined in Field's scroll. Subsequently, 30 gold coins materialized in Ilara's hands, their weight nearly causing her to stumble. This is the full amount. You may count it, Uriel said, closing the box, his gaze steady and impassive as he observed the swaying Ilara. Ilara quickly steadied herself, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the golden coins in her grasp, beaming with delight. The quantity is correct. Please have a safe journey, and we welcome your patronage again. With the coins filtering her perception, Ilara now regarded Uriel with newfound warmth. Uriel stowed the box and turned to leave, his gaze lingering not a moment longer on Ilara. On Kent Street, at a mobile stall, Yuanyuan returned triumphantly, displaying all the weapon material she had gathered, gleefully surveying her spoils. System. Are the mobile stalls connected to the surrounding cottages in Emerald Mist City? The mobile stalls are interconnected with all buildings unlocked by the host. Why didn't you mention this sooner? She had initially believed that the mobile stall could seamlessly transition back to the milk tea shop in Suelu City during its operation by foreign entities. But this convenience was ultimately one-sided. For Amy and Cece, reaching her was rather inconvenient. Therefore, before her departure, she meticulously detailed every matter. To her surprise, the mobile stall and all the establishments she owned were interconnected, meaning Amy and Cece could directly access the mobile stall. You didn't ask. All right. Yuanyuan conceded with a sigh. I shall remember to inquire next time. The milk tea shop had just relocated to Suelu City in early spring. After introducing various new products and navigating the contract with Chi Kai and the Lucy Inn Council incident, time in the continent had gradually ushered in the height of summer. The city of the green elves lay nestled within the Kaya forest, and Suelu City was aptly dubbed the Spring City. Even during the peak of summer, the temperature remained pleasantly comfortable. However, the vicinity of the Magic Academy was markedly different. Its architecture resembled that of human imperial castles, filled with alchemical wonders, and the population was quite staggering. Leaving aside the students and professors within the academy, the surrounding economy thrived, leading to an overwhelming number of shops in the area. Not to mention, various races were drawn to settle here, attracted by the open and inclusive atmosphere fostered by the academy. In short, it was a veritable industrial city. Such a densely populated city exhibited a distinct characteristic during summer: heat, intense and palpable. From the moment Yuanyuan arrived at the Magic Academy, she had felt the noticeable rise in temperature. The purpose of her excursion, her purchase of weapon materials, was twofold. First, she genuinely harbored the idea of crafting intriguing weapons for sale. Second, the development of nearby cottages had encountered a bottleneck, prompting her to take advantage of the season to launch the milk tea shop's first legitimate seasonal merchandise. Whether in Suelu City or the Magic Academy, weapon shops were abundant, and among them, there existed hidden establishments where formidable figures experienced ordinary life. Yuanyuan was well aware of this, such as the weapon shop adjacent to the milk tea shop. The shopkeeper of this weapon shop was a notable figure. He had once gifted Amy a frostblade, a magical weapon capable of slicing through iron effortlessly, imbued with a 100 freeze effect. However, Amy spent her days in the milk tea shop, rendering the weapon unable to showcase its true potential. The last time she had seen it, Amy had used it to cut fruit. According to Amy, the frostblade was more effective than the shop's provided fruit knife, swiftly slicing through fruit while simultaneously freezing it into fruit ice. Cece expressed envy, wishing to possess a knife that could automatically chill fruits. Yuanyuan shared her sentiment. Although using a high-tier magical weapon for cutting fruit seemed wasteful, it underscored its versatility. In stark contrast, her own weapon was a tale of unfulfilled potential. After experiencing setbacks with the surrounding cottages and receiving criticism from the neighbor, Yuanyuan had a profound realization. To carve out her niche in such a fiercely competitive market of weapon shops, she must tread an unconventional path. Revitalized, Yuanyuan encouraged herself, retrieving the weapon material she had purchased and donning the Master Craftsman item. The Master Craftsman item has been equipped, with the system's notification echoing. Everything was set in motion. She calmly and swiftly selected the necessary materials, utilizing the manufacturing equipment provided by the system, intently crafting the weapon conceived in her mind. As time gradually passed, Yuanyuan's creation began to reach its completion. Done! Yuanyuan exclaimed, raising the fan in her hand. The fan, resembling a banana leaf, was a vibrant green and felt weightless in her grasp, exquisite like a piece of art. The banana fan was fashioned from floating tree branches, mountain copper, and wind magic energy gemstones. Although it lacked significant utility, it excelled at creating a gentle breeze, an essential artifact for cooling relief during the summer months. Its efficacy varied with intention, boasting an automatic fanning feature, with a suggested price of 15 silver coins. Indeed, the weapon market had become saturated, with the upper limits of various weapons soaring to unknown heights. Yuanyuan resolved to explore the lower limits instead. If we cannot ascend further, let us descend. The weapon she crafted, the banana fan, could hardly be classified as a weapon. It was merely an aesthetically pleasing fan. However, its ability to transform in size and fan automatically was sufficient to distinguish it amidst the plethora of mundane weapons. Notably, it was simple to produce. Yuanyuan could create hundreds in a single morning, Its price was irresistibly attractive, equivalent to the cost of a cup of milk tea. Immediately, Yuanyuan set up a stall at a bustling market and proceeded to create dozens more to deliver to the milk tea shop for Amy. "What is this, Sister Yuanyuan?" Amy inquired curiously, examining the large leaf in her hand. "It's so light. This is the first seasonal limited edition merchandise from the milk tea shop, the banana fan." Yuanyuan waved the fan, manipulating its size, then released it to let it fan Amy. "See, this is its remarkable ability." "Remarkable?" The enlarged banana fan sent a gust of wind that tousled Amy's hair, sweeping it across her face. "Sister Yuanyuan, is the sole purpose of this fan to create a breeze?" "Yes," Yuanyuan replied, puzzled by the question. "What else would it be for?" Chapter 83. Phantom Bat Amy was taken aback by Yuanyuan's straightforward response. "Does it not possess any offensive capability?" she asked, troubled. "None. What about its defensive abilities?" "Surely, they must be formidable." "It has absolutely no defensive properties." Amy's jaw dropped in disbelief. "A weapon without offensive or defensive capabilities. Who would buy such a thing?" "I understand your concern, but my banana fan is different," Yuanyuan began to explain confidently. "First and foremost, it is exceptionally beautiful, with a fan face as green as emeralds and intricate vein patterns, all while being weightless. Secondly, it can change size, allowing it to be transformed into a decorative piece when not in use. Finally, it can fan automatically, freeing one's hands from the hassle of manual fanning. Yuanyuan added with pride, "The most crucial point is that this banana fan is only 15 silver coins. Who could possibly resist such a charm?" It sounded surprisingly appealing. Amy marveled at the diminutive banana fan in her hand. At first glance, it appeared inconsequential, but upon further understanding, she discovered its considerable utility. "Of course," Yuanyuan declared with pride, "this fan is my creation. By the way, there's something else. The mobile stall and the milk tea shop are interconnected. If you need anything, feel free to come to the mobile stall to find me." "All right, Sister Yuanyuan," Amy replied. As Yuanyuan turned to leave, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She had left Meituan at the shop, and the delivery orders could be handed directly to him. While Zhaokai was rather clingy, Meituan was different. He worked diligently without complaint, and leaving him at the milk tea shop would help Amy and Cece share some of the workload. At that moment, Cece approached with an air of mystery. "Sister, you needn't worry about the delivery issue. I've already found a new delivery person." "A new delivery person?" Yuanyuan inquired curiously. "Who is it?" "It's him," Cece said, pulling a small black creature from her pocket. Yuanyuan leaned in for a closer look. The diminutive, shrunken black creature bore a resemblance to a mouse, with a nose akin to that of a pig. It threateningly spread its wings as Yuanyuan stared, emitting a sharp screech. "Quiet down," Cece scolded, giving the creature a light smack on its head. "This is my magical beast, the Phantom Bat. You may be familiar with its name, Caspipi." "Caspipi?" Yuanyuan and Amy exchanged astonished glances, both vividly recalling the tale surrounding Caspipi. Cece had once harbored an imagined affection for a vampire due to bloodsucking, and that vampire was indeed named Caspipi. "Cece," Yuanyuan hesitated, pointing at the black bat in her hand. "This Caspipi isn't." Cece, toying with the magical beast, smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, this is the very vampire that drained my blood." The elder of the Blood Clan, alongside the Elf King and the Dark Elf Queen, discovered the culprit, a phantom bat skilled in disguise. "To compensate for my suffering, the elder gifted him to me, and now I am his master. This little creature has fallen into my hands. He has much to repay," Cece said, gripping Caspipi tightly with a wicked grin. "Isn't the shop in need of a delivery person? He is the perfect candidate. Not only can he fly, but he possesses formidable magical powers. Most importantly, he can transform into various races to deliver goods. Whatever the customer desires, he can become that. How convenient." Upon consideration, that is indeed true. One delivery person, Meituan, cannot manage it all. If Caspipi can take Zhao Cai's place, it would be splendid. However, the name of the Blood Clan elder that briefly flitted through Cece's mind was rather unsettling. "Then let him perform well," Yuanyuan decisively declared, handing over the delivery duties of the milk tea shop to Caspipi. "I cannot linger at the milk tea shop for too long. The Magic Academy has been pressing for my return." Since her return from the material store, she had not welcomed customers, and the system had already sent multiple notifications reminding her to attend to patrons. "Not a problem," Cece assured confidently. Amy and I will manage the milk tea shop and the surrounding cottages diligently. Yuanyuan nodded and then returned to the mobile stall on Kent Street. At the stall, Alice, her face pale and adorned with a hat, stood before the red mushroom. According to Bob's description, this was the mobile stall of the milk tea shop located at the Magic Academy. She had been standing at the window for quite some time, but regardless of how many times she knocked or shouted, there was no response from within. Is anyone there? Alice asked again, tapping on the window. E opuludisa, e opuludisa. Yuanyuan hastily opened the window of the red mushroom. I was attending to an urgent matter and did not hear your voice. Upon examining Alice, Yuanyuan noticed her pallor and the way she clutched her stomach in visible distress. Dear customer, what seems to be the trouble? Yuanyuan inquired. If you're unwell, I recommend consulting a priest. The milk tea shop is not equipped to treat ailments. No, Alice grasped Yuanyuan's hand. What I seek is the milk tea shop. What is this about? We are not acquainted, are we? Why do you appear so vengeful? My lady, do we know each other? Yuanyuan cautiously asked. My name is Alice, she replied, grimacing in pain as she held her stomach. I once ordered a drink from the milk tea shop. Yuanyuan seemed to recall the name. Are you suffering from an upset stomach? She questioned, puzzled. The drinks and ingredients at the milk tea shop are freshly prepared each day. There should be no issues with food freshness or safety. Are you certain it is the fault of the milk tea shop? I am certain. Alice nodded vigorously, lamenting, ever since I consumed your turkey noodles and icy blue coconut. I've been crying and running to the bathroom. I'm now utterly drained. You must take responsibility. Turkey noodles and icy blue coconut. Alice Yuanyuan suddenly realized. It turned out she was the customer who had specifically requested spicy food. However, Yuanyuan recalled having warned Alice that turkey noodles should not be eaten with cold foods to avoid digestive issues. How could the blame now fall on her? My dear customer, I did warn you before. It appears you did not heed my advice. Unfortunately, the shop is powerless to assist in your situation. I suggest you consult a priest. I wish you a swift recovery. Goodbye. With that, Yuanyuan attempted to close the window, unwilling to engage further with such a troublesome customer. Wait, Alice urgently intercepted Yuanyuan. I have already consulted a priest, but she said that the food and drink I consumed reacted strangely in my stomach, and she too is at a loss. You are the creator of the food. I implore you to help me. What could she do? Yuanyuan gazed helplessly at Alice, whose wide-eyed expression was filled with hope. After a moment of contemplation, she said, I have a method. Would you be willing to try it? What method? Alice leaned in eagerly. I am willing. Fight poison with poison. Chapter 84. If it's not good, then it's gone. Alice furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering the meaning of fighting poison with poison. The priest diagnosed her condition, stating that the icy blue coconut water and turkey noodles she had consumed had reacted in an unknown manner. Since she could not provide a remedy, she suggested Alice simply drink another beverage, treating a dead horse as a live one. Boss, I can't comprehend what you're saying, Alice exclaimed, clutching her painfully aching stomach in despair. In any case, we must undertake a perilous endeavor. Yuanyuan retrieved a cup of prepared iced Americano from the cabinet behind her and presented it to Alice. This is iced Americano. Its effect is to restore energy and revitalize your body to its full state. Drink it, and perhaps your diarrhea will improve. It's cold, Alice questioned uncertainly. After all, it was the icy blue coconut water that had initially caused her distress. Would drinking it again not exacerbate her condition? Rest assured, I have heated it. It is now hot Americano and will not irritate your stomach, Yuanyuan reassured, nudging the cup closer to Alice. So, are you willing to try? Alice hesitated, her dry lips licking nervously. You just said perhaps. What if I drink it and still have diarrhea? What if my condition does not improve? With a resigned shrug, Yuanyuan replied. Well, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. You understand. If it doesn't work, then it's gone. Gone. The phrase echoed persistently in Alice's mind. Was the implication that if she failed, she would meet the great beast god? The price seemed too steep. Yet, upon reflection, even Professor Claire from the Priest Academy was unable to assist her. If she did not attempt Yuanyuan's method, was she to endure this affliction indefinitely? She could almost envision the scene of her classmates mourning her demise from diarrhea. No, that simply cannot happen. I must not allow this to occur. All right, I will drink it, she resolved firmly. Yuanyuan had been waiting for Alice to make her decision, initially believing she would relinquish the idea. However, after a moment of contemplation, Alice's demeanor shifted as if she had been revitalized. and she made her choice. Before you drink, we must sign a contract, Yuanyuan stated, producing a scroll of contract that she had requested the system to draft. You must sign it first, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Yuanyuan felt compelled to secure herself, and the shop before Alice took a sip. This is a life-and-death agreement. Once you sign it, regardless of the outcome, the milk tea shop will not be held responsible. Miss Alice, your diarrhea is strictly speaking not directly related to the milk tea shop, but I see you're genuinely suffering. Hence, I proposed using hot Americano to combat the issue. To mitigate risk, I must require you to sign it. I hope you understand. Not a problem, not a problem, Alice replied, now devoid of the energy to ponder these matters. She picked up a nearby quill and swiftly inscribed her name. Is it acceptable now? She inquired, feeling the onset of a new wave of urgency. Please, Yuanyuan responded. Yuanyuan tucked away the contract scroll and handed Alice a hot Americano. Alice took it and downed it in one gulp. Ugh, it's so bitter, she exclaimed, covering her mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. Is this even considered a beverage? Aren't drinks from milk tea shops supposed to be delicious? Ah, that's precisely the charm of the Americano, Yuanyuan explained. You might even come to love it one day. Absolutely not, Alice instinctively retorted. Moreover, she was resolute that she would never touch iced blue coconut or turkey noodles again. Just the thought of the torturous days she had endured recently, running to the restroom repeatedly, extinguished any flicker of appetite she might have had. Noticing the firmness in Alice's voice and the gradual reddening of her cheeks, Yuanyuan quietly exhaled in relief. After all, she didn't want her customer to leave in such an awkward manner. While the likelihood of someone suffering from stomach upset was low, it was not entirely absent. Looks like you're on the mend. Congratulations, Yuanyuan remarked. Alice paused in surprise. Just moments ago, she had been cursing inwardly, but now she was incredulous, feeling her belly. Remarkably, it no longer hurt. I'm better, Alice exclaimed, a foolish grin spreading across her face. Ha, I'm better. Excuse me. A hand suddenly landed on Alice's shoulder. Startled, she turned around to find a long line of students waiting to buy drinks. Excuse me, if you're feeling better, shouldn't you let us purchase our drinks? A knight clad in armor asked through gritted teeth from behind Alice. Okay, Alice quickly stepped aside. Good afternoon, Miss Elf, the knight politely greeted Yuanyuan, a suspicious blush appearing on his face as he softly articulated his order. I would like a dozen Sprites and 20 iced Americanos, please. Certainly, please hold on, Yuanyuan replied. Alice stared in disbelief. The knight had not treated her in such a manner. And why are you blushing over a drink order? Is there anything else you need? The knight asked, noticing Alice's intense gaze upon him. I already have someone I like, he hastily clarified. Huh, the way you address your classmates as comrades, yet refer to the boss as miss. Are you confused about gender? Never mind, you carry on, Alice said, turning to leave. She could not endure another moment in this superficial world. The knight scratched his head in confusion. What just happened with that classmate? Why did she gaze at him so ardently one moment, only to turn coldly and walk away the next? Is this what women were like? He simply couldn't comprehend it. Here are the Sprites and iced Americanos you requested, Yuanyuan said, placing all the drinks at the counter. You may count them. No need. I trust you. Miss Elf, the knight said, not even glancing at the drinks as he stored them in his spatial ring. He then produced 3 gold coins and 12 silver coins, handing them over to Yuanyuan. This is all the money. Knights frequently patronized Yuanyuan's shop, having memorized the prices of all the beverages, thus eliminating the need for Yuanyuan to calculate them anew. With a beaming smile, Yuanyuan collected the coins and called out to the departing knight, "We welcome your return." She would gladly entertain such affluent and uncomplicated customers every day. Alice, on the other hand, found herself pricked by the abundance of wealth and simplicity. Chapter 85. Issues of management. Yuanyuan's business was thriving, especially following the recent council meeting and her attempts at trial operations over the past few days. The students of the Magic Academy were now generally aware that a milk tea shop had opened a window in the vicinity of the academy. However, the location of this window was rather erratic. Sometimes it appeared on Montello Street, other times on Kent Street. On days of ill fortune, customers would find that the window had closed before they could even locate it. Boss, why does this window keep moving? Buying a drink has turned into a matter of chance. Can't you settle in one location? A customer outside the window complained, earning the support of a significant portion of those still waiting in line. Yes, yes. Why not operate on Kent Street? The Magic Academy is so vast. Those with bad luck might have to run 4 streets just to get a drink. My mother asked me why I drink milk tea, and I told her it's not just milk tea. It's my reward after running long distances. Am I the only one who thinks this is splendid? I can buy delicious drinks while exercising. You all have such poor stamina. Indeed, it's just you. A chorus of complaints echoed in Yuanyuan's ears. While some supported the idea of a mobile stall, many found it too troublesome. After listening attentively, Yuanyuan realized that the dissenting voices were in the majority. The truth was that the mobile stall's erratic presence was a deliberate choice by Yuanyuan to familiarize herself with the Magic Academy, rather than a requirement imposed by the system to change locations daily. Through her recent explorations and the insights shared by customers, Yuanyuan had gleaned considerable information about the academy. The Sigwart's Magic Academy was situated on the westernmost edge of the continent, with its main buildings nestled at the foothills of 4 mountains, interconnected by 4 major streets. East Street, where Yuanyuan operated, served as the commercial district, bustling with all trade-related activities. North Street housed the student dormitories, constituting their living quarters, while West Street was home to the professors' laboratories, and South Street boasted a vast library complex. Sigwart's Magic Academy represented a significant neutral force on the continent, refraining from involvement in the conflicts among the 3 races. It embraced all friendly entities where ethnicity and background were subconsciously overlooked, leaving only talent and strength as paramount. It resembled a nurturing ground for geniuses, supporting all reasonable creativity and research. Minstrels found inspiration here, while researchers regarded it as a playground for experimentation. In essence, it was a haven free from strife and discrimination. Boss. A hand waved in front of Yuanyuan's face. Will you say something? Yuanyuan was abruptly brought back to her senses, confronted by a crowd that seemed to be divided into 2 factions. What initially began as a mere discussion among a few individuals had unexpectedly morphed into a matter of concern for all the patrons present. In truth, whether stationary or continuously mobile, Yuanyuan could accept either scenario, as the system's direct transition posed no significant burden upon her. However, considering the sentiments of the customers, it was perhaps necessary to make a choice. Upon scrutinizing the numbers on either side of the crowd, she discerned that the majority were in favor of a fixed location. Since more than half of the customers believed that a permanent operating site was essential, it was decided that Kent Street would henceforth serve as the designated location for the mobile stalls, alleviating the need for patrons to wander. Yuanyuan proclaimed this aloud, prompting an immediate eruption of cheers from his supporters. Brothers, we have triumphed. I must inform my mother that her son will no longer have to traverse distances just for a sip of drink. For those who previously mentioned the health benefits of exercise, are you pleased? Ha ha ha. To be candid, Yuanyuan had not anticipated that this would become a topic worthy of such debate. Were the students of the Magic Academy truly so idle? In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the mobile stalls on Kent Street, the ambience within Principal Rosalind's office was markedly peculiar. Principal, the firefly grass is an absolute necessity for the entire Magic Academy. Without it, the daily operations of the Academy would falter, Claire asserted, her eyes seemingly ablaze as she fixed a fierce gaze upon Field. That thief, Field, has absconded with more than half of the firefly grass I cultivated. All for his dubious experiment. That is hardly a baseless experiment, Field retorted defiantly. My experiment is nearing its conclusion. With just a few more trials, I assure you that future illumination issues will no longer rely solely on firefly grass. Claire, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes at Field and sarcastically crossed her arms. Your experiment nearing a conclusion is likely just a euphemism for failure, isn't it? Utilizing firefly grass to harvest and store light is a tradition that has endured for centuries. Do you, a potion maker, aspire to invade the engineering domain? This has nothing to do with engineering. In our field of potion making, we emphasize bold innovation. Professor Claire, if I may be so bold, you merely regurgitate the textbook. After all these years, you Haven't even updated the curriculum. Claire trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at the self-satisfied Field. You talk of updates. Why don't you update your appearance, you hideous creature? Field, taken aback, retorted. We are discussing matters of experimentation and pedagogy. How can you resort to personal attacks regarding my looks? I will attack as I please. What will you do about it? Around them, the professors of the Magic Academy sat in a circle, thoroughly entertained by the altercation between Field and Claire. If my memory serves me correctly, this marks their 520th argument this month, does it not? Inquired an elderly gentleman with a long beard and a pointed wizard's hat seated to Rosalind's left. The short, dwarven craftsman nearby, who was enjoying the spectacle, responded, "Indeed, they argue incessantly upon their encounters. Their camaraderie is quite extraordinary." Who said that? Who said that? As soon as the diminutive craftsman finished speaking, he was met with simultaneous rebuttals from Field and Claire. "You see," the craftsman pointed at the two who were gazing at him. "I was not mistaken, was I?" All right, the esteemed Principal Rosalind interjected from her elevated seat. "I have convened you today primarily to discuss the matters concerning the welcoming of new students at the Magic Academy." "Field, Claire, cease your frivolities." "Principal, we're not being frivolous," Claire retorted with dissatisfaction. "This fellow Field is constantly engaged in dubious activities. As the appointed potions professor of the Magic Academy, I believe he is unfit in terms of moral character." Claire's remarks garnered the support of several professors, all of whom had been adversely affected by Field's actions. Rosalind pondered for a moment. "But I have heard that Professor Field has compensated you regarding the matter of the firefly grass and has received your forgiveness, has he not?" Chapter 86. Robin's Secret Admiration for Uriel. Claire was immediately rendered speechless, recalling how she had foolishly agreed to Field's compensation terms in a moment of weakness. Her eyes darted anxiously, unable to meet Principal Rosalind's gaze. "Oh dear, just a moment ago you were so self-righteous in your accusations against me. And now you realize your own fault, don't you?" Field remarked sarcastically. "You." Claire felt a surge of indignation, but dared not respond. She feared that if their quarrel continued, Field would reveal the details of their agreement, exposing her embarrassment to the entire Magic Academy for having forgiven Field's mistreatment of the firefly grass for the sake of Professor Uriel. She could vividly imagine the mortifying scene that would ensue. "I shall not continue to argue with you," Claire declared, plopping back into her seat. "The principal is right. The welcoming of new students is the focal point of today's discussion." As Claire's words faded, scattered laughter erupted around her. Her face flushed, and she asserted defiantly, "What are you all laughing at? Am I mistaken?" "Indeed, do not mock Claire. Her thoughts have been laid bare before you," remarked an elderly man adorned with a pointed wizard's hat. Claire's eyes widened in shock, and she fell silent. "Oh," the old man exclaimed, covering his mouth in astonishment, glancing at Uriel beside him and whispering, "What has happened to her?" Uriel, unwilling to involve himself in this playful banter, noted that it was evident Claire was utterly humiliated. Yet Professor Ifu remained oblivious. "I cannot explain it. Thus, he remains unaware." All right, Principal Rosalind interjected, redirecting everyone's attention. "You are all esteemed professors from the affiliated colleges of the Magic Academy. Professor Field, I implore you, refrain from thievery in the future. The Academy's remuneration is sufficient to cover the cost of materials. Simply purchase what you need. All right?" "Very well." Field nodded in agreement, acknowledging the principal's authority, though whether he would adhere to this guidance was another matter entirely. The principal then turned her gaze towards the mortified Claire. "Professor Claire, since Field has reached a private reconciliation with you, it is only fitting that you uphold your end of the agreement and cease to pursue this matter. Would you not agree?" Indeed, in her heart, Claire silently vowed that she and the grotesque Field would never coexist. It seemed that the discord among everyone had been resolved. So Rosalind cleared her throat and introduced the theme of this meeting, the welcoming of new students. "Does anyone have anything to say?" "Headmaster, I fail to comprehend why the Magic Academy invites a new group of students each year. What is there to discuss?" A dwarf interjected. "This is hardly more engaging than listening to Claire and Field argue. Their disputes are always quite the spectacle." "Oh, Professor Piku, this year is indeed different. Among the new students invited by the Magic Tower, there is a green elf." The mention of the green elf rendered the surrounding professors momentarily speechless, staring blankly at her. "Headmaster, if I recall correctly, don't the elves have their own mage tower?" Piku inquired, puzzled. "How could an elf be invited by the Magic Tower? I'm also unclear about the reasons behind this. Each mage tower on the continent possesses its own will. Perhaps there's a specific intention behind inviting an elf to the Magic Academy," Rosalind explained. "The existing mage towers on the continent each have their own selection criteria. To gain entry for study, one must await an invitation, which can vary unpredictably. Some are fortunate, Others are aesthetically pleasing, while some possess exceptional talent. No one can definitively articulate the specific standards for an invitation, as even the headmaster was summoned and appointed through such a process. To which division was she invited? The knight, who had been silent until now, asked. To the mage division, Rosalind clarified, which is overseen by Professor YV. The knight pondered for a moment. I recall the incident in Tress City, where Professor Uriel led 2 students from the mage division into the barrier of the Kaya forest. How is it that the green elves did not expel you immediately? He remarked, casting a knowing glance at Uriel, who sat across from him. The relationship between the green elves and humans is intricate. Following the council incident, it could even be described as antagonistic. The knight found it hard to believe that one could enter the territory of the elves uninvited and emerge unscathed while bringing along 2 burdens. Are you so concerned about me? Uriel met the knight's gaze fearlessly. I was unaware that even ordinary extracurricular activities required reporting to you, Robin. Ordinary extracurricular activities? Robin scoffed. Does a regular extracurricular activity entail a professor going missing for several months? Coincidentally, during those months, the green elves began to stir. Professor Uriel, does this fall under your extracurricular teaching as well? The office fell into a heavy silence, during which Piku, now munching on sunflower seeds, quietly remarked to the engrossed YV. YV, why are you listening so intently? What are they discussing? I find myself perplexed, as the conversation shifts between Tress City and Kaya Forest, only to conclude with a mention of extracurricular teaching. What's your perspective? Upon my analysis, Eve stroked his beard and asserted with conviction that Robin must be harboring a secret affection for Yuliel. At that moment, Field, who was eavesdropping, unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of water. How could you possibly think that? He exclaimed incredulously. Robin's infatuation with Yuliel is more absurd than him falling in love with a dog. You must believe me. I speak from experience, Eve replied with an air of certainty, discreetly pointing towards Field and Claire. True mutual disdain should resemble the animosity between you and Claire, where you'd wish to physically confront each other. Whereas, the dynamic between Yuliel and Robin is merely a case of jealousy. During Yuliel's time spent on external teaching, Robin had no news of him, which incited his anger, a mere childish tantrum, if you will. Following Eve's words, Piku and Field exchanged glances, both rendered speechless by the revelation. Eve, Piku interjected. Shifting away from the boisterous Eve, you might want to be cautious when walking alone at night. Why? Eve inquired, puzzled. Piku glanced at the irate Yuliel and Robin across the way. I fear you may not find yourself laughing again. You might just get yourself killed. Chapter 87. The Dark Culinary Team focuses on dark cuisine for 3 centuries. Robin, Yuliel's extracurricular teaching was indeed within procedural compliance, Principal Rosalind remarked, her gaze directed at Robin with a warning glimmer. As a knight of integrity and virtue, I do not believe it is prudent to casually question your colleague. Integrity and virtue, Robin thought disdainfully. These terms might resonate within the elven community, but as a knight of the Empire, his actions were hardly aligned with such descriptors. Leaning back with an air of feigned helplessness, he raised his hands apologetically. It's just that Professor Yuliel's movements are rather conspicuous. I merely inquired out of curiosity. All right, Rosalind continued, addressing the assembled professors from the 4 branches of the Magic Academy and the 2 disciplines. We are all here driven by passion, and it is imperative that we coexist in harmony. While I may overlook minor disputes, I must emphasize, she said, casting a serious glance at everyone seated, that should anyone attempt to instigate internal conflict within the Academy, I will not hesitate to take action. Yes, the assembly responded in unison. Though the principal often appeared gentle and accommodating, Yuliel sensed her strength rivaled that of Elder Ivander. Fortunately, through his observations, Yuliel noted that Rosalind held no animosity towards the elven race. Unfortunately, the principal exhibited an extraordinary level of acceptance towards beings of any race or background, such as allowing the demon race to conduct business on Kent Street and permitting the current Empire's Golden Knight, Robin, to serve as a professor at the Knight Academy. In light of this, it seemed that the academic journey for the younglings might not be entirely smooth. Rosalind, having received the affirmative responses, nodded and continued. I have communicated with Elder Ivander of the Green Elves regarding the admission of young elven children into the Magic Academy. We unanimously agree that there is no need for special treatment. Maintaining a calm and ordinary disposition is all that is required. Yev gently stroked his beard, inquiring whether this year's admissions would proceed as per the customary protocol. Indeed, there is no need for any extraordinary adjustments. Simply treat the new Elven students as regular pupils. Rosalind remarked. Do we all concur? If so, today's meeting can conclude smoothly. The esteemed professors exchanged glances, finding no objections. Very well. The principal stood and declared that the discussion regarding the new students' admission had successfully reached its conclusion. At that moment, Principal Claire interjected, interrupting Rosalind with a hint of concern in her voice. There is a matter that may require your attention. What is it? There have been issues with the breakfast provided by the cafeteria today. Numerous students have experienced bouts of diarrhea after consumption. Field, puzzled, retorted that diarrhea could simply be treated by a priest, questioning the need to bring such matters to discussion and waste everyone's time. I have not finished speaking. Claire shot Field a glance. The issue is that the food served in the cafeteria was particularly unsatisfactory, and the healing spells have proven largely ineffective. The number of affected students is substantial, and the clergy lacks a comprehensive remedy. Thus we must seek your assistance, Principal. Claire's voice dwindled. It is rather embarrassing for a priest to be incapable of curing even diarrhea. Wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Field burst into laughter, mocking her inability to treat something as trivial as diarrhea while still claiming the title of professor. Claire, knowing Field would mock her, thought to herself, I anticipated this. I recall that the cafeteria's culinary team was newly appointed. From where were they hired? Yev shook his head, lamenting his forgetfulness due to age. They are a team of dark magic chefs. Piku interjected with a look of apprehension. They specialize in creating dark cuisine and have been in the business for 3 centuries. Their meals are not only unpalatable, but also prone to various issues. Principal, I propose we dismiss this team immediately. My students frequently complain about the cafeteria food, claiming it saps their energy during lessons. That may prove difficult. The principal sighed in resignation. The academy entered into a 3,000-year contract with this culinary team, and terminating it now would incur a substantial penalty fee. 3,000 years? Piku exclaimed in disbelief. Does that mean future generations will be guaranteed positions within the magical academy? After pondering for a moment, Uriel suggested that, considering the students' physical and mental well-being, we may have to resort to termination. How much would this penalty fee amount to? The principal sighed deeply, estimating it would equate to the academy's total expenditures for 3 years. However, as we all know, the institution currently lacks such cash reserves. And if we terminate the contract now, it is likely that each of you present would also face unemployment. That is indeed a terrifying prospect, Pika gasped. What could be more threatening to a worker than the specter of unemployment? Should the academy face bankruptcy, it is conceivable that the dark culinary sorcerer team might acquire the magical institution's property. In such a scenario, a time-honored magical academy would fall, only to be replaced by a culinary school arising from its ashes. As for him, a titan of engineering, fortune may smile upon him with a position as a sweet potato roaster. Therefore, this option is far from ideal. Regarding those unfortunate classmates afflicted with gastrointestinal distress, I recall Professor Field's research in the realm of healing potions. The principal turned towards Field, pondering whether the amalgamation of potion-making and the clerical healing arts might yield unforeseen results. It appears the principal is inclined to collaborate with him. Field and Claire exchanged a furtive glance before swiftly averting their eyes. Claire, filled with indignation, stated, Principal, if it is for the sake of the academy's students, I am willing to make this sacrifice. Field, at a loss for words, thought, how has this become your sacrifice? Working alongside me, you shall acquire an abundance of knowledge previously unknown to you. You ought to feel honored. Thus, both professors concur with my sentiment. Agreed, Field affirmed. In Alice's dormitory, exasperation surged within her as she lamented the knights whose judgments seemed guided solely by their senses. She stormed into her room, casting aside her hat in frustration. If it weren't for the inconvenience, she would proudly reveal her beauty. Fortunately, her physique had regained its vitality. Otherwise, she would have been embarrassed by her current state. A hoarse voice resonated from within the dormitory, startling Alice into alertness. Who goes there? She demanded, raising her voice defiantly. It is I. A girl clad in white clerical robes tremulously emerged from the restroom. What ails you? Alice rushed forward to support her. Who has harmed you? The girl leaned weakly against Alice, her voice faint. I consumed something ill-fated and now suffer from diarrhea. Diarrhea? Is that all? You are a cleric, are you not? Surely you can heal yourself. Alice exclaimed incredulously. The girl, drenched in cold sweat, clutched her abdomen, her expression contorted in agony. Believe me, this time is different. The dark culinary sorcerer in the cafeteria has devised a new dish, and after breakfast, a multitude of students have succumbed to similar afflictions. The healing beds in the Clerical Institute are already at capacity. To make matters worse, Professor Clare currently lacks a remedy for this ailment. And I have unfortunately fallen victim as well. What are we to do now? But wait, seeking my help is futile. I am merely a novice in potion making. No, you possess a solution, the girl insisted, gazing earnestly at Alice. You sought Professor Clare's assistance for your own bout of diarrhea, and though she was powerless then, you are now lively and well. Alice, please assist your friend. I am in excruciating pain. Alice gazed anxiously at her pained clerical friend in her arms, her heart racing with urgency. A bold idea gradually took shape in her mind. If the hot Americano from the tea shop could alleviate her own diarrhea, perhaps it could similarly cure her classmates suffering from food poisoning. Just wait, Alice reassured the cleric as she helped him to a seat. I have a plan. I shall fetch you some medicine. With her friend settled, she dashed out of the dormitory, heading towards Kent Street. Upon reaching Kent Street, she encountered a bustling street vendor. Yuanyuan was taken aback by the throngs of students queuing in distress, their faces etched with pain. As she opened her window for the afternoon service, she was met with a scene that left her utterly stunned. Before her stood a group of students, clutching their stomachs and moaning in agony, dressed in a myriad of outfits. Some donned clerical robes, others were clad in armor, while a few sported pointed French hats or carried silver swords. Is this the entire student body of the Magic Academy? Boss, a pale-faced wizard from the Mage Academy, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, tremulously addressed Yuanyuan. Could I trouble you for a cup of hot Americano, please? He managed only a few words before needing to pause for breath, prompting concern that he might faint at any moment. Are you all right? What seems to be the problem? Yuanyuan inquired. In cases like this, it would be wiser to seek a cleric's aid. An Americano might not suffice. She marveled at their stubborn devotion to the drink despite their dire state. The student shook his head slowly, then suddenly raised his voice, gritting his teeth. This is the result of a heinous poisoning incident by a malevolent chef. We all suffered from the breakfast concocted by the dark magic chef today, which has led to our current predicament. The clerical order is at a loss to remedy this rampant diarrhea. I witnessed you handing Alice a hot Americano this morning. She regained her vitality immediately after consuming it. I desperately require a hot Americano. Please, you must sell me one. Dark magic chef? Who would employ a dark sorcerer as a head chef? Isn't that a recipe for disaster? Yuanyuan thought as she replied. Very well, please hold on. She swiftly turned to prepare the hot Americano. The air outside was filled with a cacophony of groans. I need a cup too. I'm in excruciating pain. Cried another. Please, save me. I can't take it anymore. A voice shouted, help. Someone carry him away. He has fainted from pain. Please, do not rush me. I assure you, everyone will be served, Yuanyuan exclaimed, her hands moving frantically to prepare the drinks. When Alice arrived at the bustling street vendor, she was met with a chaotic scene. A crowd of swaying students stood before the stall, each one clutching their stomachs and moaning, some even lying flat on the street with serene expressions, as if they were ready to embrace the earth. Alice swiftly maneuvered through the throng and reached the vendoress window. Excuse me, could I please have a cup of hot Americano? Yuanyuan, taking a brief glance at Alice, replied apologetically, I'm sorry, but as you can see, I'm overwhelmed at the moment. You may need to wait a while. Alice cast a glance over her shoulder, and her eyes were met with a throng of people congregating by the window. Could the news that the hot Americano at the milk tea shop could cure diarrhea spread so rapidly? Just this morning, she had sought assistance from the owner, and by afternoon, nearly everyone in the academy had flocked over. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Alice suggested. Yuanyuan clearly harbored doubts about her claim. While I may not be adept at making milk tea, I am well versed in potion making, with a solid theoretical foundation in concocting various elixirs. I can aid you in preparing the hot Americano, provided you first deliver a cup to my dormitory for my friend via this rabbit. Yuanyuan glanced at the struggling students outside the window and consented. After all, Cece and Amy at the milk tea shop also needed to maintain their operations, and hastily transferring someone would only lead to a loss on both fronts. It was best to utilize the available help. All right, Alice exclaimed with excitement as she stepped into the small shop. What needs to be done? You'll handle the cash register and packaging, Yuanyuan replied, not even turning her head as she pointed to the heap of hot Americanos on the counter. Very well. Alice felt a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated being involved in the actual preparation of the Americano, only to find herself relegated to packaging and cash handling. Together, Yuanyuan and Alice toiled through the entire afternoon, ultimately fulfilling all the orders. I'm so exhausted. Is running a shop always this tiring? Alice lamented, slumping down with an air of fatigue. Only today is like this. Usually, it's manageable. Yuanyuan began to tidy up the stall. Today is a special circumstance for the academy. Can't the Magic Academy even resolve food poisoning? Isn't it supposed to be a gathering place for the elite? This is indeed a unique situation. The dark magic chef team employed by the academy consists of some of the most talented individuals in the industry, she explained. Chapter 89. Hakimi Alice found it peculiar that the Magic Academy would hire a dark magic chef team to manage the cafeteria. Yuanyuan, with her back turned to Alice as she continued her tasks, inquired, "Why do you think that is?" Alice, resting her chin on one hand, mused, "Though they are dark magicians, the food they prepare is quite delectable. The transformation can be traced back to the head chef's love story." Love? How does that tie into this melodramatic tale? Alice continued, "The current head chef of the cafeteria was once an extraordinarily handsome figure, a stoic and aloof idol. Not only pleasing to the eye, but also skilled in the kitchen. Of course, that is now a thing of the past. You can see the current state of the cafeteria." What a metaphor, Yuanyuan remarked. According to my very distant senior, the head chef's beloved met an untimely demise, leading him to lock away his heart. Initially, his culinary skills were honed for the sake of his beloved, but now he is gradually adopting a different style. What kind of style? Yuanyuan asked with curiosity. The haunting memories of the chef's creations linger in Alice's mind, each dish reminiscent of a terrifying culinary experience that one would prefer to forget, leaving a shadow in the heart. The profound impact of love on an individual astonished Yuanyuan. She pondered how Cece had once been consumed by an unreciprocated affection for Caspapi. The head chef of the Magic Academy, in mourning for a lost beloved, chose to torment the appetites of all students, a truly dreadful affair. Rubbing her aching shoulders, she lifted a glass of iced Americano to her lips, reflecting on the myriad forms of love in the world. In her past life, she had neither experienced familial love nor romantic love. However, in this realm of fantasy, she had cultivated numerous friendships. The thought of being ensnared by love was beyond her imagination. Hearing the sound of Yuanyuan sipping water, Alice hurriedly called out, "Boss, please serve my temporary employee a drink as well. I feel utterly exhausted." Yuanyuan casually grabbed a glass of iced Americano and turned to hand it to Alice. "Here you go. What is the matter?" Alice sprang from her seat, anxiously scanning her surroundings. "Is someone here for a hot Americano?" Yuanyuan, wide-eyed, pointed at Alice's head. "You have ears." Alice paused, then instinctively touched her head, realizing that her hat had slipped off. "You see them, indeed. These are my ears," she said, playfully moving the vibrant red fox ears atop her head. "I am an orc. I previously concealed my ears to avoid unnecessary trouble." With a broad smile, she leaned closer to Yuanyuan. "Now that we're among friends, if you're interested, I could show you my tail. It's incredibly fluffy and soft. I groom it daily, and it feels wonderfully smooth. You would surely adore it." Yuanyuan instinctively glanced at Alice's lower half, deducing that an orc's tail would likely be positioned near the coccyx. No wonder she wore a long skirt. It was to conveniently hide her tail. Swallowing the bitter taste of her Americano, Yuanyuan regained her composure. "No need. You can keep your tail for your own enjoyment." She couldn't bring herself to lift another girl's skirt in the shop to touch a tail. Wasn't he the Magic Academy renowned for embracing all races? Why then the need for concealment? The memory of her encounter with the succubus Irala at the material shop on Kent Street resurfaced. She had been so bold as to forego clothing altogether, and had not made any effort to hide her horns and tail. Alice shook her head, her expression turning somber. "Ah, you do not understand. The world is filled with peculiarities. There exists a type of person who is quite enamored with furry creatures. Upon seeing orcs like us, they rush forward, groping and whispering phrases like Hakimi, Hakimi, let me kiss you." As she spoke, Alice vividly recounted the painful experiences she had endured. Yuanyuan, perplexed, responded, "You must be mistaken. I am an elf, not an orc." Alice smiled mysteriously, extending her index finger and shaking her head. No, it is us. You have no idea. There exists a group within the Academy that possesses an extraordinary enthusiasm for elves. Among them is Lumina Dean, the young lady of the Dean family. If you happen to encounter her, it would be wise to keep your distance. Should she become fervent, she might very well carry you home. Thank you. I have already experienced that. Yuanyuan recalled her first encounter with Uriel and his 3 companions in the pine forest. Had it not been for Leon's presence, Lumina could have turned the situation quite chaotic. Yuanyuan handed her iced Americano to Alice, stating, "This is an employee benefit, no payment required." Alice took a large sip of the iced Americano and exclaimed, "Ah, this is delightful. I take back my previous words. This concoction is undeniably more effective than Professor Field's restorative potion." She leaned closer to Yuanyuan and whispered, "Boss, are you an expert in potion making?" "No." Yuanyuan replied coldly, pushing Alice's head away. "I am merely a freshman at the Magic Academy. With such prowess, you have yet to undertake formal magical studies?" Alice was astonished. Is it true that elves possess such terrifying talents? She reflected on her own dismal practical skills, feeling a pang of envy and jealousy. Indeed, comparison is a cruel jest. "Boss, Alice leaned in once more. "Are you hiring here? Just look at my adorable plush ears. How about considering me? We can negotiate the terms. Once she masters your skills, conquering the challenges of potion making will be effortless. In no time, she shall become a rising star in the field of alchemy." Yuanyuan pondered this seriously. Before attending the Magic Academy, she had been confident in her ability to handle all situations independently, but her recent experiences had led her to realize her previous optimism was misplaced. Aside from balancing daily academic life and operational issues, the stability of the Dark Magic Chef team indicated she would not be lacking in customers during her time at the Academy. Sounds good. Ding. Detected that the orc Alice has initiated a contract invitation to the host. Do you accept? Yuanyuan chose to accept without hesitation. Congratulations. You have successfully signed a contract with the orc Alice. Yuanyuan looked at Alice with a beaming smile and said, "All set." "Wait, hold on." Alice was taken aback. "What about the scroll? I haven't signed it yet." The contract method in the milk tea shop differed from the typical scroll contracts. Yuanyuan calmly patted Alice's shoulder. "You'll need to get used to this. Could you really be a hidden expert?" As far as she knew, among the prevalent contract methods across the continent, from nobility to the strong, down to ordinary citizens, none employed a direct contract without any intermediary. "No." Yuanyuan shook her head, stating earnestly, "Before you stand a pure elf cub, at least physically. As for the soul, I am uncertain whether it still belongs to humanity." Alice sighed in exasperation at the newcomers, exclaiming, "You geniuses leave no room for us ordinary folks. With your striking looks, unparalleled talent, and the advantages of your lineage, all while still being so young, you have already won a significant portion of life's battle." She had heard that the Magic Academy was replete with prodigies, and merely gaining admission to such an institution was a testament to one's exceptional abilities. Yuanyuan smiled at Alice and remarked, "Indeed, that is true." A hint of pride flickered within Alice. She was the sole orc from her tribe to receive a notice from the Magic Academy. Just as she was about to elaborate, a sudden tremor underfoot startled her, as if something was pushing from below. Alice furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you sense anything?" "No, not at all," Yuanyuan replied, perplexed. "What is the matter?" "I have a feeling." Before Alice could finish her thought, a mechanical noise erupted from beneath the ground, and she was thrown to the ground. "What is happening?" Alice shouted in panic as she scrambled to her feet. "Who dares to bully me?" With that, she brandished an adorable plush wand and began reciting a spell aimed at the ground, conjuring a fireball that rapidly formed in midair, poised to strike. Yuanyuan, sensing the familiar situation, quickly interjected, "Wait a moment." "Wait for what?" "Let me obliterate this disgusting invader right now. This is our partner from the milk tea shop." Yuanyuan exclaimed loudly. The loose earth was completely drilled open, and a helmeted mole emerged. "This is the partner from the milk tea shop?" Alice was taken aback. Who in their right mind would collaborate with a mole? And what kind of collaboration could that possibly entail? Yuanyuan, resigned, noted that the mole always made unexpected appearances. "Yes, please remain calm." "All right." Alice put away her wand and stepped aside, extending her right arm in a gesture of invitation. The mole crawled out from the ground, retracting its drill and glancing around. "I apologize, Miss Yuanyuan. I didn't anticipate drilling right into your shop this time. Not a problem. Just remember to fix it later. Yuanyuan replied. This fellow has it tough, running around to deliver goods. She pointed to Alice and said, Let me introduce you. This is Alice, the new employee at the milk tea shop. Hello. Alice forced a smile, her mind a whirl of confusion. The mole was indeed a partner of the boss. Truly, such a big shot has an eye for talent. This is Mr. Mole, a beast of the goblin Pinot, Yuanyuan continued, gesturing toward the mole. Alice will inevitably encounter Mr. Mole after starting her job, so a formal introduction is quite necessary. The mole dusted off its overalls and adjusted its helmet, stating, It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful orc maiden. Alice suddenly affected an exaggerated demeanor, covering her mouth with a laugh. Your taste is impeccable, Mr. Mole. At that moment, she felt a thrill. Finally, someone acknowledged her beauty, she thought. Yuanyuan seemed to have lost her mind. Mr. Mole was specifically tasked with transporting the goods exchanged between the milk tea shop and the goblins, and it was likely the same this time. Mr. Mole nodded at Yuanyuan, affirming that he was indeed there to deliver the goods for this transaction, provide the deposit, and settle the previous profit sharing. He pulled out a handful of gold coins from his pocket, which instantly formed a small mound of coins on the ground. Such a fortune, Alice exclaimed, unable to resist the temptation as she approached and caressed the coins, lost in a reverie. Boss, your life is my dream. Enough of that, Yuanyuan said coldly as she stepped forward to collect the gold coins. She had no intention of sharing them with someone who appeared rather dim-witted. Alice, you have snatched my dream. Yuanyuan smiled at Mr. Mole and retrieved the goods that had been prepared in advance. These are all the items for this transaction. The shop was suddenly filled with an array of snacks, and the three of them found themselves buried in a pile of treats, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Alice squealed, grabbing the snacks around her. This is pure bliss. What paradise is this? I could die here. Mr. Mole immediately used a spatial ring to collect all the snacks. My dream has been taken from me again. All right then, it was a pleasure doing business, Mr. Mole said as he bid farewell to Yuanyuan and swiftly used a drill to burrow into the ground, as if something monstrous were chasing him. Wah! My money. My snack just like that gone. Alice lamented, clinging to the hole Mr. Mole had disappeared into, tears streaming down her cheeks. Must you be so dramatic? Yuanyuan approached and helped Alice up. It's all right now. Mr. Mole has already left. You're being overly theatrical. Boss, are these snacks the products of the collaboration with the goblins? Indeed, Yuanyuan replied. The goblins' general stores are scattered across the continent. Collaborating with them not only boosts the shop's income, but also serves to promote the store. Riding on the coattails of an existing partnership was certainly preferable to Yuanyuan venturing out alone to explore new opportunities. After all, one's energy is limited, and she was already spread too thin, distracted by numerous obligations. Will we sell these in our shop? Alice asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. These won't be for sale, Yuanyuan mused. Our shop primarily sells milk tea and light snacks. However, if customers specify desired snacks in their orders, we will prepare them as a sort of hidden menu. Just managing to sell milk tea and light snacks kept her exceedingly busy. Adding snacks into the mix was a daunting prospect. Yuanyuan gazed at Alice, who was wide-eyed and brimming with expectation. If you want to eat, just help yourself. Will it cost money? Yuanyuan face-bombed. Was that the only thing on Alice's mind? You needn't worry about that. Consider it an employee benefit. Feel free to indulge. Upon hearing this, Alice immediately embraced her, joyfully dancing. Boss, I love you. I will work for you until I drop. That won't be necessary, Yuanyuan chuckled. But the enthusiasm of such a spirited employee genuinely delighted her. Thus, Yuanyuan steadied herself and declared, I shall remember your words. I have inscribed them in the contract. No, surely not. Alice suddenly regained her composure and lamented, I was merely jesting. Chapter 91. A man must not falter. Yuanyuan merely smiled in silence as she retrieved a pack of pens and exited the red mushroom house, commencing to write in midair. Observing this, Alice hurriedly followed suit, witnessing Yuanyuan employing various colored pens to inscribe in the air, today's new arrival, iced Americano. Whether you have matters at hand or are simply passing time, indulge in an Americano, lounge freely day after day. The haven for the weary, providing you with the elixir for all-nighters. Note, can be heated, effective for alleviating diarrhea. 1 cup and the pain shall dissipate. Some are limited edition, banana fan. Tailor it to your desires, adjust its size at will, and let it provide refreshing breezes. A must-have artifact for cooling down during the sweltering summer. The vibrant hues of the letters danced in the air, captivating Alice's attention. She was entranced, pondering the marvel of such advanced technology that allowed one to write in midair. What was this banana fan? Was it a magical weapon? Wasn't the milk tea shop merely a purveyor of beverages? Why were they also vending weapons? As Yuanyuan concluded her writing, Alice eagerly approached, inquiring, "Boss, what kind of pen is this that can write in the air? And what exactly is this banana fan? Is it a weapon? Are we venturing into the arms market now?" Yuanyuan found herself momentarily bewildered by Alice's barrage of questions. Pulling out the pen, she replied, "This is the latest product launched by the dwarves, the air pen. It allows for writing and drawing in midair. You don't have one?" It reportedly sold out upon release at the Goblin General Store and is quite affordable, merely 20 silver coins. Only 20 silver coins? The phrase struck Alice like a thunderbolt. She clutched her heart in disbelief, struggling to withstand this revelation. With a strained smile, she asked, "And what about the banana fan?" "Oh, the banana fan? It cannot truly be called a weapon. It is merely a small toy that can change size at will and fan the air automatically. This is a promotional item offered by the milk tea shop for the summer." Yuanyuan retrieved a banana fan from her space and presented it to Alice, adding, "This little trinket is also quite inexpensive, just 15 silver coins." Alice accepted the small fan in silence, feeling her desire to speak diminish. Was the minimum expenditure at the milk tea shop measured in silver coins? She had thought the ice blue coconut tea she had once splurged on was the priciest item, but it seemed there were always higher peaks to scale. Realizing this, she pondered if she might take advantage of the situation. Alice raised the fan and tentatively asked, "This is a gift for you, right?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yuanyuan had already guessed her intent. Alice's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she seemed somewhat shameless. "It's all right. You can take this," Yuanyuan said gently, patting Alice's shoulder. "After all, it was your first day working at the store. The benefits provided here will certainly not be lacking for you. However, remember to promote it more at the Magic Academy." Alice's eyes sparkled with affection. Her boss, though petite, was exceedingly generous. A wealthy and magnanimous employer was exactly what she adored. Even after death, she would float back as a spirit to continue working and alleviate her boss's burdens. Yuanyuan turned back toward the milk tea shop, with Alice following closely behind. "Boss, I have nearly completed my credits, and I still have ample time. If there's anything you need, just let me know." Alice's heart was wholly devoted to Yuanyuan. She wished to dedicate herself entirely to her, as long as Yuanyuan paid her salary on time. "You don't need to do everything. Just handle the cash register and packing during regular hours," Yuanyuan added thoughtfully. "Oh, and remember to maintain the shop's normal operations while I am in class. So you will need to learn how to make milk tea." Learning to make milk tea was precisely why Alice came to the shop, and she quickly replied, "No problem at all. I will certainly learn well." At the Magic Academy, in the infirmary, Claire and Field were overwhelmed with the increasing number of students experiencing diarrhea, yet their collaborative research showed no progress. "I told you long ago that you added the light factor too early. My solution hasn't fully integrated yet. And you just rushed to the next step," Field complained, holding a bottle of solution in each hand as he addressed Claire, who sat upright with her wand in hand. Claire immediately stood up, pointing at Field. Who was it that insisted on acting swiftly, saying time waits for no one? And now, when it comes to concocting the potion, you blame me for adding too early? Moreover, the materials you're using are utterly disgusting. Spider silk and trans saliva. Is this even safe for consumption? Claire made a gagging motion. At this rate, rather than curing diarrhea, you might end up sending the students away entirely. Field set down his solutions, adopting a serious demeanor. "What do you know? In the realm of potion making, no one is more professional than I am. My methods are authoritative." He continued, "Spider silk and trans saliva are exceptional potion ingredients." Field became exceedingly earnest when discussing potions. These materials were fresh goods he had procured from the demon material shop with great care. Though they sounded unappealing, their efficacy was remarkable. Furthermore, he had meticulously controlled the proportions of the ingredients to ensure the potion would have a jasmine flavor, leaving no room for the students to find it distasteful. "You just need to cooperate with me. After a few more experiments, we will surely succeed." "How many more times will it take?" Claire asked impatiently, trying to contain her temper. Field calculated briefly and replied, "Approximately another 600 times should suffice." "Over 600 attempts. And it seems you, Claire, are truly at your wit's end." Once your potion is finally concocted, the students of the academy may very well be beyond saving. Claire scoffed. Perhaps you should take a moment for self-reflection instead of perpetually exuding arrogance. As fellow professors, my willingness to cooperate with you is already a rarity. Now, you expect me to continue this futile endeavor with you? It has been well over half a day, and the students are still waiting. Are you truly incapable? Claire's words struck a nerve with Field. Incapable? He retorted, a man cannot be incapable. With that, he plunged back into the laboratory. Claire stared at the empty treatment room, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. Surely, Field must be unwell, she mused. Chapter 92. The agony of students at the Magical Academy. What now? Claire lamented, pressing her hands against her temples. Just when the new semester was about to commence, such a calamity had arisen. The worst part was, the esteemed Claire was unable to even cure a simple case of diarrhea. How utterly humiliating. On one hand, there were students desperately in need of treatment, and on the other, an unreliable colleague. Claire felt truly overwhelmed. A series of knocks echoed through the door, followed by an urgent voice. Professor Claire, you must come quickly. A chill ran down Claire's spine. Could it be that a student had succumbed to the diarrhea? She would indeed become the pariah of the Magical Academy. With a heavy heart, Claire opened the door, striving to suppress her tears. I'm so sorry, my dear student. It is all the fault of the faculty for failing to remedy your condition. Unable to hold back any longer, she wept at the thought of students perishing in an institution brimming with talent simply due to an ailment. It was outrageous. The image of the innocent, kind-hearted children, who had yet to shine in their youth, being taken too soon filled her with despair. Professor, what are you saying? A student asked, scratching his head in confusion. Everyone is perfectly fine. No one has died. We're all still lively. Claire stood dumbfounded, her mind racing. What did you just say? You're all alive? Indeed. We're all in good health. How is this possible? No one has truly suffered from such severe diarrhea? Claire exclaimed, gripping the student's arm in excitement. The student looked perplexed. Professor, it seems you almost wished for our demise. Of course not. Claire swiftly adopted a composed demeanor, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. I was merely concerned for your well-being. You are all my cherished students, and I could not bear to be away from the Magical Academy for even a moment without you. This sentiment was genuine. Claire was prepared to shoulder the blame and resign alongside Field for their inability to produce an effective diarrhea remedy. The student shivered slightly, sensing the strangeness in her smile. It was the hot Americano from the milk tea shop that saved us all. Hot Americano. What on earth? Claire queried, bewildered. Is this a new potion shop that has opened? It is not merely a potion shop, but rather an establishment dedicated to the sale of milk tea, presided over by Green Sprite. The milk tea she offers is not only delectable, but also imbued with extraordinary effects. Previously, a senior from the Mage Academy witnessed Senior Alice experiencing an immediate alleviation of her distress after consuming a hot Americano. Consequently, he rallied his peers to queue for the milk tea shop to procure the Americano, and to everyone's astonishment, it proved to be effective. Now, all had returned to their former selves. The phrase Sprite Milk Tea Shop instantly resonated with Claire, reminding her of the establishment that had caused Cardinal Asashel to embarrass himself. To her surprise, it had made its way to the Magic Academy. Who would have thought that this time, milk tea would serve as a beacon of hope? The Sprite clan had recently been enrolling in the Magic Academy, while fervently opening milk tea shops everywhere, signaling a brewing upheaval, Claire mused. However, upon hearing that her students had survived and found their own means of recovery, Claire felt a surge of joy. It was truly in the spirit of the Magic Academy. That is splendid news, Claire declared. I shall petition the principal for a day of respite for you all. Please rest well. Your health is of utmost importance. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of a holiday. Oh wait, it's just a day off, Claire added. The students lamented. All right, Claire consoled them. A day off is still a blessing. Let's not burden the teachers. Now hurry back. As Claire watched the students depart, she prepared to make her way to the laboratory to share this delightful news with Field. However, upon reconsideration, she thought of Field's usual arrogance and penchant for pilfering. He needed a lesson. With a mischievous intent, Claire cast a silencing spell upon the laboratory. Since Field was so engrossed in his experiments, let him toil away in solitude. She chuckled. At the Magic Academy, in Alice's dormitory, Alice returned from the milk tea shop, unable to contain her bubbling excitement. That day, She had acquired a plethora of delightful treasures from the shop, various milk teas, snacks, themed fans, and even an airpan. She drifted into a beautiful slumber, surrounded by these charming trinkets. The following day, in light of the collective food poisoning incident at the Magic Academy, Principal Rosalind decided to grant a day of rest to allow the afflicted students a chance to recover. The students from various houses expressed a bittersweet sentiment. The good news was the holiday, while the bad news was that it was merely a day off. How could it be just a day off? The dreaded day off. Why not grant 3 days of holiday? Alice's priest friend exclaimed vehemently. It must be that the Academy's curriculum is already meticulously scheduled, and disruption is not an option. Alice reassured. She took out a banana fan to provide a gentle breeze to those nearby, and offered 2 cups of pearl milk tea to Bella. Here, this is pearl milk tea. Give it a try to calm your nerves. Bella stared in bewilderment at the milk tea Alice had placed in her hands, along with the fan fanning her. Alice, when did you become so affluent? Alice proudly straightened her chest, her ears immediately perking up. I am now a working individual. You found a job? But I recall your potion-making skills were rather lackluster. I was worried no apothecary would employ you. That stung. Her practical skills in potion-making were indeed subpar, only slightly better than Bob's. I am working at a bubble tea shop. The owner is beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptionally skilled, far surpassing Field by several streets. Bella hastily covered Alice's mouth. Are you out of your mind? How dare you speak the name of Professor Field so casually? There's no need to be anxious, Alice reassured her. I haven't seen Professor Field lately. He hasn't even appeared during the recent food poisoning incident. He must be engrossed in his experiments again. I am now a formal employee at the bubble tea shop. The owner promised to teach me how to make bubble tea, so crafting potions will soon be second nature. Bella's eyes shimmered with envy, yet she genuinely felt happy for her friend's newfound employment. Is the shop's manager exceptionally beautiful? I heard she is an elf. The owner is quite adorable. You'll meet her in a few days. She is a new student at the Magic Academy. Huh, a freshman? Isn't she younger than us? Bella exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 93. By it you were surprised too, right? Alice linked her arm with Bella's. When I learned that our manager hadn't undergone formal magical training, I felt just like you. Truly, there are always individuals who surpass our expectations. However, she had successfully endeared herself to the manager, and when the owner indulged in fine dining, Alice could savor a bit of the experience too. So, the much-discussed elf freshman is indeed the bubble tea shop owner, Bella mused. Their group of soon-to-graduate students from the Magic Academy had not all secured employment yet, while this young entrepreneur had already opened her own shop. Was this the legendary phenomenon of someone graduating with 30 years of experience? Bella's envy for this year was nearly depleted, and the summer heat added to her restlessness. A nearby green fan diligently wafted a gentle breeze, slightly soothing her agitation. She seized the banana leaf fan. Is this your newly acquired weapon? Its design is rather peculiar. The entire weapon appeared odd, as far as she remembered. She had never encountered a fan-shaped weapon. This is a new arrival from the weapon shop. You wouldn't find this in an ordinary armory, Alice explained, snatching the fan from Bella's hands and fondling it with care. This is the first summer limited edition merchandise from the bubble tea shop, called the banana leaf fan. Bella was utterly perplexed. Merchandise? Isn't this a weapon? Alice sighed slightly. Unfortunately, it possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. Bella gasped in disbelief. Then, it truly isn't a weapon. What weapon lacks offensive and defensive power? Although Bella was unsure what merchandise truly meant, she recognized that this fan could not qualify as a weapon. What can it do? Bella recalled the diligent little fan that once fluttered in the air. Indeed, a fan is meant for fanning. Bella sighed. That's not what I meant. Of course I do, Alice replied, casting a knowing glance at Bella. The palm leaf fan, aside from automatically creating a breeze, could also change its size at will. Look, Alice held up the now miniature fan before Bella. It appeared far more exquisite in its reduced form, and Bella stared intently at the palm-sized fan in Alice's hand. But could it truly carve a path through the fierce competition of Kent Street? Stop overthinking, Alice said, patting her dear friend's shoulder. The vision and insight of our boss are beyond the reach of ordinary folks like us. As Alice thought of Yuanyuan, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Their boss was a merchant collaborating with goblins, possessing unparalleled skills in crafting beverages that surpassed potions, a figure far too enigmatic for them to comprehend. Are you all right? Bella furrowed her brow, observing Alice's flushed cheeks and wildly wagging tail. You really adore your boss, don't you? Absolutely, Alice declared with conviction. Contrary to Bella's concerns about the fan's lack of marketability, when Yuanyuan officially launched the first product, numerous loyal fans of the milk tea shop expressed their unwavering support and made purchases. Whatever the shop offered, regardless of price, they simply bought it. What? You say this fan lacks offensive capability? Fans retorted, as long as I have the power to defend, that's sufficient. I can easily fan away those who slander the milk tea shop. What? You say this fan lacks defensive capability? They continued. It looks too beautiful to use as a shield. In a crisis, I would naturally protect with my body. What? You say it only creates a breeze? They laughed. Isn't that precisely what a fan is for? Before they could finish their thoughts, they were overwhelmed by the enthusiastic crowd. What is happening? Alice stared in astonishment at the raucous throng. Just moments ago, a customer had approached her for information about the palm leaf fan, and Alice was ready to extol its virtues from every angle. Yet, as she introduced the fan, it was snatched from her grasp, and the customer departed, slipping a silver coin into her hand. Boss. Alice stood bewildered, looking at Yuanyuan. Calm down, Yuanyuan replied nonchalantly. Consider the extra as your tip. Not deep. Alice's eyes sparkled as she hastily pocketed the coin. Focus on your work. I'll go fetch another batch of palm leaf fans. Alice promptly bowed, exclaiming, Understood, boss. Safe travels. Yuanyuan paused, shaking her head in bemusement at Alice, realizing the little fox was beyond saving. Today marks the official launch of the first merchandise. Yuanyuan has unveiled new items at the mobile stalls in Emerald Mist City and Kent Street. Unsure of how well such trinkets would be received, she did not produce them in abundance. However, to her surprise, students from a magic academy, having caught wind of the news, flocked to show their support. Initially, Yuanyuan, much like Alice, wore a puzzled expression, but upon closer observation, she began to surmise the reason behind their enthusiasm. Most of these students were recent sufferers of a bout of diarrhea, and they were indifferent to what the tea shop offered. Their sole intent was to express their support. Yuanyuan was deeply moved. The thought that some wished merely to give her money was overwhelming. She could not let this opportunity slip away. It was a thought that would awaken her from dreams. After confirming with Amy that there were surplus banana fans in Emerald Mist City, she hurried to the tea shop there. Cece handed all the remaining banana fans to Yuanyuan. Is there really this many left? Yuanyuan sighed as she gazed at the fans in her hands. She had anticipated that, due to climatic conditions, the banana fans might not sell well among the elves. Yet she was taken aback by the sheer quantity. Over 200 remained. Amy, somewhat embarrassed, said, Sister Yuanyuan, the customers mentioned they didn't need fans. Luna even remarked that there is no summer season in Kaya Forest, advising you to produce less. Luna was correct. This merchandise indeed was ill-suited for the elven market. Nevertheless, Yuanyuan considered the tea shop in Emerald Mist City to be her starting point, and thus she allocated half of the merchandise to Amy and Cece. Mindful of the location. Sister, what if you can't sell them? You would incur a loss. Cece expressed her concern. If it comes to that, just sell them to me. I'll buy them all. No need for that. Yuanyuan gently patted Cece's head. I have already found a market. She returned to her mobile stall, laden with merchandise. As expected, the moment she replenished her stock, it was swiftly snatched up by the students of the Magic Academy. Are you certain you need this many? Yuanyuan inquired of Lumina, who was eager to purchase banana fans. Of course. Lumina leaned closer. As your fan, how could I not support such delightful merchandise? But surely not 100? Yuanyuan questioned. 100 fans would wipe out her inventory, allowing her to close shop for the day. I am a young lady of the Ding family. The last time I visited, the tea I brought back was insufficient to share. My parents even thought I was short on funds. Had you not only 100 left, I would have wished to buy even more. Does the Ding family have that many members? Yuanyuan asked, puzzled, yet she still provided Lumina with the fan she desired. Thank you for your support, Lumina said, placing all the banana fans into her spatial ring, chuckling as she added, with our relationship, there is no need for such formalities. With Lumina purchasing the last of the banana fan stock, Yuanyuan finally relished a well-deserved break in the afternoon. Shortly after the mass food poisoning incident in the cafeteria, the new student enrollment ceremony at the Magic Academy commenced. Is there a specific process for new students to follow upon enrollment? In a bustling food stall, Yuanyuan inquired of Alice, who was playfully teasing the radiant white crane nearby. Alice paused, momentarily taken aback, before she fell into deep contemplation. A long silence ensued, prompting Gu Yuanyuan to wonder, must one ponder so long? Is this not a question that could be answered immediately? Boss. Alice's voice trembled with uncertainty. I can't quite recall. Perhaps noticing the incredulous expression on Gu Yuanyuan's face, she hastily added, it's true. After all, it has been 50 years since I enrolled. Forgetting seems quite reasonable, does it not? As she spoke, her voice dwindled, eventually burying her head deep within the feathers of the great white crane. 50 years since enrollment? Gu Yuanyuan was taken aback. But I thought you were only in your 20s? I entered the Magic Academy in my 20s, Alice murmured, her tone muffled. But now I am 74. 74? Gu Yuanyuan stumbled slightly, grasping the counter for support. She had always assumed Alice was merely a few years her senior. Albeit in the Elven tradition, she ought to still be considered a juvenile. Yet, she habitually measured ages by human standards. Thus, in Gu Yuanyuan's eyes, Alice was akin to her peer, despite neither of them being truly human. Students of the Magic Academy are not judged by their backgrounds or races. As long as one receives an invitation to enroll, they are considered a new student of the Academy. Alice finally regained her composure, lifting her head from the white crane's plumage. Therefore, your classmates may encompass a variety of races, ages, and genders. Boss, do you recall me mentioning that I have nearly completed my credits? This was a matter from just a few days prior, and Gu Yuanyuan certainly remembered. Indeed, she replied. You mentioned that you had ample free time. Yes, the Magic Academy operates on a credit system. As long as one accumulates enough credits, graduation is attainable. If one fails to meet the requirements, they must remain at the Academy until they do, Alice explained. I am still here because I have yet to fulfill my credits in potion making. Now Gu Yuanyuan understood the source of Alice's earlier discomfort. It stemmed from her extended stay. Alice sighed. Fortunately, my magical prowess is commendable, allowing me to persist. I heard from predecessor that there were students in her cohort who perished within the Academy due to insufficient credits. Surely not. Are the courses at the Magic Academy that arduous? Alice responded. However, boss, you are intelligent and gifted. You will surely accumulate your credits swiftly. Moreover, as a green elf, even if a professor were to challenge you intentionally, you could outlast them. Thank you for your insights. Through her conversation with Alice, Gu Yuanyuan gleaned two crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the Magic Academy operates on a credit system, which is advantageous for her. As Alice rightly pointed out, she possesses the capability to swiftly accumulate the necessary credits. Secondly, there are professors who intentionally create difficulties for students. This did not come as a surprise to Gu Yuanyuan. As in a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds. It is unrealistic to expect that everyone at such a grand institution would harbor goodwill towards her. The following day, Rosalind, accompanied by several professors, stood atop the central magical tower of the four houses, poised to welcome the new students. As Rosalind surveyed her surroundings, she noticed the absence of the usual banter between Claire and Field. Frowning, she inquired, "Where is Field?" Professor Piku, upon hearing this, glanced around the gathering and remarked, "If I recall correctly, he was assigned by the principal to collaborate with Claire on developing a potion for diarrhea." At this, the crowd turned their attention to Claire. Suppressing her unease, Claire maintained her composure and responded as calmly as ever, after learning that the students had regained their health. "Field and I concluded our research and parted ways. As for his current whereabouts and activities, I am unaware." Claire's demeanor was unruffled, not betraying a hint of inconsistency, and the professors remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Uriel cast a quick glance at Claire's tightly clenched fingers, withholding judgment. It seemed the two had quarreled once more, Uriel mused, speculating that Field had likely encountered trouble, though he must still be alive as long as he could continue teaching the young ones. Uriel had no desire to entangle himself in the tumultuous relationship between Claire and Field. Robin chuckled. He is probably off pilfering again. Today is the new student enrollment ceremony, and all professors must attend. With no one guarding the treasure vault, it's the perfect opportunity for Field. I beg to differ, Eve interjected thoughtfully. He has likely become engrossed in his experiments again. The principal had warned him last time, and he seemed quite earnest then. Piku immediately shook his head. No. You don't understand him. He was merely saying yes, while inwardly cursing. Am I right, Claire? I prefer not to discuss him, Claire replied tersely. All right, Rosalind interjected, cutting through the professor's incessant chatter. Let him be. The priority at hand is the enrollment of new students. Rosalind sometimes questioned whether the esteemed professors behind her possessed the maturity of 3-year-olds, as they could never cease their incessant prattle during meetings. However, as long as they conducted their classes well, she chose to overlook their antics. After all, she was the principal. The atmosphere finally stabilized, and the gathered individuals redirected their attention towards the throng of eager new students arriving from various corners of the continent to the Magic Academy. These students were vibrant and full of curiosity, eagerly exploring their surroundings and excitedly pointing at the 6 figures atop the magical tower. Youth is a wonderful thing, Robin remarked. So blissfully unaware of their limitations, I would love to shoot them down. Upon hearing this, Rosalind frowned. Robin, mind your words and actions. Robin cast a glance at Principal Rosalind, casually directing her gaze towards the students below, remaining silent. To the newcomers beneath the magical tower, the commotion above resembled a discussion among influential figures. "What are you doing here?" Yuanyuan inquired, observing Alice, who was fanning her and offering water. Despite not being a freshman, Alice, upon hearing this, promptly declared her loyalty. "Wherever the boss is, I shall be." Yuanyuan was at a loss for words. Alice's sycophantic tendencies had grown increasingly pronounced since formally becoming an employee at the milk tea shop. Especially now, she seemed indifferent to concealing her ears and tail. Her ears and tail wagging whenever she looked at Yuanyuan. With a sigh, Yuanyuan pushed Alice's head away, saying, "You needn't be like this. I hired you as a shop assistant, not as a 24-hour nanny." Alice immediately replied, "Boss, if you wish, I wouldn't mind being your nanny. As long as the pay is adequate, anything can be discussed." "Not necessary," Yuanyuan coldly declined, her irritation growing as she noticed more people gathering around. What were these professors talking about? Why hadn't they begun yet? Yuanyuan and Alice, one a sprite and the other an orc, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. And soon, their position had evidently become the epicenter of a gathering storm. "Boss, which college are you a freshman in?" Alice asked. "The Mage College." "I had suspected as much," Alice replied, her expression one of knowing affirmation. The Mage College comprised 4 divisions, with Professor Ifu overseeing the Mage Division, while Professors Claire, Robin, and Uriel were responsible for the Priest, Knight, and Swordsman divisions, respectively. "Uriel?" Yuanyuan was taken aback, realizing the man's considerable stature. Upon further reflection, it seemed logical. After all, he was an acquaintance of the Elven King, and one would need substantial skill to associate with royalty. Alice continued, "Additionally, there are 2 professors for other subjects, Professor Piku for engineering and Professor Field for potionology." Leaning closer, Alice whispered to Yuanyuan, "Professor Field's classes are as mundane as eating or using the restroom. He merely reads from the book, disregarding whether we comprehend or absorb the material." Many students have faltered under his instruction. Recalling her own painful experiences, Alice's indignation grew. How can such a professor teach students? Yuanyuan was astonished. Has he not had his teaching credentials revoked? Alice sighed deeply, yet he is a prominent figure in potionology. Most of the current literature on the subject is authored by him, and countless mage towers are vying for his attention. The Mage College would never let him go. This is what one calls a golden reputation. Strange, why is it getting more crowded? Alice frowned at the increasing number of people around them. What's going on? Did they expand enrollment this year? So many newcomers. "You finally realized," Yuanyuan remarked, as the news of the elf's appearance spread rapidly from one person to another, drawing a multitude towards Yuanyuan's location. "Who touched my tail?" Alice roared, her fury evident as she directed her ire towards the crowd. Someone had surreptitiously grabbed her cherished tail amidst the chaos, a treasure she cared for day and night. Yuanyuan, too, felt uncomfortable being jostled. Why were these people so hands-on? "Oh, how adorable. Let me touch it. Let me touch it. It's the little fox. Let me give you a kiss," she exclaimed, only to be met with a glare from Alice that sent ripples of laughter through the onlookers. Alice's furious shout ignited the crowd into a frenzy. "Xiaokai Big White." Yuanyuan summoned her 2 magical beasts. The moment Xiaokai appeared, it grew to an enormous size, sending the crowd members flying into the air, while Big White enveloped both Yuanyuan and Alice in a radiant protective barrier, effectively isolating them from the throng. Save at last. Alice, her eyes glazed and utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the ground. Yuanyuan joined her, exclaiming, "Who dared to take advantage of the chaos? I'll have Xiaokai deal with them." Alice chuckled, No need. I slipped a specially concocted potion from Bob into that person's clothing. They'll have quite the experience. A potion? What could that possibly do? Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted nearby, followed by a scream. Help! Alice raised an eyebrow, her expression one of amusement. And that is its effect. Yuanyuan was impressed. To turn a potion into a liquid bomb, Bob was indeed a genius. Enclosed within the protective barrier of the holy light big white crane, they remained unscathed by the chaos outside. However, the unfortunate individual who had dared to take advantage of Alice, along with those nearby, found themselves in dire straits, suffering from the explosion's aftermath and crying out in distress. What happened? Rosalind inquired, her gaze fixed on the direction of the explosion. The commotion also caught the attention of the professors in the magical tower. Yuri focused intently, recognizing the location of the young cubs. Professor Claire, he stated. Huh? What do you need me for? Claire replied, momentarily taken aback. Come with me. Yuri seized Claire's arm, teleporting her to the base of the magical tower, right in front of Yuanyuan. At that moment, Yuanyuan was reveling in the effects of Bob's potion. Look at how charred he is. It's hilarious. Alice laughed uncontrollably, and Yuanyuan could hardly contain her amusement. That's the price for being too forward. Suddenly, Yuanyuan's view was obstructed as someone stepped in front of her. Are you all right? A concerned voice called from above. Yuanyuan looked up, stunned to see Yuri. She replied dazedly, I'm fine, really. Actually, it's me who has a problem, Claire interjected, brushing away the hair that had stuck to her face from the rapid movement. Professor Yuri, what are you doing? Without any prior explanation, she was directly brought before the newcomers in such a clumsy manner. Today, Yuanyuan had put considerable effort into her appearance for the new student enrollment ceremony. As she gazed at the elegantly furious woman before her, Alice's eyes darted quickly among the three. Upon hearing Yuanyuan's inquiry, she leaned in and whispered urgently, She is Professor Claire, the one responsible for the clergy department. Uriel thoroughly examined the small creature, relieved to see that she was indeed unharmed. There has just been an explosion here, and I believe Professor Claire's assistance will be required to treat the newcomers, which is why I brought you over. Uriel spoke slowly. I apologize for any offense caused. Claire glanced at the formidable protective shield in front of her, then at the unscathed Yuanyuan and Alice. Raising an eyebrow, she addressed Uriel. May I inquire who here requires treatment? She was certain that the two students sheltered within the barrier were undoubtedly the safest in the vicinity. It would be impossible for any harm to befall them. At that moment, Alice interjected, pointing to the individual lying on the ground, emitting smoke. That professor over there may require your healing. If not attended to soon, he might not make it. Claire's gaze lingered on Uriel and Yuanyuan for a brief moment, her instincts suggesting that their relationship was more complex than it appeared. However, the urgency of saving lives took precedence. She stepped away, moving towards the source of distress. Yuanyuan observed Uriel, who lingered instead of departing. Do you have any further matters to discuss? She inquired. Uriel cast a glance at the radiant guardian crane standing beside Yuanyuan. It had been only a short time since they last met. Yet the little creature had managed to tame another high-level magical beast. With two such formidable protectors, it seemed her concerns were unwarranted. Take care of yourself, Uriel advised solemnly. Understood, Yuanyuan replied, and with that, Uriel vanished from sight. Yuanyuan reflected on the unexpected nature of her first encounter with Uriel at the Magic Academy. Realizing that her entrance into this world was already marked by such tumult, she could foresee the vibrant days that lay ahead. Alice, observing Yuanyuan's silence, playfully inquired, Boss, do you know Professor Uriel? Yes, Yuanyuan affirmed. He once visited my tea shop and was among my earliest customers. Just a customer? Alice questioned skeptically. Professor Uriel is notoriously known for his singular interest in the library at the Magic Academy. His earlier anxious demeanor surely suggests he cares more than just as a customer. Yuanyuan turned to meet Alice's gaze squarely. He truly is just my customer. At most, he merely assists in looking after me at the academy at the request of the Elven King. Professor Uriel is quite a prominent figure at the Magic Academy. It is said that he initially studied there, but was retained as a professor due to his exceptional talents, Alice remarked, propping her chin up with one hand. The key point is he is also quite handsome, talented, diligent, and good-looking, much like you, boss. Please, spare me the flattery. No matter how one measures it, I cannot possibly compare to the professor. Yuanyuan instructed Dabai to retract the protective shield, Following the recent explosion, the situation had finally returned to normal. Most individuals suspected a connection between the blast and the two of them, yet they hesitated to approach out of concern. At last, tranquility prevailed. Alice stretched her limbs, reflecting on how these individuals were truly unwilling to confront adversity. The circumstances beneath the tower had been brought under control, and the student who had engaged in inappropriate behavior was recovering significantly under Professor Claire's care. Robin, observing Yuanyuan below, accompanied by two high-level magical beasts, squinted in disbelief at the audacity of the elven newcomer. Was it not a violation of school regulations to unleash such formidable creatures upon others during the freshman orientation? As a prestigious institution brimming with faculty and students, disputes and altercations were inevitable. Students invited to the Magic Academy possessed extraordinary talent, which invariably meant their destructive capabilities were equally formidable. When conflict erupted, they often resembled demolitions. To mitigate student casualties and institutional losses, one of the Academy's regulations explicitly forbade fighting on campus, with violators facing appropriate penalties based on the severity of their actions. The principal refrained from hastily drawing conclusions, instead directing her gaze towards Yuliel, who had just returned, seeking clarification on the matter. The elven freshman had indeed stirred considerable excitement, with a throng of students clamoring to witness the spectacle, some seizing the opportunity to engage in misconduct, only to be reprimanded by the newcomers. Yuliel calmly explained, "I believe there is a reason for this. The fault does not lie with them." "The fault does not lie with them?" Robin retorted. "Is the fault then with the student lying on the ground, aware of her conspicuous identity, yet failing to conceal it? This elf not only harmed her classmate, but also disrupted the orientation. Is that not a fault?" Robin's words elicited frowns from the professors present. "Are you suggesting that because she is an elf, she must shroud herself completely when venturing outside? Is it her fault for attracting the attention of those with ill intentions?" Professor Claire, having just concluded her treatment and returned to the magic tower, interjected, "If that is the case, would it not be reasonable for me to strike you as well? After all, according to your logic, if you speak provocatively and act in an off-putting manner, failing to exercise discretion, then encountering me would indeed be your own fault." "You." Robin's complexion darkened as a golden spear materialized in his hand, and he advanced towards Claire. "Humph," Claire scoffed. "You were just spouting rules and regulations. What now, Professor Robin? Do you intend to lead the way in violating them?" Robin halted in his tracks, finding Claire's words rendered him immobile. "Professor Claire, you are quite sharp-tongued. I recall this freshman belongs to the Mage Institute. Yet why is it that before Professor Ifu could speak, you all rush to defend her?" Robin continued with a sarcastic tone. "Naturally, decisions regarding students of the Mage Institute should be made by the professor responsible for it. Professor Ifu, do you not mind?" Ifu, who had been engrossed in munching on sunflower seeds, paused, spitting out the shells. "I do not mind at all. We are all professors of the Magic Academy. We are one big family, after all. Robin, you ought not to always speak in such a peculiar manner. One should embrace love and peace, for that is how you will successfully integrate with us." "Indeed, indeed," Pikachu echoed in agreement. Chapter 97, The Chaotic Enrollment Ceremony, Part 1. Claire, witnessing the scene, smiled smugly and turned to Robin, saying, "It seems you are the only one concerned about this." Professor Eve and Professor Pichu, both amiable individuals, would never linger on such matters, while Yuliel openly declared his stance. Moreover, the turmoil was not the fault of the new elven student, even Rosalind. The usually patient and magnanimous headmistress frowned discontentedly at Robin, who was brandishing a spear. "Robin, I have warned you numerous times," Rosalind said, her brow furrowing. "From now on, I do not wish to see any further malicious provocations from you. Do you understand?" The headmistress emphasized her words, casting a stern gaze at Robin. His hands trembled slightly as he discreetly surveyed the crowd, suppressing a flicker of violence within. Once assured that Robin had retreated, Rosalind turned to Claire and inquired about the condition of the student who had been reprimanded. "He is recovering well, headmistress." "Yuan-Ti perish," Claire replied nonchalantly. As a beautiful priestess, Claire despised such exploitative behavior. Her professional integrity compelled her to treat that student, though otherwise, she would have preferred to remain uninvolved. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rosalind remarked, "The magic tower has just communicated with me. It indicates that this new student has exhibited misconduct and will be disqualified from attending the Magic Academy. This matter ends here. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Ylil glanced at the clock and said to Rosalind, "Headmistress, it is nearly time." She nodded slightly and stepped forward. Noticing this, Pichu hurriedly produced a red trumpet-shaped device from his pocket and handed it to Rosalind. "Headmistress, this is the latest version of the amplification trumpet. Please use it." "Thank you," the headmistress said gracefully as she accepted the trumpet and brought it to her lips. "Good morning, students. Today, we gather here to solemnly hold the enrollment ceremony for new students." "Who wrote this script for the headmistress?" Yuanyuan inquired, gazing at the towering magic tower. As the hour hand pointed to 8, Rosalind's voice resonated from the tower. Yuanyuan sat upright, prepared to listen attentively to the headmistress's address, only to find the content unexpectedly familiar. Alice remarked curiously, "Of course, it was written by the headmistress herself. She always takes personal charge of such matters. Truly, her eloquence is commendable. However, it seems her speech is quite similar every enrollment." "Indeed," Yuanyuan agreed expressionlessly. The new students below the tower listened intently as the headmistress's discourse gradually drew to a close. "Good," someone exclaimed loudly, leading the applause. In an instant, thunderous clapping resounded beneath the tower. Such a familiar routine, such a familiar progression, Yuanyuan thought, and under Alice's encouragement, she too joined in the applause. Upon the magical tower, Eve brushed off the sunflower seed shells from his robe, holding a hefty tome in his right hand as he approached Rosalind, whispering that the time had come for him to take the stage. Rosalind nodded, and the conversation shifted to the upcoming speeches from the professors of each house. The principal handed the microphone to Professor Eve and slowly descended from the platform. Clearing his throat, Eve greeted the students, expressing his honor to meet them today. "I am Professor Eve, responsible for the Mage Academy, a family that upholds the ideals of love and peace. Here, everyone can." Yuanyuan noticed the substantial book in Professor Eve's hand and, puzzled, asked Alice why the professor needed a book for his address. Alice focused her gaze and replied that it was his speech manuscript. So lengthy, Yuanyuan struggled to contain her expression, wondering how long the thick manuscript would take to read. Suddenly, a wave of despair washed over her, questioning whether the freshman orientation would conclude smoothly that day. Alice, amused by Yuanyuan's distant demeanor, reassured her, "Fear not. Among the professors, only Professor Eve tends to be verbose. The others are quite succinct." As Alice had predicted, the other professors on stage appeared utterly bored and drowsy, listening to Eve's lengthy oration. Despairingly, Pichu felt his eyelids growing heavy, stifling yawn. "I suppose he will ramble on until the next day," he lamented. "Who will stop him?" Claire, feeling on the brink of madness, longed for a good night's sleep. After several nights spent concocting a potion to treat diarrhea alongside Field, the dark circles under her eyes were merely concealed by layers of makeup. And now Eve was set to extend her sleepless ordeal once more. Even Robin felt a throbbing headache, his hands itching to silence Eve, but out of consideration for Rosalind. He suppressed the urge to take drastic action. Meanwhile, Uriel fell silent, his eyes shimmering with latent magical energy as he quietly observed the scene. Suddenly, he declared that a massive source of magical power was approaching the magical tower. The crowd gasped, and Pichu's drowsiness vanished, while Eve immediately halted his speech, and everyone braced themselves. "What is that?" Yuanyuan caught sight of a glowing blue orb soaring rapidly toward the magical tower. Alice speculated that it might be a special program prepared for the new students. Rosalind's expression turned grave as she summoned her wand with great force, pointing it resolutely at the orb, halting its advance. The impact at their point of contact kicked up a cloud of dust, and Claire, covering her mouth and nose, felt a surge of Field's magic emanating from the blue orb. In the tense standoff, the orb crackled with energy, small sparks flickering around it. "Get down!" Uriel shouted, swiftly drawing his sword to conjure a transparent protective barrier. A deafening explosion erupted, and a portion of the magical tower was blown apart. Stones tumbled down, raising clouds of dust. Coughing, Claire was choked by the debris and summoned a gust of wind to disperse the surrounding haze. She anxiously glanced towards Rosalind. "Are you all right, headmistress?" Rosalind, her gaze heavy, looked towards the laboratory. "I am fine." Relieved, Claire exhaled. Eve, trembling, propped himself up with his staff, urgently searching for something, Where's my speech? Has anyone seen my speech? Robin, casually destroying the book in his hands, replied nonchalantly, I haven't seen it. Chapter 98. The Chaotic Enrollment Ceremony, Part 2. Eve turned to Claire and the others. What about you? We haven't seen it either. It must have been destroyed in the recent explosion. Yes, undoubtedly, it was obliterated, they affirmed. Witnessing the certainty in his colleagues' expressions, Eve was devastated. That was my speech. Painstakingly prepared over 3 months for the new students. You call that a speech? Piku remarked in astonishment. That should be termed a book. Silence. Ylil suddenly interjected, directing his attention towards the laboratory. There was an unusual sound. Curiosity piqued. Everyone strained to listen. A boisterous voice emerged from the laboratory. Ah ha ha ha. I did it. I did it. He frowned. That sounds like Field. No sooner had he spoken than Field appeared before him, exclaiming, Eve, indeed it is I. Field, in a fit of excitement, threw his arm around Eve's shoulder, brandishing a bubbling purple potion. I did it. I did it. Eve felt as if his shoulder might dislocate. Professor Field, please calm down. We must hurry to find those students. They're awaiting my help. Calm down? Eve grimaced, struggling to free himself from Field's iron grip. The students have already been healed. Healed? Why was I not informed? Field felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After toiling in the laboratory for several nights for his classmates, how could they have recovered so swiftly? What was the purpose of his efforts? Claire, striving to diminish her presence, cast her gaze left and right, unwilling to meet Field's eyes. Rosalind turned to the dazed Field. Let us set that aside for now, Field. Was that blue orb of light you're doing? Indeed, Field replied candidly. Someone cast a silencing charm on my laboratory, and in a moment of inspiration, I decided to blow it up. I did not anticipate that borrowing Bob's liquid explosive would yield such tremendous power. As Field finished speaking, the atmosphere became eerily still. Field found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? He pondered. Rosalind solemnly declared, Your potion has inflicted immense damage upon the magic tower. I hereby announce that all your holidays for the next 30 years are hereby canceled. Furthermore, during this 30-year period, the Magic Academy shall not be obligated to pay you any salary. You are still required to fulfill your contract with the Academy, which includes teaching students as agreed and completing 300 research projects. 300 research projects? Field's pupils dilated in shock, and he staggered back several steps, trembling as he asked, You mean to complete all of them within 30 years? Yes, came the reply. Field felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The headmaster's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. 30 years devoid of holidays, no salary, the obligation to teach, and the completion of 300 research projects. Would he not perish under such a burden? He might not even survive the next 15 years, being worked to the bone. Claire observed Field's wretched expression and hesitantly questioned the headmaster. Isn't this a tad too cruel? Even in magical constructs created by Professor Piku, which could operate 24 hours a day, required magical energy crystals and rest. Field, with 30 years devoid of salary and holidays, while still needing to teach, and, most importantly, complete 300 projects. Would it not be worked to death? Don't forget, the headmaster's voice bore an air of knowing authority. Huh? Claire chuckled awkwardly. What do you mean? Rosalind cast a dispassionate glance at Claire. Field's future living expenses and research funding will be deducted from your salary. For every day he rests, you must teach in his stead. Claire was immediately distraught. Why? Rosalind regarded her with a wry smile and retorted, What do you think? I can overlook your little squabbles, but today, on the very day of the new students' enrollment, you two orchestrated this farce and even blew off a corner of the magic tower, thinking I would never be angry. The headmaster's voice conveyed an unprecedented fury, rendering Claire speechless as she bowed her head in submission. The headmaster's gaze bore down on Claire, who was contrite, and on Field, who sat dazed on the ground. You two must, at once, tidy up this mess, or prepare to forfeit your rights for the next 300 years. Igriagajis, they both exclaimed in unison, not daring to delay. The headmaster's figure vanished from the magic tower. Field despaired as he surveyed the wreckage of the magic tower. How on earth am I to repair this? I can only brew potions, not mend towers. He turned to the goblin Piku for assistance. Brother, Piku stepped forward, patting Field's shoulder. Let's set the tower repair aside for now. There are more pressing matters at hand. More importantly, Field was perplexed. Could there be anything more significant than a magic tower? Piku gestured for Field to look towards the base of the tower, pointing at a cluster of bewildered freshmen below. "This is the mess you need to clean up," he remarked. These students had just been listening to Professor Ifu's address, and in the next moment, your blue orb had blasted a hole in the magic tower. You figure out how to smooth things over. Meanwhile, the anxious Yuanyuan, waiting at the base of the tower, turned to Alice and said, "I don't think that thing resembles a special program at all." She had witnessed the tower lose a corner in an explosion, followed by the appearance of a frenzied man atop the tower, shouting at the other professors. "Is he insane?" Yuanyuan pointed at Field and inquired. "He is a professor," Alice replied. "The very potions professor I mentioned to you, Field, who merely reads from the textbook during lectures." Chapter 99. Choose your profession wisely. So this is the renowned Professor Field? Alice and Lumina had often complained to her about the professor's lackadaisical teaching style and the difficulty of his courses. Even Leon occasionally chimed in, which indicated the widespread discontent surrounding Professor Field. However, she recalled that Lumina and Leon were students of the Mage Academy. Shouldn't they also be learning potion making? Alice, do students from the Mage Academy have to study potion making too? Yuanyuan asked. Alice pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Not necessarily. The Magic Academy stipulates that while studying their primary profession, students must also elect 2 courses from other professions. This means that if you have an interest in any course, you can submit an application and attend the classes directly. It's said to cultivate well-rounded talents. Is it really that simple? Yuanyuan asked. Alice had previously mentioned that potion making required an exceptionally high level of talent. You could just apply and start learning. Sighing heavily, Alice looked at Yuanyuan earnestly. "Boss, when you choose your vocational courses, be sure your mind is clear. Otherwise, it may turn into your tears later on." With a look of deep sorrow, Alice recounted. "When I initially chose potion making, I was deceived by their promotions, claiming that the prospect for potion making would be vast in the coming centuries. They predicted that numerous apothecaries would emerge in every city across various races, that the production of potions would become industrialized, and that talent in this field would be in high demand. They even offered job placements upon graduation." Yuanyuan listened intently. "And the result?" Alice sneered. "The result is that I foolishly jumped into the pit of potion making. It was only after my first class that I realized it purely relies on talent. Even if an ordinary person masters the theoretical knowledge, if their practical skills are lacking, they will be eliminated upon graduation. Industrialization? Bob couldn't even produce a successful potion following the steps in the book. How could machines do it? The prospects of potionology are indeed vast and promising. In recent years, several apothecaries have sprung up, even reaching my hometown, the Red Fox tribe. Yet, what relevance does this have for me? As someone with decidedly inadequate practical skills, no apothecary would be willing to employ me, and I can only watch enviously as others partake in this lucrative field." Alice's eyes brimmed with tears as she recounted her arduous experiences over the years, struggling to contain her emotions. Yuanyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to offer her solace. Just as she was about to speak, she witnessed Alice wipe away a tear and retrieve a cup of bubble tea from her spatial ring, eagerly slurping it down. Alice perked up, evidently no longer in need of comfort. "Isn't there supposed to be guaranteed job placements upon graduation?" Yuanyuan queried, perplexed. "The academy did not oversee that." Alice recalled. There was indeed a proposal submitted by a conscientious potionology professor, but tragically, not long after, he passed away during a potion-making experiment. The proposal remained just that, a proposal. Engaging in potionology not only fails to sustain oneself, but also harbors the constant risk of peril. What bright future and expansive prospects! They are merely illusory promises. It was dismal, truly dismal. Who would have thought that attending a magical school could be just as fraught with pitfalls as certain majors at universities on Blue Star? Yuanyuan couldn't help but empathize with Alice's plight, as she too had been among the countless students ensnared by her major back on Blue Star. Alice's indignation grew as she vented her frustrations about studying potionology, exclaiming that she would rather be working at a bubble tea shop with her boss. The tea shop not only allowed her to enjoy free drinks, but also had a generous boss, with colleagues who were even more accommodating. She never expected to stumble upon such a divine job. It was truly touching. "Keep your voice down," Yuanyuan whispered to Alice, leaning in closer. During their conversation, several new students had been eavesdropping, leaning in as if they wished to hear every word. Alice's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of those around them. If it weren't for the fear of the Academy's repercussions, I would shout from the tower, Alice declared with fierce intensity. All right, calm down. Professor Field is about to speak, Yuanyuan interjected, glancing up at the tower where the professors, looking composed and unruffled, were assembled. Professor Field felt a surge of anxiety as the gaze of most new students shifted towards him after Principal Rosalind left. Fortunately, his colleagues proved dependable. Professor Pichu handed him his speech notes, while Professor Ifu assisted in adjusting his appearance. Field gazed with heartfelt appreciation at the Piku and Eve who were assisting him. I shall forever remember your contributions, he uttered. What is the point of saying that? Piku gently nudged Field towards the tower, urging him to ascend. Stumbling slightly, Field approached the tower, nervously swallowing hard to steady himself. He opened the speech that Piku had prepared for him. Good afternoon, esteemed students. I am Professor Field of Potions at the Academy of Magic. It is my great honor to speak on behalf of my fellow professors today. The minor chaos you witnessed earlier was merely a special program prepared for you. Indeed, a rather absurd special program, Yuanyuan remarked incredulously, while Alice bluntly commented. What a deception. Now, allow me to introduce you to the field of potions. It is a discipline with immense potential for development. By joining our family of potion studies, you will receive dedicated guidance from professors, engage in camaraderie with your peers, and experience the fulfillment of turning imaginative ideas into reality. Alice scoffed, still the same old rhetoric, wildly painting a rosy picture. Dedicated guidance? More like guidance by foot. Over 80% of last year's students secured employment with renowned potion manufacturers. Our employment rate has consistently reached 100% for a century. To enhance practical experience for our students, we have established partnerships with potion shops surrounding the academy, providing high-quality internship opportunities. Choose our potions program. Alice seethed. That's an exaggeration. It's fraud. Yuanyuan quickly intervened, grasping Alice's arm. Calm down. Are you really going to expose Professor Field in front of everyone? Do you not want a diploma? At the mere mention of a diploma, Alice fell silent. While humans only know how to exploit the weaknesses of students, she muttered under her breath. Once I graduate, I will finally escape this torment. Yes, once you graduate, everything will be fine, Yuanyuan soothed, trying to quell Alice's anger. My speech is concluded, and thus the enrollment ceremony has successfully ended. Shortly, there will be designated individuals to help you familiarize yourselves with the academy. Field cast a glance at Piku as he spoke. You may take this opportunity to explore the campus, and I look forward to seeing all of you in my potions class. Thank you. As Field finished reading the last word of his speech, a barrage of fireworks erupted in the sky, spelling out welcome to the Academy of Magic. It must be said, it was rather tacky. This is a routine prepared by Professor Piku. The same process every year, Alice remarked, her interest waning. The only difference this year was the so-called special program. The surrounding freshers also appeared lackluster. Is this it? A lengthy speech followed by a few fireworks? I wanted to see that special program from earlier. The blue orb was so powerful. The headmaster is so cool. He didn't even need to cast any magic to block the orb. Don't you think the professor who created the shield with a silver sword was incredibly impressive? Where shall we head after this? The cafeteria? Let us go to the milk tea shop instead. I've heard that the Magic Academy has a branch of the Elven milk tea shop, where we might even encounter living elves. The cacophony of new students echoed around them. Indeed, Yuanyuan mused, students in this world are much the same. Everyone shares a love for indulgence and the beauty of handsome men and women. After the professor concluded his lecture, a regimented line of individuals made their way beneath the tower. Notably, the members of this line were entirely composed of steel, their forms gleaming with a cold metallic luster, with faint blue glows emanating from their chests. Iron Man Yuanyuan stared in astonishment at the robots before her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Alice, puzzled, asked what Iron Man meant. This is something developed by Professor Piku. They're known as magic automatons. The blue light at their chests houses the magical energy crystals that serve as their source of power. Previously, the Academy employed dedicated cleaning and security personnel, but they have all been dismissed in favor of these automatons, a change Professor Piku refers to as the Industrial Revolution. Before Alice could finish her thought, Yuanyuan interrupted. Alice looked at Yuanyuan in astonishment. How do you know this? Just a guess, Yuanyuan replied. So, aside from the teachers and students, The academy is now filled with these automatons? Alice contemplated for a moment. To be precise, we also have our magical beasts. Indeed, the academy functions this way. A single magical energy crystal can provide power to an automaton for half a month of continuous work without rest. The academy deemed it more economical to completely replace human workers with automatons. Magical energy crystals are the most common energy stones on this continent, widely utilized and regarded as the primary energy source for over half of the alchemical creations. Yuanyuan had encountered teleportation arrays in the Kaya forest that operated on this very energy. Most importantly, they are remarkably affordable. A single magical energy crystal costs merely 5 silver coins. The price of a cup of pearl milk tea could buy a core energy source for an automaton, allowing it to work tirelessly for half a month. What a bargain. Yuanyuan couldn't help but dream of having such robots in her milk tea shop. Where can I purchase these automatons, and for how much? Yuanyuan eagerly inquired of Alice. Automatons are not for sale to the public. They are exclusively for internal use within the academy, Alice casually replied. Her ears perked up, and she quickly added, Boss, you're not thinking of replacing me with a few automatons, are you? Yuanyuan smiled awkwardly in response. Of course not. We've already signed a contract, and I would incur a penalty for breach. Alice fixed her gaze on Yuanyuan, a hint of danger in her expression. It's best not to. It is said that Professor Piku's initial intention in developing the automatons was to have someone to assist him in his work, as well as in cooking and cleaning. After successfully creating the automatons, various factions attempted to negotiate collaboration, but all efforts ended in failure, as Professor Piku was unwilling to allow the automatons to become instruments of war. Therefore, these creations are not for sale to the public. You should abandon any such thoughts. Boss, well, let us hurry and catch up with the line. We've fallen behind. Yuanyuan quickly shifted the topic. The magical puppets guided the newcomers on a tour through the illustrious halls of the Hogwarts School of Magic. The architecture of this esteemed institution resonated with Yuanyuan's aesthetic sensibilities, presenting a grand and enigmatic cluster of castles. Each house formed its own distinct castle group. As Yuanyuan and Alice strolled along the bustling street, they encountered students adorned in wizard hats and wielding wands. Is this the school uniform? Alice inquired, glancing at the similar attire of their peers. No, this is the house robe. Each house boasted its own emblematic garb. Students from the wizarding house often donned pointed hats and flowing robes, while those from the cleric's house wore pristine white vestments. The swordsman's house favored a more casual approach, often seen with swords at their sides. And as for the knight's house, some preferred armor, others long spears, while a few paraded with their steeds, the wind horses, in flamboyant display. It was quite distinct, Yuanyuan mused. The potion enthusiasts were notorious for carrying bottles wherever they went, while the engineers often boasted of their prowess with tools, claiming the title of the school's Hammer King. Quite a character, Alice continued, explaining the dining hall. You already know about it. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, it's best to steer clear of the dining hall. From this perspective, the entire school appeared rather frivolous and unreliable. Ahead lay the student dormitories situated on Montrose Street. Alice pointed in a direction, and Yuanyuan looked up to see a series of well-ordered apartment buildings nestled in the north. Feeling somewhat disappointed, she had anticipated another castle. On the left is the boys' dormitory, and on the right is the girls', Alice elaborated. The dormitories do not distinguish between specific houses. Whichever room you draw is yours. Boss, do you intend to stay in the dormitory? If you don't mind, I could share a room with you, or you could join me. I'm flexible, Alice exclaimed with enthusiasm, her tail wagging excitedly, as if the words "let's live together" were inscribed on her forehead. No, that's not necessary, Yuanyuan promptly declined. I don't plan to reside in the dormitory. The roaming stall required her attention, and the bubble tea shop in Sewu City also needed her occasional oversight. For now, not staying in the dormitory was the best choice for Yuanyuan. All right, Alice conceded with a shrug. Considering your mobile stall is quite well equipped, I can surmise that you are unlikely to reside within the academy. Alice continued to lead the way, conversing as they walked. Next, we shall collect the house robes and essential textbooks. We need to hurry. We have already fallen behind. Throughout their journey, Yuanyuan and Alice had become so engrossed in conversation and the scenery that they had strayed from the main group. The academy must have prepared the robes and books in advance according to the number of admissions, right? It shouldn't be a problem if we arrive a bit later, should it? Gu Yuanyuan wished to explore the magical academy further. Alice, however, sighed. That's not the case. The academy will either have your magical beast deliver the textbooks to you, or you can collect them yourself, but the robes are custom-made. You must visit the designated tailor at the academy to provide your measurements, and the production time is uncertain. I've heard some have waited as long as a month. It is merely a school uniform. Is bespoke tailoring truly necessary? After all, it is just an article of clothing, is it not? Must one wait an entire month for it? In an industrialized city like the Magic Academy, with alchemical equipment enhanced by magic, even a custom-made garment could be produced in a day if rushed. The Green Elf tribe indeed favors handcrafted creations, yet even the simplest garments can be fashioned in no more than a week. Is there some arcane significance to the Magic Academy's uniforms? Upon observing several classmates, one would notice their distinct variations. Alice remarked that the differences I refer to are not merely in size or length, but in the materials, patterns, and sewing techniques employed. This is the essence of the uniform's uniqueness. The tailor crafts each uniform according to the customer's race, character, and other assorted factors, purportedly linked to their soul. While they all bear the general semblance of a uniform, a closer inspection reveals that each piece is utterly singular. Furthermore, the materials utilized are of exceptional quality. Thus, each garment crafted is akin to a piece of high-grade magical armor. High-grade magical armor. The school uniform is astonishingly high-grade magical armor. No wonder Alice urged haste. Who wouldn't desire such a practical and formidable piece of armor? Gu Yuanyuan felt an undeniable thrill. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yuanyuan said to Alice, "Walking is too slow." Alice blinked in surprise, and in the next instant, Gu Yuanyuan summoned her magical beast, Fortune, enlarging it and swiftly pulling the dazed Alice onto its back. "Slow down," Alice exclaimed in alarm, witnessing the usually adorable little rabbit transform into a fearsome creature with crimson eyes. Fortune, a high-level wind-type magical beast, could transport them far more swiftly than on foot. With a command, Gu Yuanyuan directed Fortune towards the throng of people. Alice, caught off guard, clutched Fortune's ear for stability. "Boss," Alice's voice quivered, "please give me a heads up next time. Your employee nearly frightened me to death." "My sincere apologies. I was simply too eager," Gu Yuanyuan explained. "If you find riding Fortune too bumpy, I have to buy as well. It flies slower, but it is quite steady." "No, thank you. I have a fear of heights," Alice admitted, feeling a twinge of envy for Gu Yuanyuan. Both magical beasts were remarkably powerful and practical, and aesthetically pleasing as well. Truly, one's magical beast reflects its master. Unlike her own, this magical armor must be quite expensive, I presume? Gu Yuanyuan inquired. "It is complimentary, a benefit provided by the Magic Academy to its students. Upon enrollment, one receives a high-level magical beast and magical armor. The Magic Academy is indeed affluent." As Alice sat upon the back of the moonlit rabbit, she observed the fleeting scenery of shops passing by. "Right there," she pointed, "that is the tailor shop we are heading to." Upon hearing this, Fortune promptly veered towards the direction Alice indicated. Moments later, the two arrived early at the tailor shop's entrance. The Spider Lady's tailor shop evoked a sense of foreboding in Gu Yuanyuan as she gazed at its name. "Hurry, let's go," Alice urged, pulling Gu Yuanyuan inside. "The owner and I are good friends. She is quite amiable." Upon entering, Gu Yuanyuan found the shop not as terrifying as she had anticipated. All the garments were meticulously arranged, seemingly suspended in mid-air without visible hangers or support rods. "Is this magic that keeps the clothes afloat?" Gu Yuanyuan inquired. "Such a feat must consume a great deal of magical energy." While it was true that a knowledgeable spellcaster could levitate clothing, maintaining dozens of garments in such a manner would undoubtedly drain the caster's magic over time. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths, merely for display? "Huh. Look closely, my dear," Alice chuckled. "This isn't achieved through magic." "Not magic?" Gu Yuanyuan questioned, stepping nearer for a closer inspection. Bathed in sunlight, she noticed exceedingly fine, intricately woven threads glimmering between the garments. A vague realization dawned upon her. Spider silk. "Exactly, spider silk," came a voice from the back of the shop. Gu Yuanyuan looked up to see the source of the voice. "Greetings. I am the owner of the tailor's shop, the Spider Lady," she announced with a graceful demeanor. "Hello, dear owner. I have returned," Alice greeted her with ease. She gestured to Gu Yuanyuan beside her. This is my boss, a new student at the Magical Academy, seeking to commission a set of mage robes. I hope you can assist her. Ah, a fledgling, are we? The spider lady's gaze fell upon Yuanyuan, and with a gentle flick of her hand, she inquired, "Is your boss all right?" Alice turned, puzzled, only to realize that Yuanyuan appeared utterly dazed. "Boss, boss," Alice exclaimed, shaking Yuanyuan's shoulders anxiously. "Are you all right? What's wrong? You can't just faint on me. I've worked hard to land this job. Stop shaking me, please." Yuanyuan managed to croak, already on the verge of terror. Alice's frantic movements were almost sending her spirit fleeing. Relieved to see that Yuanyuan was still conscious, Alice exhaled, "Thank goodness you're okay. No, I mean, it's good that you're fine." Yuanyuan could hear it all. "This little one seems quite frightened of me." The spider lady chuckled softly. "Like Alice, I'm also a beast folk. You see, my true form is that of spider. Beast folk typically reveal parts of their true forms, which may be a bit overwhelming for you." Chapter 102. Investigation. Indeed, Yuanyuan felt quite overwhelmed. After all, it takes a remarkably strong heart to remain unperturbed in the presence of a creature that is half human, half spider. Indeed, the proprietor of the tailor shop, who refers to herself as Spider Lady, possesses a lower body resembling that of a spider, adorned in a striking red hue. Yuanyuan had previously encountered the monstrous weaver spider in Twilight City, yet that creature, despite its considerable size, bore a more conventional coloration and elicited far less terror than the tailor's unsettling form. She ought to be named Monster Lady instead. The Spider Lady is the finest weaver of the Rainbow Spider tribe, residing next door to my home. We are indeed neighbors, Alice enthusiastically introduced to Yuanyuan. How extraordinary it is to encounter a fellow kin, let alone a neighbor, in a school situated thousands of miles from home. Such odds are truly remarkable. The coloration of the rainbow spider can shift with one's emotions, and it seems that the Spider Lady harbors a fondness for you, dear proprietor, as her entire being blushes a vivid crimson. There is no need for such display, truly. "Oh, is that so?" Yuanyuan felt tears welling up. "What an honor this is. You need not force yourself. Would a different hue be preferable?" The Spider Lady pondered Yuanyuan's tearful countenance for a moment before transforming her lower half to a deep black. Much improved, Yuanyuan responded politely. In truth, it mattered little. She feared all spiders, albeit to varying degrees. Nonetheless, they were guests here to craft garments, and there was no need to linger on this topic. "Let us discuss the matter of the academy attire." Yuanyuan redirected the conversation. "How long will it take to create my academy uniform? Are there any materials I need to provide?" The Spider Lady, cradling her chin with one hand, appraised Yuanyuan for a moment. "You need not provide any additional materials. The academy has already covered the costs. However, your uniform may present some complications." As she spoke, the Spider Lady furrowed her brow, circling Yuanyuan slowly before leaning in close, her eyes locking onto hers. Yuanyuan felt a chill as the sound of 8 legs scuttling across the floor sent beads of cold sweat down her spine. She nervously swallowed and tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the Spider Lady. "Fear not, look into my eyes." The Spider Lady's voice echoed in Yuanyuan's mind, compelling her to open her eyes involuntarily, slowly directing her gaze toward the Spider Lady. "Excellent." The Spider Lady inched closer, whispering, "Empty your mind of all distractions." As she listened to the ethereal tones of the Spider Lady, Yuanyuan felt as though her essence was drifting away, her body suspended in the clouds. The Spider Lady observed the ripples in Yuanyuan's eyes, and suddenly, a faint golden light shimmered above Yuanyuan's head, interrupting the Spider Lady's probing. "Very well." The Spider Lady hastily withdrew her gaze. "I have gathered what I need to know." That was close, she thought, relieved she had acted swiftly. Otherwise, this young girl's hidden weapon would have unleashed an indiscriminate attack. Once the Spider Lady averted her gaze, Yuanyuan immediately felt her spirit return to her body. She shook her head, bewildered. What just happened? It felt reminiscent of her encounter with Irala. "Are you all right, boss?" Alice noticed Yuanyuan's shaking head and approached with concern. "It matters not." Yuanyuan smiled at her, albeit with a hint of daze. "This is the magic I have invoked, examination, which allows me to perceive the essence of your soul. The garments crafted through this method will be intricately tailored to their owner, thus providing the utmost defense. The essence of the soul." Yuanyuan's pupils trembled. She had inadvertently revealed too much. Surely, Such a simple act as making clothing would not expose the secret of her elfin shell harboring a human core, would it? The Spider Maiden frowned, yet remarked, however, you possess a binding mental magic protective gear. I can perceive but a fragment, not the entirety. That means she has not seen everything. Yuanyuan rejoiced, relieved that her secret remained intact. Will this affect the crafting? Yuanyuan inquired tentatively. Not all. The Spider Maiden replied with a confident smile. I am the finest weaver from the Rainbow Spider tribe. A mere glimpse is sufficient to create garments of unparalleled perfection. Rest assured, the robes I design will not disappoint you. Thank you. Yuanyuan adjusted her demeanor. I'll look forward to your creation. Not a problem. Now hurry along. Lest you find yourselves unable to leave, the Spider Maiden gestured towards Yuanyuan and Alice's rear. Upon turning, Yuanyuan beheld a throng of new students approaching. Without a doubt, once they reached the tailor's shop, it would be challenging for Yuanyuan and Alice to exit smoothly. Alice quickly stated, then we shall take our leave. Farewell, shopkeeper. With that, she grasped Yuanyuan's hand and departed hastily. The Spider Maiden observed Yuanyuan's retreating figure, deep in thought. This child's soul is peculiar. It feels less like that of an elf and more akin to a human's, yet she undeniably possesses elfin blood. How strange. In the human capital of Grant, Malachi mockingly observed the Cardinal Asariel, who was finally able to rise from his bed. Following the council debacle, this fellow had sullied the Empire's reputation. Failing to extricate himself from the absurdity surrounding the Lord of Tress City, leading to substantial losses for the Empire and extortion by the other 7 races. Upon the news of the failed negotiations reaching Grant, Malachi resolved to bring down this once ardent cardinal. However, upon Asariel's return, he was battered and bruised, subsequently falling into a coma for nearly half a month, only to recuperate for another month. This drawn-out ordeal rendered Malachi powerless to act against him. For Asariel remained the current cardinal. Although his competence was in question, his leadership within the Church of Light was beyond reproach. Moreover, to harass a wounded cleric would only diminish Malachi's own standing. Chapter 103. Bioweapons. Malachi regarded the bowed head of Asariel, who dared not meet his gaze, and sneered. I still recall how you assured me before your departure that you would return with glory for the Empire. Yet, instead of glory, you brought back a mountain of bills. And look at your sorry state. Truly useless. Upon the emergence of the scandal within the Council of Empires, Malachi was consumed by fury, promptly instructing his subordinates to take action. Although the daily reports disseminated across human cities were effectively dealt with by the following day, the contents had already spread, inciting unrest among the populace. To quell the disturbances, he commanded the city lords to make an example of someone. The discourse surrounding the human empire had barely reached a conclusion, yet the voices of other races disparaging the empire grew increasingly vociferous. Malachi found himself wishing to seize Ashrel from his sickbed and cast him out to remedy the situation himself. Your Majesty, Ashrel trembled as he knelt. It was my momentary lapse that led to my insidious betrayal by the despicable elves. The mere recollection of that cup of tea, which had been merely praised for its aesthetic appeal, ignited his ire. The effects of that tea had left him in torment. Consequently, he now harbored a profound aversion to anything blue, adorning himself entirely in white, for the sight of blue invoked tears. It was truly lamentable that a level 78 archmage could be so grievously wounded. Malachi, observing Ashrel quaking in the center, tears streaming down his face, found the sight unbearable. He gestured to the side, and a delicate beauty glided into his embrace. Breathing in her alluring fragrance, he regarded her exquisite visage, feeling a purification of both sight and soul. Speak, Malachi said, caressing the slender waist of the beauty without casting a glance at Ashrel. What brings you here today? This wretched creature had lain bedridden for a month, choosing to appear just as he was reveling in the company of his newfound enchantress. And Malachi felt a twinge of impatience. I have already dispatched inquiries, Ashrel replied through gritted teeth. That cup of tea, which has brought disgrace upon the Empire, was indeed concocted by the Green Elf race. Nay, it should be referred to as a weapon. It originated from a shop known as the Elven Milk Tea House, and I have learned that this establishment is anything but ordinary. He represented the human empire at the council, and his loss of dignity was tantamount to a loss of face for the entire empire. Contrary to the rumors circulating outside, Ashrel had not been bedridden due to grave illness. In truth, the assault from the Orc Makabaka and the Sky Dragon Neef had healed shortly after his return. His vulnerability to their attack stemmed entirely from the insidious effects of that cup of tea. Having served as a cardinal for some time, Ashrel knew that, while his position in the Church of Light was second only to the king retained the power to appoint or dismiss cardinals. Behind him loomed hundreds of bishops awaiting his downfall to ascend in his stead. Thus, his failure could not grant them the satisfaction they sought. Upon returning to Grant, he feigned severe illness, both to deceive the irascible emperor and avoid punishment, and to secretly investigate the reasons behind his misstep, aiming to deliver a resounding blow to his adversaries in the future. Malachi's interest was piqued. A simple cup of tea wielding such immense power? He continued. Yes. Ashrel replied respectfully. This establishment, situated in the Green Elf's misty city, offers beverages with extraordinary effects. Following the council incident, Yuanyuan even endorsed this shop, and I have learned that the goblin race seems to have close ties to this establishment. Your Majesty, regardless of the quality of the goods sold in this establishment, the intricate web of connections surrounding the proprietor suggests that he is not to be underestimated. It is said that ignorance is bliss, yet upon investigation, one finds oneself astounded. Asahel was equally taken aback upon receiving the news. A mere bubble tea shop had managed to secure the endorsement of a prominent finance minister from the nation. Asahel speculated that behind this FAAD lay the financial backing of the higher echelons of the Green Elf clan, providing resources for their researchers to delve into biochemical weaponry. The beverage shop was merely a guise. He retrieved a drink from his spatial artifact and presented it with both hands, stating, "This is what we obtained, Your Majesty. Please take a look." Malachi then shifted his gaze towards Asahel and gestured for him to proceed. With a slight lift of his chin, the enchanting beauty in his arms gracefully approached Asahel to collect the drink. Malachi scrutinized the item closely, inadvertently reading the inscription aloud. Ice Blue Coconut Jasmine, limited edition by Minister Lucien. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes descending to the cup adorned with 6 distinct images of male elves. Is this the weapon you referred to? What kind of weapon is adorned with such grotesque and unsightly images, especially 6 of them? Is this peculiar elf truly Lucien? Indeed, Asahel replied, his expression earnest and his tone grave. He is an emerging talent within the Green Elf clan, and he led the recent council discussions. What is the bishop's plan? Malachi casually passed the ice blue coconut jasmine to the beauty beside him, showing little interest in the drink himself. I believe it would be prudent to dispatch assassins to eliminate both Lucy Inn and the proprietor of the bubble tea shop, thereby eradicating any future threats, Asahel suggested. Do you take me for a fool? Malachi retorted angrily, striking the throne. The protective shield of the Green Elf clan is not as fragile as a watermelon that can be breached at will, even if one were to infiltrate. Do you truly believe that their high-ranking officials could be so easily assassinated? Have you lost your wits? A month of recovery could lead to regression, correct? Asahel wiped the sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, you misunderstand me. What I propose is to first deploy a cavalry unit to probe the northern borders. The Green Elf clan is vigilant in that region, and most of their forces will undoubtedly be diverted to defend the watchtower. At that juncture, we can quietly send in assassins to eliminate Lucy in the City of Life and simultaneously deal with the bubble tea shop owner. Even if the assassination of Lucy Inn fails, taking out a few Green Elf officials would not be in vain. Malachi stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. A clever plan. Let us proceed as you suggest. He clapped his hands, summoning 2 knights clad in black armor. What overwhelming killing intent! Asahel gasped. Despite being a grand sorcerer himself, he had not sensed any presence other than the 3 of them within the royal hall, illustrating the formidable stealth of these knights. The Church of Light is composed of priests and mages, ill-suited for such tasks. Utilize these 2 as you see fit, but remember, success is the only acceptable outcome. Understood. Asahel responded promptly. Now be gone. Malachi dismissed Asahel with impatience, eager to retreat into the arms of his beauty. As Asahel discerned the emperor's intent, he hastily exited the royal palace alongside 2 knights clad in black armor. Chapter 104. I crave blood, how shall I address you, brave warriors? Asahel inquired politely, observing the black-armored knights before him. Assassin number 35. Assassin number 36. The two knights responded succinctly. After a brief silence, Acisel let out a hearty laugh. What splendid names! Join me in eradicating the forces of evil for His Majesty, and once our task is accomplished, untold riches and glory await us. Meanwhile, in the human empire, unrest was brewing, unbeknownst to Yuanyuan, who was currently grappling with an enigmatic customer at the Magical Academy. Excuse me, do you have any questions regarding the menu? Yuanyuan offers standard smile, her tone warm and inviting. Please feel free to express your concerns. I will do my utmost to assist you. The customer before her remained motionless, seemingly oblivious, with no change in the posture or angle of the menu he held. Strange, isn't it? Alice chimed in, leaning closer. He has been standing there like a statue for quite some time, and on such a sunny day, wearing a black hooded cloak, I feel hot just looking at him. Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. The customer indeed appeared peculiar. After approaching the mobile stall and requesting a menu, he stood like a statue, clad in a full black hooded cloak in the sweltering midday heat. Yuanyuan began to suspect he might have been baked alive. I must go and check, she resolved, handing the unfinished milk tea to Alice. Please prepare this for me. Sure thing. Don't worry, boss. Alice replied excitedly, accepting the task. This would be her first time making milk tea for a customer. Although she had practiced on her own or for Bella, she had never sold it before. She turned to the waiting customer with a smile, assuring him, my skills are no less than the boss's. You will surely enjoy it. The customer, however, had a foreboding sense of unease. Yuanyuan approached the cloaked figure, asking, are you all right? Still, there was no response. She boldly reached out to touch his shoulder. Suddenly, with a rigid posture, the customer collapsed to the ground. Yuanyuan rushed to support him, finding him lying on his back, eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale. Alarmed, she thought, this is not good. As her hand grazed his skin, she was taken aback to discover it was icy cold. Dead. Yes, dead. Yuanyuan murmured in disbelief. The commotion drew Alice's attention, and she handed the milk tea she had prepared to the customer. This cup is 5 silver coins. Alice called out while darting from the stall. Remember to leave it at the cash register. Don't try to cheat me. Boss, I'm here. Alice quickly reached Yuanyuan's side, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of her boss's bewildered expression and the lifeless body on the ground. Boss, you, she stammered, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Yuanyuan hastily waved her hands, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum, insisting, no, it wasn't me. I merely tapped his shoulder, and he just collapsed. Oh dear, Alice remarked, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground. A murder has occurred here. We must report this to the academy immediately. Your shop, my dear, is likely to be implicated as well. It could very well be shut down. A chill enveloped Yuanyuan, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. If the mobile stall is closed, how can I continue my business at the Magic Academy? I cannot rely solely on the milk tea shop in Suewu City to accumulate enough joy points to complete my tasks. Her mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts, rendering her motionless in a stupor. Suddenly, Alice burst into laughter, gently nudging the dazed Yuanyuan. Just kidding, boss. The veil of despair that had engulfed Yuanyuan was shattered by Alice's revelation, and her initial fright morphed into annoyance. I was genuinely scared just now. I'm so sorry. Alice approached Yuanyuan with an ingratiating demeanor. You were just too pitiful, and I couldn't resist teasing you a little. Please forgive me. After all, who could resist your adorably charming appearance? Yuanyuan found Alice's syrupy tone rather nauseating. And what kind of reasoning is that? Just because I look pitiable and cute, you think it's acceptable to bully me? Alice seemed to embody the whimsical notion of wanting to squish a cute kitten or nibble on a human child's soft cheeks just for the sheer delight of it. Yuanyuan sighed, exasperated. So is it my fault then? No, certainly not. Alice exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yuanyuan's. It's my fault. Please forgive me, all right? With a resigned sigh, Yuanyuan relented. Fine, let us not dwell on that. Our focus should be on the one lying on the ground. No need to concern ourselves with him. He's a vampire, Alice casually remarked, gesturing at the pale figure. Look at his face, as white as a wall, and those clothing styles. As she spoke, she approached the vampire, prying open his mouth to display his pronounced fangs to Yuanyuan. Now you see. Yuanyuan tugged at Alice's arm. Please don't be so rude to our customer. What does it matter? He is not even awake, Alice began to retort, but was interrupted as a hand landed on her shoulder. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, signaling C? P.S. Awake. The vampire stirred, gazing at Alice, and inquired. Excuse me, is this a milk tea shop? Yes, sir, Alice stammered, swiftly switching to her professional demeanor. What would you like to drink? I would like blood. The vampire pronounced deliberately, fresh, delicious blood. Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances with Alice. Blood? How could a milk tea shop possibly sell blood? She quickly attempted to clarify. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we are a legitimate establishment and do not sell blood. Don't sell blood? The vampire tilted his head. Perplexed. Then what do you sell? The milk tea shop, of course, sells milk tea, not blood. Yuanyuan picked up the menu from the ground and handed it to him, saying, Our establishment specializes in milk tea. Please take a look and see what you would like to drink. The vampire furrowed his brow upon receiving the menu. Yes, indeed. It's milk tea. Exquisite and unique to our region. I highly recommend it. Then I shall not drink it. The vampire interrupted Alice, tossing the menu aside and departing. However, after taking just a few steps, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yuanyuan. Alice, should we attend to him? Alice inquired. Go fetch your priest friend. Yuanyuan replied. Chapter 105. Blood production. Upon hearing this, Alice hurriedly dashed to the priest's residence to seek Bella's assistance, while Yuanyuan, having attended to the remaining customers, prepared to close the shop. I apologize, dear customers, but due to an urgent situation, we must temporarily cease operations, Yuanyuan said apologetically to the new arrivals. Very well. The customers responded with expressions of resignation, accepting the situation. Yuanyuan, reluctant to halt business, especially during the bustling midday hours, fumed at the potential losses incurred due to the inexplicable fainting of a customer right before her stall. Here they come, boss. Alice exclaimed breathlessly as she brought the bewildered Bella to the stall. Boss, this is Bella, Alice introduced, giving Bella a gentle push forward. Bella had initially been ready to express her frustration at having her schedule disrupted and her work delayed. However, upon seeing Yuanyuan, all irritation vanished. Bella warmly approached, grasping Yuanyuan's hand. You are the brilliant owner Alice speaks of. What an honor. I am Bella, currently an assistant to Professor Claire. Please feel free to call upon me for anything. This demeanor left both Yuanyuan and Alice in a state of bewilderment. Alice's reaction was particularly exaggerated, as if to say, is this person my sister? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yuanyuan, the manager of the milk tea shop and a freshman at the Magic Academy. No need for such formality. You're always welcome to sample our milk tea. At the mention of milk tea, Bella lit up. Oh, I adore the milk tea at your shop, where I can choose my own toppings. I drink a cup every day, and I've gained quite a bit of weight because of it. Cough, cough. Alice interjected from behind Bella, reminding her to address the matter at hand. Oh, right. Bella quickly responded, asking, where's the fainted student? Yuanyuan opened the mobile stall and invited Bella inside, pointing to the vampire lying on the ground. He began to sizzle under the sunlight, so I brought him in here. Yuanyuan was concerned that prolonged exposure might incinerate the vampire entirely, eliminating the need for a crematorium. Bella stepped forward to examine him closely. At that moment, Alice also entered and, hearing Yuanyuan's words, remarked curiously, I recall that vampires are not afraid of sunlight. They merely become fatigued and sleepy at most. Under ordinary circumstances, vampires do not fear sunlight. Rather, due to their inherent nature, they often appear lethargic during the day. Bella remarked that there exists one exception, when they find themselves in a state of extreme energy deficiency. Yuanyuan pondered, are you implying that? Indeed, Bella replied, rising and turning to Yuanyuan. What I mean is he has fainted from hunger. A little blood would suffice. So it's merely a matter of hunger, she thought, initially believing it to be a sudden illness. For this reason, she had even closed the shop and brought him inside, canceling numerous orders. However, Bella continued, as far as I know, the cafeteria seems to be short on blood packs for the vampires today. The priesthood has also received dozens of fainted vampire students, and we are at a loss as to how to manage. Once again, the cafeteria, the dark magic culinary team has caused quite a stir, Alice urged. You should hurry and take him away. The owner needs to continue operations. Having a vampire lying there is detrimental to business. Well done, Alice, Yuanyuan thought, stifling her admiration for Alice's thoughtfulness. How could such a considerate employee exist? She adored Alice. Alice, the owner and I are working together towards our mutual prosperity. That may not be feasible, Bella sighed, Currently, the priesthood is experiencing a shortage of beds. Even if I were to take him back, he would merely be moving to another location to lie down. Since the incident with the diarrhea, the cafeteria's issues have been relentless, with students arriving at the priesthood daily, diagnosed with various peculiar ailments. The cafeteria, being the sole provider at the Magical Academy, leaves students with limited choices to avoid hunger. They are compelled to consume food of unknown effects, much to the frustration of the Academy's higher-ups. We cannot delay any longer. I must leave, Claire said, glancing anxiously at the clock on the wall. Just give him some blood, I must go. With that, she hurriedly summoned a magical beast and rushed back to the Academy. Just give him some blood? Yuanyuan and Alice exchanged glances. Whose blood? Alice gulped nervously, retreating. Boss, I'm here to work, not to offer myself. True, Alice thought, as it is unreasonable to expect an employer to use an employee's blood for a customer. Then what about your own? Yuanyuan lifted her fair arm, contemplating, her right hand gesturing where to cut. Boss. Alice quickly pressed down Yuanyuan's eager right hand. It wasn't specified that it must be human blood. Magical beast blood would suffice. Magical beast blood is indeed blood. Yuanyuan turned around to glance behind her, where the treasure-hunting white creature was huddled together, trembling and avoiding eye contact with her. Never mind, she thought, unable to bring herself to harm the magical beasts. Someone once told me that magical beasts are our companions. And besides, they hold far greater significance for me than the one lying on the ground. As Yuanyuan turned towards the preparation table, she said to Alice, "Please wash a few tomatoes for me." Tomatoes? Alice asked, puzzled. Are we not going to tend to him? Yuanyuan tilted her head and smiled mysteriously, stating that their current objective was to produce blood to save him. Since she couldn't bring herself to draw the blood of the magical beasts, nor could she bear to draw her own, she decided to concoct a cup of blood instead. In Chapter 106, Freshly Squeezed Tomato Juice, she pondered the audacity of her boss, Alice, who seemed to imply they might use tomatoes to create blood. Following closely behind Yuanyuan, Alice picked several fresh tomatoes, washed them, and handed them over. Yuanyuan accepted the tomatoes and swiftly chopped them into pieces, tossing them into the blender. Just before starting the machine, a sudden inspiration struck her, and she added a handful of goji berries to the mix. Observing the pale figure on the ground, it seemed he was severely lacking in vitality, so a bit of goji would help replenish his energy. Do you think vampires prefer sweet or sour? Yuanyuan inquired. Pure tomato juice likely wouldn't be very palatable. Should she add something else? Alice tilted her head in thought. I believe they might enjoy something more savory, given their penchant for blood. After a moment's contemplation, Yuanyuan found some wild ginger and tossed it into the blender. Savory, accomplished. It appeared Bella had mentioned that his condition indicated a severe energy deficiency, implying that blood was the source of energy for vampires. Yuanyuan then retrieved a magical energy crystal from her system bag, wrapped it in cloth, and struck it with a hammer until it shattered. Alice watched in astonishment as Yuanyuan executed her series of actions. Boss, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be making blood? Why are you smashing a magical energy crystal? Crushing the magical energy crystal ensures that the blender can properly pulverize it into powder, Yuanyuan replied calmly. Is it going to be added to the drink? Can it be consumed? It won't kill him, will it? However, seeing her boss's unwavering confidence, Alice found herself somewhat reassured. Yuanyuan poured the powdered magical crystal into the blender. With a decisive push of a button, the machine sputtered to life, struggling to operate as it emitted a series of zaps and occasional jolts. Will the machine break down, considering all those stones? Alice asked. It won't. If it does, we'll simply replace it, Yuanyuan said with serene composure, steadying the blender on the counter while instructing Alice to fetch a cup. All right, Alice mechanically complied, feeling an odd sensation as her boss engaged in this unusual and unorthodox creation. Yuanyuan poured the freshly blended tomato juice into the glass that Alice provided. The striking red liquid, mixed with sparkling granules of crystal, emitted an aroma that was decidedly unappetizing. Alice leaned in to take a whiff, and her stomach immediately reacted. She quickly covered her mouth and nose with her hands to stifle the noxious scent, barely preventing herself from retching. What is it? Yuanyuan inquired with concern towards Alice. Does it smell unpleasant? Not just unpleasant. It's downright awful. Alice indicated towards the tomato juice, gesturing for Yuanyuan to take a whiff herself. Yuanyuan leaned in and, Indeed, detected a foul odor, likely due to the absence of honey. It must be because there's no honey, Yuanyuan mused, fetching a jar of honey and spooning several measures into the tomato juice. As she stirred, she remarked, "Now it's almost perfect. Alice, could you help me lift the patient?" Alice grimaced at Yuanyuan's actions. Perhaps this was the fate of that vampire classmate. She assisted in raising the fallen vampire. While Yuanyuan pried open his mouth and poured in the tomato juice, ensuring the cup was emptied before firmly closing his lips. The effects were immediate. Just as Yuanyuan was about to finish her sentence, the vampire in Alice's arms suddenly opened his eyes wide, breaking free from her grasp, and began to retch violently. "Not bad," Yuanyuan observed as she regarded the revitalized vampire. Alice dared not respond. The effects were far more than just satisfactory. If they were any stronger, it might send this classmate away entirely. "What did you make me drink?" The vampire gasped between heaves, feeling utterly unwell, his stomach churning, overwhelmed by the nauseating aroma. "Blood!" Yuanyuan exclaimed with excitement. "It's my homemade blood." "Blood? Blood?" The vampire stared at Yuanyuan in disbelief. "I have no enmity with you. Why would you harm me?" Before he could articulate his thoughts further, he felt a surge of energy revitalizing his body, warmth flooding his limbs. He was no longer sore. His legs no longer ached, and his hunger had vanished. He felt remarkably well. Unbelievable. Alice watched in awe as the vampire's complexion transformed within moments, visibly rejuvenating. One can only say that the boss is indeed the boss. Yuanyuan beamed to the speechless duo. "Isn't it quite miraculous? Are you still hungry?" "I feel like I need to drink blood for the next half-month," the vampire remarked, patting his stomach. "Thank you, boss. But why does my mouth feel like I have stones in it?" "That's unimportant. What matters is," Yuanyuan interjected, extending her right hand before the vampire. "A total of 25 silver coins." All right, I'll pay. The vampire quickly retrieved 25 silver coins and respectfully placed them in Yuanyuan's hand. "Boss, is this really blood?" He pondered, reflecting on the liquid he had consumed. "It doesn't taste anything like blood. I already mentioned it's homemade blood." Alice assisted the vampire to his feet. "This is the boss's exclusive recipe, confidential and undisclosed." Chapter 107. 100 cups rather than blood. It could be described as a rather unpalatable potion, mused the vampire. "Boss, do you have any left?" the vampire inquired, glancing at Yuanyuan, whose left hand held an empty glass of freshly squeezed tomato juice. "Actually, there are a few cups remaining," Yuanyuan replied with a chuckle. "Are you still interested in drinking?" Upon hearing this, the vampire recoiled in alarm, shaking his head vigorously. No. I meant to purchase some to take back for my kin. Due to a mishap in the cafeteria, many of my fellow vampires have fainted from hunger. I believe they will require the blood you produce. Unlike other races, vampires have a rather limited diet, consisting solely of blood, though, presently, they only consume the blood of magical beasts. The cafeteria at the Magic Academy considers the needs of its vampire students and procures a certain quantity of magical beast blood each day. However, due to unforeseen circumstances today, the supply was insufficient, resulting in numerous vampire students succumbing to hunger. Yuanyuan chuckled lightly. "This isn't actually blood. It's merely freshly squeezed tomato juice. I have simply added a few ingredients that can replenish energy. How much do you require?" "I can provide you with as much as you need." The vampire pondered for a moment, unsure of the precise number of his fainted kin. "Let us go with 50 cups. My friend, 50 cups will surely be inadequate." Alice interjected, patting the vampire on the shoulder with conviction. "Trust me, you will need at least 100 cups. My friend from the Priest Academy mentioned that they are utterly swamped today. 50 cups would hardly suffice. But 100 cups exceeds my budget," the vampire replied, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Although he found Alice's reasoning sound, he could not produce that much cash on the spot. "Not to worry," Alice said, placing a friendly arm around the vampire's shoulders. "You are doing this for the sake of your kin's well-being. Thus, the cost should not fall solely upon you. Just inform the Academy, and they can reimburse this order. You can include your portion as well." Upon hearing Alice's words, the vampire's eyes brightened. Indeed, since it was the Academy's oversight that led to his and his kin's predicament, the expense should be covered by them. "You are right," he exclaimed, nodding in agreement. He turned back to Yuanyuan and declared, "Boss, let us have 100 cups." "Very well, please hold on a moment." Yuanyuan, understanding the unspoken communication from Alice, swiftly began her preparations. The air was soon filled with the whirring of blenders at the bustling stall. Here, count this, 100 cups of freshly squeezed tomato juice. Alice announced as she arranged the prepared juice on the table before the vampire. Remember to inform the academy to settle the payment with my boss once you return. She reminded him once more. The vampire collected all the tomato juice and replied hastily, "No problem. I'm off now. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you back anytime." Alice called after him, watching the vampire depart. "Alice," Yuanyuan called out, giving her a thumbs up. Alice is remarkably intuitive in marketing, a talent that even Yuanyuan believes Amy lacks, for Amy's conscience far exceeds that of Alice. Nevertheless, as the boss, Alice holds a special place in Yuanyuan's heart. Yuanyuan's affirmation greatly pleases Alice, who proudly raises her head and wags her tail enthusiastically. "Boss, with such a diligent employee, does she have the opportunity to accompany you to the Kaya forest?" Alice is aware that Yuanyuan occasionally finds a mysterious way to return to the Kaya forest and has even heard the names of 2 other colleagues from her. Curiosity envelopes Alice, born in the Red Fox tribe of the Orcs. She has been studying at the Magic Academy since receiving her acceptance letter and has never ventured beyond the realms of the Red Fox tribe or the Academy, let alone the reclusive elven race she has longed to explore. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Yuanyuan replies, feeling somewhat troubled. The elven race currently has no plans for civilian exchanges with outsiders. Formal interactions only occur during significant events on the continent. As for Yuanyuan, her presence here is entirely fortuitous. Had the Magic Academy not intervened, she might have seamlessly received an acceptance letter from the Tower of Nature. Alice's enthusiasm diminishes, her expression falling as she sighs. "All right, then. However, I can offer you a raise." Yuanyuan, noticing Alice's demeanor, speaks compassionately. "Really?" Alice's spirit immediately revives, her joy palpable. Yuanyuan nods affirmatively, prompting Alice to cheer in celebration. Observing Alice's excitement, Yuanyuan ponders her own situation, realizing it might be time for her to return to Misty City. She wonders about Amy and Cece, feeling a sense of unease. In Misty City, at a tea shop, the assassin known as Number 36 confronts a man who bears his likeness. "You are formidable. I do not strike down nameless foes. Reveal your name." The response is a swift blade aimed at him, followed by Cassiope, who raises his fist and lunges toward Number 36, cursing vehemently. The 2 soon engage in a fierce battle, exchanging blows as Amy and Cece keep their distance. The shop descends into chaos, marked by traces of magic and weaponry destruction. With frightened patrons long gone, "He is not from the Kaya forest," Amy states firmly, gripping Frostblade. "The patrolling elves will arrive to handle this shortly. Cece, do not fear." Yet, even as she utters these words, Amy feels a twinge of uncertainty. Nearly half an hour has passed since the man in black armor entered the shop to assassinate Cece, and logically, the patrolling elves should have already arrived. Instead, they find themselves relying solely on Cassiope without any support. Cece clutches her staff tightly, her voice trembling. "Oh, okay." Chapter 108. The Assassination Attempt. To hell with you. Number 36 dodges the knife thrown by Cassiope and the incoming punch. "That is quite the name you have. It has character. I like it." Upon hearing this, Caspiope's movements momentarily froze as he directed a punch towards Number 36, exclaiming, "How dare you speak of my mother?" Number 36 retaliated by fiercely swinging his blade towards Caspiope's arm, retorting, "You may have affection for my mother, but I have no intention of becoming your son. Are you out of your mind?" Cassiope narrowly evaded the incoming strike, bending low to execute a sweeping kick, proclaiming, "Go to hell." Number 36 nimbly leaped to avoid the attack, responding, "Ah, so you fancy close combat?" He discarded his weapon, stepping back with his right foot. "Brother will accompany you." "What on earth are they doing?" Cece observed, perplexed, as she watched the 2 bicker and brawl within the shop, sensing an odd atmosphere. "Cece, you fail to comprehend. This is a psychological battle. The assassin clad in black armor seeks to breach Caspiope's mental defenses, aiming to expose a flaw, at which point he can deliver a fatal blow and send Cassiope to meet the goddess of life." Amy analyzed, her brow furrowed. "Is that so?" Cece pondered, momentarily taken aback. "That makes sense. He is targeting you. You must evade adeptly." Amy raised her dagger before her chest, aware that although the frost blade typically served to slice fruits, she had once received tips from a customer who had worked in the guard squad, allowing her to buy Cece a few precious seconds to escape. All right. Cece gazed at Amy, who stood protectively in front of her, and at Cassiope, engaged in combat with number 36. She felt deeply moved, yet understood that her survival was paramount to thwarting the enemy's mission. The battle between Cassiope and number 36 neared its climax. After all, this shell was merely a manifestation of a beast incomparable to its true form. Number 36 stood on Cassiepe's chest, retrieving a knife from the ground, prepared to deliver the final blow. Pleased to meet you, and to hell with you. He raised the blade to strike. Suddenly, a silver-tipped arrow whizzed through the air, striking number 36's weapon and knocking it aside. Who? Number 36 exclaimed, bewildered, turning to glance outside the shop. Outside the tea shop stood a throng of elves, armed with bows and swords. At the forefront, an elf grasped a red, trumpet-shaped object, loudly declaring to number 36, "You are surrounded. Surrender at once and hand over the hostage to ensure your survival." The proclamation echoed, "You are surrounded. Surrender at once and hand over the hostage to ensure your survival." Hearing the voice, Amy felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Cece, grasping her hand. "With them here, we are safe." "Yes, yes." Cece nodded excitedly. "Surrender?" Number 36 scoffed. "In a killer's lexicon, there is no such word as surrender." He kicked Cassiope towards the patrolling elves, seizing the moment of distraction to dash towards Amy and Cece, brandishing his knife menacingly. He snarled, swinging the blade at the young ones. Once again, a golden-tipped arrow intercepted number 36's weapon. Again, number 36 fumed. "Must you incessantly prevent me from smoothly eliminating a few people?" The chilling sound of murder echoed beside assassin number 36, as a golden arrow instantaneously pierced through his skull. "How delightful!" The voice's owner inquired of Amy and Cece. "Are you unharmed?" With wide eyes, Cece replied in a daze, "No, I am not." Meanwhile, Amy gazed intently at the poised elven warrior adorned with glasses, perceiving her sudden appearance behind the assassin as she drew the golden arrow, executing a flawless shot through his head. Truly magnificent. "Greetings, I am Amy." She quickly introduced herself to the warrior, expressing her gratitude for saving both herself and Cece. The elven warrior, Lilith, regarded the half-elf with keen interest, stating, "My name is Lilith. It is my duty to protect you. There is no need for thanks." "Cece, do you still have strength left?" she inquired. "Yes, I do," Cece replied, her expression dazed as she steadied herself against the wall. "The patrolling elves and I will conduct a thorough search of this area to ensure your safety. So please rest assured," Lilith asserted, gripping her golden bow firmly. In the City of Life, within the council chamber, Austin gestured for his subordinates to bring forth a captive. The guards complied, ushering in a corpse clad in black armor. "This is the assassin we apprehended, who attempted to murder Minister Lusson," Austin announced. "Minister Lusson has been somewhat shaken, but is unharmed." Additionally, another assassin was discovered at the bubble tea shop in Misty Vale. Lilith has already gone to deal with that situation. "I have returned," Lilith declared as she entered the council chamber, weary but resolute. She cast aside a corpse, identical in black armor to that of assassin number 36. The threat at the bubble tea shop has also been neutralized, and the remaining 3 cities have been thoroughly searched without further findings. Excellent work. Ivan's gaze fell solemnly upon the 2 lifeless bodies. "What are your thoughts?" Not long ago, the northern realm was disturbed by a band of human cavalry, prompting the Watch to reinforce its ranks, which resulted in diminished patrol strength in the other 4 cities. It is no surprise that Life City and Misty Vale subsequently faced an incursion of assassins. A clever ruse indeed. Austin recalled recent events, connecting the dots. It was clear that the human empire's scum could no longer contain their impatience. Lilith adjusted her glasses, the lenses gleaming with a glint of insight. The assassin in Life City was clearly targeting Lusson, while the one in Misty Vale was directed towards the bubble tea shop. This is evidently linked to the recent council incident. The human filth perceived the shop's prominence and sought to eliminate the threat post-haste. As for Lusson, it is likely that that old fool Asashel, feeling humiliated, cannot tolerate Lusson's continued freedom. Chapter 109. Reclaiming Lost Territories. "You are correct, Lilith," Austin affirmed. "Elder, this all signifies the malevolent intent of humanity to stifle the burgeoning elven race in its cradle. We must inform His Majesty. Do not worry, His Majesty is already aware." Evander pointed with his right hand, and Austin's gaze followed suit. To the right of the elder Evander, upon a table, stood a peculiar creature. Its entire form fashioned of wood, crowned with verdant leaves. In its grasp, it held a second-generation communication stone, and the figure of Landrico materialized upon the luminous screen of the stone. Your Majesty, Austin hastily bowed in reverence. I am fully aware of your analyses, Landrico stated. The North has long been a source of anguish for our kin. It is time to reclaim this lost territory. For the Elven race, the North held profound significance, a place where their ancestors once thrived. Even though the past is now but a distant memory, the North has become a land without a master. Landrico and the entire Elven clan unanimously regard it as a sacred and inviolable domain, rightfully belonging to the Elves. Are you implying that? Austin gazed at Landrico, his eyes brimming with tears, torn between disbelief and hope. Your Majesty, do you wish to reclaim this forsaken land? Landrico's expression was serene, yet it seemed to harbor a brewing tempest, exuding an innate authority. Indeed, Austin, I require you to immediately proceed to the Watcher's land, command the 3 armies, expel the foes, and reclaim what is rightfully ours. Are you capable of this? Austin's heart surged with fervor. This was the very endeavor he had dreamt of undertaking. How could he possibly falter? He clenched his right fist and struck it against his chest with resolve, his gaze unwavering, his voice resonant. I shall fulfill your Majesty's commission flawlessly. Your Majesty. Austin lifted his gaze, eager to exchange more words with Landrico. At that moment, a tide of passion surged within him, longing to embrace the monarch and speak for 3 days and nights. Yet, as he looked up, he realized the figure of Landrico had vanished. Where has your Majesty gone? Oh dear, my precious one, are you fatigued? As Austin scanned the surroundings, Elder Evander noticed the unsteady form of the treant grew and promptly rose to assist. Quickly, give it to me, Evander said with a pained expression, hastily accepting the communication stone that Gru had inadvertently turned off. I told you, holding such a thing is tiring. You should rest. Gru complied, nestling obediently into Evander's sleeve. What is this? Austin observed the elder's tender treatment of the odd creature, astonishment etched upon his face. So, the elder possesses such a side. What an eye-opener it is. He mused. Lilith rolled her eyes at Evander's demeanor and whispered to Austin, elders become like this. They adore nurturing small creatures and pets, afraid to let them melt in their mouths or fall from their hands. Just a brief moment of holding the communication stone, and he is already worn out. How utterly useless. Elder, this is a critical moment to discuss the reclamation of the North with His Majesty. Quickly, activate the communication stone to avoid delaying important matters. Lilith urged, arms crossed as she looked towards Evander. Since acquiring the treant, the elder had become increasingly negligent in his duties. It was time to remind him to be diligent and not succumb to lethargy, Lilith thought. Understood, understood. Ivan hurriedly organized the small tree spirit Gru before reopening the communication stone. Randrico's figure reappeared in the council chamber, albeit with a foul expression. Your Majesty, Ivan said with a sycophantic smile. The signal was poor earlier. Please continue. Lilith rolled her eyes and whispered to Austin. The elder speaks without a script. Austin, fidgeting uneasily, pondered whether he should continue to express his excitement to the sovereign. But given Randrico's grim countenance, it seemed wise to avoid provoking his ire. Randrico cast a glance at Ivan, knowing that the abrupt disconnection was undoubtedly related to him. However, he was preoccupied with more pressing matters at hand. Lilith, who was the assassin from Misty Vale targeting? He inquired. The young cub is currently at the Magic Academy, and the only ones at the Misty Vale Mill Tea Shop are the half-elf Amy and the willful Cece. Are these two really significant enough to warrant an assassination attempt? Upon hearing this, Lilith immediately adopted a serious demeanor. According to the half-elf Amy from Misty Vale, it was aimed at Princess Cece. Cece? Is she truly that important? Randrico mused, perplexed. Did Malachi see something hidden beneath Cece's capricious exterior that warranted such concern from their enemies? Ensure their safety, he commanded. Understood. At the Magic Academy, a mobile stall was besieged by chaos. Detected level 1 damage to the shop's cash register. Detected level 1 damage to the shop's entrance. Detected level 1 damage to the shop's tables and chairs. Warning, your employee Amy, Cece, is under threat of death. Warning, your shop is experiencing comprehensive and indiscriminate destruction, Yuanyuan was beset by a barrage of system warnings and incessant notifications, momentarily stunned. Had she been robbed? How could her shop be in ruins after such a brief absence? Alice, the afternoon shift is yours. I must urgently return to Misty Vale. I'll raise your salary, Yuanyuan declared, abandoning her tasks and summoning the system to transport her back to the milk tea shop. Alice gazed at the seemingly endless line of customers, disheveled by the situation. Boss, you're truly heartless. In a state of emergency, Yuanyuan couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. She dashed into the milk tea shop, which, as the system had indicated, lay in utter disarray, devastated and chaotic, surrounded by patrolling elves armed with weapons, clearly guarding the premises. After identifying herself, Yuanyuan cautiously entered the shop, where remnants of magic and weaponry were strewn about, and arrows were embedded in the walls. Chapter 110. Mistaken target. This is nothing short of a battlefield. Who is responsible for this ruin? Yuanyuan's eyes reddened as she surveyed the wreckage. This was her cherished establishment that she had diligently managed since arriving in this realm. Sister Yuanyuan, immersed in sorrow, was jolted awake by 2 urgent calls. Amy and Cece rushed towards her, and Yuanyuan quickly steadied herself. What has happened in the shop? Are you both unharmed? She inquired anxiously. We're fine, Cece replied, lifting her head, her voice tinged with tears. It's just at the shop. She glanced around, revealing a stark contrast to its former bustling state. Yuanyuan sighed in relief. As long as they were safe, that was what mattered. The moment she received the system notification about Amy and Cece being under threat of death, a chilling dread enveloped her, and she braced herself for the worst. It was an assassin sent by humans. Amy composed herself first, speaking calmly. They aimed to kill Cece, but thanks to Caspap's protection, Miss Lilith ultimately dealt with the assassin and safeguarded us. Human assassins? How did they manage to infiltrate Misty City and target the milk tea shop? Yuanyuan pondered, struggling to recall any grievances with humans. Most importantly, why was Cece the intended target? She regarded Cece with a peculiar gaze, wondering if this gluttonous girl concealed a significant secret that could provoke the human empire's ire. Sister, why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? Cece asked, puzzled, recalling that Lilith had previously regarded her with a similar expression. What was amiss? She and T caused any trouble lately? Nothing. Yuanyuan averted her gaze. Miss Lilith is. She is a colleague of Minister Lucen, a stunning beauty, Cece explained. She has arrived. Cece exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the entrance, and Amy wore a similarly delighted expression. Such was the allure of Miss Lilith. Both Amy and Cece were evidently enthralled by her presence. Curiosity piqued. Yuanyuan turned to look, spotting a tall, striking elven woman with a ponytail, exuding an aura of confidence and beauty. Yuanyuan thought to herself that this elegant figure instilled a sense of security. At that moment, the usually composed Amy leaned in, her voice brimming with excitement. Sister Yuanyuan, Miss Lilith is an exceptionally skilled archer. She dispatched the assassin with a single shot. An archer? Yuanyuan's eyes widened in intrigue. She had often heard of the elves' prowess with bows, yet most of the elven individuals she encountered were mages. Rare were the skilled archers. It seemed she had underestimated their capabilities. Wait. Yuanyuan's gaze shifted to Lilith's face. Why is this archer wearing glasses? Would that not hinder her performance? Lilith's eyebrows raised slightly as she noticed the 3 elven youngsters staring intently at her. Is there something on my face? No, Yuanyuan replied awkwardly, averting her gaze. You must be Miss Lilith, the one who saved Amy and Cece. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Her tone was earnest. Had it not been for this elven lady's intervention, not only would the shop have faced catastrophic damage, but she might have also lost 2 beloved family members. There's no need for thanks. It is my duty. Lilith smiled as she watched the young one before her bowed deeply in gratitude. You are the manager of the tea shop. Although she had frequently heard the elders and Lu Xian speak of the tea shop manager, and had the pleasure of enjoying its tea from time to time, this was her first genuine meeting with Yuanyuan. Indeed, at the time of the incident, I was at the branch of the Magic Academy and was unable to rush to aid, she continued. The Magic Academy, she recalled, had been mentioned by the elders, particularly regarding a young one who had received an admission letter. It was astonishing to her that it was not the Tower of Nature. This marked the first time an elf had enrolled in the Magic Academy, excluding the Sovereign, of course. I never expected that the chosen young one to attend the Magic Academy would be you, Lilith said with a smile. Fortunately, you were not in Misty City at that time. Otherwise, the enemy might have succeeded. Indeed, Lilith, much like the Sovereign, was perplexed. While it was logical to deduce that the assassins targeted the tea shop for a reason, it was surprising that their intended victim was Cece. Cece was unremarkable unless a mistake had been made. Upon returning to the tea shop, Lilith inquired thoroughly with Amy and Cece. Discovering that Cece was the manager at that time, while Yuanyuan was absent, the answer was evident. The assassins had mistaken Cece for Yuanyuan. As Yuanyuan listened to Lilith's words, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the assassins intended to kill me? Don't worry, Lilith reassured, gently patting Yuanyuan's head. Regardless of who they were targeting, the Elven race will ensure the safety of every young one. All assassins had been eliminated, and every city had been thoroughly inspected. The tea shop was currently safe, and the Sovereign wished for you to relax and resume normal business operations. However, I will station some personnel nearby as a precaution. They will remain discreet and will not disrupt your operations. Rest assured. Thank you immensely. Yuanyuan bowed once more to Lilith, feeling grateful for the thorough security measures taken. You truly are commendable, just like the Sovereign. However, the shop is in ruins, Lilith observed as she surveyed the devastation within. If you require compensation, I can submit a request on your behalf. Lilith glanced around the shop, noting the complete disarray, and she doubted whether Yuanyuan and the two young ones could manage the cleanup themselves. Lucien still has an endorsement with you, right? Given his character, he is sure to approve your request. Who would want a continuous source of income? Lucien is notoriously frugal, and he wouldn't overlook the serious damage to a vital revenue-generating business. Yuanyuan paused, realizing that she had not considered that angle. The system had informed her of comprehensive, severe damage to the shop, and she could already anticipate the financial burden. If she did not have to bear that cost, it was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 111. Compensation System. How much will it cost to repair all the damaged items in the shop? Yuanyuan inquired within her mind. In progress. Detected severe damage to the host store, including but not limited to the following items: the store entrance, cash register, interior walls, ceiling, and ceiling lights. According to system calculations, the cost to repair all these items amounts to 48 gold coins. Would you like to proceed with the repairs now? 48 gold coins. Yuanyuan was astonished. What an unforeseen calamity. Fortunately, compensation could be requested. Otherwise, her efforts over the past few months would have been in vain. That wretched human scum. Yuanyuan forced a smile and cheerfully addressed Lilith. I would appreciate your assistance. Please hold on a moment. She nodded slightly to Lilith and turned toward the only table in the store that was still somewhat usable. From her backpack, she retrieved paper and a pen and swiftly jotted down the list of damaged items along with the requested compensation amount. Once completed, she rolled up the paper and handed it to Lilith. This outlines the current damages to the store. I have detailed everything meticulously, and the final amount requested for compensation is included. I kindly ask you, Miss Lilith, to relay this to Minister Lucien. Lilith was astonished by Yuanyuan's efficiency. Upon her arrival at the store, Yuanyuan had merely been engaged in mutual consolation with Amy Cece, and it seemed she had not been organizing the store properly. Yet here she was, capable of listing all the damaged items and estimating the necessary compensation in an instant. Lilith, unable to believe her eyes, opened the paper, and instantly, it unfurled on the ground, stretching across the entire store, densely filled with the names of items, each listed without repetition. Impressive, Lilith murmured, her mouth slightly agape, gazing vacantly at the smiling Yuanyuan. Rest assured, Miss Lilith, as a dedicated, patriotic, and honest citizen of the Elven race, I would never take advantage of the government for compensation. Everything listed pertains to the actual damages incurred in the store. If you have any doubts, feel free to verify each item against what I have recorded. No need for that. Lilith quickly rolled up the sprawling paper, looking at Yuanyuan with a smile. I do not doubt you. I am merely amazed at your ability to compile such a comprehensive overview of the store's damages in such a short span of time. Initially, I intended to give you a few days, but now it seems entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, with so many damaged items, verifying each one would be exhausting. Additionally, there are two matters to discuss. The monarch is aware that you must have surmised the true intentions of the assassin. His implication is that if you wish to remain in the City of Life for your safety, he will arrange the highest level of protective forces for you. With such guardians, any assassin sent by that human scum would be utterly inconsequential. Should you choose to stay in Misty Fog City, the patrolling elves will provide you with round-the-clock security services. However, if you decide to return to the Magical Academy, even with Professor Yuliel's covert protection, there is no guarantee that you will be completely safe. Lilith paused, deliberately allowing the young one time to ponder. In truth, the Sovereign's original words were to remain in the City of Life, close to Elder Ivandar. Who else could serve as the pinnacle of the Green Elves' combat prowess? If not the Elder? This arrangement would also provide an opportunity for the Elder to instruct the young ones, thus sparing them the need to attend the Magic Academy. Two birds with one stone. Upon hearing Lilith's words, Yuanyuan fell into deep contemplation. Although it appeared she had three options, in reality, she had none. The Sovereign was unaware of her mission, and even if the other two paths were more favorable and secure, she could not pursue them. After a moment of reflection, Yuanyuan made her decision. Miss Lilith, please convey to the Sovereign that I need to return to the Magic Academy. Lilith raised an eyebrow, confirming the Sovereign's assumptions. Despite the comfort and safety of both the City of Life and Misty Fog City, the young one would still choose to return to the Magic Academy. The Sovereign had specifically instructed her not to inquire further, stating that the young one would have her reasons. Lilith was not one to indulge in such gossip. After all, very well, I shall relay your message. Now, on to the second matter. The Sovereign requests that Miss Yuanyuan increase the quantity of iced Americanos provided to the Watchtower by 20% once the shop renovations are completed. As Lilith spoke, she produced a scroll and handed it to Yuanyuan. This is the newly drafted contract. If there are no issues after your review, we can sign it now. Of course, we will still handle the transportation logistics. Increase it further? Yuanyuan could hardly believe it. This was a recipe for confrontation. No problem. She promptly signed her name on the scroll, as it was a debt of gratitude she owed, and it was time to repay it. Excellent, Lilith said, stowing the scroll away. I have relayed everything. If all goes well, you shall receive your compensation by tomorrow. It is getting late, and if you have no further questions, I shall return to report. Thank you once again, Yuanyuan replied with a slight nod. Lilith understood there were no further inquiries and turned to depart towards the transport array to the City of Life. A moment later, hey, snap out of it, Cece exclaimed to Amy. Miss Lilith has already walked far away. Just moments ago, Yuanyuan and Amy had been transfixed by Lilith's retreating figure. Cece was puzzled. Why was Amy so enamored with Lilith? If it were a matter of life-saving gratitude, then Cassiope had also done her a favor. Yet Amy did not exhibit such enthusiasm towards him. I notice you regard Miss Lilith with a rather unique admiration. Amy, Cece mused, stroking her chin and squinting her eyes. Could it be that you have feelings for her? Amy shot Cece a helpless glance. I just think Miss Lilith is incredibly powerful. I aspire to be an elf like her. Then why didn't you seek her guidance back then? Amy's face flushed, and she fidgeted. No, I couldn't. She was busy with work, and I didn't want to disturb her. Cece chuckled at this. You say you don't like her, but I can see right through your thoughts. Yuanyuan turned and gently tapped Cece on the head. Cece immediately pretended to be in pain, covering her head. Sister, what are you doing? Not all fondness equates to love. For Amy, it is admiration, as she regards Miss Lilith as her idol. Chapter 112. Ice Magic got it. I'm just teasing you. Amy, she chimed in. Sister, aren't you returning to the Magic Academy today? Not for now. I will return after the tea shop is renovated. For today, I will stay with you in the staff dormitory. Yay. Cece et glim joyfully. That is wonderful. I've never slept with you before. Previously, during her time at the tea shop in Misty City, Yuanyuan had always occupied a solitary room on the second floor, while Amy and she resided in the staff dormitory. Following the assassination attempt, Yuanyuan intentionally chose to remain and comfort them, engaging in conversation to prevent any psychological trauma. That night, after freshening up, Yuanyuan lay on the dormitory bed, savoring the nostalgic sensation. She reflected, it has been so long since I last slept in a dormitory. I'm surprisingly a bit unaccustomed to it. Sister, Amy inquired, is the Magic Academy enjoyable? Quite intriguing. She replied, though I have not yet officially started classes, my initial encounters with both human and non-human species have been quite delightful. I've heard the Magic Academy hosts a multitude of beings from various races. I wonder if they're vampires? Indeed, there are many, Yuanyuan affirmed, and they're all starving, nearly on the brink of starvation. Why are you asking about vampires? It would seem that she harbored little fondness for them. Although the source of her past trauma stemmed from Cassiope, who bore the guise of a vampire, one would expect her to harbor some resentment. Why then did she appear so unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired? Amy, from the opposite bed, remarked before the patrol Elves and Miss Lilith arrived at the tea shop. It was Cassiope who valiantly stalled for time. Both she and I have since altered our perceptions of him. Ah, I see, Yuanyuan mused. I never imagined that Cassiope would reform after forming a contract with she. At that moment, she was humming a little tune, leisurely engaged in some activity beneath her bed. Yuanyuan, curious about Shishi's silence, leaned over to peer underneath. There, she saw Shishi fiddling with a ball wrapped in white gauze, appearing relaxed and untroubled. It seemed that the recent assassination attempt had not left any psychological scars on the carefree Shishi, and Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. However, what was she doing at such a late hour? Shishi, what are you doing with that gauze-wrapped ball? Yuanyuan inquired. Ki poset, lifting the white gauze ball and declaring, this isn't just a ball. It's Cassiope. Cassiope? Yuanyuan recalled that Cassiope was a phantom bat, not a ball. Straining her ears, she discerned faint sounds emanating from within the ball. Yuanyuan sighed. Are you attempting to mummify him? He can't breathe, wrapped up so tightly. Shishi froze, glancing down to discover that the gauze ball had no openings whatsoever, and Cassiope's movements were growing increasingly feeble. Panic-stricken, she hastily grabbed scissors to rescue the trapped Cassiope. I was trying to bandage his wounds, not to harm him, but how do I unwrap this? As she grew increasingly flustered, the surface of the white silk sphere she had been cutting became tattered, yet the interior remained intact. Realizing that the scissors were ineffective, she discarded them and summoned her staff, igniting the white silk sphere that encased Cassiope. What are you doing? Yuanyuan, observing Shishi's frantic actions, felt a sudden surge of wakefulness. Are you planning to roast Cassiope? I just want to burn the outer silk and rescue Cassiope. Shishi exclaimed in a state of panic. Yuanyuan immediately leapt from her bed to search for water, muttering, is it possible that burning the silk would also doom Cassiope? This was truly a source of great anxiety. Stealing a glance at Shishi, Yuanyuan found her frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Why are you still standing there? Summon water to extinguish the flames. Shishi urged, her agitation palpable. If we can't save Cassiope, the fireball will set the entire dormitory ablaze, and we'll all be doomed. I can't summon water. I can only ignite. Shishi stamped her foot in frustration. Then hurry and find water. Yuanyuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Not only due to Shishi's lack of foresight, but also because the system had just informed her that magical flames could not be extinguished with ordinary water. Endless water sources would have sufficed, but they had long since been rendered unusable in the kitchen, meaning they were currently without any means to quench the flames. Wonderful. Yuanyuan despaired as she surveyed their surroundings, realizing that even the last refuge of the dormitory might soon be lost. Just as Shishi and Yuanyuan found themselves at an impasse, Amy, lying on the bed, sat up and stared blankly at the flaming sphere. The firelight reflected in her eyes, and it felt as though something within her compelled her to act. She extended her right hand, fingers splayed, channeling her inner strength toward the burning orb. Freeze! In an instant, the flames were extinguished, encased entirely in ice, and the dormitory fell into a hushed silence. Cassiope! Shishi snapped back to reality and rushed forward to clear away the ice, with Yuanyuan following closely behind to inspect the scene. The sphere had first ignited and then been frozen. The ice melted upon contact with the heated surface, transforming into water. The once pristine white silk was now char-black. Gently tapping the scorched shell, Shishi watched as the sphere split apart. Wonderful, wonderful, she exclaimed, cradling the gasping Cassiope. You're safe, thank goodness. Is it really unharmed? Yuanyuan gazed in astonishment at the cracked silk sphere and the phantom bat, who merely struggled to catch its breath. This magical creature was remarkably resilient, perfectly matched with Shishi. At that moment, Amy asked with concern, Cassiope hasn't been frostbitten, has it? It's fine. It's alive, Yuanyuan replied, picking up the charred shell. Fortunately, Amy, your silk wrapping was thick enough, otherwise with the intense heat and cold. It would have been just a shell that broke today. Cassiope could have been torn in two by Shishi's antics. Thank goodness for Amy. Shishi said, still shaken as she held Caspi Pie tightly. Thank you for intervening to save us. But when did you learn ice magic? Chapter 113. Awakening Shishi's words brought Amy back to reality. Indeed, when did she acquire the art of ice magic? Amy slowly raised her hands, staring blankly at her fair palms. She was merely an ordinary half-elf, never having received or had the opportunity for magical education. How could she possibly wield ice magic? Did you just feel something? Yuanyuan inquired softly. Yuanyuan was well aware of Amy's educational background and could assert with certainty that, like herself, Amy had not undergone formal magical training, being at a stage where she could merely read, write, and count. Feel something? Amy murmured Yuanyuan's words. Gradually lowering her head to ponder for a moment before replying, I sensed something within me urging me on. I also saw scattered blue and white lights beside the burning white silk ball. Those lights seemed to comprehend my thoughts. When I wished to freeze the burning fireball, they surged forth and enveloped the white silk ball. As Amy spoke faster and more fluidly, it felt as though her mind replayed the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing Amy's description, Cece's face lit up with joy. You've awakened. Congratulations. Awakened? Awakened? Amy and Yuanyuan echoed in unison, glancing at Cece. What does awakening mean? Yuanyuan pressed for clarification. She could surmise that the blue and white lights Amy had observed were the elemental factors previously introduced by the system in Twilight City. But what did awakening entail? Cece, under the curious gazes of Amy and Yuanyuan, appeared particularly triumphant. She set down her caspapi, cleared her throat, and declared, As the first among you to awaken, allow me to enlighten you both. Awakening refers to a being with certain innate talents inadvertently manifesting those abilities. For instance, if a person, after facing a setback, expresses themselves through music and discovers their voice to be enchanting and poignant, they have awakened their musical talent and may one day become a great bard. Similarly, when you pick up an object and have a faint premonition that you will excel in that endeavor, it is said that the Golden Knight Balan proclaimed upon first grasping a sword, I shall be the foremost swordsman in the empire, and indeed, he later achieved that very title. Enough with the examples. Yuanyuan interjected urgently, get to the point. Cece's series of examples seemed to stretch indefinitely. Oh, my apologies for digressing. In summary, encountering certain circumstances that lead to the discovery of a specific talent is what awakening signifies. Awakening is not a matter of precedence. An early awakening does not guarantee superior talent, nor does a late awakening imply inferiority. Even if one has not awakened, it is of no consequence. Assessments will be conducted upon entry to school. The most important thing is to enjoy good food and happiness. Cece, how did you awaken? Amy asked with curiosity. Well, Cece appeared to recall something, her eyes darting around shyly. I discovered mine when I woke up hungry one night, went to the kitchen to eat, and realized it while heating my food. The dormitory fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Yuanyuan clutched her belly, laughing uncontrollably, truly embodying the persona of a girl with an insatiable appetite. Cece, observing the two in front of her, doubled over with laughter, puffed her cheeks, and turned away to face the wall, knowing this would happen. Humph. Yuanyuan, noticing her reaction, wiped away the tears of laughter from her eyes, composed herself, and inquired, Haven't you yet begun your studies at the Mage Tower? How did you know there would be an entrance examination? Cece replied with annoyance. Mother told me. All right, let us stop laughing, Yuanyuan said, gently nudging Cece forward. It's time for bed. Cece, hearing Yuanyuan's soothing voice, chose not to press further, picked up Caspapi, and headed to bed. The following day, just as Lilith had predicted, Minister Lu Sun promptly approved Yuanyuan's application without hesitation, and the compensation funds were immediately sanctioned. Early in the morning, Lilith delivered the coins. This is the compensation for the milk tea shop. You may count it. As Lilith produced a handful of gold coins, Yuanyuan's mouth watered at the sight of the small mountain of gold. Then I shall not be polite. No, I mean I will count it now. With an awkward smile toward Lilith, Yuanyuan dove toward the gold mountain and began to tally. 60, 62, 63. Why are there 63 gold coins? I applied for 48. Lilith explained that the additional 15 coins were the king's intention as extra compensation for the 3 young ones. Each young one received an additional 5 coins, a result of Lu Sen's insistence, despite his notoriously frugal nature. Lilith chuckled at the memory of last night in the council chamber, where Lu Sun had stubbornly defended the treasury to the king through the communication stone, eventually wearing the king down to agree to the proposal of 5 gold coins per Yuanyuan. In a certain sense, Lu Sun proved to be quite capable. I am truly grateful, Miss Lilith. Minister Lu Sun and His Majesty are exemplary servants of the elves, Yuanyuan expressed earnestly. There is no need for such flattery. It is our duty, Lilith replied. I shall not disturb your further arrangements and look forward to our next meeting. With that, Lilith hurriedly exited the milk tea shop. Goodbye. Yuanyuan called out to her retreating figure. Turning to the pile of gold on the table, she addressed the system. Repair the shop. Payment successful. Cash register under repair. Ceiling under repair. Tables and chairs under repair. Repairs completed. Host may use without concern. Yuanyuan watched as the shop seemed to rewind. Every item restored to its original condition, and the system had even polished them anew. The entire establishment appeared as if it had just undergone renovation, sparkling clean. Naturally, the small mountain of gold had diminished significantly, leaving only 15 coins resting on the table. Wow! Cece exclaimed upon entering the shop, astonished by the transformation of the previously ravaged establishment. Is it really fixed already? I also intended to borrow a few alchemists from my mother to assist with the repairs. But unexpectedly, before I could even speak, you, dear sister, had resolved everything. Amy was unfazed by Round's remarkable tools. After all, she had once constructed our staff dormitory in mere seconds. Chapter 114. The frustration of Alice. The intriguing tools piqued Cece's interest, prompting her to rush to Amy's side, gazing at her with longing eyes, eager to know what these wondrous tools were. Of course, they were the gifts of the goddess of life. However, upon overhearing Amy about to utter those words, Yuanyuan swiftly intervened, covering her mouth tightly. Her intent was clear. The goddess of life had proclaimed that one must never divulge another's secrets to a third party. Wouldn't you agree, Amy? Yuanyuan's ominous whisper echoed in Amy's ear, causing her to widen her eyes and nod vigorously in agreement. Very well. Cece, disheartened, abandoned her inquiry. Amy was a devoted follower of the goddess of life. It was unlikely she would disclose anything. Yuanyuan maintained her grip on Amy's mouth until Cece had entered the kitchen. With a deep breath, Amy exhaled, gazing at Yuanyuan in confusion. Sister Round, the goddess of life never uttered such words. Why do you fabricate? Yuanyuan was well aware that the goddess had not made such a statement. But had she not spun this tale, Cece would not relent in her questioning, regardless of whether the goddess of life had spoken those words. Any information regarding the magical tools must remain between us. Do you understand? Yuanyuan lowered her voice, fixating her gaze on Amy, ensuring she would remember her words today. Otherwise, should Amy inadvertently reveal anything, Yuanyuan's secrets would be exposed by her own companions. Amy, tucking her chin, nodded vigorously, assuring that she would remain silent. Yuanyuan's demeanor made her realize the gravity of the matter. Perhaps she should not so readily share with even her closest confidants, even if that person were Cece. Seeing that Amy had genuinely absorbed her words, Yuanyuan's expression softened slightly. The shop had now been restored. The next step was to resume regular operations. You and Cece can manage this, and I shall return to the Magic Academy. In recent days, Yuanyuan's concerns extended beyond Amy and Cece's mental well-being. She feared that the assassination attempt might leave them scarred. Fortunately, after observing them last night, both appeared entirely normal, perhaps even too normal, showing no signs of trauma. On the contrary, both were quite enthusiastic about Miss Lilith, and it seemed that matter had been resolved. However, with Alice, Yuanyuan's headaches returned. All right, Sister Round. You may leave with peace of mind. At the Magic Academy, at a mobile stall, Alice wearily prepared her 999th cup of milk tea. Her movements were fluid and graceful. She no longer needed to refer to her notes, for even with her eyes closed, she could effortlessly locate the equipment. Here you go. Your freshly squeezed tomato juice, Alice said as she handed the packaged juice through the window. That will be 25 silver coins. Wait a moment, the customer exclaimed, examining the juice and furrowing his brow. I specifically requested only the fish mint and no tomatoes. Why have you given me a cup brimming with tomato juice? Alice's forehead twitched with irritation as she seized the collar of the vampire's garment, lifting him off the ground. What did you just say? Only fish mint and no tomatoes. Is that right? The vampire flailed in midair, his feet kicking helplessly as he pleaded, No, I misspoke. What I truly desire is tomato juice. I adore tomatoes. Upon hearing this, Alice's expression softened slightly. She shoved the freshly squeezed tomato juice into the vampire's arms and promptly took the trembling coins he offered. Next, she called out loudly, her voice laced with exasperation. Why would you order fresh tomato juice if you only wanted fish mint? You should have just asked for fresh fish mint instead. What a ridiculous request. Yuanyuan returned to the mobile stall, her feet barely touching the ground when she overheard the customer's hushed complaints. Did you see how that red fox orc treated me? Her teeth are sharper than mine, and I had already made a note of my preferences. She didn't pay attention and still scolded me. I simply adore fish mint. Don't argue with her. Did you notice her dark circles? That girl doesn't need to sleep. Be careful, or she might sneak into your dormitory at night to teach you a lesson. I've also heard that anyone who crosses her path will face her wrath, accompanied by spicy turkey noodles and icy blue coconut drinks, punishing every soul who dares to look at her askance. Just the other day, a knight from the academy complained about not having Miss Yuanyuan make his milk tea, and now he is suffering the consequences. Rumor has it the restroom has been clogged several times. She's truly terrifying. What a situation. Yuanyuan listened to the customers lamenting, and in their descriptions, Alice resembled a fierce warrior. Was this truly the same little fox who loved her work and thrived on flattery? She gradually approached Alice from behind, observing her work. To her surprise, despite Alice's somewhat rough demeanor, she completed her tasks with remarkable efficiency. Every order that passed through her hands was successfully fulfilled. How could we possibly refuse to complete an order? She chuckled. With a smile, she addressed Alice. Thank you for your hard work. Alice's previously sullen expression brightened instantly, her transformation so swift that it left the customers outside Agape. Boss, Alice exclaimed, immediately putting her work aside to warmly greet Yuanyuan. Are you tired from the trip? Would you like me to give you a massage? No, that's all right. Yuanyuan quickly declined. You continue your work. I'll go change my clothes and come back to help you. Having not worked at the tea shop in Suewu City for the past few days, Yuanyuan was clad in her everyday attire, a light green knee-length skirt. Now that she was at the stall, she needed a change to maintain cleanliness and avoid soiling her outfit. That is splendid. With the boss joining, I feel even more motivated to work. Alice urged Yuanyuan to change her clothes. Once Yuanyuan had departed, her expression darkened as she turned to face the queue of customers, ominously stating, You should all know what to say and what not to say. We are all classmates, and it is inevitable that we will encounter each other at the academy. If I catch anyone daring to speak ill of me in front of my boss and tarnish my reputation, you will experience the consequences of a severe stomach upset. Understood? Alice bellowed, and the customers in line hurriedly nodded in agreement. Understood. Miss Alice is diligent in her work and sincerely cares for us, they chorused. Miss Alice works tirelessly for us, and we have even made some unreasonable requests. We truly lack appreciation. Yes, Miss Alice provides attentive service, always speaking to us in a gentle tone with a welcoming smile. We adore Miss Alice. Alice gazed contentedly at the customers who understood her sentiments, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. When asked what to do if customers were disobedient, Alice responded, Train them until they are satisfactory. Chapter 115. I nearly met my demise. Yuanyuan changed her clothes and, while tying her apron, walked towards the cooking area. The milk tea shop did not have a standardized uniform, but offered a variety of aprons, and as long as they did not hinder her work, Yuanyuan paid little attention to them. Curiously observing Alice, who stood with her hands on her hips speaking to the customers, Yuanyuan inquired, What are you all discussing? Alice, taken aback, turned around with her hands cupping her face, feigning shyness. Oh, these customers are just too enthusiastic. They say I am diligent and have a good attitude at work. During the boss's absence, I have made them feel at home with my service. It's quite embarrassing to hear such praise. Yuanyuan paused in her task of tying her apron, glancing out the window. Is that true? The customers nodded in unison, not daring to blink, affirming, Indeed. It turned out that the complaints Yuanyuan had overheard earlier were unfounded. How fortunate she was to avoid wrongfully accusing Alice. A dedicated employee like her, who takes such pride in her work, deserved Yuanyuan's full trust. Thus, she kindly suggested to Alice, Why don't you take a break? You've been working tirelessly at the stall these past few days. You mustn't wear yourself out. No. I'm not tired. Everything is for the boss and the shop. No matter how arduous the task, I will not shy away from it. Alice seized the opportunity to pledge her loyalty. Yuanyuan smiled, feeling grateful. Alice, as usual, had not undergone the terrifying transformation spoken of by the customers. It seemed she managed the mobile stall exceptionally well. Yuanyuan picked up the order slip hanging at the side of the cooking station. Let me see. The next drink is a strawberry mochi milk and 3 large cream puffs. Yuanyuan rehung the order slip and began searching for something on the counter. Strawberries, strawberries. Alice, where are the clean strawberries? They should be right there. All right, thank you. Before Alice could finish her sentence, a bowl of washed strawberries floated before Yuanyuan. Instinctively, she reached out to take it, expressing her gratitude. It was only after thanking her that she realized something was amiss. Wasn't Alice supposed to be behind her? How could she possibly hand herself a freshly washed strawberry? Thus, Yuanyuan leaned closer to the preparation table and immediately emitted a sharp shriek. Ah, mouse! Help! Ah! In a panic, Yuanyuan hurled the basin from her hands and fearfully ducked behind Alice. Observing this, Alice grasped Yuanyuan's hand and hurriedly reassured her, Boss, calm down. Calm down. How could she remain calm? In broad daylight, before the gaze of numerous onlookers, a mouse had appeared in the milk tea shop. A significant food safety incident. Alice, use a slipper to squash it. No, boss, please calm down and listen to me. What was there to discuss? With so many customers watching, a rodent carrying various bacteria and viruses had invaded the milk tea shop. If they could not provide a satisfactory explanation to the patrons, it would either be the mouse's demise or her own. Seeing Alice remain motionless, Yuanyuan promptly removed her shoe, intending to throw it at the culprit rodent. Prioritizing the elimination of the pest before contemplating the shop's public relations crisis. Alice, noticing this, swiftly embraced Yuanyuan's waist and bellowed, That is my magical beast. Alice's voice resonated throughout the bustling stall, causing Yuanyuan's actions to freeze momentarily. Magical beast? Yuanyuan turned, bewildered, gazing at Alice. So, you are the unfortunate soul who summoned this mouse beast? Alice shut her eyes briefly and confessed, It is indeed me. Yuanyuan exhaled in relief. While putting on her shoes, she remarked, You nearly scared me to death. I thought it was one of those sewer-dwelling rats. Alice, too, breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. The magical beast was almost sent away. At that moment, the magical beast on the preparation table appeared equally shaken, exclaiming, Oh dear, I nearly met my end. Curious, Yuanyuan approached for a closer examination. Upon realizing it was a magical beast, her anxiety diminished significantly. Alice's little mouse had large, rosy ears, a pink nose, and even its limbs and long tail were a shade of pink. Its round, black eyes sparkled, and its pure white fur was topped with a miniature chef's hat, making it exceedingly adorable. This little creature is quite unique, Yuanyuan remarked, unable to resist extending her finger to playfully tease it. Watching the little mouse stick out its tiny pink tongue, she found it even more amusing and grew increasingly engaged. What is its name? Yuanyuan inquired. Alice approached, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at her magical beast. Its name is Jerry. It is a great-eared mouse. A water-type magical beast. Alice pointed to its little chef's hat. It loves to cook. I have survived many years at the Magic Academy thanks to it. And it is quite hygienic, bathing and grooming itself daily. Boss, Jerry is very clean and won't make the customers ill. In the days when Yuanyuan was absent, Alice single-handedly undertook all the responsibilities of the mobile stall. Being a novice, she found it challenging to manage everything on her own, thus summoning her magical beast for assistance. Aware that the boss placed great importance on cleanliness and harbored a fear of creatures like snakes, spiders, cockroaches, and rats, she had never allowed Jerry to appear in front of Yuanyuan. However, in an unfortunate turn of events, Jerry was inadvertently revealed to the boss, and Alice feared that Yuanyuan might not accept this, potentially leading to her own dismissal. Boss, Jerry has been immensely helpful. May I keep him here to assist? Upon hearing his master's plea, Jerry promptly clasped his little paws together and beseeched Yuanyuan, Please let me stay at the milk tea shop and work. Amused by the duo's antics, Yuanyuan gently tapped Jerry's pink nose and replied, All right, since he is a family member of an employee, he may work here alongside you. Thank you, boss, Alice exclaimed, immediately embracing Yuanyuan in gratitude, while Jerry joyfully twirled on the countertop with his little pink paws raised in excitement. Suddenly, Alice lifted her head, as if struck by inspiration, and said to Yuanyuan, Although Jerry is a family member, He is quite skilled at preparing milk tea as a water-type magical beast. As she reached the crux of her statement, Alice became flustered and struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yuanyuan sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Remember to pay him, right? Yes, that's it. You said it. Not me. Alice chuckled, having achieved her aim. Yuanyuan gazed at the grinning Alice, realizing that her desire for money was almost written on her face, even without words. She understood Alice's intentions. At that moment, a customer at the window urged them for service. Due to Jerry's presence, they had already delayed a significant amount of time, and some patrons were growing impatient. Yuanyuan smiled apologetically at the customer. I'm sorry, we had a small incident, but I'll prepare your strawberry mochi milk tea right away. As she spoke, she subtly nudged Alice, who understood the cue and quickly retrieved 3 large cream puffs from the display case, deftly packaging them before handing them to the customer. Here are your cream puffs. Please wait a moment longer for your milk tea. It will be ready shortly, Alice said with a smile, her tone gentle and courteous. The customer swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back a bit from Alice, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with her demeanor. It's all right, he replied, I can wait. Just as long as she doesn't secretly cause him harm. He thought. Alice, flashing a sweet smile, expressed her gratitude for his understanding. With Yuanyuan's involvement, the efficiency of the stall doubled, and under the harmonious collaboration of the trio, all orders were completed by around 2 in the afternoon. Finally done. Alice slumped onto the chair, her entire being enveloped in relaxation. In the absence of Yuanyuan for the past few days, she had been perpetually poised to receive orders and craft beverages for the next customer. Initially, her lack of proficiency led to several mistakes, resulting in dissatisfied customers who scolded her. As the pressure mounted, she succumbed to a darker persona. Anyone who dared to provoke her would face her wrath. Indeed, after embracing her madness, the world seemed to soften its edges. Yuanyuan observed with a smile as she approached the slumped figure of Alice and her mouse companion, Jerry. She retrieved an item from her backpack and placed it into Alice's hand. This is for you, Alice, she said, pressing 1 coin into Jerry's tiny paw. Alice touched the object, feeling an uncanny familiarity, and upon bringing it closer to her eyes, she gasped. It was a gold coin. To think that after only a few days of work, she could earn such a treasure. What a paradise. She adored overtime. As long as the pay was substantial, she would even volunteer for extra shifts. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Alice had assumed her position without warning. The past few days had undoubtedly been fraught with immense pressure, and this gold coin symbolized her wages and overtime compensation for the month. Jerry would also receive a share. Although Alice had refrained from directly expressing her struggles at the mobile stall, her prominent dark circles and the occasional summoning of a creature to assist her spoke volumes about her stress levels. Yuanyuan's decision to let Alice face the overwhelming clientele of the Magic Academy alone was a reluctant one, and thus, these 2 coins were rightfully hers. Boss, Alice exclaimed, embracing her with enthusiasm. You truly care for me and treat me so well. In the future, if there are any such opportunities, just hand them over to me, and I shall ensure they are executed to perfection. Please, shower me with money. Seeing the sparkle in Alice's eyes, Yuanyuan instantly grasped the underlying implication. Narrowing her eyes and grinning, she asked, Are you still tired? Not at all. Alice quickly shook her head, flexing her impressive biceps. I have an abundance of energy now. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow and pinched her arm. Oh, it seems you are quite resilient. Then come help me set things up. All right, Alice instinctively agreed, only realizing she was about to work again. Oh, wait. Come on, let's get to it, Yuanyuan exclaimed, retrieving a lazy sofa from her system backpack and positioning it appropriately. Curiously, Alice reached out to touch the sofa. Is this also a stool? It looks quite peculiar, yet rather attractive. This is a lazy sofa. Once you sit on it, it's soft and comfortable. When you're tired from making milk tea, you can simply lie down and rest, Yuanyuan explained as she busied herself. Now come with me outside. Obediently, Alice followed Yuanyuan to the stall's exterior. At this moment, the afternoon sun blazed at its peak, and Alice soon felt a light sheen of sweat forming on her body. Boss, it's too hot outside. It's much cooler in the stall. Let us head back inside, she suggested. Without a word, Yuanyuan retrieved several wooden tables and chairs from her system. Help me arrange these tables. Boss, are you certain about placing the tables and chairs outside? The scorching summer heat will surely make the guests uncomfortable. Dining under the relentless sun is akin to being skewered on a spit, where one could become thoroughly cooked without the need for a flame. Despite voicing her concerns, Alice nonetheless assisted Yuanyuan in swiftly arranging the furniture. Of course, we did not simply set them out in the glaring sunlight. Yuanyuan produced an item, placed it on the ground, and opened it, instantly creating a shaded haven beneath which the relentless rays of the sun were effectively blocked. It was a parasol, indeed a sunshade. With this, customers would no longer have to suffer in the heat while waiting outside. They could comfortably sit beneath the parasol to await their meals or dine in peace. Chapter 117. The flowing sleeve fairy dress. As the stall's business flourished, the older students of the Magical Academy, having experienced the culinary prowess of the dark magic chef team in the cafeteria, along with the unfortunate incidents of digestive distress and fainting due to hunger, found their trust in the mobile stall soaring. They would avoid the cafeteria unless absolutely necessary, often opting for Kent Street. The mobile stall became their first choice, and during peak dining hours, should takeout or queuing become unfeasible, they would settle for other eateries along Kent Street. As for the new students, they were still filled with curiosity and tolerance towards everything at the Magical Academy. However, in the days following the enrollment ceremony, Yuanyuan noticed an increasing number of youthful faces among the customers, indicating that the newcomers were beginning to grasp the darker realities of the cafeteria. Yet, the success of the business also unveiled several challenges. The nature of a stall made it impossible for customers to dine indoors, and due to the extreme heat, some patrons were reluctant to stand in the sun to queue. Yet, the takeout service was perpetually overwhelmed. In response, Yuanyuan procured large parasols along with wooden tables and chairs from the system, hoping they would alleviate the discomfort. By the way, after Alice and Yuanyuan finished setting up the tables and chairs outside the stall, they returned indoors. As Alice walked behind Yuanyuan, she suddenly exclaimed as if recalling something. Yuanyuan was startled, clutching her chest in confusion and asking what was the matter. During your absence in the Green Elf tribe, the Spider Mother has delivered the completed school uniforms. I've kept them safe for you. Wait here, I'll fetch them right away, Alice said excitedly, her expression enigmatic. You're going to absolutely love it. Hey! Before Yuanyuan could finish her sentence, Alice dashed off like a gust of wind, retrieving a flat, rectangular wooden box intricately engraved with patterns from the wardrobe. Here it is. Alice carefully placed the box into Yuanyuan's hands. The Spider Mother said this uniform is the most unique, complex, and splendid she has ever crafted in her career. She also mentioned it suits you perfectly, and you're bound to fall in love with it. Is that so exaggerated? What on earth is it? Influenced by Alice's enthusiasm, Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. She slowly opened the wooden box, revealing a resplendent emerald fabric. Yuanyuan held her breath, lifting the garment. A long-sleeved robe with wide sleeves, cloaked in gossamer, intricately embroidered with delicate petal patterns, exuding an aura of nature. This was undoubtedly the academy attire. Yuanyuan gazed at the garment in her hands, astonished. It resembled the ancient-style hanfu she had admired in her past life, and it was strikingly inconsistent with the aesthetic of a magical academy. Alice, enchanted, exclaimed, "Ah, indeed, this is the work of the Spider Mother. Although its style is peculiar, it is truly beautiful. Are you certain you haven't taken a wrong one?" How could I possibly have taken a wrong one? This was personally handed to me by the Spider Mother. Even Jerry wasn't allowed to touch it. Alice eagerly examined the collar of the robe. And look, it even bears your name. Following Alice's, Yuanyuan noticed her name, Yuanyuan, embroidered at the collar, alongside a small black spider. Is this really from the Spider Mother? Embroidering names on a clothing is rather childish. Isn't it? The Magical Academy is rife with oddities, so one more eccentricity is hardly an issue. The Spider Mother sensed this was the essence of your soul, and thus is the most fitting attire for you. She even consulted books to bestow upon it a melodious name, Flowing Immortal Robe. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? The Flowing Immortal Robe. It's magnificent. Wearing it feels as if I'm destined for celestial ascension rather than attending a magical academy to learn sorcery. Seeing Yuanyuan lost in thought, Alice assumed she was too overjoyed to speak and retrieved another item from her spatial ring. But wait, don't be too hasty with your delight. I have something for you as well. Tajda. Yuanyuan gasped at the sight of the item in Alice's hands, a backpack with dual shoulder straps. I crafted this backpack from my own shed fur, It's not only sturdy and durable, but also provides warmth in winter, keeping your back cozy. Alice proudly showcased her creation. What do you think? Do you like it? Are you moved? Wearing a hanfu, while carrying a backpack to a magical academy, she thought. Surely nothing could be stranger than this, not even her own wand. I love it, Yuanyuan replied sincerely. Thank you, Alice. You must have saved your fur for a long time. I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness. Her gratitude stemmed from genuine feelings. She had considered her relationship with Alice merely that of a decent boss and employee, unaware of the depth of Alice's kindness. It's no trouble at all. Just the thought of my fur keeping you warm fills me with joy. This way, we'll always be together, Alice said with a playful wag of her tail, leaving Yuanyuan momentarily speechless. Oh my. After hearing that, I suddenly feel reluctant to wear it. Yuanyuan suppressed her inexplicable discomfort and replied, yes. That is quite well said, but let us refrain from mentioning it next time. Yuanyuan closed the wooden box, recalling. Didn't we agree that I would have to wait a month to receive the academy attire? How could it be completed so swiftly? Are we truly the first? Moreover, the Spider Maiden mentioned that you inspired her immensely. She worked tirelessly through the night to create your academy outfit and declared you her muse. If you are willing, she wishes to invite you to model for her with generous compensation. Modeling? Perhaps I should decline that offer. She has no intentions of taking on a part-time job, and balancing school and classes is already quite exhausting. Chapter 118. The frantic Acisel, please convey to the Spider Maiden that her craftsmanship is astonishing. As for modeling, I am truly unqualified and have no desire to pursue a career in that field. It would be best for her to seek someone else. Alice flashed a sly smile, knowing full well that you would refuse, so she has already turned down the invitation on your behalf. I must admit, while Alice can sometimes be overly materialistic and clingy, she is genuinely attentive to Yuanyuan. After spending ample time together, Yuanyuan can discern Alice's thoughts without needing to look. Thus, she praised Alice, acknowledging her as a capable and considerate employee who not only manages the shop's affairs with great success, but also possesses the insight to understand her employer's intentions. Always mindful of the service ethos, she is indeed a commendable worker deserving of recognition. With that, she retrieved 2 silver coins from her pocket and handed them to Alice. Oh, merely silver coins? Alice responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she had hoped her employer might, in a moment of exuberance, bestow upon her a gold coin. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, feigning an intention to reclaim the silver coins. If you do not want them, then return them to me. What a household, giving out gold coin benefits to employees daily. Alice's aspirations seemed quite audacious. Alice has dreams, and who could fault her for that? Coins will not simply fall from the sky, yet they may tumble from her employer. Why not take a chance? No. Alice hurriedly covered the coins, pulling them back. I truly desire them, very much so. Please take care of yourself, boss. I shall return to the academy now. With that, she grabbed Jerry nearby and dashed out from the mobile stall. This night is destined to be sleepless. For Alice, it is a night of abundant gains, and for Acisel, too. With a thud, Malachi slammed his palm against the armrest of the throne and tossed a thick bundle of documents onto Acisel's desk, the papers scattering chaotically across the floor. Behold the splendid idea you proposed. Acisel scrambled on the floor, frantically searching for the documents. Several sheets bore the same grim words. Assassination failed. The assassin killed on the spot. The Green Elf clan has mobilized to the Northern Territories, and the Green Elf army has successfully reclaimed 2/3 of the Northern lands. Acisel swallowed nervously. Your Majesty, failures are commonplace in war. One setback does not signify the end. We can learn from this experience, regroup, and strategize anew. Strategize anew? Malachi thundered, his voice rising. The assassins I provided you are elite, a total of 36. With each lost assassin, we lose critical resources. Now, 2 have been lost at once, and the Elf clan is resolute in their claim to the north. Reinforcements will come too late. We have lost both the lady and the troops. How will you repay what I have lost by relying on your experience? Malachi's words exploded forth, a torrent of frustration. It turns out that His Majesty has nurtured his own elite. Acisel suddenly comprehended. No wonder they perish so easily. It is inconceivable that His Majesty could cultivate a killer in the conventional sense. However, Acisel could not voice this thought. For doing so would surely cost him his head today. Your Majesty, please do not be angered. The Northern Territory has always been a forsaken land for the Elven race. If they wish to reclaim it, let them do so. With a loud thud, a steel pin struck Azazel on the head. Have you lost your senses? It's not as simple as a cabbage. That is tangible land. The Green Elves are in the process of expanding their territory. Malachi, infuriated, inhaled sharply, while a lovely figure nearby timidly approached to placate him, only to be forcefully pushed aside. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Be careful, bang. Azazel received a heavy kick from Malachi, dusting off his garments as he hurriedly rose. Your Majesty, if you do not find it distasteful. Distasteful? Malachi interrupted, casting a scornful glance at Azazel before storming back to the throne in a fit of rage. What has gotten into Azazel today? He speaks as if he has lost his mind, each word catching Malachi off guard. Malachi was on the verge of apoplexy, unable to endure it any longer. He kicked Azazel fiercely. Do not act out of your mind. Think carefully about how to speak, or I shall revoke your position as cardinal and send you back to guard the church. Guard the church? The esteemed cardinal, the Grand Mage, reduced to such a humiliating task. Finally, a sense of crisis began to dawn on Azazel. He meticulously reviewed all matters in his mind. Your Majesty, while failed assassinations are indeed common, they also reflect that the Green Elves have been concealing their strengths. Their ambition to reclaim the Northern Territory is merely the first step in their nefarious designs. Our cavalry regiment has merely undergone standard training, yet we are accused of territorial invasion by those cunning elves. We can place the blame for unjust war upon their shoulders, and in due time, the Green Elves will lose the support of the people, while the human empire will gain the backing of all races. Malachi's expression softened. Continue. The esteemed reputation of the Elven race for nobility and elegance will be tarnished. The human empire is the rightful heir to power. Once we occupy the moral high ground, we can unite all races against them, obliterating the Elven race, and seize the little girl who sells milk tea, compelling her to prepare tea for your Majesty. Chapter 119. Report from beyond the palace. The sound of armor clanging accompanied the arrival of Robin, clad in golden armor, who entered the hall and respectfully bowed to Malachi. Greetings, your Majesty. Malachi waved his hand casually. What news do you bring? Robin replied, the new students of the Magic Academy have successfully enrolled. Interestingly, among them is the very girl who sells milk tea, as mentioned by Cardinal Azazel. Robin turned with a teasing expression to Asahel, remarking, I recall that His Majesty once dispatched assassins into the Kaya forest to eliminate Lucian and that tea shop owner. However, as far as I know, there is no actual tea shop owner in Kaya Forest. The true individual has been operating a mobile stall on Kent Street at the Magic Academy. What is going on? Your Excellency, this is a significant oversight. Robin, amused, observed Asahel's flustered demeanor, noting that he could not even ascertain the precise location of the assassination target. It certainly raises concerns about the church's intelligence-gathering capabilities, TSK. Asahel, in a state of urgency, darted his eyes around and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, questioned Robin, since you are aware of this, why did you not report it to His Majesty sooner? Are you deliberately seeking to see me fail, disregarding His Majesty's grand plans? Robin replied, how could you say such a thing? I am wholly devoted to His Majesty and the Empire, and I would never intentionally conceal information about the enemy. I only recently learned about this young girl selling tea, and here I am, promptly reporting it to His Majesty. The bishop's words were truly disheartening. As fellow pillars of His Majesty, how can you so maliciously speculate about my intentions? Asahel retorted angrily. How dare a mere golden knight compare himself to me, a cardinal? Who do you think you are? Silence. Malachi bellowed furiously, interrupting their exchange, his brow furrowed in distress. He addressed Robin. Since you're already aware of this girl, you should eliminate her directly to avoid future complications. Robin hesitated. That may not be feasible, your Majesty. Malachi raised his gaze to meet Robin's. It is imperative that you provide me with a satisfactory reason. Your Majesty, this elven newcomer has successfully enrolled, and the other deans are paying her considerable attention. In such a scenario, should she suddenly perish, I would undoubtedly be scrutinized under the Chancellor's investigation. In truth, escape would be impossible, given his poor reputation and the fact that the tea shop owner belonged to the Green Elf clan, who on the continent is unaware of the enmity between the human empire and the Elven race. He would be the first suspect. Malachi pondered Robin's words. realizing that he could not risk Robin's expulsion from the Magic Academy over the assassination of an elven girl. Robin's value far surpassed that of the girl. Seeing that Malachi was not enraged, Robin continued, "My inability to act against her does not preclude others from doing so." Malachi smiled at this. "Do not let me down." "Understood." With Malachi's approval, Robin cast a sidelong glance at Asahel before striding out of the royal palace. Asahel, perceiving Robin's provocative gaze, suppressed his inner fury and cautiously stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I too shall not disappoint you. For this operation, I shall dub it the Empire's Defensive Campaign and Propaganda War, which will undoubtedly yield the anticipated results, striking a heavy blow to the Green Elf clan." In response, Malachi lightly remarked to Asahel, "Then go forth." "Yes," Asahel replied, and, leaning on his staff, he strode confidently out of the palace doors. However, he had not walked far when a voice emerged by the door. "Today, the esteemed bishop is indeed peculiar. Every utterance is astonishing," remarked Robin, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Asarheel did not turn. "This is none of your concern," he replied. "I am merely expressing concern for you, Bishop." Robin feigned interest, moving closer to Asarheel. "Be cautious with what you consume. You wouldn't want to ruin your intellect. Some things truly require a certain gift to achieve. At your age, it would be prudent not to overexert yourself." With that, he burst into laughter, circumventing Asarheel as he departed. In the grand hall of the Magic Academy, Professor Ifu cleared his throat, calling for silence. Gazing at the youthful faces before him, he raised a megaphone and began reciting from his notes. "It brings me great joy to see you all at the Mage Academy. You are delightful newcomers, each harboring dreams and ambitions as you embark on your journey here. Within the Mage Academy, you are free to showcase your talents." "Oh no," thought Yuanyuan. Professor Ifu didn't finish his speech at the last opening ceremony, and now he seems poised to elaborate further. Will he ever conclude today? She stifled a yawn. Early that morning, Alice had burst into the mobile stall, shaking the still slumbering Yuanyuan awake. "Boss! Boss!" Alice exclaimed, gripping Yuanyuan firmly and shaking her vigorously. "Wake up! Haha, the task is complete. I am free." "Huh?" Yuanyuan mumbled incoherently. "What task?" Alice questioned, bewildered. "You must get up now." "Haha, I'm retired. I'm off to the Maldives. I shall travel the world." Yuanyuan mumbled in her dreamlike state. "What on earth are you talking about? Wake up." Alice increased her shaking intensity and leaned closer, exclaiming, "You need to go to school." "School?" Yuanyuan jolted awake, eyes wide with surprise. "What do you mean, school? I have already graduated." Relieved to see Yuanyuan finally awake, Alice quickly retrieved some clothes to dress her. "Graduated? Boss, you haven't even started classes yet. How could that be?" "I've already submitted my thesis," Yuanyuan instinctively retorted, but as she finally comprehended the identity of the person beside her and her surroundings, she truly awakened. "Alice, what are you doing here?" she asked, astonished. Alice, exasperated, pointed to the wall clock. "Boss, it's already 6 o'clock. What are you doing?" "Sleeping, of course. What else would I be doing?" Yuanyuan replied innocently, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. "Today is your first day of school." "Oh," Yuanyuan exclaimed, throwing off the covers in a frenzy to find her clothes. "No need to search," Alice interjected, stepping forward to hand Yuanyuan the remaining garments. "They're right here." Yuanyuan took the academy robe and began to put on, but the traditional attire was intricate and cumbersome, making it difficult for her to dress herself properly. She had no choice but to leave the rest to Alice. "Books! Books! Alice, where are the books?" "Oh, all right, all right." Alice hurriedly ran to the bookshelf to retrieve the books needed for class. After gathering all the volumes, she realized she could not find her backpack. "Where did you place your bag?" she inquired. At that moment, Yuanyuan was still struggling with her clothes and had no time to ponder this. She casually replied, "It should be on the wooden chair." Alice glanced at the chair, which was completely devoid of her backpack. She searched around, but found nothing. By sheer happenstance, she crouched down and discovered her bag lying open beneath Yuanyuan's bed. As Alice reached down to retrieve it, she was taken aback by its weight. Something heavy seemed to be inside. Furrowing her brow, she opened it and found the moonlit rabbit belonging to her boss. "How did your rabbit end up in my backpack?" Yuanyuan's battle with her attire was finally nearing its conclusion. With a sigh of relief, she remarked, "Zhaokai loves to find warm and cozy spots to sleep. Let me take him out." As she approached Alice, she reached into the backpack, pulled out the moonlit rabbit, and placed it on her bed, covering it with a blanket. As Yuanyuan moved, Alice seemed to detect an unpleasant odor. She sniffed intently and realized the smell originated from the backpack. Curiosity piqued. Alice opened the bag, only to be met with a shocking revelation. "What is wrong?" Alice trembled as she spoke. Yuanyuan, having settled Zhao Kai, picked up the neatly organized books from the desk to place them into the backpack. However, Alice swiftly closed the bag, halting her actions. "What are you doing? How can I put the books in if you don't open it?" "You need to brace yourself," Alice said, taking a deep breath, as if addressing Yuanyuan and herself simultaneously. She slowly unzipped the backpack, revealing its contents to Yuanyuan's gaze. A foul smell wafted out, and Alice tightly closed her eyes, extending her arm, unwilling to witness the horror. Thud, thud, thud. The books fell from her hands, and Yuanyuan stared blankly at the contents of the backpack. "It's feces. There's poop in the bag. Zhao Cai's poop," she exclaimed, feeling nauseous. Alice's expression mirrored her disgust as she clutched the bag, wishing to hurl it out the window. Wait. Didn't she just put Zhao Kai on the bed?" Yuanyuan's anger flared as she realized her sheets and blanket were now tainted by Zhao Cai's mess. She furiously threw off the blanket to reveal a conspicuous yellow stain right where Zhao Kai had been resting, unmistakably marking his territory on her bedding. "Boss," Alice stammered. "Look at your clothes." Yuanyuan glanced down to find her shirt smeared with Zhao Cai's unfortunate contribution. "This is her hospital uniform." Yuanyuan stumbled unsteadily, her mind overwhelmed with the chaotic images of excrement in her backpack, on her bed, and smeared across her clothes, as if 1,000 fireworks had exploded in her brain. She thought to herself, "This must be a dream. It must be a dream." Alice, noticing Yuanyuan's distress, immediately dropped her backpack and rushed over. Boss, Alice exclaimed, steadying Yuanyuan's body. "Can you hold on?" "I can hold on, but I don't want to," Yuanyuan lamented, tears welling in her eyes, feeling incredibly unfortunate to find herself in such a predicament. "You must pull yourself together. You still have school today," Alice insisted. "School? Going to school in clothes that reek of excrement, carrying a backpack that smells the same?" Yuanyuan replied despondently, her smile devoid of joy. "My uniform is ruined. I just want to lie here quietly for a while." "Don't worry, I have a plan," Alice said, her mind racing as she looked at Yuanyuan's distressed state. She picked up her communication stone and dialed a number. Yuanyuan heard a voice on the other end, saying something reassuring about taking care of it. "What plan?" Yuanyuan inquired. "Even if there's a way to clean it up, there won't be enough time, right?" Knock, knock, knock. Just as Alice was about to respond, a voice came from outside, announcing, "Hello, the dung beetle cleaner number 666 has arrived at your service. Please open the door." Chapter 121. The dung beetle cleaner 666 at your service. Alice's heart leapt with joy as she helped Yuanyuan onto the lazy sofa. "Hold on. This will be resolved quickly," she said to the bewildered Yuanyuan before hurrying to the door. Yuanyuan followed Alice with her gaze, and upon the door opening, she saw a nondescript man dressed in overalls, carrying a leather suitcase. He addressed Alice. "Good day, you must be Miss Alice. I'm a staff member of the Dung Beetle Cleaning Company. My ID number is 666. Please confirm." Alice nodded in affirmation. "Yes, that's me. I ordered the cleaning service." "Excellent. Information confirmed. I will begin the service now. May I ask where the restroom is?" Alice's expression grew slightly awkward. "Well, it's not a restroom issue, it's more of a, never mind, just come in and see for yourself." Alice stammered, unable to continue, and stepped aside to invite cleaner 666 inside. This way, Alice guided the cleaner to Yuanyuan, pointing at her clothes, the soiled sheets, and even opening the backpack for the cleaner to see. "Can you handle the situation?" The cleaner, clearly taken aback by the circumstances, blinked in surprise, but his professional demeanor quickly kicked in as he absorbed the information provided. "No problem, please rest assured." He crouched down to unlock the metallic clasp of his leather suitcase. Pausing momentarily as a thought struck him, he turned to the young lady reclining on the sofa and said, "Miss, my cleaning tools may not be to your liking. If you find them unbearable, you might consider closing your eyes." Yuanyuan timidly inquired, "What cleaning tools?" "Dung beetles," he replied. At the mention of dung beetles, Yuanyuan's eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted. Alice hurriedly rushed to her side, vigorously shaking her to keep her conscious. Noticing Yuanyuan's fearful demeanor, the cleaner kindly reassured her There's no need to be afraid. Although our cleaning tools are typically employed in restrooms and other such places, they are exceptionally skilled dung beetles, proficient in waste removal. Restroom? Yuanyuan gasped, her eyes rolling again as she threatened to faint once more. Alice, in a state of panic, urged the cleaner, enough. Don't say any more. She really might pass out. Just get on with your work. Very well. The cleaner replied with a practiced smile, opening the suitcase. The prepared dung beetles swiftly scurried toward the areas in need of cleaning. Yuanyuan clutched the sofa tightly, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. Alice, if I perish, please scatter my ashes. After all, I'm not clean anymore. You won't die, you won't. It's just a cleaning, really? Alice stammered, looking to the cleaner for assistance. It will only take 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, you will feel refreshed. The cleaner perfectly understood Alice's intent. Moreover, my dung beetles bathe and disinfect daily. I assure you they're quite clean, at least cleaner than your rabbit. Alice, you can be quiet now, Yuanyuan interjected. The cleaner nodded, pulling out paper and pen to write. All right, I will provide silent service now. Although the cleaner himself left Yuanyuan and Alice speechless. The dung beetles performed admirably. In less than 5 minutes, every spot besieged by the financial misfortune was restored to cleanliness, and the dung beetles even tidied up the rabbit, making it look as pristine as a new bunny. The cleaner closed the suitcase, gathering the accomplished dung beetles, and noted on the paper, cleaning completed. The service fee totals 35 silver coins. Alice, at a loss for words, urged, you should really speak. All right. Yuanyuan stood up to examine her garments closely. Indeed, the stains had been entirely eradicated, and not only was there no lingering odor, but a faint, pleasant fragrance remained. Satisfied, she directly handed 35 silver coins to the cleaner. I am quite pleased with your service. I would be even more satisfied if you could speak a little, she thought. The cleaner smiled as he accepted the coins. Thank you for your appreciation. Should you require further assistance, please feel free to contact me via the communication stone to order cleaning services. I am Dung Beetle Cleaner now. 666, always at your service. Very well. Yuanyuan nodded with great difficulty. Experiencing such an ordeal even once was already quite distressing, and she would never allow Zhao Kai to create a second incident. Once the cleaner had tidied up the suitcase, she departed from the stall. Yuanyuan let out a long sigh, fearing that she would miss school if the matter remained unresolved. But fortunately, Alice was by her side. Boss! Alice pointed to the wall clock. You might genuinely be late. Yuanyuan was startled, quickly glancing at the clock, where the time glaringly indicated 7:45. This meant she had only 15 minutes. If she couldn't reach the academy within that time, she would become the first freshman of this term to arrive late. Chapter 122. The test. Realizing this, Yuanyuan swiftly gathered the scattered books from the ground, stuffed them into her backpack, summoned Dabai, and dashed out of the mobile stall. Alice, she heard from behind. You haven't even combed your hair. Yuanyuan, disregarding her disheveled appearance, mounted Dabai, her sole focus being to avoid tardiness. Dabai, let us go, she shouted, and Dabai immediately perked up, vigorously flapping its wings as it soared towards the Mage Academy. Onlookers below merely perceived a shadow pass overhead. Upon looking up, they beheld a large white bird, upon which someone seemed to be standing. Who is that up there? Why is their clothing billowing? Why not outfit? Which academy do they belong to? It must be the Mage Academy. The cathedral is in that direction. How cool. Why can't my beast fly? The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Yuanyuan, entirely oblivious to their curious gazes, directed Dabai towards the area bustling with those wearing pointed mage hats. Moments later, Dabai landed at the entrance of the grand classroom. Ignoring the peculiar looks from the crowd, she strode directly into the classroom. At last, her morning misfortunes had concluded, and Yuanyuan arrived, just in time, avoiding any lateness. Now, we will proceed to the segment testing everyone's affinity for elements. The affinity for elements pertains to the natural elemental factors you can manipulate, which influences the magical attributes you can learn. Some prefer to refer to this as a talent test. However, I hope everyone understands that talent is not confined to magic. It encompasses a vast array of concepts, including your distinct temperament and even your luck. Professor Ifu continued his lecture from the podium. Yuanyuan, momentarily drowsy, was jolted awake as she realized she had inadvertently dozed off, reliving the chaotic events of the morning in her dreams. Sighing internally, Yuanyuan opened her weary eyes. reflecting that the professor's incessant discourse could indeed be considered a form of talent. Next, we will randomly select a student for a demonstration. Who shall it be? Let me see. Professor Ifu perused the attendance roster, his gaze wandering over the names of the freshmen. Ah, Yuanyuan, please come forward to demonstrate for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the grand classroom. Yuanyuan, now fully alert, instinctively stood up. Indeed, we can observe that Yuanyuan is the first elven student admitted to the Magic Academy. Ifu pointed at Yuanyuan with his left hand and exclaimed loudly, inviting another round of applause. As the sound echoed once more, Yuanyuan felt the weight of all eyes in the classroom upon her, and she awkwardly dug her toes into the ground, wishing she could vanish into a crevice at that moment. Come here, child, Ifu beckoned. Gathering her courage, Yuanyuan took a deep breath and walked up to the podium, braving the gaze of her peers. What is she wearing? It is entirely different from my attire. Someone murmured. Indeed, I dare say there's not a single outfit in the entire academy that resembles hers even the slightest. Truly, she is an elf. She looks absolutely stunning in such attire. Upstairs, maintain your decorum, Ifu remarked, observing Yuanyuan in her flowing robes. Although it appears somewhat peculiar, your academy uniform is quite appealing. Yuanyuan forced a perfect smile and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dean. Now, Ifu boomed, capturing everyone's attention. He produced a colossal crystal ball from his spatial ring with his right hand. This is Yuanyuan, who will use the crystal ball to determine her elemental affinity. With that, he levitated the crystal ball before her and softly reassured her, Do not be nervous. Focus your mind and place your hands upon it. The results will be revealed shortly, I assure you. Yuanyuan chuckled, all right. She placed her hands upon the crystal ball and closed her eyes. A moment later, myriad emerald and golden orbs began to emerge around the crystal, increasing in number until the entire grand hall was filled with their luminous presence. Wow, how beautiful! This must signify a dual affinity, no doubt about it. She truly embodies the essence of the elven race. The students below erupted in waves of admiration. Congratulations, Yuanyuan. Your elemental affinities are nature and light, which means you can learn both wood and light magic, Ifu proclaimed loudly. Upon opening her eyes, Yuanyuan gazed at the floating elemental particles, feeling an undeniable connection. She sensed that these elements were entirely at her command, ready to unleash their power at her slightest command. Congratulations, Yuanyuan, Ifu said, patting her shoulder. Being a dual-element mage means you must exert twice the effort compared to others. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Dean, she replied gratefully. Ifu nodded and gently nudged Yuanyuan, signaling her to return to her seat. What a splendid start. Now, I will call out the names of the students in line for testing. Do not rush. We have an entire day for this. It is a significant occasion as you step into the Magic Academy, and it deserves your utmost attention. Next, Boli, Ifu adjusted his glasses and called out loudly. Aye. A student below eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, It's me. How enthusiastic. Yuanyuan remarked, glancing at the owner of the voice. It was a beautiful young woman with water blue, slightly curled long hair, adorned with round, lustrous pearls interspersed with interlocks. She gracefully tossed her long hair with her right hand and confidently strode onto the stage. Do not be nervous. Just place your hands like this, said Ifu. However, Bali interrupted, placing both hands atop the crystal ball as soon as he stepped onto the platform, his voice quivering with excitement. Ifu smiled, choosing not to pursue the matter. Quite clever indeed. Bali beamed with joy, quickly closing his eyes, and in the next moment, blue light particles filled the entire classroom. Applause erupted as Ifu clapped. Very well done. Your affinity for the water element is remarkable. Congratulations. The classmates below joined in the applause, and Bali, with pride swelling in his chest, nodded at Ifu before descending from the stage. What a charming young lady, thought Yuanyuan, particularly captivated by the pearl accessories in her hair. She yearned to acquire a few, but it seemed that pearls were a monopoly of the merfolk in this world. She wondered if she could procure some from the goblin's general store, being of the merfolk herself. While Yuanyuan pondered, a cheerful voice broke through her thoughts. She turned to her right and found a chubby boy with endearing round features, albeit a bit overly large. The boy, noticing her gaze, bashfully scratched his head. Hello. He extended his hand. I am Battendin. Din? Yuanyuan repeated, shaking his hand amicably. Battendin grinned sheepishly. Yes, I belong to the renowned Din family. Oh, by the way, Lumina is my cousin. Ah, I see, Yuanyuan replied. Battendin continued, I am also a new student this year. My cousin instructed me to look after you. So if you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to ask me. I'm quite capable. If anyone tries to bully you at the academy, just let me know, and I can send them flying with one punch. Battendin clenched his fists, demonstrating his strength with a series of punches through the air, creating a remarkable gust. Is this true? Yuanyuan marveled at Battendin, wondering if he was indeed born with extraordinary strength. Battendin, slightly embarrassed, retracted his fists. I naturally pack a punch because of my size. My cousin often takes me to settle scores with those who bully me. She calls me her little brother, her right-hand man. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, basking in his cousin's praise. Nonetheless, Yuanyuan appreciated his kind intentions. Thank you, Battendin. Likewise, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Battendin flashed a toothy grin. Actually, I do have something right now. Battendin cleared his throat. Battendin, please come to the stage. While Yuanyuan and Battendin engaged in their light-hearted conversation, Professor Ifu had already called Battendin's name several times from the podium, but he remained absent. The professor was about to descend to find him. Hurry, hurry, Yuanyuan urged, giving Battendin's ample belly a gentle push. It's your turn. Get on stage. The somewhat slow-witted Battendin finally grasped the situation. Oh, right. His plump physique swiftly maneuvered past his neighboring classmates, continuously uttering "excuse me" and eliciting a chorus of gasps, until he finally reached Professor Ifu. Surprisingly nimble for his size, Barton's forehead glistened with sweat as he apologized to Ifu, expressing his regret for not hearing the summons. Ifu chuckled heartily, dismissing the matter with a wave, assuring him that it was of no consequence. Now, it is time for your assessment. Place your hands upon it, close your eyes, and follow the guidance of the crystal orb. Obediently, Barton grasped the orb with his large, chubby hands, enveloping it entirely. Ifu, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, My dear child, perhaps you should indulge a little less in your meals. Health is paramount. I'm not criticizing you. You're quite adorable as you are. The orb was as large as a basketball, and with Barton's imposing stature, Ifu appeared diminutive in comparison. With his eyes closed, Barton attentively listened to the orb's counsel. Suddenly, the classroom was enveloped by a surge of azure light. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a multitude of elemental spirits beaming joyfully. Ifu stroked his beard in surprise, realizing that Barton was, in fact, a wind mage, an unexpected pairing with his sizable frame. Yet, the headmaster was well versed in the art of encouragement. Congratulations! The elemental spirits of wind have taken a liking to you. You shall become a formidable wind mage. Thank you, headmaster. Barton responded with a deep bow of gratitude. You may return now, child. Your new friends await you. Upon hearing this, Barton lifted his gaze to the front of the classroom and spotted Yuanyuan clapping enthusiastically, her face blooming with joy. His cousin had not deceived him. Indeed, the elves were benevolent souls. Chapter 124. My name is Lucius Barton joyfully bounded off the stage, his exuberance causing the entire platform to tremble. Oh dear, Ifu exclaimed, bracing himself against the lectern to maintain his balance, letting out a resigned sigh. My cousin said you would surely want to be friends with me, Barton declared happily. Without a care, he rushed to his seat, causing a commotion among his fellow classmates, who were left in disarray. Yuanyuan observed the chaos and seemed to understand why Barton might be bullied. Of course, I'm delighted to be your friend. All right, children, settle down. Ifu called out to the disorganized students. Next up is Lucius. Who is Lucius? From the corner emerged a tall and imposing student, adorned with spiraled black horns reminiscent of a bull. His muscles rippled beneath his arms and thighs, suggesting an immense hidden strength. Barton gasped. He was a demon. A demon? Yuanyuan echoed, equally astonished. Has the Magic Academy become so open that even demons can enroll without hindrance? As if he had heard Barton's thoughts, Lucius turned, his gaze piercing and directed toward Yuanyuan. What a large nose ring! As Lucius moved, Yuanyuan finally caught a glimpse of his face. It was a visage entirely befitting a burly man, adorned with a prominent iron ring piercing through the bridge of his nose, causing Yuanyuan to frown. Lucius's gaze was far from amiable. His eyes darkly scrutinized Yuanyuan, resembling a predator surveying its prey. Yuanyuan was startled by her own speculation. It seemed she had no prior connection with this demon. Observing the peculiar atmosphere between Lucius and Yuanyuan, Barton hastily shielded Yuanyuan behind him. "Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. I could easily send this demon flying with a single punch, perhaps even 100 of them." Yuanyuan replied, "100? Barton, one should remain humble." Lucius, upon hearing this, could scarcely contain his fury. She patted Barton's plump arm. "Thank you, Barton. Fighting is prohibited in the academy. He cannot trouble me." "Lucius, stop lingering and come over to the dean," Ifu said kindly to Lucius. Noticing Lucius's hesitation, he personally took Lucius's hand and led him to the podium. "My dear boy, why are you still shy? It's perfectly fine. The Mage Academy is a loving family. Even if you have horns on your head or a tail behind you, it matters not. No one will mock you." "Dean Gu, look at him. He seems more inclined to wreak havoc than to be shy. Is it truly acceptable for a demon to enter the academy?" Yuanyuan expressed her concern, which echoed among her classmates, who shared similar apprehensions. "Demons act on impulse. While he may harbor no ill will toward us now, who can guarantee that he will remain benevolent every moment, every second? Indeed, I recall that the Magic Academy has never admitted demons before. It seems that this academic year marks the gradual acceptance of demons. Are you aware of the succubus material shop on Kent Street? The owner, there's a succubus upstairs. How can that be compared? A fragrant, soft beauty cannot be equated with a muscle-bound minotaur." "Silence, everyone!" Ifu exclaimed, tapping his staff against the ground. "The purpose of the Mage Academy is love and peace. We must extend kindness to our new classmate. Although this Forbes is a demon, having received recognition from the Magic Tower, he is qualified to enroll. Arrogance and prejudice only breed discord. Communication among ourselves may reveal shared interests, potentially leading to friendships." "Dean, my name is Lucius." "Ah," Ifu responded, slightly embarrassed. "Forgive me. I'm getting old. Please bear with me." Ifu handed a crystal ball to Lucius. "Come, let us see what you can do." As soon as Ifu placed the crystal ball in Lucius's hands, the grand classroom was enveloped in deep crimson hues, prompting Ifu to exclaim in surprise, "Another dual-element mage. Congratulations, congratulations." Ifu exclaimed joyfully. "You are a dual-element mage of fire and dark magic." Yuanyuan gazed at the swirling red and black hues enveloping her, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yet the excitement radiating from Barton led her to question her own intuition. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, she reassured herself. Lucius, observing the test results with an air of indifference, simply tossed the crystal ball to Eve before descending from the stage. Eve, flustered, hurriedly caught the crystal ball thrown by Lucius, fearing it might shatter upon impact with the ground. Fortunately, his reflexes proved adequate, and the orb remained intact. Irritated, Eve addressed his classmate Forbes, reminding him that damaging school property incurs a tenfold compensation fee and advising him to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. For not all deans and professors are as lenient as he is. Yuanyuan watched Eve's earnest demeanor juxtaposed with the Minotaur's apparent indifference, realizing the dean's efforts were likely in vain. True to her expectations, the Minotaur merely replied, "I am Lucius." Chapter 125. Adherence to School Regulations. Look at me. I made another mistake, Eve remarked, tapping his forehead in embarrassment. However, in light of this incident involving Lucius, I must remind everyone of the importance of adhering to our school regulations, which have been established to ensure the safety of students and maintain peace within the academy. The nurturing environment of our institution is cultivated through collective effort. He added, especially this academic year, as we welcome students from the elven and demon races, different backgrounds may inevitably lead to various challenges. Thus, compliance with school regulations has become particularly crucial. Is that understood? Eve raised his voice, his expression serious. And the freshman sensed the gravity of his words, responding affirmatively. Perhaps the administration anticipated that the presence of demon students might incite anxiety among the student body, prompting the emphasis on strict adherence to regulations. Yuanyuan joined her peers in affirming their understanding, but a glance revealed that the Minotaur had yet to speak, seemingly dismissive of Eve's admonitions. Very well, Eve continued. I trust you all have received the booklet titled Essential School Regulations of the Magic Academy. Please take the time to review it thoroughly. He then returned to the matter at hand, inviting the remaining students to the stage for testing. By the time the formal assessments concluded, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Gurgling sounds emanated from Barton's stomach, expressing his hunger. When can we eat? Yuanyuan shrugged helplessly, uncertain of the dean's subsequent agenda, contemplating the possibility that, as he suggested, the proceedings could last all day. All right, Eve chuckled, closing the attendance book. The final student had completed their test, thus fulfilling the day's obligations. You may return to your dormitories to rest. Oh, and remember to review the school regulations. I do not wish to see any students from the mage department on the list of violators. With the dean announcing the conclusion of the testing segment, the students erupted in cheers. Hooray! Finally, we can go eat. To the cafeteria. Here I come. Hey, haven't you checked out the cafeteria before? Such a curious thing it is that some individuals actually enjoy the fare provided by the cafeteria. It is indeed a rarity. Naturally, one would prefer to venture to Kent Street for a more satisfying meal. It is said that the newly introduced pizza at the milk tea shop is quite delightful. Let's go and give it a try together. As Yuanyuan observed her lively classmates before her, an unusual sensation washed over her, a stark contrast to the reality she had envisioned of studying in another world. Like the inhabitants of Blue Star, they too cherished the pleasures of food, entertainment, and romance. Yet there existed a distinct divergence. Their appearances and races varied, each possessing unique abilities, thus truly evoking a sensation of living anew. Yuanyuan felt a gentle nudge on her arm from Barton. She found his bashful demeanor rather amusing. His clumsy actions rendered him endearingly cute. No wonder Lumina felt compelled to protect this cousin. What is it? She inquired. You just mentioned that if there's anything you need assistance with, you could tell me directly. I now have something I would like your help with, Barton replied, his tone earnest. Yuanyuan. In the midst of the bustling crowd exiting the grand classroom, Professor Ifu called out to her across the throng. Upon catching her gaze, he added, Do not leave just yet. I have matters to discuss with you. All right, Yuanyuan responded loudly, then apologetically addressed Barton. I must go see Professor Ifu now. If you need anything, feel free to find me at the milk tea shop. I'll do my utmost to assist you within my capabilities. See you later. Okay. Barton waved forlornly at Yuanyuan, pondering why the headmaster always seemed to interrupt him at the most inopportune moments. Yuanyuan picked up her small backpack and approached Professor Ifu. Headmaster, what brings you to seek me? Patience, child. Allow me a moment to gather my things. Ifu replied as he organized the manuscripts and props he had brought along. Come, let us proceed to my office for a more detailed discussion. As they traversed the castle, Ifu introduced her to the various professors of the magical disciplines, noting that instructors of multiple magical affinities are far less common than those specializing in a single discipline. You will find the faculty of the Magic Academy quite amiable. You shall see once you attend the classes. Headmaster, is the Academy truly at ease with the presence of the demon race in its learning environment? As is often said, they are unrestrained and indifferent to rules. Child, we cannot dictate who is entitled to study within the Academy and who is barred from entry. Such authority lies solely with the Magic Tower. Ifu replied with a resigned glance at Yuanyuan. Thus, the school regulations are of paramount importance. Be sure to familiarize yourself with them. Why is there a recurring emphasis on the school regulations? Are they truly that significant? Very well, Headmaster, Yuanyuan acquiesced, though her mind was brimming with questions. You previously devised a concoction for a fainted vampire classmate called. What was it? The freshly squeezed tomato juice. Chapter 126. The sneaky piku indeed is freshly squeezed tomato juice. Professor Ifu chuckled, explaining that this beverage has aided our vampire classmates in regaining their composure. Those famished vampires are quite fragile, and thanks to your drink, the Academy has already approved the reimbursement. Once I return to my office, I shall hand it over to you. All right, Yuanyuan replied with a smile. During her recent days back at the Magic Academy, Alice had expressed her frustrations, noting that although the Academy had agreed to reimburse the cost of the fresh tomato juice, the coins had yet to reach Yuanyuan. Little did she expect that they would be delivered by Professor Ifu. These coins should have been handed to you immediately after approval, but as you know, I tend to forget things. I only remember today to pass them on to you. My apologies. Yuanyuan hastily waved her hand, reassuring him that it was of no consequence and that it was not too late. The dean truly is quite easygoing. As they conversed, they arrived at Professor Ifu's office. Come in, Ifu said, turning the doorknob. Yuanyuan followed the dean into the office, which was exceedingly spacious. Apart from a wall lined with books, it was filled with everyday items, as if he had transformed the office into his own home. Please, find a seat. I will tidy up my belongings and retrieve the coins from the academy for you. Ifu turned to his desk to organize his things while Yuanyuan scanned the room for a chair. Her attention was soon captured by peculiar sounds emanating from a large box against the wall. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the sound of seeds being cracked. But who would dare to sneakily munch on seeds in the dean's office? Crouching low, she stealthily approached and, with a sudden burst of energy, seized the creature indulging in the seeds. Caught you. How dare you sneak food in the dean's office and leave a mess of shells everywhere? I am taking you to see Professor Ifu right now. Wait, the creature exclaimed. Don't tell Ifu. I'll leave right away. Yuanyuan's skeptical gaze bore into the creature, who was hiding beside the large box. The mention of Professor Ifu made it eager to escape, a clear sign of guilt. She scrutinized the creature, noting its short, stout limbs, diminutive stature, unruly hairstyle, and a face adorned with whiskers. In summary, it was not an appealing sight, barely qualifying as cute. No way. You ouch. Pika, what are you doing here? Professor Ifu, holding the coins, looked astonished at the sight of Yuanyuan apprehending Piku. Confused, Yuanyuan inquired, Did the dean just say Pika Pika? Ifu approached with a smile, gently clarifying, Not Pika Pika. This is Piku, the esteemed professor of engineering. Professor? Yuanyuan thought to herself. She had just seized a professor and had spoken to him rather loudly. Oh no, her first impression must have plummeted to the depths. Ifu glanced at the half-eaten seeds in Piku's paws and then at Yuanyuan's embarrassed expression, piecing together the situation with a knowing smile. You need not feel remorse, for Professor Piku and I share a close friendship, often indulging in culinary delights together. Yet, the less-informed students frequently mistake him for a thief. This has occurred more than once. With a firm hand, Ifu swiftly snatched the sunflower seeds from Piku's grasp, asserting that the issue lies not with him, but with Piku. Acknowledging this, Piku sheepishly concurred, admitting it was indeed his fault. Sensing our conversation's continuation, he excused himself and darted out of Ifu's office with remarkable speed. As you can see, he has a particular fondness for the sunflower seeds you sell. When he finds himself wanting, he seeks refuge here. Ifu sighed, tenderly stowing the remaining half-pack of seeds into his spatial ring. What is so difficult about enjoying sunflower seeds? While they may be temporarily unavailable at the Goblin General Store or the bubble tea shop, Yuanyuan possesses an ample supply. Immediately, she flattering presented several packs of seeds, declaring, Director, these are my humble offerings. No, rather, a treat for you. Eagerly, Ifu accepted the seeds she offered, hastily placing them into his spatial ring, and added a few more coins to the reimbursement money, handing them to Yuanyuan. How could I accept your seeds without payment? These are your goods. I shall include the cost in the reimbursement as if I had purchased them. That is acceptable. Yuanyuan had initially intended to treat Professor Ifu, as the popular snacks from the bubble tea shop are quite difficult for customers to procure. However, observing Ifu's demeanor, she realized persuasion would be futile and thus accepted all the coins. In a magical academy, within the office of Yuliel, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his impatience as he observed Professor Field, who was engrossed in his array of bottles and jars. This is my office. Kindly vacate the premises. Without a glance towards Yuliel, Field continued to scrutinize the solution in his possession. I am aware, but your space is quiet, and most crucially, Claire does not dare intrude. Chapter 127. The professor without distinction then, may I inquire how I am to conduct my work? Yuliel, resting his chin on one hand, surveyed the spacious office provided to professors by the academy, particularly that of the dean, which was adorned with walls of books, vast and expansive. Yet, the central area was entirely consumed by Field's experimental apparatus. The fellow had even relocated his desk, his intentions unmistakable. Field glanced around the cramped quarters. Perhaps we can make some room? Yuliel paused, a deadly glint flashing in his deep-set eyes. Will you depart on your own accord, or shall I assist you? Field nervously swallowed, attempting one last plea. Please, Yuliel, I am your good friend. At that moment, an owl flew in through the window, clutching a daily report in its beak. Yuliel raised his arm, and the owl, recognizing its cue, promptly ascended to perch upon his arm, carefully delivering the report to him. Field, noticing that Uriel was ignoring him, shamelessly approached Claire. This woman had undergone a transformation. Previously, she would have berated him for 3 consecutive days upon seeing him. Now, Not only had her temper improved, but she also inquired about the progress of his recent research topics. It was indeed strange. She even mentioned that if he needed additional funding, he could ask her for it. What on earth was going on with her recently? What's going on? It's quite simple. She feels guilty and is attempting to make amends by showing concern for you. Claire did not confess to having teased Field in the past, and Uriel had no intention of being the one to expose her. I don't know. At the opening ceremony, the principal punished me, requiring that I complete 300 research topics within 30 years, with no salary or holidays, all while also teaching. The lack of salary and holidays is not a concern, as I have ample funds. I often spend my time in the laboratory day and night. However, I previously promised you that I would focus on my teaching. If I slack off, completing 300 topics in 30 years is still within reach. Uriel set down the daily report in his hand. Field's statement implied that he regretted increasing his workload. Professor Field, I must remind you of something. First, as a professor at the School of Magic, it is your duty to teach students. Secondly, taking the potions class seriously is your commitment to me. I believe that a conscientious, moral, and responsible professor considers teaching to be fundamental. Field grinned shamelessly. You still don't know me well. I have no conscience, no morals, and no sense of responsibility. It's not a recent development. Uriel cast him a sidelong glance. So, are you implying that you intend to break your promise? As soon as Uriel finished speaking, Field felt the entire office tremble. The silver sword at Uriel's side began to emit a low hum, and dust fell from the ceiling. With Uriel's lowered brows, Field understood that if his next words did not align with Uriel's expectations, he might meet his demise on the spot. Calm down. Field hurriedly reassured him. What I mean is, I will diligently teach while also tackling my research topics with renewed vigor. That woman, Claire, keeps implying that I mustn't take a moment's respite. It's maddening. I only came to your office to hide, nothing else. Yes, you. I will strictly adhere to my commitment to you. Please do calm down. After a flurry of words, the tremors finally ceased. He sighed in relief, awkwardly sitting on the floor. Once the crisis had passed, he realized the extent of Uriel's formidable power. Have you enhanced your abilities? You were the first to react and protect everyone at the Magic Tower, as Claire mentioned. That has nothing to do with you. Uriel pulled out a sheet of paper and began writing a few lines. Once finished, he handed the paper to Field. Deliver this note to Professor Claire. She will no longer pester you. What does it say? Field raised the paper to glance at it. If you look, I assure you, your topics will never be completed. Field tucked away the paper. Don't be anxious. I simply couldn't resist. Now, may you take your leave? Field immediately stood up, of course. I shall leave at once. He swiftly gathered all his belongings and bowed slightly as he closed the office door. This is your colleague, a professor devoid of conscience, morality, and responsibility. The visage of Ivander surfaced before Yuliel, who disdainfully gazed in the direction Field had departed. Indeed, do not allow him to lead you astray. I find him exceedingly unreliable. Elder, I am no longer a mere cub. How fares the north? Ivander stroked the little treant upon his shoulder. Everything is progressing smoothly. In a few days, the north will once again return to the embrace of the elven kin. However, this time, the human cavalry has not posed significant hindrance, nor have they dispatched troops to thwart the elven army. I wonder what nefarious schemes they are concocting. Chapter 128. The defamed daily report, good child. Ivander turned his head and bestowed a kiss upon the little treant Gru. Yuliel shielded his eyes with his right hand, unable to bear the sight. That insidious plot has already taken shape. With his left hand, Yuliel tapped the daily report, which floated in the air, its contents fully revealed before Ivander. Without a moral compass, openly instigating unjust wars, the common enemy of all living beings, the malevolent elven race. The daily report depicted the elves as terrorists who disrupt the normal training of other nations and maliciously provoke conflict, distorting the truth. The elves' deployment to the north was framed as their initial step towards world domination, a probing of the other races. If left unchecked, all races would inevitably become slaves to the elves. The report further called upon everyone to join the so-called Human Justice Alliance, forming a coalition to collectively combat the elves and expel them from the continent. How shameless! Ivander exclaimed in fury. To drive us from the continent means to annihilate our entire elven race. Moreover, what kind of image is this? Which race does this army belong to? They look utterly ridiculous. Ivander pointed at the central image of the report with disdain. The illustration adopted a dark aesthetic, The soldiers bore grim expressions, their eyes glowing ominously. They drew bows, arrows shimmering coldly, while beneath them, the elk's dark fur was ablaze, its hooves engulfed in merciless flames, exhaling palpable heat, accompanied by eyes that glowed with a menacing glare, whose eyes shine like searchlights. And that elk, one would think it a mad bull from its portrayal. If I am not mistaken, this must be depicting us. Ivander's eyes widened, and Yuliel discerned a mix of disbelief and a hint of madness within them. This is how our elven race is ridiculed. Not only our reputation, but even our appearance is being distorted. Malachi, that scoundrel, and Asashel, that ancient rogue. Is there not a single dignified figure among the humans? For so many years, the noble lessons remained unlearned, while the tainted genes persisted through generations, employing shameless and despicable tactics. Ivander unleashed a torrent of invectives, cursing from the human king Malachi down to the lower nobility. Just when Yuliel thought the elder was finally finished, he raged on, condemning the first generation of Golden Knights to the current Golden Knights, Robin and Bert. This was not the end. After addressing these, the elder vehemently criticized the Church of Light, from its doctrines to its leaders, nearly dragging the God of Light into his tirade as well. The elder's diatribe lasted for an agonizing hour and a half, during which Yuliel attempted to interject but was continually interrupted. It was only when Ivander's thirst became unbearable that he finally paused. "Lilith, quickly, bring me a glass of water," he rasped, feeling as though his throat might ignite. "Please, elder, take a moment to rest," Lilith urged as she poured the water. "Your voice is hoarse from this tirade. These wretched beings are not worth your breath." "Indeed," agreed Gru, the little tree folk, who chimed in from the side. Ivander accepted the water Lilith offered, soothing his throat. "I feel a profound sorrow. How resplendent was the queen in her time. Her valiant image, sword in hand, now hangs in the Hall of Heroes. If she knew how our army was being tarnished, I cannot fathom her rage. Alas, the Hall of Heroes is a sanctuary for the elven race, housing portraits and relics of those who have contributed significantly to their kin. Entry into this hall is the highest honor bestowed upon the deceased of the elven lineage." Ivander's words cast a pall of melancholy over the gathering, prompting Lilith to hastily change the subject. "Your Majesty, regarding this daily report you possess, we have received no news. Might it be? Indeed, it is the humans who have deliberately restricted the dissemination of the report, avoiding the elven race. What shall we do then? What if other races are truly swayed?" Ivander scoffed. Malachi perceives other races as mindless beings, naively believing that a mere incitement could lead them to follow. How laughable! Lilith seemed to grasp the elder's implication. "Are you suggesting the elder means there is no need for concern? Malachi can rally only a few. We shall observe which races harbor malice towards the elves." Yuliel smiled faintly as the daily report suddenly ignited in flames, reducing to ashes in mere moments. At the Magical Academy, in a bustling little stall. "Boss, is everything going smoothly?" Alice inquired with concern as she watched the weary Yuanyuan, burdened with a heavy backpack. Enter the stall. Yuanyuan flung her backpack aside, leaping onto the bed, smoothly, of course, aside from a series of unfortunate events this morning. Everything else has been quite smooth. By the way, where is Fortune? That troublesome rabbit had nearly caused her to be late, and more importantly, it had left droppings everywhere. Yuanyuan was determined to discipline it, intending to give it a thorough socialization training, to see if it would dare to misbehave again. "I'm right here, master." A soft voice emerged from beneath the bed, and Yuanyuan peered over the edge to find Fortune, having made a cozy nest out of several towels. "Have you only just realized your mistake? Once, I found solace in slumbering within my backpack, yet I inadvertently soiled it." Yuanyuan's voice pierced the air like a dagger, prodding at the tender heart of Zhao Kai. "Forgive me, dear master." Zhao Kai bowed deeply, gazing up with glistening eyes. The allure of the master's backpack proved irresistible to a rabbit, and I succumbed to temptation, drifting into a peaceful sleep where dreams unfolded, until I halted, too ashamed to continue. "What did you dream about?" Yuanyuan inquired, her gaze unwavering. Zhao Kai, eyes shut, inadvertently dreamed of a restroom, and once again I could not resist, leading to an unfortunate accident. "Oh, master, I am truly sorry. I promise never to be so thoughtless again." Yuanyuan, reflecting upon the incident, understood that it was Zhao Cai's first offense. With proper guidance, it could be corrected. observing Zhao Cai's tear-streaked face, with tiny paws wiping away the sorrow, evoked a pang of sympathy within her. Perhaps just this once, forgiveness could be granted. No, no. Gu Yuanyuan shook her head. A first transgression may lead to a second. It must be treated with seriousness, or future misdeeds will only escalate. In her mind, two conflicting voices clashed, leaving Gu Yuanyuan momentarily silent, which only deepened Zhao Cai's sorrow, believing it had lost her forgiveness. Alice, witnessing the scene, felt uncertain of how to intervene, as Zhao Cai was Gu Yuanyuan's magical beast, and it was not her place to interfere. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuanyuan declared, "This is your first act of mischief, unintentional as it may be, thus I shall forgive you." "Really? Thank you, master," Zhao Cai exclaimed, hastily drying its tears in gratitude. However, Gu Yuanyuan's tone shifted. "This grievous act nearly led to dire consequences. For your own good, you are henceforth forbidden from sleeping on my bed, and your carrots for this month have been forfeited." The carrots represented Zhao Cai's monthly wages as a delivery rabbit, and this action served as a minor, yet significant reprimand. Zhao Cai's emotions fluctuated wildly, from relief at being forgiven to despair at the loss of its entire salary. Its ears drooped in defeat. "Well, that matter is settled," Alice remarked with a smile, stepping forward to address Gu Yuanyuan. "Boss, there is something you should be made aware of." Gu Yuanyuan, perplexed, noted that business had concluded for the day and suggested discussing it tomorrow. However, Alice insisted, "I believe it is imperative for you to see this now." Chapter 129, Slander. With that, Alice produced a neatly folded daily report and handed it to Gu Yuanyuan. "This is today's report, containing some troubling rhetoric directed at the elven race. I thought it necessary for you to be informed." Gu Yuanyuan sat up from her bed, receiving the report and perusing its contents with keen attention. The title was explosively captivating, followed by an image that, in Gu Yuanyuan's eyes, was grossly misrepresentative of the facts. The main text was even more outrageous, a veritable assault on reason. The text depicted the human cavalry being ambushed, claiming the Elves had dispatched troops to the northern realms with intentions of conquering the continent. This marked a stark departure from the Elves' traditionally gentle and graceful demeanor. Their recent decision was swift and decisive, leaving one to ponder whether they were wolves cloaked in sheep's wool or sheep masquerading as wolves. The bubble tea shop might be yet another facet of the Elves' strategic maneuvers. Was the beverage merely tea or a venomous concoction sweetened with honey? In a bid to prevent the destruction of the world and to safeguard its peace, promoting love and true justice, one was invited to join the Human Justice Alliance, spreading love across the land and heralding the return of spring. Gu Yuanyuan felt increasingly alarmed upon reading such malevolent speculations in the newspaper. The language used was exceedingly insidious, as if intent on portraying the Elves as villains consumed by war and plunder. In truth, the Elves' actions were entirely legitimate, yet they were distorted by malefactors among the humans, who sought to incite other races against them, placing the Elves at a disadvantage both diplomatically and militarily, to protect the world and uphold love and justice. How hypocritical! The human empire was, in fact, the greatest source of instability on the continent, a malignant tumor. This was the newspaper published today by the True Knowledge Press, which reported a rapid decline in relations between the Elves and the Empire following the Council's deliberations. The simple act of reclaiming lost territory had been twisted into such a narrative. Alice, observing Gu Yuanyuan's furious expression, cautiously remarked that the orc race was generally straightforward and sincere. If treated well, they reciprocated kindness. Thus, it was rare for them to harbor the malice often found in humans. From Alice's own interactions with both humans and elves, the truth about which race was lying was evident. Gu Yuanyuan clenched the edges of the newspaper tightly, ripping it in two with a sharp sound. To think they would slander the bubble tea shop was utterly shameless. "Are you all right, boss?" she exclaimed. Did she appear unscathed? Gu Yuanyuan took deep breaths, attempting to quell the anger rising within her. She shut her eyes, whispering, "I am fine." Upon reopening them, she had made a decision. "You should return to the Magic Academy to rest. I owe you my gratitude for today." "It's nothing. You must remain calm, boss, and avoid any foolish actions," Alice cautioned. What foolishness could she possibly commit? Storming into the True Knowledge Press and eliminating the slanderers? Or perhaps, as the paper suggested, substituting the bubble tea with poison to be served in the human palace, targeting Malachi? Gu Yuanyuan was acutely aware of her limitations. She was merely an ordinary, powerless, fragile elven child, incapable of such deeds, no matter how much she yearned to. Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly. You may return with peace of mind, Gu Yuanyuan assured, regaining her composure and feigning indifference as she spoke to Alice. Then I shall take my leave, Alice said, to which Gu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Yes, go ahead. Gu Yuanyuan's expression was sincere and her tone earnest, as if she were truly unaffected. Alice, with a hint of skepticism, gathered her belongings and returned to the Magic Academy. As soon as Alice's figure vanished from the bustling stall, Gu Yuanyuan promptly instructed the system to transport her back to the tea shop in CUW City. Transitioning, you have arrived at your destination, the Elven Milk Tea Shop in CUW City. This time, the system directly transported Gu Yuanyuan to the second floor of the tea shop, where she hurried downstairs. The shop was as crowded as ever, and upon seeing Gu Yuanyuan, the customers greeted her enthusiastically. Oh, the shopkeeper is back. It's been so long. You look splendid. I heard the young shopkeeper went to the Magic Academy. That's wonderful. You are the first elf shopkeeper from our clan to attend the academy. It's been ages since we had new products. When will you release more? You all are so fixated on new products. But I'm still a fledgling who needs to attend school. I hardly have time to develop new offerings. Now, enjoy your pizza. Gu Yuanyuan responded to each remark. Spring had passed, and the foot traffic in CUW City had slightly diminished. A substantial portion of the clientele were returning customers, and Gu Yuanyuan felt obliged to show them respect. Entering the kitchen, she found Cece methodically preparing durian pizza, the entire kitchen infused with the aromatic scent of durian flesh. The pizza was created at the request of a student from the Magic Academy who had been unable to return home for an extended period due to academic delays. It was said that his hometown had a delicious pie, generously filled with ingredients, which inspired Gu Yuanyuan to craft the pizza, to cater to every customer's palate. The toppings on the pizza could be chosen at will. Surprisingly, the durian pizza was immensely popular among the elves, with no one expressing distaste for it. Some elves even inquired about purchasing durian flesh separately, which left Gu Yuanyuan astonished, as the elves appeared to have no aversion to durian whatsoever. Chapter 130. This dreadfully irresistible durian pizza, after all, to some, this fruit smelled akin to a biochemical weapon. Sister, Cece turned, picking up a pack of cheese, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Gu Yuanyuan standing at the door. What brings you back? Don't you have classes today? What are you wearing? This is my academy uniform, custom-made, you know how it is. It was only after Cece's remark that Gu Yuanyuan remembered she hadn't changed her clothes. She had come in wearing a loose robe. Changing now would be a waste of time, so she simply rolled up her sleeves to assist Cece. Cece smiled, clearly recognizing the custom design. One could hardly find a similar piece among the Shadow Elves or the Green Elves. Gu Yuanyuan inspected the state of the durian pizzas in the oven and glanced at the countertop, where an array of pizzas awaited their turn. All were durian pizzas. There wasn't even a single Orleans chicken pizza in sight, given that the Orleans chicken flavor was quite delightful. She found it perplexing that it was not favored by the elves. Indeed, as Cece joyfully sprinkled cheese over the durian flesh, she exclaimed that the world could not possibly do without durian pizza, for it was the most delectable of all. Even Cece had succumbed to its charm. Is durian pizza not well received at the Magic Academy? She inquired further. Not only is it unpopular, Yuanyuan reminisced, recalling the time when someone, curious about durian, ordered a durian pizza, triggering a cacophony of retching sounds from the small stall. However, durian pizza was not entirely unloved. A classmate longing for home-style pies adored it. And Jerry, Alice's culinary mouse, was quite fond of it as well, though Alice found it challenging to accept, perhaps due to its overpowering aroma. They shall certainly miss out on this exquisite dish, they remarked, as the two conversed. Just then, the oven chimed, signaling that the durian pizza was ready. Allow me, Gu Yuanyuan said, donning gloves and carefully retrieving the pizza from the oven, placing each one meticulously according to the orders. I'll deliver it, Cece offered, as Gu Yuanyuan handed her the pizzas meant for Table 1, Customer 180, and Table 4, Customer 195. To avoid mix-ups, the tea shop's orders were precisely directed to specific tables and numbered customers, cleared out twice daily. With a tray of pizzas in hand, Cece turned to deliver the order, while another Cece placed a cheese-laden durian pizza into the oven. Gu Yuanyuan, astonished, pointed at the Cece who had just gone out to deliver, exclaiming, weren't you just carrying a tray out? How did you suddenly reappear here? A shadow clone? Sister, what are you talking about? Cece replied innocently, gazing at Yuanyuan. At that moment, another voice, belonging to Cece, resonated behind Yuanyuan, announcing that a customer had requested 3 additional durian pizzas for takeout. Yuanyuan stiffly turned around, only to find the very Cece who had just left standing at the kitchen door. Cece in front of the oven chuckled softly. So that's what you meant, sister. This is Caspapi. When he is not out delivering, he enjoys transforming into my likeness to help out in the shop. The Cece at the door smiled, as if responding to the real Cece, and with a puff of black smoke, only a pitch-black bat remained in its place. Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh, having not anticipated this twist involving Caspapi. What is so amusing? Luna, who had been eagerly awaiting her durian pizza, approached the kitchen, only to encounter the transformed Caspapi at the entrance. So this is Caspapi? She scrutinized the little bat, finding it rather unattractive. Caspapi flew before Luna, chattering away in a series of squeaks, yet sadly, Luna could not comprehend. All right, I was just teasing, Cece laughed. Luna exclaimed in delight. You're also at the tea shop today. She opened her arms and embraced Yuanyuan. As you can see, I hardly miss a day here. My 3 meals are all taken care of in this very place. She then touched the fabric of Yuanyuan's attire. It was smooth yet of an unfamiliar style. Is this the fashion of the Magic Academy? No, this is my school uniform. Luna raised an eyebrow. Quite unique, and it suits you well. By the way, where's my pizza? Before she could finish her thought, she veered back to the topic of pizza. This one over here. Wow, is that a durian pizza? Is it all mine? Luna interjected, leaning over the counter to gaze at the array of freshly made durian pizzas, inhaling deeply the intoxicating aroma. Ah, the fragrant scent of durian. She suddenly began to sing. How utterly enchanting. Yuanyuan gently pushed Luna's head away. That's someone else's. Mind your drool and don't get on the pizza. She then retrieved a portion from the tray and handed it to Luna. This is yours. I was just about to serve it. Chapter 131. The newspaper with restricted circulation. What a pity. With so many pizzas, this plate is all that belongs to me, Luna lamented, gazing affectionately at the collection of durian pizzas on the counter, as if they were treasures she could not bear to part with. Even a single piece missing would cause her pain. She brought the durian pizza closer to her nose, inhaling its scent, pondering how delightful it would be to possess an entire harem of durians. If you had money, all of these could be yours, Yuanyuan remarked emotionlessly from behind Luna. The atmosphere shattered in an instant, and Luna snapped back to reality. She instinctively calculated that her food budget for today was already exhausted, which meant no more pizzas could be ordered. Oh, my friend, you truly are heartless, Luna said, feigning hurt as she cradled the pizza. As if earning money from me wasn't enough, you have to stab at my heart too. Yuanyuan, unfazed by Luna's sudden theatrical demeanor, opened the cupboard and retrieved a pizza cutter. With a few swift motions, she severed the whole pizza in Luna's hands into 6 pieces, gesturing for her to enjoy it while it was hot. No, Luna shook her head in disbelief. What have you done to my pizza? You've dismembered it. Yuanyuan sighed lightly, donned gloves, and picked up a slice to feed Luna. Yes, I have indeed dismembered it. Now it's your turn to completely devour it. With a mouthful, Luna took a large bite of the pizza, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she mumbled through her mouthful. This is truly delicious. Luna's voice trailed off dramatically, sending chills down Shishi's spine. I say, enough already. It's merely a durian pizza, yet you've turned it into a scene of murder and dismemberment. Amused, Yuanyuan continued to assist Shishi, while Luna lounged in the kitchen, diving into her meal. So, what brings you back to Tsuewu City today? The Magic Academy should have commenced classes by now. Aren't you busy? Indeed, I am busy, Yuanyuan replied. Juggling classes and managing the shop is already a handful, and on top of that, dealing with rumors and running around. How could I not be busy? Have you seen today's report? Luna leaned against the kitchen counter, savoring a slice of pizza while reflecting on the news she had read. She recalled that, in an effort to prevent further incursions by foreign assassins, the patrol elves of each city had intensified their vigilance and increased their numbers, urging citizens to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, incredulous that such a malicious act of defamation had gone unreported. Let me think. Oh, right, you were at the Magical Academy, so you probably don't know that the elven race has begun reclaiming the northern territories. According to the news, It should be just a few more days until the north is fully restored. The reclamation of lost lands was something that the entire elven community had longed for, and Luna had diligently followed every issue of the news regarding the Northern Territories. She was eagerly awaiting the publication of the official announcement declaring the North's return. Is it gone? Yuanyuan asked incredulously. No, it's gone, Luna replied. She finally noticed something amiss with Yuanyuan, ever since the conversation had shifted to the news. She had been persistently inquiring about its contents, seemingly without hearing what she truly wished to know. Are you concerned about the damage to the milk tea shop? Luna ventured cautiously. The news had not reported on this matter. Only the neighboring merchants were aware. It was impossible to keep it from them. Perhaps it was better that it remained unreported, as widespread coverage of the attack could deter visitors from patronizing the establishment. The incident at the milk tea shop had not been reported by the elven press, as they had received no notification. Thus, aside from the nearby vendors, customers present at the time, employees, and the patrol elves and Lilith who arrived later, very few people were aware of the incident. This was primarily to avoid inciting panic. Secondly, reporting the event would cast a shadow of insecurity over the milk tea shop, leading potential customers to hesitate before returning. Yuanyuan fell silent. I'm not worried about that. I'm concerned. She hesitated as the truth dawned on her. The Human Empire's truthful news agency had prohibited the dissemination of today's news within the Elven realm, which explained Luna's ignorance of the smear campaign. When the customers had initially returned to the milk tea shop, they were chatting and laughing. Typically, they would eagerly discuss any significant events or gossip, but this time their reaction was utterly muted, indicating that the Elven side had received no news. Luna, puzzled, asked, "What are you worried about?" Should she voice her concerns? Did Miss Lilith and the other high-ranking members of the Green Elf government know about the Human Empire's attempts to tarnish the Elven soldiers and the incident at the milk tea shop? Would any elf believe her if she spoke of it? Perhaps she should convey this information to those within the Elven community who had the authority to act. Chapter 132. The City of Life. Luna, who do you think holds real power among the Green Elves? Huh? Luna was taken aback. Why was this topic being raised again? Had she mentioned it earlier? Quickly, tell me, is it Lucian or Lilith? Luna scratched her head. What kind of joke is this? The true power among the Green Elves undoubtedly lies with His Majesty Randrick. Lucian serves as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, while Miss Lilith has consistently remained by the side of the Elder, likely fulfilling the role of Secretary. Your Majesty, indeed. The manner in which the Elves regard Landrico reveals that this Green Elf King is undoubtedly cherished by the populace, wielding genuine power as a ruler. How could she pose such a foolish question? Your Majesty resides in the City of Life, correct? Yes, indeed. Luna found herself utterly perplexed. What was the intention here? What are you planning to do? Naturally, it is to relay critical information. The Kaya Forest has established a protective barrier, completely isolating itself from the outside world. It is plausible that the Elven race remains unaware of the Human Empire's malicious defamation. If the higher-ups among the Elves are already informed, then all is well. However, if they are not, then Yuanyuan, as a member of the Green Elves, bears the responsibility to convey this message. Yet, she had no time to elaborate. Hastily gathering her belongings as she prepared to depart. I need to step out for a moment. Wait, Luna exclaimed, her eyes wide. She had finally grasped the situation. Yuanyuan was poised to dash straight to the City of Life to meet the Sovereign. Yuanyuan was no reckless elf. What on earth had transpired? Luna seized Yuanyuan's arm and demanded, "What exactly is going on?" "I'm sorry, but I cannot explain right now. I must leave." Yuanyuan gently pried Luna's hand away, filled with regret, and swiftly exited the tea shop after quickly adjusting her attire and hair. System, I require the navigation route to the teleportation array in the City of Life, promptly. Understood. The nearest route to the teleportation array in the City of Life has been located for you. Glancing at the darkening sky, Yuanyuan quickened her pace. Was she truly heading directly to the City of Life to meet the Sovereign? Luna stood, dazed at the kitchen door, her pizza forgotten in her hands. Indeed. She replied nonchalantly while tending to her tasks. Won't she be apprehended? She raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why would she be apprehended? This is a direct meeting with the Sovereign. Luna could hardly believe Shishi's response. At this hour, a mere child, unaware of the circumstances, was rushing to find the Sovereign, who was exceedingly busy. How could Yuanyuan, a mere fledgling from the Magic Academy, so boldly approach him? How surreal. Indeed, you are so indifferent. Don't you worry about her? She is, after all, the sovereign, the exceptionally gifted and far-sighted king of the elves, whose appearance is merely the least remarkable of his qualities. Though there are currently two reigning elf monarchs, the Green Elf King Landrico and the Shadow Elf Queen Vixinia, the economic development and territorial expanse of the Shadow Elves pale in comparison to that of the Green Elves. Hence, it is commonly accepted that when referring to the King of the Elves, one is speaking of the Green Elf King. She remained unfazed. After all, she was a princess herself. Her mother, Queen Vixinia, had taken her to grand events on several occasions, so she was not as astonished as Luna. Sister, she will be fine. Regardless of the circumstances, the elven race would never harm a child. Moreover, according to her observations, the relationship between Landrico and her sister appears to be quite amicable. As they conversed, Yuanyuan swiftly made her way to the teleportation array. The station was bustling with the presence of elves, each carrying briefcases, their faces showing signs of fatigue, yet exuding a vibrant energy, akin to employees finally finishing a long day at work. Miss, please step back a bit. The next group of guests will be arriving shortly. Be mindful of the crowd. An elven staff member cautioned, gesturing for Yuanyuan to retreat. No sooner had the words left their lips than a golden light emanated from the teleportation array, revealing a throng of elves emerging. Just as Yuanyuan retreated to a safe distance and completed her payment, a large number of male and female elves, all dressed in simple yet elegant attire, poured out of the array, embodying an air of professionalism. Ah, it seems I have collided with the evening rush. Dear travelers, you have arrived at Suemu City. Please depart the teleportation station in an orderly fashion and refrain from pushing, the staff member announced loudly through a megaphone. Once the last of the guests exited the teleportation array, Yuanyuan stepped inside. The familiar golden light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, the scenery had transformed completely. Welcome to the City of Life. Chapter 133. Spherical Lucent. According to the system map, the City of Life is equipped with 5 teleportation stations, each located at the cardinal points: east, south, west, north, and center. Yuanyuan found herself at the eastern station, close to Suemu City. The stations, much like Suemu City itself, were interconnected by grand avenues, with the royal palace of the Green Elves situated in the center, which was her intended destination. Wow! Yuanyuan marveled internally as she gradually exited the station amidst the throng of people. As dusk fell, the streetlights along the boulevard began to illuminate, casting a warm glow that enveloped the entire city in a gentle veil of light. These streetlights were quite remarkable. Many adorned the central square of Suemu City. Unlike those on Blue Star, they did not require electricity. According to Luna's explanations, they were crafted from a luminous substance extracted from a wondrous plant known as firefly grass. This glowing agent possessed the same properties as the firefly grass itself, illuminating in darkness without any manual control, thus conserving energy and being environmentally friendly. A single piece could last for a month, and one segment was far superior to 6, as the entire continent relied mainly on firefly grass to navigate through the night. As Yuanyuan strolled along the boulevard, she suddenly felt a colossal shadow looming overhead. She looked up to behold a magnificent statue of a goddess, crowned with vines and adorned with a skirt woven from flowers. The goddess gently closed her eyes, her hands clasped in front of her chest, nodding softly as if holding something of great significance. That was the statue of the goddess of life at this station. Noticing Yuanyuan standing transfixed before the statue, an elven staff member began to explain, the goddess of life. Does the Green Elf clan also venerate her? Amy consistently devoted herself to prayers for the goddess of life, and Yuanyuan, observing her pious demeanor, initially believed that all elves shared such unwavering faith. However, upon arriving in Misty City, she discovered that not everyone was an ardent admirer of the goddess of life. Most of the Green Elves spoke of her with a tone of respect, yet lacked the fervor she had anticipated. The elven staff, noticing Yuanyuan's peculiar attire, could not help but engage her in conversation, affirming that the goddess of life is indeed the protector of the nature tribe, and the elves hold great reverence for this magnificent deity. In the royal city, statues of the goddess of life abound more than in other locales. It all made sense. No wonder she had only encountered a single statue of the goddess in the central square of Misty City, for there were none at the teleportation station. The elven staff, glancing at the sky, urged her to return home quickly, cautioning her about the increased traffic of elves at this hour, advising her to be wary of potential collisions. Little one, the term took Yuanyuan by surprise, as it had been quite some time since anyone had referred to her as such. While familiar patrons of the tea shop would affectionately tease her as a cub, most regarded her as an adult elf with independent thoughts. After all, not every young elf possessed her abilities. Yet, being called Little One stirred a peculiar nostalgia within her, reminding her of her former human self. She quickly regained her composure, expressing her gratitude for the guidance before proceeding towards the royal palace. What should she do now? Should she boldly approach the palace gates and declare she had urgent matters to report? Who would believe the words of a strangely dressed young elf? Before dashing out of the tea shop, Yuanyuan had not contemplated this thoroughly, but now, upon reaching her destination, she found herself hesitating. Regret washed over her. Perhaps she had acted too impulsively. She should have brought Cece along. After all, as a princess of the Shadow Elf tribe, a visit should be permissible. Furrowing her brows in thought, she walked down the street, only to be jolted by a sudden collision on her shoulder. "My apologies. I was in a hurry and did not see you," came a familiar voice. Surprised, Yuanyuan looked up to find none other than Minister Lu Xin standing before her. "Have you gained weight? Why are you dressed so oddly?" They both exclaimed in unison. Exhausted from the repetition of such observations regarding her attire, Yuanyuan wearily replied, "It's just the school uniform made for me. I didn't have time to change." "You've certainly plumped up since I last saw you," Lu Xin remarked. "Not just plump, you're practically spherical. That round belly looks as if it has a ball stuffed inside, and your face is rounded out, yet I can still recognize your form. After experiencing some recent fright, I have come to comprehend certain truths," he added, likely referring to the assassination attempt that had occurred earlier. But Yuanyuan couldn't help but wonder how his weight gain related to that incident. Would it imply that the assassin had force-fed Lu Xin in a misguided attempt to suffocate him? Her thoughts spiraled into absurdity. "What a profound truth," Lu Xin remarked seriously. "Once a spirit dies, nothing remains, no life, no essence. Accumulating wealth in life without enjoying it serves no purpose, for in death, one is left with nothing more than an opulent tomb. The critical aspect is that by then I would be utterly oblivious, my body transformed into mere nourishment for the flora. What significance does a lavish grave hold? Just imagine, an elegant tombstone inscribed with the epithet of a miserly spirit. How dreadful that would be." Wait, Yuanyuan interrupted Lu Xin. "Were we not discussing your weight gain? How do we end up at tombstones? What I mean to convey is that I have achieved a complete awakening. I must relish life. Our profession is fraught with peril, and I lack the prowess of Austin and Lilith. Beyond my wealth and talent, I possess nothing. The thought of dying one day, leaving behind my beloved coins to be claimed by another, fills me with profound sorrow." Lu Xin clutched his shirt, his features contorted in distress, truly expressing his anguish. Possessing nothing beyond wealth and talent. How utterly pretentious. Observing Lu Xian's current form, Yuanyuan could only perceive a mass of flesh speaking before her. Is his only mode of enjoyment through consumption? Let's not dwell on that. Did you not go to the Magic Academy for your studies? Why are you here today? It's alarming. It seems the entire Green Sprite clan is aware of it. However, since I have encountered Lu Xin, matters should become more manageable. I have an urgent matter to convey to His Majesty. Can you escort me to the palace?" Lu Xian's gaze wandered. "Well, I can, but His Majesty may not have the time to meet you. The palace and the sovereign are not so easily accessible to ordinary spirits. Yet, given Yuanyuan's unique status, it should be permissible to bring her inside, though His Majesty is currently unavailable." Just as Yuanyuan felt disheartened, Lu Xin hastily added, "However, the Grand Elder should have time." At that moment, the Grand Elder, preparing to leave for the day, sneezed. "Who spoke of me?" Chapter 134. I am no good. The Grand Elder has a significant connection to me. I can confirm that the inspecting spirit, Ivander, who came to the Forbidden Ground, seeking me, is indeed the Grand Elder. The stoic Ivander is the true sovereign, as the former exhibits an exuberance that is rather overwhelming. In Ivander's office, the wall clock indicated 6 o'clock. He set down his quill, glancing at the substantial stack of documents beside him. Satisfied with his productivity for the day, he deemed further work unnecessary. Rising to stretch his limbs, he observed Gru, who was diligently binding documents. These tasks can be entrusted to Lilith. Your small frame can hardly bear such burdens. As Gru, laboriously transporting files, paused to thump his chest, several leaves fell from his head. He proudly proclaimed, Gru, Gru, Gru. Gru, a man of substance, is quite useful. Ah, that is not what I meant. Ivander quickly gestured to clarify. What I intended to convey is that these tasks are the responsibility of Lilith. You cannot usurp her duties. As the secretary to the elder, Lilith had always managed these affairs, and, considering it was already 6 o'clock, she would typically have been there to prompt him to expedite his review of the documents. Why, then, had she not made an appearance today? Just then, a knock resonated through the air. Ivander, startled, slowly turned his head. Sure enough, at the door stood Lilith. Her icy gaze fixed upon him, clearly having overheard their previous exchange. Ivander forced a sheepish smile, awkwardly rubbing his hands. Lilith, there you are. What I said earlier was merely to amuse a child. Please do not take it to heart. Crossing her arms, Lilith chose to ignore him. She was not oblivious. The elder had long harbored dissatisfaction regarding her pace, and his earlier comments were undoubtedly reflective of his true sentiments. Gru, upon hearing this, became disgruntled, tossing aside the documents he had been holding, puffing up his cheeks, and declaring, Gru, Gru, Gru. Gru is no child. Gru is a man. All right. Ivander, sweating profusely, hastily attempted to placate the irate Gru. You are indeed a man, the foremost among our green elves. Where, Ivander mused, had Gru learned the term man? With those tiny limbs, he hardly resembled one. Gru, however, disregarded Ivander's attempts at comfort, having recognized that his master was merely indulging him. Despite his considerable strength, capable of carrying a stack of files with ease, Gru remained convinced of his masculinity. Lilith observed Ivander's attempts to appease both her and Gru and the elder. Feeling exasperated, sighed. His inherently lively nature had only intensified since adopting the little treant. He scarcely resembled a dignified elder anymore. She walked over to the desk, picking up the files Gru had discarded and began to peruse them, noting with surprise that the elder had demonstrated remarkable efficiency today. Just in time. I have finished reviewing today's documents. You may proceed to bind them. I shall take my leave now. Ivander, grabbing the little Gru and placing him upon his shoulder, prepared to depart, contemplating how best to mollify the treant upon his return. Wait, Lilith interjected, just as Ivander was about to step through the door. Elder, your work is not yet complete. I must request that you put in some overtime. Ivander's eyes widened in disbelief. That cannot be. I have fulfilled all my responsibilities to the highest standard, and they are right there in your hands. Lilith shook her head, waving the documents. That is not what I meant. I urgently need to speak with you, Elder. At that moment, Yuanyuan peeked through the doorway, flashing a broad smile at Ivander. Hello there. It's good to see you again. Ivander was taken aback, clutching his chest and retreating several steps. Why do these young elves always have a penchant for appearing so suddenly? Are you all right? He inquired, regaining his composure. I'm fine, really. Just don't do that again. Let me guess, the work I need to finish today has something to do with you, doesn't it? Indeed, Lucian chimed in, peering from behind Yuanyuan. Miss Gu has urgent matters to report to His Majesty, but as you know, I brought her to see you. Oh dear, Ivander exclaimed, pressing his heart, which was startled once more, and pointed at the indistinct spherical creature behind Yuanyuan. What on earth is that? Lucian blinked in surprise. That's me. Elder, I'm an object. No, wait, I'm an object. No, I'm Lucian. Lucian? Wasn't he this fellow on an extended leave due to the trauma from an assassination attempt? How had he ended up in this state? Ivander cast a dubious glance at Lilith behind him, silently inquiring if what Lucian said was indeed true. Lilith shrugged. As you can see, standing before you is the genuine Minister of Finance, Lucian. TSK. With Lilith's confirming gaze, Ivander sighed deeply. It appeared that the trauma was not merely an excuse for leave. Given Lucian's current demeanor, his mental state indeed seemed questionable. Let us address the urgent matter that Miss Gu mentioned. Lilith ushered them into the office, gently pushing the reluctant elder back into his chair. Yuanyuan produced a newspaper, torn in half, from the system and handed the pieces to the elder. Recently, this newspaper published by the Human Truth Press has been circulating within the Academy, and its content is filled with derogatory remarks about our elven kin. However, I've noticed that it seems our clan has not received such a publication. The humans must be controlling the dissemination of this newspaper. Given that this pertains to the public opinion of our race, I thought it prudent to report this matter. Ivander picked up the 2 pieces of newspaper, noting the signs of violent crumpling, indicative of the anger of the reader. You've done well. As you suspected, the human empire has indeed launched a public relations offensive against us elves, restricting the circulation of this newspaper. Their strategy is to disseminate unfavorable remarks about our kind. Yuanyuan, anxious, asked, "What should we do in response?" "There is no need for a counterattack." "No need for a counterattack? Shouldn't we at least clarify matters? What if other races are incited by them? If they form alliances under the banner of justice? The elven race would not only be slandered, but also forced to confront foreign armies." Ivander set down the newspaper, his demeanor becoming serious as he gazed intently at Yuanyuan for a moment. "You, my young one, do possess quite a bit of insight." Chapter 135. "I've got you covered, oh." Yuanyuan gasped, hastily concealing her surprise. "I overheard the professors at the academy discussing it while passing by." Ha ha ha. Ivander remained skeptical, but chose not to pursue the matter further. The other races on the continent possess intelligence, with the exception of the rather simplistic orcs and a few dragons that seem somewhat dull-witted. Let me ponder. There are some unstable elements among the Blood Clan, and ultimately, it boils down to a few demons who are inherently inclined toward societal revenge, alongside the despicable human nobility. Other than these, interactions are generally pleasant. For them, this newspaper serves merely as a source of amusement during their leisure hours, and it is of little consequence. However, it certainly does not sound inconsequential. In any case, the power that humanity can incite is limited. Ivan raised himself and approached Yuanyuan, gently patting her shoulder. "You are still young. All you need to do is focus on your studies. The situation is manageable, so there is no need for excessive worry." The little treant Gru also mimicked Ivan's gesture, chirping, "Don't worry, little sister, just like brother, life is good." Yuanyuan looked at the treant on the elder's shoulder, puzzled. Has the tree become sentient? "This is my friend, the treant Gru." "How amusing," Yuanyuan remarked, curiosity piqued. "Were you just saying?" Gru placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his small chest. "Don't be afraid if it comes to a fight. Brother will protect you." "Oh dear," Ivan sighed, rubbing his forehead. "You think you could protect anyone with that little body of yours? You might get trampled before reaching the battlefield." Gru, feeling offended, stomped his foot and turned away in a huff. Yuanyuan found the elder's friend rather entertaining. Its lively expressions and actions were delightful. The interaction between the elder and Gru reflected a deep familiarity, indicating that the elder was fond of Gru. "He says he will protect you, yet he is merely a child himself," the elder commented helplessly, adding that Yuanyuan should relax and enjoy her food and drink without worry. Upon hearing this, Yuanyuan extended her fingers to grasp the treant's twig-like hand, smiling. "Thank you, Gru. I appreciate your kind intentions." Gru, striking a pose like an older brother, patted Yuanyuan's fingers and thumped his chest. "I've got your back." Yuanyuan turned to the elder, curious about what they were discussing. "Why do you little ones overthink so much?" Lilith interjected, setting aside that the current situation is entirely within the elves' expectations. Even if we were to engage in battle with humanity, we would certainly be at the forefront. If it comes to it, the elder alone can rival 1,000 troops. With such a formidable force, there is little to fear. Ivan and Lucian concurred indeed. The elder has lived long and wields the most powerful magic of the elven race. He will shield us. So, you should ease your mind and partake in your meals. Suddenly, Ivan felt the weight of responsibility heavy upon his shoulders, stifling his breath. So the elder truly is the elven race's ultimate weapon, Yuanyuan realized, feeling relieved that her worries were unfounded. Seeing Yuanyuan's anxiety dissipate, Ivan inquired, "Is there anything else that requires reporting?" "No, since the elder has no concerns." "I too feel reassured." "That is splendid. I shall have Beecher escort you home. He has missed you for quite some time and has been sulking at me. Now that you are here, do speak with him." No, it's fine." Yuanyuan hastily declined upon hearing the name Baikir. "I can return by myself. There's no need to trouble Baikir to escort me." Previously, she had been unaware that the unicorn was a symbol of royal authority, yet she wondered how she could still dare to ride it. Ivan felt a tinge of regret. He had intended for Yuanyuan to have a proper conversation with Baikir, as that fellow seemed to heed only the words of the young ones, aside from Landrico. However, since the young one had declined, he felt it inappropriate to press further. "Very well, it is getting late. Ivander remarked, glancing at the clock. At the Magic Academy, be exceedingly cautious. Should you encounter any issues, remember to seek out Yuliel. I believe he would be more than willing to assist you. Understood. It appeared that Yuliel's rapport with the fairy folk exceeded all expectations, as even the Grand Elder held him in high regard. The following day, Master, wake up. You must get ready for school. Zhao Kai exclaimed loudly in Yuanyuan's ear. Yuanyuan groggily opened her eyes, and, after mustering the energy to wash up, stepped outside to prepare for school. Surprisingly, the boss is up on time today. Just outside, Alice was about to open the door for work when she collided directly with Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, her face drooping, greeted her listlessly. Good morning, Alice. After concluding her conversation with the Grand Elder Ivan to the previous day, Lucian had insisted on sharing his reflections from his narrow escape, and Yuanyuan felt too shy to interrupt. Little did she know that once Lucian finished his musings, he would segue into discussing the new offerings at the milk tea shop, eagerly sharing his culinary insights. It became clear to Yuanyuan why Lucian had gained so much weight in such a short period. He had been indulging shamelessly at the milk tea shop, completely disregarding his image. Eventually, she could no longer endure it, interrupting Lucian to take her leave, promptly requesting the system to teleport her back to the mobile stall. She returned so late that she was utterly drained the following day. Good morning, boss. Wishing you a delightful day at school. Ah, delightful is hardly associated with school, Yuanyuan mused, concluding her exchange of pleasantries with Alice as she boarded the large white vehicle heading towards the Mage Academy. Chapter 136. Goodbye. Every student at the Magic Academy possessed unique talents. Though they belonged to the same house, the instructors and locations of their classes varied significantly. After disembarking from the large white vehicle, Yuanyuan ambled into the castle with her backpack. Arriving early today, she was relieved not to feel the same sense of urgency as during her first visit. However, the castle's internal layout was exceedingly intricate. Yuanyuan ascended and descended staircases, yet could not locate the classroom for light magic. System, please provide me with a map. She panted, exhausted from her relentless climbing. I feel utterly drained. An accurate route cannot be provided indoors. Please resolve it independently. If I must handle it myself, I fear I shall miss this class altogether. Yuanyuan plopped down on a bench in the corridor, lost in thought as she observed the throngs of people passing by. Perhaps she ought to inquire of someone regarding the name of the instructor for the light magic course or which classmate to approach for assistance. Without further ado, Yuanyuan pondered for a moment before directly stopping a fellow vampire student who happened to walk by. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to Professor Gudmorn's classroom? She inquired with a polite smile and a gentle tone. The student, caught off guard, responded in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, Yuanyuan realized this was the same vampire who had fainted in front of a food stall due to hunger. What a delightful coincidence. You're not also a student of the light department, are you? She asked. Indeed, he replied. What a serendipitous encounter. We can head to the classroom together. By the way, what is your name? Listening to her words, the young vampire gulped nervously, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Just the thought of that freshly squeezed tomato juice made his stomach churn. The taste lingered in his memory, and for the past few days, seeing any of his fellow vampires with tomato juice made him feel nauseous. The mere idea of sharing a classroom with the inventor of that dreadful drink was overwhelming, and he felt his stomach begin to twist again. What's wrong with you? Yuanyuan inquired, noticing his queasy expression. I'm fine, the young vampire replied, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. My name is Goodbye. Yuanyuan nearly burst into laughter. The names of these vampires were rather amusing. The elder vampire was named Gudine, the Professor Gudmorn, and now this classmate Goodbye. How comical. Goodbye, covering his mouth to stifle his nausea, looked at Yuanyuan with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Is there something wrong? Holding back her laughter, Yuanyuan reminded herself that this was a classmate. One must not mock a peer's name. It's nothing. Let us hurry along. She could hardly contain herself. Oh, Goodbye said, still bewildered, as he led the way, deliberately keeping his distance from Yuanyuan. Just follow me. Professor Gudmorn's classroom is the one with the best sunlight in this castle. The one with the best sunlight. Yuanyuan mused, wondering if it was due to a preference for light factors. Following Goodbye's lead, they soon arrived at their destination. This is it, he announced, pushing the door open. Find a seat for yourself. Aren't we sitting together? She asked. No, I prefer to be alone. This elfin classmate seemed rather perilous. One who could concoct such horrendous-tasting drinks was best kept at a distance to avoid potential disaster. Yuanyuan watched as Goodbye hurried away and sighed very well. The seating in the light department classroom was arranged in a tiered fashion, semicircling the podium in the center. Yuanyuan descended the steps and chose a seat at random. The atmosphere was quiet, with only the faint rustle of turning pages. It appeared everyone was quite reserved. At that moment, a thunderous snore erupted. Yuanyuan halted, astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. How audacious! The class hadn't even begun, yet someone was already asleep. The surrounding classmates began to engage in scattered discussions. Who is that? Truly remarkable, I must say, that sound. Goodness, it seems that sound could rival any magical cannonball. A voice exclaimed, and suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, there's a coffin on the podium." As if compelled by an invisible force, everyone turned their gaze toward the platform, and Yuanyuan, too, glanced over. She was certain that this coffin had not been present when she and Goodbye entered the classroom. It had materialized slowly while no one was paying attention. Moreover, the sound of snoring seemed to emanate from within the coffin. Could she be mistaken? Yuanyuan began to doubt her own hearing. Indeed, the snoring appeared to be coming from the coffin. Did I mishear? She pondered. No, I heard correctly. A classmate closest to the podium tremulously pointed at the dark coffin and declared, "The snoring is coming from inside." His words sent ripples of shock through the crowd, intensifying the discussions, which now mingled with cries of alarm. Silence. Someone whispered urgently, "This is Professor Good Morning. Let us not disturb him." Did you hear that? The professor is inside. Who said that? I suspect it's a necromancer in there. Indeed, I've never heard of a professor who enjoyed sleeping in a coffin. Unlike her peers, Yuanyuan found herself believing this notion. After all, films often depict vampires as creatures that prefer the confines of coffin, and they perish in sunlight, a detail that diverges from the peculiarities of this land. The previously outspoken classmate chimed in again. It really is the professor. Everyone, return to your seats. He will awaken when the time comes. Yuanyuan recognized the sound as somewhat familiar and turned her gaze toward Goodbye. Indeed, it was he. Skeptically, the classmates gradually returned to their seats, though some remained unconvinced and quietly inquired of Goodbye, "How do you know?" Covering his face, Goodbye appeared slightly embarrassed as he slowly replied, "The one inside is my uncle." "Ah, I see. So, does that mean Professor Good Morning is also of the bloodline?" Goodbye closed his eyes, resigned, and confirmed yes. The classmate grew even more excited, leaning in closer to Goodbye. "If that's the case, do you also enjoy sleeping in coffins?" Goodbye frowned and distanced himself, saying, "I do not enjoy sleeping in a coffin. That is merely my uncle's peculiar penchant." He added, "Most of us of the bloodline are perfectly normal, including myself, except for my uncle. Isn't that peculiar a little too eccentric?" Yuanyuan silently critiqued. "So, there must be a small portion of the bloodline that relishes sleeping in coffins, correct?" Another classmate interjected eagerly. After some contemplation, Goodbye found it to be true and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. However, what does that have to do with you?" The classmate's eyes gleamed with excitement as he grasped Goodbye's hand and fervently exclaimed, "My family makes coffins. Hello, let us get acquainted. If you ever need to order a coffin, you can come to me. In light of our camaraderie as classmates, I shall extend to you a discount of 20%. Goodbye swiftly withdrew his hand and dashed away, declaring that you should seek assistance elsewhere. "Do not leave." The classmate immediately pursued him, all the while promoting his wares. "If coffins do not pique your interest, perhaps you might consider flower wreaths. My family possesses a comprehensive selection of funeral supplies. Do feel free to bring your family for a visit, and I shall grant you a 20% discount, dear." Yuanyuan, observing the comical chase unfolding in the classroom, erupted into laughter, pounding the desk as she witnessed the antics of her peers. At that moment, the vampires of the academy would surely be inclined to avoid this classmate. The surrounding students also chuckled at Goodbye's awkward predicament as he scurried about the classroom. Amidst the chaos, the coffin on the podium suddenly began to bounce without warning, its thunderous clatter eclipsing the sounds of merriment. The classroom fell abruptly silent, as if an invisible mute button had been pressed. The atmosphere grew tense, and one could hear a pin drop. Yuanyuan's keen ears perked up as she discerned that, beyond the resounding thuds of the coffin striking the podium, there seemed to be something within the coffin, colliding against its walls and emitting a dull thump. Simultaneously, everyone noticed that the snoring had ceased. Uncle was about to awaken. Goodbye halted, hastily returning to his seat, casting a glance at the zealous classmates still intent on approaching him. If you wish to expand your sales network, you might consider directly contacting my uncle. He has a keen interest in collecting coffins, provided they possess unique attributes. Ordinary coffins do not capture his attention, he remarked. What unique attributes could a coffin possess? It merely needs to accommodate a body. Goodbye mused, gesturing toward the raucous coffin. A coffin equipped with an automatic wake-up function would certainly entice my uncle. My dear fellow, I am in the business of selling coffins, not alarm clocks, the classmate retorted. As they conversed, the coffin ceased its movement with a loud bang, and the door was forcefully flung open from within, revealing a pale hand that rested upon its edge. The classmate immediately fell silent, stealthily retreating to his seat. How intolerably noisy, exclaimed the occupant of the coffin, startling Yuanyuan. Goodbye's uncle appeared to have a rather irritable disposition. With another loud thud, Professor Gudmornig sprang from the coffin and landed heavily on the ground. He stretched languorously, adjusted his cufflinks, and raised an eyebrow at the now hushed students. Who are you all? He inquired. The classroom was enveloped in an uneasy silence as the students exchanged glances, hesitant to break the stillness. The professor, whose demeanor suggested an intimidating presence, instilled a sense of apprehension among them. They feared that a mere misstep could provoke his ire. Yuanyuan, feeling the weight of the atmosphere, decided it prudent to remain silent, opting not to be the first to speak up. Good morning, Professor Gudmaning remarked, his brow furrowed in apparent disbelief. Have you all lost your voices? Eventually, it was Goodbye who timidly voiced, Uncle, we are your students. Students? Professor Gudmaning seemed momentarily taken aback. What time is it? He glanced at the clock, noting it was already past 8. With a hand to his forehead, he realized he had overslept, pondering whether his students had been intimidated by his presence. He flashed a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. What a unique start to our class. I am delighted to meet you all. I am Professor Gudmaning, your instructor in the art of light magic. I trust you are as eager as I am for the lessons to come. The classroom fell silent for a brief moment before a chorus of enthusiastic agreements filled the air. Indeed, we are looking forward to it. One student chimed in, no. It's just that Professor Gudmaning's entrance is so extraordinary. He must possess remarkable skills and teaching prowess. It was truly our fault to disturb your rest, Professor. However, I do have soundproof coffins at home. Should you be interested, I could provide my contact information. We offer door-to-door delivery with payment upon arrival. Yuanyuan stared in disbelief at her classmate, particularly at the one so fervently promoting coffins, and could only think, you deserve to earn money. All right, Professor Gudmaning interjected, signaling for silence. He cleared his throat. Let's commence our lesson in earnest. Please turn to the first page of an overview of light magic. Yuanyuan complied, her gaze sweeping across the cover, which prominently featured the title along with an image of none other than Professor Gudmaning himself, the author of the very book they were studying. The Magic Academy truly was a place of hidden talents, where even a casual professor was a published author of magical tomes. Professor Gudmaning's keen eye caught her scrutinizing gaze, and he pointed at her. You, stand up. Startled, Yuanyuan gasped, oh dear, to be called upon unexpectedly. Steeling herself against the stares of her classmates, she rose. Is there something wrong, Professor? Professor Gudmaning approached her slowly, fixing his gaze upon her for a moment. A sprite, indeed, he mused. Yes, I'm a green sprite. He expressed his surprise at encountering a sprite within the Magic Academy, exclaiming, how many years has it been since I last saw a sprite? Let me think, never mind. I cannot recall. But why does your attire appear so peculiar? I recall that the sprite race does not traditionally dress this way. This is my academy uniform, she replied. An academy uniform? Professor Gudmaning's interest piqued. So, you are indeed a unique sprite. Indeed, who would have imagined that one's soul could actually belong to an otherworldly human? Yuanyuan chuckled awkwardly. I'm just an ordinary sprite. The verdant sprites are predominantly favored by the natural elements. Our esteemed elder, Evander, stands as a paragon of wood magic, Professor Gudmorning remarked slowly. Generally speaking, a race largely determines the magical attributes of its beings. However, this is not an absolute rule. For instance, I, a Duke of the Bloodline, would conventionally be expected to resonate with the forces of darkness. Yet, as you can see, I defy convention by not only embracing the light, but also delving deeply into the realm of light magic, authoring several esteemed works. Professor Goodmorning ambled back to the podium. Addressing the elven student, "Pray, reveal your name." Yuanyuan, she replied. "Ah, Yuanyuan, you have already ascended to the status of an apprentice mage. Surely, you could perform some basic spells?" Yuanyuan was taken aback, her mind racing as she recalled a moment from a forgotten corner of her memory. She had summoned the healing spell from the system to save the gravely injured Amy. "I believe I can," she stammered. "Excellent," Professor Goodmorning exclaimed, clapping his hands together with enthusiasm. "Then it is your turn to demonstrate for us all. Let us witness the formidable talent of the elven race." "Oh, please don't say that." Yuanyuan's hands clenched tightly around her garments beneath the desk, her palms slick with perspiration, overwhelmed with anxiety. She was merely a novice apprentice mage. Professor Goodmorning offered her a reassuring smile. "Do not be afraid, Yuanyuan. Come, everyone. Let us applaud to bolster her confidence." The professor rallied the entire class to applaud, the sound echoing like thunder, leaving Yuanyuan with no choice but to proceed. Taking a deep breath, she assumed her stance, and her classmates widened their eyes in anticipation. She began to chant, "O great goddess of life, grant me the power to heal. Let life bloom anew, and let pain swiftly depart." As the words flowed forth, a swirling emerald orb coalesced in her palm, growing brighter and more luminous under the gaze of her peers, only to dissipate into the air moments later. Embarrassment enveloped the classroom. A gentle breeze rustled Yuanyuan's hair, sending a chill through her heart. Her classmates stared in disbelief. Where was the formidable talent the professor had spoken of? This spell appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Professor Goodmorning, perplexed, asked, "Did you just summon a gentle breeze?" "Of course not. That was the healing spell. The wind merely happened to blow at that moment." A series of crisp applause shattered the awkward silence as Professor Goodmorning descended from the podium, drawing the attention of the class once more. What Yuanyuan just performed was the healing spell, based on the intensity of the gathered magical energy. It was comparable to an intermediate spell. The reason it seemed ineffective is that no one here is injured. Oh, but wait. Those with dark circles under their eyes might want to check. Perhaps they will find a delightful surprise. At that moment, a female student quickly produced a small mirror she had on hand. "Ah," she exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the professor. "My dark circles have truly vanished." A skeptical classmate at the adjacent table pressed, "You can't possibly be a plant, can you? I've never heard of healing magic, having the capacity to eliminate dark circles." Just as the classmate turned to refute, she let out another shriek. Your acne is gone. Is it true? Hurry, let me borrow a mirror. Could it be? Is it truly this miraculous?" The female students hastily pulled out their compact mirrors to scrutinize their faces, with several male classmates joining the commotion. Observing this scene, Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured that she hadn't brought shame to the elven clan. Goodbye watched the chaotic classmates and the amiable Goodmorning, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling warmly at Yuanyuan. What is the principle behind healing magic that it can yield such cosmetic effects? Goodmorning immediately frowned, picking up a book and tossing it towards Goodbye. "What do you mean by big uncle? You should refer to me as Professor." Goodbye winced, covering his head, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor." Yet, Goodmorning completely ignored him, turning to Yuanyuan with a sunny disposition. "Yuanyuan, please take your seat. You performed excellently. Although the magic you cast was not of the light element, your mastery of wood element magic is commendable, indicating your boundless potential." "Professor, you flatter me," Yuanyuan replied, feeling somewhat guilty as she had only mastered this one spell. Silence. Goodmorning bellowed, and the discussions in the classroom ceased instantly. Chapter 139. Light Arrow. Why does healing magic possess cosmetic effects? This is a question best directed to the professor of wood element magic, who has conducted substantial research on the subject. However, we are currently in a light element magic class, and we shall not delve into other forms of magic. He cleared his throat. The casting of magic necessitates drawing upon divine power, as you just witnessed when Yuanyuan invoked magic. She chanted in the name of the goddess of life. Similarly, to cast light element magic, one must chant the name of the god of light. Does that not imply that casting magic is rather slow? By the time we finish speaking, We might be dispatched by the enemy. What if the deity does not respond to us? Yuanyuan, could you cast healing magic once more for a complete beauty treatment? The students began to chatter excitedly again. Silence. Silence. Professor Good Morning shouted twice, waiting until the classroom was utterly quiet before continuing. We are in a light element magic class. Any further discussion of wood element, healing magic, will result in expulsion. If the deity does not respond to you, perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Over the years, many have summoned successfully. The incantations have remained unchanged for thousands of years. You ought to contemplate whether you have been speaking ill of the deities behind their backs, thus provoking their ire, or whether you have neglected diligent meditation and practice. The tone of those last few sentences felt somewhat off, didn't it? Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and realized that a fellow student had posed an excellent question. What to do if the incantation for casting magic is too slow? This is where our wands come into play. Both the wand and the incantation serve as intermediaries for casting spells. Only a wand that resonates with one's essence can fully unleash magical abilities. Thus, compatibility is the foremost criterion for selecting a wand. Today, we shall delve into the rudiments of light magic, specifically the light arrow. If executed skillfully, this spell can partially blind adversaries. Now, everyone take up your wands and, as I instruct, attempt to summon the light particles to cast the spell. The students eagerly retrieved their wands, and the classroom was instantly filled with countless light particles. Resembling a golden sea, Yuanyuan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to chant, "O great deity of light, may your radiant brilliance follow my melody," coalescing into a sacred arrow that pierces the heart of evil. In an instant, a significant number of light particles in the classroom transformed into arrows, all aimed directly at Professor Guidmornin at the podium, imbued with intense magical energy that made his robes flutter audibly. "Excellent!" Professor Guidmornin exclaimed appreciatively, grasping the arrow with his right hand, causing the light arrow to dissipate immediately. "You exerted too much force. Such a level of light arrow can indeed inflict considerable damage upon an enemy. When casting spells in the classroom, one must exercise restraint to avoid harming oneself or fellow classmates." Yuanyuan felt her magical energy rapidly deplete, leaving her somewhat pale. "I apologize, Professor. I failed to control it properly. It's quite all right. Beginners often encounter this issue. With practice, you shall improve," Guidmornin reassured her. As they conversed, the other students gradually completed their own casts of the light arrow, resulting in a downpour of arrows that filled the air with golden projectiles. Yuanyuan gazed at the light arrows above, feeling that hers looked different from the others. It was noticeably thicker, larger, and there was only one. The form of the light arrow may vary based on individual comprehension. This is inconsequential as long as you can release it. Eventually, you will master it, Guidmornin explained. It seems everyone possesses commendable aptitude, successfully summoning complete light arrows. Thus, we shall conclude today's lesson, and I look forward to our next meeting. At the mention of the class ending, excitement surged through the students as the light arrows lost their magical tether and transformed into shimmering specks that drifted downwards. Hooray! Class is over. Let us go to the cafeteria. Yuanyuan felt utterly drained and pulled out an iced Americano from her bag. After a few sips, she instantly felt revitalized. "How are you?" Professor Guidmornin approached her with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I was worried that using 2 magic skills that deplete magical energy today would lead to exhaustion, but it appears I was overly cautious," Guidmornin remarked, glancing at the iced Americano in Yuanyuan's hand. "Isn't this the beverage sold at your little shop? Quite remarkable. Professor Field will surely appreciate having you as a student, and it seems that Uriel's worries were unfounded." Yuanyuan was puzzled. What did this have to do with Professor Uriel? The professor had advised her to be gentle with him, stating that young magical creatures require careful nurturing, urging her to temper her temper. She believed he was being overly cautious, for he appeared to possess formidable resilience. Yuanyuan graciously thanked the professor for his praise. Guidmornin nodded, preparing to leave when he suddenly recalled something and turned back. Professor Piku had asked him to inquire if there were any surplus banana fans remaining. The banana fan, a limited edition item, had already sold out, she noted. However, she added, if Professor Piku required one, she could craft a few for him. Guidmornin agreed. promising to convey her message. He expected the professor would reach out to discuss the matter further. As Good Morning turned to leave, Yuanyuan called out, "Professor, you haven't told me what Professor Piku needs the banana fan for." "Oh, how forgetful of me," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He didn't specify, but I suspect it has something to do with the magical energy workshop. In any case, it should be beneficial for you, so there's no need for concern. Best to return early. "All right, Professor, take care," Yuanyuan replied, rising slightly and bowing as she watched him walk away. She packed her bag and followed the professor out of the classroom. Upon exiting, she spotted Barton waiting nearby. Surprised, Yuanyuan exclaimed, "Barton, what are you doing here?" Barton smiled sheepishly. "You mentioned you would try to help me, so I came to find you right after class." "Oh, that reminds me," Yuanyuan said, recalling that Barton had been trying to speak with her during the test, but had been interrupted. "What is it that has you so determined to see me?" Barton looked down, his finger poking at his chest. "My cousin brought back a variety of drinks from a tea shop that I really enjoyed. A few days ago, she shared with me a pack of long, spicy snacks. She called them spicy strips and said you gave them to her. But I didn't see them on the tea shop's menu, so you want to buy them directly for me?" Yuanyuan concluded, curious. After finishing his sentence, Barton finally looked up, shyly scratching his head. "Yes, I would like quite a few spicy strips. I wasn't sure if you could sell them to me." "Of course," Yuanyuan replied without hesitation. "It's no trouble at all." Barton, unaware that the spicy strips were part of the tea shop's hidden menu, was eager to procure them. Seeing Yuanyuan's agreement, Barton quickly added, "Then I'll take that one with the dragon and the prince." "Not a bad choice, young man," Yuanyuan remarked playfully, pulling several packs from her backpack and handing them to him. "Here you go, it's on the house." I can't accept this. My cousin told me that that's not right." Seeing her generosity, Barton instinctively reached for his wallet. Yuanyuan pressed the spicy strips into Barton's hands. "Your cousin didn't pay me either. It's perfectly fine." With a confident stride, Barton quickly tucked away his spicy strips and hurried to catch up with Yuanyuan. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "To the dining hall," she replied. Upon hearing this, Barton grew anxious. "No way. My cousin warned me that the dining hall is a place that devours people. You mustn't go there." "How can I not?" Yuanyuan retorted, determined to visit the dining hall to witness the legendary creations of the dark magic chefs. "I'm going to check it out. If you're not keen on joining, you can head home." "I'll accompany you," Barton declared, hastening to keep pace with her, his expression one of grave responsibility. "If anything goes awry, I can carry you back." "Who said I must eat there?" "I merely wish to observe," Yuanyuan replied, shaking her head to dismiss further explanation as she quickened her pace. Each courtyard boasted its own dining hall, and, unfortunately, all were managed by a team of dark magic chefs. The dining hall Yuanyuan intended to visit was located in the Mage Academy. Upon entering the Grand Hall, both she and Barton were struck by its opulent spaciousness. Several long tables adorned with crimson tablecloths were positioned centrally, laden with an array of delicacies, inviting patrons to take a plate and sit down for a meal. As Yuanyuan surveyed her surroundings, the number of students dining seemed disappointingly sparse compared to the hall's ample size. Following a group of newcomers, she picked up a pristine set of utensils. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe, with a black scarf concealing their face, made their entrance. Instinctively, Yuanyuan took a few steps back, wondering if this ominous figure intended to rob them. The figure extended a hand, announcing 5 silver coins per person. What a relief. It turned out they were merely there to collect payment. After handing over the coins, Yuanyuan finally took a seat. The dining hall operated on a self-service model. Once payment was made, patrons could indulge freely. Despite the meal's questionable quality, the affordability and ample portions attracted some students. Yuanyuan wandered around the long tables several times, yet found no appealing dish in sight. Cheese teeming with maggots, noodles that wriggled as if alive, and an unmistakably blue soup that was hard to overlook. Is this even fit for consumption? She pondered, baffled by the mental state required to produce such fare. As she was lost in thought, a bowl of bubbling, viscous blue liquid was placed before her. "What on earth is this?" Yuanyuan exclaimed, hastily covering her nose at the unappetizing sight. Barton grimaced beside her, saying, "This is called sweet and tender soup of gentle affection." He, too, was visibly repulsed. "And she claims it tastes delightful. Who is she to accept something that looks so revolting?" "Truly remarkable," a melodious voice chimed in from behind, causing Yuanyuan to glance back in surprise. It was the new student from the Merfolk clan. The mermaid raised her chin slightly, her nostrils flaring as she inquired, "Is anyone sitting next to you?" "No," Yuanyuan began to respond, but before she could finish, the mermaid plopped down on her left side without hesitation. At this moment, Yuanyuan was too preoccupied to consider Bolli's earlier demeanor, for in comparison to the meal she held, everything else seemed utterly trivial. Indeed, Bolli's plate contained 5 substantial bowls of sweet, velvety soup. It was astonishing that such an exquisite mermaid would indulge in this dish. Bolli and the peculiar soup appeared to be an incongruous pairing. "What are you staring at?" Bolli furrowed his brow upon noticing Yuanyuan's gaze fixed upon him. "Do you wish for a bowl?" Yuanyuan hastily waved her hand, declining. "Then go ahead." Bolli insisted, disregarding her refusal, and directly placed a bowl of the fresh soup before her. Yuanyuan's hand continued to gesture, yet it appeared feeble. "Dear Bolli, could you not wait for me to finish speaking?" Yuanyuan lamented, as she grasped the soup spoon, hesitating to dip it into the bubbling concoction. "How am I supposed to eat this?" "It's delicious," exclaimed the right-hand companion, Barton, as he closed his eyes in bliss, savoring it as though it were a culinary masterpiece. "Is this a joke? Is this supposed to be good?" Yuanyuan remained skeptical. Barton slurped up the soup, lost in a state of rapture. Yuanyuan stirred her spoon in the soup repeatedly, finally mustering the resolve to scoop a small amount. With her eyes tightly shut, she brought the spoon to her lips. To her astonishment, it was indeed delectable. The soup was slightly sweet, imbued with a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of lotus root powder, though it resembled blue mucus. Its taste was surprisingly delightful. Perhaps other dishes, despite their unappealing appearance, might also be unexpectedly palatable. "It seems this is the only dish worth eating in a cafeteria," Bolli remarked, as if he had read Yuanyuan's thoughts. "The other dishes look revolting, and they taste even worse." "I see," she mused, realizing that the culinary prowess of the dark magic chef team was indeed well-deserved. However, the name of this dish was intriguing. Bolli continued, "It is said that the name derives from the chef's beloved, whose azure eyes he adores. Whenever she gazes at him with those tender, watery eyes, he feels as if he is drowning in a sweet, gentle paradise." "Ugh," shivered Yuanyuan, a chill running down her spine. "Disgusting, isn't it?" Bolli turned to her. "I find it quite nauseating as well." "Bolli, can you read minds?" Yuanyuan inquired, bewildered by how he seemed to know her thoughts so well. "Mind reading?" Bolli chuckled softly. "I cannot read minds. The merfolk are highly attuned to emotions. Your feelings are quite transparent. With just a bit of speculation, they become clear as day." The elder was right. Elves are indeed very straightforward. "Yes, my cousin also mentioned that elves are not only simple-minded, but also exceedingly kind." Barton chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Well, she certainly enjoys critiquing. It's understandable that such emotional fluctuations would be detectable. Yet it feels rather exposed, as if standing unclothed before others, a rather chilling sensation. Do not fret. I lack the interest to constantly monitor the emotional shifts of those around me, and you need not worry about it either. Have you heard?" Bolli's ears perked up. "I was merely curious about the elves, particularly those who attend the magical academy." "Indeed, you are correct." Yuanyuan has grown rather reticent. "I witnessed it all." "What?" An utterly nonsensical remark caught Yuanyuan's attention. What did Bolli see? Bolli's earrings shimmered, and suddenly a newspaper appeared in her right hand, declaring that the elven race intends to reclaim the northern territories. "Is that not so?" "Ah, so that is it." She thought it might be something else. "She resides in the north." Again, a statement that came without warning left Yuanyuan bewildered. What is up with Bolli's cryptic musings? Bolli continued, "The beloved of the head chef is in the north. I recall that his partner has already Alice once confided in Yuanyuan that the head chef's beloved perished tragically." Bolli nodded, affirming, "Yes, they have passed away." Her tone bore no fluctuation. Bolli calmly stated this fact, causing Yuanyuan to shiver slightly, feeling a chill. "When a mermaid dies, they turn into bubbles. What becomes of an elf upon death?" Bolli rested her chin on her left hand, seemingly intrigued by the topic, gazing at Yuanyuan with anticipation for an answer. How could Yuanyuan possibly know? She has never died as an elf. The oldest elf she knows is the Grand Elder, Evander, who appears robust enough to withstand a great deal. Perhaps even if Yuanyuan were to perish, the elder might remain unscathed. Such inquiries ought to be posed to Lucian. He seems more knowledgeable and has even contemplated what gravestones might inscribe. She honestly admitted her ignorance, speculating, Perhaps they become nourishment. When they die, buried underground, their bodies gradually decompose, thus transforming into the nutrients for flora. Chapter 142, The Secret Passage. Nourishment. Bali seemed to find amusement in the statement. Are you truly an elf? Surely not. Just a few exchanges and your true identity is laid bare. Yuanyuan opened her mouth, at a loss for how to respond. Bali cast a glance at Yuanyuan and pointed at the gluttonous Barton, remarking he would become nourishment upon his demise. Oh, what is that about? A puzzled Barton turned to them, remnants of soup still clinging to his lips. Yuanyuan gently redirected Barton's gaze, saying, It's nothing. Just eat your meal. Dear Barton, Bali covered her mouth, chuckling softly. You are truly kind to this fool. Yuanyuan frowned. That remark was excessively harsh. He is not foolish. He is merely innocent. Moreover, what is with you? You're always so cryptic during meals, one moment mentioning the head chef as beloved, the next speaking of death. Bali did not respond to Yuanyuan, slowly resuming her feast. Unlike mermaids, elves do not leave behind corpses upon death. Hence, there is no decay, and naturally, they do not transform into any form of nourishment. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow. How splendid. That saves on graves, a mere monument will suffice. She recalled that the pine grove was formed from the body of the previous green elf saint, Seraphiana. Could it be that green elves become trees upon their passing? Are you not concerned? Concerned about what? Yuanyuan has now adapted quite well to Bali's nonsensical remarks. Bali, in his whimsical manner, began to sing about whether what you are drinking is milk tea or a poison laced with honey. The editor of the Truth Reporting Agency continued to maintain his usual level of stability. Yuanyuan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. In her preoccupation with informing the higher-ups of the Green Elf clan about the slander, she had completely forgotten the rumors propagated by this wretched newspaper regarding her milk tea shop. Bali, with a glint of mischief in his eye, remarked that he wondered if others might develop doubts about her milk tea shop due to this publication. Human nature is intricate. After all, individuals like you and this fool are exceedingly rare. Yuanyuan felt a headache coming on. The Magical Academy was a complex environment, and with such a diverse crowd, anything could happen. She was somewhat intimidated by Bali's words, hoping fervently that the situation wouldn't escalate too much, for she would be unable to handle the fallout. On Kent Street, in the succubus materials shop, Lucius naturally made his way there after the morning classes concluded. Ilara reclined on a beauty chair, feigning sleep, her posture relaxed, too indifferent to rise and greet the customers upon hearing sounds in the shop. This is your manner of hospitality, Lucius thought, somewhat dissatisfied, since entering. The succubus hadn't even glanced at him. Courtesy was reserved for beauties and affluent patrons. As for you, Ilara lifted her eyelids, and upon seeing him, hastily closed them again, deeming him unworthy. Do not toy with me. Open the door. I wish to see the master, Lucius declared, his eyes glowing with fervor, hot breath escaping his nostrils, and a faint aura of black and red magic swirling around him. At the sight of his demeanor, Ilara ceased her playful antics, rising to sway her hips and twist among the shelves. In the next moment, the second-floor shelves swung open like a door. Ilara lazily tilted her chin and said, Go in. He is waiting for you. Control your magic to avoid damaging my materials. These are quite precious. Lucius suppressed his magical energy and, after a moment's contemplation, added, Make sure no one else discovers this. Who do you think I am? Ilara rolled her eyes. The allure of a succubus is not something just anyone can resist. Lucius fell silent for a moment before stepping into the secret passage on the second floor. These ugly men, incapable themselves yet suspicious of my sister. Ilara scoffed as she turned in the direction Lucius had vanished, twisting among the shelves as the door gradually closed, rendering the events as if they had never transpired. Unbeknownst to her, black gas began to seep from the ground. Ilara felt an inexplicable wave of drowsiness. She yawned and slowly reclined back onto the beauty chair, strands of black mist being drawn into her body as she gradually succumbed to slumber. Once she was completely asleep, the black mist surged dramatically, forming a vortex on the ground. In a mere moment, a figure clad in black appeared within the materials shop. A tendril of black mist infiltrated Ilara's mind, while the figure rummaged through the shelves, finally uncovering a clue. With a forceful twist, the door swung open once more, and the figure, elated, was about to ascend to the second floor when suddenly The hem of his garment was seized, halting him in his tracks, and a sense of trepidation ensued. "Do not leave, Ilara," he murmured. The figure clad in black extended his fingers, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged into Ilara's being, ensuring she was thoroughly enveloped. Only then did he withdraw his cloak and proceed into the concealed passage. The grand door sealed shut, leaving no sign of disturbance save for the slumbering Ilara. When Landrico entered the materials shop, he was met with this peculiar sight. The proprietress, seated elegantly, did not appear to be lost in tranquil dreams, but rather ensnared in a nightmare. He advanced slowly, his eyes glimmering with a faint green magic. The air was thick with traces of arcane power. Following the trail of dark energy, he approached a shelf, pondering for a moment before adjusting a decorative orb, causing the door to swing open for the third time. Chapter 143. The eyes of the elf before stepping into the passage. Landrico lingered on Ilara for a few seconds, then extracted a wisp of the dark energy. With so much energy infused, what will become of her if she falls into a deep sleep? He mused. Such a situation would leave traces. I cannot afford to alert any observers just yet. Upon drawing out the dark energy, Ilara's complexion visibly improved, and with his concerns alleviated, Landrico felt assured to enter the passage. After walking for several minutes, a spacious hall materialized before him. Landrico concealed himself, keenly observing the scene. Lucius bowed his head respectfully to the knight polishing the golden lance. "My lord, do you require my services?" Robin set down the cloth and tested the blade of the lance. "There's a shop run by Elves on Kent Street. Are you aware of it?" "Indeed," Lucius replied, his mind racing. "Do you wish for me to destroy this establishment?" "That may be a tad hasty," Robin countered. "Recruit a few demons and let them engage in their specialties." "Specialties? You mean?" Lucius began to understand. "You are remarkably rational for a demon, Lucius. You stand out," Robin remarked, appraising him for a moment. "Or perhaps you are unique to me." Lucius felt a flush rise to his chocolate-hued cheeks, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward as he averted his gaze. "It is an honor to serve you, my lord." Robin chuckled lightly, rising to stand beside Lucius. With a flick of his wrist, two ethereal blue orbs appeared in his palm. Lucius's eyes were drawn to them as if magnetized, unable to look away. The moment the orbs emerged, the black-clad figure faltered, his breath growing labored. Landrico noticed his trembling hand, which eventually steadied after a few moments. He furrowed his brow at Robin, realizing the significance of the orbs in his possession. No wonder, he thought. "Are they beautiful?" Robin asked. "Indeed, they are exquisite," Lucius replied, sensing a formidable ice magic emanating from the orbs. "Surely, these must be materials of legendary status." Robin raised the orbs, exclaiming, "Yes, they are truly magnificent. I wonder if the green and black orbs are equally stunning." "I anticipate so." Lucius leaned in eagerly. "Where might I procure such materials?" "I will be delighted to seek them for you, as long as it brings you joy." Robin tucked the orbs away with a smile. "But these are not mere materials." Not merely materials. Lucius was perplexed. This quality, this magic, was undoubtedly a rare and exquisite gem of the ice element. What else could it be if not materials? A peculiar smile curved Robin's lips, his voice echoing strangely in the vacant hall. "These are eyes, elven eyes." "Eyes? Could it be?" "Indeed, just as you surmised," Robin said, his right hand caressing Lucius's cheek. "Remember your task. Do not let me down." Lucius immediately felt a surge of excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "I will not disappoint you." Yuanyuan remained oblivious to the impending challenges she would face. At that moment, she had arrived at the wood magic classroom, awaiting the commencement of her lesson. Everything was orderly, if not for the presence of someone beside her. "What are you following me for?" Yuanyuan glanced at the boy named Boli sitting next to her. "Don't you have classes?" "I've essentially mastered all these subjects during my time in the Atlantis Sea. Besides, I am a single-element mage. I'm not as busy as you. If you've learned it all, why even attend a magic academy? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to laze about a home? How boring it would be at home, unlike here at the Magic Academy." Boli leaned closer to Yuanyuan with a teasing tone, "Where I get to meet someone as intriguing as you." Sighing, Yuanyuan resigned herself to pulling out her books, choosing to ignore Boli, as she could already guess what he was thinking. "Listen, here we go again. Did you hear that?" Yuanyuan pointed to her ear. "I have the most ordinary ears. I cannot hear what you mermaid ladies can perceive." Boli rolled his eyes. "I meant for you to listen to what your classmates are whispering." Haven T, you notice that since you walked into the classroom, their gazes have been fixed upon you? Moreover, 9 out of 10 senses they utter revolve around you, and the remaining one is about the bubble tea shop. She had indeed not noticed this. Yuanyuan turned her head to survey the room, and indeed, most classmates were covertly sizing her up. Upon meeting her gaze, they quickly averted their eyes. Yuanyuan stiffened, her demeanor growing serious. Elven ears were magnitudes more sensitive than human ears. She perked up her ears, and every word of their discussions became crystal clear to her. Keep it down. She seems to have noticed us. I once heard from a friend of my classmate's uncle that the bubble tea shop sells nothing but subpar products. After he drank something called icy blue coconut, he wept bitterly. It was a tragedy. Have you all heard about that popular pizza? I bought one yesterday, and good heavens, the stench knocked me out. I missed my class the next day. And that fresh tomato juice? Goodbye claimed it was mixed with stones. He chipped a tooth on it. Chapter 144. Boli Nori, such complaints were incessant, and in an instant, the bubble tea shop's once pristine reputation seemed to have evaporated, leaving only self-righteous, utterly unfounded rumors in its wake. After all, the purpose of icy blue coconut was to evoke memories of sorrowful pasts, wasn't it? The uncle of your classmate's friend was deeply saddened. Moreover, there would always be a warning prior to any sale. Thus, the milk tea shop bears no responsibility for this pot. As for the pizza that was supposedly nauseating if one cannot tolerate it, there is no need to order durian pizza. Why spend money on such an ordeal? Regarding Goodbye, did he actually lose a tooth? Yuanyuan was unaware of this. Yet she could assure that there were no stones in the freshly squeezed tomato juice. That was merely magical energy crystal. What kind of people are these? Spreading baseless rumors upon hearing a few words? Yuanyuan was utterly exasperated. In her frustration, Boli gently poked Yuanyuan's puffed cheek. Such an earnest little sprite was indeed charming. Could she truly find joy in the rumors tarnishing her shop and in the miscommunications among her classmates? Yuanyuan was reluctant to speak. With empathy, Boli reached out to pat Yuanyuan's head. How unfortunate. If your shop cannot thrive in the Magic Academy, consider relocating to the Atlantic realm. The milk tea you sell is quite favored by merfolk. Unlike these gossipy humans, lies cannot escape us. If you were to sell your milk tea in the mermaid kingdom, I assure you, the mermaids would be overjoyed. The system indicated that the reputation of milk tea among the merfolk was steadily rising. Boli's words indeed held merit. Yet Yuanyuan was currently too preoccupied to consider this. She gently removed Boli's hand and replied, "Thank you for your suggestion. I will contemplate it." It was rare for Boli to speak at such length, and Yuanyuan felt it necessary to acknowledge her. "What do you plan to do?" she asked. "I must remind you that these humans are secondary. After all, they merely chatter. The demon race is far more challenging to handle." Yuanyuan pondered for a moment. Lucius had given her the impression that this bull-headed demon was not to be trifled with, and Boli had been present at the time. Did she sense something? Are you implying that he harbors ill intentions towards the milk tea shop? Boli twirled a strand of her azure hair, her fingers idly curling it. Who knows? The demon race is notoriously capricious. One moment they may wish to harm you, and the next they might be enamored. However, I did sense his negative intent towards you. So you must exercise caution. Thank you. After hearing Boli's words, Yuanyuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. The mermaid, though somewhat eccentric, had a kind heart, and thus far, she had unwittingly provided Yuanyuan with a wealth of information. After a moment's contemplation, Yuanyuan retrieved an item from her backpack and offered it to Boli. "This is for you, as a token of my appreciation for your warning." The green wrapping contained something she had never seen before. Boli accepted it, inquiring, "What is this?" "Nori." "Well, perhaps you might enjoy nori," Yuanyuan suggested. Boli frowned, displaying her distaste. "Merfolk prefer meat. I do not fancy seaweed. This is different from seaweed, and it tastes quite good. You should give it a try." Boli refrained from responding, yet still tucked away the seaweed. Yuanyuan's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that the mermaid was indeed speaking insincerely. As they conversed, commotion erupted around them. Yuanyuan turned her gaze towards the crowd, only to witness tree branches stretching into the classroom at an astonishing speed, almost as if they were attempting to invade. The classmates hastily retreated from the windows. Within mere seconds, the tree had succeeded in wedging its entire form into the room, its roots still adorned with fresh soil, which scattered across the floor. What on earth is this? Was there not a single normal occurrence in the previous class? Bolli cast a sidelong glance at the treant, and it was a fully grown one at that. Yuanyuan was familiar with treants. Elder Ivender had a small one. Yet she never imagined they could grow to such a size. A powerful surge of verdant magic gathered, and the tree on the podium swiftly transformed into a humanoid figure. "Greetings, everyone," the treant exclaimed, brushing off its clothes. The dust had stirred, causing the students in the front row to cough incessantly. Oh dear, the air quality at this magic academy is truly lacking. Why is there so much dust? It seems I must encourage Ifu to plant more trees. If it's solely my responsibility to purify the air, it will take ages. In this industrial city, can there really be such a number? After cleaning its garments and tidying the mud beneath its feet, the treant addressed the students. "I am your professor of wood magic, Rubabai. As you can see, I'm a treant. Besides my duties as a professor, I occasionally stand guard around the academy to purify the air. Should you have any matters, feel free to come find me beneath the tree." My goodness, it can be done this way too. This was a blatant example of squeezing every ounce of value from an employee, not merely exploiting, but rather maximizing their potential. Take note, take note. This is indeed worth emulating. Now, everyone, please find your seats quickly. We are about to commence our lesson. Realizing he was merely a professor, the students collectively exhaled in relief and hurried back to their seats. Chapter 145. The dust brush. This professor is quite amusing, Bolli mused, stroking her chin before exclaiming, "Professor, you've shattered the window." Beside her, Yuanyuan's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "What are you doing, sister?" In the next moment, Bolli winked at Yuanyuan, her expression clearly conveying that it was all in good fun. Fun? Yuanyuan's face contorted into a frown. She merely wished for a peaceful class. Yet it seemed such tranquility was elusive. As expected, the mermaid's voice was inherently piercing, and Bolli's exclamation drew the attention of the entire class. Bolli, emboldened, felt no fear, while Yuanyuan, seated beside her, felt the weight of her classmates' gazes, wishing fervently for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. So it was a mermaid. No wonder her voice is so enchanting. "Ah, and your companion is the elven Professor Rubabai," a classmate exclaimed, elated. "After so many years of teaching, I finally encounter an elven student. Come, dear student, do share your name with us. Here it comes, the familiar routine, the well-known flavor." Yuanyuan's face, resembling the texture of a treant, was marked by evident confusion. The current elven naming conventions favored such peculiarities, and it was not merely her uniqueness. Yuanyuan explained with a hint of helplessness. The treant seemed to possess an extraordinary tolerance towards elves. "Very well, you may name yourself as you wish. As an elf, you must be adept in wood magic. Classmate Yuanyuan, why not demonstrate the restoration spell and repair this window?" Indeed, she could not escape this predicament. She did not know the restoration spell. Well, Yuanyuan stammered. Bolli stifled a laugh, and Yuanyuan shot her a glare. "You're the one who insisted on mentioning the window repair." "Professor," Bolli pointed directly at Yuanyuan, "she can't do it." Yuanyuan stood frozen, slowly turning to Bolli with a perplexed and speechless expression. Bolli, acting like a true friend, patted Yuanyuan on the shoulder. "There, I've saved you from the predicament." "Ah, I see," Lulubi said, somewhat disappointed but quickly regaining composure. "In that case, our first lesson will be on the restoration spell. First, everyone, please take out your wands." The classmates almost unanimously produced their wands, each unique in material and shape, yet all exquisitely crafted to appeal to mainstream aesthetics. However, Yuanyuan hesitated. "Professor, may I perform the spell through incantation?" "Yes, you may, but it is unnecessary. The speed of casting with a wand far surpasses that of chanting. Learning to wield a wand is a requisite skill for you all." "All right then," she conceded, realizing it was probably essential to produce her wand. Yuanyuan retrieved the wand she had purchased, which had remained untouched in her system since then. This time, Bolli was astonished. To her eyes, Yuanyuan's wand resembled a stick topped with a mass of fluff. Hardly a wand at all. "This isn't a wand," Bolli exclaimed, while Lulubi was equally speechless in astonishment. "Is this really your wand?" Yuanyuan shook the duster in her hand. Before arriving at the Magic Academy, Yuanyuan had visited a weapon shop adjacent to a milk tea store to select a wand. According to the shopkeeper, it was not merely a matter of humans choosing wands, wands also chose their wielders. After wandering through the shop without a single wand selecting her, she thought she had been forsaken when a duster on the shopkeeper's desk flew into her hand. Yuanyuan stared at the duster in bewilderment. "Is this your wand?" she asked the shopkeeper. It was unlike the others, as it had been resting directly on the shopkeeper's desk, leading Yuanyuan to believe it belonged to him. The shopkeeper replied awkwardly, "That's what I use for dusting. Then I shall return it to you," Yuanyuan said as she reached to place the duster back on the shopkeeper's desk. Upon the boss's immediate intervention, the use of the item was curtailed. This peculiar object was originally procured from a wandering goblin merchant, and I found its dust-removing capabilities quite remarkable. Hence, I decided to employ it. Since it has chosen you, you may take it with you. To my astonishment, it turned out to be a staff. Indeed, what she held was not a staff adorned with glittering gemstones, but rather a duster embellished with beast fur. A duster can be considered a form of staff, after all. Rurubi, regaining her composure, reflected on her many years as a treant, having weathered all manner of storms. She extended a branch toward the window. This branch, approximately 30 centimeters in length, was perfectly straight and devoid of embellishments, save for a slender green gemstone at its apex. Its simplicity belied an overwhelming sense of latent power. "Classmates, observe closely," Rurubi proclaimed as she raised the staff and effortlessly waved it in a circle. The shattered remnants of the window appeared to rewind, swiftly restoring themselves without a trace. She glanced down at her students, inquiring if they had grasped the concept. Their silence, however, spoke volumes. The students stared at one another, utterly bewildered and uncomprehending. Yuanyuan, too, wore a perplexed expression, pondering what had just transpired. Was that it? A mere wave of the staff, and everything was resolved? Chapter 146. A hint of desolation. Perhaps it was too swift. "Very well, let me demonstrate once more," Professor Ruby announced, lifting the staff and deliberately showcasing the action for her students. "Like this, infuse magical energy into the staff. Envision it as an extension of your hand, a part of your very being. Then, direct it toward your target. Concentrate on the effect you wish to achieve." With the window repaired, this time, Professor Rurubi chose a somewhat aged ceiling. With a gentle flick of the staff, the ceiling instantaneously transformed to a pristine state. "Surely, this is clearer now?" Rurubi inquired. The students remained in a state of half-understanding. "Now, let us proceed. Select a damaged object to practice on. Those who have a basic grasp of restoration magic may leave class early." At the mere mention of an early dismissal, the students erupted with enthusiasm, eagerly retrieving their broken items to begin their practice. "Here, you can repair this." Polly casually placed a pearl bracelet on Yuanyuan's desk. Yuanyuan slowly turned her head, a frown creasing her forehead. "Since you need to fix something, why not help me with this bracelet?" Polly suggested. "This bracelet was given to me by my mother during my childhood, and I broke it when I was young and foolish. Due to its unique material, I never took it for repairs. You mentioned you needed practice materials, so this should suffice. You certainly trust me," Yuanyuan thought to herself. "Such a precious item. Were you not concerned I might not be able to repair it, or might even cause further damage?" Polly replied languidly, "If it doesn't get fixed, it doesn't get fixed. I stand to lose nothing. Besides, as I said, this bracelet is made of special material, and at your current level of magic, you cannot damage it." "Very well." Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow. "You've said it yourself." She raised her right hand, wielding a feather duster, and summoned the surrounding elements of nature with her mental energy. Following Professor Labubi's guidance, she infused her magic into the staff. With a fervent desire to restore the broken bracelet, she waved gently. In the next moment, enveloped in emerald magic, the fragmented pearl bracelet floated into the air. The materials, drawn together by the magic, reconnected seamlessly, and in a mere instant, the bracelet was restored. "Very well," Polly remarked, reaching for the bracelet and examining it closely. It had been perfectly mended, identical to the one her mother had given her. It appeared that some astute classmates had already completed the task. As Labubi moved about the room, she observed Yuanyuan casting her spell. It was surprising to realize that this elven classmate was indeed quick to grasp concepts, a promising talent. "Congratulations, Yuanyuan. You may now leave class," she announced. Yuanyuan rose and bowed in gratitude to the professor. As she exited the classroom under the complex gazes of her peers, Polly followed closely behind her. "Where shall we go now?" Polly inquired with curiosity. Wherever you wish to go, Yuanyuan replied, pausing as if recalling something. You're not planning to follow me, are you? Polly squinted. What do you think? Does this girl have no other pastimes? Why must she shadow me? I just happen to be heading to the mobile stall to buy milk tea. It's merely a coincidence, Yuanyuan retorted. A coincidence? She's the owner, after all. Isn't it perfectly normal for her to return her stall, having accompanied her for so long, now claiming it's mere coincidence? Who would believe that? Yuanyuan, weary of further discussion, summoned her mount, Zhao Kai, and, taking advantage of Polly's moment of distraction, leaped onto its back. Zhao Kai, let us go, Yuanyuan commanded, and, immediately, Zhao Kai sprang forward, leaving behind only a few arcs of azure lightning flickering in the air. Let us see if Polly can keep up. Polly stood frozen in place, astounded by the rabbit's swiftness. Yuanyuan grasped Zhao Cai's ears and glanced back amidst their rapid flight, seeing Polly shrinking into a distant hood. At last, she had shaken her off. Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief and patted Zhao Cai's small head. Well done this time, Zhao Kai. When we return, I'll treat you to some carrots. Carrots. Thank you, master, Zhao Kai exclaimed, invigorated by the promise of a reward. Moments later, the duo arrived at the mobile stall without incident. Truly, as a high-tier wind-type magical beast, Zhao Kai was far swifter than the others, though it did bounce a bit. The mobile stall was in operation, yet there were noticeably fewer customers than usual. Typically, this hour would see a bustling queue, but now, not a single soul stood at the window, and only a few patrons lingered at the sparse tables outside, lending the entire stall an air of desolation. Yuanyuan entered the stall, where Alice and Jerry, with their backs to her, were listlessly playing cards. The loser this time will be responsible for cleaning up today's mess, they declared. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Come on, who fears whom? A pair against two. Goodness. The employees are still slacking off. What is going on? Boss, please return. Alice, like a startled bird, hastily discarded the cards in her hand, swiftly scooping Jerry and the cards into the spatial inventory. Surely, Alice's boss did not witness that, did they? Chapter 147. Arm yourself to safeguard your assets, do not hide. I have already seen everything. It is so apparent. Does she think I'm blind? That boss. Alice fidgeted. We are exceedingly bored, so we. She cautiously glanced at Yuanyuan, only to see her expressionless face, which made her hesitate to continue. What is the situation on your end? In less than a day, the sales of the mobile stall have plummeted sharply. Something must be amiss. Yuanyuan, feeling exhausted, slumped onto the lazy sofa, awaiting Alice's response. Upon noticing that Yuanyuan did not pursue the matter of her slacking off, Alice breathed a sigh of relief and leaned closer to Yuanyuan. Customers are claiming that the milk tea we sell consists of unregulated, 3-no magic potion products with significant side effects. Today, not only did we have customers returning with ice blue coconut and durian pizza, but there are also those demanding compensation for gaining weight. It is utterly outrageous. Alice grew increasingly incensed. Having worked at the mobile stall for a while, she was well aware of whether the milk tea was a potion or merely a beverage. How could such rumors arise, influenced by someone's deceitful words? Indeed, this echoed Yuanyuan's experiences at the academy, likely stemming from the distorted statements propagated by the Truth Society, which led customers to behave in such a manner. However, Yuanyuan could not suppress her urge to curse. Were these customers devoid of common sense? A single newspaper could distort their perception? With such intellect, why even attend school? They might as well go home and waste their time. Is the credibility of the Truth Society truly that formidable? Alice pondered. The Truth Society is among the most prominent newspapers across various races, governed by the Church of Light. Through the Church's influence, their reach is extensive, and even our tribe receives their publications. The Church of Light, doesn't that belong to a Sashal faction? Goodness, we have come full circle back to that old fellow. Boss, please calm down, Yuanyuan gasped in frustration, prompting Alice to quickly soothe her. What shall we do now? What shall we do now? Yuanyuan was at a loss. After all, she was merely a cub and a student. In situations of national consequence, how could she possibly know what to do? Yuanyuan remained silent, and Alice, sensing her discomfort, could only stay by her side. Master, I shall always accompany you, said the fortunate rabbit as it leaped onto Yuanyuan's lap, burying its fluffy head into her embrace to offer comfort. Sigh, the rabbit is indeed a good companion, if only it would refrain from making a mess. As the trio sat in silence, the door of the mobile stall suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Alice was startled and instinctively raised her wand to shield Yuanyuan. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the light at the stall. "Did you catch up with me?" Paoli exclaimed, brushing the hair from her face, panting heavily. Yuanyuan, hearing the familiar voice, peered from behind Alice, observing the mermaid, whose legs still trembled. She couldn't help but admire Paoli's audacity, attempting to outrun a beast with 4 legs on mere 2. Yet, what was the purpose behind such an endeavor? How utterly mundane. "You must find me rather dull, don't you?" Yuanyuan feigned nonchalance, acknowledging that Paoli must have her reasons for acting so. Alice, observing the effortless exchange between the two, deduced that Yuanyuan and this apparent mermaid customer were acquaintances, and thus, she lowered her guard, retracting her wand a few steps. Paoli, still trembling, entered the stall and collapsed onto Yuanyuan's sofa. Casting a glance at Alice, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Paoli, a mermaid." Alice responded with a simple, "Hello, I am Alice, an orc." Yuanyuan interjected, "What brings you two together? Are you here to buy some milk tea?" She shifted Zhaokai aside and approached the counter, recalling Paoli's intention to purchase milk tea. However, Paoli replied, "Hold on, let's skip the milk tea for now." Puzzled, Yuanyuan asked, "Then why are you here?" Paoli's response was unexpected. "I came to deliver a warning." "A warning about what?" Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated as something struck the stall from outside. The customers outside shrieked in panic, scattering in all directions. Before Yuanyuan could react, the system's alarm notification flooded the screen. "Alert! Your shop is under attack." Another crash followed. "Alert! Your shop is currently under attack." Yuanyuan felt overwhelmed. "Oh dear, I see it. System, cease the alarms." "Understood. Alarm notifications have been halted. A gentle reminder. Your shop is in peril. Please arm yourself to protect your property and personal safety." Yuanyuan stiffened. When it came to matters of property, her concern was ignited. Chapter 148. The Assault, Part 1. What lies outside? Alice summoned her wand again, fixating on the trembling exterior wall of the stall. Paoli's expression turned serious as she approached Yuanyuan, speaking in hushed tones. "It's the demon race." Yuanyuan furrowed her brow. First, there were rumors spread by humans, and now the demons were assaulting the mobile stall. Surely, these two factions could not be colluding. "Alert! The exterior wall of the stall is about to be breached. Please prepare for an attack." In this critical moment, Yuanyuan found her composure. She crouched down and beckoned Zhaokai. As a lively creature, Zhaokai bounded over to Yuanyuan. It eagerly inquired, "Master, how may I serve you? I can lead the way to confront our foes." Yuanyuan gently patted Zhaokai's long, erect ears and replied, "No, you must swiftly go to the Magic Academy and inform Professor Yuliel that our mobile stall has been attacked by the demon clan. We need his assistance." The elder and his majesty had repeatedly assured Yuanyuan of Yuliel's trustworthiness. Given that even the system could only withstand the onslaught for a brief period, it was evident that the attacking demons were formidable. At this moment, all hope rested on the enigmatic Professor Yuliel. "Understood, Master." Zhaokai nodded before Yuanyuan opened the door a crack, allowing Zhaokai to dash out in search of aid. She gazed in the direction of Zhaocai's departure, fervently praying for a swift return. "Be careful," Bali exclaimed, swiftly pulling Yuanyuan back. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the very spot where she had just stood, sending wood fragments and dust spiraling through the air. "Cough, cough, cough." The three of them shielded their noses, coughing violently. "Thank you, Bali," Yuanyuan said. "Once this is over, I'll treat you to a box of seaweed." "That's unnecessary," Bali replied. One could not help but remark on the fragility of the system's protective features. A single spell from the demon clan had shattered the door entirely. The milk tea shop in Sewu City had also been turned into a condemned building by the enemy. The system appeared utterly inadequate. Host. The protective functions provided by the system cannot withstand every attack. If the enemy's level is too high, the system's protections will indeed falter. Then what about the protective shield I was given? Surely it isn't as fragile? Rest assured, the system will ensure your safety. Yuanyuan sighed in relief. That's good to hear. However, the protective shield, much like the protection for the shop, is not infallible. If breached, the system will prioritize safeguarding your soul over your physical form. Should your corporeal body be destroyed, the system will expend energy to recreate it for you. But in turn, the task will restart. So, it implies that the protective shield has its limits, and if it fails, I should expect to restart. Dying would mean being resurrected to continue the task until completion, as if I were an eternal motion machine. Quickly, activate the protective shield for me. The protective shield has been applied. Though it may be somewhat fragile, it is better than nothing. I hope it can endure until Professor Yuliel arrives for support. Despite Yuanyuan being the least skilled in magic among the trio, with the lowest level, she was fortified with the system's protective shield, the Academy's robe, the mysterious laurel crown, 2 capable magical beasts, and a wand capable of dispelling dust. Her configuration was commendable. Get me out of here. A massive ball of lightning descended, shattering the stall into countless pieces. My stall. That was my money, Yuanyuan lamented, as the system's notification echoed in her mind. Funds 10086. Her heart shattered into pieces. In the next moment, a torrential rain of arrows descended, and with a resounding crash, the stall collapsed into ruins. Dubai swiftly scooped up the 3 of them and took to the skies, ensuring they were spared from the debris. The proprietor gazed upon the ruins of the once vibrant stall, unable to fathom the depths of Yuanyuan's sorrow. Do not speak, Yuanyuan said, tilting her head back and tightly closing her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I wish for silence. Yet, the adversaries showed no mercy, their laughter echoing as they charged the trio. D. My blade is ever so eager. At that opportune moment, Dubai raised a protective shield, encasing Yuanyuan and her companions within a golden barrier. However, faced with such an intense and relentless onslaught, the shield could not endure for long. Boss, stay behind me. As a recent graduate, I possess more knowledge than a mere freshman like you, Boli declared. You, a fledgling, should hide behind us. I have navigated the depths of the ocean as a merfolk for many years. Touched, Yuanyuan was surprised by the profound spirit of sacrifice exhibited by her companions. Yet, as she observed the shield beginning to crack, she feared they would perish together, unable to escape. Listen to me. When the shield shatters, we all jump down together. The moment the shield was broken would coincide with the enemy's most ferocious assault. They could not withstand it and had no choice but to evade. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered. Chapter 149, The Assault, Part 2. Without hesitation, the 3 leaped down. Yuanyuan swiftly retracted Dubai, and, as they descended toward the ground, she released Dubai once more. Hold on tight, Yuanyuan urged, crouching low on Dubai's back. The creature soared just above the ground, carrying the trio as they broke through the encirclement of the demon clan. Chase them. The demons, seeing Yuanyuan and her companions escape, immediately pursued them with fervor. The demons were remarkably swift, and regrettably, speed was not Dubai's forte. It was evident that they would soon be overtaken. We cannot let them catch up. Everyone attack, Yuanyuan commanded, waving her feather duster, which summoned a flurry of golden arrows that rained down upon the pursuing demons. Alice followed suit, shaping flames into the form of birds to join the assault on the demons. This is your magic? The demons scoffed, waving their staffs to conjure a massive lightning net that spread across the sky. In an instant, all the birds and arrows were ensnared within the net. Utterly useless. They jeered, and as their taunts faded, the arrows and birds dissipated into elemental particles. The demons erupted into harsh, mocking laughter. And a sharp crack pierced the air as a whip sliced through, leaving a crimson mark across the face of the arrogant demon. Such an unpleasant laugh. Silence yourself, Boli commanded, her staff transforming into a formidable water whip that struck the demons off guard. The beaten demon displayed a countenance of disbelief, blood staining his hands as he brought them before his eyes. Instantly losing control, he bellowed at the 2 other demons behind him. What are you standing there for? Attack! Annihilate them! With a wave of his hand, the 2 demons swiftly pursued the giant white figure. One of them conjured a massive fire dragon, which roared with a thunderous cry that reverberated in Yuanyuan's ears, causing her immense discomfort. She clutched her ears tightly, yet the penetrating sound still invaded her mind, making her feel as if her brain were being pricked by needles, a sensation most unbearable. It dawned on her that Alice was also covering her ears. Fire magic should not have such an effect. This was a mental assault. Blood trickled down from Polly's ears as she realized that, in order to restrain the lightning demon, she was most affected by this psychic attack. Perfectly fitting, Gu Yuanyuan thought to herself. Your master is going to be in excruciating pain. Just as Gu Yuanyuan finished her thought, the laurel crown appeared above her head, and in an instant, a radiant golden light burst forth, completely reflecting the demon's mental attack. The demon that had unleashed the fire dragon fell from the sky, blood streaming from his ears. One enemy down. Well done, murmured the remaining demon, astonished by the mental protective gear Gu Yuanyuan possessed. Rolling her eyes, Gu Yuanyuan retorted, "What treasures I possess have nothing to do with you, you bunch of nuisances." The lightning demons, witnessing this turn of events, erupted into manic laughter. "It's all right. Once I kill you, all of this will belong to me." Together, the two demons launched their assault, while Alice wielded a fiery whip, standing protectively alongside Polly, encasing Gu Yuanyuan in the midst of their fierce battle. System. Is there a Gatling gun? Gu Yuanyuan, shielded from harm, felt utterly useless and was filled with urgency. No, Gatling guns cannot exist in the magical realm. Then how about a magical cannon? From my observations, such things do exist in this world. No, but there are bricks. Do you want one? What use is a brick? For throwing attacks. Fine, you win. Gu Yuanyuan conceded completely, realizing she could not rely on the system. Please, great Uriel, come and save the child. Go to hell. Accompanied by the pained cries of the demons, Uriel made a dazzling entrance. Gu Yuanyuan gazed in disbelief at his flowing silver hair, the impish curve of his lips, his handsome visage, and his elegant demeanor. With her hands cradling her face, she was utterly smitten. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat was so loud it disturbed Polly, who cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuanyuan, nearly drooling. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved a piece of paper from her spatial earrings and slapped it onto Gu Yuanyuan's face to wipe away the drool. Snapping back to reality, Gu Yuanyuan tucked away the tissue and pouted, "There's no drool. You're lying." She glared at Polly, who merely scoffed and chose not to engage. With a gentle descent, the great white creature returned to the ground, carrying 3 individuals. In a swift motion, Zhao Kai leapt into Gu Yuanyuan's embrace, its eyes brimming with tears as it gazed at the bloodstains on her shoulder, lamenting, "Master, I am so sorry. It is all my fault for being late. And now you are wounded." Gu Yuanyuan stole a glance at the bloodied area, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Actually, that's not my blood." Beside them, Bolli, irritated, wiped the blood from around his ears and exclaimed, "What is wrong with this rabbit? Its expression mirrors yours, master, and this is indeed my blood." "Oh, I see." Zhao Kai scratched its head with a tiny paw. "Then you must be quite unfortunate." Chapter 150. Her heart Yuliel approached Gu Yuanyuan, scrutinizing her closely. "Are you injured anywhere?" Gu Yuanyuan smiled shyly. "I am unharmed." Alice and Bolli shielded her in the middle, with only Bolli bearing the marks of battle. Yuliel felt relieved. Bolli observed the subtle atmosphere between the two, a wave of confusion washing over him. When did a human professor grow so close to an elven cub? Moreover, Yuliel was a professor from the Swordsman Academy, while Gu Yuanyuan was a student from the Mage Academy. It was evident that their interactions would be limited. Yet the concern that radiated from Yuliel was undeniably genuine. Alice leaned in closer to Bolli, whispering, "Don't you think they make quite the pair? They are both so stunningly beautiful." Without needing to see Alice's expression, Bolli could sense her bubbling excitement. Just because they were good-looking does not mean they should be together. He thought. She was beautiful too, and she and Gu Yuanyuan were rather well matched. No, wait. Bolli shook his head in horror. What was he thinking? Why did he entertain such notions? No, it was her heart that was troubled. "What is wrong with you?" Alice gazed at Bolli, her eyes wide, as he shook his head frantically, as if he had lost his mind. "I have a friend at the Priest Academy. Her skills are exceptional. I can ask her to take a look at you." Bolli halted, despondent. "No, thank you. How could one even treat such a matter?" Yuliel diverted his gaze to the two. "And what about you? Are you injured?" "My ears," Bolli interrupted Alice. "I can handle it myself. There's no need to trouble the professor." "Very well," Yuliel replied, retracting his gaze. He produced some ropes and securely bound the 3 demons. "Since none of you appear to have serious issues, I shall take these demons with me. The Academy will inform you once the investigation concludes." "Understood, Professor," the 3 responded. Yuliel emphasized to Gu Yuanyuan once more to take good care of herself. "Yes," Gu Yuanyuan nodded. "Rest assured." Once Yuliel departed, Gu Yuanyuan let out a deep sigh. "Oh, my stall," Bolli teased. "Weren't you just fine a moment ago? Now that the professor has left, you can hardly hold it together." "One must maintain decorum in front of a professor," Yuanyuan lamented as she surveyed the ruins of her stall, feeling utterly desolate. How much will this cost to repair? Boss, will we still open our shop in the future? Alice inquired cautiously. Yuanyuan remained silent. Since the demon clan was capable of causing destruction once, it could certainly do so again. If she were to establish a mobile stall only to have it dismantled repeatedly, what was the point in opening a shop? Eventually, she would be left with only a handful of loyal customers, and if this continued, they would be too afraid to come. Was she merely throwing her money away for the demon's amusement? Yet, she could not truly abandon her venture at the Magic Academy, for she had a mission to fulfill. System, how much would it cost to reconstruct the mobile stall? Calculation complete. It is not advisable for the host to rebuild the mobile stall. Why not? Are you suggesting I simply give up my business at the Magic Academy? Due to the complete destruction of the mobile stall, the host would need to invest a substantial amount to recreate it. The system has detected available rental spaces on Kent Street with reasonable rent, which would be more suitable for the host. Yuanyuan's eyes brightened. Are you implying that renting a shop to open a branch would be more cost-effective than repairing the stall? Indeed. Yuanyuan felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of acquiring a shop at a lower cost was a much-needed stroke of fortune for her current situation. However, she wondered if the system had such benevolence. Could this be some sort of trap? Were you simply waiting for me to fall into a pit? Not at all. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow at the system's resolute response, which suggested that perhaps she was not being deceived. Very well, send me the location. I shall go rent the shop immediately. Location information has been sent. Please check host. The system marked the shop's location on the map. Seeing Yuanyuan lost in thought, Bali waved his hand in front of her. Are you all right? Have you become dazed from sadness? If you're truly in trouble, I can lend you some help. Before Bali could finish his sentence, Yuanyuan looked up, her eyes sparkling with determination. I'm going to rent a shop and open a branch right now. Huh? Alice was taken aback. Boss, are you really okay? At this hour? The municipal staff are about to call it a day, and the rents on Kent Street are rather steep. Kent Street, being under the influence of the Magic Academy, was always bustling with foot traffic. Opening a shop there required genuine skill and savings. Otherwise, one would struggle even to pay the rent. Do not worry. I have the funds, Yuanyuan reassured her. Alice, you and Bali should return to the academy. I can handle this alone. Besides, Bali needs to have her injury treated promptly, so please take her to Bella. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Bali expressed concern. I should stay with you. Really, it's unnecessary, Yuanyuan insisted, nudging them toward the academy. Your injury is of greater importance. Alice, please take good care of her. Chapter 151. The curse shop. Once the shop was acquired, the system would undertake renovations. If Alice and Bali were present, the system would struggle to perform its tasks, causing delays. Time is money, and resolving the shop's issues sooner would lead to profits sooner as well. Alice assured her boss that Bella was indeed an exceptional student from their cohort. She promised that Polly's injury would heal completely. After the two departed, Yuanyuan hastily summoned her trusty companion, Zhao Kai. Enlarge, and let's hurry. We must reach the town hall before it closes. Understood, Master, Zhao Kai responded, swiftly taking Yuanyuan on its back as they raced towards the town hall. Moments later, the building came into view. Yuanyuan pushed the door open, and the staff member at the entrance immediately stood to greet her. Hello, how may I assist you today? I would like to rent a shop on Kent Street. She replied, certainly, please follow me. Yuanyuan followed the staff member to the service desk, where 3 documents were handed to her. These are the shops currently available for rent on Kent Street. Please take a look and see which one you prefer. Yuanyuan picked up the 3 papers. Only 3? Is that all? Yes, the staff member replied with a warm smile. Shops on Kent Street are always in high demand. Only these 3 remain available. Nodding, Yuanyuan silently queried the system. Which one is the shop you mentioned? 88, Kent Street. 88. A fine number indeed, she mused. I'll take this one. She pointed to the document for shop number 88. Can we visit the shop now? Upon hearing Yuanyuan's choice, the staff member momentarily paused, but quickly regained composure. Smiling as she responded, of course, please follow me. The town hall was not far from shop 88, and after approximately 15 minutes of walking, they arrived. Yuanyuan stepped inside and was struck by a sense of familiarity. It felt as though she had been here before, yet the details eluded her. This is the place, the staff member announced, opening the door. Feel free to explore, and if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I will do my best to assist you. Wait, Yuanyuan suddenly recalled why it felt familiar. She rushed to the adjacent shop and found that shop number 89 was the very materials store she had visited previously. As you could see, next door is a materials shop, the staff member explained. What a twist of fate, Yuanyuan remarked. Would you like to step inside? Of course. Yuanyuan entered the 88 shop, which stood empty, its contents nearly entirely removed. As she wandered around, a faint scent of wine wafted through the air. How peculiar. Where's the wine scent coming from? The previous tenant operated a tavern in this space, but due to poor business, it closed within 3 months. Leaving the shop vacant once again, the staff member informed her. Yuanyuan seized upon the crucial detail. So, this shop has seen several closures? Precisely. Anyone who has rented this shop has met with failure within 3 months, leading to a long-standing belief in a 3-month curse. This is also the primary reason for the shop's affordable rent. Despite the fierce competition on Kent Street, it seems rather implausible for a shop to close down within 3 months of its opening at the same location. Surely, there can be no ulterior motives at play here. The system claims not to have set any traps for me, yet this glaring pit beckons me to leap into its depths. Such malice is truly daunting. The system merely presents the most optimal solutions for the host, devoid of any intention to cause harm. Yuanyuan continued her meticulous examination of the premises. The shop featured a 2-story structure, reminiscent of the milk tea shop in Suewu City. May I explore the second floor? She inquired. Certainly, came the affirmative response. Ascending the stairs, Yuanyuan found the second floor to be as spacious as the first, save for a small jar placed in the corner. Curiously, she picked it up, discovering it was not empty but contained liquid. This is the wine left behind by the previous owner, said to be his closely guarded secret. It is also a gift he entrusted us to pass on to the next tenant, should you choose to rent shop number 88, the staff explained. Realizing it was alcohol, Yuanyuan surmised that the scent she had detected earlier emanated from this very concoction. However, as she had no inclination towards drinking, it did little to entice her into signing the contract immediately. You mentioned that the 3-month curse is the primary reason for concern. What about the secondary cause? She probed. You are quite astute, the staff replied. The secondary reason pertains to the materials shop associated with succubi that you have just observed. However, the specifics elude us. Perhaps only former tenants would possess that knowledge. The allure of the wine held little sway over Yuanyuan. Yet the ominous 3-month curse, coupled with the instability of the succubi materials shop, made her hesitant to proceed. System, speak candidly. Is there truly no issue with this shop? There's an issue, came the reply. Then why would you have me push your partner into the fire pit? This is currently the optimal choice. Enough of your evasions. Do tell me what the problem is. Please resolve it yourself. She swore that this was the phrase she loathed most in her life. So, do you still wish to rent the shop? After a moment's hesitation, Yuanyuan replied, I would like to know the rental fee for this establishment. The rent is paid annually, amounting to 10 gold coins for this shop. The average annual rent for other shops on Kent Street hovers around 100 gold coins, making this price exceedingly favorable. Only 10 gold coins? Yuanyuan felt a surge of excitement. No wonder the system emphasized that this was the optimal solution. 10 gold coins could suffice for her to establish several small mobile stalls anew. Observing Yuanyuan's expression, the staff seized the moment, saying, You appear youthful. I presume you are a student from the Magic Academy? For someone of your caliber, the 3-month curse is merely a trifle. Should you be interested, you could even use it as a basis for a short paper, potentially achieving great acclaim. Moreover, with an annual rental fee of merely 10 gold coins, it will be a trivial matter for you. The words spoken may lead one to believe that a wealthy heir is merely seeking a taste of life. However, the staff has miscalculated. She possesses neither profound abilities nor a generous spirit, and she harbors no desire to compose any minor essays. Yuanyuan extended her 5 fingers and coldly declared, 5 gold coins. The staff, unable to conceal their surprise, gasped, How about this? Do you agree? Please wait a moment. They continued. After the previous owner declared bankruptcy, this shop was abandoned. The ownership now resides with the municipal office, and I lack the authority to negotiate. I must report to my superior. Yuanyuan calmly nodded. No problem, go ahead. The shop appeared to have no tenants, and she was confident she could negotiate further. The staff stepped aside and spoke into a communication stone. After receiving a response, they approached Yuanyuan again. This price is exceedingly low. My superior suggests a compromise of 8, which translates to an annual rent of 8 gold coins. If you agree, We can proceed with the necessary formalities immediately. Gu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. Very well, please arrange the paperwork. Certainly, the staff replied, visibly relieved. Please wait here briefly while I contact the municipal office to process this. Once completed, a representative will deliver the documents to you. At last, the shop had been leased. Although the price was lower than anticipated, at least it would no longer gather dust. Having completed the transaction, Gu Yuanyuan stood on the ground floor with her newly acquired documents as the staff departed for the day. Now it was time for the system to work its magic. System, I am ready for the transformation. Transforming the shop requires a fee of 10 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed with the transformation? Must it be this way? After all this time together, can it be complimentary? No. Very well, Gu Yuanyuan confirmed, deducting the 10 gold coins as the system playfully chimed with an animation. Transformation in progress. Transformation complete. Come and see a new shop. Gu Yuanyuan surveyed the entire establishment. Traditional Chinese-style tables and chairs, poetic verses adorning the walls, and a quaint little bonsai, all encapsulating the essence of a flower-loving nation. Stepping out of the shop, she glanced back to behold a sign elegantly inscribed in cursive, reading Elven Milk Tea Shop in the common tongue of the continent, flanked by 2 vibrant red lanterns. Is it truly acceptable for the shop to be decorated in this manner? Gu Yuanyuan mused. Certain that her shop was now the most splendid on the street, impossible to overlook. You might as well add 2 stone lions, she joked, since the lanterns are already up. Understood. The option for stone lion ornaments has been activated. Please make your selection. The system responded, immediately presenting her with an array of stone lion ornament options. Gu Yuanyuan scrolled through the selections, soon realizing that all these ornaments came at a cost, and not a modest one at that. This is not free. Considering the host currently lacks self-defense capabilities, the system has customized a stone lion ornament with special functions for you. Purchase it, and the store will be safeguarded by 2 highly capable security guards. Tempting, isn't it? However, upon glancing at the price, Gu Yuanyuan felt her heart sink. A single piece costs 5 gold coins. Is the system attempting to swindle me in such a roundabout fashion? She couldn't shake the feeling that something had been amiss since the store's renovation. Hadn't she already paid for the store's transformation? Why was she now inexplicably required to pay for the ornament? The stone lion ornament is not included in the renovation package and was introduced at your request. Its craftsmanship is of high value, possessing the combat power of a grand sorcerer. The 5 gold coins are already a discounted price offered by the system. Chapter 153. Wang such combat power is impressive, reaching the level of a grand sorcerer. After experiencing the assaults on the milk tea shop in Suewu City and the mobile stall, coupled with Gu Yuanyuan's lack of confidence in her own abilities, she considered the necessity of purchasing this stone lion. Then I shall buy 2. The matter regarding the demon clan remains unresolved, and the newly rented shop has 2 unstable factors. If the former causes trouble again, the cost of repairs could exceed that of dozens of stone lions. It's a worthwhile investment. Gu Yuanyuan proceeded to pay for 2 stone lions. Payment completed. Your goods have been delivered. Please check. Almost seamlessly, once Gu Yuanyuan completed the payment, the stone lions materialized beside the entrance of the store. Curiously, she approached and touched them. They appeared identical to the stone lions commonly seen in the blue star flower-growing country, made of granite, cool to the touch, devoid of any vitality, simply ornamental. Will they not move? To activate the stone lions, you must utter their name, Wang. Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Are you serious? You named the lion after a dog? Yet the system's next statement wiped the smile off her face. The naming style of the system is inspired by the host. Please be quiet. Gu Yuanyuan touched the left stone lion, glancing at the one on the right named Wang. What about the other one? The left one is named Wang, and the right one is also Wang. Only together do they form Wang. Well done. She leaned closer to the stone lion, relieved to be in an empty area where making a sound akin to calling a dog would not embarrass her. Wang, activate. In the next moment, both stone lions' eyes glowed red, shifting from a crouching position to standing upright, approaching Gu Yuanyuan, ready for her commands. Good job. Gu Yuanyuan affectionately patted Wang. All right, return to guard the door. Wang nudged her before obediently returning to its post. As they resumed their crouching position, the red light in their eyes faded. Reverting to ordinary stone sculptures, Gu Yuanyuan ascended to the second floor of the shop, which had been transformed into a cozy 1-bedroom space reminiscent of the tea shop in Suewu City. This would soon become her sanctuary. After a brief tidying up, she succumbed to the embrace of slumber. In the office of the Magic Academy, the principal inquired, "Uriel, is there something urgent?" Sitting at his desk, he removed his spectacles, observing the weary Uriel accompanied by 3 masked figures cloaked in black. With a swift motion, Uriel tugged the rope in his hand, causing the 3 demon clan members to collapse in succession. They had just attempted to harm the students of the Magic Academy. "What a shock!" Rosalind exclaimed, hastily setting down her quill to approach Uriel. "What has become of the attacked students?" Uriel reported that 3 students were involved: Alice from the Mage Academy, Polly, and the green sprite, Yuanyuan. Of these, only Polly had sustained minor injuries, while the other 2 remained unharmed. However, Yuanyuan's stall had been reduced to rubble. Rosalind felt a wave of relief. As long as the students were safe, that was what mattered. "Have you interrogated these demons?" she inquired. Uriel nodded. "Principal, if their target was indeed the 3 of them, striking them one by one would have been the most effective approach. Yet they chose to attack at Yuanyuan's stall when all 3 were present and capable of self-defense, which is illogical, coupled with the malicious destruction of her stall. I suspect their sole objective was Yuanyuan herself." Indeed, Uriel was convinced that the demon clan's target was Yuanyuan. The assassin who infiltrated the Tsuemu City tea shop had been tasked with eliminating the shopkeeper. However, since Yuanyuan was at the Magic Academy at the time, the assassin mistakenly targeted the wrong individual, resulting in utter devastation of the tea shop. Similarly, this time, although no one was killed, her stall was completely obliterated, and Alice and Polly were merely innocent bystanders caught in the fray. "Given this, let us keep this matter under wraps for now," Rosalind contemplated, "to prevent inciting panic among the other students. Additionally, detain these 3 demons in the interrogation room and thoroughly question them regarding their motives and intentions." The Magic Academy primarily enrolls prodigies from various fields, whose temperaments often diverge from the norm, compounded by their formidable destructive capabilities. Thus, the Academy established a space designed to instill a sense of deterrence, leading to the creation of the interrogation room, a place for students to be restrained and educated when they commit serious offenses. The Academy lacks a dedicated holding facility for offenders, thus repurposing the interrogation room for temporary confinement. After issuing these instructions, the principal, still uneasy, added, "I shall personally speak with Claire to ensure she closely monitors the physical and psychological well-being of the students targeted by the demon clan. We must not allow any psychological scars to linger." Knock, knock. Before Uriel could respond, 2 sharp knocks echoed, followed by a familiar voice. "Principal, may I come in?" It was Robin. Chapter 154. Conversation in the office. Uriel furrowed his brow, while Rosalind cast him a glance. Seeing no objection from him, she replied, "Come in." A student remarked that Robin entered the room quite naturally, mid-conversation, only to be taken aback upon unexpectedly spotting Uriel, who was also present in the principal's office. "What a coincidence! You are here as well, Professor Uriel." Uriel, pulling a rope, unceremoniously tossed 3 demons before Robin, clutching her head in distress. "I had no other choice." These 3 demons assaulted the Academy's freshmen, resulting not only in damage to their belongings, but also injuries to their bodies. Hence, I conducted an additional class to apprehend these demons. "What on earth happened?" Robin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Who are the injured students?" Uriel's gaze was fixed intently on Robin's face. Not hearing the name she hoped for, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Robin's eyes, but she quickly concealed it under Uriel's unwavering stare. "Why are you looking at me like that? Since there are already injured students, these 3 demons must not be spared. Principal, I believe the safety of our students is paramount. To prevent these demons from causing further harm and to serve as a warning to others with ill intentions, we should take swift action against them." "You mean," the principal's tone slowed, "to kill them?" The 3 demons immediately began to whimper at the mention of death. On their way here, Uriel, annoyed by their incessant chatter, had sealed their mouths. Now, they could only communicate through body language. Upon hearing Robin's intent to execute them, their expressions transformed from defiance to a submissive plea for mercy. Disregarding the demons, Robin continued, "Demons are cunning and act on a whim. If we grant them even a moment longer, they may escape, harboring resentment and potentially retaliating against the freshmen. That would be a grave miscalculation." "Cunning?" Uriel pondered, though the description of acting on a whim was apt. The notion of cunning did not align with his recollection of the interrogation, where the demons had spilled everything at the slightest threat. Professor Robin is indeed a caring mentor for the freshmen, Uriel remarked, but they cannot die just yet. Upon hearing that their lives were spared, the three demons eagerly leaned in toward Uriel, nodding fervently. Oh, Robin said meaningfully, are you attempting to shield them? Rosalind immediately reprimanded Robin. Mind your language. Robin nonchalantly raised an eyebrow, casually responding, very well, Principal. Uriel smiled. Are you not curious about the motives behind these demons' attack on the freshmen? These newcomers had no connection to the three demons, yet it seemed as if the demons had meticulously plotted their actions, first destroying the elf stall, then pursuing them. Perhaps they were acting under the direction of someone else. What do you think, Professor Robin? Uriel's significant expression suggested he had uncovered something. This could not be allowed. They must not realize the depths of their investigation. After a moment of silence, Robin's eyes shifted, and she spoke to Rosalind. Professor Uriel makes a compelling point. If that is the case, allow me to interrogate these demons myself. No longer. Rosalind donned her glasses once more, exuding an air that brooked no dissent. I have entrusted this matter to Uriel. However, Rosalind raised her hand to halt Robin's words. This decision has been made, Robin. Please refrain from further comment. Do you understand? Robin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, reluctantly acquiescing. Rosalind cast a glance at him, taking in his expression, and then addressed Uriel. You may proceed. Uriel nodded and departed with a willingly compliant demon. Robin watched Uriel exit the office and urgently inquired, Principal, where is Uriel taking the demon? The academy has no facilities for detaining offenders. No one responded, and anger surged within Robin, incensed by the blatant disregard for his concerns. What were you about to report? He pressed, suppressing his indignation as though oblivious to the principal and Uriel's disapproval. A student inquired whether elective courses would commence this semester, noting that in previous years, such options were only available in the second year. Robin speculated that perhaps the principal might have made alterations to this tradition, hence his inquiry. How commendable that you are contemplating the educational aspects, Rosalind replied. You are correct. This semester I do intend for students to engage with elective courses earlier than usual, and I have already drafted the relevant plan, which will be implemented shortly. You may convey this to the students with complete honesty. Very well. Robin, still preoccupied with thoughts of the three demons, was eager to pursue Uriel. Then, Principal, I shall leave you to your tasks. Wait, do not be in such a haste. Robin. Rosalind called him back, recalling the gossip professor I've shared with her, and reflecting on Robin's reaction upon seeing Uriel. Perhaps Robin truly harbored feelings for Uriel. Chapter 155. A misunderstood romance clearing her throat, Rosalind began. First and foremost, I wish to express that I am a remarkably tolerant leader. I extend my support irrespective of whether my subordinates are in romantic relationships or their sexual orientation. Robin looked utterly perplexed. Principal, what are you saying? Please do not interrupt me. Allow me to finish, Rosalind continued. Even office romances are acceptable, provided they do not interfere with work or others. However, you must understand that a fruit forced from the vine is not sweet. If you pursue someone, for instance, Uriel, and he does not reciprocate, I believe you should respect his wishes. Furthermore, your behavior has become quite baffling. Each meeting, you engage in verbal sparring with Uriel, causing inconvenience and distress to other professors. Therefore, for the sake of everyone involved, including Uriel, I advise you to reconsider your approach. Robin found himself utterly bewildered by Rosalind's barrage of words. What on earth was all of this? The principal's sentiment reveals an unexpected affection for Yuri, an unreciprocated love that is utterly incongruous with his character. It is hard to believe that such a notion could originate from the principal, as it seems more likely that some idle and misguided professor has spun this tale and presented it before him, which is truly outrageous. Robin inhaled deeply, the fury bubbling within him, nearly causing his lips to tremble. The principal is not as you perceive. Do you not harbor feelings for Yuri? Struggling to maintain his composure, Robin closed his eyes and slowly nodded in affirmation. Oh, is that so? Rosalind, upon realizing her error, felt a tinge of embarrassment. You may return now. Strive for amicable relations with your colleagues, and I shall ensure that other professors refrain from disseminating such unfounded rumors. With that, Robin turned to leave, casting a simple thank you, principal, over his shoulder. The following day, the gentle light of dawn kissed Kent Street, cloaking the entire thoroughfare in a golden sheen, exuding tranquility and warmth. Alara, swaying her hips, opened the door and stood before her shop, relishing this beautiful moment. She spread her arms wide, her black tail erect behind her, filled with joy. "Good morning, material shop owner, Succubus Alara." Alara froze, startled by the voice. Slowly, she turned her head, her pupils dilating in disbelief at the sight of the sprite who was known for wielding bricks as threats. "How did she end up here?" Yuanyuan smiled sweetly at the stretching Alara. It was the weekend, and she had intended to indulge in a restful slumber, yet she had been plagued by a nightmare. In her dream, the Minotaur Lucius and Succubus Alara were depicted as cunning villains, accompanied by other demon brethren, all laughing maniacally as they charged toward her under the command of a towering, shadowy figure. Ultimately, Yuanyuan met a cruel fate, her throat slit, leaving her lifeless on the ground. Awakened by the terror of her dream, Yuanyuan found sleep elusive. As she prepared to open her shop, she collided with Alara, who was also stepping outside. With a sweet smile, she remarked, "You appear to have slept quite well. I envy you." Alara chuckled nervously, the haunting image of Yuanyuan's brick-wielding shadow still fresh in her mind, compelling her to tread carefully in conversation, lest this sprite uncover her secrets. "I generally sleep well, especially lately. I drift off obliviously, only to awaken with a foggy mind. Because of this, I received a scolding from both the adults and Lucius. As for the adults, that's one thing, but why should Lucius criticize me? He is merely an ugly, brutish minotaur. Oh, by the way, my shop is right next to yours. I hope you will look after me in the future." Of course, Alara replied, following the conversation. Moments later, she grasped the implications of Yuanyuan's words, her eyes widening in astonishment. You're not running a stall on Kent Street. How have you opened a branch right beside my shop?" It's a long story." Yuanyuan sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Last night, 3 demons attacked my stall, destroying all my hard work. I had no choice but to rent this space overnight to establish a branch. What has happened beside you? We are already familiar with each other. Having the shop next to yours would provide mutual support. Wouldn't you agree? Is it not welcome?" Alara evaded Yuanyuan's gaze, responding with a flustered, "Welcome, truly welcome. Overwhelmingly welcome." Having just chased away the previous shopkeeper, Yuanyuan had established her base right in front of her adversary, which made Alara's words tremble slightly. "Have you eaten? If not, why not come to my shop for a visit?" This was a perfect opportunity to subtly inquire into Alara's situation, to discern the reasons behind the shop's constant instability and inability to thrive long-term. No need. I've been incredibly busy lately. I must return to catch up on sleep." Alara was taken aback, hastening back to the material shop, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Yuanyuan observed Alara's flustered demeanor with keen interest. Her incoherent words contradicted her earlier claim of sleeping well. Now, she suddenly needed to compensate for lost rest. There was something amiss. However, it was not something to decipher in a fleeting moment, and Yuanyuan chose not to squander more time on it. She turned around to offer a few cautious words to Wang before returning to her shop. In the kitchen, she heated the pan, melting butter, and began frying 2 slices of toast with eggs. The aroma of butter spread through the kitchen as she hummed a tune, feeling a sense of tranquility. The system, unable to bear the laxity any longer, interjected, "Host, are you not preparing for guests?" "I am indeed preparing," she replied. "You are merely making breakfast for yourself. Of course, if customers are important, then I must be unimportant. Besides, who would dare come to our shop for a meal now?" The land of the Magical Academy was vast, but news spread swiftly. After the trio was assaulted and their stall destroyed last night, the rumor undoubtedly circulated throughout the Academy this morning. First the gossip from the True Society, then the looming threat from the demonic faction against the milk tea shop. If she were a customer, she would surely think twice before risking her life for a cup of milk tea. It hardly seemed worthwhile. Yet the system persisted. "It has been quite some time since you introduced a new item. Isn't it obvious that I lack inspiration? Moreover, I have classes to attend to learn magic while trying to start a business, all the while dealing with baseless rumors and attacks. I'm not a magical doll. And even if I were, I would still need magical energy crystals to recharge." "You speak as if you're unaffected by any hardships." Yuanyuan took a bite of the steaming, buttery fried egg toast, a look of bliss crossing her face as she sighed. "This is indeed the life of happiness. No school, no job, free from financial worries, simply indulging in eating, drinking, and enjoying life, doing what one loves. Host, do not succumb to laziness. You have tasks at hand. Learning is also an urgent matter. Living each day in indulgence is no different from being a pig. Yuanyuan seemed to disregard the system's words, thinking how much better it would be without the incessant reminders urging her to complete her tasks like a nagging alarm clock. The vexatious system was notoriously frugal when it came to renting houses and renovating shops, yet it now had the audacity to claim it was free from financial anxiety. Yuanyuan picked up a glass of milk and casually settled into a seat. System, do you have any built-in games? Perhaps something like Honor of Kings or Genshin Impact. Do you wish to play Tetris? Yuanyuan paused, her tone laced with disdain. No, thank you. Aren't you supposed to be a high-level system? You can't even play games. The system, incensed, was taken aback that anyone would dare to question its elite status. It promptly displayed the legendary lottery page. I cannot play mobile games. But you, with your wealth and time, why not draw yourself a phone? Yuanyuan was astounded. Is that even possible? Drawing a phone? Surely, it can't require the legendary lottery pool. A rare item would suffice. The legendary lottery was a perilous gamble, draining 10 coins from her pocket with each spin, an absolute weapon against the affluent. The Blue Star phone is not a product of this world. It can only be obtained through the legendary lottery. Furthermore, I heard from headquarters that they placed several Huawei 60s and 15s into that golden pool. Oh, it remains to be seen who will be fortunate enough to draw one. The prospect of an unfair advantage was intolerable. Determined, Yuanyuan clicked the start button, eager to test her luck. What if she struck gold and acquired a legendary item? She fixated on the swirling lottery pool as it gradually slowed, finally coming to rest on a particular item. Just as she was about to discern what it was, a dazzling golden light erupted, flooding the entire shop with brilliance. She had indeed won a golden legend. Yuanyuan raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding radiance, her smile stretching from ear to ear. How about that? System, are you impressed? This is the truth of being a luckier one. Before she could finish her triumphant proclamation, the system's announcement interrupted. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the legendary item, Fairy Flower Seed, unlocking the Fairy Flower Seed entry in the compendium. What? What is this? It's not the coveted item. Yuanyuan's expression fell as she beheld the radiant fairy flower seed. What was this? Upon closer inspection, the seed in her palm bore no resemblance to a typical seed. It resembled a highly polished green gemstone. Is this really a seed? Indeed. Yuanyuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped for something extraordinary, yet all she had was a mere seed. What could it possibly yield? Please explore yourself. Chapter 157. Friends, once again, that phrase. I cannot rely on you. Yuanyuan muttered, as she retrieved a flower pot and purchased some nutrient-rich soil from the system, planting the fairy flower seed. Surely, with its inherent golden aura, even a seed could produce something remarkable. As she prepared to water the pot, a cacophony erupted from the shop's entrance. Yuanyuan, I'm here to see you. Did you miss me? Cousin, your manner of speaking is rather peculiar. This is a sign of affection. You simply do not understand. Yuanyuan mused, reflecting on the oddities of her friends. Your words make it sound as though you are perfectly normal. Yet who among the sane would frequent the dark magic canteen? With a sigh, Yuanyuan set down her watering can and approached the entrance, exclaiming in delight, what a surprise to see you all here. Standing at the door were Lumina Barton and Alice Polly, engaged in a lively and animated discussion. Lumina dashed forward, enveloping Yuanyuan in an embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. I heard there was trouble at your stall, and that you were attacked by the demon clan. It breaks my heart. Let me inspect you for injuries. As Lumina twirled Yuanyuan around, lifting her sleeves for a closer look, Yuanyuan could no longer contain herself and halted Lumina's hands. I am perfectly fine, no injuries here. The one who was hurt is Polly. Lumina exhaled in relief. That's wonderful news. As long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Polly chimed in. So it's just me who matters, is it? How did you find this place? Yuanyuan asked, puzzled. She had only rented the shop the previous night, and it had just undergone renovations. Even Alice had yet to be informed. How had Lumina and her companions arrived here so swiftly? With a mischievous grin, Lumina replied, Alice mentioned you had rented a shop to open a branch, and both Barton and I were concerned for you. We decided to take a chance on Kent Street, and lo and behold, we found your new location. I knew we had a special connection. Special connection? Polly scoffed. With how conspicuous your new shop is, it would be hard not to notice. At that moment, Lumina's eyes sparkled with joy as she turned back to Yuanyuan. By the way, your new shop is truly remarkable. Although the sign is in the common language of the continent, the handwriting is unlike anything I've ever seen. And those two vibrant red fruits are particularly captivating. Not to mention the stone sculptures. Human nobility would never place such carvings at their entrance. It was no wonder Lumina was so thrilled. The shop's design was truly one of a kind across the entire continent, a testament to the legacy of their ancestors. When Alice arrived at Kent Street that morning, she had overheard numerous conversations about the uniqueness of the shop's decor. Everyone seems to adore your new establishment. Is it truly garnering such widespread attention? Yuanyuan mused. Yet, despite the buzz, she had opened her doors that morning to an empty establishment. The influence of the True Knowledge Society and the Demon Clan had evidently cast a long shadow. Yet, the presence of her friends warmed Yuanyuan's heart. Thank you all. Have you eaten breakfast yet? If not, please come in and have something. That's the invitation I was waiting for, Lumina exclaimed, pulling Yuanyuan into the shop. You have no idea how I've been faring these past few days. After graduation, I returned to my family, and my mother has been incessantly pairing me with all the suitors she deems suitable. It's utterly exhausting. I envy my brother. He uses his studies and family responsibilities as an excuse, so my parents are content to leave him be while he enjoys his carefree life. Isn't it a bit too soon to be pushing for marriage after graduation? Yuanyuan observed, her gaze filled with sympathy. You have truly been through a lot. Indeed, Lumina plopped down onto the wooden chair that Yuanyuan had pulled out. Stuck at home for days, unable to venture anywhere, she had contemplated ordering takeout, only to find that her usual vendor was no longer available. Thus, she had bothered her brother to help her sneak out, making a special trip to lend her support. How touching, right? Touched, Yuanyuan smiled, while also attending to the remaining trio of Alice and the others, inquiring, what would you like to eat? Barton took a deep breath, the lingering aroma of butter permeating the air, and he exclaimed, what is this? It smells delightful. Butter-fried egg toast. Would you like a serving? Yes, yes, yes. Could you also add a portion of big gluten inside? Barton requested. Bowley frowned. What is big gluten? It's a new spicy snack called big gluten, recently introduced, and some spice-loving customers adore it. You might want to give it a try. Upon hearing the word spicy, Bowley shook his head vehemently. No, I can't eat spicy food. Just a strawberry mochi milkshake for me, with extra sugar, please. All right, Yuanyuan replied with a smile, then turned to Alice and Lumina. What about you two? What will you have? I'll pass. I'm here to assist the boss. I certainly want your signature dish, along with one of everything new that has been released these days. I intend to reclaim the joy I've missed out on. I will surely satisfy your wishes, Yuanyuan said, beckoning Alice to join her in the kitchen. As they walked, Alice marveled, Boss, your new shop is truly unforgettable. Its style is unlike anything I've seen among the elves. Of course, it's not elvish. I stumbled upon this design in a book and found it quite appealing, so I decided to recreate it here. Your future workplace will be here. I'll provide you with the key shortly. At your service, boss. Alice cast a furtive glance at Yuanyuan. Although the boss's business faced significant challenges, she had thought she might soon be unemployed. To her surprise, the boss had turned the tide overnight by opening a branch. Though the problems remained unresolved, Yuanyuan appeared untroubled, which eased Alice's own worries. Yuanyuan handed a box of peach crisps to Alice. You must eat something. At least have a little to fill your stomach. Alice gratefully accepted it. Thank you, boss. What is this? It seems to be another new snack. Yuanyuan began preparing the ingredients. Peach crisps, crunchy and sweet. I believe you'll enjoy them. Seeing Yuanyuan starting to prepare the food, Alice eagerly opened the box, quickly munching a few pieces before rushing over to help her. Yuanyuan, surprised, asked, Aren't you going to eat a bit more? It's all right, Alice replied, chewing. I can eat at any time. Helping the boss is an opportunity one cannot miss. Yuanyuan chuckled. Very well. Alice had honed her skills previously, and together their efficiency was remarkable. Within minutes, they had prepared all the dishes. Yuanyuan and Alice carried the platters to the round table, methodically placing each dish they had prepared onto the table. Lumina gazed at the tantalizing delicacies, making a feigned attempt to approach Yuanyuan. I wonder whether you have an affinity for girls. If so, you might consider me. I am wealthy, attractive, youthful, and most importantly, I possess a heart that loves you. Hey, how about marrying into your family and becoming your personal chef? Polly grinned, rubbing her arms in a playful manner. Why does it concern you? You are quite peculiar. I don't believe I've ever seen you before. Why do you confront me upon our first meeting? Yuanyuan retorted, clearly exasperated. I am not one of those disgusting creatures. It seemed yet another quarrel was brewing, and Yuanyuan found herself overwhelmed. Fortunately, Barton was a simple soul. A single meal was enough to pacify him. He eagerly devoured the buttered toast, when suddenly he felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he saw Yuanyuan, who smiled weakly. You know, toast paired with spicy strips is quite delightful. Go on, eat more if you find it tasty, she urged. Boss, you should eat as well, Alice whispered. Don't mind those two. Their conflict is rooted in racial tensions and has nothing to do with us. Racial tensions? Alice continued, casually nibbling on leftover peach crisps while conversing quietly with Yuanyuan. The aristocracy of humanity holds a particular fondness for pearls sourced from the Atlant Sea. However, as you know, pearls are the tears of mermaids, who would cry daily without reason. Consequently, these treasures are not only rare, but also exorbitantly priced. When imported into the human empire, they incur additional tariffs. Some unscrupulous humans have resorted to secretly capturing solitary mermaids, forcing them to weep daily, thus establishing an underground industry. Yuanyuan was taken aback, astonished by the dark history between humans and mermaids. I recall that it was in Tress City where this illicit trade was clandestinely conducted, the mermaid tear incident. Once their value is extracted, most mermaids lose their ability to see. While alive, they are treated as mere pearls within aquariums, and once deemed worthless, they fade into the shadows. Lumina, despite being a member of the human aristocracy, was not entirely typical of her kind, yet she inevitably possessed a few pearl ornaments. Thus, Polly felt a sense of kinship towards those ornaments and consequently harbored animosity towards Lumina. It appeared to be an inextricable dilemma, and Yuanyuan felt unqualified to mediate between them. Well, let nature take its course. Indeed, after a vigorous debate lasting approximately 10 minutes, Lumina and Polly were utterly exhausted. The high-frequency exchange of profanities drained both their intellect and voices. Polly sat down, panting heavily, and took a large sip of milk tea. Ha! Lumina mocked, her voice hoarse. With your strength, you dare to compete with me? Ahem, I am. Yuanyuan promptly offered her some milk. Ahem, thank you, Yuanyuan. After taking a sip, Lumina felt rejuvenated. Ha! Polly scoffed coldly, her disdain evident, her expression clearly conveying that she considered Lumina to be rather unimpressive. Lumina suddenly stood up again, her demeanor reminiscent of one preparing to wield a weapon for battle. Yuanyuan, noticing the endless bickering between the two, promptly intervened, saying, All right, enough of the noise. Sit down and eat. Chapter 159, Elective Vocational Courses. At this rate, the food will grow cold. If the discord between humans and mermaids remains unresolved, will they not end up quarreling every time they meet? Lumina cast a cautious glance at the stern Yuanyuan and, suppressing her outburst, obediently sat down to eat. The atmosphere finally relaxed, and the five of them focused intently on their meals, silence enveloping the table, broken only by the sounds of chewing and the clinking of cutlery against plates. It was a stark contrast to the previous tension. Yuanyuan pondered the unusual quietness. Why were they all so silent? Polly, nursing a sore throat, and Barton, eyeing Lumina's plate with longing, exclaimed, Delicious. I want another one. It seems like there's still some left on your plate, cousin. Alice, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Lumina, whispered, Help me, help me, help me. Lumina, with feigned sorrow, lamented, Yuanyuan just yelled at me, boo-hoo. Each of the five harbored their own thoughts, though none dared to break the silence, save for Barton. Clearing her throat, Yuanyuan swallowed her food and resolved to shatter the icy atmosphere. Alice, how are things at the academy? Any new updates? Alice immediately grasped the cue and responded, Everything at the academy is normal. After Professor Yuliel took those demon students away, we haven't heard anything else. They're probably still investigating. Oh, by the way, Professor Claire did send a message this morning for Polly and me, suggesting we take a psychological test to avoid any lingering trauma. Polly added, The academy has chosen not to publicize the demon attack on the students, likely fearing that it would incite chaos and allow those with ulterior motives to exploit the situation. If the news were to break, the students would likely drive those demons out themselves. It would be for the best. After all, they're not exactly benevolent beings. It seems the academy intends to handle this matter discreetly. Gu Yuanyuan felt a nagging suspicion that these demons were not merely targeting the magical academy or its students, but rather they appeared to be orchestrating something specifically against her. Since the assassination attempt at the milk tea shop in Misty Fog City, it felt as if someone had been scheming against her. The memory of that dream lingered in her mind. Who could that figure in black be? Lost in thought, Gu Yuanyuan remained silent until Lumina, concerned, inquired, "Yuanyuan, are you all right?" Snapping back to reality, Gu Yuanyuan reassured her, "I'm fine, just a bit sleep-deprived." "What about the stall? Has anyone mentioned it?" Alice and Polly exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, Barton chimed in, "Everyone is quite concerned about you. By the way, Goodbye asked me why you decided to close your stall overnight. It is truly moving to witness the concern for the humble stall's survival." When the Alice's demon clan attacked, a few loyal patrons were still dining there. It seems the academy had specifically instructed them not to spread the news. Thus, to the students, it appeared as though the stall had simply vanished one early morning, likely leading them to assume that it had gone out of business. However, this was somewhat more favorable than what Gu Yuanyuan had anticipated. Initially, she believed that the customers had ceased coming due to rumors and threats from the demon clan. But now it seemed that was only part of the truth. There were indeed loyal customers who cared for the stall. By the way, Professor Claire also asked me to convey a message to you, advising you not to worry excessively, as matters will eventually resolve themselves. Furthermore, I have heard that elective vocational courses will commence this semester. Boss, you might find yourself quite busy. Sighing, Gu Yuanyuan placed her hand on her forehead in distress. She was already overwhelmed, and this new development would surely push her to her limits. Lumina, puzzled, remarked, "I thought elective vocational courses typically began in the second year. Why the change?" It was said that this was intended to allow students to encounter additional courses more swiftly, potentially enhancing their chances of graduating on time. Has the school finally recognized the numerous students who have faltered due to elective courses? Yet, I wonder if such an approach will truly yield any substantial results. With affectionate pity, Lumina gently ruffled Gu Yuanyuan's hair. "Poor Yuanyuan, you will soon be subjected to the whims of those eccentric professors." Gu Yuanyuan hesitated. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? The professors in the Mage Academy, while indeed peculiar, are rather kind. "Oh, my dear child," Lumina said earnestly, "the disparity between departments is far greater than that between humans and elves. You will understand once you experience it for yourself. Is it really that terrifying?" Gu Yuanyuan sought reassurance from Alice. Among the 5 present, only Lumina and Alice had graduated. Soon, Alice would also be leaving the Magic Academy. "Actually, it's not as daunting as it seems, at least not for you, dear boss. Do you remember what I told you about Professor Field? While I cannot guarantee much, I am certain he holds a fondness for you. So do not fret. After all, you have several centuries ahead of you. I assure you, graduating during your lifetime will not pose a problem." Truthfully, she was not particularly inclined to hear such reassurances. "Oh, enough of your worries," Lumina exclaimed, patting Gu Yuanyuan on the shoulder. "Isn't Barton facing the same elective courses as you? He doesn't appear nearly as anxious." At that moment, Barton, having successfully pilfered a pastry from Lumina's plate, interjected, "What are you all discussing? I don't understand." "Barton, you've actually stolen my tart." Lumina shouted, tried to snatch the pastry from his hands. Barton skillfully dodged her grasp. "Cousin, you never eat these. It's a waste of food. I'm just helping you out. That was meant to be my last treat." Lumina retorted angrily. The tart had been specially made for her by Gu Yuanyuan, and she had planned to savor it at the end. Not expecting to be thwarted by Barton, Lumina's frustration grew, and she chased after him, determined to retrieve her dessert. "Please return the egg tart to me." "Ah, cousin, don't chase after me. You still have food on your plate, right?" Observing the playful banter between the two, Gu Yuanyuan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a hint of envy. One had already graduated, thriving without a care in the world, while the other, with a simple mind, spent each day pondering only what to eat. "What are your plans regarding the rumors?" Polly inquired. "Well, we'll take it one step at a time. After all, there's an urgent matter at hand. What elective should I choose?" Gu Yuanyuan began to contemplate. She was determined to enroll in Professor Field's potion class. Although she harbored some reservations about whether she could earn enough credits, the milk tea she sold bore similarities to potion crafting, and learning more would surely aid her creativity. As for the other course, she recalled that Professor Piku seemed to have business with her. Alice also appeared troubled. pondering how it would be if the editor of the Truth Society could personally admit that everything she wrote was fabricated. How could that be possible? Those humans are the epitome of hypocrisy. For them to acknowledge their vile deeds would be a joke. If it weren't for the council exposing the mermaid tears incident, the souls of my fellow compatriots who perished unjustly would never find peace. At the council meeting, the information provided by the Dragon Clan regarding the Lord of Tress City was muddled. Alongside the half-elf trafficking incident, the mermaid tears scandal was entangled within. Following its exposure, the merfolk's perception of humanity plummeted, leading them to sever the pearl trade entirely, refusing to sell any pearls to humans. Perhaps it isn't entirely impossible for the editor of the Truth Society to acknowledge that the information in the newspaper is fabricated, she mused. Considering the outcome of the battle between Yuanyuan and Lumina, which ended in a crushing defeat for Barton, Lumina, in high spirits, approached Yuanyuan, inadvertently interrupting her deep thoughts. "What's the matter?" Yuanyuan asked, regaining her focus. "Actually, there is something else I need your help with," Lumina replied earnestly. After the Tress City incident, the king has been rather dismissive about the disaster-stricken southern city. Most of the nobles fled to the royal city or the northern capital, and half of the cavalry followed Kirin, their whereabouts still unknown. Only the impoverished populace remains. The Golden Knights are stationed in the royal city, and the king will not send them to manage this mess. As for a Sashal, that is even less likely. My family is tasked with this responsibility, but restoring a major city requires immense manpower and resources. My father has written several requests, yet the supplies received are woefully inadequate. That is why I came to see you. My brother hoped I could see if you could offer some assistance. Yuanyuan understood that the ordinary citizens of the human empire lived in a world entirely separate from the upper-class nobles. However, she felt powerless to contribute, as she herself was currently overwhelmed with difficulties. "Lumina," Yuanyuan said thoughtfully, "I fear I may not be able to assist you. As you can see, I'm also stretched thin." Lumina smiled. "What are you thinking? I'm not asking you to go to Tress City and help directly." The elder brother observed that you seem to have dealings with the goblins. The food from their grocery store, particularly the elven milk tea, is immensely popular. We wish to purchase some supplies from you to distribute as relief items to those civilians who have lost their jobs and families. What do you think? Isn't this merely engaging in trade? Of course, it is perfectly acceptable. What do you require, and in what quantity? The elder brother suggested that the types of food should not be the same as those sold in the goblin-esque grocery store, lest it encroach upon their business. Do you have any easily consumable, hunger-satisfying food? Easily consumable and hunger-satisfying? That would be items like Snickers or instant noodles, perhaps. Yuanyuan described these options to Lumina and presented several samples for her inspection. Lumina held the open bowl of braised beef noodles, marveling at how the yellow noodles transformed into a meal simply by soaking. "Indeed, would you like to try some?" "I'll try. Let me try," Datan interrupted Lumina, looking at Yuanyuan with eager eyes. "Shall I fetch you another bucket? I have plenty of these snacks, and they are quite affordable from the system." "Then another bucket it is." "I want one too. I want one too." Alice chimed in, eager to join the fun. "Very well." Yuanyuan turned to Bali. "What about you? Would you like a bucket as well?" "Of course," Bali replied. Thus, after finishing their breakfast, the five sat together again, preparing 5 buckets of instant noodles. Batten covered the noodles with his hand, the aroma wafting temptingly. "How long must we soak these?" "Just another 2 minutes," Yuanyuan replied, breaking the fork apart and handing it to Batten. "Here, this is your fork." Lumina marveled that there was even no need to prepare utensils. This food called instant noodles was indeed quite convenient. "It's surprising that a noble would care about the lives of ordinary people," Bali murmured. She had listened closely to the conversation between Lumina and Yuanyuan. In her eyes, human nobles were vile beings, cruel not only to outsiders, but also devoid of humanity towards their kin. The common folk had long suffered under the oppression of the noble empire and the church. Led by Malachi, she thought that even if Lumina and Batten were slightly better, they were merely individuals. She did not expect their family to genuinely care for the plight of the common people. While it is true that human nobles can be as despicable as you say, there are a few, like our family, who genuinely care about the development of the nation and the welfare of its people, Lumina replied with a shrug. But they are indeed a rarity. Families like theirs were considered anomalies within the noble circles, often facing exclusion from their peers. and at times even being misjudged by outsiders as being akin to the parasites of the empire. Bali fell silent for a moment, feeling she had misjudged Lumina. I apologize. It's quite all right, Lumina reassured her. It happens often, and I bear no grudge. However, I must clarify one thing. The pearl brooch I wear was crafted from pearls purchased at the Goblin Grocery, not from the city of Tress. Misunderstanding resolved. The two exchanged a smile, finally accepting one another. All right, all is well. Let us enjoy some noodles, Yuanyuan cheerfully announced, beckoning everyone to partake as the moment arrived. I shall not hold back then. Chapter 161. The small dark room. Burton, fork in hand, gleamed with enthusiasm as he boldly tore open the package of instant noodles, swiftly lifting a forkful to his mouth. How does it taste? Yuanyuan eagerly awaited his response. At that moment, however, Burton's mouth was tightly shut, his face flushed. Struggling, he swallowed the hot noodles and exclaimed, "It's scalding." Yuanyuan and the others looked on as Lumina elegantly stirred her noodles with a plastic spoon. Why did you eat so hastily? Burton obediently mimicked his cousin's movements, mixing the noodles to allow the steam to dissipate. The noodles are indeed present, but why are they so oddly shaped? Alice lifted a noodle, savoring its rich aroma and delightful texture, exclaiming it was extraordinarily delicious. After a few bites, Polly concurred, it truly is a remarkable dish with a uniquely intense flavor. That's the magic of the seasoning and sauce, Yuanyuan explained. The noodles themselves are merely infused with a hint of oil. Having learned from previous experiences, Burton cautiously blew on the noodles before slurping up 2/3 of them in one go, the sound drawing the attention of the others. Lumina swallowed her mouth full and remarked disapprovingly, "Could you not be so loud?" Enthralled by the noodles, Burton paid no heed to Lumina's criticism, lost in his enjoyment. "This tastes better than what our chef prepares at home. I could eat this every day. I wonder if adding some spicy strips would enhance the flavor." Burton's life mantra, spicy strips with everything. Consuming too many noodles can become tiresome and lead to weight gain, so it's best to indulge occasionally, Yuanyuan cautioned, reiterating her advice, particularly to Burton. He nodded dismissively, his focus solely on the noodles. In mere moments, his bowl was emptied, and he dazedly looked up, bewildered. How could it be gone? I only just started. Can I have another cup? He implored, but Yuanyuan replied, "You've already finished your breakfast for today." Lumina took a sip of milk, adding, "You cannot eat anymore. It will only lead to more weight gain." Burton visibly deflated at this news. Lumina and Yuanyuan had purchased some instant noodles, Snickers, and energy drinks. This visit to Yuanyuan had been unannounced to anyone but Leon. Bringing back some convenient food for her father felt like a small victory, and she hoped her parents would not be upset for her sneaking out. After the Ding family took control of Trace City, many within the Empire awaited the downfall of their reign with barely concealed glee. Lumina's father, under immense pressure and with meager resources, struggled to rebuild the city. Lumina knew she could indulge a little, but she must not overdo it, lest her father truly become angry with her. As the conversation among a few individuals drew to a close, Lumina rose to bid farewell to Yuanyuan and the others, expressing her need to leave. Yuanyuan gently embraced Lumina, assuring her that she could visit any time and continue to order takeout as usual, especially now that 2 new employees, Jerry and Abai, had joined the team, ensuring efficiency remained intact. "Of course," Lumina replied, smiling at Alice and Polly before turning to exit the shop, heading towards the teleportation array. After Lumina's departure, Alice and the others gradually left the quaint establishment as well. Once the space was devoid of patrons, Yuanyuan gazed at the empty shop, feeling a touch of unease. It was unusual for the shop to be so quiet, especially on weekends. Had it not been for the shop's pristine new decor, one might easily assume it was on the verge of closure. While Yuanyuan pondered this, the system unexpectedly chimed in with a reminder. "Host, you forgot to water the plants." Ah, indeed. She had neglected to water the fairy flowers amidst her breakfast preparations. Yuanyuan picked up the watering can from the floor and tended to the pots. System, how long will it take for these seeds to sprout? Unknown. Could a seed, the sprouting time of which was a mystery, truly blossom into a flower? In the Magic Academy's dimly lit room, the atmosphere was rife with panic. "Big brother, are you all right?" "Bill, please respond." "Big, brother, you're not dead, are you?" "Wah!" The cries echoed within the shadowy confines. Silence. "Who are you? Please cease this torment." At that moment, a vine, seemingly emerging from nowhere, lashed out at the two cloaked figures, each strike laced with numerous thorns, compelling them to plead for mercy. If you make another sound, I shall introduce you to even more terrifying experiences. More terrifying experiences? One of the cloaked figures, clutching his bleeding thigh, murmured in shock, instinctively echoing the words. A male voice, emanating from an unknown source, chuckled ominously. Ah, this is a creation of my own imagination. Called divine, he. Chapter 162. Detailed account of the dim room, the two cloaked individuals, who were demons brought to the dim room by Yuliel, widened their eyes in terror upon hearing the sinister term vine. Following the directives of Principal Rosalind, Yuliel had escorted the three demons to this secluded area beneath the magic tower, which consisted of several partitioned compartments. However, it was not a prison. Rather, it served as a temporary disciplinary space for students who violated school rules, with the exception of the chamber designated for the demons. The chamber, known as the Little Black Room, derives its name from the fact that each compartment within is an entirely independent space, shrouded in utter darkness. Prolonged confinement within these walls can lead one to lose all sense of time and perception. The means of escape are rather simple. One may either sincerely acknowledge their transgressions, which will cause the compartment's lock to automatically release, or resort to brute force to break the lock, though the latter option is seldom attempted. At this moment, three members of the demon clan find themselves imprisoned in a particularly unique compartment. This room possesses the uncanny ability to unearth and amplify the deepest fears harbored within the hearts of its captives, manifesting them into tangible entities that torment the imprisoned both mentally and physically. The harm inflicted within this space is profoundly real, whether psychological or corporeal, with its roots embedded firmly in the captive's inner world. After confining the three demons, Uriel sought out the principal to reveal the true intentions and objectives articulated by the captives. According to the demons, a bounty had been placed upon them, compelling them to approach Yuanyuan's mobile stall to engage in their nefarious activities. The leader, Sang Biao, accepted this bounty, but dissatisfied after wreaking havoc upon the stall, succumbed to greed upon witnessing Yuanyuan's possession of high-level magical armor, ultimately deciding to resort to murder for the sake of acquiring treasure. The principal, upon hearing this, was incensed, believing that a swift execution would be too lenient a punishment for the demons. Thus, she designated the special compartment for the offenders. In the days that followed, the three demons were destined to endure a relentless cycle of fear and suffering. In the Magic Academy, Robin paced restlessly in his office, troubled by the attitudes displayed by Uriel and the principal that evening, which led him to suspect they might have unearthed some hidden truths. Why had they destroyed her stall without hesitation? He approached Lucius swiftly, grasping his collar and demanding answers. You are alarming the snake in grass. Having destroyed Yuanyuan's shop twice in succession, Uriel is bound to notice the patterns. The relationship between humans and demons has always been clandestine. Should this be exposed to the elves, it could spell disaster for us, Robin seethed. He was certain that Uriel was an undercover agent dispatched by the elves to infiltrate the Magic Academy. Should this delicate alliance be revealed, the human empire would lose a crucial advantage, and perhaps even the truth behind the Frost Elves' annihilation would come to light. Lucius flushed crimson as Robin's grip tightened, lifting him effortlessly off the ground, making it difficult for him to breathe. My lord, please do not be angry. I have not disclosed any information regarding us. Rest assured, you are absolutely safe. Lucius managed to stammer, his words fragmented. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression softened. He released Lucius's collar and turned to sit down, coldly instructing him to continue. Lucius collapsed onto the cold floor, the fury of moments prior having vanished, leaving him trembling. He dared not be careless and quickly added, I recruited the demons through a bounty announcement. They are mercenaries who work for money. You need not worry. There is no connection to you. The bounty notice is a prevalent method on the continent for hiring individuals to perform tasks, regardless of one's identity, as long as the monetary incentive is substantial enough. There will invariably be someone willing to assist. The issuer of the notice, provided they wish to remain anonymous, need not fear exposure or the revelation of their identity. Robin leaned forward, gripping Lucius by the neck with a chilling and menacing tone. Let me guess. Did some so-called genius include the phrase do what you do best on the bounty notice? Lucius, breathing heavily under Robin's piercing gaze, nodded apprehensively. Fool! Robin cursed vehemently, casting Lucius to the ground. His intention was for Lucius to enlist a few demons to intermittently trouble Yuanyuan, not to obliterate her small business outright. Now it seems she has opened a new branch right next door to the hidden chamber. What does this signify? He has essentially delivered the enemy to his doorstep. Lucius, just confirm whether it was written as you requested. Chapter 163. The mole returns. Initially, Robin believed Lucius to be one of the more rational demons. Yet at a crucial moment, he proved to be utterly confused, inciting Robin's frustration to the point of wanting to strike him. Lucius cautiously glanced at the three demons, who looked visibly distressed at Robin's demeanor. He had anticipated these demons would expose themselves, and Robin had contemplated eliminating them directly. However, the threat of exposure had dissipated, and Robin was no longer concerned about their fates. Where had Uriel taken them? Ah, yes, the little black room. Robin scoffed. Let them relish the consequences of disrupting my plans in that forsaken place. There is no need to salvage pawns that have outlived their usefulness, is there? Lucius shivered at the thought. As for Lucius, Robin's gaze returned to him. It was clear that he could only accept direct orders, leading Robin to abandon the notion of utilizing Lucius again. This elf had the remarkable ability to reopen a shop within a single day. Such competence. One could only wonder if he had the energy to open a third. On the second day of the weekend, Yuanyuan rose as usual to eat breakfast and water the plants, finding her shop still devoid of customers. Bored, she gazed out the door as a gentle breeze carried a leaf past her threshold, the shop radiating an aura of desolation. Conversely, the nearby succubus material shop thrived, with students streaming in and out, leaving Alara nearly unable to contain her delight. Oh, it's the elf from the milk tea shop next door, Alara remarked, sending off a few customers before turning to see Yuanyuan standing at her door with an air of smugness. What is the matter? Not open yet? Well, that gives you time for beauty sleep, unlike me, who is swamped with work and has no time to rest at all. Hey, you certainly stand out, Alara teased. But Yuanyuan fought to suppress the impulse to retaliate by hurling a brick at Alara's face. She silently chanted to herself, "Do not get angry. Do not get angry. Do not get angry. Anger will mar your beauty." After a moment, her mood finally settled, and Yuanyuan offered a gracious smile to Alala. These past few days have been a time for rest, a momentary reprieve from the troubles of running a store. After all, she did not rely solely on this one establishment for her livelihood. She had several shops. This was her way of flaunting her multiple ventures, enjoying her leisure without the obligation to rise early on weekends to attend to customers. Alala furrowed her perfectly shaped brows, realizing that in comparison, her own situation seemed rather dismal. Seeing Alala at a loss for words, Yuanyuan turned and walked back to the shop. Her assertion of being unconcerned about this store was merely for Alala's benefit. Unlike Alala, Yuanyuan's primary goal in running her shops was to accumulate joy, with profit being a secondary consideration. This was simply her way of reassuring Alala. In truth, she was deeply troubled by her current circumstances. Help! Help! Please don't bite me. Miss Yuanyuan, save me. Just as Yuanyuan was lost in her worries, a cry for help echoed from outside the shop. The voice sounded like Mr. Mole. Startled, Yuanyuan hurried outside to investigate. And indeed, she found her dog, Wang, holding a mole wearing a safety helmet in its mouth. Quick, stop it, Wang. He is our guest. Upon hearing his owner's command, Wang released the mole, nuzzling against Yuanyuan affectionately, panting with his tongue out. You're becoming more like a trained dog, she remarked. All right, it's fine now. Go back and guard the door, she comforted Wang, patting its head before quickly helping the mole to his feet. Are you all right? The mole steadied himself with Yuanyuan's assistance and replied, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thankfully, I eat a lot. My abdominal defenses are formidable. Miss Yuanyuan, is this your lion? Yes, Yuanyuan said with an apologetic smile. A little incident occurred, and I had to employ this method to protect the shop. I've already spoken to him. He won't bite you again next time. Although Wang had deemed the mole an intruder, he did not resort to more aggressive security measures due to the mole's low magical power. Perhaps it was also because Mr. Mole's ample girth prevented Wang from breaching the adversary's armor, Yuanyuan mused. Once she confirmed that the mole was indeed unharmed, she inquired, How did you find your way here? It's quite strange. Mr. Mole always manages to locate my shop. and I've only opened this branch 2 days ago. My master learned your latest address from Miss Lumina, which led me here successfully. I see. News travels fast. Yuanyuan remarked as she beckoned the mole to enter the shop and take a seat. She poured a glass of iced Americano for him. It's a bit bitter, but it's very effective. You should give it a try. The mole took a sip and found it indeed quite bitter, yet after drinking it, he felt his back pain and leg aches vanish, invigorating his body. Remarkable. No matter how many times I've experienced it, this beverage seems like a product from another world. The mole marveled. Chapter 164. The plan. Yuanyuan smiled softly, remaining silent. She was, naturally, not a product of this world. Yet the milk tea of Blue Star differed from her own, lacking any special properties. What should be ordered this time? Yuanyuan had become quite accustomed to collaborating with the goblins. They had established a fundamental process between them. The goblin would present its demands, and if Yuanyuan could meet them, she would accept a deposit and pass the goods to the mole, thereafter enjoying her share of the profits. The master provided me with a list, and the mole handed over a rolled piece of parchment, upon which the required items and quantities were inscribed. Should Miss Yuanyuan be able to supply them, I would promptly transfer the deposit and the previous share to you. Yuanyuan unfurled the scroll and was taken aback. An array of snacks occupied the entirety of the paper. The goblin intended to fully exploit the snack market. Let me see. Spicy strips, chocolate, potato chips, snow cakes. Upon reviewing the order, all the items were available for sale and differed from those previously sold to Lumina. No problem. Please wait a moment. Very well. Yuanyuan proceeded to the kitchen, exchanging the requested snacks for the mole, and after a considerable time, she emerged. All done. She retrieved all the snacks from her backpack, awaiting the mole's inspection. Given the substantial order, the mole did not dare to be careless. After thorough counting, it transferred the agreed-upon coins and profits back to Yuanyuan. Having completed these tasks, the mole adjusted its hat and expressed gratitude to Yuanyuan, wishing her a pleasant life as it prepared to return. Yuanyuan escorted him to the entrance of the tunnel he had arrived from, gazing into the pitch-black, unfathomable abyss, and posed a question she had long wished to ask. Are all moles skilled at tunneling? Indeed, we moles, as a species of magical beasts, have lived underground for generations. Digging is our innate skill. Even without a power drill, I can excavate to my desired location with my bare hands. Impressive. You can go anywhere? Well, that may be slightly exaggerated. The geological structure is complex. Should I encounter an exceptionally hard rock or the bed of a lake, the route would become impassable. This is a rare occurrence. Most of the time, moles can successfully tunnel to their intended destinations. Yuanyuan inquired further. Do you usually have a busy schedule? Huh. The mole was puzzled by Yuanyuan's question. Not particularly busy. My master always says that hard work leads to wealth, so I take on tasks whenever they arise. Why do you ask? I am curious if you would be willing to accept tasks from others besides Pinot, for instance, from me. The mole was thoroughly bewildered. What could Miss Yuanyuan possibly need him for? It seemed that aside from digging, he had no other strengths. Yes, I wish to hire you for a task, though the specific timing is uncertain. The commission is negotiable. As for the content, Yuanyuan hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the nature of the task, as it was somewhat audacious. The mole, being a diligent and brave creature, felt that with the promise of a negotiable commission, it was worth listening to what she had to say. You said that as long as it is within my capability, I would certainly lend my assistance, for you are indeed a trustworthy companion working alongside the master. I shall do my utmost to help you. Well, the matter is this. I wish for you to assist me in locating the office of the editor-in-chief of the True Society one day. What? The mole appeared astonished, as if taken aback by an unbelievable statement. He had heard whispers surrounding the Truth Society. Could it be that Miss Yuanyuan intended to directly eliminate the editor who had maligned her establishment? Startled by his own conjecture, the mole lowered his voice. Miss Yuanyuan, such an action would be exceedingly perilous. The Truth Society is affiliated with the Church of Light, and its personnel, from top to bottom, are devoted followers of the Light God, holding considerable standing within the Church. Do you believe your current strength is sufficient to eliminate the editor? Indeed, you speak rightly. My capabilities are lacking, and I cannot dispose of the editor who spreads lies. However, eliminating one editor has never been my objective. With so many editors at the True Society, the removal of one will not halt the rumors. Furthermore, tarnishing the reputation of the milk tea shop is not the doing of those editors. It is a command from the upper echelons of the human empire. They are merely complying with orders. No, I do not wish to kill him. Rather, I want him to speak the truth. As for the method, you will know in due time, Yuanyuan explained. In any case, I assure you that I will employ peaceful means. So, are you willing to assist me? Peaceful means, you say? The mole regarded Yuanyuan with a serious gaze. This Miss Yuanyuan had always conducted her business with sincerity. Surely, she would not deceive him. Very well, the mole agreed. You may use the communication stone to note down my contact information. Should you need me, simply summon me directly. That is splendid. Thank you. It is nothing. After all, you are a trustworthy sprite, he replied, his interest piqued by the promise of a commission. Yuanyuan then exchanged contact details with the mole, feeling elated as she watched him make his way back. The first step of her plan had been successfully executed. In Chapter 165, please accept this heavy burden. Alice visited again in the afternoon, and they engaged in a discussion regarding elective courses. After Alice's analysis and consideration of Yuanyuan's own preferences, she opted for potions and engineering. Having submitted her application over the weekend, she was set to attend Professor Field's potion class on Monday. As Monday arrived, Alice encouraged her, "Boss, get it your all." Yuanyuan was about to step out when Alice, reminiscent of a parent sending a child to school, reiterated her advice. It was a peculiar situation, as Yuanyuan not only possessed the soul of an adult, but was also Alice's superior. "Alice, you need not fuss over me like that. It makes me feel as though I am your child." Unbeknownst to her, Alice's face reflected a wistful sentiment. "I would indeed desire a child like you, but alas, I cannot bear one." With a sigh, Yuanyuan chose not to respond further and hastily rode toward the laboratory on West Street, accompanied by her steed, Fortune. Professor Field's classroom is not located within any college, but rather in a laboratory situated on West Street. Yuanyuan rode her steed, Zhaokai, briskly along the road to West Street, with buildings flashing past her in quick succession. The entire glass structure of the cultivation room glimmered in the sunlight, momentarily dazzling her eyes. Surely, it must be filled with herbs? Alice had mentioned that concocting potions requires a myriad of peculiar materials, and rare herbs are among the most common. While Yuanyuan pondered, Zhaokai had already brought her to the entrance of the laboratory. The building was round and plump, wider at the top and narrower at the base, with two upright handles on either side. Wait, why does this shape seem so familiar? Yuanyuan took a few steps back, distancing herself from the structure to allow it to reveal its true form. Backlit, she finally discerned its shape. It resembled the cauldron Alice had given her that morning. Her memory drifted back to the morning. "Boss, there is something you absolutely need." "What is it?" "I brought all the textbooks for class." This, Alice had directly pulled a large pot from her space, lifting it by its handles and placing it heavily on the table before Yuanyuan. The thud sent a cloud of dust cascading from the pot. Yuanyuan covered her mouth and nose, quickly stepping back. "How long has it been since you last cleaned this? It's as black as night." "Oh, my apologies. I just graduated, and it's been so long I forgot about it in the corner." Alice rolled up her sleeves and began scrubbing the pot vigorously with cloth. Yuanyuan approached Alice, observing her earnest efforts. "Why are you giving me this pot?" Alice paused her scrubbing. "This is not just any pot. It is the officially designated cauldron for Professor Field's potion class. So, why we need a pot for potion making? Can't we just use various glass bottles instead?" Yuanyuan questioned, pointing incredulously at the large pot. "Indeed," Alice affirmed with a nod. "Moreover, only this type of pot can be used. No other tools will suffice for potion making. Such peculiar restrictions. Why do you want to give this pot to me? You should keep it for yourself. I can simply buy a new one." Alice made a face. "Boss, keeping this pot will only remind me of the painful memories inflicted by Professor Field. It's of no use to me." "Then just toss it away," Yuanyuan replied dismissively. "It's just a pot. Why make such a fuss? It cannot be discarded. The cauldrons used by students are custom-made by Professor Field in collaboration with Professor Pichio and are bound to us. Unlike ordinary pots, they cannot be casually disposed of. The only way to change ownership is to pass it on to the next batch of students, and only if both parties genuinely agree. This pot has truly found its master. With an abundance of flaws, Yuanyuan is at a loss as to where to begin her tirade. Alice meticulously cleansed the cauldron both inside and out, ensuring it gleamed brilliantly before she contentedly presented it once more to Yuanyuan. "Boss, I implore you, inherit my pot," Alice exclaimed, lifting the cauldron before Yuanyuan. nearly nudging it against her nose. She bowed deeply, an earnest gesture that might lead an observer to believe they were exchanging a precious artifact, when in fact, it was merely a pot. Inhaling the fresh scent of lemon-scented dish soap wafting from the cauldron, Yuanyuan reluctantly accepted it, saying, "All right, thank you for the gift." Chapter 166. The Potion Compendium Now. Alice's large cauldron nestled within her backpack. As the reminiscence faded, Yuanyuan, who had been standing before the laboratory for several minutes, finally stepped inside the building. The entire structure is dedicated to Professor Field's teachings, characterized by its expansive space and well-equipped facilities. Truly, for a luminary in potion crafting, it is no wonder the principal holds him in such high regard, providing him with such a grand venue as a classroom. Yuanyuan mused while walking. Is Professor Field, who has been exceedingly busy lately and is expected to remain so for another 30 years, truly as impressive as this establishment suggests. Students flowed in and out of the classroom, and Yuanyuan quickly found her way inside. Upon entering, she was taken aback. The classroom was filled to capacity, with eager faces fixed on the door. When they realized it was a fairy who had entered, their expressions fell into evident disappointment. Wasn't it said that earning credits in Professor Field's potions course was notoriously difficult? Why, then, were so many students enrolled, and they appeared to be quite hopeful. With a faint smile, Yuanyuan closed the door behind her and began searching for an empty seat, only to find that none were available. "Yuanyuan, over here!" A voice called from the back of the classroom. Turning in the direction of the sound, she spotted the plump Barton waving at her. Shifting her gaze leftward, she saw Polly also waving, then gesturing to the seat beside him. After acknowledging their signals with a nod, Yuanyuan made her way to sit next to them. As she set down her backpack, she asked, "Did you both choose this course as well?" "Indeed, not just us. Goodbye has enrolled in this class too," Barton replied, pointing towards the far end of the room, where indeed a classmate from the vampire faction was seated. Professor Field's allure is undeniable. So many students have gathered, evidently drawn in by his impassioned speech during the opening ceremony. "Yuanyuan, did you bring a pot?" Barton inquired with concern. "If not, I can share mine." "Share your pot with me? How odd," Yuanyuan replied. "No need, I have one," she reassured him. Polly, overhearing, chimed in. "She is not so destitute as to be unable to afford a pot, and we likely won't need one in our first class. If my guess is correct, it will focus on identifying various potion materials." Boley pointed at the book, which was at least 10 centimeters thick, resembling a brick, and could potentially cause harm if hurled. Surely, not all of its contents pertain solely to potion ingredients, right? Yuanyuan retrieved the tome entitled The Compendium of Potions from her backpack. It is worth mentioning that Professor Field's unique style in titling his works is quite distinctive. With a sense of curiosity, Yuanyuan opened the book, revealing densely packed miniature font detailing various potion ingredients, their characteristics, and methods of use. To facilitate reading, Professor Field had even organized it in a searchable format akin to a dictionary for Blue Star. The sheer volume of materials he had meticulously cataloged, each with its own properties, spoke volumes of his dedication and profound love for potions, an aspiration truly beyond reach. Yuanyuan couldn't help but express her admiration. At that moment, Boley closed the book, and Professor Field entered, greeting the students with a cheerful demeanor. Yuanyuan glanced towards the entrance, noting how dramatically different Professor Field appeared today compared to his disheveled state at the opening ceremony. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and carrying a leather briefcase. He had even taken the time to style his hair, which gleamed as if encased in a glossy black shell. Suppressing a laugh, Yuanyuan mused over how he might have overdone it. His hair was undeniably stiff. Professor Field had been thoroughly exhausted by the principal's 30-year assignment. Yet he had promised Euler to deliver his lectures earnestly. Thus, for this class, he had specially visited a salon on Kent Street for a new hairstyle, where the barber had assured him that his look was exceptionally dashing. Feeling quite handsome in his newly tailored outfit, he aimed to create a perfect teacher image, especially for the new students, particularly the elf whom Euler had specifically requested he look after. While Yuanyuan might not consider him flawless, he certainly left a lasting impression. Chapter 167. Understanding Potion Ingredients. How thrilling it is that so many students have chosen my potion course. Field glanced around and was astonished to find the hall brimming with students. Such a full house signified not only his considerable influence and appeal within the academy, but also the students' acknowledgement of his pedagogical abilities and their admiration for his profound expertise. One might assume that Field reveled in this recognition. However, beneath his outwardly cheerful demeanor, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The sheer number of students implied a significant increase in his workload. In the past, Field might have viewed this as a testament to his formidable capabilities, but now, burdened by 30 years of debt, he felt as though he were shouldering the weight of a crucible-shaped laboratory building, nearly breaking under the pressure. Professor Field appeared exceedingly approachable, quite contrary to how his cousin had described him as being dismissive towards students. Barton was captivated by Field's seemingly jovial, yet restrained demeanor, and he could hardly fathom how he might transform under the guidance of such a gentle and responsible teacher. Perhaps in the future, he too could publish a book and become a renowned alchemical prodigy. Yet, Barton, even if Professor Field truly embodied the persona he presented today, one must acknowledge that mastery in potion making is largely contingent upon innate talent. Without such gifts, graduation would be a formidable challenge. Genius cannot be inherited through teacher-student relations. Yuanyuan, ever practical, contemplated this notion, but then a flicker of hope surged within her. What if Barton possessed an extraordinary talent in potion making? After all, nothing is absolute. Thus, she replied, indeed, such a possibility exists. Boley, overhearing their conversation, merely cast an excited glance at Barton. The likelihood of Boley becoming a potion-making genius was slim. He would likely face the same tribulations as Alice regarding graduation credits, considering that his cousin was Lumina. Today's lesson will introduce you to a plethora of fascinating potion ingredients. Please take out your compendium of potions and turn to the first page. This book, which I have meticulously edited and published, catalogs all the potion materials I have encountered throughout my years of practice. Understanding these materials is foundational to potion making. If you familiarize yourself with their properties, you will significantly reduce the risk of life-threatening accidents caused by misusing ingredients. Is it truly that perilous? A student queried. Isn't potion making simply a matter of mixing ingredients? Surely this is an exaggeration. Can one really perish from concocting a potion? Is this field so hazardous? If so, I ought to procure insurance. Field continued to articulate his thoughts passionately from the podium, while the students below exchanged whispers, taken aback by his revelations. Frowning at the murmurs of doubt from a few students, he instinctively felt compelled to address their concerns. However, mindful of the elven student among them, he refrained and instead offered a reassuring smile, saying, such reactions are exceedingly rare. If you adhere to my guidance and become well acquainted with the usage of each material, I assure you that you have a 99% chance of navigating your study safely. As for insurance, I personally believe it is wise to acquire a policy, especially considering that remaining 1%. What do you think? Field's tone was gentle, devoid of any hint of reprimanding the students. Yet, the elongation of his words and the rise in pitch, coupled with his insincere smile, instilled a sense of unease among the students, as if any further interruptions might lead to repercussions, despite Professor Field's seemingly genuine mirth. Noticing the room fall silent, Field lifted the potion compendium and began the first lesson by introducing several types of herbs. The first was octopus ink, a substance derived from a creature of the deep seas of the Atlantic Ocean. Its ink can be utilized to concoct potions that allow for free breathing underwater, albeit containing a small amount of toxin, with a viscous and fishy flavor. Some individuals even enjoy using it as a dipping sauce, though consuming it leaves one with a mouthful of darkened teeth. This material is quite straightforward. However, it is essential to note that when creating the underwater breathing potion, the ink must be fresh and freshly extracted. As Field spoke, he opened a nearby leather trunk, leaning his upper body into it as though he were being consumed by the box itself. What is this? Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, wondering if the trunk was some grand storage device capable of enveloping a person. It is a spatial artifact capable of containing living beings, crafted from the exceedingly rare crystallized essence of an alternate dimension. Even a tiny fragment can fetch an exorbitant price on the market. Such spatial devices are rare commodities. Boley explained. Typically, spatial artifacts can only store inanimate objects. Even scrolls used to contain magical beasts merely transport them to a location designated by their owner through a miniature teleportation array inscribed on the scroll, rather than actually storing them within. It appears that Professor Field is indeed quite affluent. Chapter 168. The trouble caused by the octopus extracting the ink is an art in itself. Field's voice sounded strained, reminiscent of one bearing a heavy burden. His legs flailed outside the trunk as he attempted to extricate himself, but faced with some difficulty, he exerted himself thrice without success. Breathing heavily, he seemed to contemplate surrendering. Does anyone wish to assist me? This fellow is far too robust. I will. Before the other students could react, Barton sprang to his feet. His movements so vigorous that the desks and chairs toppled over with a series of loud thuds. Professor, I possess great strength. I shall certainly extract you. Hey, Barton. The professor is not a vegetable. Field, still unfamiliar with the newcomers, felt a warm sense of appreciation at Barton's resounding response. Although his upper body remained ensconced within the trunk, his voice came out muffled. While I cannot see you at the moment, I'm truly grateful for your willingness to lend a hand. Perhaps you should hurry. I fear I may lose my grip. Oh, I'm coming, Professor. Barton hastened to Field's side, albeit somewhat at a loss on how to assist. What should I do, Professor? Just pull me out. Oh, all right. Barton pondered for a moment, realizing that wrapping his arms around the professor's legs would be awkward, risking the professor's face meeting the ground. However, grasping the professor's backside felt inappropriate, so he opted to seize the professor's belt instead. Bully, for some reason, I have an ominous feeling, murmured Yuanyuan as she observed Barton's actions. Before Bully could respond, Barton bellowed from the platform, exerting force, and with both hands gripping the belt, he hoisted Field out of the suitcase as if lifting noodles. With a pop, Field's upper body was successfully extracted. Struggling to detach the octopus clinging to his face, Field gasped, "Thank you, dear student. Please tell me your name. I shall grant you extra credit." Silence lingered in response to Field's inquiry. Field said, wiping the slimy substance from his face and gazing at his stupefied students. Why is no one speaking? Only one student shyly raised her hand, pointing at Field's lower half. Professor, your trousers. Trousers? Field asked in confusion, glancing down to find himself clad only in pristine white boxer shorts, feeling a chill. Who had removed his trousers? Instinctively, he covered himself with his hands and closed his legs, but he had forgotten that he was still holding the octopus. Thus, a piercing scream erupted into the air. Oh no! Yuanyuan covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Barton, possessing remarkable strength, was on the verge of tears, trembling as he held Field's missing trousers. Should I help you put them on? At that moment, Field's embarrassment reached new heights, contemplating how this incident would be the talk of the entire academy by tomorrow. Professor, Barton inquired once more. With determination, Field yanked the octopus away from his key area and extended his hand toward Barton, demanding, "Hand me my trousers." To his dismay, Barton pointed at Field's white underwear, innocently exclaiming, "Professor, did you wet yourself?" Vet my shelf." Field was struck by an unsettling premonition as he looked down again, discovering dark stains on his lower half, as the octopus's ink had stained 2/3 of his white attire black. Another furious shout echoed, startling birds in flight. Chapter 169. I must become a potion genius. How tragic, Yuanyuan lamented repeatedly. Indeed, Bully nodded in agreement. Not only they, but the remaining students wore expressions of suppressed laughter, their faces flushed. In such a scenario, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. You should put on your trousers quickly. Don't catch a chill, the oblivious Barton offered the trousers, yet no one reached for them. Don't catch a chill, Barton. How can you focus on that? Field demanded, his expression inscrutable to all. Barton was elated. It was splendid to leave an impression on the professor. He stumbled over his words, introducing himself. I am Barton, and I am delighted to be of assistance. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding regarding his offer of help. From Yuanyuan's perspective, Professor Field appeared akin to a dormant volcano, his expression inscrutable, on the verge of eruption. Barton might soon find himself scorched by his wrath. Indeed, I shall remember, Field responded ominously, snatching his trousers and turning to his students with a curt command that this session would be self-study, before making a hasty exit. Professor, are you certain it is appropriate to leave without your trousers? Ha. The professor is in quite the predicament. This will surely be tomorrow's headline, without a doubt. Do you not find black underwear appealing? I rather like black underwear, but not when it is stained in public, especially by an octopus. As soon as Field departed, The classroom erupted in raucous laughter. Each student doubled over in mirth. It was easy to envision how, following the opening ceremony, Professor Field had once again become the talk of the town in such an unconventional manner. Everyone was filled with joy, including Yuanyuan. Much had transpired in recent days, overwhelming her with complexity, and the professor's blunder provided a moment of respite, albeit with a hint of guilt for the professor's misfortune. Am I committing a wrongdoing here? If anyone in the classroom was feeling downcast, it was undoubtedly Batten, who remained perplexed by the situation. Had he not assisted the professor? The professor had indeed acknowledged him, promising to award him additional points. Why, then, were others lamenting the professor's plight? Poor child, poor fool, Yuanyuan and Polly chimed in unison, exchanging knowing glances, followed by another round of laughter. With the professor absent, the students began to gather their belongings and exit spontaneously, and Yuanyuan and Polly joined in the tidying up. Yuanyuan, have I done something wrong? Why do they say Professor Field is unfortunate? Batten inquired as he stepped down from the podium, utterly bewildered. How to explain this to Batten? His well-intentioned assistance had inadvertently led to a rather embarrassing and rare incident, akin to a dramatic twist in a series, with an exceedingly slim chance of occurrence. You shall certainly receive Professor Field's special attention. Under his guidance, who knows, your dreams of genius may indeed come to fruition, Yuanyuan said, placing her hand on Batten's shoulder earnestly. Really? Batten exclaimed, clutching the potion compendium as if it were a treasure. I must diligently study this book. I will respond earnestly to the professor's special attention. I shall become a potion prodigy. Such ambition is commendable for a youth. Perhaps, being misunderstood in this manner would not only safeguard his tender heart, but also spare him from undue sorrow at the professor's future attention. Silly child, Batten. Chapter 170. Essence of Latte Kent Street Branch. Yuanyuan returned to the shop, where a few patrons were dining, the situation slightly better than during the weekend. Boss, you're back. Alice greeted her, handing over a glass of iced Americano. Thank you, Alice, Yuanyuan replied, glancing around. Today, there were indeed customers willing to come in. Some were regulars, while others were drawn in by a promotional event. This event referred to the grand opening sale, a strategy Yuanyuan devised over the weekend to attract customers, officially commencing on Monday for a month-long duration, during which all items would be offered at a 20% discount. Although the impact was not overwhelmingly significant, it was still somewhat effective. Yuanyuan thought to herself that once the plan was executed, the shop situation would surely improve. Boss, why are you back so early today? I recall Professor Field's potion class usually doesn't allow students to leave early, Alice inquired. Yuanyuan hesitated slightly. Well, there were some special circumstances. You'll find out tomorrow. I'm heading upstairs now. Once the news broke tomorrow, Alice would inevitably learn about Professor Field's embarrassing moment. For now, Yuanyuan had more pressing matters to attend to. She ascended the stairs to retrieve a wine jar from the corner, a gift from the previous owner of the shop. Upon opening the lid and inhaling deeply, the rich aroma of the liquor filled her senses, indicating a potent after-effect, precisely what she desired. Cradling the jar, she descended to the kitchen, where Jerry was diligently stirring milk tea with a spoon twice his size. Upon noticing her, he politely greeted her. Zhi. Hello, boss. Yuanyuan gently squeezed Jerry's small pink hand. Hello there, Chef Jerry. She carefully placed the wine jar on the counter, then took out a large shaker, sequentially adding milk and the special milk blend, mixing them thoroughly. Pausing before adding ice, she reconsidered, thinking it might alter the effect. Thus, she bypassed the ice step and poured a generous amount of coffee liquid into the cup. Opening the jar's lid, she proceeded to the final step, scooping 3 generous spoonfuls of the liquor into the cup and giving it a final stir, completing the preparation of her sauce-flavored latte. The sauce-flavored latte, infused with a substantial amount of an unknown liquor, exuded an enticing aroma that was simply irresistible. Its effects would automatically trigger a truth-telling function upon consumption, 100 activation. The ingredients included milk, special milk blend, ice, extracted coffee liquid, and a generous quantity of unknown liquor, with a suggested price of 25 silver coins. Indeed, she was correct in her assumption, with this sauce-flavored latte in her possession. Yuanyuan was confident that the editor would not be able to withhold the truth. System, how long does the effect of the sauce-flavored latte last? 1 cup's effect lasts for 6 hours. 6 hours was ample time, as the aroma of the sauce-flavored latte wafted through the air, Jerry began to sway, entranced by the intoxicating scent, drifting towards the shaker. Gee. What is that delightful smell? To her dismay, this little white mouse had an undeniable weakness for the scent of alcohol. Yuanyuan hurriedly poured out the liquor from the shaker and meticulously cleaned the container. You must not drink this, Yuanyuan stated solemnly. Do you understand? As the taste dissipated, Jerry awakened, and sensing Yuanyuan's seriousness, he naturally complied. Understood. Chapter 171, Climb. Having crafted the crucial tool, the next step was to put into action. Yuanyuan retrieved the communication stone to contact the mole. Approximately 10 minutes later, a corner of the kitchen collapsed, and the mole emerged. Miss Yuanyuan, I have come to escort you. Very well, let us depart now. You have discerned the editor's location. I trust. Yuanyuan quietly instructed the mole. Rest assured, I am a professional. That's good to hear. After a moment's consideration, Yuanyuan turned to Jerry, who stood by, oblivious to the situation. Continue with your work. If Alice arrives, inform her that I am engaged in righteous deeds, and there is no need for her to worry. Jerry stepped forward, clasped his paws, and replied blankly, Understood, boss. With that settled, Yuanyuan followed the mole into the burrow. To facilitate her movement, the mole had intentionally widened the tunnel, allowing her to maneuver with ease. She supported herself on her hands and knees, swiftly trailing behind the mole. How long must we climb? About a quarter of an hour. That quickly? It only takes a mere 10 minutes to traverse the tunnel from the Magic Academy to the Human Empire? Surely this cannot be true. As the mole led the way, he explained earnestly, Miss Yuanyuan, the actual climb through the tunnel would take us years. However, we will take a shortcut through the mole's underground teleportation array, which will significantly reduce our journey. There exists a direct teleportation array between the Magic Academy and the Human Empire, allowing Lumina to travel freely. However, for Yuanyuan, an elf, to teleport directly to the Human Empire would entail considerable risk if discovered, especially since her current mission was clandestine. Crack! Yuanyuan felt as though she had snapped a twig. In the stillness of the tunnel, even the faintest sound resonated. She picked up the twig, her elven eyes granting her exceptional vision in the dark. The white ends were thick, while the middle was slender. This is a bone, Yuanyuan exclaimed, hastily discarding it, her heart racing. How would there be a bone here? Bones, the mole returned, the beam of his hard hat's spotlight illuminating Yuanyuan's face, revealing her evident terror. The mole picked up the bone she had tossed aside and reassured her, there is no need to fear, this is a common occurrence. It is merely a fragment of human bone. His nonchalant tone suggested familiarity with such matters. Yuanyuan steadied her nerves. This is a common situation? Indeed. Given that we are underground, anything might be found. I once unearthed a grave, and stumbling upon gemstones is not uncommon either. Upon unearthing a grave, it brings to mind that this elder mole has excavated countless tunnels within the pine forest sanctified by a Saint Sephiana. Thankfully, the saint is benevolent. Let us proceed. 10 minutes later, an elf and a mole successfully arrive at the transit hub of the teleportation array. This subterranean realm is a labyrinth of interconnected passages leading to unknown destinations, where occasionally a creature resembling a mole, donned in overalls and a safety helmet, scurries swiftly through the corridors. Follow me, the mole beckoned, leading Yuanyuan onward. This place resembles an enlarged ant colony, with passages interweaving in a complex manner. Yuanyuan, utterly disoriented, clung closely to the mole, fearful of losing her way. Chapter 172. Stirring up trouble, Yuanyuan accompanied the mole to an expansive platform, adorned with runes akin to those found in the teleportation arrays of the city. She surveyed the multitude of tunnels connecting to the platform. Is this the underground transit station constructed by your mole clan? Truly magnificent. The moles and gremlins share a profound partnership. You can find our presence throughout this entire underground domain, the mole replied, placing his hand upon the crystal suspended at the center of the platform. I shall activate it now. Yuanyuan quickly lowered her center of gravity. After a flash of golden light, it seemed as though the scenery before her remained unchanged. Do we not succeed in the teleportation? No, we have arrived at another platform, quite distant from the previous teleportation array. The construction here bears a striking resemblance. So you must stay close to me. The mole took a few steps forward, scrutinized the surroundings, and selected a tunnel to enter. Yuanyuan jogged to catch up. The tunnel mirrored the previous one, and with her newfound experience, she ascended more rapidly. "We're almost there," the mole said. "Miss Yuanyuan, you must prepare yourself." Although the editor-in-chief of the Truth Society primarily engages in clerical work, his level surpasses yours. I am uncertain of your precise intentions, but to avoid drawing undue attention for a swift escape, you must subdue him the moment we exit the tunnel. Otherwise, rest assured. Minutes later, the mole lowered his voice, extinguished the spotlight, and gestured upwards, signaling to Yuanyuan that the editor-in-chief's office lay directly above them. Yuanyuan waved her hand and whispered, "You stay behind me. You need not emerge from the tunnel, regardless of what transpires. We will retreat immediately once it concludes." "Very well, take care." Yuanyuan moved to the end of the tunnel, cautiously prying open a small crack in the ground above her head, her keen eyes darting to observe the surrounding scene. "Editor-in-chief, here are the requirements from the bishop regarding the content for the upcoming issues." A figure clad in a white robe with golden patterns reverently placed a thick stack of documents before the man seated in front of him. Noticing the disheveled appearance of the man, with his unkempt beard and pronounced dark circles, he hesitated before adding, "You ought to take care to rest more." The editor-in-chief stifled a yawn, opening his weary eyes, lamenting the plight of the working class, particularly when confronted with an array of capricious demands from multiple superiors. They could mercilessly summon him to endure their tirades in the dead of night, expecting him to publish their coarse invectives. As a professional editor, he could never allow such distasteful articles to see the light of day. Yet, as a subordinate devoid of authority, he was compelled to comply. "You may leave now. We must hasten the progress of the next issue, as it is urgently required by the higher-ups." It seemed as though the editor-in-chief had taken a particular grievance against a certain bubble tea shop, demanding daily critiques of it. Once the editor's assistant exited the office and closed the door, Yuanyuan quietly summoned Zhao Kai from the tunnel. Zhao Kai, the editor-in-chief, appears to be in a rather poor state. While his attention is diverted, approach him and knock him out. But be gentle, lest he fail to awaken. Zhao Kai listened intently, his body tensed. As the editor-in-chief yawned and rubbed his eyes, Zhao Kai seized the opportunity, dashing forward and delivering a kick that sent the editor crashing face-first onto his desk. Chapter 173. You are plotting behind my back bang. The editor-in-chief felt the world spin as he collapsed onto his desk. Zhao Kai had succeeded. He beckoned to Yuanyuan, who nodded and wrapped herself tightly in a black cloth, leaving only her eyes visible, before feeling reassured. She crawled out of the tunnel and approached the unconscious editor, pouring a full cup of savory latte into his mouth. As the cup emptied, the editor's face began to flush. To ensure the success of their subsequent plan, Yuanyuan bound the editor securely to his chair. Her actions mirrored those of a villain extracting a confession. Having knocked the editor out and filled him with a latte, he remained oblivious to her movements. Once satisfied that he was firmly restrained, Yuanyuan released Dabai. "Dabai, hide well. Remember the questions I taught you. And assist me, will you?" "Do not worry, master." Although the black cloth concealed Yuanyuan's form, her voice remained unchanged. Thus, she instructed Dabai to hide in the shadows and mimic her voice. With all preparations complete, Yuanyuan doused the bound editor-in-chief with a bucket of cold water and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The editor awoke, shaking off the droplets from his face, to find a blurred black figure before him. "Who are you?" The savory latte had clouded his vision, and his mind, still foggy and aching, struggled to function. Meanwhile, the mole anxiously awaited in the tunnel as time ticked away. Outside, he could only hear the sounds of splashing water and slapping, followed by a robust male voice. Miss Yuanyuan unexpectedly produced such a sound, quite impressive. The mole, increasingly intrigued, approached the entrance of the burrow to listen. Soon, he discerned a male voice engaging in a dialogue with the editor-in-chief, whose speech, though somewhat halting, was remarkably cooperative, responding to every inquiry without resistance. Is this truly the editor-in-chief of the Jinji Society? The mole pondered with some skepticism. A few minutes later, footsteps echoed from above. The mole quickly retreated a few steps, and Yuanyuan descended. She had already stowed away her black scarf and communication stone, stating, "Let us depart. Others from the Jinji Society may enter this room at any moment. The sooner we retreat, the safer we shall be." "Very well, Miss Gu, you proceed first. I must restore this tunnel to its original state." "Understood." Thus, the pair, one human and one mole, returned to the Magic Academy without incident. Upon completion, Gu Yuanyuan rewarded the mole with 5 gold coins. Isn't this too much? The mole exclaimed, cradling the weighty coins. One would suffice. This is what you deserve. We were fortunate this time. Had anyone entered that room during our stay, we might have faced injury. Gu Yuanyuan insisted on handing the coins back, expressing gratitude for the mole's willingness to accompany her on this venture. The mole, no longer refusing, accepted the coins and bid farewell, saying, should you require my assistance again, do not hesitate to contact me. I look forward to our next encounter. Let us refrain from discussing the next time, she replied, despite the short distance. She felt utterly exhausted from the exertion of crawling the entire way. Gu Yuanyuan waved goodbye to the mole. Suddenly, a voice echoed, you all are scheming behind my back. Gu Yuanyuan, supporting herself as she attempted to rise, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Turning slowly, she found herself face to face with a grinning Alice. Gu Yuanyuan managed an awkward smile. I merely went to inspect the mole's lair. Chapter 174. The plan succeeds, is that so? Alice said, hands on her hips, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Jerry informed me that the boss was out to punish the wicked and reward the virtuous. Did he not? Gu Yuanyuan raised her hands in surrender. I did indeed attend to some matters, and the mole accompanied me. Alice helped Gu Yuanyuan to her feet, and upon confirming she was unharmed, inquired, what exactly did you go to do? I wouldn't normally pry, but I am more than willing to assist you, should you require it. Initially, Alice had come to the milk tea shop solely for the money and the beverages, yet the true reason she willingly remained, even in times of crisis, was Gu Yuanyuan. An interesting and prosperous boss was a rare find. This is a perilous matter. The fewer who know, the better. Therefore, Alice, I apologize for choosing to conceal it this time. That's of no consequence. The most important thing is that you are unharmed, Alice replied. By the way, boss, Jerry mentioned we are set to introduce new items. Alice spoke with anticipation, noting that it had been quite some time since any new beverages had been added, and this latest release might attract a fresh wave of customers. Yes, let's wait a few more days. We should be able to launch the new products by then. Alice wondered why they had to wait a few more days when the grand opening was already underway, and this promotional event could potentially yield even better results. Gu Yuanyuan recalled the video she had just obtained, which would soon reveal its significance. All right, enough chatter. You continue with your work. I have matters to attend to, she said, patting Alice's shoulder before stepping outside. Alice furrowed her brow as she watched Gu Yuanyuan's retreating figure, noting how exceptionally busy her boss was today. Indeed, Gu Yuanyuan had her hands full. Collaborating with the mole, they had successfully unearthed evidence from the office of the chief editor of the Jinji Society, acquiring what she needed to execute her plan, which was only halfway complete. The remaining task was to disseminate this information. After the recent attack by an unidentified demonic faction, Professor Yuliel had informed them that a certain individual harboring animosity towards milk tea shops had issued a bounty that led to the vandalism. Gu Yuanyuan intended to emulate that individual, but rather than inciting destruction, she planned to release a clarification video. Indeed, her visit to the chief editor's office was solely for the purpose of recording a video in which the editor would personally acknowledge the defamation of the milk tea shop. Thus far, everything had progressed smoothly. She had successfully issued the bounty, and by the following morning, the situation would shift dramatically. On the next day, Gu Yuanyuan was awakened by the fervent shaking of Alice. Boss, today's newspaper is absolutely riveting, Alice exclaimed, brandishing a freshly printed newspaper while shaking Gu Yuanyuan's arm. You must wake up. The academy is in an uproar. Groggy, Gu Yuanyuan opened her eyes. Is it time already? Alice hastily unfolded the newspaper before her. Look, the Jinji Society has actually acknowledged the defamation against our shop. And Professor Field. He ran out of the classroom wearing nothing but his underwear. Gu Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and took the newspaper, astonished. The headline indeed featured both Field and the chief editor of the Jinji Society side by side. What on earth is happening in this world? First, a renowned professor is exposed by a student for his perverse behavior, and now the chief editor of the Jinji Society, sporting 2 distinct handprints, admits to slandering our milk tea shop. The article provided a detailed account of these events. Gu Yuanyuan skimmed through the text, which was articulated clearly, confirming her plan had succeeded. Chapter 175. The Magical Workshop. Gu Yuanyuan returned the newspaper to Alice. You can keep it for yourself. I must get up and head to school. Alice, astonished by the unfolding events, remarked, Boss, how can you remain so calm? This isn't normal. Could it be that this is related to what you did yesterday? What incident? Be careful with your assumptions. I merely visited the mole's burrow, Yuanyuan replied, dressing beautifully. The issues at hand had finally been resolved, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Alice glanced at the newspaper and then back at Yuanyuan, who appeared unbothered. Boss, are you trying to keep this under wraps? She mused, understanding the need for discretion to protect the milk tea shop. Boss, Alice raised her thumb in admiration. You truly are remarkable. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, graciously accepting Alice's compliment. After completing her morning routine and breakfast, she set off towards the academy. Along the journey, nearly every student encountered was engrossed in discussions about Professor Field and the bubble tea shop. In a buoyant mood, Yuanyuan chose not to summon her familiar, Zhao Kai, and strolled along West Street, inevitably attracting the furtive glances and murmurs of her peers. Eventually, unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, she called upon Zhao Kai, who swiftly galloped towards the location of the Mage Energy Workshop. Today's lesson was to be conducted by Professor Piku in his engineering class. Within mere minutes, Zhao Kai whisked Yuanyuan to their destination. If Professor Field's experimental building resembled a crucible, then Professor Piku's Mage Energy Workshop appeared as a haphazardly assembled tin roof, crowned with a heavy hammer. Indeed, the workshop before Yuanyuan exuded a chaotic aesthetic, as if constructed from mismatched scraps. Upon entering the Mage Energy Workshop, she was greeted by a half-mechanical, half-human environment, where dwarves toiled diligently, bare-chested, amidst the clanking of steaming machinery. This ruggedness formed Yuanyuan's immediate impression of the place. As she circumnavigated the workshop, it became abundantly clear that the premises were entirely consistent with its name, a true workshop, devoid of any semblance of a classroom. Could she have taken a wrong turn? While meandering, a steady stream of students trickled into the workshop, their initial astonishment giving way to excitement as they congregated in small groups around the dwarven artisans, chattering animatedly. Shoo shoo! The dwarves waved their hands, shooing away the noisy students. Do not disturb my work. Indeed, the workshop was operational, prompting Yuanyuan to ponder where the actual classroom might be. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from an unknown source, drawing everyone's attention. The surrounding lights dimmed in synchronization with the claps. Students, look up. Piku called from a platform enclosed by a fence, a beam of white light illuminating him. All eyes turned towards him, drawn by the radiant glow. With outstretched arms, he continued, Welcome to the Mage Energy Workshop. The dwarves promptly set down their tools and applauded enthusiastically, while the bewildered students hesitantly joined in. What is this? A personal performance? Yuanyuan mused in confusion. The clapping continued for a full minute before Piku raised his hand to signal an end to the applause. Thank you for the warm welcome. This semester, our engineering class will be held in this very Mage Energy Workshop, which I spearheaded the construction of. It is currently the only one of its kind in the Magic Academy. Is this truly a new establishment? The haphazardly assembled walls and the absence of any signage identifying it as a Mage Energy Workshop would certainly lead anyone to criticize it as shoddy construction. Clearing his throat, Piku descended the steps, the white light following him. Due to budget constraints, as you can see, the workshop is not yet complete, and I kindly ask for your understanding. At this moment, a student posed a question, Professor, since we are to have class here, where is the actual classroom? Due to the lighting, Piku has become the focal point of the entire magic workshop, with all eyes keenly observing his every action. Thus, when a student posed a question, Piku's fleeting expression did not escape notice. One might wonder if the professor had truly constructed the so-called classroom. As I mentioned earlier, due to budget constraints, funds must be allocated wisely. Rest assured, there is indeed a classroom, albeit the workshop is still under construction. Consequently, the students found themselves echoing this sentiment, leading Piku to candidly reveal that the current classroom is merely an empty room, devoid of a podium, desks, or chairs. Essentially, nothing of the sort that one would expect. Have you simply chosen a temporary space to serve as a classroom? What shall we do? Sit on the ground to hear your lecture? The disparity between this magic workshop and Professor Field's Cauldron Laboratory is stark. Upon Piku's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the workshop, punctuated only by the soft, warm gusts from the furnace, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. With a snap of his fingers, Piku restored the workshop to its usual rhythm, murmuring to himself that this light should be used sparingly, It was rather awkward to have it shine solely upon him. The professor descended the final few steps, cleared his throat, and beckoned everyone to follow him. Although it was merely an empty room, it would not impede the effectiveness of the lesson. It would make do for now. Once the magic workshop was fully operational and funds became available, improvements could be made. The group followed the professor to a vacant room, and as he had indicated, it was indeed lacking in all essentials, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss for what to do. "What are you all standing there for?" Piku exclaimed, plopping himself onto the floor and reminding the students to sit down as he patted the ground. Indeed, they were to sit on the floor. Yuanyuan, still in a daze, found a clean corner to settle into. With the professor leading the way, others gradually found their places as well. Everyone was aware that dwarves excelled in inventing and creating alchemical items, such as the communication stones they were currently using, which had already reached the 3rd generation, capable of recording both audio and video. Moreover, the Academy's magical automatons were a proud achievement of his. A small piece of magic crystal could keep them operational for half a month. Once seated, Professor Piku delved into the subject matter, speaking fluently for over half an hour without needing to consult any textbooks. Yuanyuan rested her chin on her hand, listening attentively and occasionally jotting down notes. Before long, the class came to a close. Piku took a sip of water to clear his throat and announced, "All right, that concludes today's lesson. You may all return now." As Yuanyuan began to gather her belongings in preparation to leave with the others, he added, "Oh wait, I almost forgot. Yuanyuan, please stay behind. I need to discuss something with you." As she was about to step out of the classroom, Yuanyuan paused, turning back to approach Piku. "Professor, did you need to speak with me?" "It is as you have observed. The workshop serves not only as a place for your lessons, but also as a workplace for those diminutive craftsmen. At this time of year, remaining within feels akin to being trapped in a steamer, as the furnace roars with an unrelenting blaze, leaving my workers nearly incapacitated by the heat." Chapter 177. The fan. Thus, I seek to place an order for a substantial quantity of banana fans. However, as you are aware, my financial resources are rather constrained. Indeed, my funds are limited, so I wonder if, considering the volume I require in our teacher-student relationship, you might extend a discount. The more generous the discount, the better. Perhaps 5 fingers for 50% off? Yuanyuan promptly turned to depart. "You may seek assistance elsewhere. I cannot accommodate this order." Wait. Paichio hastily grasped Yuanyuan's arm. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured to explain, "The considerable quantity of banana fans I wish to procure is not intended for mere ventilation." "Then what purpose do they serve? Merely for aesthetics?" Paichio retrieved an item from his spatial ring and placed it upon the ground. "Consider this before making your decision." The upper half of the object was composed of a steel mesh cover and a vibrant green fan surface, while the lower half featured a broad circular base connected to the mesh by a slender cylindrical pole. Yuanyuan crouched down. Upon the circular base was a button. Pressing it, the verdant fan surface began to whirl rapidly, producing a refreshing breeze that tousled her hair and billowed her clothing. She pressed it again, and the fan speed gradually diminished, the cool air subsiding. "What do you think? Is this contraption not remarkably convenient? This is a fan I have fashioned using your banana fans as components." Paichio's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What a splendid name. Let's call it that. Your banana fans are indeed excellent, but I cannot possibly provide one for each of the numerous diminutive craftsmen. As you know, my budget is limited, which is why I have devised this solution. With just 3 banana fans, I can fulfill the entire workshop's cooling needs. This fan not only delivers a direct breeze, but also allows the head to pivot up and down, as well as side to side, ensuring that every corner of the workshop is attended to. Oh, and there's more," Paichio added, producing another item to present to Yuanyuan. "Your banana fans can be adjusted in size, correct? In addition to this large fan, I have also created a smaller, more portable version. What do you think?" Yuanyuan gazed in astonishment at the charming little fan in Paichio's hand. She reached out to fiddle with it, and a gentle breeze emanated from the diminutive device as it buzzed into operation. To her astonishment, she initially believed that Professor Piku sought the banana fan merely for its ability to generate a breeze. Little did she know that he intended to utilize it as a component for constructing a fan. This innovation undoubtedly holds vast market potential. I have already established contact with the goblins. You shall provide the components, and I will handle the manufacturing. In return, we shall split the profits. You receiving 40% and I 60. What say you?" This appears to be an excellent avenue for generating income. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanyuan acquiesced. The two then engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the specifics. Essentially, Yuanyuan and the Goblin Piku would formalize an agreement wherein Yuanyuan would regularly supply a batch of banana fans as components for fan production, while Piku's magical workshop would be responsible for crafting fans of various sizes, with the goblins managing the sales. The profit-sharing arrangement would proceed as previously mentioned, with a 40-60 split. After finalizing their collaboration, Yuanyuan returned to her shop. She had not anticipated that the banana fan, initially designated as a summer-exclusive item, could be revived in such a manner. Given the current dismal state of her shop's business, this unexpected turn of events was quite a pleasant surprise. Chapter 178. I am still just a child reflecting on the newspaper circulation. Yuanyuan believed that her milk tea shop would soon regain its former customer influx. She intended to inform Alice to prepare accordingly. However, as she approached the shop, she was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered outside. The tea shop had transformed from a place of desolation to one bustling with activity, as a large crowd appeared to be surrounding an individual, posing questions. Among them were not only paper and pens, but also communication stones and stick-like objects, creating the impression of an interview. As Yuanyuan drew closer, she discerned snippets of conversation emanating from the crowd. Miss Alice, what are your thoughts regarding the clarification video released by the editor of the Truth Society? Well, my thoughts. I believe he deserves it. As one of the continent's leading newspaper editors, he has the audacity to fabricate rumors and malign a developing shop without any evidence. He possesses neither basic morals nor conscience. Receiving 2 hefty slaps was well within his due. Is it true that the staff of the milk tea shop coerced the editor of the Truth Society into filming this video? This is clearly a result of his own guilty conscience and discomfort stemming from his misdeeds. It has nothing to do with our milk tea shop. Yet in the video, he is evidently bound against his will, and that mark on his face? Surely, he inflicted those slaps upon himself, unable to sleep at night, tormented by his foolish actions. It is likely he tied himself up, aiming to create the illusion of being coerced, seeking to deceive the newspaper and evade accountability from the Church of Light. But there is also another man, shrouded in a black scarf, who appears to be pressing the editor for answers. Does he have no connection to the milk tea shop? I do not recognize this man in black. Perhaps he is merely an actor hired by the editor to facilitate this charade. However, with the milk tea shop being slandered and its business in decline, the emergence of such a video seems rather coincidental, does it not? Do you dare to assert that the bubble tea shop has no connection to this matter? Indeed, it is a mere coincidence, just as you surmised. The bubble tea shop bears no relation to this issue. Listening closely to the dialogue, Yuanyuan stood frozen in place, realizing that this group truly consisted of journalists. Their rapid-fire questions implied that the bubble tea shop orchestrated this clarifying video. However, what astonished Yuanyuan even more was Alice's unyielding response. Not only did she navigate the entire situation with grace, but she also managed to turn the slander back upon them, displaying a certain independence. Look, that is the manager of the bubble tea shop. Yuanyuan remained momentarily dazed when a keen-eyed reporter pointed her out, exclaiming loudly. Before she could grasp the situation, the swarm of journalists encircling Alice swiftly surrounded Yuanyuan, with one female reporter thrusting her microphone almost into Yuanyuan's face, demanding, "Did the bubble tea shop orchestrate this clarifying video?" What had begun as insinuation had now transformed into a direct inquiry. Before Yuanyuan could compose her thoughts, the reporter insisted, "Please respond directly." Remaining composed, Yuanyuan firmly stated, "No. As you can see, I am merely a child." The raucous crowd fell silent for a moment, allowing the reporters to scrutinize Yuanyuan carefully, whispering among themselves. "She is indeed just a child," one remarked. "No one informed me that the manager of the bubble tea shop was still so young. I foolishly neglected to conduct background research." In this light, the chief editor of the Truth Society truly exhibited a lack of humanity, launching such unfounded attacks against a child running a shop, especially as he proclaimed himself a devout follower of the great luminary. Indeed, they echoed. Chapter 179. I am not a pervert. Alice had intended to engage in a battle of wits, but mid-interview, the crowd suddenly shouted that the manager had fled. For a fleeting moment, she stood in shock, but upon regaining her senses, she hurried after the reporters, knowing full well that this video must have been concocted by the owner, and she could not allow them to extract any information. However, She underestimated the fervor of these relentless reporters in their pursuit of material. Despite her frantic efforts, Alice could not break through. Until she heard those words, "I am merely a child." This statement not only silenced the frenzied reporters, but also left Alice momentarily speechless. What followed was a period of introspection among the journalists. Their expressions of regret suggesting that they might even slap themselves awake in the middle of the night for their actions. The owner truly lives up to their title. One female reporter mused, reflecting for 3 seconds before shifting the topic. "What is your opinion on Professor Field, who ran out of the classroom in his underwear? Is he truly the pervert everyone suspects him to be?" In response, Yuanyuan pondered seriously for a moment and replied earnestly, "I can assure you that there's a reason behind this incident. I was in the classroom at the time, and the situation involving Professor Field having his pants pulled down and his underwear soiled by an octopus was genuinely an accident. It has nothing to do with his character. He is not a pervert." She felt compelled to speak up for the professor. If this narrative continued to spread, he would inevitably be equated with perversion. After all, he was a prominent figure in the potion community, with countless eyes scrutinizing him, Yuanyuan thought. Little did she know, the reporters seemed to have caught a whiff of something, igniting their frenzy even further. "Please elaborate on who removed Professor Field's trousers. And why did the octopus perch upon Professor Field's underwear? You claim he is not a pervert, yet our investigation reveals a rather unfavorable reputation on campus. He frequently pilfers from other professors and has even disrupted the opening ceremony. Is this true? Really? He steals from others?" The reporters' inquiries were increasingly probing, leaving Yuanyuan utterly unprepared to handle them. At that moment, Alice finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, seizing Yuanyuan and breaking free to return to the shop. The reporters, seeing this, surged forward, prompting Alice to hastily close the shop's door behind them, granting the two a moment to catch their breath. Both Alice and Yuanyuan were overwhelmed by the reporters, while at the same time, Yuliel was equally frazzled by someone. "How much longer do you intend to hide here?" Yuliel asked, eyeing Field, who was huddled in the corner of a tent. He felt as though Field was driving him to madness. This fellow frequently burst into his office, disrupting his ability to work. After a considerable pause, Field finally replied, "It's quiet here." His voice was devoid of inflection, barely above a whisper. Were it not for Yuliel sensing another person's breath in the office, he might have assumed Field was on the verge of death. "This is my office, and you have interrupted my work on numerous occasions," Yuliel said, gently rubbing his temple. "Do you intend to leave on your own, or shall I be compelled to escort you out?" The latter option was not one of gentle persuasion. Based on Field's scant knowledge of Yuliel, it would likely involve being unceremoniously thrown out. Field finally reacted, realizing the implications of stepping out of the office. He lamented, "The outside world is rife with rumors that I am an exhibitionist and a pervert. If you push me out, I will surely be slain by their vicious words and scornful gazes." Yet Yuliel's focus lingered elsewhere. "Aren't you?" he retorted. "Field, I am not a pervert." Chapter 180, Investigation. After shouting this, Field suddenly became aware of his folly. This was Yuliel, the only person capable of sheltering him. Angering Yuliel would undoubtedly result in being unceremoniously thrust outside, and that would spell disaster for him. No, Field hurriedly corrected himself. "I'm not disputing you. I mean to say this entire affair is merely an absurd misunderstanding. I am neither a pervert nor an exhibitionist. We are colleagues, and you should understand me, right?" Yuliel turned his gaze away, remaining silent. "What do you mean? You don't genuinely think I am a pervert, do you?" Field clasped his hands together, pleading, "Please. The negative news about me is rampant outside. Just allow me to hide here for a while." Yuliel stood up, approaching Field with a sword in hand. Field's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he retreated repeatedly. Uriel, with a demeanor as frigid as ice, drew his sword with his right hand. Swallowing hard, Field knelt down, pleading, "I am willing to comply with any request of yours, as long as we can wait until this turmoil subsides. I will leave immediately." Uriel paused momentarily, then, in the next instant, brought his silver blade crashing down towards Field's head. A deep gash marred the stone wall. Field, trembling and clutching his head, was enveloped in dust when a white feather drifted down to his nose. Grasping the feather, Field wondered where it had come from. Uriel's office was always meticulously clean, and although his beast, Gugu, had feathers, they were brown, clearly indicating that this was not something that belonged here. Moreover, this feather was only half intact, the cut clean, as if it were meant for something else. Uriel sheathed his sword, questioning, "Why would I harm you? Just be mindful not to bring unwanted items into my office." Field's mind raced as he quickly deduced that this feather was a listening device. He had unwittingly been surveilled the entire time. At that moment, the only ones desperate to know his whereabouts and situation were the frenzied journalists. He flung the feather aside in frustration, then, in a fit of indignation, stomped on it several times. Recalling how those same journalists had showered him with compliments at the launch of his new book, only to turn on him at the first sign of scandal, Field raged at the feather for several minutes. Uriel, calm and collected, sipped his tea. "What you just said, was it true?" Field, momentarily taken aback, responded, "What do you mean, true? I will let you hide here for a few days if you agree to my every request." Seizing the opportunity, Field replied eagerly, "Of course. But you are aware that I am burdened with 30 years of debt, so it would be best if the requests were not too arduous." Uriel nodded. "Do you know the head chef?" Field paused, then shook his head, entirely unfamiliar. Due to the dreadful food in the academy cafeteria, he had always employed a skilled chef to prepare his meals. Why would he torture his stomach when he had the means? "I need to know everything about his beloved. Can you manage that?" Though the task sounded quite peculiar, Field resolutely accepted it for the sake of his upcoming peaceful days. "I guarantee I will uncover every detail about his beloved's ancestry." Chapter 181. Blossoming as Yuanyuan had anticipated after a period of video dissemination. The milk tea shop had completely cleared its name from the rumors fabricated by the True Society, and it was now beginning to regain its former vibrancy. A long queue had formed at the entrance of the milk tea shop after a long absence. "May I take your order? For takeout or dining in?" "Certainly. Please step inside. Your delicious treats will be ready shortly." Alice, brimming with enthusiasm these past few days, was finally able to work normally after the rumors were dispelled. She beamed her standard smile at the incoming customers and adeptly commenced the ordering process. Alara peered through the door, observing the shop that had evidently returned to life. The tides of fortune had shifted. Just days ago, she had mocked Yuanyuan for having so few customers that it seemed as though her establishment had yet to open. Now, however, she found herself envious of the flourishing business. Alara felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, it was merely a beverage shop and situated in this location. It was destined to fail within 3 months. In a moment of distraction, Alice seemed to glimpse a familiar shadow cloaked in black. But she shook her head and continued to attend to the arriving customers. The busy day came to an end, and both Alice and Yuanyuan were utterly exhausted, while Jerry lay sprawled on the table, his belly up, clearly worn out as well. "Alice, I believe we are short-staffed," Alice remarked. In their previous setup at a small stall with only one service window, she and Jerry had managed to cope, but now, with the upgrade to a full-fledged shop, the demands of cash handling, food preparation, and cleaning left the three of them in a whirlwind of activity. Moreover, Yuanyuan only assisted sporadically. If it were left to just Alice and Jerry, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. "You're absolutely right," Alice acknowledged, realizing the same concern. However, hiring for the shop was governed by the system's inexplicable criteria, and even if she wished to recruit more help, it would be a futile endeavor. "Your fairy flower seed is expected to bloom tonight. Please remain by its side." The system suddenly notified Yuanyuan of the flower seed status, startling her into a quick dash to the flower pot. Indeed, the green branches were adorned with buds ready to bloom. The seed was remarkable. After planting it, its growth rate had been astonishingly rapid, transforming within a day, and now it resembled a small tree laden with buds. "What's going on, boss?" Alice approached, inquiring if it was time for the flower to bloom. During the busy days, she had taken on the responsibility of watering the plant and had grown quite curious about this special seed. Aside from its rapid growth, there was another peculiarity. The flower buds varied in color. Logically, flowers from the same plant should share a uniform hue. What could be the source of this extraordinary phenomenon? Alice cast several sideways glances at Yuanyuan, wondering if it was the influence of the green sprite, known for its gardening prowess. Perhaps, due to the boss's involvement in its care, the seed had mutated. "Why are you looking at me?" Yuanyuan noticed Alice's gaze lingering on her face. "Is there something on my face?" Alice shook her head. "No, I'm just puzzled as to why the buds on the same plant differ in color. Could it be the work of the green sprite?" "Not at all. The green sprite does not possess such an ability. This must be a result of the seed's unique characteristics." "All right, enough with the wild conjectures. You'll find out tomorrow," Yuanyuan said, stretching her back. "You should head home too. We've all had a long day. Very well, boss. You should rest early as well. Alice massaged her waist, gathered Jerry from the table, and bid farewell to Yuanyuan before departing. In the depths of night, Yuanyuan closed the door and settled onto a chair before the flower pot, awaiting the bloom of the buds. Zhao Kai hopped over, glancing between Yuanyuan and the pot. Aren't you going to rest, master? Yuanyuan cradled Zhao Kai, gently stroking its fluffy little head. Not yet. I must watch over the buds. Thus, the pair, one person and one rabbit, sat in silence, awaiting the unfolding of time. 2 hours later, Zhao Kai had fallen asleep in Yuanyuan's embrace, its little belly rising and falling rhythmically. Yuanyuan found her head drooping, eyelids heavy with fatigue. After 2 hours of sitting still, she began to feel restless. I say, system, must I be bound to this vigil? You need not remain vigilant. But if you don't, they will take flight, and it will be too late to capture them. Yuanyuan was taken aback. Fly away? Are you saying they can fly? Indeed. Wait a moment, she said, striving to clear her mind. Are you implying there are living creatures within these buds? Correct. Taking a deep breath, Yuanyuan continued. When they bloom, I will have to catch them one by one, for they will scatter everywhere. Exactly, that is the case. What then resides within? The blooming will automatically trigger the species encyclopedia, and the host will naturally come to know. This hinted at the unlocking of some new life form. Yuanyuan counted the buds on the branch. There were 10 in total. She gently shook Zhao Kai awake. Zhao Kai blinked, fully roused. What is it, master? You cannot sleep yet. Go and close all the windows in the shop. There is no time to explain. You will understand shortly. Okay. Zhao Kai was placed on the ground and swiftly vanished. Yuanyuan summoned to Bai, instructing it to join her in guarding the buds, ready to seize anything that might emerge from the flowers. As anticipation built, one of the flower buds began to stir. Yuanyuan held her breath, moving quietly alongside Zhao Kai and Dabai. The blue petals trembled, revealing soft breaths from within. Gradually, the petals parted, unveiling a small creature nestled inside. It was a tiny being, no larger than a palm, with 2 pairs of transparent wings reminiscent of a dragonfly, short, wavy azure hair, and a smooth, bare body, even exposing its little rear. Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. What a charming species this is. It is simply exquisite. Fairy, a creature born from the flower branches of the fairy flower species, diminutive in stature and adored by elemental forces. Fairy, unable to contain her curiosity, Yuanyuan leaned closer for a better look, marveling at the beauty of this little darling, undeniably deserving of the title fairy. For the sleeping little fairy, Yuanyuan's breath felt like a gentle breeze. The tiny creature, sensing a chill on its rear, instinctively pulled a petal over itself and drifted back into slumber. Yuanyuan cradled her face in her hands, feeling as though she might be utterly enchanted. Yet, she had not completely lost her senses. She carefully lifted the little fairy from the flower and placed it into the basket, gently covering it with a piece of gauze. Sleep well, my dear. In Chapter 183, Capturing Fairies, the master, Zhao Kai, called out in a hushed voice. Glancing back at the flowers, Yuanyuan was astonished to see the remaining 9 buds eagerly blooming, with the fairies inside them exhibiting remarkable vivacity. She could even hear the sounds they made as they exerted themselves. Quickly, Zhao Kai prepared whoosh. Before she could finish her sentence, one of the fairies forcefully opened a bud directly in front of her, hurtling straight toward Yuanyuan and colliding with her forehead. Master, I'm fine. Yuanyuan exclaimed, picking up the dazed little fairy. She instructed Zhao Kai, the remaining buds are about to bloom. Be cautious. In the next moment, a multitude of figures burst forth from the buds, darting around like small projectiles. These fairies moved with such speed that they were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Zhao Kai sprang into action, and Yuanyuan hurriedly joined in. After a flurry of chaotic activity, 10 fairies were finally nestled obediently in the basket. Yuanyuan poured 3 cups of iced Americano and invited Zhao Kai into buy to drink. After a brief respite, she asked the system, "Can I employ these little fairies?" Yes. She lifted the gauze to take a glance at the captured fairies, all of whom were unclothed. After apprehending them, Yuanyuan fashioned some makeshift clothing from scraps of fabric by cutting holes for them to slip into. Perhaps due to her elven lineage, these little fairies did not fear her. Even during their capture, they flitted before her curiously. Are you hungry? Yuanyuan inquired of the 10 fairies in the basket. In unison, they nodded. Hungry. Want to eat flowers. Recalling the recently bloomed flowers, she said, "Wait a moment. I will gather them right away." As she prepared to pluck the petals, she hesitated and consulted the system. Is it permissible to pick these petals? These flowers nourish them at birth. Of course. It is allowed. Reassured by the system's affirmation, Yuanyuan confidently plucked the petals from the 10 flowers and arranged them by color in several small bowls. All right, everyone, come and eat. No sooner had she spoken than the fairies streamed out, and watching them consume petals nearly the size of their own bodies. Yuanyuan felt as though she were nurturing 10 tiny thumb-sized beings. Leaning closer to the table, she found their charm irresistible. 1, 2, 3. Yuanyuan counted the fairies. 8, 9, 10. Wait, why are there only 9? Panic surged through her as she lifted the gauze, and sure enough, one fairy remained in the basket. She sighed in relief. The remaining fairy, the first to be born, still slumbered peacefully, undisturbed by the recent commotion, showcasing an enviable quality of sleep. Yuanyuan gently prodded the little fairy's bottom, urging it to wake for a meal. There was no response. She prodded again, and this time there was a stir. The fairy's chubby face displayed signs of displeasure, furrowing its brow at the unexpected disturbance. In a fit of annoyance, it kicked out at Yuanyuan, who, feeling rather resigned, glanced at the fairy's adorably plump form and thought, well, considering your cuteness, I'll let it slide. Chapter 184. Extinction. Yuanyuan left a few blue petals behind. Once the 9 little fairies had finished their meal, she tidied up briefly before signing contracts with each of the fairies. Though each possessed a distinct personality, they all complied obediently with Yuanyuan. A stark contrast to the blue-haired fairy who had been sleeping soundly since its birth. Fairies can completely elementalize their bodies, merging entirely with nature. Capturing them requires an extraordinary mastery of elemental manipulation. Thus, those who manage to catch them are regarded as powerful individuals worthy of allegiance. This realization dawned on Yuanyuan as she recalled the earlier attempt to capture the fairies. Though they flew swiftly, they were not particularly difficult to catch. That is why you were tasked with keeping watch overnight. Newly born fairies are the easiest to catch during their initial moments, as they have yet to master elemental manipulation. Making this the ideal time for hosts of lower levels, the system explained. Yuanyuan had no retort. The system was correct. She was indeed at a low level. But compared to her pre-enrollment days, she had made progress, having risen from level 11 to 16. Level 16 still qualifies you as a novice mage. You must strive for further improvement, the system urged. You've eavesdropped on my thoughts. This system is bound to the host. Once the host completes their tasks, the system will no longer access their thoughts. Understood, Yuanyuan replied, wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic. She gathered her flower basket and ascended to the second floor to rest. Just before drifting off, a thought struck her. System. The fairy flower seeds were obtained from the legendary lottery pool, so these fairies shouldn't be exceedingly rare on the continent, right? Indeed, they have been extinct for hundreds of years. Yuanyuan sat up in astonishment. The sudden appearance of an extinct species in a nondescript tea shop, 10 of them no less, was like a blatant invitation for everyone to come and seize the treasures held by the shopkeeper. Exactly. How ridiculous! Yuanyuan mentally shouted. This means the fairies cannot be allowed to appear before customers. What purpose is there in hiring them? Please resolve this matter on your own, the system instructed. System. Yes. Shut up and disappear. Understood. With a deep sigh, Yuanyuan covered her head with a blanket, feeling as though her efforts had been in vain. After a night spent capturing fairies, she inadvertently overslept the following day. The midday sun poured through the window, bathing Yuanyuan's face in its warm glow, causing her cheeks to flush. Hey, the blue-haired sprite whispered beside her ear. Yuanyuan felt a rush of air and, frowning, waved her hand, successfully swatting away the intruder who had disturbed her sweet dreams. The blue-haired sprite performed a 360-degree roll in the air, regaining its balance just before crashing into the wall. Laughter echoed around, and it puffed its cheeks, casting a glare at the fairies seated by the flower basket before darting back to Yuanyuan, this time opting to block her nostrils. Certain this would rouse her from slumber. Just as it was about to execute its plan, a noise at the door startled the sprite, which swiftly concealed itself within Yuanyuan's hair. Alice knocked several times with no response, so she boldly pushed the door open, announcing that the boss needed to wake up as lunch was ready. Yuanyuan slowly stirred, first covering the flower basket, then dressing and washing up. Here I come. She yawned as she descended the stairs. The shop was bustling with customers, and Yuanyuan headed into the kitchen, where Alice was finishing lunch with Jerry. Noticing the faint dark circles under Yuanyuan's eyes, Alice remarked, "Boss, you didn't sleep well last night." Yuanyuan took a bite of her sandwich. Gazing up at the light, "What's going on?" Alice asked. "You look so troubled." Yuanyuan pondered the issue of hiring. The sprites certainly could not appear before customers, which would invite trouble, yet the staffing dilemma remained unresolved, leaving her distressed. Alice then presented her with a newspaper, saying, "Look at this. It will surely lift your spirits." Yuanyuan took it, glancing over the headlines, her chewing coming to an abrupt halt. The North had been successfully reclaimed by the Elf clan. Stunned, she read the words declaring the North as now under the Elven territory. In that moment, the world around her seemed to fade into silence. Those words etched themselves into her heart, igniting a fervor within her. Her heart raced wildly as she gulped down a large mouthful of milk and hastily finished her sandwich. Alice, taken aback by Yuanyuan's frantic demeanor, exclaimed, "Boss, is there really a need to rush?" Swallowing her last bite with difficulty, Yuanyuan declared, "Alice, the shop is in your capable hands. I must return to Misty City. Now." Alice started to protest, but Yuanyuan hurriedly dashed upstairs, grasping the flower basket and activating the system to return to Misty City. Transitioning to Misty City. Transition successful. You have arrived at the milk tea shop in Misty City. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Yuanyuan was greeted by the exuberant cheers of the elves. She set down her flower basket and opened the window, peering outside to see the elves gathered in the central square, singing and dancing in celebration of this historic moment. Yuanyuan was swept up in the infectious joy, and without a second thought for the sprites, she rushed downstairs. The shop was alive with its usual hustle, patrons raising their milk tea in exuberant cheer. "The manager is back. She must have received the news," exclaimed one sprite, spotting Yuanyuan in the corner. Yuanyuan's radiant smile lit up her face as she exclaimed, "Indeed. Upon receiving the news, I rushed back immediately. How wonderful it is. I never expected to witness the return of the Northern Territory in my lifetime." The voice seemed familiar, and Yuanyuan turned towards it to find the owner of the weapon shop. "Ah, you are here too." At such a moment, one must indulge in a large glass of Qingdao beer, the weapon shop owner declared, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Much to the delight of those around him, cheers erupted, with everyone eagerly echoing the shop owner's sentiment and following his lead in toasting. Yuanyuan proclaimed, "Today, we bear witness to history. To celebrate this special day, the milk tea shop is offering a limited time promotion. Anyone who purchases a set of Qingdao beer and fried chicken will receive a 50% discount." The customers erupted in excitement. "The boss is generous. Hurry, bring me the fried chicken and beer." Watching the joy on everyone's faces filled Yuanyuan with happiness. She stepped into the kitchen where Amy and Cece were busily preparing fried chicken. "Sister, you truly are the best," Cece said, her tone playful yet her smile unwavering. With the 50% discount, those customers outside must be going wild. The beer is easy. It can just be served. But the fried chicken requires constant attention at the fryer. Yuanyuan rolled up her sleeves. "I will help you. You take care of the front." "All right," Cece replied, passing her tasks to Yuanyuan. As she left, she shot a glance at Amy and whispered to Yuanyuan, "Sister, Amy's mood seems off. Please pay attention to her." Chapter 186. Opening a branch in the Northern Territory, Yuanyuan nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry." Amy was placing ice cubes into a cup with a small spatula, her shoulders trembling with faint sobs. Yuanyuan silently leaned in to observe her. "What is the matter? Were you bullied?" "Yuanyuan Jia," Amy said, hastily wiping her tears as she set down the spatula. "You're back." It appeared that Amy's emotions were quite intense. Although Yuanyuan had been back for some time, Amy had not even noticed. "Are you unhappy?" Amy shook her head. "No, I'm just too happy." "Too happy? Then why?" The kitchen door, closed by Cece, muffled the bustling noise from outside. With Yuanyuan being Amy's savior, Amy felt at ease. Yuanyuan Jia. The Northern Territory has truly returned. Yuanyuan looked at Amy, understanding that she needed to listen at this moment. "My home has really come back." Yuanyuan embraced Amy gently, soothing her back. "Yes, your home has returned." Leaning against Yuanyuan's shoulder, Amy's gaze became unfocused, as if she were transported from the milk tea shop's kitchen to the home of her memories. I miss my mother. Yuanyuan fell silent. Amy's mother had passed away long ago. She tightened her embrace around Amy, whispering, "She must miss you too. As long as you remember her, she will always live on. You are the testament to her existence." "Mother lives on in my heart," Amy said, her tears soaking the fabric of Yuanyuan's shoulder. In that moment, Amy clung to Yuanyuan, drawing strength from her presence. After a long pause, as if she had made a resolution, Amy declared, "Yuanyuan Jie, I want to go back to the Northern Territory." She lifted her head, determination in her eyes overshadowing her sorrow. "I wish to return to my homeland, the place where my mother once lived." After a moment of silence, Yuanyuan made her decision, and Amy nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us find a time to prepare for your departure," Yuanyuan said, not wishing to prolong the farewell. Despite the profound bond she shared with Amy, she understood that each person must tread their own path. Amy's journey did not lie within the Kaya forest. "If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I am willing to provide you with whatever you need without burden. As for the contract, we shall address it upon your departure." I did not intend to dissolve the agreement with the milk tea shop. Naturally, should Amy choose to leave, she would need to terminate her contract. The contract stipulated the terms of the employee's working hours and responsibilities. Failure to dissolve, it would bind Amy to its constraints. "I wish to retain my status as an employee," Amy replied earnestly. "Sister Yuanyuan, you have granted me a second chance at life and provided me with a job, which is immensely important to me. I wish to hold on to it forever." For Amy, the milk tea shop represented her second home. The significance of Yuanyuan and the shop in her heart was so profound that she desired to preserve her identity as an employee for life. However, retaining her status as an employee posed a dilemma. "Your request to establish a branch overseas has been noted. Do you consent? Does this mean I can open a branch of the milk tea shop in the Northern Realm?" "Indeed. What about the shop's equipment? Will the system provide it?" "The system can supply it, but you must bear a certain construction cost." Yuanyuan proceeded to inquire about several related matters, to which the system responded in kind. The silence of Yuanyuan caused a wave of anxiety in Amy. She held her identity as part of the milk tea shop in high regard. Chapter 187. The fairy hidden in hair in her haste, she exclaimed, "Sister Yuanyuan, please allow me to retain my identity." Once Yuanyuan concluded her discussion with the system and returned to the moment, she patted Amy's shoulder. "Retaining your identity is not an issue." Amy was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with joy. "Really? That's wonderful." Yuanyuan continued, "However, your status will undergo some changes. But rest assured, regardless of the alterations, you will always be a part of the milk tea shop. Since the Northern Realm has returned, and you wish to return to build your homeland, why not open a branch there? This will not only fulfill your desire to return home, but also resolve your employment situation. What do you think?" Amy was utterly stunned. Sister Yuanyuan was suggesting that she become the manager of her own milk tea shop. "But I lack the capability, and what about the shop and equipment?" She pondered. "Establishing a new shop and transporting the equipment will undoubtedly require a significant investment." All right, Yuanyuan interrupted. "You possess both experience and capability, do you not? You were among the first to become an employee at the milk tea shop. You have honed your skills in beverage and snack preparation, as well as accumulated experience during your tenure as a rotating manager. You merely lack an opportunity. You need not worry about the shop's construction or equipment. I will assist you with that. What you need most now is confidence. Amy, ask yourself, do you truly not wish to become the manager and run your own milk tea shop?" Amy caressed her chest, her heart dancing joyfully, not only due to the Northern Realm, but also because of the opportunity bestowed upon her by Sister Yuanyuan. I believe Amy has come to terms with her innermost desires, and her willingness to embrace the unknown is indeed commendable. Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief as she contemplated a proposal for Amy, intending to provide one later. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly halted, sensing something amiss in her hair. "What is it?" Amy inquired, perplexed. Wait, Yuanyuan, now unnerved, felt something stirring in her locks, accompanied by a faint sound of fluttering wings. This unnerving sensation brought to mind a cockroach, leaving her no inclination to ponder any proposals. Trembling, she reached into her hair and flung the intruder away, preparing to stomp on it. "Please don't. I didn't mean to hide in your hair. Don't step on me." The entity causing the commotion was none other than a blue-haired sprite who had been concealed within Yuanyuan's tresses since morning. He had witnessed her hurriedly finishing breakfast and subsequently transferring to another location, while engaging in prolonged conversation with a half-elf. He was on the verge of starvation, especially since an alluring aroma had been incessantly wafting toward him, proving unbearable. Yuanyuan paused, looking down to see what she had cast aside. It was not a cockroach, but rather the slumberous sprite. "What are you doing here?" Yuanyuan retracted her foot, recalling that all sprites were meant to be in her room on the second floor. Relieved to have evaded disaster, the sprite stretched his body and fluttered up to perch on Yuanyuan's shoulder. "I intended to call for you this morning, but I happened to encounter that orc. Fearing discovery, I had no choice but to hide in your hair." Just as Yuanyuan was about to respond further, Amy interjected, gazing at the winged figure that had emerged from Yuanyuan's hair. "Sister Yuanyuan, is this your newly acquired magical beast?" "I am no magical beast," the sprite declared, turning his face toward Amy and raising his chin with an air of sophistication. "I'm a sprite." "What is a sprite?" Amy asked, puzzled. Unsure of how to explain, the sprite simply replied, "A sprite is a sprite." The sprite's unexpected appearance caught Yuanyuan off guard, leaving her unable to react as the blue-haired sprite had inadvertently revealed their existence. "I can't believe you've been hiding in my hair all this time. Why did you decide to come out now?" The sprite, comfortably seated on Yuanyuan's shoulder, swayed his feet. "Well, this is the territory of the elves, so there is no issue. Besides, I'm quite hungry, and you haven't prepared any food for me." Does the sprite's assertion of safety in elf territory imply that elves are familiar and accepting of sprites? Yuanyuan retrieved a blue petal from her backpack, which she had intentionally saved. "Who said I didn't leave you anything? Perhaps if you hadn't been sleeping since your inception and hadn't kicked me when I called you for a meal upon seeing the petal." The sprite dove toward it, eagerly consuming it in large bites. Yuanyuan observed that he was completely oblivious to her words. To ensure that a third party remained unaware of the existence of the fairy, she cautiously reminded him to quietly head upstairs after finishing his meal, lest their sister, Amy, or the impatient customer outside should discover anything amiss. At that moment, Cece pushed the door open, her gaze shifting from Yuanyuan and Amy to the small fairy engaged in its meal, her words trailing off abruptly. Just as she had cautioned against letting a third person know, Cece had spotted it in the next instant. Yuanyuan felt a pang of headache at the sight of Cece. Unfazed, Cece furrowed her brow, carefully closing the door behind her as she approached. "You know about the fairy?" Yuanyuan was taken aback. "Of course I do," Cece replied, tapping the fairy's head with her index finger, only to receive an unceremonious slap in return, prompting her to withdraw her hand in annoyance. This species, once part of the elven race 6 centuries ago, had mysteriously vanished. What could have brought it to a bubble tea shop? "Are you implying that fairies are inherently beings of the elven race?" Yuanyuan inquired. "Indeed," Cece affirmed. "Fairies and elves are interdependent. The elven race, in their closeness to nature, relies upon it, while fairies channel elemental forces. With their presence, the elven territory has always remained serene and delightful. In return, the elves provide refuge for the fairies, safeguarding them from the predations of malicious outsiders." "Sister, do you recall our first encounter in Twilight City?" "Of course," Yuanyuan replied after a moment's contemplation. "It was a city thriving on the beast industry, where I acquired my fortune. Twilight City was not always like this," Cece continued. "Once it was lush and as beautiful as Misty Grove. However, due to elemental disturbances, the elves there have now become accustomed to using magical beasts in place of magical artifacts. The root of these disturbances lies in the disappearance of fairies. Doesn't that mean the existence of fairies is crucial for the elven race?" Yuanyuan inadvertently posed. Cece pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. "Yes, fairies were indeed vital to the old Twilight City. However, they now manage to live without them, and this solitary one won't significantly alleviate the elemental disturbances. By the way, sister, you haven't explained why this fairy is in the bubble tea shop. Can we skip that question?" Yuanyuan thought to herself. Did she really want to admit her good fortune in finding a long-extinct fairy flower seed and successfully cultivating a fairy? The absurdity of it all struck her. Yet she could not reveal the existence of the system. Thus, she opted for a vague response. It was merely a stroke of luck, a coincidence. In truth, my knowledge of fairies is quite limited. What I just mentioned is merely what I've read in my own musings. Regardless, The appearance of fairies can only bring benefits to the elves. Furthermore, I believe we should set this matter aside for now. There is something more pressing at hand. What is it? Yuanyuan inquired. Cece pointed towards the fryer. Of course, it's the fried chicken. Sister, you and Amy have been in the kitchen for so long, and not a single plate of fried chicken has been served. The patrons outside are growing increasingly impatient. Oh dear, Yuanyuan exclaimed, her priorities shifting entirely. She cast the matter of the fairy aside, realizing that earning money took precedence. Swiftly, she heated the oil and prepared the chicken pieces, reminding Amy to promptly serve the already chilled beer. After witnessing the kitchen finally springing to life, Cece felt at ease to leave and open the door. Her thoughts wandered as she recalled Twilight City. She initially arrived at Kaya Forest to attend the Magic Council, yet this journey had been filled with unexpected twists. Before reaching the City of Life, she had been incapacitated by a bloodthirsty beast in Twilight City, ultimately finding herself as an employee at a bubble tea shop and taming a powerful magical creature. Life, indeed, is full of surprises. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the bubble tea shop, Cece shook her head, focusing on the celebration at hand, deciding to set other matters aside for later. In the kitchen, Yuanyuan, Amy, and the hastily summoned blue-haired fairy were busily sending out plate after plate of fried chicken, gradually silencing customer complaints. As dusk fell, the trio sat in the dining area, tables laden with delectable dishes, relishing their own moment of celebration. How lively it is, Cece remarked, gazing dreamily at the elves lingering in the central plaza. Yuanyuan rested her chin on her hand, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, it is quite bustling. Only Amy appeared somewhat melancholic. While she was undoubtedly happy about the Northern Realm's return, she understood that such gatherings of the three would become increasingly rare. Noticing Amy's expression, Yuanyuan said, "All right, let us eat. We've all worked hard today. Let us enjoy the feast. Let's dig in," Cece exclaimed, her excitement apparent. As long as there was food, her worries melted away. Amy, too, smiled as she picked up her utensils, which, unlike before, were not knives and forks but rather two slender sticks. Yuanyuan, how do you use these sticks? Amy struggled to wield the chopsticks. Yuanyuan demonstrated, explaining. These are called chopsticks, a type of utensil. Eating today's dishes with chopsticks will make the experience even more authentic. The table was adorned with genuine Chinese cuisine. And after feasting on sandwiches, pizzas, and bread for so long, Yuanyuan had long craved authentic Chinese dishes. Delicious. Although a bit salty, Cece commented, adeptly using chopsticks after only a few attempts. Yuanyuan chuckled as she observed Cece piling toppings on her noodles, saying, "That's Dan noodles. You're supposed to mix it with the noodles for an even flavor." Egg noodles? Cece paused, her mouth still occupied with noodles. "But there's no egg in my bowl?" "Not that kind of egg," Yuanyuan attempted to clarify. "Never mind, just focus on eating." She scooped a few spoonfuls of kung pao chicken onto rice and presented it to Cece. The aroma left Cece speechless, and she began to indulge, alternating bites of noodles and rice. Amy struggled to pick up her food with the chopsticks, continuously failing. Yuanyuan, seeing her plight, simply handed her a knife and fork, saying, "It's normal to take some time to get used to them. Just use the knife and fork for now, or else Cece will finish everything." Cece immersed herself in her meal, seemingly transported to another realm, oblivious to Yuanyuan and Amy's chatter. Amy chuckled and began to enjoy her food with the utensils. And after the three had feasted, it was already deep into the night. With a resounding belch, Cece reclined contentedly in her chair, utterly satisfied by the delectable meal she had just consumed. It was astonishing that such exquisite dishes existed in the world. She felt as though she had squandered her life until now. Amy, despite her stomach feeling full to the brim, found herself torn between the urge to indulge a little more or to stop altogether, caught in a moment of indecision. Yuanyuan, observing the comatose Cece, who was patting her belly, and the conflicted Amy, chuckled. "If you enjoy it so much, I can prepare these dishes for you whenever I have the time. There's no need to treat it like your last supper and stuff yourselves to the brim." The words hung in the air, causing all three to pause. Yuanyuan and Amy's thoughts drifted to the northern branch, while Cece recalled the message she had received from Queen Vixenxia. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to voice her thoughts, taking advantage of Yuanyuan's presence in the shop. "Everyone knows my talent has awakened. A few years ago, I thought I could play a little longer before school would take up my time. However, just a few days ago, I received my acceptance letter from Enfada. My mother is urging me to return to Dusk Valley. Yuanyuan's heart sank further with each revelation. It seemed Cece too was preparing to leave. It appeared her earlier words had indeed become prophetic. This had truly turned into their last meal together. Understanding the situation, she replied, "After all, you are a princess and should return to your own country as soon as possible. In that case, I shall terminate your employment contract shortly." Cece, upon hearing this, hurriedly interjected, No. I still wish to retain my employee status. This place has provided me with countless unique experiences. I may be a princess, but I am also a member of this bubble tea shop. But if you do not terminate your contract, you will be bound by its constraints. Can you accept that? You want to be able to balance school and travel between two countries for work, Yuanyuan pointed out. Is there truly no way to retain my employee status while avoiding the restrictions of the contract? Cece asked, her voice laced with hope. Yuanyuan's mind echoed with the system's reminder about opening a branch, this time envisioning it with Cece at the helm. Perhaps this could indeed lead to a chain of bubble tea shops across the continent. Yes, she said, let us open a bubble tea shop in Dusk Valley, and you'll be the manager. Cece's disbelief was palpable. Me? Is that possible? Why do you all lack confidence in yourselves? Yuanyuan queried, perplexed. Both of you possess talents in crafting beverages and snacks, and you have experience in management. Once the necessary facilities are in place, success is merely a matter of time. Especially you, Cece. With the Queen's support, what is there to fear? Indeed, she mused, as a princess with wealth and power, why should I fear the establishment of a bubble tea shop? However, she recalled her sister's earlier remark, implying that Amy too was involved in this venture. Chapter 191. Cece turned her gaze toward Amy, her finger moving back and forth between them. You too shall open a branch? Yes. I wish to return to the Northern Realm. My mother was once an ice elf, and the North is her homeland. Thus, I yearn to return to that place. If retaining our identities is the only way, then so be it, Amy affirmed. Yuanyuan nodded, precisely. Whether you wish to return to build your homeland, or to continue your studies, the only way to maintain your employee status is through this path. However, if we all leave, sister, what will happen to your milk tea shop in Misty City? Once she and Amy depart, there will be no one to maintain the daily operations of the shop, and it will inevitably face closure. Moreover, the blue-haired little sprite, have emerged again. Hands on hips. You should hurry and leave. Once you are gone, we will take over here. Cece was taken aback. Where are you all going? The blue-haired sprite clapped her hands, and under Yuanyuan's terrified gaze, 9 more little sprites rushed out. They encircled Yuanyuan's head in a circle, mirroring her pose with hands on hips, exuding confidence. There was no time left. Yuanyuan sighed and covered her eyes, realizing that her previous admonitions had been in vain. Thin sprites. Cece covered her heart, overwhelmed by the sight of 10 sprites before her. She felt a shock. Wasn't he had said that sprites had become extinct? How could they suddenly appear in the milk tea shop? Moreover, it seemed that, according to the sprite, they intended to replace her and Amy as the new staff members of the shop. In contrast to Yuanyuan's withdrawal and Cece's astonishment, Amy was more curious. She didn't know much about sprites, only that they were quite formidable beings. The sudden emergence of 10 sprites, who were apparently hired as employees of the milk tea shop, led her to marvel at how impressive Yuanyuan was for managing to recruit 10 sprites. Is this really the main point? Yuanyuan retorted. Since the situation had escalated to this point, she no longer intended to evade it. Yes, these sprites are my newly hired employees. You all can get acquainted with them. After we hand over the work, you can just pack your bags and leave. I will arrange the operational plans and shop equipment for you later. Is there anything else you would like to ask? At this moment, Cece's brain had ceased functioning, leaving her speechless, while Amy adapted better to the situation, as Yuanyuan had mentioned it to her before. Sister Yuanyuan, what are the names of these sprites? Amy inquired. Yuanyuan hesitated, suddenly realizing that she didn't know the sprites' names either. She quietly asked the blue-haired sprite, "What is your name?" "Pip Sleepy." The blue-haired sprite retorted angrily, flying in front of Yuanyuan with her hair standing on end. "My name is Bubuno, not Pip or Sleepy." Got it. No need to get worked up, she said, pointing to Bubuno as she addressed Amy. His name is Bubuno. Is there a possibility I could hear this? Bubuno crossed his arms, explaining that a sprite's name is bestowed by the goddess of life and exists in their mind from birth. It cannot be casually changed. The goddess of life. Amy exclaimed, impressed. No wonder your name is so beautiful. Bubino smirked. Indeed, it is much more pleasant than names like Pip or Sleepy. Both of you, do you really not consider my feelings at all? Chapter 192. The fairies introduced themselves one by one. After deliberating with Amy, Yuanyuan resolved to complete the handover and the matters concerning the branch within a week. Once these affairs were settled, she left the fairies at the milk tea shop in Sewu City, as the environment of the elf tribe offered relative safety compared to their own. If their existence were to be discovered at the Magic Academy, it would undoubtedly stir up a significant uproar. I can learn to make milk tea in no time, Bubu Nuaw proclaimed, perched comfortably on Yuanyuan's shoulder. I want to play with you. That's out of the question, Yuanyuan responded firmly. Firstly, I am not playing. I am attending the Magic Academy. Secondly, your identity as a fairy is far too conspicuous. If you accompany me, you might be captured by humans and confined in a cage for experimentation. Bubu Nuaw frowned, skepticism etched on his face. Really? Of course. Individuals like you, little fairies, are often the targets of malevolent humans, Yuanyuan warned, baring her teeth in a ferocious manner while casting a meaningful glance at Cece to signal her cooperation. Cece understood. You have long since vanished from the continent. Encountering living beings now will undoubtedly incite those crazed humans to harbor ill intentions. Should they capture you, they might extract your organs for collection or even display your remains. Isn't that a bit extreme? Yuanyuan expressed her concern, glancing down to see that the little fairy appeared rather composed. Though Bubu Nuaw maintained a facade of calm, trepidation lurked beneath the surface. Despite the formidable powers of fairies, there is always a risk of being ensnared by a multitude of skilled humans. The chilling thoughts of CC's words, organ extraction and corpse exhibitions, sent a shiver down his spine. And I shall not go. Staying with the elf tribe sounds quite agreeable. Yes, indeed. It was evident that he was frightened. Even his tuft of hair drooped. Very well. It's settled then, Yuanyuan declared. In the Church of Light, at the ASSL laboratory, numerous bottles and jars cluttered the workspace. In a large cauldron before him, a purple, unidentifiable liquid bubbled ominously, its pungent aroma making one feel nauseous. ASSL, his robes shielding his nose, stirred the noxious concoction while enduring the repugnant scent. Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open and a knight strode in. Upon catching a whiff of the foul odor, he immediately turned and retched. What is that? ASSL lifted his gaze briefly, yet chose not to answer. Instead, he scolded, How dare a mere silver knight intrude upon my laboratory? Such audacity! After a considerable time spent regaining composure, the knight replied, I come bearing a message from the bishop. His Majesty believes you have occupied the position of cardinal for too long, with repeated failures indicating a lack of intellect. The betrayal of the faithful within the True Knowledge Society. ASSL furrowed his brow. What betrayal? That was merely a video coerced from me under the influence of the milk tea shop. Do you possess evidence? The knight inquired. That video has become widely known. Everyone has seen the disciples' own words claiming that the Empire maliciously slandered the milk tea shop. You assert that their actions were a result of the potion. Yet evidence is required. As ASSL sought to counter the accusations, he found himself at a loss for words. Having been covertly harmed by the elves, he was acutely aware of the true nefarious effects of those so-called beverages. However, as the individual before him pointed out, he lacked tangible evidence. Immediately following the incident, he had summoned the adherent in question and gathered scholars of the clergy and potion-making to investigate any traces of unusual potions, but regrettably, their efforts yielded nothing. Moreover, despite organizing multiple searches at the scene, they uncovered only an unremarkable piece of rope, leaving him bewildered about how the cloaked figure had entered and exited the premises. Yet, an instinctive feeling told him that this incident was intricately linked to the tea shop. Gazing intently at the bubbling liquid before him, ASSL recalled the scent of alcohol on the adherent. The higher-ups within the church believed the adherent's drunken ramblings to be mere folly, but he held a different perspective. The alcohol was undoubtedly one of the ingredients in that potion. He had collected various materials in hopes of concocting a similar brew, but thus far, his attempts had proven fruitless, leaving him disheartened. The knight, noticing ASSL's silence, continued, emphasizing the grave nature of the incident and its significant impact on the Empire's reputation. The Emperor had indicated that it was time for the church to appoint a new cardinal. After a moment of contemplation, ASSL, who had devoted half his life to serving the emperor, was dismayed by such an abrupt conclusion. Setting down his stirring rod, he casually remarked, "You are one of Robin's subordinates, are you not? I exist for the empire and the emperor." With a scoff, Asasel continued, "Robin has long sought to dominate the church. Now that I have been dismissed, he must be reveling in this victory. His madness grows ever more profound. I have merely lost my position as cardinal. Should the day come when the emperor forsakes him, his survival will be far from guaranteed." The knight discerned the underlying message in Asasel's words, feeling a surge of indignation. The Golden Knight was held in high esteem by the emperor, and Generals Robin and Bert were undoubtedly committed to rooting out hostile forces to stabilize the empire. Following the incident, Asasel was stripped of his title, and Malachi promptly appointed a new bishop to assume the role of cardinal. Robin was tasked with the direct elimination of the tea shop's manager and the establishment itself, while Bert was secretly commissioned to liaise with the old bloodline to launch an assault on the Shadow Elves. Asasel was well aware of these developments and sighed, Bert is not one of us." His voice carried a weariness tinged with a hint of anticipation. "I have already grasped the emperor's intentions. I have grown accustomed to this position, and an early retirement may not be such a bad thing." Just as the knight was about to speak, a force abruptly hurled him from the room, slamming the laboratory door shut with a resounding thud. "Wait, the emperor's intent is for you to guard the church's gates, not to retire outright." The knight shouted in vain, but the door muffled his words. Unperturbed, Asasel gathered his belongings and departed that very day, leaving Malachi incensed enough to issue a nationwide warrant for his arrest, thereby becoming the subject of numerous jests. At the Magic Academy on Kent Street, the tea shop awaited. Thus, Asasel retired abruptly. With the dawn of a new day, Yuanyuan resumed her regular routine, attending classes while managing matters at the Tsuwu City milk tea shop, occasionally offering assistance at the Kent Street outlet. When news of Asasel's resignation reached the Magic Academy, Alice was immediately thrilled and shared her excitement with Yuanyuan. "Indeed, this is splendid. With that old man gone, we can enjoy some peace for a while," Alice remarked. However, Yuanyuan was skeptical. "Not necessarily. Asasel is merely the head of the cardinal, not the empire. As long as the empire continues its hostility toward the elves, the troubles regarding the milk tea shop will persist." What surprised Yuanyuan was Asasel's nonchalant departure. She had expected him to harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the shop and seek to create difficulties for her. He might have, but as a leader, he has chosen to abandon his responsibilities. She mused, hoping for the best. Noticing the time, she tidied up and announced to Alice, "I'm stepping out for a bit. The shop is in your hands." "All right," Alice replied, watching Yuanyuan walk away. Lately, the owner seemed unusually busy, often stepping out even after classes. Indeed, Yuanyuan had been swamped. After procuring a significant amount of materials for the banana fans ordered by Professor Piku from Alara, she had finally completed the production. As for the acquisition of materials, the site selection and leasing for the Dust Valley branch could be accomplished with a mere command to CC. However, the northern region posed more challenges, as it had just been reclaimed and was in dire need of development. Although she managed to secure a small, albeit dilapidated, room through the system, Yuanyuan had to spend a considerable amount on renovations. With the establishment of 2 branches, her funds had significantly dwindled. As she walked towards the magic workshop, she couldn't help but sigh. Another significant expenditure. Host, one must give to gain. Opening more branches will provide additional avenues for earning pleasure points. Once you accrue enough, you will be able to retire. "I understand," she replied. In fact, being able to retire like Asasel, just packing up and leaving, seemed quite appealing. Such a notion is utterly irresponsible. If you were to abandon your tasks like him, the system guarantees you would be left with nothing. Yuanyuan widened her eyes in disbelief. "What do you mean?" "Literally," came the reply. "Must it be so dire?" "I was merely expressing my sentiments." After a bout of complaints, the system finally provided clarification. Your body is constructed by the system, and your soul is safeguarded by it. Should the host abandon the tasks, erasure will ensue, resulting in the complete disappearance of both your body and soul, leaving not a trace behind. Is this tantamount to a soul's demise? Yuanyuan dared not ponder further. "I will work diligently to complete my tasks as soon as possible. The host's current pleasure point progress is already nearing completion. Keep up the good work." With the effort put into both shops, Yuanyuan's progress bar had reached approximately half of what the system had indicated, and retirement was just around the corner. As Yuanyuan entered the workshop, She found it operating as usual, with workers diligently attending to their tasks. She made her way to the classroom, but did not encounter Professor Piku. Upon inquiring with the workshop administrator, she learned that the professor had gone to the cafeteria for a meal. Yuanyuan was incredulous that the professor would choose to dine in the cafeteria, questioning what could possibly entice him to such a place known for its unappetizing fare. The administrator replied that Professor Piku had recently taken a liking to the cafeteria, often murmuring about some new dish involving melons. Melons? Was it indeed melon? The thought that one could actually find such a delicacy in the cafeteria piqued Yuanyuan's interest. After expressing her gratitude to the administrator, she hurried off to the dining hall. At this peak hour, the cafeteria was bustling, a stark contrast to its usual desolation, with an unusually large number of patrons. As Yuanyuan wandered around, she observed that students either brought their own food or arrived empty-handed, hardly resembling those who intended to eat a proper meal. She randomly approached a student and asked, "Aren't you here to eat?" The student looked at her with disdain, replying, "Who comes to the cafeteria for food? We're all here for the melons." Indeed, they were there for the melons. Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she discreetly asked, "What melons?" The student, clearly eager to share, leaned in and said, "Have you heard of the recently infamous Professor Field?" Yuanyuan nodded, recognizing him as the one who taught potions. "Yes, that's him," the student continued excitedly. "He has become quite the scandal. Someone caught him running out of the classroom, wearing only his underwear. It happened while class was in session. Who would have thought? He looks so respectable in his suit, yet he is a complete beast. Has Professor Field's reputation deteriorated to such an extent?" Yuanyuan felt a pang of sympathy for him and quickly asked, "What happened next? How does this relate to the cafeteria melons?" After the incident became public, he had been avoiding people. Recently, however, some students reported seeing him in the cafeteria, which has led everyone to visit far more frequently than they have in an entire year. But there are 4 cafeterias in the academy. How can you be sure he is at the mage's cafeteria? The student chuckled because the head chef is here. The head chef? What does that have to do with anything? Yuanyuan inquired. Almost anticipating her question, the student continued. "I heard that Professor Field has recently developed an obsession with the dark magic chef. He frequents any cafeteria where the chef appears, and everyone else comes to the cafeteria to secretly observe. Professor Field has become enamored with the black magic chef, a whimsical affair. Although absurd incidents seem to perpetually surround him, Yuanyuan firmly believes he is a good professor, albeit rather unfortunate. Furthermore, what was meant to be discreet observation is rendered futile as she notices the entire dining hall filled with students, all glancing around, none genuinely indulging in their meals. It is hardly a matter of stealth. The absurdity is abundant." Chapter 194. 50 gold coins. Leave her alone for the moment. Yuanyuan entered the cafeteria. She noticed only fellow students eagerly awaiting fresh gossip, yet Professor Field was nowhere in sight. Wasn't this a gossip feast? Where could Professor Field be? She pondered. It was evident he was now hidden away in the kitchen, a student remarked. "But do not fret. Once the front line relays the news, we shall know what he and the chef are up to." Indeed, the way they spoke of gossip made it sound like a battle. However, Yuanyuan had no intention of lingering any longer, for she had come to deliver something to Professor Pichio. "You may continue to wait. I shall take my leave," she said, weaving through the crowd, occasionally glancing around. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure squatting in a corner, short and stout, with a scruffy beard. Who else could it be but Professor Pichio? Memories of their previous encounter in Professor Ifu's office resurfaced. Professor Pichio certainly had a penchant for gossip. She approached him quietly and whispered, "Professor, are you indulging in gossip?" Pichio jumped, startled. "Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death. My apologies. I couldn't locate you at the magic workshop, and the administrator mentioned you were here for gossip, so I sought you out." Pichio remained fixated on the crack of the door, absent-mindedly munching on sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Yuanyuan's words, he casually responded, "What do you need from me?" Curiosity piqued by Pichio's unwavering attention to the door, Yuanyuan pressed on. "Didn't you mention the banana fan? I've completed it and am ready to deliver it now." "Oh, is that so? No rush, no rush. The goods can be delivered at any time. But gossip must be savored fresh." Pichio continued to gaze through the door. After a moment, he realized his rudeness and added, "I'm rather busy at the moment. Perhaps you should return later." Indeed, he was busy, though not with anything of consequence. merely indulging in idle chatter. From the very beginning, Picho had been focused on the door crack while communicating with Yuanyuan, and now he was urging her to leave. Her curiosity about what he was observing grew, prompting her to lean in for a better view. Professor, what exactly are you watching? Don't crowd, don't crowd. Picho shifted slightly to grant her a glimpse. Inside are Field and the chef. Field has vanished whenever trouble arises, but this time, I've managed to catch him in the act. He is actually approaching the chef. His erratic behavior may well stem from some form of distress. After all, there was that incident where he ran out of the classroom in nothing but his underwear. Could he be driven mad by the pressures of his research project? Are you truly so pleased to see a colleague driven to madness by work? Yuanyuan queried, perplexed, as she squinted with one eye wide open and the other tightly shut, peering into the crack of the door. The scene within the door took Yuanyuan by surprise. Field and the chef sat face to face, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. Suddenly, Professor Field waved his right hand, and a pile of gold coins appeared on the table. Yuanyuan and Piku were instantly exhilarated. Throwing money at someone, how extravagant! What dealings could Professor Field possibly have with the chef? Yuanyuan felt a pang in her heart. Unable to hear their words, she could only witness the unfolding drama, akin to being denied the chance to savor a melon, which was far more distressing than simply not being allowed to eat it. At that moment, Piku spoke up. 50 gold coins. Let her go. Yuanyuan was taken aback. Was this an interpretation of the conversation between Field and the chef? Chapter 195. A taste of the melon. Not easy. Professor, you can read lips? Piku smirked confidently. It's an essential skill for traversing the melon fields. I rely on these talents. Yuanyuan urged him to continue. As for the gold coins thrown by Field, the chef dismissed them with a wave of his hand, sending the coins clattering back towards Field, who ducked his face in an awkward attempt to evade them. Yuanyuan exchanged glances with Piku, who began to quietly translate, take your gold and leave. It appeared that the chef was entirely unmoved by the allure of gold. There was still genuine emotion in this world. As the chef turned to leave, Field hastened after him. Piku, what do you desire? I will grant anything within my power, as long as you share information about her. Who would have thought that Professor Field was such a passionate man? Yuanyuan continued to relish the unfolding drama. The chef ignored Field entirely, striding ahead with purpose, prompting Field to hasten his pace and kneel before him. Piku, Yuanyuan, what is happening? Kneeling before a rival for love? Field, tears in his eyes, poured out his heart to the chef, who appeared increasingly impatient, seemingly ready to kick Field away. Please, I beg you, any information would suffice. I truly need this. How profoundly sincere was his affection. He had sacrificed his dignity. Yuanyuan mused with a TSK of admiration. The chef, veins bulging on his forehead, could no longer contain himself. With one hand, he seized Field by the collar and, to the astonished gazes of Piku and Yuanyuan, flung him against the wall, rendering Professor Field unconscious on the spot. With an imposing demeanor, the chef strode towards the door, prompting Piku and Yuanyuan to hurriedly step aside. The door swung open, and as the chef emerged, he noticed someone nearby, pausing with a glare that radiated menace. Yuanyuan and Piku were startled, feigning the guise of ordinary patrons merely dining. Professor, you work hard during your classes. Please indulge in some cheese to replenish your energy. As she spoke, she pushed a plate of live maggot cheese towards Professor Piku. The professor's eyes widened in horror, suppressing the urge to vomit. Yet he tried to cooperate with Yuanyuan's intentions. Indeed, how thoughtful. This noodle is quite delightful. You should try it as well. Piku then presented the endlessly reproducing blue noodles to Yuanyuan. Come on, let us mutually inflict harm. Yuanyuan tremulously accepted them, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Professor, for your concern. The two exchanged pleasantries, and upon noticing that the chef had yet to depart, Picho boldly took a hearty bite of the cheese. The cheese was indeed rich and aromatic, providing both energy and protein. Quite commendable. Professor, you truly are audacious. Yuanyuan remarked as she twirled several strands of noodles, savoring them with closed eyes. Although the sensation of the noodles squirming in her mouth was less than pleasant, she continued to extol their virtues, praising their delightful chewiness and springy texture, asserting that a single strand could be chewed for 10 minutes, making it an excellent choice for exercising jaw muscles. Help, she thought, what am I even saying? The chef, having stood by for quite some time, was no stranger to their clumsy theatrics. After eavesdropping for long enough, he felt they deserved a taste of their own medicine. Only when he observed Pichio and Gu Yuanyuan consuming the food did he finally turn to leave. As soon as the chef was gone, Gu Yuanyuan and Pichio promptly expelled the food from their mouths. "Professor," Gu Yuanyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, "you are truly brave. Those worms on the cheese were live maggots, and you bit right into them. Truly, eating that was no small feat." Chapter 196. Farewell. Pichio grimaced, unable to respond, feeling as though there were still worms lingering in his mouth. "Let's go," he said, rising to carry Field out. They entered the kitchen, where Professor Field lay completely unconscious. Pichio knelt, scrutinizing Field, perplexed as to why a capable professor would be so ineffective. "Professor Gu, shall we take Professor Field to the infirmary?" Pichio suggested, to which Gu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. They then transported Field to Professor Claire's treatment room. "What has happened here?" Claire inquired as she approached, her expression layered with complexity upon seeing Field on the stretcher. The recent events had stirred quite a commotion, and she was somewhat in the know about the incident. "Indeed," Gu Yuanyuan replied. "Professor, could you please examine Professor Field?" Claire conducted a brief examination, reassuring them. "There is no cause for alarm. He merely lost consciousness due to a severe blow. Leave him in my student's care. That's a relief. We shall not intrude on the treatment any longer." Pichio and Gu Yuanyuan exchanged glances and turned to leave. "Wait," Claire began, but before she could finish her sentence, the two had vanished from sight. Why the rush? She still wished to inquire about the reason behind Field's fainting spell. Emerging from the infirmary, Gu Yuanyuan and Pichio concluded their collaborative matters and parted ways, with Gu Yuanyuan returning to the milk tea shop in Misty City. Cece and Amy had already packed their belongings. Today marked the day of their farewell, and the milk tea shop remained closed for business. As Gu Yuanyuan entered the shop, Cece rushed forward to embrace her. Initially taken aback, Gu Yuanyuan soon reciprocated the embrace. "Sister, thank you for your care. I must leave now." Cece's voice was muffled, her tone imbued with an indescribable sadness. "It is not so much care as it is gratitude for your assistance," Gu Yuanyuan replied, nodding to the shadow elf who had come to escort Cece. "I appreciate your help. It is no trouble at all. It is our duty to protect and care for the princess." After bidding farewell to Cece, Gu Yuanyuan embraced Amy, reminding her to take good care of herself in the Northern Territory. With a hint of moisture in her eyes, Amy replied, "I understand. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan." Parting is always tinged with sorrow. Standing alone in the first-floor lobby, Gu Yuanyuan's shadow stretched long under the sunlight, contrasting starkly with the quiet tea shop and the bustling surroundings outside. She exhaled softly, acknowledging that parting was inevitable and loneliness often accompanies life. As she gazed at the setting sun, she suddenly felt something moving on her shoulder. "You come a perch on my shoulder again," she remarked. Bubino tilted its head and blinked, asking, "Were you feeling sad just now?" "Yes," Gu Yuanyuan nodded gently. "I was feeling sad." The atmosphere fell into a silence, and perhaps sensing the heaviness, Bubino thought for a moment before clapping its hands. The 9 little fairies surged toward Gu Yuanyuan, chattering incessantly in an effort to comfort her. "Don't be unhappy. You still have us. We are far more useful than those 2 fairies. If you miss them, just video call them with the communication stone. Don't frown. Be happy." The 9 fairies bombarded her with encouragement, and Gu Yuanyuan, caught between laughter and tears, replied, all right. I'm not sad anymore, okay? That's more like it." Bubino exclaimed, "The most important thing in life is to be happy." Chapter 197. Preparing new products, she entered the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water, glancing at the little fairies, and poured a bowl for them as well. Sitting down, she asked Bubino, who was drinking, "How are you all preparing for tomorrow? It's your turn to take over for Cece and Amy." Bubino patted its chest confidently, declaring, "No problem. Don't underestimate us. Fairies are quite powerful." Gu Yuanyuan remained non-committal, gently pushing Bubino with her finger, causing it to tumble onto the floor. "Is that what power looks like?" Bubino, annoyed, raised its head defiantly and retorted, "What are you doing? You are so weak. I can knock you down with just 1 finger. I doubt you could lift a cup of bubble tea," Yuanyuan teased. "Who says I can't?" Bubino protested, getting back on its feet, its blue eyes shimmering with determination. In an instant, all the water in the kitchen began to rise into the air, forming a small ocean above them, sparkling in the light. Gu Yuanyuan looked up in awe as the water continued to gather. "How about that? I can easily lift the water of a lake. What does a cup of bubble tea to me? Fairies possess an innate elemental affinity, allowing them to wield magic without the aid of wands or incantations. As a water fairy, Bubuno's control over water was formidable. Yuanyuan felt a twinge of concern that Bubuno might lose control and drench everyone. Quickly, return it to its place, she urged. Bubuno, pleased with itself, stood on tiptoe and elegantly waved its finger in the air. The water obediently parted into streams and returned to its original position. I take back my words. You are indeed very powerful, Yuanyuan admitted. Bubuno, you need only to be aware. Given this, let us now prepare for the debut of tomorrow's new beverage. Tomorrow marks the first day of staff transition at the Emerald Mist City Milk Tea Shop, perfectly coinciding with the launch of our new drink. Bubuno, what shall we unveil? Yuanyuan smiled, declaring that it would undoubtedly be the sauce-flavored latte. This exquisite creation serves as a powerful tool to dispel the rumors surrounding the milk tea shop and compel the editor of the True Knowledge Society to speak the truth. Such a remarkable concoction deserves to be shared with all. Upon hearing that preparations were underway, the fairies immediately shifted into work mode, gathering around enthusiastically. Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction. These fairies were quite diligent. She began to demonstrate the process of crafting the sauce-flavored latte step by step before them. Initially, this beverage required the liquor left behind by the previous tenant, but after several attempts, Yuanyuan discovered that a sufficiently high alcohol content could yield the same delightful effects. Have you all mastered the art of crafting this drink? Bubuno fluttered over, resting his hands on the rim of the cup, the enticing aroma of the liquor drawing him closer. He gulped, exclaiming, "This seems rather simple. May I take a sip?" The process of making the sauce-flavored latte is indeed relatively uncomplicated. Yuanyuan replied, "Of course, but I must remind you of the effects this drink can have. Are you certain you wish to try it?" "I have naught to hide, so I am not afraid," Bubuno declared boldly. He leaned in and took a sip, his expression one of bliss, appearing utterly entranced. Yuanyuan looked down and asked, "How is it?" "The taste is delightful. I assenti it." Burp, a hearty belch, rich with the scent of liquor, escaped him. "It tastes absolutely marvelous." Chapter 198. The fairy's dream mansion. Bubuno's cheeks flushed crimson, and he chuckled, his demeanor suggesting he had completely lost his sense of self-awareness. Mischievously, Yuanyuan poked him gently on the backside. He turned, albeit slowly, finding nothing amiss. Bubuno rubbed his bottom, perplexed. Why do I feel something brushing against my rear? Yuanyuan and the little fairies stifled their laughter. When Bubuno finally registered what had occurred, he exclaimed in indignation, "How can you touch my backside? I am a boy. A boy's backside should not be touched casually." Among the 10 fairies born, 9 appeared female, while only Bubuno had a male form. Yuanyuan was aware that this was not entirely appropriate, yet having watched them come into existence, she found them utterly charming, and her intentions were innocent. Raising both hands in surrender, she apologized, "I am truly sorry. You are simply too adorable." And I could not resist. Bubuno, unsteady on his feet and with his mind in a haze, conceded, "Fine, since it's your first offense. I shall forgive you this time. But next time, you must not do this again." This was not a first offense. For Bubuno likely did not recall that when he was born, he had been completely bare, and Yuanyuan had poked his backside on more than one occasion. All right, I promise," Yuanyuan said, retracting the sauce-flavored latte and gently keeping Bubuno's eager hands at bay. "No more for you. You're already intoxicated." Bubuno staggered and lunged once more towards the fragrant latte, pleading for just another sip, though I was not intoxicated. "No," Yuanyuan firmly declined, signaling the little fairies to assist Bubuno, reminding him that he had work the next day and that excessive drinking might lead to a headache. "I won't. I might have had just a bit," Bubuno insisted, shaking off the fairies who came to help him. Yuanyuan ceased further conversation, grasping the collar at the nape of Bubuno's neck and lifting him into her palm, guiding him and the other 9 fairies upstairs. Just as she was about to place him into a flower basket, she suddenly realized a pressing issue. "System, is there a house for sale?" The address of the Emerald Mist City Real Estate Center has been located. The host may inquire there directly. The system displayed the real estate center's location on the map for Yuanyuan. "I did not mean this house. I meant one suitable for fairies to reside in." Fairies are more reliant on nature than sprites. Generally, they prefer to adapt to their surroundings, sleeping wherever they find themselves. The open sky and ground are the best accommodations for them. However, she had hired these 10 little fairies, and they would be living in the milk tea shop. They couldn't possibly sleep in a flower basket indefinitely. Moreover, Bubino was correct. Being a male fairy, he certainly needed to be mindful of the other female fairies. All right then, what kind of dwelling do you have in mind? Yuanyuan began to describe a miniature fairy house. Searching the marketplace. Ding. Several items matching your criteria have been found. Please review them. A series of product images appeared before Yuanyuan, with the first recommendation being exceptionally exquisite, a 5-story villa complete with a swimming pool, a garden, a garage, and a home theater. Isn't this a bit too luxurious? Yuanyuan felt a twinge of envy, recalling that she herself resided in a simple one-bedroom above the shop. Oh, that was indeed her own situation. She was thoroughly satisfied with this house and clicked to view the price, 80 silver coins. Quite affordable, she thought, and immediately proceeded with the purchase. Upon completing the transaction, the house materialized in her bedroom. The size of the house was reminiscent of the Barbie doll houses Yuanyuan had played with in her youth. She and the fairies arranged the house, placing it in a corner of her bedroom, thus securing a proper abode for the fairies. Yuanyuan placed Bubino inside, and the house increasingly resembled a doll house, leading her to whimsically dub it the fairies' dream mansion. Chapter 199. Release day. As the day approached for the fairies to make their debut, Yuanyuan felt a wave of anxiety. She was uncertain whether the scene would descend into chaos. After some contemplation, she decided to spend the night at the Emerald Mist City milk tea shop. On the following day, Bubino awoke from a nightmarish dream where a twisted woman had been obsessively groping him, leading him to flee in terror until he fell off a cliff. Ouch! Bubino propped himself up, surveying his surroundings. It seemed he was beneath a bed. He rubbed his shoulders, realizing that the dream of falling from a cliff stemmed from the reality of having tumbled from the bed. Wait a moment. Where had this bed come from? Wasn't he supposed to be sleeping in a flower basket? With a flutter of wings, Bubino soared out of the room, hovering in midair. At last, he beheld the grand edifice in which he resided, a luxurious mansion where each little sprite possessed their own designated chamber. He flitted in and out of the rooms, leaping into the swimming pool before darting to the garden, reveling in the sheer delight of his frolic. Awakening. Yuanyuan rubbed her bleary eyes and observed the exuberance of Bubino. She recalled that today marked the first day of work for these little creatures. Hastily, she rose to wash up and have breakfast, for they were to begin meal preparations. With a yawn, she stepped into the bathroom. Bubino promptly summoned his companions, and the little sprites busied themselves, heralding the commencement of their official workday. Soxy and Belle, a newly formed couple of fairies, had chosen to visit Misty Green City for a weekend getaway. They were drawn to the city's central square, home to a unique tea shop exclusively for the fairy race, a place Belle had longed to visit. However, due to her demanding studies, she had only now found the time to embark on a brief romantic excursion with her boyfriend. Soxy, what troubles you? Are you unhappy? Belle inquired with concern. Soxy snapped back to attention, quickly managing his expression. How could I be? Belle, you are my favorite girl. I am overjoyed to travel with you. But you were frowning just now. With a smile, Soxy took Belle's hand and gently pressed a kiss upon it. My dear, I was merely reflecting on the years before I met you, which felt utterly insipid. It was only upon encountering you that I understood what it means for a soul to find its home. Belle blushed, caught off guard by Soxy's kiss. Is that so? Is it appropriate to do this in public? Soxy chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Everyone is envious of us. You're simply too shy. Belle averted her gaze, feeling as though she were immersed in a honey pot, sweet and blissfully happy. Had she looked up, she would have noticed that Soxy's attention was not on her, but rather scanning the crowd until it landed on a graceful figure behind a tree. With an air of theatricality, he lowered his head to kiss Belle's forehead, whispering, You are the love of my life. In every form you take, I adore you. Belle tightened her grip on her skirt, flustered. Let us hurry. This tea shop is quite popular, and I believe they're launching new products today. We might have to wait in a long line if we arrive late. Indeed, Soxy replied, grasping Belle's hand while his gaze remained on the passers-by. Let us proceed. Hello, may I take your order? Bubino, on his first day, eagerly volunteered to manage the front desk, having even acquired a small suit from Yuanyuan. He adjusted his bow tie, striving to appear thoroughly professional. Today, we have new products available for you to explore. These offerings are certainly on par with our previous beverages. Chapter 200. Brownie Cake. Bubino felt immensely professional. However, After articulating his greeting, he received no immediate response, leaving him puzzled. "Sir, is there a problem?" The customer across from him gaped, eyes fixed on Bubuno, standing as still as a statue, silent and unmoving. "Great goddess of life, is it a fairy? Has he not awakened from slumber? How can I still see the creatures that are said to have vanished from the pages of books?" "You pinch me." The customer turned to his companion and said, I seem not to be fully awake, and I actually see a fairy." His intentions fell flat, for his companion bore a similarly vacant expression, utterly oblivious to his words. Bubuno understood. Indeed, as Yuanyuan had mentioned, these customers were momentarily unable to accept the news of the fairy's reappearance. "Ahem," Bubuno redirected the customer's gaze. "You are not mistaken and are quite lucid. I am indeed a fairy, and also a new employee of this establishment. The previous staff have either returned to their homelands or gone back to their studies. Henceforth, Ms. Yuanyuan has entrusted us fairies with the operation of this milk tea shop. You shall see us every day, and we hope to provide you with exceptional service and delightful fare." A true fairy. The customers at the front of the line began to murmur amongst themselves. 4 fairies hold significant importance to the elves. The sudden appearance of such a long-extinct creature in a milk tea shop was a considerable test of the elves' capacity to accept this reality. "Well then, I have said all that I needed to say. Have you decided what you would like to order? It would not be courteous to keep our friends waiting too long." A few customers urged the first patron forward, who stammered, "Then, I shall have a brownie cake, please, to eat here." "Very well, that will be 30 silver coins." Bubuno swiftly processed the order. "Please come this way." Immediately, a fairy led the customer to a seat, kindly offering today's newspaper. The customer felt somewhat dazed throughout the entire process, and before long, a plate of scrumptious brownie cake was placed upon his table. Thank you," he said, picking up his knife and fork, attempting to thank the little fairy as naturally as he could. The little fairy smiled, covering her mouth. "No need to thank me. Please enjoy." Sosie and Belle arrived a bit late, finding themselves at the back of the queue. They could not discern the commotion ahead, but Belle, with keen eyes, spotted the sign among the crowd. "Sosie, look. Not only are there new products today, but also new employees." Sosie replied disinterestedly, his thoughts not on Belle or the milk tea, but rather on another elven maiden. However, Belle was an ardent fan of the milk tea shop, and Sosie's lackluster response did not dampen her spirits. Her entire focus was captivated by the words on the sign. "Do you wish to uncover the secrets your other half hides? Truthful drinks, letting secrets escape from their concealment." Additionally, due to the shop's developmental plans, it was regrettably announced that Cece and Amy had embarked on their journey to Twilight Valley in the Northlands. Their positions would be filled by new employees. "Thank you for your understanding and support." Truthful words, Belle silently pondered. Although she shared a close bond with Sosie, she often felt a sense of uncertainty. Perhaps she could try the truthful drinks to gain insight into Sosie's genuine thoughts. However, Sosie was an independent elf, possessing his own secrets. Would her actions inadvertently harm their relationship? Belle found herself in a state of turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, the two had finally arrived at the front counter of the milk tea shop. The diligent Bubuno looked at the elven couple and inquired what they would like to order. Upon seeing Bubuno, the couple realized the recent commotion was due to the fact that the new employee was, in fact, a fairy. They stood there momentarily stunned, only to be prompted back to reality by the impatient customers behind them. Sosie, usually indifferent to milk tea, was encountering it for the first time today. "Let me take care of the payment," she declared. At this, Belle felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Sosie was so considerate that she felt she should never doubt her fairy gentleman. "What do you recommend?" she asked. Bubuno, quick to catch on, suggested the strawberry heart sponge cake, stating that it was sweet and fluffy, much like their love. He further recommended pairing it with an iced Americano or a latte, which would not only cleanse the palate, but also enrich the flavor. Meanwhile, Yuanyuan, observing from the side, couldn't help but smile, surprised by Bubuno's eloquence. Belle felt a bit dazed. It had been ages since she had last ordered from milk tea shop, and there were so many new items. "We'll have a latte and enjoy it here, just as you suggested," she decided. "Very well. Your order has been placed. After you make the payment, please wait a moment. My colleague will bring your items shortly." Sosie paid promptly, and the two chose a table outside with a good view to sit down. Yuanyuan watched the couple, finding them a perfect match. The boy was handsome, and the girl was charming. Moreover, the boy's readiness to pay and respect for his girlfriend's opinions was commendable. She sidled up to Bubino and whispered, "Well done," just as Bubino was about to bask in the praise. A female elf wearing a sun hat approached the counter and placed her order for a savory latte. Bubino instantly switched to work mode and replied, "Certainly. However, please be advised that the savory latte comes with a 6-hour period during which you must speak only the truth. Are you sure you wish to proceed?" The customer nodded, and Bubino busily began preparing the order. "Will you be enjoying it here?" "Yes, I will." "Very well, that will be 25 silver coins." After the customer paid, she pondered for a moment before choosing to sit with her back to the couple. Bubino and Yuanyuan continued to attend to the customers at the front, while the little fairy responsible for preparing the food brought out the cake and drinks. "Enjoy your meal," she said. "Thank you," Belle replied, feeling elated. "Today has been a stroke of luck. Not only do we get to try new items, but we also get to see fairies. I told you this milk tea shop was something special." Sosi gently fed a piece of cake to Belle, saying, "Thanks to your idea. I've had my eyes open today." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the figure behind him, noticing it remained unresponsive, feeling slightly disappointed. He then thought perhaps he should be more daring. "Belle, I do like to drink your latte. Let us swap." Startled, Belle shyly protested, "But I've already had a few sips of this one. Am I not your boyfriend?" He teased. "Or do you find me unworthy?" How could Belle immediately exchange the cups when both were identical in taste? Sosi lowered her gaze, seemingly imbued with deep affection, as if to say, "This is what you have savored." Chapter 202. All just a game. Witnessing the scene, Yuanyuan felt as though a deluge of dog food had been hurled upon her, leaving her dazed yet curious. Thus, she decided to pull up a chair at the front desk to indulge in the spectacle. "Bubino, what are you watching?" Yuanyuan inquired. "Watching others fall in love," replied Bubino, indifferent and absorbed solely in his role, his mind and eyes wholly consumed by work. Belle accepted Sosi's latte, unsure whether to drink or not. Her cheeks burned with warmth, and to mask her discomfort, she began to devour cake. Sosi lifted the latte to her lips, glancing at the elf behind her, who remained unresponsive. Why was that? Sosi furrowed her brow, questioning why the other had not reacted. Did she truly no longer care? Belle was overwhelmed by sweetness, yet the latte in her hands belonged to Sosi. After a moment of internal conflict, she confessed, "Actually, I don't really like sharing a cup, even if it's with my boyfriend." "Sosi, could you please order me a portion of fried chicken?" Sosi offered no response. Finally, Sosi snapped back to reality. "What is it, darling?" "You're frowning again," Belle remarked, puzzled. "Are you truly not unhappy?" "Not all. It's merely that the latte is too bitter for my taste." "You mentioned wanting fried chicken, correct?" "I was just about to change my drink order. I'll go place it now." Before Belle could say more, Sosi had already risen and headed towards the front desk. Yuanyuan, seeing the customer approach, quickly concealed her distracted expression. Bubino still needed to attend to other patrons, so she promptly took the stage. "Good sir, is there anything else you require?" "I do like a portion of fried chicken, along with a sweeter beverage. Anything that isn't bitter will suffice." "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." As Yuanyuan processed the order, she inadvertently noticed a female elf customer, donned in a sun hat, had seated herself beside Belle. The two seemed engaged in conversation, and Belle's expression bore signs of distress. The female elf then removed her hat, revealing her hair, and Yuanyuan was struck with astonishment. This woman's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Belle's. "Is there an issue with my order?" No, everything is fine," Yuanyuan quickly reassured, suppressing her surprise as she accepted the coins and indicated that the order had been successfully placed. "You may return and wait a moment." Sosi nodded and returned to her seat, while the female elf customer resumed her original spot. Belle sliced a piece of cake and offered it to Sosi. "Sosi, didn't you say the latte was bitter? This cake is incredibly sweet and should help alleviate that." Sosi skeptically tasted it, only to discover a hint of alcohol. "Darling, this cake has been infused with liquor." Belle ignored his remark and, after Sosi swallowed the cake, waited momentarily, gauging its effect. "Sosi, may I ask you something? Do you truly love me?" Sosi furrowed his brow, pondering why Belle would pose such a question. He wished to respond as he once did, but the words that escaped his lips felt disingenuous. Belle's pupils widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated this revelation. Regaining her composure, she inhaled deeply and through gritted teeth, declared, "If you do not love me, then why are you with me?" This sentiment starkly contrasted the fabricated narratives conjured in Sosi's mind. It was all merely a charade intended to provoke his ex-girlfriend, to incite her jealousy, to affirm her lingering affection for him. Chapter 203. The substitute his ex-girlfriend? That girl was indeed his previous partner, and the remnants of sweetness from the cake turned bitter. Belle felt like a jester, a mere instrument of deception wielded by the one she cherished. Sorrow engulfed her, her body trembled, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. As Sosai reached out to support her, she forcefully pushed him away. One last question. Why did you choose me? Because you bear a striking resemblance to her. Is that so? Belle's voice was flat, disappointment seeping into her very core. The three questions had thoroughly shattered her faith in Sosai. Wiping her tears, she abruptly stood and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack of the slap drew the attention of everyone in the establishment, leaving Yuanyuan's jaw nearly touching the floor. What on earth had transpired? Hadn't everything been fine just moments ago? Catching sight of the waitress approaching with a tray, she swiftly took the food from her hands, aware that the waitress would be ill-equipped to handle such a scene. Yuanyuan cautiously approached the pair, carrying fried chicken and bubble tea. May I inquire what conflict has arisen between you two? Physical altercations are not permitted in this establishment. We advocate for more peaceful resolutions. Neither party moved nor responded, leaving Yuanyuan feeling rather awkward. Belle was engulfed in a maelstrom of emotions: anger at the betrayal, heartache over the disillusionment, and the absurdity of being a mere substitute. Overwhelmed, she struck Sosai again. With two symmetrical handprints adorning his face, Sosai attempted to defend himself. Belle, do not believe me. I was intentionally deceiving you. A chorus of incredulous murmurs filled the CF, as patrons found it peculiar to witness such an unabashedly dishonest man. Sosai, flustered, stammered, I didn't mean to say that. Belle averted her gaze, wishing to obliterate the visage of this cad. At that moment, a female elf, Sosai's ex-girlfriend, removed her sun hat and approached them. The customers in the CAF were taken aback by her striking appearance. These two elves look remarkably alike, they whispered. It was no wonder that the scoundrel had pursued his current girlfriend. They were practically identical, as if he were treating one as a mere stand-in. Keep your voices down. She is already heartbroken, a voice cautioned. The hushed discussions only intensified Belle's humiliation as she looked around, meeting the pitying stares of onlookers. The term substitute echoed in her mind as she staggered backward. Yuanyuan attempted to assist her, but the female elf, Sosai's ex, reached Belle first, offering her support. Are you all right? She asked with genuine concern. Belle's complexion was pale as she shook her head, insisting, I am fine. I apologize. Perhaps I should not have confided in you. The female elf began, but Belle interrupted. On the contrary, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. What a tragedy, Yuanyuan remarked, gazing at the two, that such splendid young women have fallen victim to a scoundrel. The female elf's words reached Sosai's ears, and he approached with a look of surprise, eagerly grasping his ex-girlfriend's hand, desperate for confirmation. Is it true that you told her? Does that mean you still harbor feelings for me? The female elf, growing impatient, shook off Sosai's grip. No, I merely feared that Belle would be further deceived by you, ultimately dragged into an abyss. Impossible, impossible, Sosai shouted. Then why do you follow me? You appeared deliberately while I was close to Belle. Are you not jealous? You must be jealous. Are you out of your mind? The female elf replied, exasperated. I merely witnessed a flower being trampled by dung. It is your own overthinking. With that, the two resolved to leave, but Sosai, heedless, attempted to seize the female elf again, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him crashing against the wall of the milk tea shop. Yuanyuan's heart raced, fearing a confrontation among the three, yet feeling powerless to intervene in matters of the heart. Belle simply wished to escape, but recognized the need to resolve the situation before it became even more tangled. After a moment of contemplation, she approached the dazed Sosai and forcefully declared, We are breaking up. Do not ever appear before me again. Turning to Yuanyuan, she offered an apologetic smile. I am sorry, boss, for disrupting your business with our issues. Sosai will cover today's losses. All right, understood, Yuanyuan replied, somewhat dazed. The two then departed. Chapter 204 concluded. The entangled affairs of the three Elves had drawn the attention of numerous onlookers, both inside and outside the shop. Customers in line whispered among themselves, and the once bustling shop fell silent. Bubu Nual flew over to Yuanyuan, expressing concern. Do you think this incident will impact our business? With such a potent new product, what if no one dares to try it due to this situation? Yuanyuan reassured him, I doubt it. Even if this particular item faces challenges within the elf community, it may still find success at the Magic Academy, and we do not rely solely on this drink. Observing the fervent discussions among the patrons, Yuanyuan felt it necessary to redirect the atmosphere, as their attention was drifting away from dining. She raised her voice. Thank you all for your support of the milk tea shop. I kindly ask that we refrain from further gossip regarding this matter, as the individuals involved do not wish to be the subject of speculation. Following her statement, the crowd, showing respect, ceased their overt gazes towards Sosi outside, shifting instead to hushed whispers. It's quite a challenge, Luna remarked as she emerged from an unknown corner, assessing Sosi with a critical eye. To encounter such a situation during a new product launch, he appears to still be a student from the Tower of Nature. I wonder how this will unfold. Yuanyuan greeted Luna amicably. I didn't see you in the shop. Were you just now? I was in line, Luna replied, at the very end. Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh. After chatting for a while longer, she instructed Bubu Nuo to return to his post, intending to wrap up the matter herself. Approaching Sosi, who appeared utterly defeated, she noted how he had lost the dapper, gentleman demeanor he once possessed. With his head bowed and legs curled against the wall, he exuded an air of despondency. As Yuanyuan drew closer, she overheard him murmuring, "It's impossible. She must still love me. She simply refuses to acknowledge it. It has to be that way." Yuanyuan crouched down beside him. "Do you wish to know why you openly admitted to your FAAD? Why?" Sosi looked up, a bitter smirk playing upon his lips, his eyes filled with a fanatical obsession. "Because that piece of cake contained your potion." "Not too dim, I see," she replied. "However, you are mistaken. It was not a potion, merely a cup of aromatic latte." Furthermore, she enunciated distinctly, "Your ex-girlfriend does not love you or harbor any affection for you. It is all but a figment of your imagination." "You lie," Sosi roared, springing to his feet. Luna hurriedly stepped in front of Yuanyuan to shield her. "You're deceiving me. She must have done all this because I hold a special place in her heart. She still has feelings for me." "Huh," Yuanyuan retorted, unwilling to continue the argument. She picked up the aromatic latte from the table. "See this cup? It was ordered by your ex-girlfriend, the one that compels you to speak the truth. Not only did she infuse it into your cake, but she also drank some herself. This means her declaration of not loving you is genuine." Sosi's gaze lingered on the nearly empty latte. "It's all genuine. Yes, you have merely been deceiving yourself. Now, this farce must come to an end. Your meals have already been paid for. Although your romantic turmoil has caused a disturbance in the establishment, affecting the patrons, the losses are not substantial. Oh, and about that wall. Step aside and let me see if you've left a hole in it. Alas, it appears you haven't tea. In that case, you're free to leave." Sosi remained motionless. Yuanyuan, growing impatient, warned him that if he continued to be uncooperative, the inspection fairies might have to intervene. "Since you choose not to depart, it suggests you wish to remain here for your meal. Be advised, however, that this is not an opportune moment for dining." Finally, Sosi moved away in silence. Chapter 205. Cream Cake. Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief, glad that it was finally over. She and Luna entered the kitchen, where Luna observed the busy little fairies. "This matter is concluded. But are you certain that employing fairies as staff 1T attract the attention of the higher-ups in the City of Life? What will you do if they demand all the fairies under the pretext of protecting endangered species?" Yuanyuan paused. "I doubt that will happen. From my interactions with the fairies, they have all been quite agreeable. Besides, I have already forged contracts with them. Surely no one from the fairy clan can disrupt the existence of a contract generated by the system. Can they?" Luna rested her chin on her hand, her gaze drawn to the delectable food before her, suppressing her cravings. "I doubt they would be so forceful, but they will certainly seek you out for a discussion. After all, the situation in Twilight City has been growing increasingly severe over the years, and fairies are the only beings capable of restoring it. Has Twilight City not already found a way to adapt to the chaos of elemental disturbances? Ostensibly, yes. However, it is palpable to everyone that the flow of magic within Twilight City is becoming increasingly arduous." She swallowed hard, unable to restrain herself. "May I have a piece of cream cake?" Yuanyuan chuckled softly. The cream cakes were not yet fully prepared, but will be fine to offer a piece to Luna. This implies that, at present, fairies are of paramount importance to the elven race. Luna took a large bite of cake, her voice muffled. "Indeed, that is precisely the implication. Therefore, I surmise your staff might not be able to hold on for long." Yuanyuan fell silent. These fairy attendants were not only immensely powerful, but also possessed an exceptional talent for culinary creation. Their diminutive size allowed for numerous individuals to occupy minimal space, and their magical abilities could be unleashed at any moment, making them perfectly tailored attendants for her. Parting ways with them would indeed be a significant loss. She recalled the pot of flowers still at the milk tea shop on Kent Street. Perhaps. System. Can that flower still nurture fairies? Affirmative. If that is the case, then the matter becomes manageable. In the Priest's Institute treatment room, Field groggily opened his eyes, his face resting against a soft object. What is this? He instinctively raised a hand to touch it. A pillow. A dull ache throbbed at the back of his head. Field grimaced and slowly sat up. Once the pain subsided, he became fully alert and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in Claire's treatment room. Who brought him here? Awake? Claire entered the treatment room, pulled up a chair, and sat beside Field, crossing her arms in playful mockery. Who have you been fighting? You've been rather active lately, with reports of your bizarre conduct in class and your relentless pursuit of the head chef. Claire expressed her genuine confusion. Are you unwell? You're the one who's unwell. Field, triggered by her words, became animated, inadvertently aggravating his wound. Why do I have injuries on my back too? That is a question only you can answer. You were brought in looking like that. The person who assaulted you must have truly despised you, Claire sighed. Field resumed his prone position, which offered him some relief. Who brought me to the treatment room? I collapsed in the Mage Institute's kitchen. Which brave soul persuaded the chef to save me? Piku and Yuanyuan hurriedly carried you in 3 days ago. You ought to express your gratitude to them. Oh, it was them? Wait, Field became agitated again. Did you just say 3 days ago? Indeed, 3 days ago. Your primary injury was to your head, and you will need to remain here for a few more days before you can leave. Oh no, Field despaired, lying back on the bed. Yuanyuan had assigned him a task, and he had not only failed to gather any information, but had also spent a full 3 days in bed. He recalled his earlier bravado, and now it was all too late. As Claire stood to leave, she remembered something and turned back. Oh, by the way, Yuanyuan visited you this morning. Field jolted at this news. What did he say? Claire's expression was intriguing. Your concern for him suggests that you have grown increasingly close recently. Yuanyuan has always been a solitary figure. It is quite remarkable that he would specifically come to see you. We're just colleagues, good friends, Field defended himself. Isn't it normal to care about one another? He then inquired, did he say anything? He said nothing at all. He merely stood at your bedside for a while, before leaving, as if to confirm whether you were alive or dead. Field, if you cannot speak wisely, you ought to remain silent. Standing there for a moment, what does that signify? Is it an indication for him to continue his mission, or is it an end to it? Field threw off the covers and got out of bed, determined to seek clarity. However, Claire pressed it back down. Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle, he exclaimed. You still no pain, I see. I just informed you that you need to remain here a while longer before you can leave. You cannot go anywhere right now, Claire said, somewhat irritated. Besides, do you think you can handle the peculiar stares of others? Are you unaware of how your actions have been discussed? The principal is utterly exasperated and has instructed me to tell you to conduct yourself properly and adhere to the fundamental standards of a teacher's behavior. If you continue to act so irresponsibly, you may find yourself dismissed one day. Claire pressed her hands on Field's shoulders, and after her words, silence enveloped the room. Field gazed quietly at Claire, the atmosphere charged with ambiguity. You're concerned about me? How could that be? Claire immediately denied. I care about the entire magical academy. You are the one I despise the most, along with Robin. Don't flatter yourself. Take care of your health, she said, withdrawing her hands and turning to leave. Field was bewildered. How did he let that slip out? Hadn't he always held a disdain for Claire? He instinctively raised his hand to touch his head, only to strike the wound and experience another wave of pain. Surely, it was due to the blow to his head, Field mused. Yuanyuan had indeed come to ascertain Field's condition. When he assigned the task to Field, he had not anticipated his recklessness in directly confronting the head chef. After exiting the treatment room, Yuanyuan had been pondering that he must investigate the matter himself. Field was unreliable. However, urgent news from the Elves had surfaced, and just when he thought the investigation would be postponed, the head chef approached him. He wished to know about her. The chef stated confidently as he and Yuanyuan sat across from one another. Yes, Yuanyuan admitted directly. The chef narrowed his eyes. Why? Then let us first discuss how you learned that Field sought you out only after listening to my advice. That is rather easy to deduce. Field has no reason to be interested in this matter. Since then, you're the only one who has visited him, and it seems you have a certain protectiveness over the elves, particularly that student named Yuanyuan, whom you defended during the opening ceremony. And you made a special appearance during the demon attack on the stall. Numerous indications suggest that your relationship with the elves is quite extraordinary. Chapter 207. How about a latte? Uriel's expression conveyed confusion. As for the elves, I merely found that student appealing. Does this entire matter have anything to do with the elves? Unless her is indeed of elven descent. Am I correct? The chef's pupils contracted as he instinctively categorized Uriel among the elven faction, presuming that her interests would align solely with either the detestable humans or the elves. Had he been mistaken? Was this merely an illusion? Perhaps Uriel truly belonged to the human camp. Suppressing his unease, the chef inquired, if that is the case, what draws you to someone entirely unrelated? At that moment, the beast Gugu fluttered in through the window, clutching a basket in its talons. No need to rush, Uriel said, rising to retrieve the basket brought back by Gugu. You must be parched after our lengthy conversation. The chef, bewildered by Uriel's actions, murmured, what do you mean by that? This is takeout from the milk tea shop, she explained. Today marks the launch of their new products. From the basket, Uriel extracted 2 cups of latte, patting Gugu on the head in praise. Well done. You were quite swift today. Gugu beamed with joy at the compliment. Having exerted itself to fulfill its master's command to fetch the new offerings. Although it had to sneak through the back due to the crowd, such details were trivial compared to the satisfaction of its master. With a smile, Uriel handed 1 cup of latte to the chef for him to taste. You must be thirsty. The chef attempted to decline politely, but Uriel insistently pressed the latte into his hands. You really are parched. Uriel settled comfortably, inserting a straw and savoring the drink. This beverage, crafted by a student named Yuanyuan, is exceptionally delightful. Moreover, the snacks at her shop are quite delectable. I trust you are aware of this. The chef couldn't help but agree, having heard numerous students mention the milk tea shop. In fact, throughout the entire academic year of the Magical Academy, it seemed no one was oblivious to the allure of this establishment, its concoctions rivaling potions in potency, and its array of delectable snacks proving utterly addictive. This shop was a marvel, enchanting not only students but also professors who succumbed to its charms. Yet here he stood, bewildered, grasping a drink called latte, having exchanged only a few words since entering Uriel's office. Why was he so convinced of his thirst? Had he misremembered? Observing Uriel relish her drink, the chef felt a stir of curiosity. Hesitantly, he inserted the straw and took a sip, immediately grimacing at the overwhelming bitterness. It seems you have never tried a drink from the milk tea shop. This particular one has gained quite a reputation. It was said that the previous iced Americano was too rich and bitter for most patrons, leading the owner to concoct the latte, which mellows the bitterness while adding a hint of creaminess. Let us return to the matter at hand, the chef interjected, setting aside the latte, interrupting Uriel's enjoyment. Of course, she replied, her gaze fixed on him. Returning to our previous discussion, I surmise your beloved is of elven descent, specifically a frost elf, is she not? The chef's eyes widened in shock. How did Uriel come to know this? He remains uncertain about which faction Uriel belongs to. If he is indeed serving the empire of humanity, it is imperative that he remains unaware. Without clarifying the forces behind Uriel, the chef decided to speak ambiguously. However, his words inadvertently revealed, indeed, she is a frost elf. The chef, bewildered, realized this was not his intended statement. He observed Uriel, who sat comfortably sipping a latte, in stark contrast to his own disheveled appearance. He incredulously averted his gaze, fixated on the drink in his hand. Uriel had persistently encouraged him to taste the beverage, and the drinks from the tea shop often possessed peculiar additional effects. Could it be that today, this newly released sauce-flavored latte would indeed compel one to speak the truth for a duration of 6 hours? Were this matter concerning someone else? The chef might have regarded it with a sense of morbid curiosity. Yet, as the one consuming the sauce-flavored latte, his mood was quite foul. Was Uriel treating him like a prisoner on trial? You also drank a latte. Why are you unaffected? Uriel is different. My cup contains a regular latte, while yours is the sauce-flavored latte. The chef suppressed his anger. How do you know she is a frost elf? The elven race comprises 3 major branches. How did Uriel ascertain her identity so swiftly? Setting her latte down, Uriel replied, I not only know she's a frost elf, but I'm also aware of her name, Gwenera. As the last few syllables left her lips, dark energy coalesced into a sharp spike, pressing against Uriel's forehead. The chef's tone turned perilous. How do you know her? What is your connection? What do you intend to investigate about her? A terrifying wave of black energy surged from the chef, enveloping the entire office, blocking out all light. Gugu, trembling in fear, curled up in a corner, casting furtive glances at Uriel, apprehensive that his master might falter and perish. Observing the chef's growing instability, Uriel attempted to soothe him. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards you or her. I merely wish to confirm whether she is the last saintess of the North. The Frost Elves and the Empire of Humanity are intertwined in governance and faith. The church within the Empire wields considerable influence, yet the monarchy remains supreme. Conversely, the Frost Elf clan unreservedly worships the goddess of life, devoid of a king, with the saintess leading the North. Gwenera was the last saintess before their downfall. To my knowledge, the saintess has no consort, as recorded in historical texts. What is your situation? The chef could not contain his response. I love her. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I was already ensnared. The vexed chef regained his composure, feeling discomfort as the secrets buried deep within him were unearthed. Dark energy surged once more, and he manipulated the spikes, ready to teach Uriel a lesson. Silence. Uriel's eyes flickered as the wood magic surged, the spikes clashing against a translucent emerald shield. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and, as the chef focused, he realized that the figure seated before him was not a silver-haired professor, but rather a green elf. You are the elven race? Uriel raised an eyebrow, confirming the truth. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dark energy in the office gradually dissipated, slowly retreating back into the chef's body. Regaining his senses, the chef's tone softened slightly, possibly due to the elf's identity, yet the remnants of his previous experiences left him wary of such formidable power. You must be someone of significance within the elven community. It is rare for a green elf to be away from their kin. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in this investigation? Chapter 209. All must come to light. The golden crown manifested, and Uriel exuded the grandeur of an elven king, Landrico. The chef's heart trembled. He had speculated that this young man might be an emerging talent within the Green Elf clan, but never did he imagine he was a king. His defenses melted away. Then, might I inquire what your majesty truly intends? I am but a humble chef with unrequited feelings. I do not comprehend the purpose of your scrutiny. Uriel, now Landrico, beckoned a small creature from the corner, a chirping bird fluttering to rest on his arm. The little creature had been frightened moments before, but Landrico gently stroked its back, causing it to close its eyes in bliss. You may not be merely unrequited, he remarked. Upon death, the bodies of the elven race transform into elements of nature, discernible only by our kind. Curiously, after the reclamation of the northern territories, we found no trace of the Saint Gwenella's essence within its bounds. This suggests that her remains have fallen in an unknown location, yet still retain corporeal form. There exists only one possibility. The chef's lips quivered as he could not restrain himself from asking, what possibility? She harbors an obsession, Landrico replied. An obsession? The chef mechanically echoed, struggling to detach his thoughts from the notion that his beloved might possess even a trace of affection for him. His mind slowly began to function. Memories replaying. The final image captured by Robin in the hidden chamber was of two azure orbs, supreme ice magic materials, which were also the eyes of an elf. His eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling up as he shouted at Landrico. But those are merely magical materials, rare as they may be. They're just ice, right? It must be a coincidence. Gwenella is surely buried somewhere, waiting for me to find her, isn't she? Landrico fell silent, halting his actions. Gugu, sensing the atmosphere, gently flapped his wings and departed from his arm. The man across from his master, adept at manipulating dark elements, exhibited a tumultuous emotional state, alternating between furious outbursts threatening to kill his master and frenzied pleas for attention. Ah, humans are truly complex. Perhaps it is better to be a beast, or indeed, an elf. That green sprite, named Yuanyuan, although initially somewhat rough with him, prepared the most delectable dishes and even granted Gugu special privileges. She has now become his second favorite. It is evident that sorrow and joy do not intertwine. As Gugu preened his feathers, his thoughts wandering to fried chicken, the chef was already on the verge of collapse. Speak. Randrico looked at the distraught chef with a trace of sympathy. I can assure you, those are Gwenera's eyes. The chef suddenly fell to the ground, heartbroken, pounding his chest in despair, a myriad of words caught in his throat, as if only a roar could express the grief and anguish within him. Randrico had previously sealed the office to ensure that no sound or commotion would escape. He felt powerless to alleviate the chef's suffering. The demise of the North remains a mystery. He had assumed the guise of Uriel at the Magic Academy for several years, initially to manage this identity well, while his inquiries into the truth stagnated at library records. However, the situation has shifted, the North has returned. In Robin's secret chamber, everything is gradually surfacing. Chapter 210. The sacrifice. The chef wept inconsolably, and even the simple-minded beast Gugu sensed the outpouring of sorrow. He fluttered his wings and gently landed on Randrico's desk, gesturing toward the chef, seeking guidance on how to handle him. Randrico shook his head, signaling Gugu to remain silent and not disturb the chef. The chef had repressed his emotions for too long. Now was the time for release. After a considerable wait, the chef's turmoil finally began to subside. His voice hoarse, the tears had drained much of his strength, leaving him somewhat weakened. Randrico presented him with a glass of iced Americano. Drinking this will ease your discomfort. The chef grasped the iced Americano and managed to muster a smile. Your Majesty can rest assured. I guarantee that every word I speak henceforth will be the truth. He loved Gwenera dearly, and the elven kin were remarkably united. Knowing this, Randrico was confident the chef would cooperate. This is not a latte, it is an iced Americano. Consuming it will restore both your spirit and vigor. The chef was taken aback. You truly are a frequent patron of the tea shop. While the iced Americano may not possess the stunning allure of iced blue coconut jasmine or fragrant lattes, its versatility suits numerous occasions and demographics. Be it the overburdened students at the Magic Academy or the multifaceted Professor Uriel, its universal applicability and immediate effects have ensured steady sales since its introduction, making it a staple in Randrico's household. After drinking the iced Americano, the chef felt considerably revitalized. By this point in their conversation, he had grasped Randrico's true intentions. He exhaled deeply. You wish to uncover the truth behind the fall of the North, do you not? Indeed. The chef retrieved a substantial stack of documents from the spatial props, declaring, "This is the compilation of information I have gathered over the years. Surely you, like me, have come to realize that the truth lies hidden within the Magic Academy. After years of diligent investigation, I have finally made some discoveries, piecing them together. The answers you seek are contained herein." Randrico gazed at the documents on the table, lightly tapping them with his index finger as he inquired, "What is it that you desire?" The true purpose of Randrico's inquiry regarding the sauce-flavored latte was to ascertain the chef's intentions and to understand his relationship with Gwenella. He felt a flicker of empathy towards the chef's sorrow. The chef slowly lifted his gaze, a steely glint emanating from his serene eyes. "I have two demands in returning these documents to you. First, after all is said and done, please leave me with a memento. Second, he must perish by my hand." Though Gwenella had already passed, her unique identity ensured that her remains would not be entrusted to the chef. He merely wished to retain a memory for his recollection. Randrico fell silent. The first request seemed reasonable, but the latter it appeared the chef discerned Randrico's hesitance. "Rest assured, I shall not let him escape. I swear on my soul to the Dark God." This was a sacrifice. Randrico stiffened, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the chef, who bore a dark mark emerging on his forehead, indicating that the pact had been sealed. Through the act of sacrifice to a deity, a devotee could obtain their heart's desire, and once the agreement was forged, there was no possibility of retraction. "I accept your terms," Randrico replied, closing his eyes in acquiescence. The chef nodded and departed the office. Randrico felt a sense of helplessness. His initial plan had been to incapacitate the individual before delivering him to the chef. However, it seemed the chef had already made his sacrifice, making the resolution of the matter straightforward. Yet, this implied that the chef himself likely had only a few years left. Chapter 211. Good News. Gugu quietly stood by, accompanying Randrico when suddenly recalling something. "Master, Elder Ivander previously sent you a message. Are you—" Randrico inclined his head, gathering the documents from the table. Just as he was about to consult the communication stone for Elder Ivander's message, a video call came through, revealing the image of Elder Ivander. Randrico felt a headache coming on. He had spent too long conversing with the chef and neglected the elder, who was likely displeased. As Landrico accepted the video call, he pondered how to address the elder. "Why have you been ignoring me?" Ivander's voice interrupted as soon as he began to speak. The elder seemed poised to continue, but upon seeing Landrico assume his identity as the Elf King, he appeared puzzled. "Why the formality? Have you not always presented yourself as Uriel within the Magic Academy? I just had a crucial discussion. I reverted to my true identity to gain the other's trust. Is there something urgent you wish to convey?" "There is a significant matter within the clan," the projection exclaimed. "A serious matter?" Landrico regarded the exuberant Ivander with skepticism, noting the elder's glowing countenance, which radiated an unmistakable air of joy. "It is indeed a splendid occasion." Ivan, who danced with joy, nearly wishing to leap through the screen to plant a kiss on Landrico. "After all these years, I have managed to witness such a day. How wonderful it is to be alive." "Ha ha!" Elder Ivan, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, continued, "This matter of your return is something you must decide upon. Oh, by the way, besides this, there is another matter that I am certain will bring you joy." Landrico was once again interrupted. "Could you perhaps allow me to speak first?" Ivan, lost in his self-adoration, proclaimed, "I have always said that the elven race would eventually experience a rebirth. It has not been long since I spoke those words, and now they are coming to fruition. Have I truly reached a realm where my words manifest reality?" After being interrupted multiple times, Landrico could no longer contain himself. "Elder," he exclaimed, exasperated, causing the elder to flinch and step back a few paces, distancing himself from his irate master. Finally, Ivan emerged from his trance-like state. "What is it?" Landrico sighed. "Could you at least allow me a moment to speak?" "One moment, it is a splendid occasion, and the next it is another matter. You fail to clarify what it is." Landrico was utterly bewildered. "Your Majesty, did you not see the message I sent you?" Ivan retorted, puzzled. "I sent it to you early this morning. Or perhaps the dwarf's communication stone is malfunctioning, and you did not receive it?" He fiddled with the communication stone in his hand, and the projection of Ivan before Landrico flickered, threatening to lose connection. Growing weary, Landrico replied, "Please, just repeat it directly. I have a lecture to give and lack the energy to sift through this." Finally abandoning his futile attempts with the communication stone, Ivan spoke earnestly to Landrico. "Fairies have appeared, right at that little 1S milk tea shop." Landrico instinctively leaned forward. "Is it confirmed?" "To ensure the information is accurate, I even sent Lilith to the tea shop to verify. It has indeed been confirmed. They are fairies. Your Majesty, you should return at once. For this matter requires your presence." Landrico bowed his head, absorbing this tremendous news. The emergence of fairies signified that all in Twilight City would gradually improve. Indeed, this was excellent news. Yet, he remained grounded, pondering the other matter Ivan had mentioned. Chapter 212. The Oak Guardian. As for the other matter, Ivan decided to tease. "Why not take a guess?" "Please, do not jest with me," Landrico replied. Ivan lamented, "It is a pity that you have become so serious as you have grown. You may not be old in years, yet your demeanor is so mature." The Elven King, Landrico, at 150 years of age, was perceived by his kin as steady and formidable, causing them to overlook his youth. Landrico gazed silently at the elder's flickering image, recognizing that his nature had always been thus, and having ascended to kingship at a young age, responsibility compelled him to act with gravity. "Enough of this," Ivan finally declared. "I shall not waste any more time, lest Lilith accuse me of idleness." He muttered to himself, bending down to retrieve the communication stone and stepping outside, directing it toward a sapling that stood nearly as tall as himself. The soil beneath the sapling was soft and moist, indicating it had recently been turned. "Elder, when did you develop a fondness for tree planting?" "This is no ordinary tree. Take a closer look." "It is not an ordinary tree at all." Landrico channeled his magical energy through his eyes, and the sapling gradually transformed into a semi-transparent state before him. The tree's roots were few and short, clearly indicating that it had recently been transplanted. Yet, intriguingly, the entire sapling was infused with a rich wood-based magical essence. Even more astonishing, the surrounding plants formed a self-sustaining magical array through the sapling, creating a core of magic within it, acting as a nexus that connected all the flora in the vicinity. Landrico seemed to have encountered a similar phenomenon in ancient elven texts. "The Oak Guardian," he uttered, retracting his magical energy. "Indeed, this is the Oak Guardian. The sentinel of the goddess of life, Ivinda observed. To call it a divine guardian is somewhat of an exaggeration. This being resembles more of a mutated treant. Given Ivinda's extensive lifespan and experience, his insights far surpassed those of the relatively inexperienced Landrico. Are you suggesting that this tree is, in fact, a mutated version of Gru? Landrico inquired. Ivinda stroked his chin in contemplation. It cannot be termed mutation. Perhaps it should be referred to as evolution. This morning, when I arose, I intended to check on Gru, but it seemed to grow uncontrollably, disregarding my presence entirely, and dug a hole to bury itself. Alas, it can be affirmed that this is a positive development for Gru. It will likely emerge once it has completed its evolution. Gru had grown from the heart of a treant gifted by Landrico, and Ivinda regarded him with a sense of familial affection, establishing a bond beyond the ordinary. Ivinda returned the communication stone and advised, in any case, you must return to the clan promptly. The matters concerning the fairies require thorough deliberation. Ivinda nodded. Once this matter is resolved, I shall return without delay. Kent Street, Tea Shop. Yuanyuan returned to the Magic Academy that morning and, after greeting Alice, commenced her studies. The potions class, which was supposed to be taught by Professor Field, was temporarily replaced by another professor due to Field's injury. It would likely be several days before he could leave the infirmary. Under the tutelage of Professor Lulubi, she learned several practical wood-based spells. The professor candidly remarked that the elven aptitude was indeed remarkable. Given some time, Yuanyuan's growth would be astonishing. However, the professor called her back just as she was about to leave. Chapter 213, a discussion on wand replacement. Professor, is something the matter? Yuanyuan asked, observing the hesitation of Professor Lulubi. Have you ever considered changing your wand? The professor inquired, gesturing towards the duster Yuanyuan held, which she preferred to refer to as a dusting wand. Throughout her years of teaching, she had never encountered such an unusual wand. While your wand is functional, I can tell it lacks compatibility with you. It may suffice for everyday use, but in critical moments, it could lead to errors. After all, did not the demon tribe attack your stall previously? Who can guarantee they won't target you again? A wand is a wizard's weapon. Wielding one that is unsuitable for you impairs your ability to confront adversaries. Yuanyuan was acutely aware that the professor's words held truth. Yet she found herself unable to procure another wand at present. She had previously visited the wand shop located within a magic academy, where the proprietor had warmly presented her with a plethora of choices upon her entrance. These weapons boasted not only exceptional quality, but also a remarkable spirit. With a pocket full of coins, Yuanyuan yearned to acquire several to bring home for her collection. Yet the unfortunate reality was that none of the wands were inclined to accompany her. She vividly recalled the awkward silence shared with the shopkeeper on that drizzly day, one eager to purchase, the other determined to sell, but the wands remained utterly indifferent to her touch, leaving her feeling utterly dejected, ultimately returning home empty-handed. The weapon shop in Suewu City offered only the rare wands crafted and accumulated over the years by the shopkeeper himself. In contrast, the wand shop at the Magic Academy catered to students from all across the continent, ensuring that the absence of variety would not hinder her quest for an appropriate wand. Excluding this option left her with only one possibility. The issue lay with Yuanyuan herself. Professor, Yuanyuan hesitated before speaking, tightening her grip on the duster in her hand. Perhaps I am simply unworthy of the wand's recognition. This duster is the only wand that seems willing to serve me. With her head downcast, she appeared quite pitiable, prompting Lulu to tenderly pat her head. Have you never considered having one custom-made? While most students can find suitable wands in stores, there are certainly others like you. If you cannot find the right wand, why not attempt to commission one? Yuanyuan had indeed contemplated this, yet upon inquiry, she learned that customizing a weapon would demand not only a significant amount of time, but also an unpredictable quantity of materials based on the user's characteristics. The process of gathering materials to create a wand that perfectly suited her would be lengthy, not to mention the crafting time itself. The entire procedure of material estimation, design, and fabrication by a craftsman would surpass the practicality of simply utilizing her current duster. Lulu, understanding Yuanyuan's predicament, offered comforting words, "Do not lose heart. Should an opportunity arise, it might resolve your situation in an instant." An opportunity, she pondered, but where might such a chance be found? Professor, thank you for your reminder. With a nod, Lulu accompanied Yuanyuan out of the classroom, further guiding her on the nuances of magical energy application. After bidding farewell to the professor, Yuanyuan summoned her fortune spirit and hurried back to the milk tea shop, when suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Host, you might consider spending some coins to draw from the wand lottery pool. Yuanyuan narrowed her eyes. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? The last time you tempted me with the lottery pool, which included a smartphone, I foolishly spent 10 gold coins and ended up with fairy flower seeds. The uncertainty of a lottery is too great. Even if I were to win, can you guarantee that the wand would be suitable for me? Chapter 214. The Employee Who Came to the Door, Part 1. It sounds pleasant, and it is not your money being spent, Yuanyuan remarked. If you can guarantee that I will draw the wand and that it will be highly compatible with me, then I shall spend the money to draw. The key is, can you? The system fell silent. A few minutes later, Yuanyuan successfully returned to the milk tea shop, stowing away the fortune she had received before entering the establishment. It had been some time since the attack by the demon tribe, and no significant threats to Yuanyuan's safety had arisen lately. However, Professor Libabai's caution was not without merit. So Yuanyuan had specifically instructed Wang at the shop entrance to remain vigilant and safeguard the premises. The materials for the day had been exhausted, and as Yuanyuan hurried back, Alice and Jerry had already concluded their business and begun tidying up the shop. Yuanyuan assisted Alice in cleaning while engaging in casual conversation. Alice, are you planning to move out of the academy dormitory now? I intend to move out in the coming days. I've already found a nearby apartment in a pleasant environment, so the owner need not worry, Alice replied, rinsing the dishes. All good. Alice handed a plate to Jerry, who was placing the clean dishes into the cupboard. Regarding the recruitment matter, she continued. I truly do not wish to keep reminding you about it, but ever since the rumors were dispelled, business at the milk tea shop has improved significantly. Moreover, with the recent release of the fragrant latte, its popularity has soared. Many couples from the Magic Academy have come to sample this drink, hoping to test the sincerity of their beloveds, referring to it as a truth-telling test. However, sincerity is a rare commodity, and thus only a small fraction of the couples passing through the shop succeeded in this test, while the majority ended up in turmoil. Alice certainly wished for the shop's business to flourish, yet the accompanying workload was genuinely overwhelming. Well, Yuanyuan sighed. I too am troubled. Initially, the fairy birth system informed me that I could hire them as employees, and I was thrilled to have resolved a major issue. However, they are unable to appear at the Magic Academy and can only work at the milk tea shop in Tsuwu City, rendering the solution ineffective. It truly burdens both Alice and Jerry. Although there are currently no employable beings available, I cannot let my employees feel disheartened. Rest assured, I will resolve the employee issue in the coming days. As night fell, Yuanyuan lay in bed, contemplating the idea of posting a recruitment notice in front of a shop to invite interested individuals for interviews. Though it would be somewhat cumbersome, she believed that through careful selection, she could find someone deemed acceptable by the system. Yuanyuan turned over and complained to the system. Why must you complicate matters so? Even hiring requires your approval. The employees recognized by this system are all beneficial to the host's subsequent development. Upon reflection, it is indeed true. Frost Elf Amy, Shadow Elf Princess Cece, Orc Alice, and those capable fairies, individuals of such caliber are truly rare to find. Yuanyuan sighed, hoping that tomorrow's interview would bring forth the person she seeks. With that thought, she pulled up her blanket and drifted into slumber. In the early hours, Yuanyuan was roused by the system's urgent notifications. Emergency alert. Your guardian lion Wang has apprehended an intruder. Emergency alert. Your guardian lion Wang has apprehended an intruder. Startled, Yuanyuan threw off her covers, donned her clothing, and hurried downstairs to investigate. 2 stone lions were waiting at the foot of the stairs, each grasping a writhing entity. As she approached, she discerned that the creature fluctuated between a gaseous form and a grotesque human shape, continuously squirming and struggling. Upon noticing Yuanyuan, it locked onto her as its target, transforming into a dark mist that seeped from Wang's jaws in an attempt to escape and charge towards her. With a gasp, Yuanyuan fell on the stairs, instinctively brandishing her duster. In the next moment, a golden shield materialized before her, and before the dark mist could touch it, Wang collided with it, dispersing its form. By the time it reassembled into a humanoid shape, Wang had already pounced, subduing the creature. Still shaken, Yuanyuan lamented how she had just remarked on the tranquility of her recent days, only to be confronted by an intruder now. What a fickle fate she had. She dusted herself off and stood up, questioning the system. What is this? The shadow demon is a relatively rare type of demon capable of transforming its body into gas at will, adept in assassination. Another demon, indeed. It seemed fate had aligned against her. Skilled in assassination. Was this yet another demon who had come to claim her life for a bounty? Just as she pondered how to handle the situation, the system interjected. Host, this demon can be compelled to enter into a contract as a shop employee. Would you like to proceed? A forced contract had always been initiated by the other party in the past. Did this demon possess some extraordinary quality? Yuanyuan leaned forward, scrutinizing the creature that writhed helplessly beneath Yuanyuan's grasp, its features contorted into an unattractive visage. No matter how she looked, she could discern no special traits. The system chimed in. The shadow demon can divide its body into 3 parts. Contracting with it would grant you 3 employees. A buy one get 3 deal. Instantly invigorated, Yuanyuan declared, I want him. She approached the future laborer with a mischievous grin, prompting the shadow demon to sound alarm bells in its mind. What are your intentions? Yuanyuan, puzzled, replied, What do you mean? You sneaked into my shop in the dead of night. So naturally, there are consequences to be faced. With a swift motion, she brought her palm down upon the shadow demon's forehead, and in that instant, the contract took shape. The shadow demon, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury. How dare you impose a servant contract upon me? I shall slay you. Ignoring the imminent danger, the demon lunged forward once more, prompting Yuanyuan to hastily retreat a few steps. Confusion gripped her. Was it not a worker contract? How had it transformed into a master-servant contract? The shadow demon, a member of the demon clan, possesses a weak sense of obedience, is formidable in battle, and lacks any semblance of decorum. Only by signing a master-servant contract can the host exert control over him. Realizing this, Yuanyuan resolved to test the limits of her newfound authority. She commanded the shadow demon, Now, silence yourself. To her astonishment, the demon's mouth obeyed, closing involuntarily, leaving him to emit frustrated sounds through his nostrils. His face flushed with indignation. The binding nature of this contract was indeed impressive. Yuanyuan continued to issue orders. Stand up, divide yourself into 3, and promptly prepare the fruits required for today. Reluctantly, the shadow demon complied, rising to his feet, his form splitting into 3. As he hurried into the kitchen to begin his assigned task. Ah, system, you truly possess discernment. This creature not only works efficiently and obediently, but, crucially, he does so without charge. Yuanyuan mused, observing the shadow demon's retreating figure with admiration. Chapter 216. Training the Shadow Demon. Part 1. Having confirmed the shadow demon's utter lack of resistance to the contract, Yuanyuan instructed her assistant, Yuanyuan, to return to his post while she ventured into the kitchen. The shadow demon exhibited excellent knife skills, cutting the fruits into pieces indistinguishable in size and thickness to the naked eye. Do you have a name? Yuanyuan inquired. The shadow demon found himself unable to resist any question or request from his master. Despite his reluctance, he quickly replied, Valerian. Valerian, Yuanyuan echoed. That name is rather unappealing. Host, Valerian means king of darkness. Then it is even less acceptable. After all, the elves are champions of justice. How can my employee bear such a name? Yuanyuan pondered briefly before declaring, I shall give you a new name, Inin. How's that sound? The shadow demon tightened his grip on the knife, exerting force that cracked the cutting board. Yuanyuan, incensed, demanded, What does that mean? Are you dissatisfied with the name I have given you? Humiliated, yet powerless, the shadow demon relented, I am quite satisfied. Yuanyuan, however, felt it insufficient. Your mindset is perilous. You are still entrenched in the demon clan's mentality, harboring resentment within. Thus, to facilitate your transition into your new role and to help you recognize your fate, you shall address me as master in our conversations and refer to yourself as Ing. Do you comprehend? The shadow demon's breath quickened. This elf continued to humiliate him. Internally cursing, he nonetheless responded swiftly, Yes, master, Inin understands. The shadow demon lamented his decision to accept this bounty. Yuanyuan, pleased with the turn of events, remained unyielding. After all, this was a being who had sought to kill her. She would not show mercy. Even though a contract bound him, it merely constrained his actions. He likely harbored a deep-seated hatred towards her, and during their time together at the milk tea shop, she was determined to train him thoroughly, ensuring he would submit wholeheartedly. System, do you have maid outfits available for purchase? Yes, I have found 500 styles of maid outfits for you. Please decide on your purchase, host. As Yuanyuan swiped across the screen, she scrutinized the shadow demon, assessing which outfit would suit him best. The intense gaze directed at her by the shadow demon made her break into a sweat, pondering what scheme she might devise to ensnare him. She selected the 3 cheapest and most garish outfits available, and upon clicking purchase, the garments promptly appeared in her inventory. Yuanyuan retrieved one and handed it to the shadow demon, declaring, "This will be your work attire. You're not permitted to wear anything else. Do you understand?" The outfit, adorned with lace and consisting of a short skirt, left the shadow demon hesitant to accept it. Stammering, he protested, "Master, I am a male." "I am fully aware," she replied, "which is precisely why you must don a maid's uniform. With your physique, you ought to flaunt it. Who knows? You might attract more customers. Some patrons have a penchant for your particular style." Gripping the dress tightly, the shadow demon felt the binding force of the contract, rendering him powerless to resist. This woman was truly excessive. With a facade of innocence, she uttered these devilish words, claiming they were for the benefit of the shop. It was evident that this was merely her method of tormenting him. Her wicked smile was the clearest testament to her intentions. "Host, your smile is nearing your ears." The system chimed in. "Is it?" Yuanyuan instinctively touched her face. "It doesn't matter. After all, he has no way to resist," she chuckled heartily. After indulging in laughter with the system in her mind, Yuanyuan began outlining the rules for the shadow demon. "You are now my employee, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall serve me for life. There are a few points you must remember. First, maintain harmonious relations with your colleagues. Treat them as you would treat me. Second, regard the shop as your own home. In addition to the daily operations, you must also ensure the security of the establishment. Any nefarious individuals like yourself intending to harm the shop must be apprehended. Third, customers are akin to deities. You may comply with all reasonable requests from them, provided they do not harm the shop's interests or mine. Fourth, from now on, abandon the values of the demon race. Engrave the principles of prosperity, democracy, integrity, and kindness deep within your soul." Yuanyuan's rapid-fire delivery left the shadow demon utterly bewildered. Having completed her instructions, she felt a slight discomfort in her throat and concluded, "That's all for now. I will supplement this information as needed. Make sure you remember clearly." The shadow demon felt the urge to cry. But as a former professional assassin, he could not easily shed tears, and he refused to bow his head in submission. Instead, he replied, "I understand, Master. Thank you for your teachings. System, have I overlooked anything?" "No. Host, you are truly remarkable." Yuanyuan's lips curled into a smile, relishing the system's praise. "Change into your work attire and prepare the fruits. Wait at the entrance until business hours commence, at which point you shall unlock the door. Your colleagues will arrive, and you need only heed their instructions." Yuanyuan stifled a yawn and ascended the stairs to catch some more sleep, grumbling to herself about the absurdity of it all. Why must they come to assassinate her, disturbing her slumber? As Yuanyuan was training the shadow demon, Alara was in the shop, restless and anxious. A few days prior, she had issued a bounty at the behest of her superior, hiring high-ranking demons to eliminate Yuanyuan. This night marked the culmination of their efforts, and success or failure hinged upon it. Sleep eluded her, and she could only hear a few male voices in the bubble tea shop before silence enveloped the space. Uncertain whether the shadow demon had succeeded, Alara's anxiety persisted until dawn. Alice arrived early with Jerry, and upon hearing the commotion, Alara quickly opened the window to spy on the scene. She observed as Alice approached the door, which swung open of its own accord, revealing an unexpected figure. The person stood with their back to her, and although Alara initially presumed them to be female based on their clothing and adornments, she quickly reconsidered. The exposed arms and thighs were robust, the skin a deep hue, and the short, spiky hair did not conform to any female type she could conceive. She was desperate to ascertain whether the assassination had been successful. Alara widened her eyes in continued observation. Alice appeared startled, clutching her chest, while the woman in the short skirt bowed deeply, ushering her into the shop. As Alice stepped inside, the figure turned to glance at Alara, and that single gaze rendered Alara immobile. It was astonishingly the shadow demon. Paralyzed with fear, Alara sank against the wall. That fleeting glance was sufficient for her to recognize the identity of the figure, the very shadow demon she had contracted for the assassination. What had transpired during the brief hours of night? The once rebellious, cold-blooded killer had been transformed into a sultry, dark-skinned maid, their previously fierce visage now marred by humiliation and weariness. The assassination had undoubtedly failed, leaving Alara in shock. Yuanyuan was not only formidable, but also possessed a deeply sinister nature. Alara was not the only one struck dumb. Alice faced the overwhelming presence of the sultry maid, her mind still reeling as she entered the shop. The shadow demon, ever mindful of Yuanyuan's demands, approached Alice, who seemed unwell, ready to assist her. Alice recoiled and dashed upstairs, knocking frantically on Yuanyuan's door, exclaiming, "Boss, wake up! There's a pervert in the shop." Yuanyuan, deep in slumber, did not respond, prompting Alice to grow increasingly distressed, tears streaming down her face. "Boss, are you still alive? Please open the door." Suddenly awakened, Yuanyuan rushed to the door, inquiring, "What is the matter? What has happened?" Alice threw her arms around her, pointing downstairs as she cried, "There's a pervert in the shop. They claim to be your new employee. How could someone as lovely and kind as you hire such a disgusting worker? He is undoubtedly a pervert. Fortunately, you are safe. He must have been deceiving me." Yuanyuan gently patted Alice's back to soothe her emotions. "Do not be too agitated. This matter is rather complex." Once Alice had calmed down, Yuanyuan led her downstairs, where the three of them sat at a table. Alice did not dare to look at the shadow demon even once. It was simply too much for her to bear. Yuanyuan formally introduced, "This is Ying. Starting today, he will be a new employee at the shop. He is from the demon clan and intended to assassinate me, but was subdued by Wang. Now, he has turned over a new leaf. I have signed a master-servant contract with him, and he will absolutely not cause harm to you, me, or the shop. From now on, he will be your subordinate, and you may command him as you wish." Alice took a considerable amount of time to process this information, so long that Yuanyuan thought she might be in shock. After a while, Alice attempted to glance at the shadow demon Ying. "Yes, my name is Ying. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Alice." Goodness, was this the same demon she had in mind with such a demeanor and polite response? The binding nature of the contract signed by the boss was unexpectedly powerful. After observing for a while, Alice still found Ying's appearance unpleasing. "Well, this is due to his personal preference." Yuanyuan responded with an attitude of respecting individual choices. "You know, he used to kill people, so it is inevitable that his mind is somewhat twisted." "And the name?" Alice inquired. "Of course," Yuanyuan explained. "He told me that a young girl has always resided in his heart. He believes he should be a female, thus naming himself Ying, correct?" Ying, having heard the entire conversation, had already mentally stabbed Yuanyuan hundreds of times. He simulated various ways for her to meet her demise in his mind, yet in reality, he had to bear the two large pots Yuanyuan tossed at him, all while maintaining a pleasant demeanor. "Indeed, the name and attire are my own ideas. My master respects my wishes." Yuanyuan grinned widely. "See? You can be yourself." He is overjoyed. Alice remained skeptical, for she was not blind. She could clearly see the look in Ying's eyes, which seemed to convey a desire to devour their boss. Chapter 218. You understand that should suffice. You and Ying should tidy up and prepare for business. The fruits needed have already been cut by Ying. Let me think if there is anything else to mention. Yuanyuan tapped her finger against her temple. Ying has another skill that allows him to split into 3 individuals, giving you 3 additional helpers. However, unfortunately, he cannot cook. Nevertheless, his knife skills are impressive, and he is physically capable and efficient. So, if you believe he has a talent for cooking, let him assist you. If not, he can handle greeting guests, cleaning, and serving. Regardless, he is here for you to utilize as you see fit. Do not hesitate. After saying this, Yuanyuan leaned closer to Alice and whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. The demon clan is notoriously unruly. He previously accepted a bounty to assassinate me and, by a stroke of luck, was bound by the master-servant contract. He must harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. You understand. With Yuanyuan's meaningful "you understand," Alice instantly grasped the implication and nodded in acknowledgement of Yuanyuan's hint. Yuanyuan smiled, gently patting Alice on the shoulder. "Today, I must return to the Green Elf clan. I cannot say when I shall return. The shop is entrusted to you and Ying. Do your best." "Boss, rest assured," Alice replied, raising an eyebrow. I understand completely. She stood up, striking a pose, and addressed the shadow demon. Now, divide into 3 tasks. 1 to learn cash register operations, 1 to study food preparation, and 1 to greet the guests at the entrance. Remember, always wear a smile. Service with a smile, understood? The shadow demon mentally noted Alice's name on his assassination list. How audacious of someone who had merely crossed the threshold into an advanced mage to issue commands to him. Yet, despite his thoughts, he could not resist the binding power of the master-servant contract. Very well, Miss Alice. Kill them all. Let them perish. Due to Yuanyuan's demands, the shadow demon was compelled to heed Alice's instructions. Once the issues at the shop were resolved, Yuanyuan hurried back to the milk tea shop in Misty City with a fairy flower seedling. Indeed, her purpose today was to present this plant that could nurture fairies. Having already obtained leave from the Magic Academy, although she had personally procured the fairy flower seedling through the system, it bore significant weight for the Green Elf clan. The entire elven community had treated her with kindness. She vividly recalled Elder Ivander gifting her a house in the heart of the City of Life, fulfilling her long-held dream of owning a home, a dream she had been unable to realize during her time on Blue Star. Moreover, she no longer required additional fairy staff, as the milk tea shop in Misty City was adequately staffed. As the sun rose, casting a golden hue upon the realm, Misty City was enveloped in delicate tendrils of mist, creating an ethereal ambience. Yuanyuan was transported directly to the entrance of the milk tea shop, cradling a pot of flowers, an unusual sight indeed. Could the system not perform precise teleportation? Each time is a random location. Now amidst this fog, thankfully no one witnessed my arrival, or there would certainly be chaos. The system's positioning function cannot fulfill the host's request for precise teleportation. Please understand, host. Yes, I understand. Yuanyuan responded dismissively as she entered the shop. At that moment, only a few customers occupied the space. She approached the cash register. Bubino, has anything significant occurred in the clan since my departure? When did you return? Bubino was seated on a specially crafted small chair, munching on seeds while reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Yuanyuan's sudden appearance, he joyfully rushed to greet her. Chapter 219. The visit of Lilith. Yuanyuan raised her finger to stop Bubino from rushing in too closely, preventing an immediate collision. She recalled how, when she had first captured the newly born fairies, they had darted about like little cannonballs, and the memory of their collisions still stung. I have returned to address your status. As Yuanyuan struggled with his index finger, he suddenly halted, contemplating the matter of their stay. You mean we cannot remain here? Yuanyuan placed a flower pot in her hands down. That is uncertain. After all, you are not creatures commonly seen on the streets. For the current Green Elf clan, your presence is of utmost significance. Can we not embody a sense of living fossils? I do not wish to leave. Yuanyuan's small face fell, and he flew back to the table, venting his frustration by extracting a seed from the mountain of sunflower seeds and nibbling on it. This place is delightful. I can interact with elves from diverse backgrounds and savor delicacies not found elsewhere, and it is unlimited and free. The last part is indeed the crux, isn't it? Yuanyuan snatched away the newspaper from Yuanyuan, which, aside from the Elf Clan section, had a newly added section about external clans. 2 pieces of news particularly caught her eye. One reported that the human king, Malachi, had placed Cardinal Asachel on a continent-wide wanted list, and the other detailed an attack by the Old Blood clan on the Shadow Elf clan. How did Asachel suddenly defect? Yuanyuan murmured. The Cardinal was the absolute authority within the church, and had always been loyal to the Empire, hadn't he? It was due to that mysterious person's video. A familiar voice chimed from behind. Yuanyuan turned to see Miss Lilith, who was clad in a light golden gown, her hair gathered into a high ponytail, exuding a crisp elegance that the long gown accentuated. She greeted Yuanyuan with a smile. It is delightful to see you again at the milk tea shop, manager. Miss Lilith, you may call me Yuanyuan or simply Yuanyuan. Referring to me as manager feels too formal. Yuanyuan expressed her fondness for the skilled archer. Very well, I shall call you Yuanyuan, Lilith replied, her youthful visage flushing slightly. Her cheerful demeanor shifted as her gaze fell upon Yuanyuan, who was curiously staring at her while munching on sunflower seeds. So this is a fairy? Indeed, this is a fairy, Yuanyuan introduced. His name is Yuanyuan, a water-type fairy. Yuanyuan fluttered to Yuanyuan's shoulder and inquired, Who are you? Lilith leaned closer to Yuanyuan and softly replied, I am Lilith, the current secretary to the Grand Elder of the Green Elf clan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yuanyuan. The secretary of the Grand Elder? Yuanyuan was taken aback. Just moments ago, Yuanyuan had mentioned that she might not be able to keep the fairies, and now, considering the amiable secretary before him, could she be the one sent to escort them away from the milk tea shop? In a swift motion, Yuanyuan hid within Yuanyuan's hair. Yuanyuan, what is the matter with Yuanyuan? No response came. Yuanyuan awkwardly smiled at Lilith. He might be a bit shy. Please do not take offense. Lilith seemed to understand. It is quite all right. Am I fortunate enough to personally sample your culinary skills? Yuanyuan? Of course, please come in. Yuanyuan welcomed Lilith inside. Where would you like to sit? The shop is quite tranquil at the moment with few customers. Lilith listened quietly, observing the figure of Yuanyuan. There always seemed to be extraordinary occurrences surrounding this young creature. Unbeknownst to them, the Green Fairy clan was gradually progressing. Although Lilith had limited interactions with Yuanyuan, her keen intuition assured her that Yuanyuan was distinct from the fairies. Though she could not articulate the nature of this difference, nevertheless, it was evident that Yuanyuan was indeed a part of the fairy realm. Chapter 220. Hosting Lilith, is there a private room where we won't be disturbed? Lilith inquired, the kind suitable for just the two of us to dine. The tea shop's hall was entirely open, lacking any private compartments. The only place that fit Lilith's description was Yuanyuan's bedroom on the second floor. What's my bedroom on the second floor? Do you mind? Oh, so the second floor is your personal space? I always thought it was your secret lair for concocting beverages, Lilith teased. It's perfectly fine. I don't mind at all. Yuanyuan led Lilith upstairs. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it. Lilith, typically busy with work and having only occasionally indulged in milk tea, most often at the invitation of Lu Sun, was not well versed in such matters. I'm not picky. Why not prepare something according to your taste? Yuanyuan's bedroom exuded a typical feminine charm, everything meticulously organized, with furniture that was soft and endearing. It was her first time bringing someone into her personal sanctuary, and she felt an unexpected shyness. Please wait a moment. I'll just move the table, Yuanyuan said, shifting her desk, which was positioned against the wall, to serve as a dining table. Lilith couldn't help but ruffle Yuanyuan's hair. There's no need for such trouble. That small table on the carpet would suffice. But that would be too casual for Lilith. After all, she is the Elder's secretary. Noticing Yuanyuan's apprehension, Lilith reassured her. There is no need to be overly formal. I don't mind at all. All right then. Once seated, Lilith's gaze swept around the room, landing on the miniature mansion designed for the fairies. Her curiosity piqued. She asked, who resides in such a small abode? That would be for Bubu and the others. Each has their own room, along with spaces for entertainment and relaxation, allowing them to unwind after work, Yuanyuan explained. Please wait a moment. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare the food. Lilith smiled and nodded as Yuanyuan hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, Bubu tugged at Yuanyuan's hair, urging her on. As soon as she entered the kitchen, he eagerly flew out, exclaiming, why did you leave her? She is the Elder's secretary. She is surely here to bring us back. His voice attracted numerous little fairies, busy with their tasks. Upon hearing bring us back, they all dropped what they were doing and flocked around Yuanyuan, chattering in a flurry. Bring us back? Who's going to take us? Why would anyone want to take us back? I enjoy cooking. I'm not going anywhere. Yuanyuan sighed, quiet down, please. Gradually, the fairies' chorus of discontent subsided. I am diligently working on this matter and shall certainly provide everyone with a satisfactory answer. For now, could you all please return to your posts? Fairies are not easily fooled. Despite Yuanyuan's reassurances, the others remained unmoved. One fairy, adorned with a chef's hat and clad in a chef's uniform, flew before Yuanyuan, insisting, you assure? With Yuanyuan's affirmation, the fairies finally returned to their respective duties. Yuanyuan observed, Bubino, you are being quite loud. How can you be certain that she has come to take you away? She is not only the Grand Elder's secretary, but also my guest, and it is only right that I extend her a warm welcome. Moreover, that is my room. Chapter 221. Floral pastries, I sensed it. Her gaze while speaking to me carried an intensity that suggested she wished to whisk me away at once. Is that so? I perceived her merely greeting you amicably. It is you who has preemptively assumed she intends to seize you. Before Bubino could respond, Yuanyuan continued, furthermore, you are being rather impolite, disregarding her entirely. Bubino, infuriated, placed her hands on her hips and perched on Gu Yuanyuan's shoulder. You dare to speak in her favor. Which side are you on? Gu Yuanyuan sighed inwardly. I am on neither side. She rummaged through the cupboard for a large bowl, placing the edible, fresh flower petals purchased from the market into it for washing. Bubino, puzzled, inquired, what are you washing the flowers for? To make floral pastries. The mention of floral pastries instantly captivated Bubino's attention. Fairies delight in petals, and if elves can consume them, so can they. Are they made for me? They are intended for Miss Lilith to savor. Bubino grew even more irate. Gu Yuanyuan smiled. Of course, you shall have a share. Everyone will get to taste them. With that, Bubino calmed down. Gu Yuanyuan swiftly prepared the floral filling, kneaded the dough, preheated the oven, and under the eager gaze of the fairies, placed the dough inside. Now, once the time is up, the floral pastries will be ready. Bubino stood guard by the oven, having been unable to contain himself since Gu Yuanyuan prepared the filling, eagerly awaiting the moment he could taste them. While waiting for the pastries to bake, Gu Yuanyuan warmed some milk, reasoning that it was better not to indulge in overly sweet treats in the morning. 20 minutes later, the floral pastries emerged from the oven. Gu Yuanyuan donned heat-resistant gloves and carefully brought them out. The freshly baked pastries exuded an enticing aroma, yet were still too hot to touch. She reserved a few pastries for the eagerly watching fairies and plated the remainder, then ascended to the second floor with the milk and pastries. Bubino followed closely. Let me taste first. You promised I would have a share. Not yet. We cannot eat until we are at the table. Bubino pouted, thinking that by the time they reached the table, he might not even feel inclined to eat. Gu Yuanyuan placed the floral pastries on a small table, setting a cup of milk in front of Lilith. I apologize for the wait. Not at all, Lilith replied with a smile. Her keen eyes noticing the little fairy trailing behind Gu Yuanyuan seemed somewhat displeased. What seems to be the matter with him? Gu Yuanyuan cast a glance at Bubino and reassured him. It's nothing. He simply craves the flower cakes so much. They have just been baked. Do try some. Lilith picked up a flower cake, astonished that flowers could indeed be edible. Upon receiving Gu Yuanyuan's permission, Bubino eagerly lunged forward, seizing a piece and gnawing at it with abandon. As Lilith took a bite, the fragrant aroma of roses enveloped her senses. The pastry was crisp, the filling sweet, and the floral essence compelled her to desire a second bite. How delightful! I never knew that flower petals could be transformed into cakes. Yuanyuan, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I had previously overlooked such exquisite delicacies. Bubino lifted his head, crumbs of pastry adorning his hair. There are many more delightful dishes that Gu Yuanyuan can prepare. All of us fairies adore her. Gu Yuanyuan sipped her milk, finding joy in witnessing her patrons savor their food. If Miss Lilith likes them, you may take some with you. From the moment Lilith entered the shop, everything she observed conveyed that the fairies held Gu Yuanyuan in high regard, and it was equally apparent that Gu Yuanyuan's establishment greatly benefited from these little sprites. Chapter 222. Surrendering the fairy flower seeds today, Lilith's purpose was not merely to indulge in culinary delights, nor was it, as Bubino had surmised, to capture the fairies. Instead, she had come to deliver a message. Indeed, resolving the matters of Twilight City could not be achieved without the fairies. Yet these fairies had evidently pledged their loyalty to Gu Yuanyuan. Gu Yuanyuan had made significant contributions to the elven community and was but a young one. Thus, the higher echelons of the elven race would never impose a decision that forced her to sacrifice her own interests. Lost in her thoughts, Lilith unconsciously consumed several pieces of flower cake until she felt the weight of two almost imperceptible gazes upon her. Only then did she become aware and cease her indulgence. What is wrong? She inquired. Bubino, fluttering onto Gu Yuanyuan's shoulder, looked as if he were about to cry, pointing at Lilith in accusation. You've devoured all the cakes by yourself. Realizing her error, Lilith glanced down to find the plate utterly empty, with the last piece of flower cake clutched in her hand, reduced to a mere half. Am I truly such a glutton? She mused. The little sprite, evidently having a pre-existing aversion towards her, might now believe she had intentionally robbed him of his food. Gu Yuanyuan gently patted Bubino, reassuring him. It's just a few flower cakes. I'll bake more for you shortly. Feeling as though she had bullied the fairy, Lilith turned to Bubino and apologized. I didn't mean to steal your food. I was momentarily distracted and lost control. With Gu Yuanyuan's promise of more cakes, Bubino was no longer upset, for he understood the difference between a few pastries and an abundance of them. He softly replied, It's all right. You are a guest. Since Yuanyuan wishes to treat you well, enjoy them all. After fluttering her wings, she flew down the stairs, recalling that there were still a few pieces left in the kitchen. Perhaps there would still be some remaining if she went now. Bubu Nua's sudden departure left Yuanyuan feeling rather awkward. The fairy was now her employee. Yet since Miss Lilith had entered the shop, Bubu Nua had been quite disapproving of her. Such behavior was rather impolite towards Miss Lilith. I truly apologize. Bubu Nua's straightforward nature often made it difficult for him to control his emotions. Lilith waved her hand, indicating that she bore him no ill will. Most fairies are inherently kind-hearted, and I understand that he means me no harm. Furthermore, there is a reason behind his actions. Your words suggest that Miss Lilith wishes to speak candidly. Lilith finished the last of the flour cake and took a sip of milk to cleanse her palate before continuing. Today is indeed my duty day, and my visit to the milk tea shop was primarily for the fairies. Yuanyuan understood this, having anticipated it. Seizing the opportune moment, she retrieved a flower pot from her bag and placed it before Lilith. Miss Lilith, I am aware that the situation in Twilight City is deteriorating day by day. However, these fairies, having already been born, are not only needed by the milk tea shop, but they also do not wish to leave. I can offer you the fairy flower seeds free of charge, as a gesture of respect for their wishes, without coercing them. Lilith was momentarily taken aback. She had merely come to relay a message inviting Yuanyuan to discuss matters in the City of Life. She did not expect Yuanyuan to directly present the flower seeds. Yuanyuan's intentions were clear, and after pondering for a moment, Lilith replied, as I mentioned earlier, I did not come to engage in formal discussions with you today. His Majesty wishes to invite you to the City of Life for deliberations, and I did not anticipate your directness. Chapter 223, Resolution. After a brief pause, Lilith inquired, have you truly made up your mind? Are you certain you want to relinquish the fairy flower seeds without compensation? Yuanyuan nodded earnestly. Very well, Lilith said, accepting the flower pot. The resolution of this matter was beyond her authority. She was merely a messenger. I will convey your sentiments to His Majesty in their entirety. Yuanyuan smiled with relief. She had previously consulted the system and learned that while the gestation period for fairy seeds was lengthy, with sufficiently pure magical energy, the time could be considerably shortened. The elven race should be aware of this as well, which gave her confidence that the exchange would be successful. Having ventured out, Yuanyuan, being an endearing young creature that fairies adored, prompted Lilith to engage in further conversation. In truth, even if you do not offer the fairy flower seeds in exchange, it is of no consequence. You have already contributed immensely to the elven race, and, being underage, His Majesty and the others would not compel you to undertake anything against your will. Recognizing the sincerity in Lilith's words, Yuanyuan expressed her true thoughts. The fairy flower seeds hold little value for me now. Twilight City needs them more. Moreover, the elves have treated me with great kindness, which is why I wish to freely hand them over to you. Lilith smiled and gently ruffled Yuanyuan's hair. Regardless, the elven race shall not allow any injustice to befall a young one. Moreover, Lilith leaned closer to Yuanyuan and whispered, the elven race emerged in the First Era, renowned for their longevity. Even a brief period of quietude does not imply a waning of power, especially among the royal lineage. The Emperor, unbeknownst to him, possesses countless treasures. I assure you, there will be something that captivates your heart. That won't be necessary, Yuanyuan replied, for her foremost priority at present was to complete her tasks. Beyond monetary gain, she had no other desires. Furthermore, having already voiced her intentions, it was too late to alter her course. Miss Lilith, I still owe you my gratitude for arriving in time to rescue Amy and Cece last time. The flower cakes are delightful, but as for other delicacies, I shall have to wait until next time. You know how busy a secretary can be, particularly when one has a supervisor who relishes sloth, she remarked. Ah, Yvonne, who is speaking of me? Since this was work, Yuanyuan felt it inappropriate to insist otherwise. She accompanied Lilith to the door, and, as they bid farewell, just a few steps outside, Lilith turned back, exclaiming, I still wish to take 2 cups of the best-selling milk tea and a few portions of the current top-selling snacks to go. The Grand Elder and the Emperor both enjoy your products. If they found out I indulge alone, the Elder would surely be displeased. Yuanyuan chuckled and promptly returned to the kitchen to prepare the order for Lilith. Lilith paid for the flour cakes along with the snacks, but Yuanyuan declined. There is no need for that. These are not precious items. Consider my treat. How can that be? Lilith insisted, placing the coins in Yuanyuan's hand. You are relinquishing the fairy flower seeds without compensation, and you are treating us to a meal. Would we not then be taking advantage of you? With no choice but to accept, Yuanyuan relented, and only then did Lilith seem satisfied. I recall you were studying at the Magic Academy. You must have taken a leave of absence to handle this matter. Since you've already done so, why not enjoy yourself? Today, there is a sea nymph festival at Windward Harbor. If you're interested, you should attend. The seafood there is worth sampling. Chapter 224. Windward Harbor Sea Nymph Festival. Windward Harbor connects with the Atlantic Ocean region, which, as you know, is the territory of the merfolk who worship the sea god. The sea nymphs, as the sea god steeds, are fond of collecting rare treasures that the sea god greatly cherishes. The Sea Nymph Festival is a celebratory event held in honor of the sea nymphs. Lilith further elucidated, there exists a legend surrounding the Sea Nymph Festival. Though its origins are obscure, it is said that if your offerings can touch the heart of a sea nymph, she will quietly exchange her treasures with you. However, legends are merely tales. Many who approach with hopeful hearts return disappointed. The festival now serves as both a gastronomic tasting and a marketplace, where various seafood and goods are available for purchase. As matters unfolded, as Yuanyuan had anticipated, she found herself relieved at not having to ponder how to pass the ensuing time. Thank you, Miss Lilith. I am indeed interested. I have yet to explore Windward Harbor, so this is a splendid opportunity to experience it. Following the events of the council, the merfolk severed their pearl supply chain to the human empire, naturally leading other races to become their primary market. It is likely that the pearl accessories at this Sea Nymph Festival will be abundant indeed. Pearls. Yuanyuan recalled the exquisite pearl accessories often worn by Boli, which seemed quite appealing. She decided to purchase some during this trip. After bidding farewell to Lilith, Yuanyuan informed Yuanyuan of her departure. To her surprise, Yuanyuan chased after her. At that moment, Yuanyuan had already landed at Windward Port, and once again, Yuanyuan nestled into her hair. Yuanyuan sighed. Do you still remember that you are an employee at the milk tea shop? Without you, who will man the front desk? Yuanyuan replied, I have 10 fairy employees. They can manage just fine without me. Don't worry. You can come out to have fun, but you will lose your wages for today, Yuanyuan added. After pondering, Yuanyuan figured that his expenses at the milk tea shop were minimal, so he shrugged and accepted the deduction. Yuanyuan teased. You will lose your full attendance bonus too. Yuanyuan gritted his teeth. Fine, deduct it. With a smile, Yuanyuan strolled leisurely, admiring the scenery of Windward Port. The temperature here was significantly warmer than that of Misty City, and the fairies mostly donned light attire. Along the coastline, she even spotted one wearing a bikini to cover the essential parts. It turned out that fairies also surfed and swam in bikinis. Their tall, beautiful faces combined with graceful figures were truly a feast for the eyes. Look over there. Grilled seafood, Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Yuanyuan's hair and pointing. Yuanyuan had not yet taken in enough of the handsome and beautiful figures when he pulled her to the vendor. Hovering above the food, Yuanyuan felt drool threatening to spill forth, eagerly looking at Yuanyuan, clearly indicating that he expected her to pay. Yuanyuan ignored him. How could this guy, who had skipped work to come here for fun, have the audacity to ask her to foot the bill? He had money in his pocket and did not seem concerned about losing his attendance bonus or salary. Surely, he could afford this little amount? With that, she walked toward a seaside shop selling pearl accessories. The store was well stocked, and she momentarily found herself dazzled by the variety. Seeing that Yuanyuan was genuinely unwilling to spend money, Yuanyuan resignedly retrieved coins from his space to buy food. Fairies, newly appointed, had no savings. Their living expenses were covered by the shop, and they rarely ventured out, so losing wages did not seem significant to them. Chapter 225. What do sea demons enjoy? Only when Yuanyuan truly needed money did he realize that his savings could hardly purchase much. He bought just a skewer of grilled shrimp, savored a few bites, and then languidly returned to Yuanyuan's side. Yuanyuan, holding a pearl necklace, glanced at him and asked, How is the grilled seafood? Yuanyuan, landing on her shoulder, sighed heavily, unsatisfactory. My money was insufficient. I could only buy one skewer and had just a few bites before it was gone. Now you understand the importance of money, don't you? Yuanyuan inquired. Will you still skip work casually in the future? I shall never dare to do so again. The shopkeeper approached, cheerfully inquiring about the type of accessories the customers desired. We offer a wide variety of accessories, and the pearls we use are of excellent quality, round and lustrous. Not only that, but we also have an array of colors. The accessories I sell here are truly unique in all of Windwardport. It seems that every proprietor she encounters insists that their establishment is truly one of a kind in the locality, such as the case with the magical shop in Twilight City and the pearl jewelry store in Windrunner Harbor. Regardless of how much the owners boast, Yuanyuan relies solely on her own discerning eyes. After considerable deliberation, she ultimately purchased the delicate pearl necklace she first spotted, along with a pair of pearl earrings. Remembering that Amy had yet to visit Windrunner Harbor, she selected several items for her as well. Naturally, Cece and Alice could not be overlooked either, and in the end, she found herself unable to resist, amassing a considerable bounty. The proprietor was beaming with joy, astonished by the impressive purchasing power of this young customer. Upon learning that the gifts were intended for others, he promptly and attentively wrapped Yuanyuan's purchases. Observing the bustling merman proprietor, she noted that although he was indeed a male merfolk, he sported long hair and was elegantly adorned, his demeanor gentle and kind. "Sir, do sea sirens truly exist?" she inquired. After all, who better to ask about the steed of the sea god than his devoted followers? "And do you believe that the oak guardians of the goddess of life are real?" the proprietor countered, chuckling at Yuanyuan's bewildered expression. "These tales are recorded in ancient texts, and while deities undoubtedly exist, miracles are seldom witnessed." With skilled hands, the proprietor swiftly packaged all of Yuanyuan's jewelry. Observing the charming demeanor of his customer, he felt inclined to share more. "You must be here for the sea siren, am I right? I too was captivated by them in my youth, eagerly awaiting their acknowledgement of my offerings in hopes of receiving something in return. Alas," he reminisced with a hint of regret, "until I departed from the Atlantis waters to establish my shop amongst the elves, I, like many, found it impossible to entice a sea siren for a chance at exchange." What do sirens truly desire? Yuanyuan pondered. That is the crux of the matter. No one knows their preferences. As steeds of deities, coupled with their penchant for hoarding treasures, how could they ever be satisfied with the offerings of mere mortals? She tucked away the pearl jewelry she had purchased, realizing that perhaps these were merely legends. The Sea Siren Festival would take place in the evening, and with ample time remaining, the proprietor encouraged them to explore. Grateful, Yuanyuan exited the shop, glancing down at the listless Babuino. "Come, let us indulge in a seafood feast," she proposed. Babuino perked up immediately. "Really? Did you not say I had to pay for myself?" "My intention in suggesting you pay was to instill the understanding that one cannot simply abandon their duties. Now that we are here, I cannot expect you to merely watch while I dine," she replied. Babuino affectionately nuzzled her cheek. "You're truly kind." "Indeed," she agreed. The two soon found a restaurant, and while awaiting their meal, Yuanyuan seized the opportunity to inquire of her system. What is the Oak Guardian? The protector of the goddess of life. A colossal being resembling a tree, typically manifesting in the form of an oak. Upon receiving directives, it reveals its true form, came the response. "Isn't that akin to a treant?" Yuanyuan mused. "Not entirely. The magical potency of the Oak Guardian far surpasses that of a treant, with roots so extensive they can spread throughout the entirety of the Kaya Forest. The entire Kaya Forest has reached a level of power that transcends ordinary beings." The proprietor mentioned the existence of deities, though miracles are rare, implying that these entities are indeed real. As a staunch believer in the god of wealth, Yuanyuan harbors a keen interest in the treasures of the sea monster, albeit with tempered expectations, for the proprietor has also stated that over the years, no one has successfully traded with the sea monster. Yuanyuan inquired of the system, "Do you possess any information regarding the sea monster?" "Yes. Please refer to the data provided." Information materialized in mid-air, and Yuanyuan began to scrutinize it. The sea god is formidable, and the sea monster is an extension of his formidable might, cherished by the sea god, who keeps it close at all times. Approximately half of the sea monster's treasures derive from the sea god, with the remainder being collected by the sea monster itself. Feeling deflated, Yuanyuan realized that the system's information was less about the sea monster and more about the sea god's daily pampering of his pet. It lacked essential insights into the sea monster's preferences and merely detailed the items the sea god deemed suitable for his beloved sea creature, reflecting its undeniable wealth. Surprisingly, the sea god possesses an unexpectedly down-to-earth taste, favoring gold. Once the information was fully perused, a sumptuous seafood feast was served. Bubuno exclaimed joyfully, brandishing a fork taller than himself and charging toward the table. Yuanyuan sampled several dishes, most of which were steamed to preserve the ingredients' natural flavors, complemented by a unique sauce from the elven race. The food was indeed delightful, fresh, and tender. As she dined, Yuanyuan asked the system whether the information was comprehensive. This is a complete compilation of all records regarding the sea monster, quite thorough. However, it revealed little of the sea monster's inclinations. The sea god was prominently featured throughout the document. After the two had indulged in their meal, the evening approached, and elves gradually made their way to the beach, shells in hand. After settling the bill, Yuanyuan exited the restaurant with Bubuno and sought a shop selling handicrafts. The establishment was bustling with patrons, all congregated around the shell section. Yuanyuan joined the throng. Discussions ensued regarding which shell would appeal to the sea monster and whether it could accommodate their offerings. How about this one? It's blue, reminiscent of the ocean. Surely the sea monster would adore it. No, I used a blue shell last year, and the result was the same. The sea monster didn't even touch it. What about that pink one? It's so beautiful. It appeared that the sea monster was not only discerning about the offerings, but also particular about the packaging. After listening for a while, Yuanyuan grasped the process. Offerings must be placed on a shell and presented to a specific marine area. If the sea monster favored the offering, it would take it away in exchange. If not, one could retrieve their offering the next day or opt to donate it. Chapter 227 Unexpected Offering. Yuanyuan selected the most ordinary white shell. Despite the sea monster celebration having been held for many years with no one ever receiving an opportunity for exchange, she surmised that the color of the packaging box was likely inconsequential, so she casually picked one nearby. After completing her purchase, Yuanyuan and Bubuno stared blankly at the white shell. What should we offer to the sea demon? Does she have a penchant for gourmet delicacies? Perhaps we could present her with some flour cakes? As for whether the sea demon enjoys such treats, I cannot say, but you certainly do. There is no evidence to suggest that the sea demon is a glutton, which renders this idea unfeasible. So, what should we provide instead? Precious gems, crystals, and pearls are likely in abundance, and she might not even spare them a glance. Bubuno, pacing back and forth within the shell, propped her chin on one hand and furrowed her brow, pondering, are you truly eager for this opportunity of exchange? In truth, not particularly. It was merely a fleeting thought inspired by Professor Labubi's words while purchasing shells. He had remarked that encountering certain opportunities could resolve dilemmas, and Yuanyuan wondered if the Sea Demon Festival might be such an opportunity, albeit one that seemed exceedingly remote, lacking any reliable references and relying solely on chance. The two were at a loss regarding the sea demon's preferences, sitting idly by the shore, allowing the wind to ruffle their thoughts for a considerable time. Finally, Yuanyuan decisively stuffed several books into the shell and tossed it into the sea with a swift motion. Are you not going to reconsider? Bubuno asked, observing the shell arc gracefully through the air. Surely, the sea demon cannot possibly enjoy reading. Yuanyuan smiled, but chose not to respond. Since they could not discern the sea demon's tastes, she decided to cater to her own. Yuanyuan adored wealth, and knowing that the sea demon lacked for riches, she would simply extend her offerings to her second passion, novels. Indeed, the shell contained not ordinary literature from the continent, but rather online novels from the realm of Blue Star. Yuanyuan placed their translated versions within. The shell was not large enough to accommodate many, so she opted for tales of domineering CEOs, which, combined with the real-life dynamics between sea gods and sea demons, should evoke a sense of immersion. A rather unconventional thought process, she mused. Yuanyuan stood up, brushing off her clothing. This is what we call thinking outside the box, you know? Bubuno flew back to perch on her shoulder. Are we heading back now? What if the sea demon rejects your offerings? Shall we retrieve them? Yuanyuan strode purposefully towards the teleportation array. No need. If she does not want my offerings, I shall simply donate them. Imagine the shockwaves they could send through the literary world of the elven race with a dose of domineering CEO novels. Quite amusing, isn't it? She thought mischievously. Upon returning to the milk tea shop, everything was in perfect order, just as Bubuno had indicated. The shop could function normally without her presence. Yuanyuan transferred a day's wages, which she had withheld from Bubuno, to the fairy who had filled in for him, as a form of compensation for extra hours worked. Once Bubuno learned of this, he appeared utterly drained, lying listlessly on the bed. Yuanyuan, having completed her evening routine and preparing to sleep, noticed him in that same state, eyes wide open yet unblinking. "Are you still pondering your wages?" she inquired. "Of course. Those who cover for you for an entire day deserve recompense." Upon hearing these words, Yuanyuan immediately covered his head with a blanket, ignoring Yuanyuan. What he did not disclose to her was that when he rushed out, he had already given his share of the flower cakes to another fairy in exchange for their assistance. Now, Yuanyuan found himself bereft of both money and delicacies. Yuanyuan cast a glance at Yuanyuan, unperturbed. She knew he would come to terms with it by the next day, and thus she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 228. Heart of the forest. In a vast, white expanse, the ethereal song of whales echoed in her ears. Yuanyuan felt a lightness envelop her, as if she were adrift in a dream. "I am quite fond of your offering," a voice resonated in the space. "What?" Yuanyuan felt disoriented. The voice seemed to come from both the horizon and right before her, as clear as the sound of a bell in a temple. A white shell materialized before her, its interior devoid of offerings, awakening Yuanyuan from her stupor. In disbelief, she realized she had inadvertently guessed correctly. "You are a sea nymph," the voice confirmed. "Indeed. I have accepted your offering. In exchange, you may take this Isana crystal with you." The shell vanished, replaced by a vibrant green crystal that radiated a potent magical energy, causing Yuanyuan's breath to quicken. She was all too familiar with this item, a treasure hidden within the depths of the lakes, a touch of which could lead to her demise. Yuanyuan gazed intently at the crystal, yet hesitated to act. The voice inquired, "Why do you seem unsatisfied?" The Isana crystal, also known as the heart of the forest, is unparalleled for the green sprites. Integrating it into a crafted staff would be your greatest boon. "On the contrary, I am very much satisfied," Yuanyuan replied, "but this crystal is far too powerful. If my memory serves me right, it is a treasure only wielded by esteemed figures of the saintly level." "What do you imply?" Even if Yuanyuan accepted the crystal, she would likely struggle to find a craftsman to forge a staff, and even if she did, where would she procure the other materials? While the crystal was splendid, it was unsuitable for her current circumstances. "May I inquire if you possess a staff that I can utilize?" The voice paused, as if contemplating. "There are staves available, but I sense that you're not compatible with them." Yuanyuan felt a wave of disappointment. Was even the sea nymph's treasury lacking? The crystal floated before her once more. "Accept this crystal, and you may forge a staff yourself." Yuanyuan pondered for a moment, expressed her gratitude, and reached out to take it. A blinding flash of white light enveloped her, and her consciousness returned, awakening in the milk tea shop. As soon as she awoke, she felt an unusual sensation in her palm. Upon opening her hand, an olive-shaped green crystal lay nestled within. Was it merely a dream or a divine realm? Just by grasping the crystal, Yuanyuan felt the continuous nourishment of what element magic enveloping her. Even if she did not transform this crystal into a staff, merely carrying it would be a splendid choice. Yuanyuan chose not to dwell on her recent experiences. The small lamp in the room cast a warm glow, and there was still some time before dawn. She reclined once more, clutching the crystal, only to be roused by the bustling chatter of customers downstairs. Throwing off the covers and opening the window, sunlight streamed in unabated. It was already midday. Yuanyuan hurried to wash up, as she needed to return to the academy, uncertain of what response Lilith would provide. Perhaps sensing the significance of money, Yuanyuan was particularly diligent today, pouring his heart and soul into his work. When Yuanyuan descended, he merely glanced at her before continuing with his tasks. Yuanyuan was quite pleased. A motivated employee was indeed a boon, especially since the fairies were now the focal point of the elven kin. Even if customers were indifferent to the milk tea and snacks, they still flocked to indulge, particularly when the fairies greeted them with such fervor that it was utterly irresistible. Chapter 229. Long time no see. Yuanyuan entered the kitchen to satisfy her hunger with a quick bite, her mind still pondering whether to send a text to inquire about the outcome from Miss Lilith. At that moment, Yuanyuan dashed in, brimming with excitement, announcing that someone had received the opportunity to exchange items with a sea witch. Yuanyuan raised an eyebrow, deciding to tease him about the coveted offering that had finally caught the sea witch's attention. Indeed, early this morning, news had traveled directly from Windward Port to Misty City, and it was said that even the merfolk were astonished. Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the fortunate individual who had captivated the sea witch's eye. Yuanyuan was taken aback by the level of interest. Is the attention truly that high? She inquired. Absolutely, Bubu Nuo exclaimed, flapping his wings and creating a gentle breeze. This is a miraculous event. Yuanyuan squinted playfully and asked if they had discovered the identity of that lucky person. How could they possibly find out? Bubu Nuo. The Sea Witches Festival is held in coastal areas across the continent, and in the Atlantic Sea, it is almost a nationwide affair. With such a vast number of participants, how could anyone identify that individual? As they conversed, Bubu Nuo glanced at Yuanyuan, recalling how she had shown considerable interest in the opportunity with the Sea Witch yesterday. He thought that perhaps she was feeling disheartened now that the chance had slipped away. Don't be too upset, he comforted her. The Sea Witches Festival occurs once a year. If she didn't take notice of you this year, perhaps she will next year. If not next year, maybe the year after. Enough, enough. Yuanyuan interjected with a mischievous smile as the heart of the forest appeared in her hand. How do you know that person isn't me? Bubu no guspit, his gaze darting between the crystal and Yuanyuan's beaming face. That person is actually you? Yes, Yuanyuan affirmed. I am indeed the fortunate individual you speak of. Bubu gasped and flew onto Yuanyuan's palm, wrapping his tiny hands around the crystal, nuzzling against it while exclaiming in awe, "This is a miracle. This is the heart of the forest. You are truly fortunate." Yuanyuan allowed him to lean against her, whispering, "Keep your voice down. Don't go around boasting about it later." Bubu looked up, hesitating before asking, "Do you know what you have in your hand?" "That is the heart of the forest. Even among the Green Elf clan, there is only one, belonging to the former saintess who now lies in the Great Lake. If this were to be revealed to the public, everyone would surely think you have unearthed the relic of the saintess." Yuanyuan, in fact, had done just that. She hurriedly tucked the crystal back into her backpack, realizing its preciousness but not anticipating its singular rarity. Just as she secured it, a small fairy dressed in a light green dress flew in, seemingly spotting Yuanyuan as a target and urgently stating, "A very formidable elf is looking for you." The term formidable implied that the visitor possessed considerable magical power. Yuanyuan frowned, asking, "What does he look like?" The small fairy replied, "He's quite handsome, but not in an extraordinary way, just an ordinary kind of handsome." After much description without clarity, Yuanyuan decided to see for herself. Upon stepping outside, she encountered a male elf standing at the door, his hands clasped behind his back, precisely the long-awaited patrolling elf, Landrick. Landrick spoke gently, "Long time no see." Yuanyuan quickly led Landrick to a quiet spot to sit, with Bubu curiously following. She whispered, "What brings you here?" Chapter 230. Please state your wish. Landrick gazed at Yuanyuan with a smile for a considerable time, making her shyly lower her gaze, before saying, "You've already guessed my identity, Haven to you?" Yuanyuan paused and nodded. He continued to smile, not merely feigning it, but expressing genuine warmth. A pale green barrier enveloped their vicinity, prompting Bubu to tilt his head slightly and flap his wings to perch on Yuanyuan's shoulder, somewhat anxious. The male elf's words were one thing, but why create a barrier? Yuanyuan gently patted Bubu and softly assured him, "It's all right. This guest is one of our own." Landrick's inquisitive gaze fell upon Bubu, causing the little creature to jump in surprise. The earlier fairy's words were indeed correct. This male elf emanated an intimidating aura. He tugged at a few strands of Yuanyuan's hair, attempting to shield himself from Landrick's scrutiny. "It's truly been a long time," Landrick remarked, unfazed by Bubu's hiding demeanor. He effortlessly reverted to his true form, revealing himself as one of the elves of the Kaya forest. Bubu lowered the hair he had used to cover his face, exclaiming, "You are the Elf King." Landrick nodded, transitioning to the main topic. "Lilith has already conveyed your thoughts to me. To be honest, it is indeed a lucrative deal for the Green Elf clan." Yuanyuan listened attentively as Landrick continued. "However, it is not in your best interest. I am aware that you are not a Green Elf cub-born in the Kaya forest, yet we acknowledge your identity. Since you are a cub, there is no reason for you to make sacrifices. However, you express that your kin has aided you greatly. Yet such assistance is merely what you are entitled to. The propagation of a long-lived species is not as effortless as that of humans. The elves, even more so than the dragon kin, embody this truth. You may accept all of this with a clear conscience." Randrico observed Yuanyuan's somewhat conflicted expression and chuckled, asking, Have you perhaps developed an excessive sense of social responsibility? While the younglings of your age remain blissfully carefree, you already exhibit the concerns of a mature elf. Aware of your belonging to the elven race and its future, Yuanyuan was taken aback. Her soul had undergone the complete educational process of human society, and since her arrival on the continent, she had never deliberately tried to infantilize her behavior. The tasks she undertook were not suited for elven younglings. She merely indulged her nature occasionally and found it unacceptable to feign youthfulness. You are correct, she conceded. So, do you mean that after discussing with the elders, it will be best for you to decide what to exchange for the fairy flower seeds? In other words, you may present us with a wish under reasonable conditions. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Yuanyuan agreed. Randrico leisurely sipped his milk tea, satisfied, and declared, "Then it is settled. When you have made your decision, simply inform Lilith, and she will arrange for the necessary actions." Yuanyuan hesitated. The matter of the staff could be urgent or not. It would be beneficial to resolve it sooner rather than later. Thus, she produced the heart of the forest and her duster, stating, "My wish is to have a staff that is perfectly suited to me. As for materials, these are all I currently possess. What do you think?" Randrico narrowed his eyes at the heart of the forest, recognizing it as a premier material for crafting staves. There was but one such heart in the entire Kaya forest, long buried since the fall of the former Saintess. Your specimen is. Chapter 231, The Pattern Unfolds. Fearing she might be misinterpreted as having stolen a relic of the Saintess, Yuanyuan hastily explained, "I participated in the Sea Maiden Festival yesterday, and my offering was favored by the Sea Maiden. This heart of the forest is what she bestowed upon me in exchange. It is not the same as the Saintess's. If your majesty doubts this, you may send someone to verify." Randrico smiled. "I certainly trust you." This morning, everyone was discussing who the Sea Maiden had selected, and it turns out it was you. I am more curious about what you used to impress the Sea Maiden. Such deities typically possess discerning tastes. Ordinary items do not capture their interest. Even exceedingly rare treasures are often within their grasp. To earn their favor requires significant effort. Given that the Sea Maiden is a servant of the sea god, it stands to reason that the merfolk would have a greater opportunity for exchange, much like the gifts bestowed by the goddess of life. Thus, Randrico was intrigued by what Yuanyuan had concealed within the shell. Yuanyuan stammered, her gaze evasive, pondering whether it was truly acceptable to show the emperor a romance novel. She could hardly imagine the expression on the face of such a noble and dignified elf upon encountering such a story. If you find it difficult to share, then there is no need to speak. That is your right. Yuanyuan ultimately decided to remain silent. To alleviate the awkwardness, she asked Bubu Nuo to fetch a plate of buttery cookies from the kitchen. It was a rare opportunity to converse candidly with His Majesty. And thinking of the care she had received from Professor Yuliel, her curiosity about their relationship was piqued. "Are you and Professor Yuliel very good friends?" she inquired. "Indeed," replied Landrico, his expression unchanged. "He is one of the few human friends I possess. But isn't the relationship between the human empire and us rather strained?" Yuanyuan delicately suggested, knowing that the current state of affairs was more akin to a fierce clash than a mere discord. Landrico casually picked up a buttery cookie and took a bite before responding slowly, "That is with regard to the empire. I shall not transfer my animosity towards a nation onto innocent individuals. Professor Yuliel is quite adept in swordsmanship. We became acquainted years ago due to certain circumstances, and our friendship has deepened since. While the upper echelons of the human empire are decaying, certain families still cling to their principles, which is no small feat for such a capricious species." Reflecting on the chef and considering that Yuanyuan was also studying at the Magic Academy, he recognized that she would inevitably encounter a myriad of races and diverse personalities. Gazing out at the beautiful scenery, Landrico lamented that humanity is the most contradictory and complex of all divine creations. Some individuals can harm an entire race out of greed, while others are willing to shoulder immense pressure to rectify the aftermath. Some are blinded by ambition, fixated solely on power with no regard for responsibility, while others are prepared to rebel against the sovereign they serve for their beliefs and ideals. Indeed, the human empire has committed many grave errors. Yet we must also acknowledge that not every individual is tainted. Moreover, with greater exposure, one can discern that humanity possesses remarkable talents across various fields. Unlike the innate gifts bestowed upon us by the divine, they seem to possess an extraordinary perseverance that rivals any divine grace. Yuanyuan was profoundly moved. In light of the suffering endured by the elven race, this young elven king was able to transcend a singular racial perspective. Objectively and fairly evaluating the human collective, such a broad-mindedness was truly exceptional. Chapter 232. A conversation with Landrico. Yuanyuan conversed with Landrico for quite some time, deepening her understanding of the young elven king. You have entrusted me with the dust brush and the heart of the forest. Crafting these two items will not be an easy task. It will likely take some time. During this period, you must exercise caution at the academy without your staff. I have heard about your experiences there. The demon race has indeed been rampant lately. However, the academy remains relatively safe. Furthermore, Yuliel has assured me that he will protect you well, so you need not worry excessively. I will, Yuanyuan replied. When the topic turned to the demon race, she recalled how they had pursued her, destroyed her small stand, and the recent assassination attempt by a shadow demon. She found it perplexing that, as an ordinary student merely trying to sell milk tea, she had become a target. The demons act whimsically, but recent events leave me bewildered. It feels as though they have their sights set on me. It is not the demon clan that has set its sights on the young ones, but rather Robin. However, informing Yuanyuan of this is futile. Landrico observed Yuanyuan for a while, suddenly realizing that she had ascended into the ranks of junior sorcerers. Your Majesty, Yuanyuan. The demon clan acts opportunistically, gathering strength as it sees fit. Their interest in you may not be merely a personal endeavor, yet even they must adhere to the rules within the confines of the Magic Academy. The rules you refer to are the school regulations? Indeed, the regulations. Do not underestimate them. These guidelines have been the steadfast foundation preventing grievous incidents within the academy for many years. If both Professor Ifu and Your Majesty hold such regard for the regulations, what purpose do they truly serve? It is nearly time. Since the matter concerning the fairies has been resolved, I must take my leave. He stood, gently ruffling Yuanyuan's hair, expressing his pleasure in witnessing her growth and anticipation for her graduation day. Yuanyuan quickly rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I truly appreciate your effort, and I apologize for troubling you. The fairy situation is no trivial matter. My visit was also a means to seek a breath of fresh air, Landrico remarked, his demeanor unexpectedly youthful as he winked and smiled. You are aware of the multitude of affairs demanding my attention lately. My visit to your tea shop was merely to indulge in a moment of respite. Your Majesty is merely a youthful one at a mere 150 years of age, she mused. Wait, has she already adapted to the elven perception of age? The thought of a mere 150 years being referred to as youth struck her as amusing. Nonetheless, the relaxed demeanor of His Majesty was indeed endearing. Landrico packed some cookies, lamenting without pretense about the old blood clan seizing the opportunity to create discord. Such a minor faction possesses the audacity to resist. What do those dukes of the blood clan do aside from lounging in their coffins? Yuanyuan felt that perhaps she should not be privy to such conversations and excused herself to the kitchen, preparing several cups of milk tea for Landrico. In the presence of the young ones, Landrico remained in good spirits. The blood clan had been divided into factions centuries ago, a mere internal conflict. However, the old blood clan, perhaps incited by others, had launched a surprise attack on the Shadow Elf clan. The Dukes of the Blood Clan had not eradicated this faction completely, resulting in yet another unexpected assault. Yuanyuan was at a loss for words and could only smile as she escorted Landrico out of the tea shop. Chapter 233. Robin's fury. At this moment, the succubus material shop was enveloped in clouds of fury and discontent. Robin sat in the high seat with a grim expression, his right hand tapping the armrest, the muffled sound resonating in Alara's ears, causing her breath to quicken with each tap. You have failed as well? Excellent, splendid. Robin seethed through clenched teeth. One after another, you all fail me. Tell me, what is it that you can accomplish? Alara trembled as she replied, open the shop. Open the shop? Robin's index finger twitched, and in the next instant, Alara was flung against the wall by an unseen force. Robin grasped her neck from a distance, his voice dripping with menace. You leave me quite dissatisfied, Alara. Do not forget who rescued you from your affluent patrons. Should I choose to, I can easily destroy you in the most terrifying manner imaginable. Alara found herself pressed against the frigid wall, her neck ensnared, struggling to breathe. She winced in pain, gasping for fresh air. Yet no matter how fiercely she fought, it was in vain. The vice-like grip was resolute in imparting a lesson. "Please, sir," Ilara managed to utter, her voice trembling with despair. "Have mercy, spare me." Robin, with a malevolent gaze, appeared impervious to Ilara's desperate writhing. He suddenly tightened his hold, causing her struggles to intensify until words escaped her lips entirely. Moments later, her limbs grew weak and her breath waned. It was only then that Robin callously discarded her onto the ground, turning his attention to the half-kneeling Lucius beside him. "You have disappointed me greatly. My patience is finite, and I do not wish to grant you further chances. Should you fail again?" A derisive scoff punctuated his words. Lucius bowed his head even lower, contemplating that a final failure might at least afford him a complete corpse should he choose to end it all. Robin rose, his gaze wandering aimlessly, landing on Yuanyuan, Yuliel, and Landrico. Achoo! Just as Yuanyuan returned to Kent Street, she inexplicably sneezed. Dismissing it, she rubbed her nose and descended the stairs. "How is business, Alice?" Yuanyuan paused, noticing the sparse number of customers in the dining area below, reminiscent of the desolate times following the malicious rumors that had beset their establishment. What on earth is happening? Curiosity piqued, Yuanyuan ventured into the kitchen, where she found Alice in a heated exchange with 3 shadow demons, each of whom appeared thoroughly chastised. "What's going on?" Yuanyuan inquired. "Why are there so few patrons?" Alice sighed upon seeing her. "Boss, I truly believe employing demons was a poor decision. After you left today, Inging followed my instructions. But it seems he realized that his appearance combined with this attire is rather peculiar. He persistently greeted customers with odd expressions and gestures, which ultimately backfired, scaring away a considerable number instead of attracting new ones. She leaned in closer to Yuanyuan, whispering, "We should definitely dress him in normal clothes. Even I find my eyes and soul wounded by this sight." So that was the issue. Yuanyuan had thought something far graver had transpired. Slowly, she approached the shadow demon, intentionally provoking him. In unison, the shadow demons responded, "Master, Inging is simply following your commands." Alice rolled her eyes, fists clenched, and pouted. "Is this truly what the boss instructed you to do? You clearly intended to frighten customers away by looking foolish." Though the shadow demon had indeed harbored such intentions, he had merely acted under Yuanyuan's directive to do his utmost in serving customers. Did I err? Who can claim I was wrong? This was all at the master's behest. The shadow demon felt a sense of vindication. Though he had lost face, he had managed to retaliate against Yuanyuan, which made it worthwhile. "The master instructed me to do my utmost to please the guests. I am merely entertaining them."